During his lunch break after work, the man was still fighting in the Canyon of Kings, a war comparable to the Syrian war, when suddenly he felt dizzy and fell straight onto the table, unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, the dazzling sunlight made the man's scalp numb. Beneath him was dark land, and all around him was endless blue ocean. The man was thrown onto an isolated island of only 80 square meters. System? Tiga? The man shouted system to the sky for half an hour. His throat was smoking, but there was no response. He almost kowtowed to his fellow time travelers on the spot. It was so embarrassing. Just when the man was thinking, am I the loser protagonist? So the man gestured to the sea, 30 years in the east, but he didn't expect the waves to splash the man's face with seawater. This time travel is probably a disgrace to the world of time travel. It's like a contestant who starts out by receiving a minimum living allowance. Just as the man was calculating how many days he could hold out, a mechanical voice exploded in the sky. Welcome to the island survival. Each person has a fishing rod. Survival depends on it. Bread, water, and a fishing rod that looked like it cost 9.9 yuan with free shipping appeared out of thin air. The man cursed and picked up the fishing rod, but he didn't expect that the rod would burst into a blue-purple light the next second, almost blinding the man's eyes. Fishing rod, enchanted. Level 1, a tribute, double luck. The information poured into the man's mind. This was actually the enchanted fishing rod in Minecraft. Enchanted fishing rod, double your luck? The man was stunned. This golden finger came unexpectedly. It seems that he will be able to catch something different when fishing in the future. Puff! With a splash, a wooden box jumped out from the sea, drew an arc in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Surprisingly, the wooden box landed on the island intact, only shaking a few times due to inertia. However, Lin Jiao stumbled and fell to the ground because he exerted too much force, and the fishing rod also fell to the side. Lin Jiao took a breath of cold air and felt a sharp pain on his arm. Lin Jiao raised his arm and took a look. His elbow was a little red and swollen. Fortunately, Lin Jiao didn't break his skin. If he really broke his skin, it would be a big problem if it got infected in this place where there is no one around. Lin Jiao sat on the ground, rubbed his elbow with a painful expression, then stood up and brushed off the dirt on his body. Lin Jiao's eyes fell on the wooden box that had just been fished out. He walked over carefully with some caution, fearing that there was a bloated corpse hidden inside. After approaching, Lin Jiao carefully examined the wooden box and couldn't help but sigh. The quality of this wooden box is quite good. It didn't break at all. Lin Jiao walked around the wooden box, but never opened it. He was afraid that there was something dangerous hidden inside that would suddenly jump out and attack people. He hesitated for a while and finally gritted his teeth. It must be opened. Even if there is a drowned corpse, it must be opened. Lin Jiao carefully placed his hand on the lid of the wooden box and suddenly opened it. Then he immediately jumped back and took a defensive posture. However, the next second, he froze in his place. Master, a woman in a maid outfit walked out of the wooden box, and the scene under the V-neck line directly impacted Lin Jiao's vision. And the black silk. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. The visual impact made Lin Jiao quickly look away. The woman's delicate features, white skin, watery eyes, and pitiful appearance made Lin Jiao feel particularly familiar. The more he looked at her, the more familiar she looked, but he just couldn't remember where she came from. The woman in maid costume felt a little embarrassed by his stare, blushing and whispering, Master! Lin Jiao finally reacted and scratched his head in embarrassment. Man's nature. Man's nature. Hee. The maid-dressed woman looked at Lin Jiao with some confusion. This master seemed a little strange. After being looked at like this, Lin Jiao came to his senses and asked curiously, What did you call me just now? Daji said, Master. A big question mark immediately popped up in Lin Jiao's mind. Master? Could it be that the person he caught would recognize Lin Jiao as his master? Wait, this fishing rod could actually catch a person. This is too outrageous. I'm sorry. Lin Jiao really shouldn't have questioned the value of this fishing rod before, and he shouldn't have used a weapon like Qini Dao to compare it. This is simply an insult to the fishing rod. Enchanted fishing rods are powerful. Doubled luck is powerful. However, Lin Jiao began to think, this kind of operation that can catch people is exclusive to Lin Jiao, or does everyone have the opportunity? Just when Lin Jiao was lost in thought, Daji called out softly, Master! Lin Jiao said, Oh, what's your name? My name is Daji. The maid-dressed woman answered Lin Jio's question obediently. Oh, Daji, what? You're Daji, Lin Jio exclaimed, his face full of shock. Could it be that you are the Daji of the Shang dynasty? Lin Jio asked in disbelief, and immediately shook his head, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. This maid outfit doesn't look like something from the Shang dynasty. Instead, it looks a bit like Daji from King of Glory. Thinking of this, Lin Jio stared at Daji for a few more times. The more he looked at her, the more she looked like her. Really, the more he looked at her, the more she looked like her. Daji stared at Lin Jio with a strange look. Could this master be a fool? However, Daji still answered Lin Jio's question honestly. Shang dynasty? What is that? Can it be eaten? Daji looked at Lin Jio innocently, like a little girl who had just been coaxed by a lollipop. Lin Jio was speechless when he saw Daji like this. Was this still the stunningly beautiful and charming Daji that Lin Jio remembered? Was this still the Daji who was full of dirty talk in King of Glory? Lin Jio simply couldn't believe it. The Daji in front of him had completely overturned Lin Jio's cognition. Lin Jio raised his head again and happened to meet Daji's eyes. Daji's clear and transparent eyes made Lin Jio begin to believe that this was true. Lin Jio asked, "What do you remember?" After hearing this, Daji rolled her eyes and fell into thought. A look of pain gradually appeared on her face. Daji hugged her head and slowly squatted down. Seeing this, Lin Jio hurried over, patted her shoulder, and comforted her softly. "If you can't remember, don't think about it." Daji nodded. Her emotions slowly calmed down, but she still squatted there without saying a word. Lin Jio looked at Daji and felt a little headache. Lin Jio had never had a girlfriend before, so how could he coax a woman? Forget it. Let Daji calm down on her own. Lin Jio thought, since there's nothing else to do now, he might as well see if anyone else has hooked up someone in the channel. Does anyone have food? I'm starving. If anyone can give me something to eat, I'll reward you handsomely in the future. You're such an idiot. You're still expecting others to bring you food in this situation. I fished for more than half an hour and only caught a branch. Fuck, me too. I only caught a leaf. What the hell? The news from the World Channel made Lin Jio feel ashamed. Well, Lin Jio was overthinking. What others caught were just junk. Lin Jio looked at Daji, who was squatting on the ground next to him. Daji was wearing a maid outfit, and after squatting down, she could see everything. Oh, the scenery of the island is really nice. Lin Jio inexplicably felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart and took a few more glances at the scenery. Daji was still squatting there, and Lin Jio did not disturb her. Of course, it was definitely not because of the scenery, but because he was afraid of hurting Daji's fragile heart. Just when Lin Jio was lost in thought, a message suddenly popped up on the World Channel, instantly attracting Lin Jio's attention. Did anyone catch the wooden box? There's actually someone inside. Did anyone catch a wooden box? There's actually a person inside. Lin Jio's eyes narrowed. Since other people also caught a living person, it means that this is not Lin Jio's unique golden finger. This made Lin Jio feel a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. He had an enchanted fishing rod, and as the level increased, he could unlock more properties. Lin Jio's chance of catching a living person is much higher than others. Luck doubled. Thinking of this, Lin Jio turned his attention to the World Channel again. Fuck, can you fish out a living person? I've only fished out a piece of bread so far. Plus one, I also fished out a living person, and he also came out a wooden box. How envious. All I caught now are a few twigs and pebbles. A wooden box? I caught a person, haha, and he's the famous Huang guy in ancient times. But I am not happy at all. I can't even feed myself, and I have to feed another person. Zhou, you beat Huang guy, the Huang guy. Envy, I just caught an ordinary person. Envy said, tired. The mineral water I just caught suddenly didn't smell good. What's there to envy? They're almost starving to death, and they still have to take care of others. I was originally quite envious, but after reading what the people above said, I looked at the branches around me and suddenly felt that having bad luck is not a bad thing. Lin Jio fell silent. Indeed, apart from the piece of bread he had just eaten, Lin Jio now only had 2.5 pieces of dry food and a little more than a bottle of mineral water. Lin Jio doesn't even have enough food for himself, and he has to feed another person? It hurts my head, but Lin Jio can't let Daji starve all the time. If it was a man, Lin Jio might be able to harden his heart, but Daji... Goo! A sound came from the direction of Daji, who was squatting on the ground. Lin Jio glanced sideways, and his face suddenly looked unsightly. No way. It's coming now. Lin Jiao was too familiar with this voice. In the first few years after entering society, he had the opportunity to hear this voice in his stomach every day. Daji raised her head and her eyes met Lin Jiao's. She smiled shyly, her cheeks flushed, and immediately lowered her head and pretended nothing had happened. Lin Jiao shrugged, smiled helplessly, walked to Daji, squatted down, and asked softly, "Are you hungry?" Daji lowered her head and nodded slightly. Lin Jiao took out a piece of unopened bread and handed it to her, ruffled her hair, and said, "Here, eat it." Daji raised her head, looking shy and timid, totally unlike the charming and seductive Daji that people had in mind. Daji shook her head, pointed at the half piece of bread that Lin Jiao had left, and whispered, "Master, no. I'll just eat that piece. Eat if I tell you to, or I'll be angry." Lin Jiao glanced at the half-bitten piece of bread and wordlessly stuffed the whole piece of bread into her arms, pretending to be angry on his face. Daji could only nod and whispered, "Thank you, master." Lin Jiao looked at Daji and couldn't help but sigh. What kind of power could completely erase Daji's memory? Lin Jiao's gaze fell on Daji again. Daji had already started to open the bread bag, tore off a piece in small bites, and slowly put it in her mouth to chew. So cute. Lin Jiao couldn't help but reach out and gently scratch Daji's nose. Daji's cheeks flushed, the corners of her mouth raised, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She obviously liked Lin Jiao's action. Lin Jiao then handed Daji a bottle of mineral water, turned around, and looked at the remaining half piece of bread and half a bottle of water. Alas! Lin Jiao sighed lightly, stood up, picked up the fishing rod, walked to the edge of the island, and threw the hook out fiercely. If he doesn't catch some food, Lin Jiao will be hungry tonight. Daji sat in the back, looking at Lin Jiao curiously, but she didn't understand Lin Jiao's series of actions. Lin Jiao sat on the ground, holding a fishing rod in his hand and talking to Daji with his face turned sideways. Lin Jiao and Daji were talking and laughing. Daji was often amused by Lin Jiao's jokes and covered her mouth slightly. Whenever Lin Jiao told dirty jokes, Daji's cheeks would blush. A man asked his girlfriend, "Do you know what the 4 things I want to do with you every day are?" The girlfriend shook her head, and the man replied, 3 meals a day. Daji blinked, pointed at Lin Jiao, and said with a smile, "Master, you are wrong. It is clearly 3 things." Daji was secretly happy. Master is so stupid, he can even say such a thing wrong. Sure enough, I'm still smart. Lin Jiao's mouth curled up into a sly smile. Before Lin Jiao could continue teasing, the fishhook suddenly moved. Although the movement was much smaller than when Daji was just caught, the fishing rod clearly began to shake. Relying on his experience, Lin Jiao pulled hard, only to find a bottle of mineral water hanging on the hook. Lin Jiao hurriedly tried to catch it with his hands, fearing that the bottle would fall from a high altitude and break, but the next second, the mineral water on the fishhook disappeared out of thin air and then fell steadily beside Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao looked at the bottle of water and was stunned. What was going on? Daji also looked at the bottle of water that suddenly appeared with curiosity. Lin Jiao fell into deep thought. Maybe this was some kind of system feature? But why couldn't it automatically teleport to the side when it caught the wooden box, but flew out directly to hit people? How strange. Although he was puzzled, Lin Jiao did not stop and threw the fishing rod out again. A few hours later, Lin Jiao's side was filled with all kinds of supplies. 2 bottles of mineral water for bags of bread, a bag of spicy strips, a bag of instant noodles, and a flint. As for the so-called garbage, Lin Jiao only caught 3 branches. Lin Jiao looked up at the sky, and the yellow curtain of clouds slowly spread out, and the whole island was shrouded in dim glow. Lin Jiao felt like he was in a paradise. The sky was dim, the evening breeze was blowing, and it was quiet. Only Lin Jiao and Daji were there. The setting sun was shining on the sea and the islands, no longer scorching, but gentle. Lin Jiao put down his fishing rod, stood up, and stretched. The long period of fishing made Lin Jiao's body slightly sore. Lin Jiao glanced into the distance, then looked at Daji lying on the grass. Daji closed her eyes, breathing steadily, and the sunlight fell on her face, reflecting a gentle blush. Lin Jiao chuckled and shook his head. After counting the supplies, he felt tired but bored. Daji fell asleep, and no one was there to talk to Lin Jiao. If it was this time last night, Lin Jiao might have been watching short videos after dinner. Forget it. Let's check if there is any new news in the channel. Alas, I fished all afternoon, but all I caught was some junk and a piece of bread. It's clearly the sea, but there's not even a single fish. ZG. Chinese? Are you Chinese qualified to fish for supplies? You don't even deserve to eat bread. Lin Jiu narrowed his eyes and looked at this ID. RB 425? Japanese? Before Lin Jiu could think about it, the World Channel exploded instantly. A war of words comparable to the World War broke out instantly. CNM's island country. Are you still a referee? Judge your mother's head. You called it a country? A volcanic island is more like it. Japanese pirates, you. Chinese bastards. You're dead. Fuck you. Did your mom forget to cut your umbilical cord when she gave birth to you? Fuck you. Brothers go. Charge at these bastards. For 10 minutes, the World Channel was dominated by the RB and ZG players arguing with each other. However, it was obvious that the side that was living a good life seemed to be unable to hold on. The number of Chinese players was originally more than 10 times that of Japanese pirates, and this gap remained even after they came to the other world. As soon as a Japanese pirate player cursed, more than a dozen Chinese players cursed back the next second. The World Channel only has one chance to speak every day. When the Japanese pirates have used up their time, the Chinese players start to dominate the channel rhythm and swipe the screen frantically. Soon, the channel finally quieted down. But just when the channel returned to peace, a comment from a player starting with RB caused another commotion. Chinese people, if you are a man, don't just rely on your mouth. Tell me what you are competing for. Select the most valuable material from players from various countries and put it on the trading platform for comparison. Time before midnight. Excluding living things. Chapter 5. Upgrade the enchanted fishing rod. Bait fishing. In the early hours of the morning, a player from the Island Nation camp posted a notice. No living creatures are allowed to be submitted before the hour. Codenamed RB 2717 and RB 4396. Lin Jiu quietly memorized these two names and secretly warned himself that if he met them in the future, he would never let them go. Lin Jiu went back to the World Channel and took a look, only to find that it was filled with meaningless arguments and ridicules, which gave him a headache. Lin Jiu simply switched to the regional channel. These Japanese pirates are getting more and more arrogant. They still dare to provoke us? Did Lord Ma give them the courage? Respond to the challenge. We must respond. If we don't, that will be cowardice. Yes, China is an ancient country with a 5,000-year-old civilization. How could we be afraid of these clowns? The atmosphere in the regional channel was almost explosive. The Chinese players were so excited that they couldn't wait to start fighting. Lin Jiu did not participate in the speech, but just watched quietly, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Lin Jiu took note of the provocation of the Japanese pirates. Although Lin Jiu was silent, he was not giving in. He just didn't want to waste the precious opportunity to speak on the World Channel. In his heart, he was thinking coldly. Those who dare to insult China will make the Japanese pirates pay the price. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu's eyes became sharp. Comparing supplies? Okay, don't forget, Lin Jiu has the enchanted fishing rod that doubles luck. Lin Jiu spent the whole afternoon fishing at the beach. Lin Jiu had already realized that the probability of catching something valuable was extremely low. Lin Jiu looked down at the system interface. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, with more than 4 hours left. Lin Jiu did not delay any longer, picked up the fishing rod again, walked to the edge of the island, sat down, and continued fishing. Lin Jiu remembered clearly that this fishing rod would be upgraded soon, and after the upgrade, a new attribute would be unlocked. Night gradually fell. Bread? It's useless. Nylon rope? It's still a little surprise. Bread again, TSK. It's Coke this time. Lin Jiu caught some supplies, but they were not too rare. Lin Jiu's expression was somewhat helpless. Although these things could not be called garbage, they were certainly not precious. Others might have only caught 2 or 3 bags of bread so far, but Lin Jiu already had 8 or 9 bags. When a bucket of KFC Family Bucket emerged from the water, Lin Jiu's eyes finally lit up. Not because he was greedy, but because the system prompt popped up. Upgrade the enchanted fishing rod and unlock a new attribute, bait fishing. Conditions for unlocking the next level. Supplies *600. This prompt flashed by, and Lin Jiu's mouth corners unconsciously raised a little arc. Bait fishing? Lin Jiu certainly knew what it meant. In the classic sandbox game, Minecraft, this is a feature that can increase the frequency of fishing. The frequency increase, coupled with the doubling of luck, is simply a qualitative leap. Lin Jiu made up his mind to show the Japanese pirates what a real resource collector is. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao tore open a bag of bread and chewed it to fill his stomach. After all, he had been sitting for an afternoon and was already very hungry. Lin Jiao looked up at the dark night sky, and suddenly he was a little absent-minded. At this time yesterday, he was still sitting at home with the air conditioner on, fighting wits and courage with his teammates in the canyon. But now I have come to this damn place. But there is also good news. Monsters do not spawn at night like in Minecraft. When it was getting dark, Lin Jiao was still cautiously watching for any movement, fearing that something strange would suddenly appear. But after half an hour, the surroundings were still very quiet. This was also a place to be thankful for. Time passed quickly, and it was already 11:30 in the blink of an eye. Lin Jiao put away his fishing rod, counted the catch, and finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. At this moment, a crisp voice came. "Master." Lin Jiao turned his head and saw Daji rubbing her eyes, sticking her head out of the wooden box, looking sleepy. "Are you awake or are you cold?" Lin Jiao asked with a smile as he stood up. "Yeah, so cold," Daji said, hugging her body tightly, obviously shivering a little. Lin Jiao touched his arm and felt that the sea breeze had become a bit biting. During the day, he could still sweat profusely from the sun, but at night, it was so cold that it felt like a different season. Lin Jiao opened the box, took out a portable tent, and started to build it. Daji watched curiously, not knowing what Lin Jiao was tinkering with. Soon, a simple tent was formed. Lin Jiao found a few branches and inserted them into the corners of the tent to fix it. "Okay, go in and try it. It should be able to block the wind." Lin Jiao waved to Daji, motioning her to go in and take a look. Daji trotted over and couldn't help but exclaimed as soon as she got in. "Wow, what kind of magical thing is this? It looks like a small house." Daji turned around excitedly inside, then turned back and waved at Lin Jiao, signaling Lin Jiao to come in. But Lin Jiao shook his head, said a few words of comfort, and turned to the wooden box. Lin Jiao looked at the time. There were only 12 minutes left until midnight. Lin Jiao switched back to the regional channel. "Brothers, there's still 12 minutes left. Stop distributing bread and mineral water. They are useless. Are instant noodles considered rare? I don't think so. I still have a short-sleeved shirt in my hand." "Forget about the short-sleeved shirt. What use can it be in such a cold day? I fished up a dagger." Lin Jiao took a quick look and found that most of the players in the channel still had basic supplies such as bread, water, and instant noodles. Only a very small number of people got the rarer items. Lin Jiao opened the trading platform again, and there was only one product listed on the entire platform. RB7499, a player from an island country, listed a pound of raw beef. It was extremely lucky to catch such a heavy piece of meat on the first day. Moreover, the nutritional value of beef is much higher than that of bread, and the energy density is not on the same level. Although Chinese players have caught meat before, they didn't catch this much. At most, half a pound, and that was the result of 3 people working together. Damn, is there no one in China who can catch better beef than this? These damn Japanese pirates are so lucky. If it doesn't work, I'll hang the dagger up. I can't accept that they caught something like this. I don't accept it either. Whoever has something that can crush raw beef, bring it out quickly. Stop hiding it, we're about to lose. The regional channels were getting more and more impatient, but still no one had anything that could overtake. Lin Jiao looked at these speeches, sneered, and slowly took something out of his arms. It was a flint, and Lin Jiao rubbed it gently with his fingers, his eyes flashing. It was Lin Jiao's turn to appear. Chapter 6. It's late at night, time to go to bed. The Chinese are the Chinese. I took a look, and the trading platform is still empty. The Chinese only know how to have a large number of people. They are nothing in front of our great RB empire. The island nation is the strongest, stomping those pig-like opponents to death with 1 foot. Sooner or later, the whole world will belong to our great country. What can a mere Chinese nation do? The Chinese keep shouting if you have guts. Why are you all silent? The world channel was a mess, with players from the island countries shouting arrogantly, while the Chinese players were silent. It was not that the Chinese players did not want to speak, but they really did not have the confidence to speak. At the moment, they were indeed at a disadvantage in the resource competition. Lin Jiao looked at these boastful remarks. His face darkened, and he sneered in his heart. Let you be proud for a while. After a while, we will see how arrogant the island players can be. Lin Jiao did not hesitate and immediately put the most precious flint in his hand on the trading platform. Item name, flint. Item effect, make fire. Can be used continuously for 1 month. Looking at this extremely simple description, Lin Jiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was indeed a bit hasty. But the skill of making fire is simple, but priceless. Lin Jiao hesitated for a second, then typed a line of words in the remarks column, with a hint of evil arc at the corner of his mouth. I hope that the Wokou Island will return to the motherland as soon as possible. And I also hope that the Wokou people can face the reality correctly. Lin Jiao looked at the notes on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Jiao's words were correct. Lin Jiao believed that the Japanese pirates who had not yet returned to the motherland would be satisfied with what he said. In the end, Lin Jiao confirmed the order and decisively hid his code name. At this time, Lin Jiao switched back to the regional channel. Stop arguing. There's still 3 minutes left, or put the dagger on the shelf. Oh, this is too unwilling, but there is nothing else to do. Thinking of the smug faces of the little Japanese pirates, I want to smash their heads. Everyone was helpless, seeing that time was running out, and could only grit their teeth and accept reality. But at this time, Lin Jiao felt that it was time to show his trump card. Lin Jiao didn't say much, but just typed a sentence silently. Look at the trading platform. Someone has already put the flint on the shelf. As soon as the news came out, the regional channel fell into a brief silence. A few seconds later, it exploded. Fuck, who is it? Who is so tough? The flintstone is really dead. Go to the trading platform and check. A flint is more valuable than raw beef? Can anyone explain this to me? You know nothing. It can make fire. It's used for heating, cooking, and lighting. Brothers, I checked and found that the guy hid his code name. Awesome. Woo woo woo, which big guy please stand up and let me add you as a friend and be your sweetheart. Ugh, Lin Jiao's scalp went numb when he saw this estrus post. Lin Jiao immediately switched back to the World Channel, fearing that he would vomit his dinner if he saw another sentence or two. In fact, when Lin Jiao posted the item on the trading platform, he had already seen the function of hiding his identity and decisively checked it. Lin Jiao was not afraid of the island player's revenge later. On the contrary, Lin Jiao was afraid of his own people. Lin Jiao knows the price of being in the limelight, especially in the Huaxiao area, where his friend list is filled up in a matter of minutes. And who can stand those handover party members, licking dogs and gossiping spirits? The direction of the World Channel suddenly changed. The arrogant island players seemed to have disappeared collectively. The originally heated, provocative voices were now completely gone. A piece of flint shut up the Japanese pirates. A pound of beef? That's nothing. If you want to compare, you can bring a whole live cow. Just when Lin Jiao thought he was safe, at 12 o'clock, the piece of beef on the platform suddenly became 1.5 pounds. Lin Jiao narrowed his eyes slightly. These island players actually have trick up their sleeve? However, even if it was half a pound more, it was just a dying struggle. Flint was still a crushing existence. Lin Jiao looked at the World Channel, and sure enough, the wind direction had completely changed. Little pirates, come out and keep shouting. This comment is too fierce, brother. You did a great job. I would like to call you the strongest. Ha ha. Those island dogs were so arrogant before, but now they're all running away. Chinese player who owns the Flintstone. I'm from Country M. For the sake of friendship between our two countries, please hand over the item. Stupid. I thought the Japanese pirates were outrageous enough, but I didn't expect you guys from Country M to be even more shameless. That big guy is actually from Country H. Stop arguing. Bah. You Koreans are always trying to take advantage of everything. Even this? Go eat your kimchi. Lin Jiao was disgusted when he saw these comments. There were also some friendship requests and our players from Country H. They were just a bunch of lies. Lin Jiao just thought it was ridiculous and closed the channel. If he continued to watch the content, Lin Jiao was afraid that his mental pollution would overflow. After standing outside and enjoying the sea breeze for a while, Lin Jiao finally felt a hint of chill. Turning his head, he saw Daji lying obediently at the entrance of the tent, looking at Lin Jiao with soft eyes, as if she was waiting for something. Lin Jiao chuckled, took out the KFC family bucket that he had caught from the wooden box, and walked over. Master, what is this? It looks so fragrant. Daji blinked and looked curiously at the barrel of supplies in Lin Jiao's hand. This is a treasure. It's delicious. Come, have a taste. Lin Jiao picked up a fried chicken leg from the bucket and handed it to Daji's mouth. Daji carefully took a bite. Her eyes immediately lit up, and then she exclaimed with satisfaction. Wow, delicious. So delicious. Daji didn't care about her image anymore. She just ate it with big mouthfuls, enjoying it very much. Soon, only a bone was left of the whole chicken leg. Daji licked the oil stains on her fingertips and looked at Lin Jiu eagerly. Lin Jiu paused for a moment and immediately understood the meaning of Daji's eyes. Don't be polite. Eat as much as you want. I have plenty. Hearing this, Daji was so happy that she almost flew up. Daji immediately grabbed another chicken wing and started biting into it, feeling very happy. Master, you're so kind, I will obey whatever you say from now on, even if it's that kind of thing. While eating, Daji was thinking about random things in her mind, and her cheeks were quietly flushed. However, Lin Jiu couldn't see Daji's expression, but he felt that this deal was a great bargain. A bucket of KFC was enough to win over this country-damaging fox demon Daji. It was really worth it. Unlike in reality, those girls are not only pretentious, but also ridiculously expensive. They often spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars on betrothal gifts, and they're all very confident. Of course, Lin Jiu knew that if he continued talking, he would touch some sensitive nerves, so he simply shut up. I'm so lucky, but sometimes it's annoying. Lin Jiu walked on the island and looked around, and found that there was not even a decent firewood. There were only a few small branches, which he used to fix the tent. I have to continue fishing tomorrow, hoping to catch some junk to use for making fire. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu returned to the tent with a distressed look on his face. If other people knew about Lin Jiu's troubles, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Others had to break even the bread to eat, but Lin Jiu was still picky, worrying about not having firewood. Nowadays, many people can only eat one piece of bread a day, and they have to eat it in 2 meals. Wealthy players only eat 1 piece of bread a day. 1 piece of bread is smaller than an adult's palm, not nutritious enough and not filling enough. Daji said, Master, it's late, it's time to go to bed. Chapter 7, Versailles Behavior. In the early morning, the sun shines on the sparkling sea, and the air is somewhat refreshing. Master, good morning. Daji came out of the tent, stretching lazily. Thinking of the scene of Lin Jiu sleeping with his head resting on Daji's thighs last night, her face flushed unconsciously, and she looked particularly pretty in the morning light. Morning, come and have breakfast. Lin Jiu called out and took out some bread and water. Although it was not sumptuous, it was a good meal for many people. Lin Jiu chewed the dry bread and looked up at the sky. The temperature was just right, neither too cold nor too hot. Lin Jiu suddenly felt a little emotional. This weather was really strange. It felt like spring in the morning, midsummer in the afternoon, and late autumn in the evening. This extreme temperature difference made Lin Jiu a little uncomfortable for a while. Without a cell phone or online games to kill time, it was boring to just sit there, so why not check out the regional channel? After opening the channel, Lin Jiu found that many people had already woken up, but most of them were woken up by the cold or hunger. Brothers, how did you sleep last night? What do you think? I woke up from the cold several times and couldn't fall asleep after 4 o'clock. Oh, I've been fishing all night. Now the temperature is comfortable, so I'm going to sleep. Good night. Damn, why didn't I think of this? I'll try this trick tonight. Wait until noon. I'll tell you when it's too hot to death. I'm miserable, hungry, and cold. I gritted my teeth and held on all night, but I couldn't even get a piece of bread. The regional channel was filled with wailing, with everyone complaining about how tough the night was. Amid the screams, someone posted a very annoying comment. Alas, it's a bit cold. This tent is average quality, and the 5 or 6 pieces of bread don't taste that good. Versailles warning. I only caught 1 piece of bread a day, and I have to eat it in 2 meals. This is the last piece left. The point is, he has a tent. He has connections. He's behind the scenes. Report him for cheating. The regional channel was in an uproar, and the speaker was sitting on another island, smiling contentedly. The man huddled in his shabby little tent. Although it was a bit shabby, looking at the jealous faces of everyone on the channel, the man felt like the protagonist in a novel. Could it be that I am really the leading male character in this novel? The man muttered to himself, grinning widely. If it weren't for Lin Jiu, perhaps the man could really be the protagonist. At this moment, Lin Jiu also happened to see the boastful statement. Lin Jiu lowered his head to glance at the remaining family bucket and Coke in the box, and then looked at Daji. TSK, dare to do such a Versailles operation in front of me? Lin Jiu showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Daji felt a little embarrassed when Lin Jiu looked at her, so she stopped what she was doing and looked at Lin Jiu with some confusion. In fact, Lin Jiu didn't look at Daji at all. He was just looking at the regional channel in that direction. It was purely a coincidence. At this time, he also sent a Versailles-level message. Oh, I really envy you. I can only eat the whole family bucket and have to sleep with my head resting on Daji's legs at night. I can't even finish a dozen loaves of bread. As soon as he said that, Lin Jiao immediately regretted it because, Daji? Is that Daji? The one from the Shang dynasty, or the one from Glory of Kings? Why is it that we both travel through time, but I eat grass roots while he hugs Daji and eats the whole family bucket? Damn, is this cheating? How did you choose the people, system brother? Master, I'm XXS, can you give me a piece of bread to help me out? Oh, master, do you want me to warm your bed? 2 pieces of bread will do. The one upstairs must be the cute girl that Yao. She's so brave to take out 2 pieces of bread. Lin Jiao was speechless. This was the reason why Lin Jiao hid his code name yesterday. He couldn't hide it. The friend request list grew wildly, with dozens of verification messages constantly appearing. And at first glance, they were a group of abnormal humans. Messages like, do you want to fall in love? And brother, support me, gave him a headache. Just when he was about to turn off the friend function, Lin Jiao suddenly saw an unfamiliar verification message from the corner of his eye, codenamed ZG4399. Do you still have KFC? I can exchange other supplies with you. For 1,399? This number inexplicably reminded Lin Jiao of a small game platform that he often played when he was a child. Lin Jiao hesitated for a moment, thought it was okay to be high-profile occasionally, and clicked yes. As soon as Lin Jiao passed, 4399 spoke directly. Brother 520, do you really have a family bucket? Can you give me some? Don't worry, I will exchange it for supplies. I won't take it for free. Lin Jiao thought for a moment and typed back. What do you want to exchange? How much do you want? 4399 said. I have bread, water, and a set of women's clothing. Lin Jiao was not interested in bread and water, but the word women's clothing made Lin Jiao's eyes light up. Although Lin Jiao could wear it for a day without changing, Daji couldn't. He couldn't let her wear the same thing all the time. Lin Jiao suppressed his excitement and responded calmly, fearing that he would be seen through. Okay, 1 piece of bread for 1 piece of chicken, 1 bottle of water, plus 1 piece of bread for 1 piece of chicken leg. What? You're too mean. And don't you have Daji? Can the women's clothing be exchanged for half a bucket of family bucket? 4399 was obviously a little shocked. The exchange ratio of 1 bread for only 1 chicken nugget was too exaggerated. Lin Jiao said calmly, I also caught a set of women's clothing. I don't particularly need it. In fact, Lin Jiao didn't catch any clothes at all. This was purely bluffing. You can't be too revealing when doing business. Unknowingly, Lin Jiao already possessed the potential to be a black businessman. Well, let's do this. 1 piece of bread for 3 chicken nuggets and women's clothing for a chicken leg, a bag of French fries, and a Coke. 4399 replied, while fantasizing about making a fortune. Lin Jiao refused without hesitation. No. Lin Jiao and 4399 argued for more than 10 minutes, and finally Lin Jiao decided on the price. 2 chicken nuggets for a piece of bread, 1 chicken leg for a piece of bread, and half a bottle of water. As for the women's clothing, Lin Jiao agreed to change it, but asked 4399 to give all the branches he caught to Lin Jiao. Although 4399 was a little confused, he finally accepted it. Anyway, 4399 didn't understand why Lin Jiao came here for such trash as branches. The supplies were exchanged through the friend transfer function. Lin Jiao was not afraid that 4,399 would cheat at all. At worst, he would just block him. In the end, Lin Jiao got 3 loaves of bread, half a bottle of water, a set of women's clothing, and a dozen branches of varying lengths. The longest branch was nearly a meter long, as thick as an arm, and roughly estimated to be 10 centimeters in diameter. 4,399's luck is really good. Lin Jiao thought, feeling quite satisfied. Not many people can catch 3 loaves of bread, and 4,399 must have hidden a few more. The branch looked at the branches piled on the side and nodded. He finally didn't have to worry about not having firewood tonight. After all, if there was no fire at night, people would always feel uneasy. Just as the tree branch was about to close the interface, 4399 couldn't help but send a message. Boss, let me ask you, what do you want those broken branches for? Lin Jiao calmly replied, Oh, nothing, I couldn't catch any fire, so I relied on these to make a fire. I used the branches I caught last night to fix the tent. To be honest, I'm tired of eating bread. It really doesn't taste good. Chapter 8, Drowned Corpse. Lin Jiao said, To be honest, I'm a little tired of eating bread now. The taste is too bland. When 4399 saw Lin Jiao's statement, he was instantly petrified and sat there as if he was under a spell. After several seconds, 4,399 slowly lowered his head and looked at the chicken drumstick in his hand. The fried chicken that used to smell so good was no longer fragrant at this moment. For a person who relied on fried food to survive every day, he actually felt that he had no appetite for the first time. This blow was too fatal. Look at what Lin Jiao said. Is that what a human would say? Complaining about being too lucky? Saying that he lacks junk? The bread is not tasty? Not really wanting it? Damn, is there still someone who is picky about food at this time? In today's world, people treasure even half a loaf of bread. And you tell me that bread has no taste? 43.99 almost cried out loud. He gritted his teeth and looked down at the two disdained pieces of bread on the ground. With mixed feelings, he hugged them into his arms, as if to say, "You are treasures to me." On the other side, Lin Jiao closed the dialogue box without waiting for a reply. Lin Jiao didn't know that this casual Versailles remark completely destroyed the spiritual support of a young man. If Lin Jiao knew, he would probably add, "By the way, Daji's legs are indeed very soft." After breakfast, Lin Jiao went fishing again, casting the hook and reeling in a line with smooth and precise movements, much more skilled than the day before. Daji sat quietly beside him, massaging his shoulders, rubbing his back, wiping his sweat, and handing him water to drink. Others came to this island to survive, but Lin Jiao seemed to be here for vacation. This treatment was truly incredible. Time passed quietly, and a leisurely morning passed quickly. Lin Jiao sat cross-legged on the sand and began to count the spoils: bread, ham, instant noodles, mineral water. The variety was much richer than yesterday, and even the junk he had been thinking about was a good harvest. What surprised Lin Jiao the most was a dagger that was 20 centimeters long. Although Lin Jiao was looking forward to beef or mutton and had originally planned to have a barbecue dinner at noon, it now seems that he has to give up. Lin Jiao sighed lightly, called Daji to have lunch together, and let Daji choose snacks as she pleased. "Master, why do you seem unhappy?" Daji noticed Lin Jiao's mood and asked in a low voice. Lin Jiao just shook his head lightly and said nothing more. Daji stopped asking questions sensibly, took some food, and sat next to Lin Jiao obediently. What to do when you are depressed? Of course, take a look at other people's miserable situation to regain some psychological balance. I caught 4 loaves of bread today. I can finally have a full meal. I'm so jealous. I only caught 2 loaves of bread. Here's a sausage. I'm going to have a sausage sandwich for lunch today. I only have a pack of instant noodles. My water is almost gone. I only have half a bottle left. I'm so worried. The god of luck is here. I caught a can of milk. Isn't that awesome? Lin Jiao looked at the sad yet satisfying comments in the regional channel and couldn't help but smile. Can a sausage and a can of milk make you so happy? And he looked at his half box of snacks. TSK. It turned out that he was too greedy. After lunch, Lin Jiao did not stop and continued to sit on the beach to fish. Daji carefully placed her hand above Lin Jiao's head, trying her best to block the sun for him. Surviving on this island is more and more like a vacation. Lin Jiao was daydreaming when suddenly the fishing rod shook violently, as if he had caught a huge fish. Lin Jiao's expression suddenly became serious, and he held the fishing rod tightly with both hands. The last time he felt such a strong vibration was when he fished Daji out of the box. Lin Jiao took a deep breath, stepped back a few steps, and pulled the fishing line desperately. Seeing this, Daji immediately ran behind Lin Jiao, put her arms around Lin Jiao's waist, and pressed her little face against his back nervously. After a lot of effort, Lin Jiao finally pulled the heavy fishing object out of the water. Sure enough, it was another wooden box, but this time the color was wrong. It was green. Lin Jiao's heart skipped a beat, and he approached with a little caution. Lin Jiao wondered if it was another person this time. Wu Zetian, Wang Zhaojun, or Athena. Daji also walked forward. Remembering that she herself was fished out of such a box, she felt a little curious. But the next second, a shrill scream came from the box. Ka! The strange scream made Lin Jiao's nerves tense instantly, and his right hand reflexively grasped the dagger at his waist. Daji nervously pulled Lin Jiao's sleeve, with uneasiness in her eyes. A green head slowly poked out of the wooden box, and then a whole green monster crawled out of it. Lin Jiao's pupils shrank sharply. Isn't this the drowned corpse in Minecraft? The monster looked around and soon locked its sights on Lin Jiao, roaring and pounced on him. Gah! Although Lin Jiao was nervous, he immediately pulled out the dagger and protected himself. Although Lin Jiao had fought many in the game, this was the real world. The actions of the drowned corpses were the same as in the game, slow and sluggish, but their attacks were oppressive. Daji, back off, Lin Jiao shouted, and then he went forward and stabbed the monster's arm. The dagger just penetrated the drowned corpse's arm 3 centimeters, and Lin Jiao just showed a hint of joy, but found that he could no longer stab. Gah! The drowned corpse felt pain and roared as it swung its other hand. Lin Jiao immediately pulled back. If he was caught, even if there was no poison, once the skin was broken and infected in this kind of place, it would be enough to make him suffer. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and Lin Jiao was almost caught. But the drowned corpse missed the first strike and immediately swung out another claw. Lin Jiao couldn't dodge in time, and reflexively used his arms to block in front of him. At this critical moment, Daji's expression suddenly changed. Daji's eyes went from gentle to sharp, and her originally round pupils turned into pink hearts. At that moment, the movement of the drowned corpse stopped in midair. Lin Jiao was still waiting with his eyes closed for the pain, but there was no movement for a long time. He opened his eyes and saw that the drowned corpse was frozen. Without any hesitation, Lin Jiao raised his hand and stabbed the drowned corpse in the neck, then pressed down with both hands. Green blood splashed. The drowned corpse screamed in pain and then fell to the ground. Lin Jiao was still worried, so he stabbed the corpse twice more in the neck and only sat down and gasped when the corpse was completely motionless. At this moment, this kind of monster appeared, and it was not just Lin Jiao who encountered it. Chapter 9. Skills? On a small island, a very sloppy man sat on the beach, the beard on his face growing like wild weeds. Damn it, if I can't catch anything to eat, I'll go hungry again today. The sloppy man gritted his teeth and stared at the empty bread bag at his feet, with only a few crumbs left in it. The sloppy man touched his deflated belly, his face full of despair. How could a sloppy man, a big boss who once called the wind and rain in the Fortune 500, lick these residues? The sloppy man would never do that. It was absolutely impossible. The next second, his stomach made a loud, gurgling sound. How about, no one will see it anyway? The sloppy man lowered his head, silently picked up the empty bag, shook it vigorously against his mouth, and poured all the breadcrumbs into his mouth. He licked the corners of his mouth as if he were eating delicacies from land and sea, unwilling to waste a single bit. This scene was indescribably sad and ironic. This man hadn't had a decent bite of food for more than a day. Although the system sent a novice supply pack yesterday, the sloppy man didn't even bother to raise his eyelids for the 3 pieces of bread. In the end, he ate them all in one meal and was shivering with hunger at night. Thinking of this, the sloppy man couldn't help but sigh, and his stomach protested again. The sloppy man hesitated for a second, then tore open the empty bag and licked the remaining bread oil stains, with a look of complete surrender on his face. After licking it, something worse happened. He was thirsty. There was not a drop of water left. The sloppy man tried to drink some seawater. The salty taste was refreshing, but soon his mouth became even drier and his throat felt like it was smoking. The last hope was the fishing rod. The sloppy man picked up the old and broken fishing rod, took a deep breath, and cast it out. The feeling of dizziness gradually came over him, but at this moment, the fishing rod suddenly shook violently. The sloppy man shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to wake up while holding the fishing rod tightly. Oh my God, why is it so heavy? The sloppy man lost his balance and was almost dragged into the sea. His face turned pale with fear. Thinking it might be food, the sloppy man gritted his teeth and put all his strength into the fishing line. Finally, he pulled it up little by little. I finally got it. The sloppy man panted and looked at the hook. It turned out to be a green wooden box. It's not food. The sloppy man was about to throw the fish aside and continue fishing, but suddenly he found an opening on the box, which seemed to be able to be opened. This wooden box looked quite large. If there was food inside, wouldn't that mean he would be rich? A dozen bottles of water, dozens of pieces of bread are possible. The sloppy man became more and more excited. His eyes almost glowed, and he imagined that he would soon be able to eat and lie on a beach. Crack, the sloppy man excitedly opened the lid of the box and shouted, "Here comes the delicious food." But a few seconds later, a shrill scream came from the box, and then blood splattered out of the box, staining the green wooden box shockingly. A drowned corpse emerged with a mouth full of blood, still chewing bloody human flesh. It grabbed the sloppy man's trouser leg, then turned around and dragged the sloppy man's body into the cold seawater. The regional channel was also in an uproar. Brothers, don't open the green wooden box you catch. Huh? Why? What happened? That's right. There's a monster in the green box. I saw it with my own eyes. Monster? Can you catch a monster? I've caught a wooden box before, but it wasn't green, and there was a person inside it. That's it. Normal wooden boxes hold people. Green wooden boxes hold ghosts. Awesome. The person upstairs is possessed by Sherlock Holmes. In an instant, everyone began to speculate about the relationship between the color of the wooden box and its contents, and some people even compiled a box life and death science. I just caught a green wooden box. I wanted to post a picture to show off, but now I regret it after seeing what you guys said. Dude, find a place to lie down in the leeward area and die peacefully. I've tried it. If you lead the monster back into the sea, it will swim away and won't attack you. Don't ask me how I know. I was bitten on the arm and the blood is almost gone. Does anyone have medicine? Help! Rest in peace, brother. Good people will have a peaceful life. My friends, it seems like it won't crawl out by itself unless you open it. Damn, this one is reliable. Otherwise, who can bear to leave a monster on the island? Has any warrior killed it? Haha, do you think this monster is so easy to beat? If someone can kill the drowned corpse, I will recognize him as my real father on the live broadcast. Linju looked at these speeches, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and was amazed. Linjiu had no idea that he could deal with the drowned corpse in this way, and he was so stupid as to insist on fighting. Lead the drowned corpse back to the sea and let it go on its own. The drowned corpse will not come out unless the box is opened. It sounds safe, but Linjiu still prefers the first method, kill it directly. Leaving a drowned corpse on the island, Linjiu couldn't even sleep well. What if it broke out of the box at night? It might have ascended to heaven in its sleep. Thinking of this, Linjiu was more determined not to leave a time bomb. Daji, what's wrong with you? You look so bad. Linjiu suddenly found Daji sitting against a stone. Her face was pale, her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she looked very weak. Daji forced herself to stand up and forced a smile, but it made Linjiu feel even more distressed. Linjiu hurried over to support her, his voice full of worry. What's wrong with you? Were you scared by the monster just now? Daji shook her head and responded weakly. Just now, it seemed that all the strength in my body was drained. Just take a rest, master, don't worry. Linjiu was stunned for a moment, and then he recalled the magical moment when the drowned corpse stopped just now, and an idea flashed in his mind. Wait, it was you who made the monster stop just now. Daji nodded gently. Although her face was still pale, her eyes looked more energetic. Linjiu was so excited that he almost jumped up. Isn't this Daji's second skill in King of Glory? Does that mean Daji has a first skill and a big move? Linjiu said, Daji, I'm going to ask you a very serious question. You must answer it seriously. Daji was stared at seriously by Linjiu and nodded slightly. Linjiu said, Do you know any other skills? Daji looked at Linjiu puzzledly, as if she didn't quite understand what skills meant. Daji lowered her head and thought for a while, then looked at Linjiu's expectant eyes again and shook her head helplessly. Linjiu sighed, a little disappointed on his face. If Daji could really release all her skills, it would be incredible. However, one second skill was enough. It seemed that he was still a little greedy. Linjiu suddenly thought, should he give this ability a more resounding name? Charm, immobilize, shock. It all feels a bit weird. Finally, Linjiu simply decided to borrow the name from the game. Idle Charm. Chapter 10, Han Xin. Thunder. This is the purple gold thunder that can collapse the sky and crack the earth. Linjiu sat on the beach, swinging a fishing rod in his hand, humming a rap song with a full sense of rhythm and a relaxed look on his face. Just now, Linjiu and Daji discussed her special ability. Daji herself didn't know the name of the skill, so Linjiu and Daji agreed to name it Idle Charm. Daji was now lying in the tent to rest because she was exhausted, and Linjiu did not let her come out to bask in the sun. Daji also mentioned that this skill has limited effect on people with strong willpower and can only make the opponent lose consciousness for 2 or 3 seconds at most. But for drowned corpses with empty heads and no consciousness, it can directly control them for 10 seconds. For Linjiu, this is simply an ace skill. However, this skill consumes too much energy, and Linjiu does not intend to let Daji use it easily. If she gets hurt, how can Linjiu let Daji use it in the future? Well, in short, she cannot use it casually. Oh, bread again. Lin Jiao threw the newly caught bread aside with a look of disgust on his face. Bread was no longer a rarity for Lin Jiao. There were almost 20 or 30 of them piled up in a box, and Lin Jiao was almost sick of eating them. Huh? Beef? Lin Jiao's eyes lit up. He took the piece of meat off the hook and weighed it. It was about 1 pound, and he immediately smiled. This thing came at the right time. It's just right for Daji to replenish her body tonight. Humming a little tune, Lin Jiao was in a very good mood, and his fishing efficiency also improved a lot unconsciously. From the initial 20 minutes of fishing, now, with the blessing of bait fishing skills, it has been shortened to about 15 minutes. Lin Jiao couldn't help but wonder, can this skill be upgraded in the future? Like in Minecraft, it becomes more and more efficient. While waiting, Lin Jiao opened the regional channel to kill time and see if there were any good supplies to exchange. 3 loaves of bread for a bottle of water. Who wants it? The one above is a professional bread fisherman, right? Are you choking because you don't have water? Han Xin for sale. Sincere exchange. Private message if you need it. Han Xin? Real or fake? Add more. Pass it quickly. In this situation, let alone Han Xin, I don't even want Lu Bu. I can't even eat enough. Well said. Who cares about names in front of food? Lin Jiao glanced at the chat records and narrowed his eyes slightly. Han Xin? The one in the game? Or a historical figure? ZG 8466. Lin Jiao wrote down the other party's number and clicked to add a friend without hesitation. Anyway, Lin Jiao had enough bread to eat, so it would be fine to bring someone else back to support him, just to add some fun, as long as the price was not too outrageous. On the other side, a white-haired old man sat on the sand, looking at the sky with a sad face. Why do these people want to get something for free? This is immoral. The old man was the player with the ID ZG 8466, and he was currently dealing with a lot of friend requests with a bitter face. The old man was originally confident that he could exchange Han Xin for something good, but in the end, all he got were low prices like 2 pieces of bread and 3 pieces of instant noodles. The highest bid was only 5 loaves of bread and a bottle of water, which was totally not what the old man had expected. He had originally imagined that he could get a dozen bottles of water and a full box of dry food, but now he sighed as he looked at the empty backpack in front of him. But the reality is cruel. If he delays any further, he won't be able to keep even the lowest price. Just when the old man was about to give up and accept the order for 5 loaves of bread, a request suddenly appeared in his friend list. ZG 520. Isn't this the legendary king of Versailles who slept on Daji's thighs and complained about being tired of the whole family bucket? 8,460 SIXS eyes lit up, and he quickly approved the application. You want to accept Han Xin? I only accept food here, not credit. After saying this, the old man looked up and waited for a response, his heart full of expectation. But after more than 10 seconds, the screen remained still, and his face darkened again. Could it be that this 520 was just joining the fun? Oh, what a disappointment. Just as he was about to turn around and talk to the person who had donated 5 loaves of bread, the friend message finally lit up. Lin Jiao was not deliberately keeping the audience at a low point at this moment. He was just collecting his fishing rod. This rod was not light, slightly lighter than the last time he caught the drowned corpse box, but it was definitely not easy either. After struggling for a long time, Lin Jiao finally pulled the fishing line back to the shore, and a bundle of nearly 1-meter-long wooden boards fell on the beach with a thud. This wooden boards? Lin Jiao was stunned and speechless. Is this wood board used to build a house? Or to make a fire? It's too heavy. Lin Jiao was complaining when his friend's message rang. It was from 8466. Lin Jiao glanced at the message, only food, no credit, and couldn't help laughing. I've been taken advantage of too many times. Lin Jiao sighed softly. Think about when Lin Jiao was writing novels. There was a group of readers who did nothing but support the books and not vote. Lin Jiao replied quickly with his fingertips. Don't worry, no credit. You name a price first, and I'll see if it's worth it. 8466 was in a good mood after receiving Lin Jiao's reply. After a little thought, he replied, not much, just 15 loaves of bread and 5 bottles of water. 8466 is considered a high price. Although I know that the price may be cut, I still want to take a chance. When Lin Jiao saw this offer, his brows slightly frowned. 15 loaves of bread were really nothing to Lin Jiao, as he still had more than 30 in his box. But others might not have them, and if this price was released, others would accuse Lin Jiao of being a black marketeer. Lin Jiao said, 15 loaves of bread is not enough, and 5 bottles of water is even less possible. Fresh water is so precious, you and I both know that. How about this? 8 loaves of bread plus 2 bottles of water. That's more reasonable. 8,466 frowned. He knew that the other party would definitely chop it off, but chopping in half at once was too cruel. Lin Jiao and 8466 argued back and forth for more than 10 minutes, and finally made a deal with 10 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. Let's go to the trading platform. It's not convenient to trade with friends. 8466 sent a message, carefully reminding him, fearing that Lin Jiao would run away if he disagreed with him. Lin Jiao was straightforward and agreed directly. Private transactions on the platform are exclusive orders that can only be seen by specific friends, which is much safer than public orders. After some operations, the transaction was successful. A flash of white light passed by, and a young man appeared beside Lin Jiao. Master! Lin Jiao looked at the new member carefully. Judging from his appearance and temperament, he should be the historical version of Han Xin, quite heroic. I didn't expect that this system could actually trade living people. Lin Jiao originally wanted to give it a try, and it actually happened. Lin Jiao secretly admired him. But what made Lin Jiao feel a little awkward was "Call me boss," Lin Jiao said expressionlessly. Han Xion's serious face and the word master, he called out in a very serious manner, made Lin Jiao instantly feel goosebumps all over his body. After all, a man whispered master in her ear. The image was so vivid that it could be described in 4 words. Creepy. Chapter 11, Beef Bread. Gone. Lin Jiao glanced at Han Xian, standing behind him with satisfaction. His temperament gave people a unique feeling. With him around, the safety on the island was greatly improved. He didn't quite understand why 8,466 wanted to sell Han Xian. They had been on the island for 2 days. Even if he couldn't have as much as him, at least they could have enough food and clothing. It was okay to save a little. Then he couldn't help but ask, well, this question immediately broke 8,460 SXS defense. He learned from 8466 that 60 of people can barely satisfy their own basic needs, let alone support another person. 8466 was even worse off. After 2 days, he only managed to catch 4 loaves of bread and a bottle of water. With these things and the initial supplies for a novice, he could still make ends meet if he was frugal. Han Xion's appearance made him feel that food was in short supply all of a sudden. All the bread was gone in the morning. In addition, he did not catch a single loaf of bread in the whole morning, so he had no choice but to sell Han Xian. Of course, it's not all bad. He fished up a drowned corpse, and it was Han Xian who helped him deal with it. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of the drowned corpse long ago. After listening to this, Lin Jiao didn't know whether to say that he was lucky or unlucky. He took a look at the branches he had caught, which was not a lot. His heart softened, and he bought all the branches caught by 8466 for the price of 2 loaves of bread. This touched 8466 so much that he kept thanking him, and in the end Lin Jiao felt a little embarrassed. He just happened to need these, and he was not stupid. As dusk falls, a huge red cloth rises in the sky, and the red sky at sunset is particularly beautiful. Few I'll call it a day after fishing this rod. Lin Jiao seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Han Xian behind him. The fishing rod began to tremble violently. He stared at it. He didn't expect that the last catch would be something special. I hope it's not a drowned corpse. Lin Jiao pulled back with great effort. Han Xian, who was standing behind Lin Jiao, saw this and said, "Boss, let me do it." Lin Jiao took a look and saw that Han Xian looked serious, so he nodded. Han Xian stepped forward quickly, took the fishing rod from Lin Jiao, and with a light sigh, the thing hanging on the hook was easily pulled up. Lin Jiao looked carefully. Damn, whatever you think will happen. A green box fell heavily to the ground. Han Xian stood in front of the green wooden box, waiting for Lin Jiao's instructions. "There's a monster in there. Be careful." Lin Jiao reminded Han Xian and then motioned for him to open it. Lin Jiao was not worried at all that Han Xian would encounter an accident. The fighting power of that drowned corpse was only slightly stronger than his. If Han Xian couldn't even solve this, he would definitely suspect that this was a fake that was hacked with a knife, and Han Xian had also solved the drowned corpse once. Han Xian nodded expressionlessly at Lin Jiao, opened the lid of the box with one hand, and then moved away from it. "By the way, this is for you." Lin Jiao just subconsciously touched the dagger on his waist, pulled it out, and handed it to Han Xian. Han Xian shook his head and said with disdain, "Boss, It's more than enough to deal with this thing with bare hands. You don't need any weapons at all. After hearing this, Lin Jiao did not force it. He put the dagger back to his waist and stood back. He was also very curious about Han Xian's fighting ability. Gah! With a shrill, duck-like quack, a person crawled out of the wooden box, a drowned corpse. As soon as the drowned corpse crawled out, it saw Han Xian standing not far in front of it. It immediately listed Han Xian as an attack target and rushed straight towards Han Xian. Han Xian was neither hurried nor hurried. He turned sideways, spread his legs forward and backward, and slightly bent them. He put one hand behind his back and stretched the other hand flat in front of him, bending it a few times. This is a... Lin Jiao gave him 99 points directly, because he was afraid that he would become proud if he gave him 1 point more. Gah! The drowned corpse couldn't stand this and let out an even more shrill roar. The drowned corpse had already rushed in front of Han Xian, with its claws only about 10 centimeters away from Han Xian, but Han Xian still did not react. This made Lin Jiao, who was originally not worried, feel worried. When he was 3 centimeters away from Han Xian moved. He still had one hand behind his back, and with the other hand he circled the drowned corpse's arm several times, easily defusing the attack, and then slapped the drowned corpse hard. As Lin Jiao stared in amazement, the drowned corpse flew directly into the sea and lay motionless on the surface, as if it had died. This force, isn't it too great? As expected, it's Han Xian. He is indeed a man who can say that the more the better. He loves it. He loves it very much. These 10 loaves of bread were totally worth it. 100 men like this are worth it. Today Lin Jiao will teach you how to use 10 loaves of bread to make Han Xian work for you. Boss, the enemy has been repelled. Please give me instructions. Han Xian had no expression on his face, as if he had just done something insignificant. That's true. Compared to the battles Han Xian fought, this really seems insignificant. No more instructions. Clean up and get ready for dinner. Lin Jiao greeted everyone, put away the fishing rod, and counted the supplies caught today. Most of it was water and bread, and the rest were some snacks. What he didn't expect was that he actually caught 2 bundles of planks today, with 5 planks in each bundle. The second thing was a pound of beef and a pound of mutton and a short skirt. Just the right short skirt can give Daji. Master, the beef is cooked and can be eaten. Daji pointed at the beef on the campfire, her eyes shining with golden light, and she couldn't wait to taste it. Seeing Daji's adorable appearance, Lin Jiao couldn't help but rub her head with his hands. 20 minutes ago, Lin Jiao walked into the tent and woke Daji up. After a good sleep, Daji felt much better and was no longer as weak as before. Wait a minute, I'll make you something delicious. Lin Jiao stood up with a smile, went to the beach, and washed the dagger in his hands. He returned to the campfire. There, he didn't feel cold at night, and it gave him a sense of security. He moved the rack of cooked beef aside, tore open 3 bags of bread, used this to break the bread into pieces, then put 2 sausages on each loaf and spread the ketchup from the family bucket on it. Daji stared at this scene with wide eyes, very curious about what Lin Jiao was doing. Han Xian was still sitting by the campfire with a blank expression, but his action of secretly swallowing his saliva betrayed him. After a few minutes, Lin Jiao used a dagger to cut the beef into 3 portions, stuff them into the bread, and finally close the bread. Not bad. Lin Jiao looked at his masterpiece, nodded with satisfaction, and then handed it to the 2 of them. Daji happily took the bread. She had been craving this bread for a long time. She took a light bite and nodded repeatedly under Lin Jiao's expectant gaze. Delicious. So delicious. Woohoo. And he started eating with big mouthfuls. Lin Jiao turned his gaze to Han Xian. Han Xian did not take a big bite like Daji did. Han Xian's calm expression changed for the first time. There was a hint of doubt, but more of it was enjoyment. This taste, it seemed like he had never eaten anything so delicious in his life. Then, without caring about his heroic image, he stuffed it into his mouth and finished one in 3 bites. He stared at Lin Jiao, or to be more precise, at the bread in Lin Jiao's hand. Lin Jiao was horrified by the stare. He looked down at the untouched bread in his hand, and then looked at Han Xian's eyes and expression. Forget it for his heroic killing of the enemy today. Take it, take it. Thank you, boss. Han Xian took the bread with great joy and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Lin Jiao felt hungry after seeing this and swallowed a few times. He has never eaten this beef. Beef bread. Ha! Gone. Woo woo woo. Han Xian, who was eating with relish, also noticed Lin Jio swallowing his saliva. The boss didn't seem to eat a single bite. The boss is so good to him. He must follow the boss until death. Lin Jio didn't know what Han Xin was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely not eat meat today. Not eating tomorrow. That's impossible. Chapter 12. Boring Life. Boss, where should I sleep tonight? Lin Jio looked at the tent that could only accommodate 2 people in astonishment, then looked at Han Xin again, patted Han Xion's shoulder earnestly, and said, Han Xin, you should sleep outside tonight. Han Xion had a blank expression on his face, showing no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. He nodded and walked towards the campfire. Lin Jio looked at his back with a complicated expression. It seemed a little unsafe for him, as the boss, to sleep in a tent and let his employees sleep in the open air. It seems like the behavior of evil capitalists. If Han Xion is unhappy then, Han Xion, wait a minute. Lin Jio hurriedly called Han Xion. Han Xion, do you know why I let you sleep outside? Han Xion was puzzled and wanted to speak, but Lin Jio continued. You also saw the monster that came out of the wooden box today. You're the only one on the entire island who can deal with it. It's not that I don't want you to sleep in, but you're the only one who can entrust me with such an important task. If you don't think you can handle this responsibility, I'll do it. After Lin Jio finished speaking, he paused and was about to walk towards the campfire. Han Xion quickly stopped him and said, since the boss has entrusted such an important task to Han Xion, how can Han Xion let the boss down? Let Han Xion go. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the campfire without looking back and stood beside it, motionless. My boss is so nice to me. He actually trusted me so much and entrusted such a big task to him. When had he ever felt this kind of trust? Thinking of this, his back straightened a little. Seeing this scene, Lin Jio nodded with relief. People in ancient times were so easy to deceive. Is this a scam? No. He's using speaking skills. Is there a problem with that? No problem. He asked his staff to keep watch. Is that a problem? That's not a problem. Then he took one last look at Han Xin, then took Daji's hand and walked into the tent. He was also very considerate to pull up the tent. Master that. When Daji saw Lin Jio closing the tent, a blush appeared on her face, and she circled her fingers a few times. Lin Jio was confused. What's wrong? That's right. Let's continue what we did last night. By the end of her speech, Daji's face was flushed and full of anticipation. She was very happy last night. What did you do last night? Lin Jio looked at Daji strangely. What was there to be ashamed about after doing what happened last night? Isn't it what couples do every day? Daji hummed softly, wishing she could bury her head underneath. Okay, let me continue telling you the joke I didn't finish last night. That's right, we were just telling jokes and stories, and some people must have taken it the wrong way. The reason why Daji blushed was simply because there was always some color in Lin Jio's jokes and stories. Those who have wrong thoughts, please stand up. Lin Jio shook his head helplessly and slowly said, Xiao Ming asked, Once upon a time, there was a snake. Master, you are being naughty again. Han Xion heard the laughter coming from the tent and was a little confused. He looked back at the tent, but seeing nothing unusual, he turned his head back. He just works hard as an employee. Finally, I coaxed this ancestor to sleep. Lin Jio took a sip of water and glanced at Daji, who was already fast asleep. For the first time, he felt that this kind of life was not so good. He has to tell a story. Alas, he was so fed up with his boring life of sleeping with Daji in his arms while Han Xion kept watch all night. Chapter 13 Huazi. Morning. Why are you up so early? Lin Jio stretched and greeted Han Xion, who was sitting by the campfire. He rubbed his eyes. He didn't sleep well last night. Daji hugged him, then wrapped her legs around him, and the worst thing was that she even stuck her ball to him. Isn't this a test for him? Is there any way to test old comrades like this? He shook his head and walked towards Han Xion. After glancing at Han Xion, he couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Han Xion's face looked very haggard, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Lin Jio exclaimed, somewhat unbelieving, and asked in a doubtful tone. Although Han Xion looked very haggard, he still said calmly in order to show off. Yes, boss. Lin Jio patted Han Xion's shoulder heavily. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. This is what I should do. Full of B-grade style. Seeing this, Lin Jio gave him a wicked look. Then, why don't you stay up? Can you stay here for a while? When Han Xion heard this, his body trembled and he looked at Lin Jio with a complicated expression. This is not only done by the dog, but also by the human. Go to bed now, I was just kidding. Lin Jiao laughed and patted Han Xian on the shoulder. You little bastard, try to show off in front of him. Master, it's time for breakfast. Daji's voice came from behind, and she walked over with some bread and sausage in her hands. Lin Jiao threw some bread and water to Han Xian. Han Xian said nothing and walked into the tent with the food. After breakfast, it was time for him to relax and browse the regional channels. It's too cold this night. I can't sleep well at all. I don't dare to sleep at all. I'm afraid that a monster will crawl out of the sea and kill me while I'm asleep. Fuck, I actually slept like this for the whole night. After hearing what you said, I broke out in cold sweats. Fortunately, the guy upstairs is so careless. He scared me so much that I couldn't sleep all night. How did the 520 sleep? What's the use of having a tent? He was still worried and didn't sleep all night like us. That's right, what about 520? Wasn't there a group of people who were not Versailles yesterday? Lin Jiao raised his eyebrows. He just came in to take a look and kill time. Why did this involve him? But since he had been called by name, he could only type a line of words reluctantly. Indeed, I didn't sleep very well. Oh, Daji was too annoying. She kept hugging me and crossing her legs. How could I sleep well? As for safety, I spent a little bit of food yesterday to get Han Xian to keep watch for me. The regional channel suddenly stopped, and 3 seconds later. Shit, am I seeing things? Han Xian, keep watch. No, why are you focusing on this? Daji, do you believe that he and Daji did nothing? TSK. I don't believe it. What a stupid question. I finally had some confidence, but it was all gone in an instant. Drag him out and chop him up. Ooh. Oh my. Gigi, are you in need of a sister to warm your bed? Ugh, go to hell upstairs. Lin Jiao felt helpless and quickly closed the channel. The beginning was fine, but the style became distorted later. Also, is he just trying to show off? No, he was forced to do it. He really doesn't like to act cool. He withdrew his thoughts and fished his fish seriously. The morning passed quickly, and Lin Jiao counted the morning's harvest and found no new supplies. What surprised him was that the number of wooden boards had increased a lot. I could catch supplies 4 times an hour, but 2 or 3 of them were just planks. Does this mean he really needs to build a simple shed? Alas, there's not even something to fix it on. How can I put it together? If the wind is a little stronger, the thing will definitely fall apart. Well, he looked at the dozen or so bundles of wooden boards on the ground with some annoyance. Putting so many of them on the island would just be taking up space. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Daji, it's time to eat. Call Han Xian to eat. Lin Jiao greeted Daji and then prepared lunch. Lunch was still very simple, with simple foods like bread, ham, and 2 packaged chicken legs. How to divide it among 3 people? This is easy to solve. He could just starve himself. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao looked at the 2 chicken legs in his hand, and tears flowed from his mouth uncontrollably. He may be the most humble boss alive. Woo. Master, don't you eat chicken legs? This is delicious. Daji wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth, took another bite of the chicken leg with a look of enjoyment, and asked Lin Jiao curiously. Han Xian also stopped and looked at Lin Jiao. I don't like to eat. You guys eat it. Whoa. Lin Jiao looked at the chicken legs in the 2 men's hands and spoke while holding back his saliva. Daji was confused as to why her master didn't like to eat it, and she almost cried. Baji. Really delicious. Lin Jiao heard the smacking sound, and then finished the bread and sausage in his hand with tears in his eyes. Lin Jiao sat on the beach. His complexion was obviously not as good as it was in the morning, and he swung the club with much greater force. Hey, Smoke. Lin Jiao took a look at what the fishing rod had caught, and was a little surprised. Smoke can actually be caught. Quasi. He looked at it. It was a whole carton of cigarettes. He didn't smoke, so what use did he have for it? Take it out and sell it? Wait, take it out and sell it? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. It seemed like he had found a way to get rich. Some smokers would rather go without food for a day than not smoke a cigarette. His eyes lit up, and he turned on the channel. Regional channel. 1 sausage for a bag of bread. The people above are probably idiots. They're just a little bit richer now. How could they possibly exchange it? And they exchange 1 for a bag. How wicked. Black-hearted merchant, identified. Hey, I actually caught a bundle of wood planks. Did any one of you catch any? Planks? I caught quite a few branches. I also caught a plank. It was a meter long. What's the use? TSK. It's just taking up space. Lin Jiao saw the chats of everyone in the channel, and found that he seemed to catch new supplies about a day earlier than others. Of course, he can't guarantee it now. It's just a guess. He will know after a while. Are you still feeling restless after 3 days of smoking? Are you still feeling irritated when you suddenly get the urge to smoke? I'm here to help you solve it. The quantity is limited. First come, first served. Lin Jiao took a look and nodded repeatedly. He was very satisfied with his own advertising slogan. Then he opened the World Channel and repeated what he said in the World Channel. Then he returned his eyes to the fishing rod and waited quietly. He was not afraid that no one would buy it. He knew too well the troubles of those who were addicted to smoking. It just so happened that they all had enough food and clothing and a more affluent life now. Hey, the evil capitalist's true face has been revealed once again. Chapter 14, Wood. Vines. Ding dong, ding dong. The warning sounds kept ringing in his ears. How annoying. If it wasn't for earning some supplies, he wouldn't have opened this friend request. Boss, 1 piece of bread for a pack of cigarettes. Okay. I'm a student. Can you give me some for free? 3 loaves of bread for a pack of cigarettes. Hello, Huaxia people. I want to buy some cigarettes. I haven't smoked for a few days, and I'm almost sick. I don't have any supplies at the moment. So, give me a pack on credit, and I will repay you 100-fold in the future. Lin Jiao looked at the verification information and covered his head with his hands. There's so many freeloaders, and the prices are so low. The more he looked at it, the more speechless he became. How could he not sell it? It was impossible. Isn't it just slowly looking at the verification information? It's not shameful to make money. Finally, I selected a few normal verification messages and agreed to be the other party's friend. Excuse me, how much are the cigarettes? After the first person asked about the price, Lin Jiao pondered for a while, but he still hadn't figured out how to set the price. Food. He had plenty, enough to feed 3 people. What else do they have? They seem to be a bunch of poor. Just when he was wondering how to set the price, Han Xin passed by him. It seems Han Xin still has no place to live. Do you have any extra tents? After a moment, the other party came back. No. Lin Jiao pondered for a while. Wooden board? It would be better if there was a rope or something. Have you got a rope? Yes, 3 meters of nylon rope. Lin Jiao's eyes lit up. Now, he had something to fix the bracket. Can. After Lin Jiao agreed, the other party spoke directly. Change to 2 packs. Not 1 pack less. When Lin Jiao saw this, the corner of his mouth raised. 2 packs? He only had 10 packs. Is he that stupid? 5. When the other party saw Lin Jiao's bargaining, the corner of his mouth twitched. The most extreme bargaining he had seen was a half-price cut. This guy just cut his aorta directly. Black. Really fucking black. Impossible. 5 is too few. This is a 3-meter-long nylon rope. It's quite a lot. You have to know that I'm the only one who caught cigarettes, but you're not the only one who has nylon ropes. You don't need the nylon ropes, so why not exchange them for some cigarettes? It's a good deal. Lin Jiao patiently persuaded the other party, and he deceived him, and his mind began to loosen up. That seems to be the case. No, 5 is too few. At least half a pack. Although the other party was successfully fooled by Lin Jiao, he was not that stupid and would try to gain as much as possible. 8. This is my bottom line. Otherwise, there's no point in talking. It's still too few. 10 will do. Seeing that the other party was still bargaining, Lin Jiao directly entered 2 words in the chat interface. Goodbye. Then he was about to choose the next person to trade with, but the other party became a little panicked when he saw Lin Jiao's attitude. He is an old smoker, and he feels uncomfortable without smoking. 8 is 8. No, boss. Wait a minute. 8 is 8. Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that 8 is not their bottom line. Forget it. As a conscientious businessman, he can't go back on his word. Okay, deal. In this way, the 2 of them reached a deal for the price of 8 cigarettes. Lin Jiao looked at the nylon rope in his hand and waited a few times. It was not bad. Each time afterwards, he exchanged 6 huazi for a 3-meter-long nylon rope, and the shorter ones were about 3 or 4. The unexpected gain was that he actually exchanged 5 huazi for a tent. So Han Xin finally had a place to sleep tonight. More than 10 minutes later, half of Lin Jiao's fish had been exchanged. Most of it was used to exchange for nylon rope, and only a small part was exchanged for food and other supplies. He asked for some branches, and some of them asked questions out of curiosity, like Player 4399. Then they suspected that Lin Jiao was playing a cracked version. Woo! They hate themselves for being so mean. The huazi that I just exchanged and hasn't even been warmed up, yet is no longer fragrant. What made Lin Jiu laugh was that a man bought cigarettes and found that he didn't have a flint, so he cried and was ripped off by Lin Jiu. Dang, dang, dang. Lin Jiu hummed, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. The only thing that bothered him was that the wooden board was difficult to tie up with nylon rope. Cylindrical wood is convenient. Hopefully I can catch some wood this afternoon. Lin Jiu thought about it, then called Han Xin to put the pile of wooden boards on the other side of the island and let him build the tent by himself. Daji would massage his shoulders from behind him, and when he had nothing to do, he would ask Daji to feed him water. He lived a very happy life. Fuck, wood. Lin Jiu looked at the wood he had caught and exclaimed, "What I wish for is exactly what I wanted. Now, there is hope of building a house." He looked at the wood carefully. It was about 2 meters long and about 30 centimeters in diameter, which was more than enough to build a small house. Vines? Lin Jiu looked at the 4 or 5 meter long vine with some surprise, and he pulled it hard to both sides with his hands. There was actually no crack on the vine. He was a little bit unconvinced, so he increased the strength in his hands a little more, and found that the vine was still intact, but his hands were left with red marks. Han Xin, come here and see if you can break this vine. Lin Jiu called Han Xin. Han Xin was much stronger than him and could easily knock the drowned corpse 3 or 4 meters away with one palm. Han Xin took a look at the vine, grasped it tightly with both hands, and pulled it hard, but the vine remained the same, without any damage. Han Xin felt that he had lost face in front of his boss. He couldn't even tear apart vine. His eyes narrowed and his legs slightly bent. With a roar, a crack appeared on the vine. Han Xin increased the strength of his hands a little more, his face flushed slightly, and then collapse. The vines broke. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu nodded and asked Han Xin to test the hardness of the nylon rope. The nylon rope, which was originally famous for its ability to support heavy weights, had already cracked in Han Xion's hand in less than 5 seconds, and it would probably break in no time. Stop. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Jiu patted Han Xian on the shoulder. He had a general idea of how to use nylon ropes and vines. Hopefully he can catch more wood and vines today. Master, how about letting me fish? Master, you're going to take a rest. Daji wiped the sweat from Lin Jiu's forehead. Seeing that Lin Jiu was a little tired, she wanted to share some of the burden with Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu took a look at the sun. It was indeed life-threatening. His shoulders also felt a little sore. Can you fish? Lin Jiu turned his head and asked. Daji nodded and said softly, It should be fine. Lin Jiu nodded, handed the fishing rod to Daji, and sat next to her to avoid any accidents. As soon as Daji took the fishing rod, it began to tremble violently. Lin Jiu widened his eyes. This. Chapter 15 5 square meters of beach. Lin Jiu widened his eyes. This didn't make sense. He had only thrown the fishing hook into the sea for less than a minute, but something had already taken the bait. It's not uncommon for something to be caught right after casting the hook, but it only happens once in 3 days. It's unreasonable that Daji was caught on the first try. Could it be that Daji's face is very white? His eyes accidentally glanced into the ravine, and it was quite white. As Lin Jiu was thinking this, he discovered that the frequency and degree of the fishing rod shaking were a little off. He was about to go over and lend a hand when he saw Daji pull hard, and the item on the hook appeared directly on the island. Green box. This luck, never mind, even darker than his. Han Xin, come here. Han Xin, who was holding the wooden board and halfway through his walk, was a little confused. He put the board on the ground and walked towards Lin Jiu. Han Xion's eyes narrowed, and the green wooden box. Boss, please move aside, I'll do it. Han Xin walked to the wooden box and motioned Lin Jiu to stand behind him. Han Xin opened the lid with one hand, and a drowned corpse crawled out of the wooden box. As soon as the green head popped out, Han Xin punched on the forehead. Crack! A sound of bones cracking was heard, and then the drowned corpse's head hung on the box, and green blood slowly flowed out of its head. I will die with my eyes open. When Lin Jiu saw this scene, he felt a little sympathy for the drowned corpse. This might be the most miserable death of a drowned corpse. It was shot in the head before it even crawled out of the box. Han Xion's expression was calm, as if he was saying, basic operation. He picked up the drowned corpse with one hand, walked to the beach, and threw it far away. Lin Jiu was stunned, and Daji was also a little dazed. Damn it, he got it right again. Han Xion clapped his hands, walked back, picked up the board, and walked away. Lin Jiu looked at the box, stained with green blood with a look of disgust. Forget it. He would never use this box to store food. Master, come and see, what is this? When Lin Jiao heard Daji's cry, he immediately put down the work in his hands and ran towards Daji. What is this? A yellow cloud was floating 10 centimeters above the ground, which was a bit strange. He surrounded the yellow cloud and studied it for a while, but could not figure out what it was. He called Han Xin, but Han Xin also could not figure out. Wait a minute. The trading platform seems to be able to recognize it. He suddenly remembered that the trading platform could display the names of items. So he quickly opened the trading platform and put the yellow cloud on it. Item: sand 5 square meters. Effect: can be implanted into islands to expand their area. Remark: price: 1,000 loaves of bread. Sand: expand the island. As for the price, he just adjusted it casually to prevent someone from accidentally buying it. He quickly took the sand off the shelf. This is a good stuff. Lin Jiao danced with excitement, jumped up on the spot, looked at Daji, hugged Daji tightly, and kissed her on the face twice excitedly. You are really my lucky star. Lin Jiao rushed towards Han Xin again. Han Xin quickly stepped back. Thinking of a scene where Lin Jiao kissed Daji just now, he waved his hands in panic and said, Boss, I'm not a broken back. When Lin Jiao heard this, he was stunned and scolded. Get lost. You're the one with a broken back. Daji stood there in a daze. It took her a moment to react. She reached out and touched the cheek that Lin Jiao had just kissed. Her face instantly turned red like a monkey's, but, Master, actually kissed me. Lin Jiao quickly handed the fishing rod to Daji. He decided that from now on, Daji would be responsible for fishing. What a pale face. Old Ma burst into tears when he saw it. He calmed down his excitement and quickly turned on the channel. He wanted to see if there were any other people who had caught something like sand like him. Why do I feel like there are fewer people chatting in the regional channel now? Has anyone noticed it? Indeed, I've noticed that too. Obviously, fewer people are chatting now. Huh, why am I the only one who feels that it's the same as before? There's no difference. Ordinary people for sale, if anyone needs them. They're cheap and can be used as labor. I finally have a slightly more affluent life. Wouldn't it be unpleasant to buy another person? If it was a woman, I would still consider it. Anyone want these instant noodles? Selling them at a low price. Selling them at a low price. 2 loaves of bread for 1 bag. Bags of instant noodles? Who would buy bags of instant noodles for no reason? You can't just soak them and eat them. Ham and cake for sale. Very cheap. Add me if you need them. Lin Jiao glanced at the regional channel, and it seemed that no one mentioned the sand at all, and even the cylindrical wood was not mentioned. In the regional channels, screen refreshes are indeed not as fast as before. He weighed the yellow cloud in his hand, walked to another beach, and gently put it down. The yellow cloud gradually grew larger, and a virtual 5 square meter sandy land appeared in front of Lin Jiao. Confirm to place the sand here, movable. Jiao, this is pretty user-friendly and can move freely. Confirm placement. A 5 square meter area of sand appeared out of nowhere and connected to the edge of the island land. The gap gradually healed until it disappeared. It's pretty solid. Lin Jiao stood on the sand and stepped on it. It was very solid. He could jump a few times on the spot without any problem. Well, if he catches more, he can lie on the beach and play in the future. Boss, this. Han Xin pointed at the suddenly appeared beach, his face full of shock. He wanted to ask, but took back the words that came to his lips. Lin Jiao waved his hand and said calmly, It's nothing, just basic operation. There's nothing to be surprised about. Han Xin was confused. The boss actually pretended. But the boss's tone, this expression, why do they sound so familiar? I wouldn't have spoken like this before. Impossible. I think it's impossible. I don't deserve a beating. Han Xin had a complicated expression and walked away quickly. He wanted to continue working. It's definitely not because of a guilty conscience. Absolutely not. Lin Jiao smiled playfully. This was the first time that Han Xin's expression changed so much. You little bastard. You're showing off in front of him. If you want to show off, you have to look at him. He shook his head, collected his thoughts, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This sun. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the weather was still so hot. He glanced at Daji. Daji's originally fair and tender face had turned red from the sun. This won't work. It's so hot, and you're left in the sun. Something's going to go wrong sooner or later. If Daji gets tanned, it will not only lower the island's appearance, but also affect his appreciation of the scenery. How about building a shed? This works. He rummaged around in a wooden box and finally pulled out 3 pieces of dark purple cloth near the bottom. He spread out the cloth. Each piece was about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, enough for him to build a small shed. He shouted and asked Han Xin to bring over 6 pieces of wood. Lin Jiu squatted on the ground and gestured for a while Han Xin squatted beside him, quietly watching Lin Jiu's every move. Lin Jiu was a little annoyed, still missing a suitable tool. Chapter 16, Getting Stronger, single-handedly challenged the drowned corpse. Han Xin, come here and cut the wood where I instruct you. Lin Jiu handed a small saw to Han Xin, pointed at a part of the wood, and indicated that Han Xin should cut it there. He didn't have this saw originally. He spent a large sum of money and 2 pieces of saw to buy it from the regional channel. He was also wondering why others could catch fish, but he, with a fishing rod that had bug-like abilities like doubling luck and bait fishing, couldn't catch any. At the same time he was depressedly exchanging for a saw, Daji also fished up a saw. He held the saw he had exchanged for and stared at Daji. He is not sisterly. Why did Daji catch it the moment he exchanged it? Daji is not sisterly. Why did Lin Jiu have another one in his hand the moment she caught it? Lin Jiu summed it up and said that he was the one with the bad face. Boss all saw it. Han Xin walked up to Lin Jiu and stuck the saw into the ground. Lin Jiu raised his head. Han Xin was looking down at him. Seeing that Han Xin was sweating profusely, he looked at the half-bitten sausage in his hand and felt a little embarrassed. While his employees were all trembling with fear, he actually sat on the floor, eating sausage and drinking Coke. Seen? He doesn't want to become an evil capitalist. He decided to do something. He took out the dagger from his waist and motioned Han Xin to rest for a while. He walked to the dark purple cloth. He wanted to divide the cloth into 4 parts and tie each corner to the longest wooden turn. Who says he is a black-hearted boss? He can also do it himself. Lin Jiu confidently cut one of the pieces of cloth with a knife, and, after a moment, Daji quickly put down the fishing rod in her hand and trotted to Lin Jiu. What is it, master? Lin Jiu was a little embarrassed, waved his hand, and said, I want you to do me a favor. Please give Daji your orders, master. Lin Jiu had a strange expression on his face, but when he saw Daji's serious face, his expression became a little more normal. This sounds so familiar. Isn't this the voice of Daji in the game? Seeing Lin Jiu's strange expression, Daji asked in confusion, Master, what's wrong? It's okay. Can you cut these 3 pieces of cloth into... It's from here. Lin Jiu explained to Daji where to start cutting the thread, but Daji only half understood and half was confused, so Lin Jiu had to explain it to her again. Daji squatted on the ground with a dagger in her hand and slowly cut. It opened according to Lin Jiu's idea. Lin Jiu walked towards a fishing rod. He looked back at Daji, who was working hard, and nodded with satisfaction. As for those who say he is an evil capitalist, he won't accept that. Is he doing nothing himself and letting his employees do it? No. He clearly just swapped jobs with Daji. Daji was tailoring while he went fishing. What do you call this? This is called human feelings. As for being complained by readers, what do you call this? This is called an accident. But is there a problem? No problem. How are you doing? Lin Jiuxian was bored and asked a question in the regional channel. What else can I do? I can only eat enough, but I still can't sleep well. I haven't caught a single tent yet, and I always wake up from a cold. It's so miserable upstairs. I fished up the tent. Are you angry? I didn't catch a tent, but I have flint. Hey, those branches I caught are perfect for fuel. Who's by the campfire? It's so warm. This place has tanned my originally fair and tender skin. I have 3 flints here. Come and buy them if you need them. As a girl, it's really hard to survive in this kind of environment. I can only watch my skin darken. Is that a girl upstairs? Can I add her as a friend? Are you a queen or a lowly? Do you have black stockings? Fuck, you bunch of beasts. Let go of that girl and let me take over, handheld dog head. Lin Jiu was a little speechless. He just wanted to see how everyone was doing, but why did something go wrong while they were chatting? It seems like every time he appears, the style of his paintings gradually becomes distorted, and he doesn't know why. Chinese people are Chinese people, huh? I can't finish all my food. I can even have some sausages for every meal. Today I even caught a blonde beauty. Wow, that feeling. I can't describe it in words. Why is there still a foreigner here? It seems like he looks down on us Chinese. MLGB, how did you get in here? Do you really want to experience the quintessence of Chinese culture? Boss MG 87414, are you still accepting younger brothers? Do you think I can do it? You are a fucking jerk upstairs. You are a foreign worshiper. It is a disgrace to the Chinese to have a jerk like you. Kneel down and lick the countryman. Does your father know that he gave birth to such an unfilial son like you? FK. Disgusting. Just fucking disgusting. Get the hell out of here and go to country M. I hope you get shot to death in an alley the next day. Lin Jiao also felt disgusted. He wanted to punch that person even through the virtual screen. Damn it. Forget it. He should just focus on fishing. Why is there no movement yet? Lin Jiao couldn't help but complain. It took him about 15 minutes to catch a fish each time, but Daji could catch one every 10 minutes on average. He is unhappy. Very unhappy. This fishing rod must be discriminating against him. It's sexist. It's definitely not, because he has a bad face. Just as he was complaining, the fishing rod began to tremble violently. Lin Jiao's eyes lit up and he muttered, "Brother fishing rod, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have slandered you. It's my fault." Lin Jiao pulled hard and a box fell directly next to him. Green. Ever since he caught Daji for the first time, all the boxes he caught afterwards were green. Is this hinting at something? He also found that his strength seemed to have increased a lot. Originally, he had to use all his strength, pulling and tugging to fish the box up, but this time he just used a little effort to lift it up. Could it be that my strength has really increased? He rolled up his sleeves and looked at his biceps, which seemed to be much stronger. Or, try the drowned corpse in the wooden box in front of you. He glanced at Han Xian, who was busy with Daji in the distance, then turned back and stared at the box for a few seconds. Yes, let's do it. Lin Jiao opened the lid of the wooden box with ease, and out crawled out his old acquaintance, the drowned corpse. Gah! The drowned corpse that had just crawled out stared at Lin Jiao in front of him, made a duck-like sound, and rushed towards Lin Jiao. Han Xian and Daji, who were busy not far away, turned their heads to Lin Jiao, and then they both exclaimed at the same time, "Master, be careful! Boss, run to me!" After saying that, the two of them rushed towards Lin Jiao. They both wished they had 2 more legs. Lin Jiao didn't have time to respond to the two of them. He stared straight at the scene in front of him because the drowned corpse was already rushing towards him. Owner, boss. Chapter 17. The shed is built. Astons. Oh! Lin Jiao let out an angry roar and kicked the drowned corpse in the chest. The drowned corpse flew straight into the air and fell heavily into the sea. This is at least 1 meter. 1 meter is not far, but don't forget you are kicking in the air and the ball will fly 1 meter. Although not as fast as Han Xian, compared to the first day he arrived on the island, it was like riding a rocket. He didn't take any magic medicine. Could it be that the spiritual energy in this other world has revived? Afterwards, he was amused by his own thoughts. It would be a pity if he didn't use his imagination to write a novel. Not only was Lin Jiao immersed in this kick, but Daji and Han Xian, who were running towards Lin Jiao, also stood still. Han Xian was fine. He just rubbed his eyes, and his facial expression changed slightly. But Daji did not hide the shocked expression on her face at all. Her mouth was so wide open that an egg could be stuffed in. "Master, how did you become so powerful?" Daji trotted along and asked Lin Jiao, who shook his head, indicating that he didn't quite know either. Han Xian clenched his fists, lowered his head, and said, "That kick from the boss was so heroic. It made Han Xian feel ashamed." After hearing this, the joy on Lin Jiao's face disappeared instantly. It's not that he doesn't like to be flattered, but have you ever seen someone flatter someone without any expression on his face? At least you can change your expression a little. Hey, this calm tone, coupled with a calm expression, and considering Han Xian's strength, he felt it was sarcasm, not praise. Forget it. Forget it. It's not easy to get Han Xian to flatter. So what else can I ask for in terms of expression and tone? He knew Han Xian's character well, so he certainly wouldn't be angry about this. He would not use this opportunity to secretly increase Han Xian's workload or exploit Han Xian. He's a good boss. Han Xian, come here and move these boxes of supplies to the westernmost part of the island. Han Xian was a little confused. Hasn't the box been here all along? Why is it moving again? Daji was also puzzled and asked, "Master, why do you want to move there?" Lin Jiao was stunned by the question, pretending to lower his head in thought, and then said, "It's not safe to put them here. What if a drowned corpse accidentally damages them? But you can put it in the middle." Before Daji could finish, Lin Jiao raised his hand and interrupted. "Don't you trust your master? All right, Han Xian, carry it over." Daji seemed to realize something, kept silent, and stared at Lin Jiao with strange eyes. The owner seems to have done this on purpose. No, it's still too ugly here. Move it to the middle. Lin Jugu pretended to think, walked around in front of a few wooden boxes, and then gave an order. Han Xian was a little confused. He hadn't even rested for 2 minutes, so why did he have to move back? But he didn't hesitate too much. He bent down, picked up the wooden box, and walked towards the island. Lin Jiu looked at his back, covered his mouth, and smiled stealthily. He definitely didn't physically punish Han Xian. Absolutely not. What could he be thinking? He just wanted Han Xian to exercise. In this hot weather, Han Xian's head was covered with beads of sweat due to the exposure to the sun and the constant moving around. Lin Jiu handed him a bottle of Coke with a smile, venting his anger. Bah, the exercise is over. Lin Jiu took a look and found that the 4 triangular pieces of cloth were about the same size. Lin Jiu had told Daji that it was better to cut them bigger than smaller. He tied the top corners of 4 triangular pieces of cloth to the tops of the 5 longest pieces of wood in turn and tied a knot. Then he took a nylon rope, cut it in 2 with a dagger, wrapped it around the top of the wood where the cloth was tied, tightened it, and tied a knot. He repeated the same process, tying the other 2 corners of each triangle to 2 more pieces of wood. Han Xian, come over here and give me a hand. Lin Jiu called out to Han Xian, who was taking a rest, and Han Xian hurried over. The 2 of them worked together to carry the 5 pieces of wood to the fishing spot. Daji put down the fishing rod in her hand and asked in confusion, "What is this for? Isn't this the cloth I cut? Don't you think it's hard to get sunburn from fishing every day?" Lin Jiu asked Daji with a smile, and then continued, "Come on, give me a hand." Afterwards, with the joint efforts of the 3, a small shed was built on the edge of the island. Although there were many small episodes in the middle, it was not a big deal. Lin Jiu shook the shed and found it was quite sturdy. Lin Jiu nodded contentedly, thinking it was worth his effort to stick the wood so deep into the ground. I don't know how effective this sunscreen is. What a pity. It's dark now, and he will have to wait until tomorrow to test the effect. Lin Jiu called Daji and asked her what supplies they had caught today. To Lin Jiu's surprise, the wood, clothes, quilts, etc. together accounted for more than half of all the supplies caught today. As for the food, there was a tendency for it to gradually decrease, which made Lin Jiu a little worried. What surprised him most was that he caught a ceramic pot. He suddenly thought of the dozen bags of instant noodles in the box. He knew what to have for dinner tonight. He excitedly set up a rack, placed a pot on it, put branches underneath to start a fire, and poured mineral water into the pot. Seeing this, Daji and Han Xian did not ask any more questions, as they were already used to it. Lin Jiu sat beside the shed and looked up at the sky. The black curtain was covered with countless bright spots. The sea breeze gently brushed across his face, and his uneasy heart suddenly calmed down. He hasn't seen such a beautiful starry sky for a long time. Entertainment products such as mobile phones and computers occupy most of human life. Indeed, the entertainment value has improved, but the pace has also accelerated a lot. Sometimes it often takes 2 or 3 days for it to feel like just 1 day has passed. Slowing down the pace of life seems to be pretty good. Maybe this kind of life. Master, the water in the pot is boiling. Daji's exclamation brought Lin Jiu back to his senses. Lin Jiu hurriedly walked to the stone pot. The water inside was bubbling and the hot steam washed over his cheeks. I was distracted by mistake. Fortunately, he likes to wait for the water to boil before putting the instant noodles into the pot. Lin Jiu quickly poured 5 or 6 bags of instant noodles into the pot, and then poured all the seasoning packets into the pot. He took a wooden board to cover it, took the stone pot off the shelf, and put it aside. Wait, he doesn't seem to have a bowl. He doesn't seem to have chopsticks either. Not having a bowl isn't a big problem. At most, the 3 of us can eat from stone pot, but not having chopsticks means we can't just eat with our hands. He quickly ran to where the wooden planks were placed under Daji's puzzled gaze, bent down, and picked up the saw. Call! Lin Jiu washed the 3 pairs of chopsticks in his hand in seawater and then handed them to the 2 men. He looked at the chopsticks in his hand with satisfaction. Although they were slightly different from the ones he remembered, the difference was not big. At least 3 points similar. Actually, it's just thin wood. Lin Jiu lifted the wooden board, sniffed hard, and looked intoxicated. Smells good. Very good. Damn good. Eat it now. Lin Jiu greeted the 2 of them. The moment they smelled the fragrance, they could no longer hold back and were just waiting for Lin Jiu to speak. Master, this is so delicious. Daji and the other girl were all glowing, changing their usual ladle-like eating image and eating with big mouthfuls. Han Xian was even more extreme, not saying a word, just eating without stopping. Seeing the two of them like this, Lin Jiu exclaimed. Fuck, slow down. Chapter 18. Instant noodles are selling like crazy. Woo woo woo. In the corner of the shed, the sound of Lin Jiu sobbing could be heard. Daji and Han Xin had already returned to their respective tents. His instant noodles. Instant noodles. He only took 2 bites, and it was all gone. Most people use basins to eat, but these 2 people use pots. Woo woo woo. Isn't this bullying an honest person? In order to vent his grievances, he planned to go to the regional channel to show off his Versailles attitude. The evening breeze tonight is particularly cool. I caught a tent today. Finally, I don't have to sleep outdoors. Ugh, the island is over. Brothers, I just finished eating chicken legs, and I feel particularly comfortable. Ah, isn't it just a chicken drumstick? I just ate bread, am I proud? Originally, I could have eaten my fill like you guys, but I caught a person this morning, and it was an ordinary person. All of a sudden, the food is not enough. Woo. Seeing that this group of people were living an exceptionally comfortable life, Lin Jiu felt even more unbalanced. Everyone was eating their fill, but he only took 2 bites of the whole pot of instant noodles. Ooh. Baji. The duck leg tastes pretty good, but it doesn't stop him from venting his grievances. Brothers, do you know how miserable my life is? I only ate 2 bites of big pot of instant noodles. The rest was snatched away by Daji and Han Xin. Whoa. Haha. The brother upstairs is so pitiful. I feel so sympathetic, holy shit. I still noodles. I kind of feel sorry for him, but I also kind of want to beat him up. Am I the only one who feels this way? You're not alone. I want it too. It's 5:20 again. Every time it comes out, it's all Versailles. Damn, the potato chips in my hand suddenly don't smell good anymore. You guys are focusing on the wrong thing, the instant noodles. The pot. He actually has a pot. 520 boss, can you sell me some instant noodles? I will make instant noodles myself. I want one too. I caught 3 bags of instant noodles, but I don't know how to eat them without a pot. Eating them dry might as well be compared to eating bread. Shit. I just finished chewing the last bag of instant noodles. Whoa. Lin Jiu looked at the comments in the regional channel and was a little surprised. He just wanted to show off and vent his grievances, but how come business came to him out of nowhere? He is very tired. He feels wrong now. He doesn't want to do. Oh, what? Extra money? Oh, that's fine. After some communication between Lin Jiu and them, they helped to soak a bag in exchange for a bundle of wooden boards. A few lucky ones even helped to soak a bag in exchange for a single piece of wood. This time, he is very conscientious. He quickly put the pot on the rack, lit the fire, poured water, all in one go. Then he had more than 20 bags of instant noodles and several bags in his hands. When the water boiled, Lin Jiu put in 8 bags of instant noodles at once, poured in 4 bags of seasoning packets, and waited for the noodles to be soaked. After the noodles were soaked, he picked the noodles into a bag of instant noodles and then traded them to the other party one by one. After doing all this, he quickly called Han Xin out and asked Han Xin to cut 50 more pairs of chopsticks similar to the ones he had made. Han Xin didn't quite understand, but nodded anyway. Lin Jiu's mouth corners slowly lifted. Hee. You must have chopsticks to eat instant noodles, so it's not too much for him to sell some chopsticks. As for making your own chopsticks, by the time they were done, the noodles were inedible. Catch them with your hands? Scald them. He was just about to pour out the hot water in the pot when he suddenly thought, what a waste. In this environment, only by saving can one survive better, so it's not too much for him to just continue using it. He was sure they would understand. Lin Jiu smiled a little sinisterly and put in 8 or 9 bags of instant noodles and still put them in the bags, but this time he put a little less in each bag and put the rest into 2 bags. Some people who had never caught instant noodles spent a lot of money, even 5 bundles of planks or 3 pieces of wood in exchange for a bag. Who is Lin Jiu? A conscientious businessman. He considered that some people would throw away a bag of food after just finishing their meal, which was such a waste, so he decided to help solve the problem. Anyway, it's impossible to let him go out. While waiting for the noodles to be soaked, he took a look at the regional channel. The instant noodles are so delicious. Slurp, but these chopsticks are a bit ugly. These chopsticks are not ugly at all. They are so ugly that they are unbearable to look at. They're just 2 thin wooden sticks. Give me back my money. It's good to have something to eat. Slurp, so delicious. I want to complain. These chopsticks are not as good as those I made myself. Damn, it's okay, be content. I can't even eat it. Woo. 520 GG, Can you give me a bag of instant noodles? You can make any request. Go to hell, the she-male upstairs. I almost vomited the instant noodles I just ate. I want my money back. These are not chopsticks. They're deceiving consumers. After hearing your complaints, I was just about to buy it, but I decided to give up. Lin Jiao was instantly unhappy when he saw this. This was cutting off his source of income. He quickly said something in the channel. You don't have to buy it if you don't want to. I never forced you. As for the chopsticks, in order to rush the work so that you can have a hot bite, Han Xian's hands are blistered. You still say this. It's so sad. Lin Jiao first expressed his attitude, and then played the victim. My goodness, it's a pity that I didn't become an internet celebrity to promote products. That's right. Look at the time it's already, and you're still asking for this and that. Chopsticks made by Han Xian? Damn, I'll buy them no matter how ugly they are. I'm sorry, boss. I was about to complain, but when I thought about the chopsticks made by Han Xian, it was totally worth it. Brothers, don't stop me. I'm going to buy a bag of instant noodles today. 520, boss. Can I just buy a pair of chopsticks? I also want to buy a pair of chopsticks. Well, Lin Jiao saw the response in the regional channel and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect Han Xian to be so popular that there were dozens of people buying chopsticks alone. Hundreds of orders and still counting. Wait a minute. Lin Jiao glanced at Daji, who was packing bags nearby, and he suddenly felt a little regretful. If you say that it was the instant noodles made by Daji, wouldn't that be a fortune? He slapped his head in annoyance. What a pity. He would have to wait 2 hours before speaking again. During the process, a player from Country M also wanted to buy it. He took a look at the code name and found that it was the person who had previously mocked them, China, in the regional channel. He blocked her without even thinking about it. As for how he ended up in China's regional channel, he estimated that he had been working or traveling in China before. The only way to explain, he could price it higher or cheat a little, but he would never sell it to someone who insulted China. There must be a bottom line to making money. He has a clear distinction between what kind of money can be earned and what kind cannot be earned. He would never allow himself to become a businessman without bottom line. Chapter 19, another person was caught. Good morning. Thank you for your hard work yesterday. Lin Jiao stretched and greeted the two people outside. Both of them nodded at Lin Jiao, their faces full of fatigue. Obviously, they were too tired last night. Last night, his business was so booming that he almost died of exhaustion. The only thing that made him happier was that someone wanted to buy instant noodles from him, but he had no noodles or supplies, so he took out something that almost made him jump up and traded it with him. A cloud of land, a full 10 square meters. Fortunately, the transaction was conducted through a friend. If it had been conducted through a trading platform, he would definitely not have been able to buy it without spending a lot of money. Seeing that the other party simply asked for a bag of instant noodles, he felt a little sorry for him and gave him another bag as a gift. After the first time, he wanted a second time. He fantasized that he could exchange it for a land cloud or a sand cloud, but it never happened again. Well, this thing is too rare. Even with double the luck and Daji's good looks, I was only able to catch one. He is very content. How much did he earn? Ha! He glanced behind him and saw planks and wood piled up covering half of the island, and his head ached. He was earning a lot of money. He didn't want it. He was forced to do it. He finally saw what a mountain of things meant. Last night, he saw that his island could no longer hold wooden planks, so he changed the trading conditions to vines, so now he has a lot of vines again. Later, he changed the transaction conditions to food. After changing it to food, there were obviously fewer orders, but he still made a lot of money. There were 6 large boxes filled with food, and not only that, there was also a small mountain of food piled next to the boxes. Oh, there's so much food that the 3 of them can't finish it. Lin Jiao couldn't help but feel annoyed when looking at so much food. He suddenly missed the first day when he ate frugally. If he hadn't seen that there was no room, and if several people were too tired, the island might not even be big enough for them now. Seeing so much wood and planks, Lin Jiao pondered over how he should use them. Could he build a house? Wait, house. He can build a house. How to build this house? A foundation is definitely needed, but just when Lin Jiao was at a loss, Daji exclaimed, Master, I caught a box. Lin Jiao ran over quickly, looking a little nervous, but after seeing the box, he stared with disbelief. Normal wooden box. He thought it was a green box. When Han Xian heard Daji's cry, he ran over from where the wood was piled, shouting, Boss, please step back, be careful, let me do it. Lin Jiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. Oh, this box is also used as a box for drowned corpses. Don't be nervous. There are no monsters in here, but people. He quickly stopped Han Xin, who wanted to open the box. He didn't want the person inside to be hit on the head by Han Xin as soon as he stuck his head out. Han Xin was a little unconvinced. He stood in front of Lin Jiao to protect Lin Jiao's safety. As long as there was anything wrong in the box, he would take action immediately. Lin Jiao smiled. Han Xin had never seen this before, so it was normal for him to have this reaction. At least it proved that he was loyal to him. Under Han Xion's protection, he opened the box. Han Xion stared at it, ready to go. A middle-aged man slowly stood up from the wooden box and was a little frightened when he saw Han Xion's appearance. Lin Jiao quickly pulled Han Xion behind him and said, "This is not the drowned corpse, it's a person. Hello, don't be afraid. Monsters sometimes come out of this box. My brother is more worried about my safety. Don't be afraid." After hearing this, the frightened expression on the middle-aged man's face disappeared, and then he knelt down in front of Lin Jiao and kowtowed. Long live the master! Lin Jiao had never seen such a thing before. He was a little amused and helpless, and quickly pulled the middle-aged man up. "What are you doing? Get up. You're shortening my life." After being pulled for several times, the middle-aged man refused to get up. It was only after Lin Jiao had an idea and said, "Stand up," that the middle-aged man got up. "May I have your name?" The middle-aged man thought for a while and said, "My name is Lei Fat Ada." Puff. After hearing the name, Lin Jiao couldn't help but laugh. This name is amazing. Lei Fat Ada was a little confused. He didn't understand what his master was laughing at. Lin Jiao, who was just halfway laughing, suddenly froze. He looked carefully at Lei Fat Ada's clothes and combined them with his previous actions. His eyes widened. This can't be that person." He quickly grabbed Lei Fat Ada and asked excitedly, "Can you build a house?" Lei Fat Ada stood there thinking for a while, as if recalling something, and then said, "Yes, and I seem to be very proficient in it." "Then do you remember which dynasty you were from?" After Lin Jiao asked this question, Lei Fat Ada was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became somewhat painful. Seeing this, Lin Jiao quickly said, "Forget it, don't think about it." "Yes, master." After Lei Fat Ada stopped thinking about it, he gradually returned to normal. "Don't call me master. Just call me boss like Han Xion did. And forget about the kneeling." After hearing this, Lei Fat Ada thought that he could agree to the first one, but would never agree to the second one. In his impression, this was how it should be. Seeing that his persuasion was useless, Lin Jiao could only threaten to fire Lei Fat Ada if he didn't agree. Lin Jiao is now certain that the people caught can't remember anything but their own names and the skills they have. He was a little excited. It was just the right time to catch Lei Fat Ada. He was a little disappointed when he saw it was a man at first sight, but now he is glad to be a man. Who is Lei Fat Ada? Kangxi must have heard of him. Most of the palaces were built by Lei Fat Ada. When Kangxi asked people to build a palace, a difficult problem arose. No one in the country could solve it except Lei Fat Ada. From then on, Lei Fat Ada became as rich as his name. He is now worried about how to build a house. The appearance of Lei Fat Ada also means that he has become rich. The more Lin Jiao thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but hug Daji and kissed her hard on the cheek twice, and said excitedly, "You're not only big, but also white. Your face is especially white. I'm so lucky. I love you so much." Then he pointed to the pile of wood with excitement and asked, "Lei Fat Ada, are these materials enough for you to build a house that can accommodate 4 people?" Lei Fat Ada looked at the wood not far away, lowered his head, and thought for a while. "It's enough, but it will be a little small. After all, your place is a little small, boss." Lin Jiao nodded. It was indeed a bit small, only about 100 square meters. "It's okay, as long as it can accommodate 4 people. Wait until the island is bigger, and then continue to expand the house." While Lin Jiao and Lei Fat Ada were talking, Daji's face was still red, and she lowered her head. She looked somewhere. Is it really that big? As long as the owner likes it. Chapter 20 ZG 71444. Dongjua. Hey, come on. Several people were busy on the island, and they were quite busy. They were Lin Jiao and others. They do what they say. Lin Jiao thought it would be best if the house could be built today, otherwise so much would take up too much space, and only a house can be considered a home. Daji continued fishing. Maybe it was because Lin Jiao kissed her last night, but Daji was fishing more seriously today than yesterday. Han Xin, work harder. Let's build a house today. Han Xin just nodded, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued to build the foundation according to Lei Fadada's instructions. If other people knew that a great man like Han Xian actually built a house here, they would definitely scold Lin Jiao for wasting resources. Liu Bang has fainted in the toilet. It doesn't matter if he knows it. The beautiful Daji is still helping him fish. King Zhou is on his way with 1,000,000 troops. On another island, a man sat on the edge of the island, swinging his fishing rod and muttering to himself. Damn, can you please bring some good stuff up today? FK, if I get the chance, I will definitely beat up 520. He was just lucky and caught a pot. I can do that too. Not only will I beat him up, I will also take away all his supplies. That's right, 520 is Lin Jiao. Last night, Lin Jiao made a lot of money, which made some people envious, and some even jealous. This person is ZG71444. He has had bad luck since the first day he arrived on the island. In addition, Lin Jiao's repeated Versailles behavior in the regional channel made him even more unhappy, and his envy gradually turned into jealousy and then hatred. That is hatred of the rich. There are many people like 71,444 who are jealous of Lin Jiao. Damn it, why can't I catch any fish? Damn it, my luck must have been taken away by that bitch. 520. 71444 cursed angrily and threw the pole to the ground, blaming all the mistakes on Lin Jiao. He has lost his mind now. Every time he looked forward to catching something good, turning things around, and then being able to show off in the regional channel like Lin Jiao. Recruit a younger brother, find a beautiful woman, step on Lin Jiao under your feet, and reach the peak of your life from now on. A typical double standard man. Can't stand seeing others doing well. As he thought about it, his body couldn't help but tremble, and his face was full of excitement, as if he had already seen that scene coming. He picked up the fishing rod again and threw it into the sea. He could do it. After a moment, his fishing rod began to vibrate violently. He quickly clenched his hands, his face full of uncontrollable excitement. Ha! My fucking luck has changed. As soon as I threw it down, something took the bait. He used all his strength to lift the fishing rod, and when he saw what was in front of him, he was filled with excitement. Wooden box, ordinary wooden box. Although he had never fished one out, he had heard on the channel that ordinary wooden boxes contained people, while green wooden boxes contained drowned corpses. He walked tremblingly to the box, muttering to himself, "Don't be an ordinary person. Don't be. I want someone more awesome. Zhao Zilong. Yes, Zhao Zilong." After opening the wooden box, a man stood up. The man who came out of the box had a resolute face, a full beard, and a slightly fat body, but the temperament he exuded made people feel that he was somewhat different. Owner. The man bent down to 71444, his face full of respect. 71444 suppressed his inner excitement and asked tentatively, "May I have your name?" "My lord, my name is Dong Zhuan." Chapter 21, The Fishing Rod is Missing. It was dark and silent except for the sea breeze. On an island. Han Xian, keep working harder. Put on this last piece of wood and we'll be done. Lin Jiao and Lei Fadada were standing on the ground. Lin Jiao looked at Han Xian on the roof with a smile. Upon hearing this, Han Xian turned his head, his eyes full of resentment. He suspected that Lin Jiao was exploiting his employees, but he had no evidence. He fastened the last plank and jumped down from the roof. He stood behind Lin Jiao, saying nothing, but the resentment in his eyes had not yet dissipated. Very good, very good. Lin Jiao walked around in front of the newly built wooden house, his face filled with joy. It was worth the three of them spending a whole day on it. Although the area is only about 30 square meters, he is still very satisfied. After all, it occupies a small half of the area of the island. The wooden house was built with wood and then fixed with wooden boards on the outside, including the roof. Wow, master, do we have a house to live in? Daji trotted all the way to the front of the house. Although the house looked a little shabby in her eyes, it was the first warm home she and Lin Jiao had. Another little baby. How'd she think of this? Daji. Lin Jiao's cry pulled Daji out of some indescribable thoughts. Lin Jiao glanced at Daji's blushing face and asked in confusion, "Why is your face so red?" "It's just a house. It's because of you." Daji thought so in her heart, but said, "It's okay, maybe it's just the sea breeze." Lin Jiao didn't think much about it and invited Han Xian and Lei Fadada to eat. They had been busy all day and only had one meal, and now they were probably starving. The four of them came to the shed, and Lin Jiao discovered that there was a lot of meat in the box, including beef, mutton, pork. Is this what you caught today? Lin Jiao pointed at half a box of meat, stared with eyes wide open, and asked Daji in surprise. Daji nodded in confusion. What happened? Did she catch the wrong fish? Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered the 2 items she caught today. She quickly rummaged through another box, and 2 clouds appeared in her hands. Fuck this! When Lin Jiao saw the 2 clouds, he exclaimed in shock, even more shocked than when he saw so much meat. He quickly took it from Daji and put it on the trading platform to take a look. One is 5 square meters. One is 10 square meters. Not a beach, but land. When Daji saw Lin Jiao's appearance, her face was filled with shyness. The last time her master saw this cloud, he kissed her. This time there are 2 clouds, should I? But she was soon disappointed. This time Lin Jiao did not kiss her, but placed the land first. When Lin Jiao saw that his island had expanded further, he did not hide the joy on his face. His island finally broke through the Beiping barrier. He wants to kiss Daji twice. When Daji saw Lin Jiao walking towards her with a smile on his face, her face flushed. She had already guessed what Lin Jiao was going to do next. She closed her eyes and waited expectantly. Han Xin and Lei Fadada already knew what was going to happen next, and quickly turned their heads away. When Lin Jiao saw Daji's expression, he was full of smiles. This girl had already guessed his next step. Look at how sensible Daji is, and then look at that broken fishing rod. He wants 2 more kisses as a reward. As for the fishing rod, wait, where's his fishing rod? Daji closed her eyes tightly, but the moment she was expecting did not come, so she opened her eyes in confusion. Where's the master? Lin Jiao in front of her had disappeared at this moment. She quickly turned her head back and saw Lin Jiao looking for something. Master, what are you looking for? Fishing rod. Where's the fishing rod? Lin Jiao's tone was full of anxiety and dissatisfaction. It was the first time that Daji was bullied by Lin Jiao, and her eyes were a little red. Right? Where's the fishing rod she put here? Master, I clearly put the fishing rod here. How come it's gone? Daji kept turning around and around, almost crying in anxiety. She clearly put it there. Han Xin and Lei Fadada turned around and heard it, and hurried over to help look for it. They know how important fishing rods are. Everything they eat, drink, and use is all thanks to these fishing rods. Although they didn't know why the fishing rod could catch all these, they all knew in their hearts that it was just like when sometimes some items appeared out of thin air next to Lin Jiao, so they didn't ask too many questions. Boss, over there! Lei Fadada shouted, patted Lin Jiao's shoulder, and pointed into the distance. Lin Jiao looked in the direction of Lei Fadada's finger and saw a fishing rod covered with a light purple glow floating on the sea and drifting away into the distance. Oh no! All his supplies depend on this fishing rod. Without it, they would all starve to death. This is not an ordinary fishing rod. It has enchanted properties. His golden finger. Lin Jiao estimated the distance. It was at least 200 meters. Lin Jiao stamped his feet while standing there, wondering if he should swim over. Swim over. There may be a lot of drowned corpses in the sea, and no one knows if there are other monsters in the sea. The point is that he can't swim yet. Thump. Just when Lin Jiao was hesitating, a sound of someone falling into the water was heard. Lin Jiao hurriedly looked over and saw that it was Han Xin. Han Xin had already jumped into the sea and swam towards the fishing rod. Han Xin, be careful. Lin Jiao greeted Han Xin and looked at his back with a worried look on his face. Han Xin didn't say anything, but just raised a thumbs up. Master, I'm sorry. Daji walked to Lin Jiao with an apologetic look on her face, lowered her head, and couldn't help but let tears drip from her eyes. You, wait until Han Xin comes back. Although Lin Jiao was very angry, he did not take it out on Daji. It has already happened, and there is no point getting angry now, but there will definitely be punishment. Daji stood behind Lin Jiao with her head down. She no longer dared to look up and meet Lin Jiao's eyes. Lin Jiao didn't pay attention to Daji behind him. His eyes were fixed on Han Xion's back. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. Seeing Han Xion getting closer and closer to the fishing rod, and no accidents happened on the way, Lei Fadada walked to Lin Jiao's side and comforted him. Boss, don't worry. Han Xion will be fine. Lin Jiao didn't say anything, just nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on Han Xion. 100 meters. 150 meters. Got it. Han Xion grabbed the fishing rod and waved it at Lin Jiao. Seeing this, Lin Jiao's tense expression finally relaxed a little, and he shouted loudly to Han Xian. Come back soon. Han Xian naturally did not dare to delay and began to swim back, but because he had a fishing rod in his hand, his speed slowed down a lot. Lin Jiao and the other two stared at Han Xian. They were unable to provide any help to Han Xian and could only stand there and pray for Han Xian. I hope nothing unexpected happens when I return. This was the simultaneous thought in the minds of the three people, but when they were 120 meters away from them. A sudden change. Chapter 22 Shark. Just when they were 120 meters away from them, something strange happened. Two green heads popped out not far behind Han Xian, and Lin Jiao's heart suddenly rose. Drowned corpse. Lin Jiao made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted to Han Xian. Han Xian, swim back quickly. There's a drowned corpse behind you. After hearing this, Han Xian turned his head and saw two drowned corpses following him. Han Xian wanted to turn around and get rid of the two drowned corpses. Lin Jiao naturally guessed what Han Xian wanted to do. Don't fight anymore. Come back soon. After hearing this, Han Xian gave up and sped up a bit. Seeing this, Lin Jiao couldn't help but worry. It's not that he didn't believe in Han Xian's strength. After all, no one knew the situation in the sea. Moreover, Han Xian was holding a fishing rod in his hand, and his speed was too slow. The two drowned corpses behind him would catch up with him in no time. Bad things happened one after another. Three more drowned corpses appeared in front of Han Xian. They roared and rushed directly towards Han Xian. Han Xian stared at the three drowned corpses in front of him, then turned to look at the two drowned corpses that were immediately chasing him from behind. Two-sided attack. Since you can't hide, then kill. Han Xian turned around and swam towards the two drowned corpses behind him. Oh! He came to the two drowned corpses and smashed one of them with his fists, causing the corpse's head to explode. The other drowned corpse took advantage of Han Xian's attack and attacked him. Han Xian quickly kicked the drowned corpse with his legs, but in the sea his strength was greatly reduced, and the drowned corpse only retreated about 1 meter. The drowned corpse continued to rush towards Han Xian without knowing whether to live or die, and a cold light flashed in Han Xian's eyes. Do you really think he's easy to bully? When the corpse swam in front of him, he raised his hand and punched the corpse on the head. Then, the corpse's head exploded like a watermelon. The sea surface was dyed green by the blood of the drowned corpses. After dealing with the two drowned corpses, he turned around, with a fierce look in his eyes, and swam towards the other three drowned corpses. The three drowned corpses were frightened by Han Xian's eyes and stepped back a little. He took the opportunity to poke the fishing rod directly into the body of a drowned corpse. Fortunately, the quality of this fishing rod is not the kind that can be easily cut. He decisively pulled the fishing rod out of the drowned corpse's body, and the other two drowned corpses rushed towards Han Xian as if stimulated by the death of their companion. Seeing this, Han Xian put his fishing rod aside, letting it drift on the sea. He raised his hands and punched out with both fists. Collapse! The two drowned corpses lost their heads, and their bodies continued to fall downwards. After Han Xian dealt with the two drowned corpses, no more drowned corpses appeared. He raised the corner of his mouth, grabbed the fishing rod, and swam towards the island. Lin Jiao and the other two who were standing on the island finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Han Xian safely deal with the drowned corpse. Lin Yu stared at Han Xian intently. As Han Xian got closer and closer to him, the heavy stone hanging in his heart finally fell. Just when the three thought that there would be no more accidents, the sea where Han Xian was suddenly became turbulent. When the sea calmed down, Han Xian was no longer visible on the sea, only a fishing rod was left. Since it was night, Lin Jiao had no idea what was happening and couldn't see clearly what was going on. He turned around anxiously. Lei Fadada patted Lin Jiao on the shoulder. Boss, it's okay. Maybe Han Xian just found something and went down to take a look. He will come back soon. After saying this, Lei Fadada laughed at himself. He himself didn't believe this reason. Daji sobbed and said, I'm sorry, master. If it weren't for me, brother Han Xian wouldn't have. Lin Jiao was very annoyed at the moment and shouted, Shut up. If you really can't help me, I'll go down. Boss, no. Lei Fadada hurriedly and anxiously persuaded Lin Jiao, but when he saw Lin Jiao's expression, he knew that Lin Jiao had made up his mind. Boss, if it doesn't work, we can wait for half an hour. If we don't see Han Xian in half an hour, I will go down with you. Lin Jiao nodded after hearing this. This was the only way He hadn't noticed that Daji had quietly walked to the other side of the island. Daji's face was full of determination. Since she was the cause, she had to do something. Boss. No. Wait a little longer. Just a little longer. Lei Fat Ada held Lin Jiu tightly and refused to let him go into the sea. Lin Jiu looked anxious and shouted in a panic. If I don't go down, who will? It's been more than 10 minutes. Who knows what's going on with Han Xin? I've only seen him show his head a few times. Let's not talk about Han Xin. What about the fishing rod? I don't know where the fishing rod has drifted to. If I don't go find it, I'll starve to death. But Lei Fat Ada wanted to say something, but Lin Jiu was telling the truth, and he didn't know how to persuade him. Then I'll go down with you, boss. After hearing this, Lin Jiu turned around and looked at Lei Fat Ada, who was standing beside him. Lei Fat Ada looked determined, and Lin Jiu smiled. It was worth it to have such a brother and subordinate. Going into the sea means death, and not going into the sea means death too. It is better to die meaningfully than to die early or late, and it is better to give it a try. It's a pity that he is still a virgin. If I had known, I would have been with Daji on the first night. Daji. Oh, right. Where is Daji? He quickly turned around and asked Lei Fat Ada, where is Daji? Have you seen Daji? Lei Fat Ada just remembered that Daji was missing. He thought about it and said, Boss, I just saw Daji walking over there. I thought she blamed herself and went to her room to calm down. Now it seems. Lin Jiu also heard the implication of Lei Fat Ada's words, but he still ran into the wooden house. After a moment, he walked out of the house anxiously. Boss, didn't you see Daji? That girl must have gone into the sea from the other side of the island. She. Lin Jiu shook his head, his tone full of anxiety. Now he recalled Daji's expression, which was full of self-blame. He had always focused his attention on Han Xin, so he didn't think much about it. Why? Go down to the sea. Search. Lin Jiu and Lei Fat Ada were just about to go into the sea when they heard Lei Fat Ada exclaim, Master, look. Doesn't that person look like Daji? Lin Jiu quickly looked up and saw a blurry figure appearing on the sea. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he was sure that it was Daji. Soon Daji swam up with a fishing rod in her hand. Master, look. I got the fishing rod. Daji didn't care about her wet clothes at all. She shook the fishing rod in her hand excitedly. Lin Jiu didn't know why, but when he saw this scene, a few tears welled up in his eyes. He reached out and rubbed Daji's hair and said gently, I'm sorry. Master was too harsh before. Please don't be angry with Master, okay? I'm not angry with the Master. It's all Daji's fault for accidentally losing the fishing rod. The Master should not be angry with Daji. Daji raised her head and looked at Lin Jiu with a smile. Lin Jiu scratched Daji's nose and hugged Daji in his arms. Daji whispered, Master, Daji is covered in water. Hearing this, Lin Jiu hugged Daji even tighter. That boss, I don't mean to disturb you, but Han Xin hasn't come up yet. Lei Fat Ada spoke cautiously, fearing that he would disturb this warm scene between Lin Jiu and Daji and make Lin Jiu angry. After hearing this, Lin Jiu quickly let Daji go. Yes, Han Xin hasn't come up yet. It's all right, Master. Brother Han Xin will be here soon. It will be quick. Before Lin Jiu could ask, a figure stood up from the sea near the island, but the way he walked was a little wrong, as if he was dragging something in his hand. Han Xin. After Lin Jiu saw the man's face clearly, he shouted in surprise. This man was Han Xin. He also noticed that Han Xin seemed to be dragging something in his hand, but it was too late and the distance was a bit far, so he couldn't see clearly. When Han Xin approached, Lin Jiu exclaimed, Shit, shark! Chapter 23, Selling Shark Meat. What Han Xin was dragging in his hand was none other than a small shark, about 1 meter and 56 centimeters long, with several knife wounds on its head, and blood was still flowing out. Lin Jiu hurried over and looked at Han Xin carefully. He was relieved when he saw that there were no wounds on Han Xion's body. Are you okay? Although Han Xion had no wounds on his body, he couldn't help but ask. Han Xion shook his head indifferently, still looking pretentious. Lin Jiu saw him like this again, damn. He was pretending again. Never mind, let it pretend. A shark is indeed enough to pretend. Han Xion walked in front of Lin Jiu, and Lin Jiu followed behind him, as if Han Xion was the boss and he was the employee. Walking into the shed, Han Xion threw the shark to the ground, sat on the ground, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and poured it directly into his mouth. After changing her clothes, Daji was not surprised at all to see the shark, as if she had known about it for a long time. Lin Jiu suddenly felt like he was a little country boy who had never seen the world. Han Xin, can you tell me what happened after you entered the water? Lin Jiu sprinkled some instant noodle seasoning packet on the cooked shark meat and asked Han Xin with curiosity. He looks like a gossipy man now. Boss, it's nothing, just... After Han Xin slowly explained the situation, Lin Jiu finally realized how dangerous it was. After Han Xin dealt with the drowned corpses, as he was swimming back, he suddenly felt danger approaching, so he quickly took out his dagger and stabbed it into the sea. Sure enough, he felt like he was stabbed by something, and before he could react, a huge force from the sea dragged him to the bottom of the sea. At first glance, it was a small shark. He fought with the shark several times in the water. When he was running out of breath, he would find an opportunity to stick his head out to take a breath, and then dive into the sea again. No wonder I would occasionally see Han Xin showing up on the sea. His several attacks failed to inflict a fatal blow to the shark. Fortunately, Daji appeared and broke the deadlock. A look from Daji made the shark unable to move. Han Xin took the opportunity to inflict a fatal blow to the shark, and then on his return, he casually dealt with a few drowned corpses. After hearing this, Lin Jiu immediately praised Daji. Boss, I'm full. Master, I'm full too, and this meat doesn't taste very good. After Lin Jiu heard that the three of them were full, he touched his stomach and seemed to be full too. He looked at the shark's body beside him. It weighed at least 100 pounds. What should I do with this? It will go bad if I leave it until the next day. Should I sell it? You two go clean up the house. Lay fat Ada. I'll trouble you to make a few more beds. They don't have to be too good, just enough for people to sleep on. Daji, you stay and help. Lin Jiu gave the two of them an order and asked Daji to stay and help him grill the shark meat. He opened the regional channel. At this moment, everyone had nothing to do, so the channel was very lively. Are you still worried about not having a pot to make instant noodles? Are you still chewing instant noodles? I have a pot here. I can help you make them. Fuck, there's a pot upstairs. Help me make a bag. After the 520 boss, another person also got caught in the stone pot. What a shady deal. Boss, I've added you. I just missed dinner and caught up with you. Lin Jiu raised his eyebrows. Wow, someone actually caught a pot. This surprised him. It seems that his business is booming. What a pity. I ran into him. Lin Jiu typed a line of words with a hint of apology on his face. The dessert after dinner is something you've never had before. Shark meat. The quantity is limited. Come quickly if you need it. It's baked by Daji herself. This time, Lin Jiu learned from last night's lesson and specially added Daji. Then he looked at Daji, who was busy beside him, with a sly smile on his face. 520 boss, have you prepared the shark meat? Fuck, I'm still eating instant noodles. I want to eat shark meat. Why do I feel like 520 is a beta tester? Has he been here before? I don't think so. I think he is the lucky child of this other world. You've read too many novels above. Daji's grilled shark meat. Here I come. Go. Smart people add first before chatting. I added it as soon as possible. You dog upstairs. You have no moral principles, and you are attacking by surprise. Fortunately, I joined in at the first opportunity. Why do I feel like you are the worst one? Lin Jiu smiled and closed the regional channel and approved some friend requests from those who wanted to buy shark meat. Boss, how much is shark meat? Lin Jiu looked at this piece of information and pondered deeply. How should he set the price? Conscientious merchants like him treat them as family, so the price cannot be too low. This was something Han Xin fought hard for, and was baked by Daji herself. How could the price be low? You asked him where he learned it from? Of course I learned it from my brother Gotzi. I regard Gaz as my childhood, and Gaz regards me as Kamida. After some thought, he decided to prioritize exchanging the supplies he didn't have. Oh, it's finally over. Lin Jiu stretched lazily. He had already sold all the remaining shark meat. Originally, it couldn't be sold so quickly, mainly because someone had a 10 square meter land cloud in his hand. The other party wanted to exchange all the shark meat for it. Lin Jiu thought it was a big deal, and he could totally accept it. But he took a look at the other party's code name, and it was the M player who mocked China last time. Then he had to make a lot of money. After several rounds of bargaining, the other party added a 2 square meter land cloud and agreed to Lin Jiu's condition. Can only be sold on the World Channel. Lin Jiu knew clearly that the other party wanted to monopolize the market, and then he would ask for a huge sum of money and make a fortune. It has nothing to do with Lin Jiu who he cheats, as long as he doesn't cheat the Chinese. It was after a series of bargaining that Lin Jiu sold most of it to the other party. There is still a small part that Lin Jiu will of course sell to people in the regional channel. Lin Jiuqing counted the profits just now. 12 square meters of land, various vegetables, wood. Some people wanted to exchange for food, but Lin Jiao refused without a second thought. Those people couldn't help but ask the reason, and then Lin Jiao's words made them faint on the island. I have too much food. For people can't finish it. There's half a box of meat. What Lin Jiao said was true. He had to smoke the meat in the box tomorrow, otherwise it would go bad before it could be preserved for long. He changed the wood because he felt he should build a warehouse to store the supplies. Otherwise, it would be too ugly if they were piled up on the island. What made him depressed was that it seemed that many people had caught vegetables, but he only had a small amount, so he had to exchange some. He found a hot pot base in the box. It was exactly what Daji had caught today. Daji originally wanted to throw it away. He really wants to eat the whole hot pot. As soon as the hot pot came out, the kids next door started crying with greed. Lin Jiao made a puzzled sound. He saw a code name that was familiar to him, ZG72444. Isn't this the one who shouted in the regional channel that he would give people instant noodles? He wants to buy shark meat too? Lin Jiao agreed to his friend's request, and before the other party could speak, he directly typed a line of words in the chat box. Hello, the shark meat has been sold out. I'll buy your mother. FCK. Chapter 24. Cutting off someone's financial resources. I'll buy your mother. FCK. 72444 was full of anger. What the hell? He finally caught a stone pot and was thinking about making some money from it and becoming rich. As a result, this 520, a shark meat, appeared halfway. He refuses to accept. Lin Jiao took a look and felt very strange. Is this guy sick? If he doesn't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Why scold him? Could it be because he stole his business? It's just a business grab, what's the big deal? Lin Jiao did not curse back at 72444. After some thought, he felt that this was not right. Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. He did something wrong. He needs to make it up to the other party. As for how to make it up, of course, it is to cut off his source of income. I did this because I was considering that 72,444's hands would definitely be sore from helping others make instant noodles. In order to prevent 72,444's hands from getting sore, I let him bear the pain. He believed that 72,444 would be moved to tears. Luckily, there isn't much shark meat here, so there should be many more people coming to me for instant noodles. 72444 sat in front of the stone pot. The water in the pot was about to boil, and he said viciously, "Damn it, come and steal my business again if you dare. Humph, the shark meat is all sold out. Let's see how you can steal it. Dong Zhua, come over here and add some firewood. I will help you make a fortune later and lead you to the pinnacle of life." Dong Zhua came over with a pile of firewood and said flatteringly, "Master is wise. Master is unrivaled in the world and will definitely unify the world." Dong Zhua has seen the future of Master dominating the world. After hearing this, 72,444's irritable mood also became cheerful. Who would be uncomfortable and enjoy Dong Zhua's flattery? Lin Jiao slapped Daji's butt. 7244 opened the regional channel with great ambition. 2 hours had passed, and he could speak. But just as he was about to type a sentence, the first step towards realizing his great ambition, a statement suddenly poured a bucket of cold water on his head. Although the shark meat is sold out, Daji can make you some instant noodles, and she'll give you some sausage. In a regional channel, everyone who had been complaining about Lin Jiao suddenly became excited again. I said that 520 boss couldn't be so heartless. Look, Daji made noodles and gave away sausage. Long live 520 boss. Smart people have already added. 520 boss is in need of a bed warmer. Can you consider me? Don't embarrass yourself upstairs. The 520 boss already has Daji. What else does he need you for? Double fuck? Oh my god. It's exciting just thinking about it. 520 boss. Can you take me with you? I don't mind playing poker with 3 of us. Kuyu and Kaluo. Suddenly, I feel that the woman next to me is not attractive anymore. Oh, you upstairs, just be content. What did I say to a yellow-faced woman I caught? Upon seeing this, 72,444's eyes turned red and he became furious. 520. Aya, I will never forgive you. Dong Zhua saw this and quickly stepped back, fearing that he would be implicated. Seeing his master's angry look, he shook his head, his face full of disappointment. Alas, when will this day end? When will he be able to live a life of plenty? The more 72,444 thought about it, the angrier he became. He could no longer contain his anger. So he opened Lin Jiu's friends list and started bombarding them. WCNMD, you are so wicked. You damn bastard. I and you. 72444 finally felt a little relieved when he saw the dozens of messages he had sprayed. Dongjua, come over here and massage my legs. Dongjua trotted over, bowed and nodded to help 72,444 massage his shoulders. 72444 sat on the ground, looking very happy. He finally felt a lot better, but looking at the pot of water, he felt very distressed. This water is 2/3 of all his fresh water, alas. He lay on the ground, took a sip, and looked very sad. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Huh, this thing makes my head hurt. It's so annoying, damn. Lin Jiu was busy making instant noodles for them, and a message notification was almost annoyed him. He didn't even look at it and directly closed the message notification. Poor 72444 didn't know that the dozens of messages he had sprayed were simply ignored by Lin Jiu. If those people in the regional channel knew about this, they would definitely be flooded with complaints. It's a pity that they don't know, and even if they knew, what could they do? He is Daji's master, so if he flirts with her, isn't that the same as if Daji is flirting with him? Is there a problem with that? That's no problem. After being busy for a while, Lin Jiu stopped the transaction. He still hadn't exchanged what he wanted, but he had no shortage of other supplies. The wood and rattan were enough for him to build 2 warehouses. Ouch, I'm so tired. Lin Jiu stretched, cleaned up, and walked into the house. As for Han Xian, he was left outside to keep watch and go fishing. Master, you are back. Daji had already made the bed and was standing beside it waiting for Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu nodded and looked at it. Although the appearance of this bed was very different from modern beds, it was already very good under such conditions. You know, there are many people who still use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. What he appreciated most was that the house was simply divided into 2 rooms. When Lei Fat Ada made the suggestion, Lin Jiu was very pleased. He has a bright future. Master, let Daji serve you in bed. When Daji said this, her face turned slightly hot. Lin Jiu walked into their double room with a puzzled look on his face. Daji's face flushed. She walked up to Lin Jiu and undressed him. Chapter 25, Referee. So blind. A ray of sunlight slowly shines onto the sea, making the waves sparkle. The morning sea breeze is particularly refreshing. Good morning. Lin Jiu pushed the door open and walked out. The other 3 people were already busy. He suddenly thought of something. He seemed to be the last one to get up every morning. Han Xian was still suffering under the shed, holding the fishing rod tightly in his hand. When Lin Jiu saw this scene, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Han Xian, you also feel embarrassed? Do you think you are polite? Lin Jiu walked up to Han Xian and patted him on the shoulder. Han Xian turned around. His face looked haggard, and he had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. Boss, you're up. Lin Jiu nodded. Why did he feel that Han Xian's tone was full of resentment? He must have felt it wrong. Yes, right? Han Xian, you've worked hard these past 2 days. From today on, you and Lei Fat Ada will take turns keeping watch. Lin Jiu felt like a beast when he was stared at by that look. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be the case. Yesterday, Han Xian was fighting sharks and drowned corpses in the sea, and I asked him to keep watch. Alas, after hearing this, Han Xian's pretentious expression finally changed a little. The boss finally found his conscience. Lin Jiu, you think too much. I'm just afraid that you'll die suddenly, and then there'll be no one to help me with the work. Stop for a moment and come and have breakfast. Lin Jiu greeted everyone and asked them to come for dinner. Old Lei, from now on, you and Han Xian will take turns keeping watch. Is there any problem? Lin Jiu looked at Lei Fat Ada, who was standing beside him. Lei Fat Ada shook his head and said, whatever the boss tells you. Also, after dinner, let's build a warehouse. Lei Fat Ada drank the milk, nodded, and made an okay gesture. After discussing it, Lin Jiu was about to pick up his chopsticks when Daji screamed. Master, another wooden box has been caught. Lin Jiu quickly put down the chopsticks in his hand, and the tired look on Han Xian's face disappeared. He turned around with a look ready to go. Phew, it turned out to be an ordinary box. After seeing this, Han Xian's guarded look suddenly relaxed. After the previous experiences, he was already clear that there were no drowned corpses inside, but normal people. Let me see who I'll get this time. Lin Jiu rubbed his hands, walked to the wooden box with anticipation, and said silently in his heart, it's best to be Rem, but if not Rem, Wang Xiaojun will do, or Jiao-chan will be fine. Just don't be the kind of middle-aged woman as long as it's okay. Lin Jiao opened the lid of the wooden box with great anticipation, and a man stood up under his expectant gaze. A man. Lin Jiao felt a little disappointed when he saw this. That's it. How can this satisfy the majority of book lovers? It also delayed his breakfast time. Wait, why does this person look so familiar? I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Stop your phone. Japanese pirates? May I have your name? Although Lin Jiao hates the Japanese pirates, he doesn't hate all of them, nor does he discriminate against them on any ethnic basis. The man standing in the wooden box said in broken Chinese. Scream in Chinese. I'm Yan Xia. Huh. Sorry, your Chinese name is so funny. Cough, cough, cough. What skills do you have? Lin Jiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a cool name. He's blind. Ha ha ha. Daji and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Apparently, they also heard the homonym. The man in the wooden box was not angry at the laughter of Lin Jiao and others. He said seriously, I'm a referee in the city, an Olympic referee. After hearing this, Lin Jiao immediately stopped laughing and walked around his blind spot. No wonder this man looked so familiar to me. Just say it. I only remember the heroines in the movies like Sora, Aoi. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth and stared at him blindly with an evil smile. He was blind, and his scalp was numbing because he was being stared at. Why did he feel that his master had such bad intentions? Could it be that? My master is... It's okay, the master looks pretty good. If the master wants it, it's not impossible. Thinking of this, he blindly gave her a wink that he thought was very charming, and his tongue even circled around the corner of his mouth. Vomit! Lin Jiao almost wanted to vomit because of this expression. Han Xin and the others also looked at him with disgust, saying he was blind, especially Daji. Lin Jiao still walked towards him with a smile and rubbed his hands. Daji looked at Lin Jiao in disbelief. The master wouldn't like that bite, would he? He was blind with anticipation on his face. Come on, let out as much as you can. Come and ravage him as much as you can. Then, a punch to his blind face. MLGB, I'll make you blind. I'll make you pretend to be blind in the Olympics. Fists thundered down upon his blind face. You're blind, aren't you? I'll make you blind. And you're still flirting with me. I'll make you flirt. Oh, it hurts, but it feels so good. He didn't expect that the master looked so gentle but was so ruthless. He liked it. He was blind and felt both painful and happy. He even thought Lin Jiao was doing foreplay with him. After hearing this, Lin Jiao felt insulted and raised his foot to kick him hard in the lower body. Oh! He covered his balls with his blind eyes, his face showing an expression of extreme pain, and he let out a scream. Fun, huh? I'll make you feel good. Lin Jiao said this hatefully, and as if he still felt unsatisfied, he kicked again. This punch is the price you pay for blinding yourself during gymnastics. This kick is to let you change the rules. This kick will cause your country to discharge nuclear wastewater. This kick will charge your country and mascot. Lin Jiao became more and more excited in the fight, which lasted for more than 10 minutes. His eyes were blind, and his whole body was covered in purple and red, and his face was bruised and swollen. He was blind, woo-woo. I'm not the only referee. It is not me who discharged the nuclear wastewater, and it is not me who set the fees. Why are you hitting me, woo-woo? Lanju. Ah, that's right. I apologize to you. I am sorry. I am sorry. Oh, by the way, I accidentally said sorry, so I will play for another 10 minutes. Daji, you three come and help me fight for a while. I am tired. I want to rest for a while. Lin Jiao greeted him, then walked over to the side and sat down, panting. Daji and the other two smiled evilly, ready to walk towards the half-dead blind man. He blindly opened his red and swollen eyes and saw 3 people walking towards him. Just as he was about to speak, fists fell on him like rain. Lin Jiao was dumbfounded. How could these 3 people be even more ruthless than him, especially Daji? Master, he fainted. He is so weak. Daji spread her hands and spoke innocently. Lin Jiao was speechless. You just attacked the most brutally. It's been almost an hour. It's been very resistant that you're not dead. He looked at the man lying on the ground, who was blind, with blood all over his body and a pool of yellow liquid underneath. He felt a little sorry for him because he was blind. Did he go too far? How about compensating him? Yes, we must compensate. For the sake of the friendship between the 2 countries, we must compensate. Just pour water on him to wake him up, beat him for 10 minutes, and throw him into the sea. After all, I am a kind person and I cannot do such an inhumane thing. Oh, by the way, Remember to focus on the eyes. Daji. Hanexen. Lei fadada. Kainis. No, I can't bear it. 10 minutes later, he was thrown into the sea blindly. The moment he was thrown into the sea blindly, he almost shed tears. He finally escaped from the clutches of the devil. Woo! What he didn't know was that he would have to experience drowning next. Lin Jiu watched all this with a look of relief on his face. The referee had really become a blind man. I am helping him realize his dream. He is so kind. Chapter 26, It's Raining. Mr. Lei, get started on setting up the warehouse. Hanexan, go back to sleep first. Lin Jiu gave an instruction, then stood up and walked towards the wood, followed closely by Lei Fadada. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened and Lin Jiu looked up. No way, it's not going to rain. Lao Lei, hurry up. Come with me and move the supplies into the house first. Daji, put away the fishing rod and hide inside. It looks like it's going to rain. Lin Jiu spoke to the two anxiously, then trotted all the way and moved the wooden boxes full of supplies into the house. Upon hearing the noise, Han Xian did not even bother to rest and ran out to help. Boss, what should we do with all that wood? Lei Fadada exclaimed behind him. Lin Jiu looked at the wood and pondered for a while. He asked Daji beside him. Daji, how many raincoats did you catch? About a dozen. Lin Jiu pondered for a moment, moved some of the wood into the shed, and used the extra raincoats to cover both sides quickly. Several people started working nonstop. Who? Boss, what should we do with the remaining part of the wood? Lei Fadada pointed to the remaining exposed wood. Lin Jiu took a look and could not think of a good solution. He said, never mind that. If it gets wet, it gets wet. As soon as he finished speaking, a drop of rain fell on Lin Jiu's face. Go inside first. Lin Jiu led the three of them into the room. Just as they entered the room, the rain started to fall heavily. The rain dripped onto the ground, and the dry ground was suddenly covered with a layer of water. Lin Jiu stood at the door, watching this scene. He couldn't help but feel sorry for his wood and planks. Why? Wait, rainwater. This is fucking fresh water. He quickly put on his raincoat, rushed outside, and rummaged around in the shed. His eyes lit up. He found it. A shovel. He accidentally saw it last night, and it was probably caught by Daji. He picked up a shovel and ran to a part of the island and started digging the ground. Han Xian and the other two were a little confused at first, but after seeing this scene, they understood Lin Jiu's behavior. They also put on their raincoats and ran towards Lin Jiu. Why are you here? Lin Jiu looked at the three people with some surprise. Master, we won't let you work alone while we take a rest. Daji pouted, very dissatisfied with Lin Jiu's behavior. Lei Fadada and Han Xian were also somewhat dissatisfied. Boss, let me do it. Lei Fadada walked up to Lin Jiu and wanted to take the shovel. Lin Jiu shook his head and said, I'll do it. You guys go get the mineral water bottles out, put them outside, and secure them with something. Lin Jiu and his companions took off their raincoats, sat inside the house, and lit a fire to keep warm. They had just been caught in the rain outside, so they couldn't avoid feeling a little cold in their bodies. After this experience, he should be able to save a lot of fresh water, so he can wash as much as he wants in the future. He dug a small pond that was 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high, and added dozens of mineral water bottles. This rain brought him abundant fresh water resources. It was a timely relief for him, but for others, it might be. Having nothing to do, Lin Jiu simply turned on the regional channel. It's so cool. It's raining so well. I almost got a heat stroke these past few days. Huh. The person above is really generous. Are your supplies okay? My supplies? All gone. Damn it. This broken box is leaking. Shit. I'm freezing to death. I'm going to spend a lot of money to buy a raincoat. You spent a lot of money to buy it. Do you have any supplies? Oh, what a coincidence. I just have a raincoat, hee hee. What kind of rubbish tent is this? Damn. It's so ineffective in keeping out the rain. I'm numb. My men and I are going to freeze to death. It's gone, all gone, back to the days before liberation overnight. Looking at the regional channel full of wailing, Lin Jiu felt sorry for them for 3 seconds. Of course, only these 3 seconds. It seems that the weather is the same everywhere. To confirm his guess, he opened the world channel which he hadn't watched for a few days. Baga, this rain destroyed all my supplies. Is there anyone selling raincoats? I'm freezing to death. The quilt and clothes I caught are all soaked. I still like hot weather, damn. The same is true for the world channel. Lin Jiu sighed and estimated that many people would catch a cold this time. It's okay if I have subordinates. But if I'm alone, a cold or fever means I can't go fishing. If someone with a weak body gets a severe fever on this island, they're doomed. But does this have anything to do with him? No. Oh, by the way, it seems someone sent him a lot of messages last night, but he didn't have time to read them. Or 72,444. He clicked on 72,444's friends and saw dozens of obscene messages. Good guy. Even his family members greeted him. In response to this behavior, Linjiao only responded with one sentence. Is it comfortable to be in the rain? On another island, 72444 and Dongjua, who were soaked to the skin, leaned against each other for warmth. When he heard the crisp notification tone, he opened it and saw that his face was flushed. Why are you showing off? Aren't you getting wet in the rain, just like me? Even if you have a raincoat, all the supplies you exchanged for before are gone now. Ha ha ha. He directly fought back. How could I tolerate his anger? 72444 thought his taunt was perfect, but the next second, don't worry about it. I'm in the house looking at this beautiful scenery. The supplies are really a headache. A house and a shed can't hold them all, and a lot of them got wet. 72444 with a dull look in my eyes. I sat up in shock from my dying illness. The clown turned out to be me? Oh, by the way, I'm going to eat hot pot later. 72444 was furious when he saw it, and even ate hot pot. Eat, eat, eat. I'll eat you to death. I have Dongjua to protect me. You are nothing. But after sending this message, he instantly regretted it. He must have said such a thing because he was blinded by anger. 520, but there are Han, Xian, and Daji. I Dongjua nothing. I'm so envious. Dongjua, unlike me, he can only live in a house built by his subordinates and eat potato chips fed by Daji. After seeing this, 72444 was so angry that he closed the friend interface directly. He wanted to refute, but found that he was not as good as the other party in any way. Fuck, are you still sitting here? Go fish for me. If you can't catch a raincoat, you won't get to eat today. 72444 kicked Dong, Zhua on the ground and roared. In the rain, he looked like a down and out. He could only vent his anger on his men. Dong Zhuo was under the control of a mysterious power, so he naturally didn't dare to say anything. He just walked to the beach and fished in the rain. Come, I'll take you to eat hot pot today. Lin Jiao shouted at Daji and the others. Hot pot? Master, what is hot pot? Daji asked Lin Jiao with a puzzled look on her face, and Han Xian and Lei Fat Ada were also a little confused. Hot pot? Fire-roasted pot? And then eat the pot? Lei Fat Ada thought to himself, and quickly waved his hand and said, Boss, forget it, you eat it. I don't want to eat it. Lin Jiao doesn't quite understand why some people don't eat hot pot when it's so delicious. Are you sure? Don't drool from greed later. Lei Fat Ada nodded repeatedly like a chick. I'm sure I'm not hungry. Lei Fat Ada thought. I must be crazy to drool over greed. If he drools, his last name isn't Lei. Chapter 27. Drowned with a trident. Green vegetables, beef, enoki mushrooms, ham. Bring them to me. Lin Jiao rubbed his hands and looked at the boiling water with excitement. The bay sauce was his favorite spicy one. The aroma wafted into the air, and Daji quickly took all the food over. Han Xian stared at the stone pot, swallowing his saliva constantly. Lin Jiao saw Han Xian's embarrassed look. That's it. That's it. As for Lei Fat Ada, he turned his head aside, out of sight, out of mind. He almost shed tears of regret from the corners of his mouth. It just smells good. It definitely doesn't taste good. Right? Lin Jiao took the food and put it in slowly. He also took out a bottle of Lao Gan Ma and 4 bottles of 1982 Coke. Lei Gamma YYDS. Everyone, start eating. We can finally eat. What a pity. Some people don't like it. This beef is so delicious. Lin Jiao chewed it, making smacking sounds on purpose, with a look of enjoyment on his face. After hearing this, Daji covered her mouth and giggled, glanced at Lin Jiao, and then looked at Lei Fat Ada, who was swallowing his saliva. The master is so bad. Master, the food tastes so good after being put in there. It smells so good. Daji cooperated with Lin Jiao and said this deliberately. Her voice was amplified a lot, and she blinked at Lin Jiao. This little girl is really smart. I like her. Han Xian glanced at Daji, and suddenly a sentence occurred to him. He who keeps company with vermilion becomes red, and he who keeps company with ink becomes black. Lei Fat Ada wiped the corner of his mouth and left tears of regret. He hated it so much. He hated himself for being so mean. Isn't this bullying honest people? Okay, stop forcing yourself if you want to eat. Let's eat together. Lin Jiao greeted him with a smile and handed the 1982 Coke to Lei Fat-Ada. He knew that Lei Fat-Ada was very concerned about his reputation, so he just thought it was a joke. Lei Fat-Ada looked grateful. He knew that his boss was giving him a way out. He took the Coke, smiled slightly, and nodded at Lin Jiao. Then he regretted it. Lei Fat-Ada picked up the chopsticks and started eating quickly, not caring about the heat. My goodness, even myself and Daji can't eat as fast as him. As for Han Xan, each one is more greedy than the other. Fortunately, I have enough food. Lin Jiao didn't have time to think too much and quickly joined the ranks of people eating. If he doesn't eat, he will probably have to wait for the next round of dishes. If you're not active in eating, you have a problem with your thinking. Hiccup. Han Xan patted his stomach contentedly and took a sip of Coke. Seeing Han Xan like this, Lin Jiao raised his lips slightly. He suddenly felt that Han Xan was a little cute and said, Han Xan, you look so good like this. Aren't you tired of pretending to be cool and aloof every day? Boss, what is pretending to be cool? Han Xan realized his gaffe and quickly straightened his attitude, but pretended not to understand and asked Lin Jiao back. This left Lin Jiao speechless. I don't know how to put on while installing it. Ugh, Han Xan is still the best. I must train Han Xan into a cute version of Han Xan. If it doesn't work, the sand sculpture version will also work. Hey, he thinks it's okay. After eating and drinking, Han Xan finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep on the bed. Lei Fat-Ada went to draw the blueprints for the warehouse. Only he and Daji had nothing to do. Daji, you should also go and have a rest. Master, I'm not very sleepy. Daji looked particularly cute as she tilted her head and stared at Lin Jiao with a smile on her face. Lin Jiao couldn't help but stroke Daji's hair. Daji narrowed her eyes, which looked like crescent moons, and she enjoyed it very much. Just like that, neither of them spoke, quietly enjoying this moment. Help! Someone save me! 2 monsters with weapons appeared on the island out of nowhere. What is that? Why don't I have it? I don't have any of that either. It's just a little cold. So I spent a lot of money on a raincoat. I have this too, help. It looks like the drowned corpse holding a trident in Minecraft. Minecraft? What is that? A game? A movie? Anime? The above person doesn't know this either. I played this game from middle school to college graduation. It's a really good game. Help! I have a drowned corpse here, too. Whoever has weapons, I will buy them for a lot of money. Quick! Hey, have you ever seen anyone fish up weapons now? Holy shit! Guys, there are 2 drowned corpses here. Lin Jiao stared at the channel and frowned. A drowned corpse holding a trident? Appearing out of nowhere. And the frequency seems to be quite high. Just as Lin Jiao was thinking, Daji exclaimed, Master, look, a monster appeared on the island, and it seems to be holding a weapon. Lin Jiao raised his head, and his pupils shrank. Right in front of him was a drowned corpse holding a trident. The drowned corpse also saw Lin Jiao, raised his hand, and threw the trident fiercely at Lin Jiao and Daji. Lin Jiao quickly pushed Daji away and closed the door, and a crashing sound was heard. The sharp point of the trident pierced through the door, revealing its cold light. Lei Fat-Ada, who was designing the drawings in the room, quickly put down his work and ran over. He was full of confusion, but before he could ask, Lin Jiao pushed the door open and walked out. Gah! The drowned corpse without its trident saw Lin Jiao rushing towards it, and it became a little excited and let out a roar. The food is delivered to your door. It's going to taste good. The woman in the house seems to be more delicious. Lin Jiao rushed towards the drowned corpse, and the drowned corpse also rushed towards Lin Jiao at the same time. With one punch, Lin Jiao knocked the drowned corpse back 1 meter. The drowned corpse blinked, somewhat confused as to why the man in front of him was so strong. The drowned corpse seems to have become stronger, Lin Jiao thought to himself. Before, he could send the drowned corpse flying 1 or 2 meters with one punch, but this time he only pushed it back 1 meter. He was not waterproof. Lin Jiao took out a dagger from his waist and fixed his eyes on the drowned corpse that was rushing towards him again. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. The head of the drowned corpse rolled to the ground, with its eyes wide open. He glanced at the rolled-up blade and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. He had only caught 2 daggers in so many days. One is with him, and the other is with Han Xan. Lin Jiao vented all his frustration on the drowned corpse and kicked it into the sea. Whipping corpse. Lin Jiao was about to walk back when Daji pointed behind him and shouted anxiously, Master, be careful behind you. Lin Jiao turned his head and saw two more drowned corpses appearing at the edge of the island behind him, one holding a trident in one hand and the other empty. Just two. Nothing to be afraid of. Lin Jiao raised his lips. He could easily deal with the two drowned corpses. He posed in a way that he thought was very cool and said to Daji, "Just two drowned corpses, look at the master. Damn, how can there be so many drowned corpses?" Lin Jiao's eyes widened. He couldn't quite believe it. More drowned zombies appeared around the four sides of the island, especially on the expanded territory where 7 drowned zombies appeared. There are about 10 of them in total. 3 hands holding tridents. Chapter 28. The drowned corpse emerged from the box. On an island, 72444 was walking on the wet mud. His whole body was soaked. He complained to Dong Zhuo, who was fishing. "You're fucking useless. You still can't catch a raincoat after so long. You can eat when you catch one today." After venting his anger, 72444 took out the bag of bread, tore open the bag, and was about to take a big bite when a drowned corpse holding a trident appeared out of nowhere in front of him. When 72444 saw this, he was so frightened that he dropped the bread in his hand and shouted in panic, "Dong Zhuo, save me! Help! There's a monster!" Dong Zhuo turned around quickly after hearing the sound. Before Dong Zhuo could make any other moves, the drowned corpse had already thrown the trident in his hand and stabbed 72444. Dong Zhuo saw this, his eyes narrowed, and he shouted anxiously, "Master, be careful! Get down!" 72444 was so frightened that he stood there motionless, allowing the trident to pierce him. At this extremely critical moment, Dong Zhuo smashed the fishing rod in his hand towards the flying trident. Bang! With a crisp collision sound, the trident in midair was hit by the fishing rod, changed direction, and passed by 72,444's ear. A stream of yellow liquid flowed between 72,444's legs, but it quickly disappeared under the rain and flowed elsewhere. "Master, run to me!" Dong Zhuo shouted loudly and rushed towards 72444, while the drowned corpse also rushed towards 72444. 72444 finally reacted, with a look of panic on his face, and quickly turned around and ran towards Dong Zhuo. Bang! 72444 ran too fast and fell to the ground. His face was covered in mud, and his mouth was filled with rain and mud. Bah! Why is the rain water so salty and smells fishy? 72444 spit on the ground. The smell? He seemed to remember something. This couldn't be what he just said. Vomit! 72444 laid on the ground and vomited. His wet face could no longer be determined whether it was tears or rain. Dong Zhuo also easily dealt with the drowned corpse at this moment. He hurriedly walked to 72444, helped 72444 up, and said apologetically, "Master, I'm sorry for scaring you." Afterwards, Dong Zhuo also smelled something strange, but his expression did not reveal any emotion. 72444, thinking of the humiliation he had just suffered, he kicked Dong Zhuo and angrily cursed. "You piece of shit. Fuck." Dong Zhuo lowered his head and said nothing. The mysterious power controlled him and made him dare not resist at all. On another island, there were several green wooden boxes placed on the edge of the island. A man was wearing a raincoat. Fortunately, he had extra raincoats to cover the supplies in the wooden box. He enjoyed the rain scene with a comfortable look on his face. How miserable! One by one. Luckily, I was lucky and caught 2 raincoats. There were no ugly monsters spawning on the island. The man muttered to himself, with many mineral water bottles placed beside him to collect water. He felt that he was the luckiest man and could be compared with 520. He felt a little envious when he thought of 520. It would be fine if he didn't speak out in the regional channel, but if he did, it would cause a commotion. He wanted to live that kind of life. If possible, replace it with something better. Lin Juk didn't know that he had become famous all over the world. The man was lost in thought when the green wooden boxes on the island suddenly began to shake violently. The man felt a little strange. How come the wooden box moved on its own? Wait, this box seems to contain a drowned corpse. Just as he was thinking of this and stood up to retreat, the wooden boards on the surfaces of several wooden boxes gradually cracked, and green, drowned corpses stood up from them. "Nima, help!" The man screamed and quickly stepped back. Several drowned corpses stared at him. "Gah! Gah! Gah!" Several drowned corpses roared and pounced on the man like hungry wolves. The man was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. By the time he came to his senses, several drowned corpses were already in front of him. There were several drowned corpses lying on the man's body. He let out a scream, his body twitching continuously, and then he became motionless. A moment later, several drowned corpses with blood on their mouths and hands walked into the sea with satisfaction on their faces. My family, if you have green boxes on the island, please find a way to get rid of them. Just now, a drowned corpse crawled out of a green box on my island. Fortunately, I fished up an ancient leader and he survived. Fuck, there are 4 or 5 green boxes on my island. What should I do with them? I can't even push them. Me too, it's over. Someone come save me. Help. The suicide note has been written, I worked so hard to get rid of the drowned corpses that appeared out of nowhere on the island. And now, there are 3 green boxes. Oh. My condolences, brother. I have Dongjua, so I'm safe and sound. Aren't you envious? Lin Jiu glanced at the chat among the people in the regional channel and frowned. It seems that not only are they getting stronger, but the monsters are also getting stronger. This rain not only destroyed many people's supplies, but also brought the bad news that monsters were getting stronger. Not sure if there are any other changes. He had seen the wooden box containing the drowned corpses being left on the island and felt that it was not appropriate. Something would happen sooner or later. Why is this 72,444 coming out to gloat over other people's misfortune at this time? Lin Jiu hates this kind of people to the extreme. There was one question he didn't quite understand. He had been watching the regional channels for so long, and the most drowned corpses that appeared out of nowhere on each person's island were only 5. How come he has more than a dozen? 20 minutes ago, after more than a dozen of them appeared on the island, Han Xian was also awakened by the sound of fighting. Han Xian walked out angrily, pulled out the trident on the door, held it in his hand, and looked for who had woken him up from his sweet dream. He was determined to teach that person a lesson. Boss, it's okay then. So he naturally vented his anger on the dozen or so drowned corpses. At the beginning, Lin Jiu was a little worried, fearing that Han Xian could not deal with so many drowned corpses alone. After all, the drowned corpses had become stronger. In the end, he thought too much. Although the drowned corpse has become stronger, it is still a weakling in front of Han Xian. Han Xian held the trident and shot the heads off more than a dozen drowned corpses. He felt that it was not enough, so he kicked the corpses into the sea one by one. Under the wash of rain, the green blood on the island was quickly washed into the sea. Lin Jiu glanced at Han Xian, who was wet and sleeping soundly. He was glad that he had such a subordinate. Otherwise, he might be gone. Chapter 29, Ginger Soup. World Channel. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the rain had stopped, but the clouds had not yet dispersed. Alas, it's like going back to the time before liberation overnight. Everything is gone. Just be content. It's good enough to be alive. Haven't you noticed that more than half of the people chatting in the regional channel are gone? Oh, it feels so good to be alive. Who has medical supplies? Sterile ones are best. I was scratched by a drowned corpse. I don't know if it's poisonous. I can tell you based on my experience with a broken leg, don't worry, it's not poisonous. It's just easy to get infected in this kind of weather. Hey, many of my friends have gone dark. I guess they are gone. It's good enough that you're still alive. Don't be sad. Hurry up and pack up your supplies. The regional channel is no longer as lively as before. There is no more screen swiping, and each message takes 2 or 3 seconds to be answered. Lin Jiu couldn't help but feel a little sad. They were all from the same country. Of course, if it were Japanese pirates, then it would be fine, and he would even set off firecrackers to celebrate. There's been a large reduction in personnel, so the chat cooldown time in the regional channel has been reduced to once an hour, and the chat cooldown time in the world channel has been reduced to once every 12 hours. Have fun, everyone. A mechanical voice sounded in everyone's ears. After hearing this, Lin Jiu pondered for a while, clenched his fists, and had a look of anger on his face. Have fun. There must be someone behind the scenes controlling all this. Treat their lives like a game. After a moment, he unclenched his fists again. Even if he knew, what could he do? It was a problem to survive, let alone resist. But if he has enough strength, he must... Did you hear it? Someone is manipulating everything from behind the scenes. They are totally indifferent to our lives. What can we do if we know? We can't even afford food and clothing. That's right. I estimate that nearly half of the people died this time. Have you seen the 520 boss? Usually he would take advantage of the situation to rob people at this time. I didn't see it. Could it be that something unexpected happened to the boss? If nothing unexpected happened, it's probably the same as ours. All the supplies are soaked. If he wants to take advantage of the situation, there's nothing we can do. Ha ha! Normally he's the most Versailles, but now he's just like me. Lin Jiao was speechless when he saw this. Why did they mention him every time? Wasn't this forcing him to show off? Also, does he look like someone who would take advantage of someone's misfortune? He is a conscientious businessman. Don't worry, I'm safe in my house. It's a little small, but it's big enough for 4 people to live in, and it can also hold supplies. I believe everyone is very cold after the rain, so I'll only charge you the cost and give you half a bottle of ginger soup. As soon as these words were spoken, there was complete silence in the regional channel for a long while. What the hell? What the hell? A house? He built a house. I can't find any words to describe my feelings right now. Just 2 words. Awesome. I'm still sleeping on the ground, but the big guys have already built a house. Is this the gap? My subordinates asked me why I had to kneel down to chat, and I could only say that 520 boss is awesome. No one noticed? Didn't boss 520 only have 2 subordinates? Why is there one more now? Ginger soup is really warming. So comfortable. Let's chat with each other. Go buy now. It's really the cost price. We are all from the same country, but you are still charging money when facing such a disaster. In my opinion, you should contribute all your supplies and help everyone. That's right, they charge for half a bottle of ginger soup. Who knows if it's the cost price? The 2 people upstairs are probably idiots. Why should they give it to you for free? Why don't you contribute your supplies? I mean, I've already vomited. Silly dog. Lin Jiao couldn't help feeling disgusted when seeing these speeches asking him to contribute supplies. Is this the guy who talks big but stands at the pinnacle of morality? Some even questioned that he was not charging the cost price, and they wanted to slap them in the face. He directly blocked all these idiots. He only charged me half a bottle of water and nothing else, so in the end he still had to pay for it. He actually put the ginger and star anise in there himself. Although he cooked several pots of ginger, star anise, and other ingredients, he still lost money. I guess in the end, there won't be any ginger left. Of course, most people with brains are still grateful to Lin Jiao. Daji, go get some more ginger. Lin Jiao was filling the ginger soup while giving instructions to Daji. Daji didn't quite understand what her master did, but she didn't ask any more questions and walked into the house as Lin Jiao instructed. Daji was holding a bag of ginger in her hand, with a trace of embarrassment on her face, and said, "Master, this is our last bag of ginger, and there are only 2 bags of star anise left." So fast. Lin Jiao felt a little surprised. Yes, there are 12 bags of ginger in total. Master, you didn't pay any attention to it. When I reminded you just now, you ignored me. Speaking of this, Daji was still pouting, a little unhappy that Lin Jiao had just ignored her. Lin Jiao scratched Daji's nose with a slightly apologetic look on his face and said, "I'm sorry, I was too busy just now and didn't pay attention, dear." "Master, I don't understand why you do this." Lin Jiao smiled and said, "Some money can be earned, and some money cannot be earned. In times of trouble, we should help each other. Besides, it's not like these money can't be earned back. Later, the master will show you how to earn more." Daji was full of confusion and didn't understand. Isn't it contradictory what the master said? How can you make more if you can't make money? After Lin Jiao used up the last bag of ginger, he bought back 100 million points from the regional channel. Not much, just a few hundred bags. He exchanges 1 pound of meat for 3 bags. It seems like he is losing money, but in fact he is not. He will be able to earn 10 times back later. Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth. A hint of evil light flashed in his eyes, and he switched to the world channel. He quickly typed a line of words in the world channel. Hot soup for sale. Selling at a low price. Warm soup? The kind that warms the body? I want some. There's such a good thing. Give me a few bowls. Huaxia is indeed a magical country, my God. Don't buy it, everyone. A pound of meat only costs half a bottle, and it's half a bottle of water. I guarantee with my Bushido spirit that every word is true. Really? As expected, Chinese people are very cunning. How much is your mere Bushido worth? It's only half a bottle of water, but drinking it will warm your whole body. In this environment, a pound of meat is worth it. I still think it's expensive. I only have 2 pounds of meat now. Hey, just take half of it. Whoever insults our Bushido spirit will die. I traded a black cloud for 3 bottles of warm soup. It feels so good to drink it. Seeing that a foreigner actually defended him so much, Lin Jiu suspected that this was a member of the internet army he hired. Give him a cheaper price later. As for the Japanese pirates, humph. A dog will never change its eating habits. From now on, if you buy ginger soup from him and the number has the two symbols RB, he will charge you double the price. It's better to leave the blandest pot for them. Huh, you little bastards. I can't cure you. Of course, he doesn't just collect meat. He mainly collects special resources. Lin Jiu was busy while thinking. Daji looked at the supplies that kept appearing in the distance, and her eyes were fixed. This is too much. Chapter 30 Clay. Lin Jiu hummed a little song while packing up the spoils of the afternoon and told Daji a dirty joke from time to time. He had no idea how much meat food he had obtained, and he had also exchanged for a lot of special supplies. What surprised him even more was that he had exchanged for a full 50 square meters of land cloud, while the desert cloud was a little less, only about 5 square meters. His sky island will soon reach the 200 square meter mark. As expected, it is easier to make money from foreigners, and he has to take good care of these leaks. The next morning, Lin Jiu walked towards Lei Fadada, who was on night watch, and took a look at the night's harvest. He was a little surprised. This time, several weapons were placed, including knives, swords, and axes, but they were all made of bronze and were not very sharp at all. Never mind, just use it. After everyone finished washing up, Lin Jiu called them over and asked them to come over for breakfast. Considering that many people were eating soggy bread, Lin Jiu was very considerate and decided to eat something simple so as not to feel out of place. Be a man, be low-key, and don't show off your wealth. As for breakfast, just keep it simple. Just eat some homemade rujiamo. Lamb is enough? Add sausage. Hiccup. Lin Jiu burped and was about to smoke the meat when a friend he hadn't contacted for a few days sent him a message. ZG4399. I thought he also lost his life in yesterday's changes. I didn't expect that he was still alive and well. 520 boss, are you there? Do you have ginger soup? I was busy cleaning up last night and didn't check the channel. I just found out today. Lin Jiu was speechless. Who would drink ginger soup so early in the morning? No, but there is rujiamo, a deluxe version of double sausage mutton. After a while, Lin Jiu saw that 4399 had sent a reply message, so he closed the friend interface directly. Set up the grill, light a bonfire underneath, and take out the raw meat that has been prepared long ago. A woman stood on the island like a wooden chicken, holding a fishing rod in her hand, and she didn't come to her senses for a long time. What did he say? Rujiamo? Double sausage lamb deluxe? This person is 4,399. She previously sold women's clothes to 520 and claimed that she was a woman, simply to raise the price. She couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. After confirming that she was not mistaken, her face was full of surprise. Impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. She couldn't believe that in such an environment, someone could live such a luxurious life. Today it's rujiamo, tomorrow it's jianbingguozi, and the day after tomorrow it's shaozuanbing, soy milk, hamburgers. She had no idea that tears were streaming down her lips. Boss, are you still here? I want to buy 2 rujiamo. How much is it? After a moment, Lin Jiu came back. 2. Hey, who did you catch? Lin Jiu asked tentatively. He didn't expect the other party to tell him the real information. He just asked casually. On the clothes-drying rack made by Lei Fadada, strings of smoked mutton and beef were displayed for sale. 4399 took a quick glance and replied without thinking too much. He said his name is Lubu. Boss, how much is it? Lubu. You're lucky. Just give me some tokens, but don't give me food. I can't finish all the food. The smoked meat has filled up the 4-meter-long rope. There's no room left. 4399 was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. It started again. The Versailles thing started again. Her bread and other snacks could not even fill up a wooden box, but the boss had smoked the meat and hung it on a 4-meter-long rope. Woo woo woo. She knew the boss was just pretending to be cool, but she didn't know why she couldn't hate him. Instead, I feel a sense of simplicity. Is the boss a Krypton Gold player? She really wants to know where the recharge entrance is. Just when she was daydreaming and doubting her life, Lin Jiu had already passed the rujiamo to her, but not 2 servings. It's 3 servings? Woo! The boss is so nice. 3 servings of rujiamo. What should she give? Would the boss dislike useless things? But she doesn't have anything valuable either. What should I do? I'm so confused. 4399 was in a dilemma. Logically speaking, If other people encountered this kind of situation, they would just throw some useless Lin Jiao over there. But she was still in the state of a simple and ignorant little white rabbit, and the word whatever made her feel entangled. She turned to Lu Bu, who was holding a trident, and asked, Lu Bu, what do you think is our most valuable thing? Lu Bu looked around the empty island, pondered for a moment, pointed to a place, and said, Master, I think the most valuable thing we have is the half box of clay. 43.99 looked at a box covered with cloth. She didn't quite understand what value clay could have, but she still chose to believe Lu Bu and sent the clay to Lin Jiao with a sentence attached. Boss, I don't have anything to give you. I only have this half box of clay, Then he handed 2 deluxe Ruji ammo to Lu Bu. She can't eat so much by herself. It's delicious. Lin Jiao was sitting by the fire, still smoking meat, when a reminder sound rang in his ears. Fuck, clay, clay. He looked at the half box of clay on the ground, his face full of surprise, and shouted in an incredible tone. Boss, what's wrong? Master, what happened? Boss, hurry up, step back and let me deal with the drowned corpses. When Daji and the other 2 heard Lin Jiao's exclamation, they thought something unexpected had happened, and they hurried over. Lin Jiao looked at the 3 people in front of him with a bit of a smile or tears, especially Han Exine, who was holding a bronze knife in his hand and looking around, looking for the figure of the drowned corpse. It's okay. You guys came just in time. Everyone, except Daji, should put down what you were doing. Lin Jiao paused, pointed at the box, and continued. Look what this is. Daji looked into the box, tilted her head, and asked in confusion. Master, isn't this just mud? What's so good about it? Before Lin Jiao could speak, Lei Fat said with a smile. This is not mud, this is clay. With this we can make our own bowls and utensils, and we don't have to eat from the same pot anymore. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded. Daji couldn't believe it. This clay-like thing can be made into a bowl? Lao Lei, can you make pottery? Lin Jiao asked casually. Lei Fat shook his head embarrassedly, scratched his head apologetically, and said, Boss, I'm sorry, I don't know how to do this. Lin Jiao smiled and patted his shoulder. It's okay, I just asked casually, don't take it to heart. Lin Jiao looked at the half bucket of clay in the wooden box and fell into deep thought. Looks like I'll have to try myself. Hopefully less waste will be achieved. Chapter 31, 3 miles and 3 cheese. Lin Jiao and Han Xin carried the wooden box filled with clay to the edge of the pond. He poured some water into the box and stirred it with a wooden stick for a while. Looking at the thin clay, I wonder if we poured too much water. Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now and just light a bonfire first. What should I do first? Bowl? Yes. He grabbed a handful of clay and kneaded it in his hand. Soon a bowl came out. He turned the bowl around, looked at it, and had a satisfied expression on his face. It's just that the shape is weird. This side is convex, that side is concave. It's okay. It doesn't affect the use. He believes he can succeed in one try. Wait, he seems to have nothing to grill. He quickly stood up, looked around, and stood there thinking for a while, but it seemed that there was really nothing to grill. Hey! Lin Jiao's eyes lit up as he found something that was very suitable. Trident dropped by drowned. If he remembered correctly, bronze ware is very heat-resistant. It can withstand temperatures as low as 1,200 degrees Celsius. The shape of the trident is just right for a bowl. He placed the bronze vessel steadily on the ground, placed the newly made bowl in front, picked it up steadily, tried his best to control the balance, and slowly put the bowl into the fire. In Lin Jiao's expectant eyes, the bowl made of clay was not surprisingly. It cracked. It cracked right away. Lin Jiao quickly took out the trident and looked at the cracked bowl. This didn't make sense. He is a little prince. This destroyed his self-confidence. Why? Lin Jiao placed the cracked clay in another box that had been prepared in advance, shook his head, and looked helpless. He turned his gaze to Han Xin and was so shocked by what Han Xin had in his hand that his eyes almost popped out. One side is extremely thick, while the other side is as thin as a piece of paper with many small dots on it. Can this be called a bowl? He glanced at Lei Fat again. Wow, their skills were actually similar. Now he regained his confidence, and with his head held high, he took out another ball of clay that had become sticky due to the sun exposure from the box. This time he learned his lesson and first pinched out the shape of the bowl, then slowly smoothed out the uneven spots with his thumb, trying to make all the surfaces of similar thickness. This time it finally looks like a bowl. It will definitely succeed this time. Lin Jiao carefully placed the bowl on the front end of the trident, stared at it intently, and slowly put it into the fire. When he first put in, the bowl didn't crack. As it slowly solidified, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. But the next moment, split. Not only did the bowl crack, but he himself also cracked. Ah! As for Han Xian and Lei Fat Ada, their works were even more terrible and bizarre. It was a pity that they did not become abstract artists. As expected, the two of them cracked right after they were put in, before they could solidify. 2 hours passed, and the three men were dejected and no longer had any fighting spirit. A box was full of failed products, so Lin Jiao had to pour more water into it. After soaking for a while, he slowly stirred it with a stick. Just as Lin Jiao was about to muster up his morale and try again, a scream was heard. "Master, help!" Lin Jiao quickly turned his head away, only to see Daji and a drowned corpse holding a trident staring at each other, neither of them moving. Lin Jiao knew that this was Daji using her skill. Although this skill was powerful, it had a fatal flaw. When using skills, you cannot be attacked and cannot move, just like a target. Lin Jiao didn't hesitate. He picked up the burning trident, took a step forward, and stabbed it directly into the drowned corpse's brain. Daji finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her face turned pale, and she sat on the ground, gasping for air. However, the aftereffects were much less severe than the last time. Lin Jiao took a look at the broken box next to him, and, combined with what he had learned yesterday, he already knew the cause and course of events. Daji fished up a green wooden box, but she didn't know that the drowned corpses had already broken out of the box. Before Daji could tell him, she was attacked by the drowned corpses that broke out of the box. Lin Jiao glanced at Lei Fat Ada and Han Xian who were standing there, and then looked at the weak Daji. "Oh, fishing will be very dangerous from now on. It would be better for Han Xian to do it himself than to let that black guy fish, but there are too many safety risks in letting Daji fish. If Han Xian were to stay by Daji's side while she was fishing, there wouldn't be enough manpower. It would be great if we could catch someone more awesome." Seeing Daji's weak appearance, Lin Jiao suddenly had an idea and shouted to Han Xian. "Han Xian, come here. Han Xian, you go fishing first. Daji, come with me to make the bowls." Lin Jiao didn't give Han Xian time to speak. He took Daji's slender hand and walked towards the pond. Lei Fat Ada stood there at a loss. He couldn't help it all, and his efforts so far seemed to be making things worse. Lin Jiao also noticed Lei Fat Ada's embarrassment at the moment, smiled and patted Lei Fat Ada on the shoulder, and said, "Lao Lei, go get busy. Go see which of those wet woods are still usable. Pick them out. Go ahead." Lei Fat Ada obeyed and quickly said thank you and fled from here like a fugitive escaping from prison. Seeing Daji's puzzled look, Lin Jiao smiled and patiently explained to Daji how to do it and what shape to make it into. Daji nodded as if she understood, picked up the clay, and then began to mold it into the shape that Lin Jiao had just demonstrated. A moment later, "Shit, this must be fake." Lin Jiao rubbed his eyes hard with his hands, and a bowl that was more beautiful than all the bowls he had made in 2 hours appeared in front of him. This was a little hard for him to accept. It's okay. It will definitely crack when it's burned. If it doesn't crack, he will eat 10 kilograms of rice on the farm live. This is pure jealousy at work. Daji was seen slowly putting the bowl at the front of the trident into the fire. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Still intact. "Master, how long are we going to hold this up? Daji's arms are so tired." Daji asked with a pout. Lin Jiao thought about it, and, if he remembered correctly, it seemed to be more than 6 hours. He slapped his head. This would probably exhaust people to death if it took 6 or 7 hours. He hurried into the house, dragged out a wooden box, and motioned to Daji to place the middle part of the trident on it. Daji slowly placed the trident on it, trying to keep it balanced. Lin Jiao was a little worried, so he dragged out another wooden box. In this way, Daji followed the steps and did 3 more at once. After putting 3 in, none of them had cracks. It's not that Daji doesn't want to do more, but there are only 4 tridents and one is kept by Lei Fat Ada for self-defense. Now all we have to do is wait. Alas, we still need to build a kiln. Without a kiln, the efficiency is low and it is inconvenient. What? He just said he would eat 10 kilograms of rice and share the land? Did it work? No. So is it a problem that he doesn't eat now? No problem. What if it succeeds after a few hours? He was accidentally hit by the mineral water, so he forgot about it. Is there a problem with that? That's no problem. His promise to eat 10 kilograms of rice and share the farmland and then keep his promise was a favor. But what is that when he has lost his memory? It was an accident. Chapter 32 Mulan. After putting 4 ceramic bowls into the fire, Lin Jiao felt bored. Han Xian was fishing, Lei Fat Ada was picking wood, Daji was recording supplies, and only he was idle. Never mind, just check out the regional channels. Oh, it's getting more and more dangerous now. Even fishing is frightening. Who said it wasn't? I caught a bronze knife today, but before I could be happy, I caught a green wooden box, and the drowned corpse broke out of the box. Bronze artifact? A knife? That could be worth a lot of money. The people upstairs are probably stupid. No matter how valuable the money is, it's better to save your life. No way. There are still people who are worried about safety. Tut tut tut. Dong Zhuoxiang is the one who can both beat my legs and protect my safety. Why is it this annoying idiot again? 72444. Please stop being so disgusting. I always see you right after I finish a meal. Ugh, it's a waste of food. Lin Jiao laughed when he saw all these comments. He didn't expect that 72444 was so notorious. He couldn't stand it most when 72,444 showed off. He didn't know why, but he just felt uncomfortable watching it. So wow, Dongjua, I'm so envious. Unlike me, I have to ask Daji to recite ancient poems every night about small bridges, flowing water, and people's homes. Fuck, 520 boss. Why am I not disgusted by the 520 boss's pretentiousness? +1+1. Boss, are you sure you are teaching Daji to recite ancient poems seriously? Lu Shui, I think I can recite this ancient poem as well. Boss, is that water a stream or a fountain? Is it white or transparent? Nothing to say. Lin Jiao couldn't help but feel speechless. Why was the style so wrong when he appeared? He was not sisterly. Why would a simple person like him go awry as soon as he appears? It's definitely not his fault. He really was just teaching Daji to recite ancient poems in bed at night. Small bridge, flowing water, and people's home. I walked slowly, thirsty and hungry. It's so long, so big, so thick, and so fat it crushes Shun Danyang. Aren't these all normal ancient poems? Who do you think he is? Just when Lin Jiao felt speechless, a crisp reminder sound rang in his ears. Ding dong. Who could it be? 72444 this idiot? 520. Do I have a grudge against you? Every time I come out to pretend, you tear it down. Lin Jiao's mouth curled up. TSK. He just happened to want to pretend. Hasn't anyone told you that if you act cool, you'll get struck by lightning? I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Jiao replied with a thoughtful tone. 72444, who was on another island, was so angry that his face turned red. Who do you think you are? I'm happy with it. It has nothing to do with you if I get struck by lightning. In response to this kind of ZZ remarks, he calmly replied with 3 words. My tender daddy. 520. My tender daddy. This is too much, I want to. My tender daddy. After playing with 72444 for a while, Lin Jiao felt a little bored, so he blocked his friend directly and would add him again when he was bored. Boss, I caught a wooden box. Lin Jiao hurried over when he heard the sound. If it was a green wooden box, Han Xian would definitely not call him. Sure enough, when he got closer, it was an ordinary wooden box. Lin Jiao opened the box with ease, looking forward to who would be inside this time. Owner, I saw a woman dressed in ancient general's clothes standing in the box. Lin Jiao took a look at her. There was a hint of boldness between the woman's brows. Her straight and slender legs, coupled with her upright back, made her look somewhat extraordinary. May I have your name? The woman thought for a while and said, Master, my name is Hua Mulan. I'm so annoyed. I don't even read the explanations in the comments. There was no Hua Mulan in history, but there was a prototype of Hua Mulan. I think someone will see it if I add this. Chapter 33. The ceramic bowl was made successfully. Master, my name is Hua Mulan. Lin Jiao was very surprised after hearing this. With this temperament, this outfit, and this name, if he guessed correctly, this was Hua Mulan who joined the army for her father. Ivroniet Han Xin, Vuvu. Han Xian's face is white, but too white, just not as white as Daji's. Omega. Izzy. It turned out that he and Lei Fat Ada were the only black people on this island. Lei Fat Ada. Is this an innocent victim? Lin Jiao glanced at the time, and it was just time for lunch. Cheers to celebrating the addition of a new member to our family. Several people raised their cokes and drank them all. Lin Jiao shook his head. Once the ceramic bowl was made, he would no longer have to use Coke instead of wine. He had been craving for that bottle of Matai for a long time, but unfortunately he never had a cup or bowl. He always felt that the bottle was not worthy of the only bottle of Matai he had caught in nearly a week. That's such a waste. Owner, Before Hua Milan finished speaking, Lin Jiu quickly raised his hand to interrupt her and said, "Don't call me master from now on, just call me boss." Hua Milan nodded after hearing this. Lin Jiu continued, "We could talk about it later. Let's eat first, or the barbecue will get burnt." Lin Jiu walked around the island with his hands behind his back. He has arranged Hua Mulan to be with Daji. From now on, when Daji goes fishing, Hua Mulan will be responsible for Daji's safety. As for Han Xian, of course he did the hard labor. After Lin Jiu finished lunch, he asked Daji to make another ceramic bowl for Hua Mulan. When I arrived at Lei Fadada's place, he was lying on the ground with a pen in his hand, drawing something on paper that he couldn't understand. "Boss, why are you here?" Lei Fadada noticed Lin Jiu behind him and quickly raised his head, rubbed his head, and smiled naively. "I just came to take a look. Old Lei, how is the design going?" When talking about this, Lei Fadada looked embarrassed. He said, "Boss, your request is a bit high. You want a small footprint and a large space at the same time. It's not easy to do." After hearing this, Lin Jiu thought about his current conditions and felt that his requirements were a bit high. "Lao Lei, then it's up to you. Just do whatever you think is appropriate." After finishing speaking, Lin Jiu patted Lei Fadada on the shoulder and started walking around. After wandering around for a while, Lin Jiu shamelessly took a nap. "I slept for the whole afternoon. Why is it getting a little dark?" Lin Jiu stretched, blinked, looked out the window, and talked to himself. "Master, are you awake?" Daji glanced at Lin Jiu and said with a smile. Lin Jiu nodded a little embarrassedly. He was the most lazy boss. "It's 6 o'clock. The ceramic bowl should be almost done." Lin Jiu came to the pond, and under his instructions, Han Xian came to add wood every once in a while, and now the fire was still burning vigorously. Lin Jiu took a piece of cloth, wrapped it in the middle of the trident, and slowly pulled it out of the fire. A fired pottery bowl appeared in front of him. He looked at it carefully and found that there were no cracks or bubbles on the surface. He took 3 more clay bowls out of the fire and set them aside to cool naturally. As for the Hua Milan ceramic bowl, it will take some time to burn. Lin Jiu put his hands behind his back contentedly and walked toward Han Xian. "Han Xian, did anything special happen in the afternoon?" "Boss, yes, 2 drowned corpses suddenly appeared on the island this afternoon, but it's not a big problem. I solved them all." Lin Jiu sighed. The situation was becoming more and more dangerous. "He is fine, but what about the others?" "Why?" When they arrived at the shed, they saw Mulan standing behind Daji, protecting her safety. "Daji, did you catch any supplies this afternoon that you haven't caught before?" Daji turned her head, raised the corners of her mouth, and smiled. "Master, it's true or false. It's the clay you brought back today." A gleam of light flashed in Lin Jiu's eyes. He hurriedly walked closer and saw a box full of clay. "Wonderful. As expected, the skin is big, ugh. People with white skin have always had good luck." Lin Jiu rubbed Daji's hair and said happily, "Well done. I'll reward you nicely tonight." Daji nodded excitedly after hearing this. She hadn't done that kind of thing with her master for several days. Don't think of it in a wrong way. It's just telling stories and dirty jokes. Ding dong. Lin Jiu frowned. Who could send him a message at this time? "Boss, are you there? Is the clay I gave you useless?" "I just caught a good thing, a 1 square meter cloud of land." Lin Jiu was a little surprised that the land cloud was so worthless now. After thinking for a while, he said, "Can you sell this land cloud to me? Make an offer." "What, 43.99? said, Next surprised him. "No, I'll just consider it as compensation to you. But I still want to eat Rujiamo tomorrow." "Eat. You must eat. I'll treat you to a week's meal. And the clay you gave me is too effective. I don't quite get the point of 4,399. Why do so many people say this thing is useful?" But the next second she was dumbfounded. "I have fashioned 4 earthenware bowls from your clay." 43.99 pinched himself hard, thinking he was dreaming. What did the boss say? A ceramic bowl? She's so sour, whoa. Too sour. She was still using her hands, but the boss was already using chopsticks and a bowl. "Boss, can you give me 2 of the extra ones when you make them? I'll use them as the price for buying the land cloud group." Lin Jiu felt speechless, especially speechless about the 43.99 on the opposite side. How could there be such a simple person? He was so embarrassed that he wanted to kill the other person. But Lin Jiu still accepted the condition against his conscience. Good. Chapter 34, Foreign Friends. After having a simple dinner, Lin Jiu and his companions were busy for a while. "Old Lei, how's the design of the drawing going?" "Boss, it's almost done. We can probably start working tomorrow." Seeing Lei Fadada looking a little nervous, Lin Jiao smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't be nervous. I'm just asking, how much of the wet wood and planks are still usable?" When asked this, Lei Fadada smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Boss, 2/3 of it has cracks, and only about 1/3 can be used for construction. I think it's not enough to build a warehouse." After hearing this, Lin Jiao frowned slightly. "Isn't it enough, even with the wood we put in the shed?" Lei Fadada smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "If we use the cracked wood, there will be enough and there will be a lot left. No, we must use intact wood. I'll find a way to fix the wood. You can't use wood with cracks." There was no way he would use wood with cracks. Safety had to come first. Within the regional channel, "My house is almost done, haha. I've only built a little bit. It will probably take another 2 days. Is there anyone selling wood? I don't have enough wood. I've sold all of it before." "Me too. There is simply not enough wood. There is no extra wood at all. There is some for sale, but it is very expensive. I suddenly envy those people who fished out their men. It's too slow to build a house by yourself. Brother, don't even think about it. An ordinary person is being sold at a high price now." Looking at everything in the regional channel, Lin Jiao fell into deep thought. It seems that he can't get away with it, as he has already realized the importance of the house. He has already prepared for the next rain. Oh, I don't know which idiot told them that, making it impossible for him to take advantage of the situation. Forget it, I'll just try to buy it, as long as the price doesn't go up too much. Ahem, I'm here to buy some wood. If anyone wants to sell, add me. Just a few 100 million. Do you have the ability to do that? You brag without thinking. 520 boss? That's fine. Boss, you've already built the house. Why do you need to buy wood? Boss, I'll sell it. It's cheap. Sell it for a bargain. Sell it for a bargain. 2 loaves of bread and a piece of wood. You guys upstairs are really evil. The highest price you can offer is only a loaf of bread and a piece of wood." Seeing this, Lin Jiao fell into deep thought. Before, wood was worthless and everyone was busy filling their stomachs, so 1 loaf of bread could buy dozens of pieces of wood. Now, he took a look at the messages sent from his friend list, and the general offer was 1 loaf of bread for 3 pieces of wood. Some people even treated him as a fool and directly asked for 10 bags of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water. I thought the other party wanted to sell a lot of wood, but I didn't expect it was just 1. He was really taken advantage of. He immediately blocked these NTs, and there were quite a lot of them. Lin Jiao walked towards Daji, who was not far away. The supplies were all recorded by Daji, and he didn't know how much bread there was. "Daji, how much bread do we have now?" "Master, there are 93 bags of bread." After hearing Daji's answer, Lin Jiao was a little stunned. Why are there so many? After thinking about it, it seemed that they didn't eat much bread, and the amount left over from what they had exchanged for bread didn't seem to be much. Leave 30 bags in case you need them to make ruji ammo, hamburgers, etc. in the future. The probability of catching bread is not as high as before, and snacks are also decreasing. Most of them are rice, vegetables, meat, and the like. It seems that I have never steamed rice before. I didn't have a bowl before and never steamed it. Let's have rice for lunch tomorrow. After some hesitation, he decided to check the world channel first. If the prices were similar, he would still buy it on the regional channel. Spend money on your own people. In the world channel, is there anything new happening recently? No, it's still the same as before. What's new? Baka, I was almost ambushed by a drowned corpse just now. It appeared out of nowhere on my island. I feel sorry for this poor man. What? Japanese pirates? That's fine. How are you still alive? Bakayalu, how dare you insult us Japanese? Can you also be considered human? Have you done human things? Not only are you blind, but you have also discharged nuclear wastewater. I can't even count it. Seeing these comments in the world channel, Lin Jiao's eyes lit up. It seems that the foreigners have no intention of building houses yet. I can reap the benefits again. He quickly typed a line of words into the world channel. Buying wood at high price. Don't miss this opportunity. High price. High price is actually a bag of bread for 8 pieces of wood. 2 fewer than before, but 4 or 5 more than in the regional channel. With this price, Lin Jiao exchanged all of his 60 or so bags of bread. In order to prevent them from reacting, he exchanged other supplies for some wood. But when he was halfway through, he was discovered and stopped. This person is 72,444, who has always been against him. Although he felt a little unhappy, he didn't say much. After all, he had already accumulated a large amount of wood in the world channel. Hey, you are indeed a foreign friend. Not to mention 1 warehouse. The wood we have now is enough to build 2 warehouses. Look at our foreign friends. Their spirit of selfless dedication for the friendly relations between our two countries really moved him. What? Those who want to return the goods and scold him? Sorry, he didn't see it. Hey. Lin Jiao happily turned off the channel, walked towards Lei Fat Ada with a smile on his face, pointed to where the wood was piled, and said, Old Lei, do you think those pieces of wood are enough? Lei Fat Ada looked in the direction of Lin Jiao's finger, exclaimed, and said, Boss, you are so awesome. You got so much wood. This is not enough. This is more than enough. Lin Jiao patted Lei Fat Ada's shoulder, put his hands behind his back, and walked away with a bee-style look on his face, leaving Lei Fat Ada with admiration on his face. Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Soon, it was time to go to bed. After washing up, they were about to go back to bed. Hua Mulan asked helplessly, Boss, where should I sleep tonight? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao felt as if he was struck by lightning. Yes, where does Hua Mulan sleep? He didn't think about where Hua Mulan would sleep today. At this time, Daji suddenly jumped out from behind Lin Jiao, squinting her eyes and smiling, saying, Master, you can let Sister Hua Mulan sleep with us. Lin Jiao stood there in a daze, and Hua Mulan's face flushed slightly. The bed seems to be only big enough for 2 people. Master, don't worry, that's enough. After Daji finished speaking, she smiled slyly and winked at Lei Fat Ada. While Lin Jiao was stunned, Lei Fat Ada took out a larger bedboard from somewhere, walked straight into the house, and replaced the bedboard. This bed is big enough for 4 people, not to mention 3. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao thought to himself, could it be that this little girl had already discussed this with Lao Lei during the day? Without giving him time to think, Daji stood behind him and pushed him into the room, and Mulan followed silently. A Night of Silence. Chapter 35. Han Xin is captured. Good morning. Boss, good morning. Why don't you seem to have slept well? Han Xin, who was fishing, glanced at Lin Jiao and saw that Lin Jiao looked tired and had dark circles under his eyes. Lin Jiao rubbed his eyes, looking sleepy. Thinking of what happened last night, he smiled bitterly but still waved his hand. He was pinned down by 2 people's legs last night, so it's impossible for him to sleep well. What kind of injustice is this? Fuck. Master, you're awake. Daji ran over with a happy face, jumping and skipping. It seemed that she was very happy last night. Hey. Lin Jiao smiled bitterly, stretched out his hand, and rubbed her head helplessly. What a little ancestor. Whoever said playing landlord is fun? Bullshit. He will be the first one to disagree. After a simple wash, Lin Jiao came to the shed and called a few people to come for dinner. After eating a simple breakfast, Han Xin dragged his tired body into the house. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been on guard last night, but his boss asked him to take his turn to guard the place for another night. The reason given to him was that Lao Lei was required to build a warehouse this morning, so he was asked to hold on for the night. As he entered the room, he gave Lin Jiao a resentful look. Lin Jiao felt a little embarrassed by this look, but there was nothing he could do as he didn't have enough manpower. Lao Lei, you go first. I'll talk to Hua Mulan, and then I'll go over. After Lin Jiao finished speaking, he didn't give Lei Fat Ada time to answer and walked straight to the fishing spot. Mulan, the safety of your island is in your hands today. Be careful. Not only may Daji fish up a drowned corpse, but the island may also appear out of nowhere, so be careful. Perhaps still immersed in last night's memories, Hua Mulan's face was still slightly flushed. She just nodded dully without saying anything. Seeing her expression, Lin Jiao was a little puzzled. I don't know if she listened. Lin Jiao turned and walked towards Lei Fat Ada. The 2 began to prepare materials. They first sawed the wood into the same length and tied the wood up bit by bit with vines. After tying all the wood needed to build the house into several rows, the 2 men began to lay the foundation. A morning passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Jiao and Lei Fat Ada had already built the foundation, and all they had to do in the afternoon was build the structure. Lin Jiao walked towards the fishing area and saw Daji still concentrating on fishing. He asked, Daji, did you catch anything new this morning? She pouted and pointed at the wooden box unhappily and said, It's just bricks, nothing else, just like before. Lin Jiao didn't quite understand why she was unhappy, but when he saw her looking at the stone bricks in the wooden box with disgust, he began to understand Daji's thoughts. Daji, this is not trash. It is very useful. We need this stuff to make kills and build better houses. You need to catch more of it. Hearing this, Daji wiped away the unhappiness on her face and asked half doubtfully, Really? Lin Jiao smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'll definitely catch more this afternoon. After receiving a positive response again, Daji narrowed her eyes like a crescent moon. She thought she had caught some garbage and was afraid the owner would be unhappy. I didn't expect it to have so many uses. Okay, come here. The master will cook for you personally at noon today. Uh-huh. Seeing her nodding like a chick pecking at rice, Lin Jiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He called out to Lei Fat Ada and gestured with his hand. Lei Fat Ada nodded and trotted to the side. Lin Jiu poured half a bag of rice into the pot and added an appropriate amount of water. He placed the pot on the stove that had just been surrounded on 3 sides by stone bricks, lit a fire in the stove, and finally covered the pot with a wooden lid. It seems like something is missing. Daji, did we catch any other stone pots? Daji replied without hesitation. Yes, there's another pot. I'll get it for you. After saying that, she handed the fishing rod to Hua Mulan and trotted into the house. Only he and Hua Mulan are left. Hua Mulan's face flushed slightly, and she occasionally looked at Lin Jiu, but after a second, she quickly looked away. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Lin Jiu didn't quite understand why Hua Mulan, who was always known for her boldness, was so shy. Master, I found it. Just when both of them were feeling embarrassed, Daji ran out carrying a stone pot. Lin Jiu took a long breath. He took the stone pot from Daji, placed it on another stove, lit a fire, and poured oil into the pot. He plans to make braised pork and stir-fried meat with vegetables for lunch today. As for the soup, let's keep it simple. Mutton soup is fine. Lin Jiu was holding the wooden spatula that Lei Fat Ada had just made and was about to show off his chef skills when a drowned corpse appeared out of nowhere at the edge of the island, just not far from him. Gah! For some unknown reason, the drowned corpse set its sights directly on Lin Jiu and rushed towards him with its fangs and claws bared. Oh! Before he could get up to deal with the drowned corpse, he heard a scolding. It's Mulan. When Hua Mulan saw that her boss was in danger, her face showed the heroic look described in the book. She picked up the bronze knife, leaped forward, and chopped at the drowned corpse. With a flick of the knife, the drowned corpse's head rolled directly to the ground. This suddenly reminded Lin Jiu of an ancient poem. She was wearing a green shirt with fluttering cotton wool. Who would have known it was Mulan? After dealing with the drowned corpse, Mulan turned around and happened to meet his eyes. A hint of shyness appeared on her face again. Well, he was overthinking. He doesn't quite understand. He doesn't eat people. Sizzle. The sizzling sound coming from the stone pot brought him back to his senses. He looked down and saw everything was dark. Fuck, it's messed up. Lin Jiu, who was covered in dust and dirt, finally cooked the dish after some minor incidents. For some unknown reason, 4 or 5 drowned corpses appeared in front and behind him while he was cooking, and there was one with a trident which almost pierced his stone pot. We still have to build a kitchen. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu not only felt a little upset, but he seemed to have a lot of things to do. Hills, warehouses, kitchens, and all kinds of furniture, benches, tables. Never mind, let's not think about it for now. Just take it slow, one step at a time. Daji, go and call Han Xin to get up and eat. After everyone was gathered, Daji was very considerate and helped him to serve a bowl of rice, although it was a little, well, not bad. Eat it. Several people were holding bowls and chopsticks, and only started to use their chopsticks after Lin Jiu spoke. Han Xin picked up a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth, and chewed it, and the next second, his eyes were shining. He ate mouthful after mouthful like a starving ghost who hadn't eaten for days. There were only 4 words to describe him: wolfing down. This made Lin Jiu stunned. What the hell is he eating? Before he could pick up his chopsticks, Hua Mulan picked up the wooden bowl containing the braised pork, and under Han Xion's confused gaze, poured half of the braised pork in the bowl into Lin Jiu. When Lin Jiu saw Han Xion's pitiful look, he forced himself to suppress his smile. Han Xin, Han Xin, you are being controlled. Chapter 36, Rem's Pillow. Han Xion, who had not had enough food, walked around the island dejectedly. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu walked over and patted Han Xion on the shoulder with a sympathetic look. Hey, isn't this Han Xion? I haven't seen him for a few days. Why is he so lame? After eating and drinking, he was not in a hurry to build a warehouse. He had to check if there was anything else happening in the channel first. He definitely wasn't trying to be lazy, absolutely not. In regional channels, after eating and drinking, I caught another subordinate. That's great, really great. Again? Could it be that you already had one before? I'm so envious. Woo! Hey, I don't even have a subordinate now, so it's very slow to build a house. I envy the guy upstairs, who can probably build a house in a day. Bah! What's there to envy? I don't believe he can have so much food. He will starve to death sooner or later. I suddenly found lemon essence upstairs. It smells so sour, hey. There are always people who can't stand seeing others live better. Ugh, I feel so involved that I'm about to throw up. I hooked up another famous person, Lee C. That Lee C from the Warring States period? Damn, boss. From now on, I will be a loyal fan of Boss 72444. If I remember correctly, there seemed to be a Dong Zhua before 72444. And now, there is another Lee C hiss. Boss 72444, are you still in need of a sister to warm your bed? Lin Jiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that 72444 was so lucky to catch another famous person. But why are the characters caught by 72,444 so sinister? First it was Dong Zhua, then Li Si. But when I think about 72,444's personality, it doesn't seem surprising. Ha 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 ha. I really am the child of destiny. 72444 laughed loudly. He heard everyone praising him in the regional channel. He felt that even 520, whom he hated the most, was not as good as him. Li Si, Dong Zhua, go build the house, the two of you. If you fail, we won't have dinner tonight. Yes, master. The two men nodded without a word of complaint and built the house obediently. In fact, their dinner is just a few bags of bread and some snacks, and occasionally they can eat a piece of meat. 520. It won't be long before I can crush you underfoot. 72444 has already started to fantasize. He has already imagined his future life where he will have 520 under his feet. With a look of satisfaction on his face and his sister just saying that she would warm his bed, it seemed as if his life had reached its peak. At this time, Lin Jiao didn't know that 72444 had already become interested. Even if he knew, he would just smile. Compared with him, it was nothing. Neither Han Xian nor Hua Mulan has higher fighting power than the other two, and when you take into account Daji's inherent skills, it's nothing. Just when he was busy building a warehouse with Han Xian, Daji let out a cry of surprise. Master, come look at this pillow, it's so strange. Hearing the voice, Lin Jiao put down the work in his hands and ran over. Daji handed him a pillow. The pillow was quite big. He took a look at the pattern on it, and his expression became gradually strange. This is not a pillow. This is clearly a hug pillow. The pattern on it is of Rem, and she is wearing a swimsuit. Lin Jiao's expression changed from weird at the beginning to shining eyes. He knew very well that if this pillow was sold to a 2D otaku, it would be sold at a sky-high price. The more Lin Jiao thought about it, the more excited he became. When Daji saw Lin Jiao's expression at this moment, her expression also became a little strange. The master won't like this. Such strange clothes. If the master likes, I can also wear. Lin Jiao didn't notice Daji's expression at all. He was only immersed in the world of the pillow. He simply opened the regional channel. In the regional channel, he quickly typed a line of words. Rem swimsuit pillow for sale. Only one. The highest bidder wins. The people who were chatting animatedly in the regional channel suddenly fell silent, until 3 seconds later, when someone broke the silence first. Why is no one talking? It's just a Rem pillow. Fuck. What do you mean by just? Damn it, I'm going first. The one upstairs is holding my wife back. I'll pay a high price. No matter what you say today, I'm going to get Rem's pillow. I'll take it even if I'm starving. Whoever robs me today will be my mortal enemy. ABA, I don't understand. It's just a pillow. I don't understand either. A pillow, is that a big deal? 520 boss is really lucky. If you don't understand, don't talk. Damn, that's my wife. Good boy, good boy. Lin Jiao knew that the news of selling Rem pillow would cause a stir, but he did not expect it to cause such a big response. His ears were nearly blown apart by the friend request notifications. There are so many of them. He took a quick look and found that the lowest bid was 10 loaves of bread or 40 pieces of wood, but this was far from the price he expected. He selected again and found that the highest bidder was from a player numbered ZG84995. Boss 520, I'm offering a 10 square meter cloud of land plus 30 pieces of wood. Is that okay? This bid actually exceeded his expected price, but as a businessman, couldn't he raise the price? Someone offered a 15 square meter cloud of land and 50 pieces of wood. The price increase was all made up. If someone really offered a 15 square meter land cloud, he would have sold it long ago. After a while, player 84,995 responded. Boss, the highest price I can offer is 10 square meters of land cloud and 30 pieces of wood, but you can add 10 square meters of desert cloud. Lin Jiu's pupils shrank. Desert clouds? Apart from the desert cloud he caught at the beginning, he never caught any more since then, and he never saw it when trading with others. He must capture this desert cloud. If the scene is expanded a little more later, he, Daji, and Mulan will lie on the beach, basking in the sun and drinking Coke. Isn't that a great pleasure? Desert clouds? They don't seem to be very useful. You know the sand is so hot under the scorching sun that even people can't stand on it, let alone put supplies on it. Although he was very greedy for the desert cloud, he still had to raise the price. After all, who doesn't want to make more money? The other party pondered for a while and made a final offer. Add 10 more pieces of wood. Lin Jiu also realized that this seemed to be his final offer and readily agreed. Sure, I'll send you the rim pillow. After Lin Jiu received the desert clouds and land clouds, he couldn't wait to integrate the clouds into his island. With the transactions over the past few days and the cloud caught by Daji, the area of his island is about to break the 300 square meter mark. Comfortable. Sure enough, it's easier to make money in the two-dimensional world. No wonder the Japanese pirates love to engage in the second dimension. Chapter 37, The Magic Wand. Lin Jiu walked around the island and inspected it, his heart filled with melancholy. At the beginning, his island was only 80 square meters in size, but now it has expanded to nearly 300 square meters without anyone noticing. From just one person, the group gradually grew to 5 people, and the empty island had begun to take shape. Why? But it won't be long before it becomes difficult for him to expand the area of the island, and even the leaks, foreigners, will find it difficult to reap the benefits. Everyone started to build houses. They would definitely not be satisfied with such a small area, especially when more men were caught. It would be extremely difficult for him to exchange the land cloud for a low price at that time. As he was thinking, he walked to the place where the warehouse was being built. He saw Han Xian and Lei Fat Ada working busy with sweat on their foreheads. The warehouse had already taken shape. Boss! When Lei Fat Ada saw Lin Jiu, he stopped his work, smiled, and nodded. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Jiu was just about to slip away, but when he was called like that, he felt a little embarrassed to do so he could only smile obsequiously and walked over. Otherwise, he would appear to be a black-hearted boss who exploits his employees. No salary and no work. Lei Fat Ada saw what Lin Jiu was thinking and said with a smile, Boss, you go ahead. Han Xian and I are enough here. Before he could speak, Han Xian said in confusion, Brother Lei, didn't you say that there were not enough people? As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly fell into an awkward atmosphere. Lin Jiu's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Lei Fat Ada quickly came to the rescue and said, Boss, I just told Han Xian that if we build another warehouse, we won't have enough manpower. Now we have more than enough. After hearing this, Lin Jiu's expression finally looked a little better. Han Xian wanted to say something, but Lei Fat Ada quickly covered his mouth. Work, work. Lin Jiu left feeling somewhat depressed, but he did not blame Han Xian. If Han Xian could speak, he would feel that he would not be Han Xian anymore. He is a good person, but unfortunately he has a mouth. Arriving at the fishing spot, Daji saw that Lin Jiu looked depressed and couldn't help asking, Master, what's wrong? Lin Jiu shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and then asked for Daji's fishing rod. He needed to fish for a while to relax. Daji and Hua Mulan just sat quietly beside him, accompanying him. He was a little surprised, then turned to ask Daji, Daji, when did the fishing time on this fishing rod get shortened? Daji thought for a while and said, Master, it seems that it is the day after the rain. It used to take about 10 minutes, but now it takes about 10 minutes. Sometimes it only takes a few minutes to catch the supplies. After hearing this, Lin Jiu thought about it and didn't find it strange. Monsters are getting stronger, so it's not surprising that the time it takes for supplies to be hooked is shortened. Soon, the fishing rod in his hand began to tremble. Just as he was about to lift it up with force, he found that he seemed to be able to lift it easily. My strength has increased again? He hadn't gone fishing for several days, and the drowned corpses were all dealt with by Han Xian and Hua Mulan, so he naturally didn't know about the changes in his body. He took a look at what the fishhook had caught and raised his brows. Fish, live fish. A grass carp was jumping around beside Lin Jiu, and Lin Jiu quickly grabbed it with his hands. The grass carp held tightly by Lin Jiu was still struggling violently, trying to escape from Lin Jiu's hands and return to the sea. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Daji and Hua Mulan also gathered around curiously and looked at what he held in his hands. It was the first time for them to see living things other than humans and drowned corpses on the island. Daji narrowed her eyes and tapped the grass carp's tail with her finger. "Stop playing with it and let me put it in the pond, or it will die later." As he spoke, Lin Jiu walked towards the pond and threw the grass carp into it. Fortunately, he had collected fresh water on rainy days. Otherwise, he would not be able to raise the grass carp. Seawater simply cannot support this kind of freshwater fish. It's funny, there's sea all around, and I've been fishing for almost a week, but I only caught any fish now. Well, it's still grass carp, freshwater fish. Is this reasonable? Hey, this is the beach. Hey. After doing all this, Lin Jiu walked back under the shed and continued his fishing life. After a while, his fishing rod began to tremble again. Clay. There's half a box of clay. The difference between clay and clay is that clay can be used to make bricks, while clay can be used to make pottery. Is his luck changing today? His face is turning pale. We must catch more fish today, while he is in good spirits. Bread? Clothes? Seasoning? Wood? Lin Jiu wanted to take advantage of the victory, but he caught ordinary junk fish for an hour. Well, he admitted he was still a nigger. "Master, don't be discouraged. Maybe the next catch will be a good one." Daji hurriedly comforted her, and Mulan also handed over a bottle of Coke. He took a big gulp of the Coke. Maybe because he was in a bad mood, the Coke, which was just like usual, now felt burning hot in his mouth. Why? He set his sights on the sea and decided to tie up the Coke with a rope and put it all in the sea. Let's finish the last fishing line first. He can definitely do it. This time the cast took much longer than the previous ones. I waited for about 15 minutes before the fishing rod began to vibrate. Lin Jiu narrowed his eyes and his pupils contracted. It's finally here. 15 minutes. Must be good stuff. He picked up the fishing rod with great anticipation, and then his jaw dropped. The magic stick, Tiga transformation device. He suddenly remembered the sentence he heard most often. Do you believe in light? Do book friends believe in light? He took a closer look at the magic wand in his hand. It didn't look like a piece of junk that cost 9.9 yuan per hit. Could it be possible that I caught the real thing? Lin Jiu raised the magic wand tentatively, pressed the middle button, and shouted loudly. Tiga. He suddenly felt himself enveloped by light, with energy spreading throughout his body. Was he going to turn into light? The next second, the magic wand unfolded and emitted light. Thump, thump, thump. Tiga. Tiga transforms. A voice came from the transformer, and then nothing happened. Wrapped in light, energy spread all over his body. It turned out to be just the sun. Hey, it's a bargain, either 9.9 or 19.9, and it comes with free shipping. This made him excited at first, and he thought he had caught the real thing. He is ready to transform into Tiga to save the world. Ah hey, no idea. Daji and Hua Mulan looked at Lin Jiu as if he were a fool. They both suspected that their master had a problem with his brain and was irritated. He also noticed the strange looks from the two people, and quickly concealed his embarrassment and told them the story of light in a serious manner. As long as he is not embarrassed, then it is others who are embarrassed. Chapter 38, The Flaming Bird. Ha. Master, how can you still believe this 3-year-old story? Daji tilted her head. She felt her master was so naive, actually believing these stories. Hua Mulan was similar to Daji. She just tried hard to hold back her laughter and didn't say it out loud. Daji, who was laughing so hard that tears were about to come out, didn't notice that Lin Jiu's face was gradually getting worse. She was still smiling to herself. Hua Mulan quickly pulled her sleeve. She was still immersed in her own world. Why? Mulan covered her head with her hands, looking helpless. She had already believed how her boss would treat Daji. Ha. Lin Jiu finally couldn't bear it anymore and hugged the laughing Daji into his arms. Daji still looked a little dazed, and the next second she was pressed on Lin Jiu's legs. Bang! He slapped Daji's but hard with his hand, making a crisp sound, and muttered something. Snap! Snap! To make you laugh. To make you laugh. The crisp sounds of spanking echoed throughout the shed. Hua Mulan turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't laugh anymore. But the only answer she got was the crisp sound of spanking. Bang! Master, I'm sorry. Whoa, I was wrong. Bang! Are you still laughing? Stop laughing, stop laughing. Only after Daji admitted her mistakes several times did he let her go. As long as someone laughs at his light, No matter how good-looking the other person is, he will teach them a lesson. Guys, am I doing this right? After being put down, Daji had a bitter face and almost cried. It's just a few laughs, what's a big deal? But she didn't dare to speak out her inner thoughts, for fear of being beaten again. She rubbed it with her hands quickly. It really hurts. Pain. There seems to be a bit of a weird feeling, and I actually feel a little bit of enjoyment. She quickly pushed the thought out of her mind. How is it possible? How could I possibly feel like I was enjoying myself? Absolutely, it shouldn't be possible. After Lin Jiao dealt with Daji, he didn't think much about it. He wanted to fish again. He didn't believe it. His face is very white today. This magic stick can even catch the light, so nothing is impossible. Physical bonus. Enabled. Good luck to you. Good luck is coming. Lin Jiao hummed the BGM that was essential for every lottery and unboxing. Soon, with the help of BGM, this time the fishing rod started to vibrate in less than 10 minutes. I don't know if there was something wrong with the way he sang, but with the help of physics, he actually caught some wood. WCNMD. That's a crap fishing rod. If I fish again, I'll be a fucking dog. As he spoke, he picked up the fishing rod and was about to smash it to the ground to vent his anger, when suddenly a virtual interface appeared in front of him. Fishing rod upgrade. Fishing rod level 3. Enchanted. Effects, double luck, bait fishing clone. Next upgrade conditions, 6,000 supplies, 10 characters. Lin Jiao was stunned. He hadn't used it for so many days that he almost forgot that his fishing rod could be upgraded. Avata! What is this? He took a closer look at the effect. He was shocked when he saw it. His mouth was so open that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. Clone. The original fishing rod will transform into another fishing rod, which will inherit 70 of the original fishing rod's attributes and will exist permanently. Cooling down. 24 hours. The clone's attributes cannot be inherited. This effect is so fucking amazing. Although only 70 of the attributes are inherited, don't underestimate this 70. It is much stronger than the fishing rods in other people's hands. Don't forget, you can get an extra fishing rod with 70 attributes in 24 hours, which means in one day. He quickly put down the posture that was about to fall and stroked the fishing rod with his hand. I'm sorry, it's because he has no vision. He is superficial. He has eyes, but cannot recognize 2.5 million. He has eyes, but cannot recognize the same color. He couldn't wait to try out the effect of the clone attribute, and quickly cloned a fishing rod. Master this. Daji's brain short-circuited, and she didn't react. She saw all kinds of supplies being caught, but she had never seen a fishing rod being caught. And the owner didn't cast the fishing rod. He rubbed Daji's head and said with a smile, "No big deal. Can you control 2 fishing rods at the same time?" Daji enjoyed the warmth from Lin Jiao's hand, thought for a while, nodded, and said, "It should be no problem. Milan, please help. If Daji can't control herself, please help her." Hua Milan stood aside and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Jiao handed the 2 fishing rods in his hands to Daji, put his hands behind his back, and walked away. He came to where the vines were placed and picked out the longest vine, 5 meters long. He squatted on the ground and made a link every 5 to 8 centimeters. After all the links were made, he put the Coke bottles into them one by one, pulled hard, and held the mouth of the Coke bottle tightly. He dragged a string of Coke bottles to the beach, picked up the end with one hand, held the front end with the other, and swung the end with all his might. He took out a slightly thicker piece of wood that he had just prepared, inserted it firmly into the ground, and then tied the rope at the front to the wood. Leave it overnight, and he could drink cool Coke tomorrow. Lin Jiao clapped his hands and walked back to the island. He glanced at the sky, which was already a little dim. It seems like it's almost time for dinner. What to eat tonight? He's been a little malnourished recently, eating mutton, beef, and the like every day, so he needs to drink some fish soup to replenish his body. Otherwise, he won't be able to do anything at night. Don't get the wrong idea, he just has to build a kiln at night. It's time to eat. Lin Jiao shouted and filled everyone's bowl with the cooked fish soup. Everyone put down their work immediately after hearing this. As a worker who works hard but is not proactive in his work, there's something wrong with his thinking. After being busy for the whole afternoon, the few people were so hungry that their eyes were almost dizzy. They just wolfed down the food. If someone didn't know, they would think that Lin Jiao was abusing them. Daji, how much clay did you catch this afternoon? Lin Jiao took a sip of the delicious fish soup and turned his head to Daji. Master, there are probably more than 3 boxes of clay, and we caught more than 1 box of clay. After hearing this, Lin Jiao suddenly felt a little regretful. According to this probability, He could have waited for 2 more days to burn bricks to build the warehouse. Oops, too careless. We can't just tear down the warehouse and rebuild it. He turned on the regional channel, curious to see if anyone had caught some clay. If there were, he could take advantage of the opportunity to strike first and reap some benefits. Within the regional channel, today I saw a bird flying in the sky with flames coming out of it. It was almost as big as my island. I thought I was going to die here. Chapter 39. Han Xin was badly tricked. I thought I was going to die here. The guy upstairs is just bragging. There's a bird with fire all over its body. Haha. I'm so happy. People nowadays are really willing to say anything to attract attention. How could there be a bird bigger than an island? If I had a bird this big, I would just jump into the sea and kill myself. Brothers, it seems he wasn't bragging. I saw it too. TSK, there's still a trustee here. Buddy, I'll give you double the amount he gives you. If you have the time, you might as well build the house. Goodbye. Wait a minute, I think I saw it too. The bird passed by me, then flew straight up into the sky, and finally disappeared. I'm not asking for help. I'm asking for the death of my entire family. Why do I feel like this is real now? People in the regional channel didn't believe it at first, but as more and more people proved it, their attitude gradually changed from disbelief to half-belief. Lin Jiu lowered his head expressionlessly and took a sip of the fish soup. To be honest, he didn't quite believe at first that there was a bird with fire all over its body, and that its island was bigger than an ordinary person's. But when he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem like a big deal. A fishing rod can catch any supplies. There are also drowned corpses in this world. Even if someone tells him that he can transform into Tiga, he seems to be able to accept it. A larger bird with flames all over its body. It seems he can accept it. Bullshit. If that bird gets upset one day and flies to his place, his island would not be able to withstand a few hits from that bird, as its body is nearly 100 square meters. He had to equip his own island as quickly as possible, improve the military strength of Han Xin and others, and make some long-range attack weapons. He looked at the supplies on his island, and it seemed like there was nothing he could do. Making a bow and arrow is fine. Bows and arrows are useless. He did not forget his original purpose, which was to collect some clay. Ahem. Has anyone caught any clay? I'm buying clay here. The price is affordable, and I don't cheat anyone. He coughed twice, not because his throat was hurting, but just to show off. When the boss speaks, he usually coughs twice. 520 boss? 520 boss is out collecting supplies again. Clay? There is no clay. Can you collect the clay? What's the difference between clay and clay? They seem to be the same. Who says they're the same? Clay can be used to make bricks, and clay can be used to make pottery. Isn't 520 boss going to burn bricks to build a house? Fuck. What the above person said seems to be really possible. We haven't even finished building the wooden house yet, but the boss is already preparing to build a stone brick house. 520 boss, please accept my knees. It's a pity that I didn't catch any clay. Why did you build a house made of stone and bricks? Wouldn't it be better to build it with wood? You know nothing. My guess is that it's inconvenient for the boss to exercise at night, and the wooden house is not solid. Oh, you are the one who understands upstairs. I understand. Lin Jiu was speechless. As soon as he appeared, the style of painting started to change again. Is he that kind of LSP? But to be honest, it's pretty soft. The quilt you caught is soft. Don't get carried away. He watched the regional channel for a while, but still didn't see anyone catching any clay or any living creatures. It seems that he is indeed one step ahead of others in most cases, and only in a few cases where those who use their lifespan to fish are the same as him. Come to think of it, he was living a pretty good life. During the day, he had 2 laborers to help him with his work, and at night, he could sleep on a soft round pillow. Thinking of this, a lewd smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master? Ah! Lin Jiu was daydreaming when he was suddenly brought back to his senses by Daji's words. Daji blinked and asked curiously, Master, what's wrong with you? You're laughing so weird. Ahem, that's nothing. I just wanted a softer pillow. Daji was a little confused when she heard this, and she hadn't reacted yet. Soft pillows? The owner obviously doesn't use pillows at night. He said pillows are uncomfortable. Obviously always. Thinking of this, Daji's face suddenly turned red with shame. She finally reacted and cried out, Master, I hate it so much. Lin Jiu smiled flatteringly, drank up the fish soup in the bowl in one gulp, and was about to fill another bowl when, fuck, where's the fish soup? He saw only the residue of fish soup in the pot. Not even a single fish bone could be seen. He locked his sights directly on Han Xin. Only Han Xin would do such a thing. Seeing Lin Jiao staring at him, Han Xin quickly lowered his head and drank the fish soup in the bowl in one gulp, for fear that Lin Jiao would snatch his fish soup away. When Lin Jiao saw this scene, his face darkened. Daji and Hua Mulan quickly covered their mouths and laughed. Every time they saw their master make a fool of himself, they thought his master was so cute. Have you three eaten yet? Lin Jiao tilted his head with a sly smile on his face. Just as the three were about to speak, Lin Jiao raised his head and interrupted them. Okay, I know you guys are not full. I'll cook some stir-fried beef with green onions. Han Xin will definitely be full, so... As soon as the words fell, the four of them were petrified on the spot. Lei Fat Ada, I'm not full, but can you let me say something? Daji, I'm actually full. Mulan, I'm full too. Han Xin, I'm not full yet. Lin Jiao fried another dish and made half a pot of fried rice with the leftover rice from lunch. The tempting aroma made Daji and Hua Mulan unable to help but eat a little more. As for Han Xin, he stared at Lin Jiao with a resentful look on his face. Lin Jiao didn't care about all that and just started eating by himself, even making smacking sound from time to time. Han Xin felt very sad and aggrieved. He stood up and was about to walk into the house, not wanting to watch this cruel scene any longer. Wait, don't leave yet. Lin Jiao quickly called him and handed him a bowl of fried rice. When Han Xin saw this, he was so moved that tears almost came out. Sure enough, the boss still can't bear to part with his woo-woo-woo. He started to eat the rice in big mouthfuls, and soon the whole bowl was finished. He scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and said with a flattering smile, Boss, can I have another bowl? Sure. Lin Jiao had a smile on his face, but he was already complaining in his heart. Damn, he can eat a lot. One person eats as much as 3 or 4 people. Daji and the other two were a little bit unbelieving and stared at Lin Jiao with incredible eyes. When did my boss become so easy to talk to? When Han Xin was halfway through his meal, Lin Jiao said quietly, Han Xin, you've eaten so much, it wouldn't be too much to help out a little later. After Han Xin heard this, the chopsticks in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. Daji and the other two showed an expression that said I knew it. If his master didn't trick Han Xin one day, he would definitely be replaced. Han Xin, it's not too late for me to spit out the food now. Afterwards, Han Xin finished all the rice in the bowl with a sad face, but did not dare to ask for another bowl for fear that Lin Jiao would cheat him again. Seeing Han Xion's expression, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction, turned to look at Lei Fat Ada, and said, Old Lei, is the warehouse built? Boss, it's built, it's built. Seeing Lei Fat Ada's frightened look, he was speechless and patted Lei Fat Ada on the shoulder. With his slap, Lei Fat Ada's whole body shook. Old Lei, am I that scary? I don't eat humans either. Lei Fat Ada quickly shook his head and waved his hands. You don't eat people, but you don't want to pay for killing people. Chapter 40 Raw. Lin Jiao brought Han Xin, who was feeling a little resentful, to a place not far from the warehouse, and Lei Fat Ada followed closely behind. He held a stack of papers and a pen in his hand, and lay on the ground, scribbling and revising things. From time to time, he would sigh, throw away the paper in his hand, and then change to another one to continue. Lei Fat Ada and Han Xin stared at each other, not understanding what their boss was doing. After a while, Lin Jiao, who was lying on the ground, jumped up excitedly and shouted, Yes, that's it. Then he quickly handed the drawn blueprint to Lei Fat Ada. Lao Lei, take a look. Doesn't this look like a brick kiln? Lei Fat Ada took the drawing from his hand, looked at it for a few seconds, exclaimed, and said, Boss, you are awesome. Holy shit, I can't understand what you are drawing. Lin Jiao nodded repeatedly, his face full of pride, but after hearing what happened next. Fuck, don't understand? What do you mean by can't understand? This is the blueprint he drew with great effort. He snatched the drawing and looked at Lei Fat Ada with a look that showed no appreciation. Lei Fat Ada tilted his head helplessly, shrugged his shoulders, and said, Boss, how about letting me try? Lin Jiao looked at Lei Fat Ada with suspicion. Can a construction worker build a brick kiln? But he still chose to believe Lei Fat Ada and handed the paper and pen in his hand to Lei Fat Ada. It's not that he doesn't believe in himself. He just wants to give his men a chance to perform. Yes, that's right. That's it. Then, he was very sensible and lit a torch to provide a better environment for Lei Fat Ada. The next second, he was surprised. He didn't expect that someone was smarter than him. Han Xian said nothing and took the torch from his hand. Well, this young man is teachable. Lin Jiu couldn't help but nodded, wondering why he hadn't realized that Han Xian was so sensible before. Han Xian, if I am not sensible, I will be killed. Lin Jiu lay down and focused his eyes on a half-finished drawing by Lei Fadada. The lines are clearly outlined, and the structure is designed in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, it's still a little bit worse than myself. Soon, Lei Fadada, who was lying on the ground, finished drawing the blueprint and handed it to Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu took the blueprint and took a look at it. He couldn't help but marvel at it. Even a layman like him could understand it. He really didn't know how Lao Lei drew it. He was just about to praise Lei Fadada, but when he looked up, he saw that Lei Fadada looked a little arrogant, so he immediately interrupted the thought. It's okay, but a little worse than mine. Lei Fadada, I won't say much, just look at my eyes. Lin Jiu looked at the drawing carefully. On it was a mold pattern, which was about 610. That is, one mold can fire 60 bricks at a time. Just as he was looking at the drawings, Lei Fadada lay on the ground again and started drawing other drawings. Old Lei, I didn't realize you were capable of this. Lin Jiu held 7 or 8 drawings in his hands, including ventilation holes, floor space size, etc. Everything that was necessary was there. What satisfies him most is that it occupies a small area. Simple version. It's awesome. Old Lei, how do you know all this? Lin Jiu sighed. He had never seen any information in history books about Lei Fadada being able to build a brick kiln. As expected, history is written by people and is more or less unreliable. Lin Jiu looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock, and there were still 2 or 3 hours left. He thought about the number of bricks he had, and it seemed that they were not enough to build a simple brick kiln. He had to put aside the idea of building it. Daji, come here. He shouted at Daji, who was fishing, and then asked Lei Fadada to take over. Daji trotted up to him and said in confusion, Master, isn't it time to sleep yet? Lin Jiu waved his hand, then stroked Daji's head with his hand and said with a smile, I asked you to come here because I have something to tell you. Stop fishing and let Lao Lei go. He happens to be on guard tonight. Come over and make some ceramic bowls. Daji nodded, without asking any further questions, and turned to walk towards the pool. No words were spoken that night. Lin Jiu stretched and made a strange sound. Coincidentally, Daji was just outside the door. After hearing the sound, a blush appeared on her face. Lin Jiu walked out of the door. The sun was particularly glaring today, making him a little uncomfortable. Daji, why are you blushing? Master, it's okay. Daji hurriedly replied and ran away. He was a little confused but didn't think much about it and thought it was caused by the sun. What is Happy Planet? What is Happy Planet? Let me show you how to study it. Lin Jiu hummed a song that he had used to brainwash himself and washed his face casually. Hey, it's time for him, the boss, to cook again. When he walked toward the shed, he found several people already sitting on the ground with some food in front of them. When I got closer, I saw something amazing. There are milk, rujiamo, cola, and so on. This, he made a puzzled sound. Daji smiled and said, Master, this was all prepared by Sister Milan. Lin Jiu looked at Hua Mulan with some surprise. Yes, in my heart. After saying that, he picked up a piece of rujiamo and put it in his mouth and tasted it. When he put the first bite in his mouth, his face instantly turned a little ugly. The meat in here seems to be raw. Chapter 41. Change Stone Bricks. Lin Jiu, who forced himself to finish his rujiamo while enduring the discomfort, said that he had no desire to live anymore. Under his careful guidance, Hua Mulan repeatedly promised that would be roasted well next time. When he heard those words, he froze in place. Next time? There will be a next time? He may be the most miserable boss. Not only him, the others were not much better. Especially Han Xian. He suddenly began to like the days of being tricked by Lin Jiu. At least he could still have a good meal. Lin Jiu came to the pond and saw 6 ceramic bowls lying there quietly, attracting him. Under his instructions, Lei Fadada took the ceramic bowl out of the fire in the middle of the night and put it aside to cool. He opened his friend list and found 43.99. Are you there? Your clay bowl is ready for you. On another island, a woman was eating a few pieces of bread for breakfast. Ding dong. The woman was a little confused. Who was this person who sent her a message so early in the morning? She clicked it and took a look, then she became uneasy. 520 boss. That's right, this woman is 4,399. She quickly typed a line of words and replied, "Boss, it's ready so soon." She had just replied to the message when she received 4 ceramic bowls. "Thank you, Big Boss. Thank you, Big Boss. It's okay. I'm just completing our deal." When she saw this, tears almost came down. The boss is so nice. Woo! She had worked in several companies before, and every time she left, her supervisor would always take a long time to settle her salary. This was the first time she received her payment on time. Evil capitalists. Damn capitalists. It would be great if there were more businesses and bosses in the world who were like 520 bosses. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Jiao had already embarked on the path of an evil capitalist and was going further and further. "Daji, how many bricks do we have now?" "Master, it's just 1 box, not much." Daji pouted and said, as if she was not satisfied with this at all. Lin Jiao smiled and rubbed Daji's head to comfort her. "1 box is definitely not enough. It's a real headache. I don't know if anyone has caught bricks so that he can buy some." "Forget it. Just take a look. Maybe there's one." Within the regional channel. "Alas, since we built the house, our lives have become more and more difficult." "Who says it's not true? We have no idea where to get food. My men and I have almost lost 10 pounds from starvation." "Ha. Stop building. I caught some bricks. I can use them to build a house. Luckily, I'm not as stupid as you guys." "Fuck. I'm so jealous. I've already built it. I can't tear it down." "Well, me too. What kind of luck is this? It's all 520's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have followed suit and built a house." "Yes, it's all his fault. Make him pay for it. You guys are probably idiots. I also caught some bricks, but there are only about 10 of them. It takes about 5,000 bricks to build a 20 square meter house." "Huh. Who said it wasn't true? You really don't have any brains, and you still blame it on the boss." "Ugh. Just get used to it. Just get used to it. Even if they can collect thousands of bricks, I don't know what they will do without cement. Damn it. I was almost misled by them. I almost demolished the half-built house. Thank you all." Lin Jiao looked at everything in the regional channel, feeling somewhat happy and speechless. "What makes me happy is that someone actually caught the bricks, but what makes me speechless is that some NTs actually blamed him. Was it he who forced them to build the house? Pooh. Disgusting. Just 2 words, disgusting." Even though he felt disgusted, he still had to collect bricks. Otherwise, how could he build a brick kiln without bricks? Without a brick kiln, he couldn't burn bricks, and without burning bricks, he couldn't build a kiln. His head hurts just thinking about it. Buying large quantities of stone bricks at fair prices. "Huh, we caught a wild 520. Why are you still collecting bricks? Didn't it say that you can't build a house without thousands of bricks?" "I don't know. Even if the boss can collect enough bricks, he doesn't have cement. Who cares? It would be best if someone collects them. I'm just thinking of throwing the bricks aside like garbage." He is just an idiot, and he calls himself a boss. What a bullshit. Why did this 72,444 appear again? Ugh, is this lemon essence? It's so sour. This is a complete idiot. Just ignore him. He can't stand seeing others doing well. What's wrong with not being able to stand 520? You guys are just like licking dogs, fuck. There are idiots every year, but this year, there are especially many. Another one has appeared. This made Lin Jiao speechless. Why did 72444 always come out to scold him? He was really a sourpuss. He just collected the bricks. Afterwards, Lin Jiao forgot about 72,444. More than a dozen people came to him to trade bricks. What made him laugh was that the person who had just blamed him now came to him to trade. He would directly block such people. There were also 1 or 2 NT lions who asked for a huge price, several pounds of meat, and more than 10 pieces of bread right away, so he blocked them directly. What are you all thinking about? I really think he's a fool. Stone bricks weren't that expensive back on Earth. Soon, he completed the transaction with the remaining dozen people, but the number was still far from enough. He opened the World Channel again and made some purchases in the World Channel, but there was still some gap. As for the food he exchanged, he just laughed. It was just a drop in the bucket for him. 1 loaf of bread for 5 bricks. A bag of potato chips for 10 bricks. Chapter 42. Simple brick kiln completed. Should he find someone to help him purchase the bricks? An idea popped up in Lin Jiao's mind. But who should I look for? Just as he was thinking hard and opening his friend list to find someone who could help him, a message came. 4,399. Boss, are you there? I want to borrow some food from you. Don't worry. I will pay you back later. Food. Lin Jiao's eyes lit up. He knew who to look for. The thing he had the most was food, yet he even had to worry about some food going bad every day. Okay, You don't have to pay it back, but I need you to do me a favor. After a while, 43.99 sent a reply. Boss, you said that as long as I can help, I will do my best. Please keep an eye on regional and world channels to see if anyone has stone bricks. If anyone is interested in selling, please ask them to add me as their friend. Can. Seeing that 43.99 agreed, he directly teleported enough food for the two of them to eat for 3 days, including some smoked meat. Then he asked curiously, "Why are you still short of food?" The other party was silent for a moment. Originally, there was plenty of food. One person could have enough to eat and some leftover. But after I caught Lu Bu, he ate more than 3 of me. Plus, the probability of food appearing is getting smaller and smaller. So, Lin Jiu nodded. Indeed, it seemed that people with higher martial arts values ate more. For example, Han Xin. But he still didn't quite understand. Even if he only fished for 14 hours that day, he could still catch nearly 90 fish at a normal speed. Even though he had a dark face, he caught a lot of fish. That shouldn't be the case. What is the probability that you can catch supplies? 2 or 3 of the 10 poles are empty, and 3 or 4 are full of useless branches. Puff. When he heard this, he immediately wanted to laugh. He didn't expect that there was someone with a darker face than him. Your face is so dark. I'm not being mean. Everyone has this probability. Boss, I'm just curious. What's your probability? Not too high. Anyway, I never have an empty rod. After saying this, he closed the interface and began to think. Is there still an empty rod here? Why didn't he pass? He had always thought that their probability was about 50, but he didn't expect it to be only about 30. Is his face so white? It's definitely not the fishing rod's fault. Absolutely not. It seems that after so much time, most people are still in a state where one person has enough food to eat while 2 people are starving. He felt a little melancholy. Lao Lei, come here. Lin Jiu waved at Lei Fat Ada, indicating him to come to his side. Lei Fat Ada trotted all the way and came to him. Boss, what's wrong? Lao Lei, do you think these 3 boxes of bricks are enough to build your simple brick kiln? Lei Fat Ada took a look at the stone bricks, did a rough calculation in his mind, shook his head and said, Boss, it's not enough. We still need about 2 boxes. Lin Jiu nodded and then said, It's okay, just do it first. The remaining bricks will be there in a while. Then he called Han Xin, and the 3 of them came to the planned location to build a brick kiln. Han Xin, work hard, and I'll give you a full meal at noon. At this time, it's 43.99. After 43.99 received the food from Lin Jiu, he was so excited that tears almost came out. This is not enough for 3 days. It's enough for the 2 of them for 5 days. 520 boss is such a good person. Woo woo woo. I must complete this task well. She thought so in her heart. Lin Jiu didn't know yet that he had been given a good guy card. She didn't expect that such a simple job could earn her 5 days worth of food. A bold idea arose in her mind. If I were his woman, would I? Thinking of this, she quickly shook her head, wondering why she had such an idea. She must be able to support herself with her own hands. Lu Bu, who was standing behind her, didn't quite understand why his master looked happy at one moment and determined at another. Even shaking his head, of course he didn't understand. After all, his master almost wanted to sell her herself. Lu Bu, come here quickly. I'll let you have a full meal at noon today, but you have to eat sparingly in the future. Hearing this, Lu Bu's eyes lit up and he hurried over. It seems that he is really hungry. Those who work hard at eating, those who work hard at eating, those who work hard at eating are the best. Sure enough, this sentence never goes out of date. Han Xin, are you able to do this? Do you really want to have a full meal at noon today? After hearing this, Han Xin wiped the sweat from his forehead. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. And I worked harder. On the other hand, Lin Jiu was fine except for the sweat on his forehead and his slightly wet clothes. A total black-hearted boss. Lin Jiu seemed to realize that he was a little shameless. He put down the brick in his hand with a flattering smile and turned to walk towards the beach. Coming to a piece of wood by the sea, he picked up the rope tied to the wood and pulled hard. Ice-cold Coke. He picked up a few bottles, walked to Daji, put down 2 bottles, and finally returned to the brick kiln and threw them to Han Xin and the other man. Take a break. It'll be almost done. No need to rush. After hearing this, Lei Fat Ada and Han Xin collapsed on the ground, unscrewed the Coke, and took a few gulps. After resting for half an hour, the 3 of them stood up and started working again. After a morning and afternoon of construction, the simple small brick kiln was finally completed. Lin Jiu nodded with satisfaction, his face full of relief. In order to ensure the airtightness, Lei Fadada covered the surrounding area with wooden boards to prevent heat from escaping. The original maximum temperature could only reach 900 degrees Celsius, but after Lei Fadada's modification and covering it with wooden boards, it is now enough to reach 1,400 degrees Celsius. According to Lei Fadada's guess, it would take at most 5 to 2 hours to complete the firing. Lin Jiao roughly calculated that, based on 60 bricks in one furnace, they could produce 12 furnaces a day. That is 720 bricks. Including the bricks caught and exchanged, a house can be built quickly. He poured the clay into the mold tentatively according to the proportions. All you have to do is wait 2 hours. Soon, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Jiao excitedly came to the simplified brick kiln, put out the fire underneath, wrapped his palms with wet cloth, and opened the door at the entrance. A heat wave rushed out instantly. Lin Jiao was caught off guard and felt his face burning. He quickly washed it with water. When most of the heat had dissipated, he came to the entrance of the cave and saw pieces of already formed stone bricks placed in molds. He took 2 tridents, inserted them under the mold, and lifted the mold out smoothly. He observed and found that among the 60 bricks, only a few were cracked and expanded. Ha ha! Success! Lin Jiao laughed happily, and Han Xian and others standing behind him also smiled. Brick kiln done. Chapter 43 Mosey. After finishing the brick kiln, Lin Jiao and the other 2 jumped directly into the sea to take a bath, and they shivered with cold. After washing up, several people went back to the house and fell asleep peacefully, leaving only the poor Han Xian to keep watch. In the middle of the night, a bright moon hangs in the sky. Thump, thump, thump. There are knocks on the door. Who is it? Lin Jiao rubbed his eyes, opened the door with an unhappy look, and saw Han Xian standing outside the door in the moonlight. He hated being disturbed while sleeping at this point. If Han Xian couldn't give a suitable reason, he would make Han Xian pay. Boss, I just caught a wooden box. Can you see it? After hearing this, Lin Jiao lost all sleepiness and did not even bother to blame Han Xian for disturbing his sleep. He hurried out. When he came under the shed, a wooden box appeared before his eyes. He opened the lid of the wooden box with ease and waited for the person in the box to appear. A middle-aged man slowly stood up from the wooden box, with regular features and a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Seeing how he was dressed, Lin Jiao could be sure that he was not a modern person. The man in the box slowly spoke. Owner. Lin Jiao nodded gently, rubbed his eyes, and asked, May I have your name? Master, my name is Mosey. Mosey, okay. Wait a minute. Your name is Mosey? Lin Jiao looked surprised, thinking that he had not woken up yet, and asked again. Yes, master. Can you make some mechanisms or something? Mosey just nodded slightly, and he couldn't help laughing. Ugh, this is great. He was worrying about the fact that he didn't know how to make a lot of furniture, and then a Mosey was sent to him. If other people knew that Lin Jiao wanted Mosey to make furniture, they would definitely scold him for wasting resources. But does it matter? It doesn't matter. Anyway, these are his people. Bah, his men. Don't call me master from now on. Call me boss. Are you hungry? Boss will make you some noodles. After hearing this, Mosey touched his stomach and seemed to be a little hungry. He nodded slightly, but he was also curious about what was used to soak the noodles. He had no impression of such a thing. Han Xian, who was fishing, turned his head quickly when he heard that there was food to eat and stared at Lin Jiao with expectant eyes. Lin Jiao was about to laugh and curse, but the next second, the fishing rod in Han Xian's hand began to tremble. Another normal box. After seeing this, Lin Jiao laughed, patted Han Xian on the shoulder, and said, Eat too. Eat as much as you want. Enough. Then he hurried to the wooden box and opened the lid directly. A man slowly stood up from the box. Owner. Lin Jiao smiled and asked, May I have your name? The man in the wooden box thought for a while and said, Master, my name is Ma Jun. Lin Jiao thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any famous person in history named Ma Jun. It seems that there is no hero named Ma Jun in any major game. He asked again tentatively, Do you have any special skills? Ma Jun thought about it for a while and then shook his head. Lin Jiao felt a little disappointed when he saw this, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. He's a young man with a strong build, so there's one more labor force. Wait, I'll cook for you. Lin Jiao poured water into the pot, put a handful of firewood at the bottom, turned around, and walked into the warehouse to take out 6 or 7 bags of sauerkraut-flavored instant noodles. While waiting for the water to boil, he and Mosey started chatting, and Ma Jun couldn't get a word in. It's not that Lin Jiao looked down on him, but But they were all talking about machinery, and Ma Jun didn't know how to join the conversation. Just as the water was about to boil, Han Xian exclaimed, "Boss, another box." Chapter 44, New Monster. Raging Rhino. A wooden box. A red wooden box. A box they had never seen before. Lin Jiao was a little surprised. He picked up the trident beside him and stood not far away, staring at the red wooden box. Han Xian also looked ready for battle. Only Mosey and Ma Jun were somewhat confused. After all, they had never experienced this before. At this moment, the red wooden box began to tremble violently, and, with a cracking sound, the wooden box exploded directly. With the faint light of the torch, Lin Jiao could only see that it was a crawling monster standing on all fours. Roar! The monster let out a strange cry, moved its limbs, and rushed towards him. Lin Jiao narrowed his eyes slightly. This monster was extremely fast, several times, or even dozens of times faster than a drowned corpse. Just when he was about to make a move. "Oh!" Han Xian snorted coldly. His speed was even faster than that of the monster. When a monster was about to pounce on Lin Jiao, he had already arrived in front of the monster and stabbed it hard with the trident in his hand. The monster flew far away and fell to the ground. Han Xian did not take it lightly, but rushed over directly. "Kill it while it's sick." Han Xian stepped on a monster lying on the ground and was about to kill it with his halberd. Lin Jiao shouted from a distance, "Han Xian, spare its life. Just knock it out." After hearing this, Han Xian quickly changed his attack method and smashed the monster with one side of the trident. The monster, which was originally lying on the ground and resisting, suddenly fainted and could not move. Lin Jiao walked quickly forward, came in front of the monster, held up a torch, and slowly approached. The other two followed closely behind, with a hint of panic on their faces. In the light of the fire, he finally saw the appearance of the monster. A monster about 1.6 meters long, black and gray all over, with a horn growing near its nose. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Why did it look like an immature rhinoceros? He turned over the rhino-like monster and searched around. Sure enough, there were only 3 small red wounds with blood. Just now, when Han Xian was stabbing the monster with a trident, he found something wrong. Generally speaking, when Han Xian attacked, he would either cut off the monster's head or blow it up in the head. But this monster just flew away. The 3 small wounds didn't seem to have much effect on it. It was probably because Han Xian was too strong and knocked the rhinoceros unconscious. This monster should have high defense. He stood up, holding the trident in his hand, and stabbed the monster on the ground with all his strength. He felt a recoil in his hand, but the monster on the ground was unharmed. He knew that the monster had high defense, but he didn't expect that he couldn't stab it even a little bit. You know, his current strength is enough to easily get rid of a drowned corpse. It seems that the skin of this monster is really thick, if it is used to make armor. As he thought about it, he stabbed the monster a few more times. Moz and Ma Jun looked at each other, wondering if their boss had any special hobbies. After stabbing several times, there was still no mark left on the monster on the ground. Instead, it was awakened and let out a roar. Roar! Roar! Lin Jiao quickly retreated as the monster was about to get up and attack. In order to ensure his master's safety, Han Xian stabbed the beast's forehead with his trident. And then, nothing happened. Dead. Lin Jiao looked at the dead monster and did not blame Han Xian. After all, it was for his own good. He submitted the monster's corpse to the trading platform, and only a line of information appeared on the trading platform. Name: corpse of a raging rhino, growing stage. Effect: the skin of the rhino has a very high defense and is suitable for making armor. The horns of the rhino are extremely sharp and suitable for use as weapons. Remark: price. It was indeed a rhinoceros, but unfortunately, it was killed by Han Xian before it could use its horn to attack. At this time, several people sleeping in the house were also. Wake up. Owner. Boss. Boss. Lin Jiao nodded to them, indicating that he was fine. The few people who came out squatted beside the violent rhinoceros and looked at it curiously. Daji said with disdain, "It's ugly as the drowned corpse." Lin Jiao smiled helplessly and shook his head, then told a few people about the characteristics and attack methods of the violent rhinoceros, and told them to be careful. Boss, I'm hungry." Han Xian scratched his head embarrassedly and focused his eyes on the stone pot not far away. Lin Jiao slapped his head. He had forgotten about this matter, and he hurried to the stone pot. When he lifted the lid of the pot, he saw that most of the water in the pot was gone, so he had to fill the pot with water again. Seeing Daji and others coming later, he smiled bitterly. And there are also these few people. He had no choice but to go to the warehouse and get a few bags of instant noodles. After the water boiled, he put the instant noodles in one by one. When he saw the pot in front of him, he suddenly felt that this stone pot seemed a little small. It won't be long before this pot is not enough as more and more people come to the island. He had to build the kitchen as quickly as possible and make a bigger stone pot. Slurp, slurp. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they returned to their rooms to sleep one after another. But Mosey and the other man had no choice but to endure the pain and sleep in the tent for one night. As for Han, Xian, go and keep watch. Chapter 45. Distribute tasks. A ray of dazzling sunlight shone through the window onto the sleeping Lin Jio's face. After a while, Lin Jio, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes sleepily. He glanced at the time, and it was already past 9 o'clock. He rubbed his eyes, and the two women beside him were long gone. When I opened the door, I saw that several people outside looked listless, probably because they had just woken up from last night's sleep. He walked out of the room, washed up briefly, and then went into the shed. The others were already sitting in the shed, waiting for him. Ugh, it's another day of making breakfast by myself. Several people drank rice porridge and ate sausages with gusto. Lin Jio took a look and found that there were already 7 people on the island, including himself. He took a sip of rice porridge, raised his head, and said seriously, "Ahem, let me tell you something." Seeing Lin Jio's stern expression, several people put down their bowls and chopsticks, even Han Xian, who is the most capable eater. Now that our island has more and more people, some things can't be done as casually as they were at the beginning, so I have to assign you some tasks today. Lao Lei, your task today is to help Ma Jun build a toilet and bathroom. This is the most important task. After all, as time goes by, there will be more and more people on the island. If a bathroom is not built, everyone can't take a bath in his room every day like Daji and Milan. Ahem. Of course, being an honest man, he would go out every time the two of them took a shower. Keep watch for them to prevent any LSBS from peeking. Lei Fat-Ada nodded after hearing this, and then seemed to remember something and asked, "Boss, aren't you going to build the house for Mosey and the others?" Lin Jio waved his hand and said, "Build it, but not now. When I find a way to get cement, I'll build it." After saying this, he turned his head to Mosey and the other two and continued, "You two just have to bear with it and live in the tent for the time being." Mosey and the other man both nodded, indicating that they had no objection. After explaining Lei Fat-Ada's character, Lin Jio said to Daji and Hua Mulan, "You two remain the same. Daji, you continue to be responsible for fishing, and Hua Mulan, you are responsible for safety. As for Han Xian, take a good rest first, and go help Lao Lei when you get up in the afternoon." All 3 of them nodded at the same time. Mosey saw that everyone else had characters, but he didn't, so he couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what about me?" Lin Jio raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and he was waiting for Moz to speak. "As for you, well, let's make some furniture first. According to the number of people we have now, each person needs a set, a wash basin, a bench, a larger table for dining, and..." Mosey was stunned by what he heard, as he had never heard of the names of some of these things. "Boss, what is this bathtub you're talking about?" Lin Jio covered his head, and then he realized that Mosey was an ancient man. So how could he know about a bathtub? He patiently explained, "It's actually just a larger wooden barrel, 2 meters long and half a meter wide." After hearing this, Moz showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face and nodded. "Okay, then we should get busy after we finish eating." After breakfast, everyone started to work according to Lin Jio's instructions. As for Lin Jio, he was lying under the shed flipping through channels. He is not being lazy. He also wanted to get busy, but he had to find cement in the regional channel. So it's not that he wants to be lazy. Within the regional channel, have you noticed that the probability of supplies seems to have increased a little today? I don't know. I just woke up. It seems to be true. I roughly calculated that at least 4 out of 10 rods have supplies. If we're a little luckier, we can get 6. Fuck, I just finished my meal and haven't gone yet. I'm going to try it now. Take off. Now we don't have to worry about starving to death. Huh. Even if that's the case, what can I do? I have 3 or 4 men under my command, so I still have to eat sparingly. My condolences upstairs. Ha. I'm almost done building the house. Worship me. Lin Jio looked at the comments in the channel and raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he did not see the cement he wanted, he also knew the effect of increasing the probability of materials. Does this increase in material probability mean something? Will it bring about any other reactions? He lowered his head and thought for a while, but still couldn't figure it out after a long time. But since we are here, we should just make the best of it and take it one step at a time. This is a good thing anyway. What puzzled him was that no one in the regional channel mentioned the violent rhino he caught last night. Could it be that no one else caught it? Or is it just me who fell? Lin Jiao shook his head and threw away these thoughts. Anyway, we are in the channel now, so why not ask? Has any one of you caught a rhino-like monster called a raging rhino? What kind of monster is that? I've never seen one before. 520 boss. Did you encounter that kind of monster? 520 boss. What does that monster look like? Does it have any weaknesses? Share it with me, boss. Boss, I have some stone bricks here. Would you like to take them? Gigi, I want to have a sweet love with you. Only 10 pounds of meat will do. Ugh, can you please stop disgusting me? You're asking such a high price. Is your bottom made of gold? And you want 10 kilograms of meat. I only have 4 or 5 kilograms. After waiting for a long time, Lin Jiao gave a bitter smile. He hadn't seen anyone encounter a violent rhinoceros for such a long time. It seemed that he was the only one who encountered it. Maybe some people encountered the wild rhinoceros, but they were no match for it, and all died. Weakness? It's not impossible to tell them, and consider it as your contribution to world peace. He described the appearance and shortcomings of the raging rhino one by one, and then he fucking remembered there was a time limit. Once an hour. It's not his fault. It's not that he doesn't want to tell them. It's that the system doesn't allow it. He was about to close the interface when a message came from a number that was familiar yet unfamiliar to him. ZG84995. This seems to be the player who bought a REM pillow from him last time. Although he had only made that one transaction, he was still quite familiar with the number. There's no other reason. It's just because he gave too much. Boss 520, are you there? Can you tell me what the weakness of the raging rhino is? You also encountered the raging rhino? It actually has many weaknesses. Lin Jiao didn't quite believe that anyone could survive the attack of a violent rhinoceros, unless they were dealing with subordinates who also had high combat power. Soon, 84,995 replied. No, I just want to be on guard so that we don't run into each other again. Lin Jiao's mouth corners slightly raised, and suddenly an evil thought arose. The weakness is that you just need to lie under a shady tree, drink a bottle of 1982 Sprite, scroll through the channels, and wait. Huh, so simple? What's the point? Useful. In fact, it is to let you die peacefully. Chapter 46. Alternatives to cement. It's just to let you die peacefully. 84995 on another island was waiting for the message with great anticipation. When he saw this sentence, he was stunned. He thought about it and wondered if he had not given the boss any benefits. So the boss was unwilling to share the monster's weakness with him. Yes, that must be it. But it seems that I don't have anything valuable to give to the boss. My current situation is at most a little richer than a beggar. What can you give? Just when he was thinking hard, he saw the message in the regional channel that 4299 was helping Lin Jiao collect bricks. He slapped his thighs suddenly. Got it. The boss bought the bricks and stones to build a house, but he definitely didn't have cement, and he didn't know how to make cement. But he understands it himself. He used to be an employee working in a cement factory, although real cement could not be made under such conditions. But I know there's another way to make something to replace cement, and it works really well. He excitedly sent a message to Lin Jiao with his hand. Boss, stop joking. I know I don't have much to trade with you, but I know how to make a substitute for cement. Lin Jiao, who had just taken out ice cola from the sea and distributed it to everyone, opened his friend list. After seeing the message from 84995, he raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. Good man. He was just joking with the other person, and then he felt hot and went to get an ice coke to cool off. He was just about to tell the other party about the shortcomings of the violent rhino, but he didn't expect that the other party thought he was the kind of person who would not give up until he saw the benefits. Is he that kind of person? Is he a black-hearted businessman? No, he is not. So, he doesn't want the method of making an alternative to cement items. Don't be impossible. He didn't want it. He thought his men were too hot from working, so he gave them a few bottles of Coke to cool them down. What is this called? This is called a favor. 84995 misunderstood him. What is this called? This is called an accident. The other party insisted on trading with him. Is there a problem? No problem. Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth and sent a message to the other party. Okay, how should I put it? The violent rhino is extremely fast and has a very high defense. As for its attack power, It looks quite strong. Its hide is very thick, and bronze weapons can't penetrate at all, but it can be easily killed by shock waves. To put it simply, it's better to smash with bronze weapons than to stab or chop with them. 84995 on another island looked at the message sent by Lin Jiao and nodded repeatedly. I just don't quite understand one thing. What does it mean that the attack power seems not weak? Could it be that he killed the raging rhino in an instant before it could even attack? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it can be killed in one move, can it still have the characteristic of extremely high defense? He thought he was one punch man. But 84995 kept his promise and told Lin Jiao the method of making something to replace cement despite his doubts. Boss, it's actually very simple. All you need to do is... After listening to 85,995's narration, Lin Jiao's face was full of surprise. Can this be used to make something that can replace cement? Plant ash? Are you kidding? He was a little bit unconvinced. How can this thing be used to make a substitute for cement? But the other party said something that made him believe it. In ancient times, there was no cement, so they used this stuff as a substitute for cement. Forget it, let's give it a try. There's no harm in trying it. Wood ash is everywhere anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's useless. If he succeeds, he will become rich. Lin Jiao did not call anyone else, but prepared to do it himself. It is best to have wood ash without impurities? Wood ash made from burning leaves or bark? Well, this requirement is not low. Where can we get so many leaves to burn? He seemed to remember that he had fished up a strainer before. Lin Jiao ran into the warehouse, rummaged around, and soon he found a filter. Sure enough, I remembered it right. He took the filter and came to a fire that had already gone out. He used a shovel to pour all the wood ash into the filter to filter out the impurities. Then, according to the method given in 84995, first put the filtered wood ash into the container, add appropriate amount of water, and stir. When the wood ash is stirred into a paste, a small amount of clay is added, and then some water is added and stirred. An hour later, it seems to be true. Lin Jiao looked at the sticky mass and nodded with satisfaction. The following is to test the effect. He took out 2 stone bricks that had been prepared long ago, scooped up the simple version of cement with a wooden board, smeared it on the stone bricks, and then pressed the 2 stone bricks tightly together. Now just wait for it to dry naturally. After doing all this, he picked up the 82-ounce Coke next to him and took a big gulp. It's time to go and see how the construction is going over at Lei Fadada. Chapter 47. Fun Game. When we arrived at Lei Fadada's place, we saw Lei Fadada and Ma Jun squatting on the ground, sweating profusely, and tying wood with vines. Looking at this scene, Lin Jiao couldn't help but recall the scene when Han Xin and Lei Fadada first started building their own house. He suddenly missed that time a little bit, but it was absolutely impossible for him to experience it again. He hated the evil capitalists, but after experiencing it, he became addicted to the feeling. Woo woo woo. Boss. Boss. When Lei Fadada and the other man saw Lin Jiao, they quickly stood up. It's okay, you guys do your thing, I'll come over to take a look. Lin Jiao waved his hand, signaling the two to continue working. Old Lei, which one did you build first? Boss. We're going to build a bathroom here. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded, then said a few words casually and walked towards Moz, who was not far away. Wooden basins were stacked on the side. Moz was squatting next to a piece of wood that looked relatively thick, holding a dagger discarded by Lin Jiao and a bronze knife in his hands. Mozi, what are you doing? Mozi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Lin Jiao with a smile. Boss, I'm doing that bathtub you mentioned. Lin Jiao nodded. No wonder the wood was so long and thick. Oh, by the way, make a few more barrels about 1 meter high. He remembered that he didn't have a container for his cement, so he quickly gave instructions. After explaining some things, he walked away. Look at this toothpick, it's short and thin, and look at this noodle, it's long and wide. I never dared to believe that the selection of concubines would allow me to enter. All kinds of scumbags come here to compete and see whose toothpick is longer. Lin Jiao came to the shed humming a big bowl of Lao Mian. Seeing that Daji hadn't noticed his arrival, he immediately stopped singing and walked quietly behind Daji. Then he made a hushing gesture to Huang Mulan, who was covering her mouth and laughing beside him. Daji was concentrating on fishing and had not noticed Lin Jiao, who was grinning behind her. Suddenly, she felt a darkness in front of her eyes, as if something was covering her eyes. Sister Mulan, there's a monster! She screamed, called out to Mulan, and hit the monster behind her with her hands. Oh, It hurt so much. She heard the monster behind her scream, and the voice sounded familiar. This voice sounds like the master. She quickly turned her head and saw Lin Jiao covering his thigh with a painful expression on his face. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I thought it was a monster. I'm sorry. Daji's face was full of apology, and she was so anxious that tears were about to come out. Lin Jiao endured the pain, forced a smile, and comforted. It's okay. I don't blame you. Have you ever seen a monster as handsome as me? Daji didn't listen. She just kept apologizing, and then said, Master, where did I hit you? Let me rub it for you. Are you sure? A strange look appeared on Lin Jiao's face. Daji nodded repeatedly without even thinking. Lin Jiao seemed to have thought of something, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. He even forgot the pain and said, It hurts down there. Down there? Down there where? Lin Jiao pointed somewhere with his finger, and when Daji saw it, her face suddenly turned red. Is it really that place? Daji suddenly started to stutter. Lin Jiao suppressed his smile and pretended to be serious and in pain. Hua Mulan, who was standing behind Daji, covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. All right. Daji's face was full of shyness. She slowly stretched her hand towards somewhere on Lin Jiao, and just when she was about to touch it, Stop. You really believed me when I was joking with you. Lin Jiao quickly called a halt. He didn't expect that the girl actually took it seriously. Is he that kind of LSP? Of course not. He definitely didn't stop because there was a Mulan watching next to him. Absolutely not. Daji stood there in a daze, not reacting. After a moment, she let out a soft cry. Humph. The master is so mean. I will ignore you. After saying that, he turned his head away and continued fishing as if nothing had happened. Daji pretended to be calm while staring at the water, but the blush on her face that had not yet faded betrayed her. The master is so bad. We are all ready. Snort. Lin Jiao rubbed his thigh, which was still slightly painful, sat next to Daji, and put his arm around her waist. Okay, don't be angry, I was just kidding. Daji, whose waist was hugged by Lin Jiao, trembled slightly. Seeing that Daji had ignored him, he thought for a moment and then looked at the time. 10:30. There's still some time before lunch. Lin Jiao said to the two women. Daji Mulan, how about the three of us play a fun game? What fun games are there? Daji turned her head, and Hua Mulan also looked at her curiously. Give me the fishing rod first. Lin Jiao took one of the fishing rods from Daji and used the clone attribute. Suddenly, a fishing rod appeared in his hand. He handed the fishing rod to Hua Mulan. The three of us go fishing together, and before lunch, we pick the most valuable item from our catch. Whoever has the most valuable item wins. The loser has to agree to one condition from the winner. How about it? Do you want to play? Hua Mulan naturally had no problem with it, as she happened to be free, and Daji pouted and nodded. When Lin Jiao saw that both of them agreed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The fishing rods he gave to both of them were clones. Only the one in his hand is the real one. The attributes of the fishing rods in their hands are only 70. If I can't win this, I might as well find a job in a factory. Daji and the other person didn't understand Lin Jiao's little thoughts. Start. At Lin Jiao's command, the three of them cast the hooks on their fishing rods at the same time. Soon, the first rod came up. It was Lin Jiao's. Lin Jiao proudly waved his rod at the two men, making them anxious. But the thing he caught made his face darken suddenly. It was a branch. When Daji and Hua Mulan saw this, they covered their mouths and laughed secretly. He felt a little embarrassed and thought, just wait for me. An hour passed, and the time was up. The three of them began to pick out the most valuable items. Lin Jiao picked out the most valuable item after a while. Daji and Mulan had already been chosen, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised and their faces full of confidence. Seeing this, Lin Jiao felt something was wrong, but he still had some confidence in himself. I'll count to 3, and we'll take out the selected items together. 1, 2, 3. Daji and Hua Mulan smiled and took their hands from behind to the front, one holding a land cloud. Lin Jiao stared at the two clouds intently. Something was wrong. This doesn't make sense. This is impossible. He quickly squatted down and looked at his fishing rod. It's the real body. That's right. Impossible. Is his face so dark? Master, please take out yours. Daji narrowed her eyes and a smile played on the corners of her mouth. Ahem. I don't want to use it to attack you. As a man, I should give you some ground. Just consider it as your victory. Oh, is that so? Then, Master, Let us make a request. Lin Jiu looked helpless, waved his hand, and said, Go ahead, go ahead. Daji and Hua Mulan smiled at each other. Master, I want to eat braised pork. Boss, I want to eat pickled fish. Lin Jiu thought these two people would make some requests, but it turned out to be just this. He shrugged his shoulders, pretending to be helpless, and said, Okay. I'll do it for you. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to cook. At this time, Daji seemed to be afraid that Lin Jiu would be unhappy, so she ran to his side and whispered in his ear, Master, at night I can. Chapter 48. Purchasing Wood Ash. Baji. Han Xin kept stuffing the braised pork into his mouth. Thanks to the two women, Han Xin had a delicious and full lunch today. Lin Jiu looked at him with disdain. He couldn't even eat a pig. But when he thought of what Daji had said in his ear before, the disgust on his face suddenly disappeared, leaving only anticipation. After lunch, Lin Jiu was so stimulated by the two women that he gave up fishing. The attributes of the two women's fishing rods were only 70 of his, and the most valuable thing he caught was a box of clay. As for those two people, one has a land cloud of about 5 square meters, and the other has a land cloud of 4 square meters. This immediately confirmed his reputation as a nigger. If he touches the fishing rod again, he will be a dog. Because Han Xin had only slept for 3 hours, he let Han Xin continue to rest. As a boss with a conscience, he would never do anything to exploit his employees. Han Xin, why do I have to stay up till 5 o'clock? Some people don't know what's going on. Lin Jiu walked on the island with his hands behind his back. His island was about to exceed 300 square meters, and he sighed just thinking about it. It is estimated that only a few people have reached 100 square meters now. Coming to the cement he made in the morning, the two stones were tightly stuck together, and the edge of the cement in the middle had solidified. If he waited about another hour, the inside would be almost dry. What to do during this hour? How about going fishing? Fishing for nothing. As he was thinking, he unknowingly came to Lei Fadada's place. Lin Jiu took a look and saw that the bathroom had taken shape and would be built soon. Old Lei, do you need help? Lei Fadada wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, Boss, no, go and have a rest. After hearing this, Lin Jiu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had done nothing all day, and yet he still needed to rest. This is even more disgusting than capitalists. Capitalists, please don't insult us. We are obviously employees working. We eat, drink, and have fun. Mr. Chun is in the nightclub. Mr. Lee is sleeping in the tea house. With Lin Jiu's participation, the bathroom was quickly built in more than an hour. Boss, I'm going to build a toilet. You can take a rest first. Lei Fadada took a sip of water, turned around, and left, followed closely by Ma Jun. Wait a minute, Lao Lei. Come over here and take a look at me first. Lin Jiu quickly asked Lei Fadada to stop and took him to the place where he had studied cement in the morning. 2 tightly closed stone bricks lay on the ground, motionless. Lin Jiu picked up the stone brick, twisted it a few times, and pulled it, but the 2 stone bricks stuck together without moving at all. He handed the brick in his hand to Lei Fadada and said, Old Lei, take a look at this stone brick and see if it is strong enough to replace cement. Lei Fadada took the brick, fiddled with it in his hand for a while, his face full of shock. Boss, how did you make this? It can be used to build a house. Lin Jiu waved his hand, looking calm and composed. It's really full of B-style. So, boss, are we still using wood to build the kitchen and toilet? Lin Jiu thought for a while, then said, First, build a simple toilet with wood, and the kitchen with stone bricks and cement. He waved his hand, signaling Lei Fadada to build the house first. After Lei Fadada and the other man left, he opened the channel and started to reap the profits again. Within the regional channel, I'll collect wood ash. There's no limit on the amount. I'll collect as much as you can get. Fuck, the 520 boss is showing up again. How was the boss collecting the wood ash? Could it be that the boss wants to plant crops? But what does it mean that there is no limit on the quantity? The island is so small, it is impossible to plant crops on a large scale. I think he's stupid, ha. One moment he collects bricks, the next moment he collects ash. He's still a big shot. Ugh, that's it. I don't understand why there's so many people licking him. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Damn it. If I could, I would kill him. A bunch of keyboard warriors. Idiots. You think you can slander the boss? If you can guess what the boss is thinking, can you still call him the boss? Is he still licking upstairs? Fuck you, a bunch of idiots drinking the boss's ginger soup when it rains now, ugh. It's just a bowl of ginger soup. Did I beg him to give it to me? I've said it before, this 520 is so rampant, just because of the trouble money. If anyone is dissatisfied, come to me. My number is 71444. This made Lin Jiao speechless. He just wanted to collect some wood ash. So who did he offend? Are you all bored and full? And this 71444, after being quiet for 2 days, started making noises again. He guessed correctly. He was just bored because he had eaten too much. It is precisely because the probability of most people relying on materials has increased that 2 or 3 people can have enough food to eat. Not to mention one person, they all started to exchange for luxury items and food. For example, cigarettes, beer, etc. It was this improvement in their lives that suddenly boosted their self-confidence. Coupled with the previous jealousy and hatred of the rich, now they were all vented out at once. Lin Jiao looked at the people who were arguing fiercely in the channel and shook his head. If someone is nice to him, he will remember it. Those who take the lead in mocking him will never buy any product from him again. Seeing that he had purchased a certain amount of wood ash, he simply closed the channel and started making cement. I hope those people won't be jealous when he builds the stone brick house. Chapter 49. Suicidal Behavior. Slow down, you added too much water. Lin Jiao patiently taught Ma Jun how to make cement using wood ash. It's not that he wants to be lazy, but he is busy purchasing wood ash. Under his careful teaching, Ma Jun finally mastered how to make cement. After watching Ma Jun's production process again, he nodded with satisfaction. Finally learned it. Although there are still some minor problems, it is not a big problem. He confidently handed over the task of making cement to Ma Jun, and then walked towards Mosey. Mosey, is the barrel ready? Boss, all that's left is this one in my hand. Lin Jiao nodded, and during lunch, he asked Mosey to make the wooden barrel first and put the others aside. He counted and found that there were 8, including the wooden barrel, in Mosey's hand. After waiting for a while, he placed all 8 wooden barrels next to Ma Jun, indicating that he should put everything in the barrels after they were done. In fact, it is not impossible to put on the ground. The main thing is that Lei Fat-Ada and Han Xin will need it when they build the kitchen later, so it is more convenient to put it in advance. After giving a few instructions, he opened the channel. Within the regional channel, buying wood ash, the price is fair to everyone. After Lin Jiao sent this message, he immediately closed the regional channel to avoid seeing a group of sour people and making him feel upset. His supplies were sufficient to purchase a large amount of wood ash. Mainly, wood ash was treated as garbage by everyone and dumped into the sea. Of course, they are happy to exchange supplies now. Even if a box of wood ash is only worth a piece of bread, they are happy to do it. Lin Jiao suddenly thought that he seemed to have not watched the World Channel for several days. Do you want to take a look? Collect some clouds. In the World Channel. I'm starving. Damn, who isn't? I heard that the Chinese are doing very well now. Much better than us. Well, don't blame that 520 who brought a bunch of Chinese people to buy our wood and planks at a low price. That's right. Those cunning Chinese people. They made us buy it back at a high price. Baka, 520 is clearly from our country, not China. Do you Koreans still have any shame? Everything is yours. Lin Jiao was totally confused. Why were all the topics discussed on the World Channel related to him? Also, what does it mean that he led the Chinese to buy their wood at a low price? Obviously, he went there alone, so didn't the price go up after he acquired the property? Even if the Chinese came later, it would not be possible to offer low prices. It's really inexplicable. In fact, what he didn't know was that after he made the acquisition, the price did increase, but the increase was not high, only about 30. After most of the land was bought out by the Chinese, they could only buy from the Chinese if they wanted to build houses. When they bought it back, the price didn't just increase by 30, but increased several times. As a result, they're now struggling to find food to eat. Lin Jiao made a puzzled sound, as a speech on the World Channel attracted his attention. Don't even think about going to sea in a wooden boat. In our country, a man built a wooden boat and tried to rob supplies, but it was overturned by a great white shark. After sending a message on the regional channel, the man's life or death is unknown. Lin Jiao was speechless. Which little genius came up with this? It was not before that he had thought about building a boat and going to have a look from afar. But since Han Xin went into the sea and came ashore carrying a small shark, he gave up this idea. He felt that there might be various unknown dangers in the sea. Thinking of this, he took another look at the speech behind him. My goodness, no one has sympathy, they're all gloating. Your Korean guy is in a state of uncertainty about his life or death. Baga, why aren't you still working? Is this courting death? Ha ha ha. We in the M country feel very sorry for him, so we plan to set off firecrackers to commemorate him. Ha ha ha. Doesn't everything belong to your country? Logically speaking, that shark should also belong to your country. Is this a dog-eat-dog fight? What the gentleman above said is absolutely right. You are going too far. The lives of our Korean people are in danger, and you are actually gloating over their misfortune. TSK, this guy is mentally retarded. It was clearly that guy who wanted to build a boat to rob people and supplies, so he deserves it. You deserve it. You're asking for trouble, and you're trying to steal people's supplies, bah. Lin Jiao closed the World Channel. He did not comment too much on it, nor did he make any ridicule in the channel. Is it that he doesn't want to? No. He just didn't want to leave a bad impression on the World Channel. Otherwise, how can he reap the benefits? He also has to harvest the leaks in the Korean country. Just like in a short video a while ago, many foreigners discovered the code of wealth. I love China. Dozens of videos repeating this sentence brought in huge traffic and revenue. Hiccup, he is just borrowing from it. Is there a problem with that? No problem. After watching the World Channel for a while, his friend messages exploded again. Lin Jiao took a glance and saw that they were all here to sell wood ash. Hey, he could spend a whole day just collecting wood ash. It's impossible for him to just collect wood ash all day and do nothing else. How about finding someone to help him buy the wood ash? He flipped through his friend list and his eyes lit up. 4,399. The other party had helped him purchase a large amount of stone bricks before, so why not continue to look for him? Are you there? Can I ask you for a favor? Don't worry, this favor is not for free. You will be paid. I don't know what 43.99 was doing, and he replied to the message after a while. Boss, tell me, what do you want me to do? Please help me buy some wood ash. Take as much as you can. I will send the supplies to you first. If it's not enough, let me know. After saying that, Lin Jiao sent 2 boxes of bread, some snacks that they didn't like, half a box of bacon, and a bag of rice to 43.99. Judging from previous contacts, he was not afraid that the other party would run away with these supplies. Even if the other party really ran away with his supplies, it wouldn't matter. He didn't need that much anyway. I believe that anyone with a bit of common sense would not do such a thing. Only long-term cooperation can bring greater benefits. At this time, another island. Chapter 50, The Evil Capitalist. On another island. 43.99 looked at the message sent by Lin Jiao, feeling a little surprised and a little delighted. She didn't expect that the boss would contact her and ask her for help. As for the reward, the boss gave her so much food last time, but this time she won't take it no matter what. Just when she gladly accepted the task, Lin Jiao suddenly sent another message. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that the half box of bacon and rice is your reward. I don't know how long it will take this time, but it will definitely be a long time. If it takes a long time, I will give you some extra compensation. 43.99 stood there in a daze. After a few seconds, he looked at the half-filled box of bacon and a bag of rice on the ground. Fuck. She couldn't help but utter a beautiful Chinese sentence. Is this a reward? With a blushing face, she sent a message of thank you to Lin Jiao, and then somewhat embarrassedly asked Lu Bu to move all these into the house. She didn't want it, but she considered that if she refused and sent them back, the boss would lose face. In order to save the boss's face, she had to accept it. A bag of rice. How rich must the boss be? She herself did have some, but all she had was only 1 bag. I don't know how many bags of rice the boss has to use 1 bag of rice as a reward. Thinking that my words of thanks to the boss just now seemed a bit perfunctory, I quickly added this sentence. Thank you very much, sir. Please give me all the precious rice. I will definitely complete the task well. And then she saw Lin Jiao pretending to be the coolest with a nonchalant tone. Is this precious? I have several boxes of rice here. 43.99 just froze there, then lost his balance and fell to the ground. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? When Lu Bu heard the noise somewhere else, he turned around and saw it, then hurried over with a look of worry on his face. 43.99, who was sitting on the ground, had not yet come to his senses. He waved his hand blankly and said, It's okay, I just feel a little unbalanced. After Lu Bu confirmed again and again that everything was fine, he didn't care anymore and continued fishing. 43.99 sat on the ground, feeling like crying but unable to cry. Why is it that while we are all poor people who came to a different world, he can live like he's on vacation while I live like a beggar? Where's the recharge entrance? She must recharge to the maximum level. If Lin Jiao knew what 43.99 was thinking, he would definitely burst out laughing. This idea really goes perfectly with this numbered minigame. For your information, there are 2 games on 4,399 that claim to have incomplete cheats, and neither can beat the paid ones. In fact, we can't blame 43.99 for having such an idea. Anyone would feel the same way. The main reason is that the attributes of Lin Jiu's fishing rod are too amazing. Others could catch a spoonful of rice with one fishing rod, but he could catch a bag directly. How could they be compared? What's more, there's an absolute crushing advantage in terms of probability. This is the cheat, bah. This is the charm of Big Brother's hard work and persistence. Lu Bu, you're responsible for all the fishing for the next 2 days. After hearing this, Lu Bu nodded without any objection. As for herself, she had to concentrate on helping the boss purchase wood ash. Why does she feel like a good wife and mother? Bah, it must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. If Hua Tuo were alive, Chongyang would have been cured. Lin Jiu walked while humming his favorite song of Mr. Zhou. Lao Lei, the progress is quite fast. The kitchen has already started to be built. Lei Fat-Ada laughed innocently, stopped his work, scratched his head, and said, "Boss, it's mainly Han Xian's credit. Without him, it wouldn't have been built so fast." Lin Jiu nodded with relief, then seemed to remember something and asked, "Is this cement still usable?" "Boss, there's no problem with this. It's very useful, but the speed of burning stone bricks can't keep up." After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded and said to Lei Fat-Ada, "Once the kitchen is built, you can build a brick kiln and try to produce more." After he finished speaking, he paused, looked at Han Xian, who was still busy in the mud, and said to Han Xian with a smile, "Han Xian, work hard. I'll let you have as much braised pork as you want tonight." When Han Xian heard this, his eyes lit up and he worked even harder. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu smiled, put his hands behind his back, and turned away. As expected, people in ancient times were easy to deceive. This evil capitalist. This feeling really made him disgusted. Chapter 51. Help you take a bath. Time passed, and soon it was night. If there is anything pleasing in this strange world, it is only the night view. The starry sky is reflected on the calm sea surface. As my eyes move forward, I see that the water and the sky are the same color, like 2 starry skies merging together. Several people were sitting around a long table, which was filled with plates of food. "Lao Lei, how's the progress?" Lei Fat-Ada put down his chopsticks and said, "Boss, the kitchen is only half built, and there aren't enough bricks. The remaining bricks will be used to build a brick kiln similar to the previous one for emergency use. Tomorrow morning, the bricks we burn should be enough to build a larger brick kiln. One kiln can produce about 600 bricks." Lin Jiu nodded after hearing this. He thought that this efficiency was acceptable, but after taking a look at Moz and the others, he frowned. At this efficiency, it would take at least 2 days to bake the stone bricks for a staff dormitory, and including the construction and drying time, it would take at least 4 or 5 days. We can't let Moz and the other 2 sleep in the tent for the next 4 or 5 days. Forget it. Let's put the kitchen matters aside for now and build another brick kiln first to speed up the brick-making process and finish building the staff dormitory as soon as possible. After hearing this, Lei Fat-Ada nodded and had no objection. He does whatever his boss tells him to do. "By the way, boss, we don't have enough manpower to build the employee dormitory building. Look at this." Hearing this, Lin Jiu lowered his head and began to think. Indeed, if we want to build a dormitory building, we will not have enough manpower. Because Lei Fat-Ada has been busy building a house these 2 days, the night watch has to be left to Han Xian. He looked up at Han Xian, who was eating with gusto, unaware that he was about to have to work overtime. "Well, you don't have to worry about manpower. I'll find a way. When the time comes, there will definitely be someone for you to use." After hearing this, Lei Fat-Ada didn't say anything more and started to eat with his head down. "Mozi, how are you doing?" After asking Lei Fat-Ada, Lin Jiu asked about Mozi's work situation. "Boss, I have done everything you asked me to do. The tub has been rinsed and is already in the bathroom. The wash basin is still over there. Just go get it later." After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the work situation is going well. Now he can eat with peace of mind. He lowered his head and was about to pick up some stir-fried beef with green onions with his chopsticks, but found that the plate was already empty. He looked at the other plates in surprise. The same was true on the other plates, with only some leftovers left. He was speechless. He had specially prepared a table full of food tonight, but now there was only a bowl of soup left. A hand reached out to a plate and poured the broth into his bowl. Well, there is no soup left. He looked up and was about to find the culprit, but found that everyone had already eaten. Good Lord, his relationship ended before it even began. He will never talk about work while eating again, damn. After dinner, everyone was busy for a while and then started to clean up and prepare for bed. Suddenly, Daji shouted, "Master, come and see." Upon hearing the sound, Lin Jiao hurried over, and at first glance, he saw Daji holding a chicken in her hand. A live chicken. It seems to be a rooster. Usually they can only catch meat and have never caught any live fish. Could it be that there will be more and more living things in the future? He came to Daji and held the rooster's 2 wings in his hands. The rooster kept struggling in his hands. But how could he possibly break free from Lin Jiao's hands, who was constantly strengthening his body? Seeing Daji's slightly arrogant expression, he smiled and scratched Daji's nose, saying, "Daji is awesome." Daji seemed to like this very much. The corners of her mouth kept rising and her face was full of joy. When Lin Jiao was about to carry the chicken into the empty wooden box, Hua Mulan's fishing rod began to tremble. Red wooden box. Roar! A violent rhinoceros broke through the wooden box, roared angrily, and rushed directly towards Mulan. Mulan leaped forward to avoid the attack of the violent rhinoceros, then picked up the trident on the ground and stabbed the violent rhinoceros's anus with all her might. Hiss! This made Lin Jiao's anus tighten, and he felt a little pity for this violent rhino. The violent rhinoceros also felt the severe pain in its anus and tried to struggle free. Hua Mulan would never give this opportunity, and she increased the strength in her hands. A moment later, the violent rhinoceros suddenly. It seems that this violent rhino has another weakness. Lin Jiao threw the rooster into a box and drilled a few holes in it to allow it to breathe to avoid suffocation. If you can catch chickens, you will definitely have cows, sheep, pigs, etc. It looks like he's going to build a farm. He shook his head, carrying a box of chickens in one hand and dragging the body of a wild rhinoceros in the other, and walked towards the body of the wild rhinoceros he had released earlier. The skin must be plucked off as soon as possible to make armor to prevent it from stinking. Oh, why do I feel like every day is getting more tiring? He suddenly missed the first day he came to the island. Although the conditions and environment were not as good as they are now, at least he and Daji lived happily. Giggle. The rooster in the wooden box crowed, interrupting Lin Jiao's thoughts. Lin Jiao glanced at the wooden box in his hand and shook it vigorously with his hand. Sure enough, the rooster in the box stopped crowing. I don't know if anyone has caught any living creatures yet. Why not check the channel? In regional channels. Today's night is so beautiful. This is the first time I've been able to calm down and appreciate this beautiful scenery since I came to the island. Yeah, me too. I suddenly feel like my life has lost its meaning. I can just eat enough and wear warm clothes, but there's nothing to strive for anymore. No point? Damn it. I just hooked up a monster like a rhino, and if I hadn't sacrificed all my men, I'd be dead. Huh? What kind of monster is that? It sounds awesome. No way. We finally have some peace and quiet. But how come new monsters appear again? You were so cruel to sacrifice the lives of your own men, huh? Scum. After watching for a while, Lin Jiao did not find anyone catching any living creatures. Instead, several people caught violent rhinos. This made everyone, who had originally felt relaxed and well-fed, suddenly feel nervous again. Those who survived either had subordinates with extremely high martial arts skills or survived at the cost of the lives of many of their subordinates. Oh, I don't know when this day will end. Just as he was daydreaming, Daji came to his side quietly. Daji, what's wrong? Daji stood on tiptoe and whispered in Lin Jiao's ear. Master, I promise to help you take a bath tonight. After saying this, Daji ran away quickly with a blushing face. Lin Jiao's eyes lit up and he shouted, Nexin, give me some water. I want to take a bath. Chapter 52, Light, will never be destroyed. Squeak. There's a sound of a door being pushed open. Daji pushed the door open with a basin full of water. She came to Lin Jiao's bed and said softly, Master, it's time to get up. Lin Jiao rubbed his eyes, his face full of sleepiness. When he opened his eyes, he saw Daji in front of him. Daji. Daji hummed lightly, then said, Master, let me help you wash up. Before he could agree, Daji put the towel into the basin, wet it, wrung it dry, and started to wipe his face. This made Lin Jiao a little confused. Before he could react, Daji had already bent down to put on his shoes. Is this the treatment like an emperor? He likes it. No wonder there are so many incompetent emperors in history. Even if he were the emperor, he wouldn't be able to control himself. After Daji finished all this, he joked, "Your cooking was pretty good last night." As soon as she finished speaking, Daji's face turned red, and she turned around and ran outside. Linju looked at her back and chuckled. This little girl is still hard to resist. But I have to say, last night was really comfortable. After breakfast, everyone started to get busy. Lei Fat Ada and Ma Jun were building a brick kiln. Mosey was making some furniture, and Daji and Hua Mulan continued fishing. It is worth mentioning that he already has 4 fishing rods today. The value of the fish he caught increased day by day. He was originally worried about the clay, but now he doesn't have to worry at all. If I have to worry about something, the only thing is that I may not be able to finish the food. The warehouse also seems to be full. There was no place to store the wood ash that 4,399 bought for him, so he was forced to put outside. Lin Jiao and Lei Fat Ada gave instructions and expanded the warehouse. He took a look to see if the rooster he caught last night was still alive, and then went to the place where the corpse of the violent rhinoceros was stored. The carcasses of 3 rampaging rhinos have been piled up here. He would peel the skin off their bodies and use it to make armor. Ding dong. Who can send him a message at this time? 84,995. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the information. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived the claws of that violent rhino. Lin Jiao chuckled. He didn't know whether 84995 was good luck or bad luck. In response, he just replied with a few words. It's just what you want. You're welcome. Then the interface was closed. Bang. What's going on? He turned and looked behind him, only to see Mulan carrying the drowned corpse and throwing it into the sea. Lin Jiao frowned, wondering why the monsters were refreshing so quickly now. This seemed to be the 3rd monster that appeared out of nowhere this morning. Including the violent rhinoceros that was dealt with by Han Xin in the middle of the night, there are now 4 of them. Could it be that the conversation between those people on the World Channel yesterday was seen by the manipulator behind the scenes, so they deliberately increased the difficulty? He thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up thinking about it and picked up the dagger to start cutting his skin. He looked at the huge and ferocious rhino corpse in front of him and didn't know where to start. The skin is too thick, and it takes a lot of force to get it in. How about starting from the back? Yeah, that's it. Lin Jiao picked up the dagger, thrust it hard from behind, made a cut, and began to peel off the skin slowly. The violent rhinoceros never thought that not only would he die a miserable death, but he would also be tortured after his death. If it could come back to life, it would definitely question Lin Jiao. Is this something a human could do? A new storm has appeared. How can we stop moving forward? Travel through time and space, do our best, and new miracles will appear. While peeling the skin, Lin Jiao hummed his favorite theme song from childhood. He suddenly missed Ultraman Tiga a little. It's a pity that Ultraman Tiga was banned. It's funny that Ultraman Tiga was not defeated by darkness, but by his parents. Is the light just swallowed up by the darkness? Let Peppa Pig and Jello to accompany your children through their childhood? No, impossible. As long as there is light in your heart, light will exist. Come, sing with me. A new storm has appeared. How can we stop and travel through time and space? Cheers to my own childhood. Cheers to your childhood, too. Chapter 53, National Treasure. Panda. How come this skin? Lin Jiao looked at the rhinoceros skin in his hand, which was torn into pieces and in strange shapes, with a complicated expression. I clearly control the strength. So how could the cuts be so weird? Is it possible that I am not suitable for this kind of thing? Forget it. Let's ignore it for now. After thinking about it, he gave up. With the way he cut it, let alone making armor, it would be the best that could be made into a crotch protector. Let's wait and see if we can catch a weapon forging master later. Lin Jiao put his hands behind his back and walked towards Lei Fat Ada. He just watched Lei Fat Ada and the other man build the brick kiln without saying a word. Lei Fat Ada and the other 2 were so focused that they didn't notice Lin Jiao's arrival. Lin Jiao just watched quietly. The first brick kiln is almost completed and looks much bigger than the previous ones. The mold was also expanded from the original 106 to 3030. After he watched for a while, Lei Fat Ada finally noticed his arrival. Boss! Lei Fat Ada rolled up his clothes and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Jiao smiled and waved his hand, signaling him to continue working. Just when he was feeling bored, he suddenly slapped his head. His chicken is gone. Don't get the wrong idea. It's the rooster that Daji caught last night. He walked quickly to the box where the rooster was placed and opened the lid, only to see that the rooster looked listless. He brought some greens and a bottle of rainwater and fed the rooster carefully. He can go hungry, but the rooster can't. Wait until Daji catches another hen. She lays an egg, hatches a chick, the chick grows up, lays another egg, hatches another chick, the chick. TSK, TSK, TSK. It is inexhaustible and can be used endlessly. While he was fantasizing, the vegetables in his hand had been eaten up by the rooster. Lin Jiao poured the water into a bowl and put it into the wooden box. The rooster drank it quickly. Seeing this, he tried to caress the rooster's body with his hand. As a result, the rooster did not attack him. Instead, it seemed to enjoy it a little. Lin Jiao was a little confused. This didn't make sense. According to the chicken's personality, if someone wants to get close to it, it will run away, and if someone touches it, it will peck with its sharp beak. Could it be because he is the owner of this island? So that's why you didn't attack him? Lao Lei, come here. Upon hearing the voice, Lei Fat Ada put down his work and ran towards him. Boss, what's wrong? It's okay. Touch the chicken with your hand and see if it will attack you. Be careful. Lei Fat Ada had a strange expression on his face, but he still followed Lin Jiao's instructions and slowly reached out his hand toward the rooster. Giggle. Just when Lei Fat Ada's hand was about to touch the rooster roared and flapped its wings, trying to fly out of the box. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao became more certain of his guess. Okay, Lao Lei, go and get busy. Lei Fat Ada's expression became even weirder. He really didn't understand what his boss' intention was. Lin Jiao looked at the rooster that had calmed down in the wooden box, and he was still a little confused. If that was the case, why did the monster that came up attack him, but the rooster didn't? Could it be that this is really like the game, with neutral and hostile creatures? As he thought about it, he couldn't help but stroke the rooster's feathers with his hand. Not to mention, it's quite soft. He feels like he can jerk it off for the rest of his life. Master, come and see. There's a strange creature here. Lin Jiao heard the sound and ran over quickly. Mulan was seen holding a trident and confronting a black and white animal. Wait, this looks like a fucking panda. Mulan, don't touch it. He shouted in panic, fearing that Hua Mulan would kill it. This is a national treasure. Upon hearing the sound, Hua Mulan put down the trident in her hand, but still looked at the panda with vigilance. Lin Jiao stepped forward quickly and said to Hua Mulan, don't be so nervous. This is called a panda, and it normally won't attack people. Then he squatted down and stroked the panda's round head with his hand. The size looks like a panda that has just passed its juvenile stage. It's very small, with a body just slightly bigger than his head. The panda looked very happy, with a silly smile on his face. When Daji saw this, her heart almost melted, and she also tried to touch the little panda's body with her hands. She pouted and said to Hua Mulan, Sister Mulan, I've already told you. How can such a cute animal be compared with those ugly monsters? Mulan also realized that she seemed to have done something wrong, and her face became shy again. She also squatted down and looked at the panda. She reached out and touched the panda's ear. So soft. Panda, oh, woman, you just wanted to kill me. Just like that, 2 women and 1 man squatted on the ground and surrounded the red panda. Master, let's give a name, okay? Daji looked at him with a pitiful look and a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Lin Jiao nodded helplessly. Sure enough, women have no resistance to cute things. How about calling it Big Black? As soon as these words were spoken, Hua Mulan and Daji both cast a look of contempt at him. After seeing this, Lin Jiao smiled flatteringly and said, I'm just kidding. How about calling it Meng Meng? After hearing this, Daji and Hua Mulan thought for a while and nodded. This sounds much better than Dahe or Dahuang. Now their big family has a new member, Meng Meng. After a few people teased the panda for a while, Lin Jiao picked it up. Daji and Hua Mulan both looked reluctant to let it go. Lin Jiao held the red panda and kept teasing it. The red panda also cooperated and responded to him with its 2 short paws. I finally understand why so many people like pandas. Lin Jiao hugged the little panda and sighed. Even he couldn't resist such a cute panda. This is the kind of pet a macho man should have. He can pet this panda for his whole life. Giggle. As I passed by a wooden box with a rooster inside, the rooster crowed. Lin Jiao seemed not to hear and was only focused on playing with the panda in his arms. Rooster, you are a scumbag who gets bored easily. When passing by the brick kiln, Lei Fat Ada and the other man stared at the panda in Lin Jiao's arms with surprise. After teasing the red panda for a while, Lin Jiao suddenly thought of a question. He doesn't have any bamboo. How can he feed him? I don't know if this red panda is wild or what. It would be easier if it was wild. Wild pandas can still eat meat and other plants, but if they're in captivity, that would be the end of them. Then he won't be able to support himself at all. Lin Jiao carried the panda to the warehouse, took it to the food area, then put it on the ground and let it choose by itself. The red panda wandered on the ground for a while, came to a wooden box, then turned around and looked at Lin Jiao eagerly. Eat it. Eat whatever you like. The red panda seemed to understand Lin Jiao's words, climbed up the box clumsily, and fell into the box with a plop. It picked up a sausage and started to chew it, looking very cute. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, this will be the treasure of their island. Chapter 55. Isn't it just a panda? Is it that serious? After the red panda had eaten its fill, Lin Jiao gave it 2 more bottles of waha. This treatment is better than anyone else. Lin Jiao thought about how clumsy it was when eating just now, and gave it some thought. Should I make a container for it to eat and drink? The more you think about it, the more feasible it becomes. He turned and walked out the door. He wanted to ask Mosey to make a special rice bowl for Meng Meng. Meng Meng was sitting on the ground, drinking milk, and hadn't noticed Lin Jiao going out. Mosey, make 2 rice bowls later about this size. Lin Jiao gestured the size in the air with his hands. Boss, it's this big? Mosey couldn't believe his eyes and thought Lin Jiao had made a mistake. After all, it is several times larger than a human head. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded. If you remember correctly, pandas are big eaters. After getting Lin Jiao's affirmative reply, Mosey didn't say much and just nodded. After explaining a few things, Lin Jiao turned and left. When he was halfway there, he seemed to have thought of something, turned around and said, "Oh, that's right. Make sure the rice bowls are ready before lunch." When he returned to the warehouse, he found that Meng Meng, who was originally sitting on the ground, was gone, leaving only the waha bottles. He hurried out the door with a hint of anxiety on his face, frantically looking for Meng Meng's figure. Meng Meng! Meng Meng! He called out loudly several times, but still did not see Meng Meng. Thump! Just when he was about to look for Meng Meng somewhere else, he heard the sound of water splashing at the beach behind him. He turned around and saw but floating on the sea. Meng Meng! When Lin Jiao saw this, with a hint of surprise on his face, he quickly ran towards the sea. He picked up Meng Meng, who was soaking in the water. Meng Meng's fur was all wet, and she would spit out water from her mouth from time to time, spraying it on his body. Lin Jiao carried Meng Meng back to the shore. Meng Meng hugged him tightly like a spoiled child and kept pulling the corner of his clothes with her claws. Don't run into the sea anymore. Do you know there are scary monsters in the sea that can eat you? There was a hint of severity in his tone, and he spanked Meng Meng's but a few times with his hand. Meng Meng pouted, looking aggrieved. Seeing its appearance, Lin Jiao couldn't bear to be cruel to it anymore, not to mention that it was also his own fault. We still have to build a fence to prevent it from running into the sea again next time. Or maybe the monsters that spawned on the island heard it. He carried Meng Meng to the bottom of the shed, put it in a wooden box, and told Mulan and Daji to take good care of it. Daji teased Meng Meng for a while, with a happy look on her face. Seeing this, Lin Jiao left with peace of mind. Anyway, with Mulan around, nothing unexpected should happen. Phew, finally everything is plugged in. Lin Jiao inserted the last piece of wood, stood up, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the 34 wooden fence, he nodded with satisfaction. The diameter of each piece of wood is about 5 to 8 centimeters, and the length is about 1 meter. As for why the area is only 12 square meters, don't ask. The reason is that the island is small. Now there's only one last step, which is to use vines to tie these woods together one by one. He glanced at the time, and it was almost time for lunch. It would be better to leave the remaining work to the afternoon. Boss, how come this panda can eat more than Han, Xian? Lei Fat Ada looked at Meng Meng, who kept stuffing barbecue into her mouth, and couldn't help but ask a question. Several people sitting at the dinner table turned their eyes to it. Lin Jiao looked at Meng Meng, who was eating with gusto, and felt a little embarrassed. He has already eaten more than a dozen skewers of barbecue, and has no intention of stopping. He was also curious why he was surrounded by so many foodies. Meng Meng, who was eating happily, looked up and saw that everyone was staring at him. He was a little confused, so he put down the barbecue in his hand and blinked his eyes stupidly. Seeing its cute appearance, Lin Jiao's heart almost melted. He reached out and rubbed its head, smiling and saying, "It's okay. There's so much food that we can't finish it anyway. This is just the right time to solve this problem." That's right. Having food to eat is a blessing. At worst, I can just catch a little more food. Daji pouted and echoed the words. Han Xian was completely confused. Why was he disliked for eating so much? A pet ate more than him, but was actually praised for being blessed to be able to eat. He is not sisterly. After lunch, Daji cleaned the table quickly. Lin Jiu was lying on the ground, and Meng Meng was taking a nap on his chest. He took a look, a smile on his face, rubbed Meng Meng's head, and opened the channel. Within the regional channel. My friends, the speed of a raging rhino will drop significantly after it hits water. That's how I dealt with it just now. So what if the speed is reduced? Its skin is so thick that we can't break its defense at all. That's right. If you run into this alone, you're doomed. You are so stupid, just poke it in the back. Eyes, mouth, a bunch of vulnerable places. Do you have to hit it somewhere else? Hey, what's the point of discussing this? I have 3 subordinates, and I won't be able to afford food soon. If we kill 1 or 2 of his men, we can have enough to eat. Are you still speaking human language? Lin Jiu looked at the speeches of everyone in the regional channel. He didn't expect that the violent rhinoceros had such a weakness. When he saw the statement about killing his own men, he frowned. It seems that many people's mentality has changed in this environment. The evil in most people's hearts has gradually expanded. But it is not surprising. After all, if a man does not care for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. If you can't even feed yourself, how can you have the energy to care about the lives of others? It seems that food is still the hard currency nowadays, and there's still a small number of people who cannot get enough to eat. Huh, why is that idiot again? Suddenly, he saw a message and his brows furrowed slightly. Tisk, TSK, TSK, there are still people who don't have enough to eat. Hey, I just caught a hen. Holy crap. Really? Hens? From now on, there will be an endless supply of eggs. Boss 71444. Are you still in need of a younger brother? Just give me a few eggs in the future. Why is it that every time 71,444 speaks out, he is so annoying and makes me want to beat him up? Indeed, seeing how he shows off, I still like the Versailles of 520 boss. It makes people love and hate him at the same time. Now that I put it that way, it's true. I suddenly miss 520 boss a little bit. Seeing that so many people missed him, Lin Jiu thought, okay, he would just come out and say something. Hey, I accidentally caught a panda. It's really greedy. It eats several kilograms of meat in one meal. After sending this message, he found that no one spoke, and he thought there was a bug. There was silence in the channel for a while. What the hell? Panda? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Can the person above be a little more cultured? It's just a panda, isn't it? Actually, I'm so jealous. I want to have one too. Pandas are so cute. Can you afford it? Didn't you see what the boss said about eating several kilograms of meat in one meal? People live worse than pandas. Don't pandas eat bamboo? Why do they eat meat? To popularize this to everyone, wild pandas not only eat bamboo, but also eat some animal carcasses, and they are much more aggressive than captive pandas. Hearing this, it suddenly feels a bit scary, but I still want to raise one. Woo woo woo. 520 boss, YYDS. YYDS. Lin Jiu curled his lips when he saw this crazy scene on the channel. Isn't it just a panda? Is that so important? Chapter 56, Uzizi. Forging Master. On another island. MLGB. Damn. Are you trying to be mean to me on 520? 71,444's eyes were bulging, and he pounded his fists on the ground, ignoring the pain in his hands and venting his dissatisfaction in his heart. He was enjoying the flattery from everyone in the channel, but this 520 guy came out again to ruin his plans. It's like this every time. It's like this every time. That time when he made instant noodles, he could have made a lot of money and lived a carefree life. But because of the trouble caused by 520, he didn't make a penny. He doesn't accept it. Why? Why? Why is it that every time I catch rare items, 520 always catches something rarer than him? I don't accept it. 71444 lay on the ground, let out a long howl towards the sky. Then his face became dejected, and a sense of powerlessness rose throughout his body. Dongjua, who was sitting on the beach fishing, did not go to him in 71444 as usual. He pretended not to hear. Every time 71444 is upset, she always takes it out on him, but he won't make things difficult for himself again. But I can't escape. Dongjua, Li Si, you too can tell me why. Li Si, who was working on the other side, was also pulled in. Li Si came up to him quickly, smiled shyly, bent down slightly, and said flatteringly, Master, there's no need to be so angry. It's just a small 520. Go get him. Dongjua echoed from behind. Yes, kill him. Deal with him? How? Li Si rubbed his hands and said, a small 520 is just good luck. We use other people who hate him to unite against him and slowly disintegrate those who admire him. The master is so tough. Let's deal with him. Is it hard? Hard enough. Li Si is hard. Master is tough enough. Dong Zhuo Gao. Dong Zhuo and Li Si smiled at each other, then bowed and said to 71444. Master is so tall and hard. Ah. Master. Another chicken was caught. It looks like a hen. Ever since Daji caught a rooster last time, Linjiao taught her how to identify whether it was a rooster or a hen. Upon hearing the voice, Linjiao put down the work in his hands and hurried over. He arrived at the fishing spot and saw Hua Mulan holding a frantically struggling hen. Hua Mulan handed him the hen in her hand. It seems that this hen was caught by Hua Mulan. Whatever you think comes true. Linjiao held the hen's wing in one hand and walked towards the wooden box that contained the rooster. With a throw, the two chickens stood in the wooden box and looked at each other. He looked at the two chickens in the wooden box and felt a little troubled. According to this probability, I will definitely catch chickens tomorrow. It's okay if I only catch chickens. After all, they're small in size, so I can just free up a few more wooden boxes. But if he catches larger animals such as pigs and cows, where should he put them? Still need to build a chicken coop. But now there's no manpower to build the chicken coop, and he also has to build a staff dormitory and renovate his house. If you want stone bricks to build a chicken coop, you'll probably have to wait a while. I have a headache. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's build this cute fence first. Now all that was left to build was a door, and Ming Ming was placed in the fence by him to take a nap. Finish. After completing the last step, Lin Jiao shouted loudly. Lin Jiao stood up and tapped his back with his hand. Bending over for a long time made him feel a little sore in his back. He unscrewed the ice cola and took a big gulp. He felt that he needed to get some wolfberries to nourish himself. What would happen if Daji suddenly became exhausted one day? Before he could sit down to rest, Daji's voice came from the fishing place again. Master, another wooden box has been caught. Lin Jiao showed a helpless expression on his face, but he had no choice but to walk towards the fishing spot. Coming to the wooden box, Lin Jiao stretched out his hand and opened it directly. I don't know who we can catch this time. If only it was a cute girl. A middle-aged man stood up from the wooden box. Lin Jiao was a little disappointed that she was not his favorite girl. He looked at the man carefully. The man was tall and strong, with a red face. This could be Zhang Fei. If it was Zhang Fei, that would be pretty good too. Lin Jiao guessed in his heart, but still asked the man in the wooden box. May I have your name? Master, my name is Ojizi. Ojizi? Why does this name sound so familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before? Although Lin Jiao liked reading history before, he still didn't remember some of them very clearly. Do you have any special crafts or skills? Ojizi lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, Master, I can't forge. Forging? Wait, damn. You're not the swordsmith from the Warring States period. Ojizi looked puzzled and asked in confusion, what is the Warring States period? Lin Jiao slapped his head suddenly. He had forgotten everything. He could not remember anything about the people he caught except their names and occupations. It doesn't matter if Ojizi doesn't remember, he remembers. This time we caught a treasure. The originator of sword making in ancient China and the founder of Longquan's sword. He forged 5 swords for the king of Yu, and also forged 3 swords, Long Yuan, Tai, and Gongbu, with Ganjiang and his wife. Can you make armor? Ojizi nodded and said without hesitation, Master, I only know a little. Okay, don't call me master anymore. Just call me boss. After hearing this, Ojizi nodded without any objection. Seeing her master's delighted face, Daji asked in confusion, Master, who is this person? Afterwards, Lin Jiao introduced Ojizi to Daji and the others. After chatting for a while, they all started working. Lin Jiao brought Ojizi to the place where the violent rhinoceros was stored. Said to Ojizi, Can you peel off the skin of this monster and make it into armor? Ojizi squatted down and looked at the body of the violent rhinoceros, then turned the body over and looked at it again. The skin of this strange creature is good for making armor. It should have high defensive power. Then he glanced at a piece of rhino skin with jagged edges on the ground and asked with a hint of disgust, Boss, who peeled this skin? It's such a waste. After hearing this, Lin Jiao's face was full of embarrassment and he scratched his head sheepishly. When Ojizi saw Lin Jiao's embarrassed look, he instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing. Wait, it can't be said to be a waste. I just remembered that these can be made into gloves. They are completely suitable. The person who peeled this skin was really far-sighted. These words were said with great emotional intelligence. He did not point out that it was Lin Jiao who did it, pretending not to know, as if he was giving a sincere compliment. In fact, both of them knew it well. But Lin Jiao admires this kind of person very much. Much more perceptive than Han Xin. Chapter 57. Buying People. Don't keep the book. Time soon came to evening. Stop for a moment. It's time to eat. Lin Jiao stood in the shed and greeted. Since he didn't want to cook tonight, he just had a simple meal. A simple barbecue. It's not that he's lazy, it's mainly because there are too many people and the quantity is too large, making it too troublesome and wasting a lot of time. Well, I can't continue. He is just lazy. Oh, it seems I need to find someone to cook for me. Han Xin and his companions simply washed up at the beach. After seeing the food for tonight, Han Xin couldn't help but ask, "Boss, why barbecue again? I'm tired of it." Lin Jiao rolled his eyes at him and scolded. "Eat it if you want, or get out if you don't want." As soon as these words were spoken, Han Xin panicked. He was just complaining. If he really didn't have to eat, it would be more painful than killing him. Daji sat on a bench, eating barbecue, with a somewhat depressed look on her face. She didn't want to eat barbecue either. She wanted to eat the food made by Lin Jiao, which was much more delicious than this. After eating a few bites, Daji felt it was tasteless. She turned around and pulled Lin Jiao's sleeve, saying coquettishly, "Master, I want to eat the food you cook. Look, I caught a 20-square-meter land cloud today." Okay, we'll do it tomorrow." Lin Jiao couldn't bear this. His whole body felt comfortable, and he nodded repeatedly with a smile. Han Xin. Master is the best. After saying that, Daji stood up, moved closer to Lin Jiao, and kissed Lin Jiao on the face. Lin Jiao sat on the bench, eating the barbecue fed by Hua Mulan, stroking the panda with his left hand, and enjoying Daji's sweet kiss. How pleasant. This is the life every man dreams of. The only regret is that there are a few more grown men around. Everyone ate with gusto under the light of the campfire. Just after finishing dinner, Lei Fadada looked at Lin Jiao, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Jiao also noticed Lei Fadada's expression and said, "Old Lei, if you have anything to say, just say it." "Boss, I just want to remind you, don't forget to recruit more people." After saying that, Lei Fadada turned around and walked towards the brick kiln with Sprite in his hand. After hearing this, Lin Jiao looked at Lei Fadada's back and covered his head. If Lei Fadada hadn't reminded him, he would have really forgotten it. Looks like I need to go to the channel and buy some subordinates. Within the regional channel, the chances of monsters spawning on the island are getting higher and higher. I've already spawned 2 today. My friend, 3 of them appeared today. I'm so scared even when I go to bed at night. 2 of them spawned on my island, but I have a subordinate who can help me keep watch. Hey, are you envious? You upstairs. I don't know if the people upstairs are envious or not, but I am envious anyway. There wasn't a single monster spawned on my island today. What? Why do I feel like the questioning tone upstairs is like Versailles? Lin Jiao looked at the regional channel, which was a bit deserted, but he was a bit surprised by the speeches that were heard one after another. He saw that among those who spoke, only 4 were refreshed on the island at most. But on his island, since the rain, at least 4 or 5 have appeared every day, and the most in one day is 7. Including the monsters caught, there are probably nearly 10 a day. Why? He is not sisterly. Lin Jiao didn't think much about it. The most urgent thing was to acquire his subordinates first, but looking at the situation of the channel, the price probably wouldn't be as cheap as before. To recruit subordinates, young and strong, if interested, please contact me. After he sent this message, the regional channel suddenly became lively again. 520 boss. 520 boss wants to buy subordinates? Doesn't boss already have Han Xin and Daji? A big boss is a big boss. It's more than enough to support 2 people, and I want to buy another one. The boss also keeps a panda. Who would sell out their men at this time? Only by letting them keep watch can I sleep peacefully. Yeah, even if someone sells it, the price will probably be outrageous. Guess how much supplies the boss has? Everyone in the channel guessed how much supplies Lin Jiao had, but none of the guesses were even a fraction of what Lin Jiao had. Some people also lamented that Lin Jiao could actually support 2 people and a panda, but they didn't know that Lin Jiao now only had Han Xin and Daji. Lin Jiao ignored the chat in the channel. He was busy bargaining with others. He didn't know until he bought it, and he was shocked when he did. Finally, There were a few people willing to sell their man, and they all asked for exorbitant prices. Dozens of kilograms of meat, dozens of bottles of fresh water, everything. It's not that he can't afford so many supplies. On the contrary, these are not a drop in the bucket for him, but they are only a small fraction. It would be fine if the subordinates for sale were some military generals or celebrities, but they are just a group of ordinary people. The most outrageous thing is that someone actually wanted to sell him an ant who was over half a century old. Isn't this just making him a sucker? Does he look like a stupid and rich person? There are also some people who take the opportunity to add him as a friend in the hope of getting some supplies for free. This almost pissed him off. Fortunately, there were still a few relatively normal players who traded with him. After some bargaining, he bought 2 men. But the price was still a little hard for him to accept. 5 pounds of meat, 5 bottles of water, and 10 bags of bread per person. This is more expensive than Han Xintm. Think about it. At the beginning, Han Xin only spent the price of 8 bags of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water to buy it. Now, hey, ordinary people are so expensive. After completing the transaction, Lin Jiu looked at the 2 people who bought in front of him. Both of them were in their 20s and looked in good shape, which met his requirements. Owner, the 2 men bowed to Lin Jiu at the same time, very respectfully. Okay, don't call me master from now on, just call me boss. After finishing speaking, Lin Jiu paused, turned around, and shouted to Lei Fat Ada, who was busy. Lao Lei, come here. After hearing the voice, Lei Fat Ada put down the work in his hands and hurried to Lin Jiu. Lao Lei, don't you want someone? I'll leave these 2 to you. Then Lin Jiu turned to the 2 of them and said, You 2 just need to follow him from now on. Do whatever he tells you to do. There was a hint of hesitation on their faces, but they nodded anyway. Lei Fat Ada's face was full of joy, and he was about to take the 2 of them to work. Goo! One of them's stomach growled, and before he could say anything, another growl was heard. Goo! Lin Jiu glanced at the 2 of them helplessly. Have to. Let them eat their fill first. Lin Jiu called out and asked Lei Fat Ada to take the 2 of them to dinner, as there happened to be some leftover barbecue from the evening meal. After seeing the barbecue, the 2 asked in disbelief, Is this for us to eat? Lin Jiu nodded, but the 2 still hesitated and did not dare to take action. Eat quickly, or you won't have anything to eat. After these words were spoken, the 2 men dared to start fighting. The 2 of them didn't care about their image and just grabbed the food with their hands and stuffed it into their mouths without using any skewers or chopsticks. Seeing that the 2 of them looked like starving ghosts, Lei Fat Ada couldn't help but ask, Is it really that delicious? We are almost tired of it. The 2 people who were enjoying their meal froze in place when they heard these words, and then tears came out of their eyes. Before, the 2 of them couldn't even get full after eating meat, let alone meat. It was good to have 2 meals a day, and that was just 2 or 3 pieces of bread. After hearing the 2 people's explanation, Lei Fat Ada stood there in a daze, somewhat unable to believe it. After all, since the first day he arrived on the island, he had never stopped eating meat, let alone being hungry. Chapter 58, Courting Death. The sea breeze in the early morning brings a hint of coolness. After finishing breakfast, everyone went about their own business. After firing yesterday afternoon and midnight, 3,000 bricks had been fired. At this time, Lei Fat Ada was leading Ma Jun and 2 other people to build a staff dormitory building. Originally, Lin Jiu's plan was to build a dormitory for 4 people, but after adding the 2 people last night, Lin Jiu asked Lei Fat Ada to build a dormitory for 16 people. This will avoid rebuilding in the future when the number of people increases, which will be troublesome. The staff dormitory building is divided into 2 floors, with 4 rooms on the upper and lower floors, and 2 people live in each room. Lin Jiu carried Meng Meng on his back and came to Ojizi. Boss. Lin Jiu nodded and asked thoughtfully, Have you finished skinning the raging rhino? Ojizi pointed to a wooden box and said with a smile, Boss, I peeled it off yesterday and am now preparing to make armor. After finishing speaking, Ojizi seemed to remember something and asked quickly, Master, the size of that armor. Lin Jiu lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, First, do a set for Hua Milan and Daji, and then you can do it yourself. Afterwards, Lin Jiu gave a few more instructions and then walked around the island with Meng Meng in his arms. The reason why he made armor for Daji and Milan first was not because he was partial, but because if he caught any strange monsters while fishing, he would have a preventive measure. It's definitely not because he is an LSP. He raised his right hand to prove his innocence. He doesn't have a pile of toilet paper balls under his bed at night. Before he could wait for a while, a voice came from Daji. Owner. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Jiao hurried over with Meng Meng in his arms. Daji, what's wrong? Master, there are 5 fishing rods now. Sister Milan and I are simply too busy to handle them all. Daji pouted and pointed at Hua Mulan. Lin Jiao shifted his attention to Hua Mulan and saw that Hua Mulan was controlling 3 fishing rods by herself and looked a little tired. It seems that too much of some things is not good. Yes, he still needs to find someone to come to the fishing area to fish. Wait a minute, I'll put Meng Meng in the fence, and I'll be here to help right away. As he spoke, Lin Jiao held Meng Meng in his arms and walked towards the fence. He put Meng Meng in his arms into the fence. Just as he was about to leave, Meng Meng grabbed his trouser legs with an aggrieved look on her face. He smiled and rubbed Meng Meng's head, comforting her. Be good, Meng Meng. I have something to do now. I will come and play with you later. Meng Meng seemed to understand Lin Jiao's words and reluctantly let go of Lin Jiao's trouser legs. It scratched the ground with its claws a few times, then lay there, motionless. Lin Jiao smiled and rubbed its head, then walked out and closed the fence door. Shit, how could I forget about these two? As he passed a wooden box, he slapped his head. He quickly squatted in front of the wooden box and opened the lid, only to see 2 chickens leaning listlessly against the inside of the box. This will be his endless source of roast chicken in the future, so there can't be any accidents. He quickly brought some vegetables and rainwater and fed the baby, muttering something to himself. It's not that I forgot about you on purpose. It's mainly because Meng Meng is so cute. We didn't even cry when you were hungry. In fact, he forgot that one of the 2 chickens was still clucking when they finished dinner last night. He also complained to several of his men that the 2 chickens were very noisy. Han Xian also said that he would kill the 2 chickens and make roast chickens, so he also scolded Han Xian a few times. After feeding the 2 chickens, Lin Jiao returned to the fishing spot. Master, where have you been? What took you so long? Because it took too long, Daji couldn't help but ask. Lin Jiao scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, I just fed those 2 chickens, so I was delayed. Mulan, give me a fishing rod. After saying that, he took the fishing rod from Hua Mulan, then sat between the 2 women and started fishing. In fact, he doesn't like fishing very much. After all, he always feels bored. He could only watch channels to kill time. In the World Channel, Yoshi, the first ship of our great RB Empire, is finally built. Are you crazy? Why are you building a ship when there is nothing else to do? Could it be that they want to use this ship to rob supplies? No way. Now everyone can basically live a wealthy life. Who would not go and rob supplies? Are they crazy? They must be crazy. The last person who built a ship was from South Korea, but it was directly hit by a shark, and it's unknown whether he is alive or dead. I smell something unusual. Sure enough, the Japanese pirates have always been ambitious, bah. Don't worry, he will be eaten by sharks as a snack in less than 10 minutes after he goes out to sea. Seeing this, Lin Jiao frowned. What is this Japanese pirate doing? Aren't they afraid of dying in the shark's mouth? Afraid the shark will be hungry? Send it fast food? Is this a good person? There are not many Japanese pirates as enthusiastic as him. He hopes that they can learn from him. What a spirit of selfless contribution. If their emperor saw this, he would surely shed tears of pride. Master, look! What is that? Daji's exclamation interrupted his thoughts. He looked up at the sea, and then, what the hell? Is this a whale? A huge figure was leaping on the sea, and the sun was blocked by its body. After staying in the air for a while, it sank to the bottom of the sea, causing huge waves. Due to the long distance, the waves did not affect Lin Jiao and his companions. At this moment, Lin Jiao's heart was filled with shock. The appearance of this whale caused waves in his heart that were far greater than those in the sea. He didn't expect that there would be a whale here. Such a large volume. This Japanese pirate. Isn't he seeking his own death? He observed 3 seconds of silence in his heart for that person. Master, what is a whale? Daji looked puzzled, and Hua Mulan also looked at Lin Jiao with curiosity. Lin Jiao thought about it for a while. He didn't know how to explain it. He could only say, a whale is a fish, a very large fish, a creature that lives in the ocean. Mulan and Daji were both full of anticipation, but were petrified on the spot after hearing this. It is true. Listening to your words is like listening to a speech. Seeing the expressions of the 2 people, Lin Jiao scratched his head embarrassedly. The fishing rod in his hand suddenly trembled. Land cloud? So lucky today. Lin Jiao picked up the land cloud, looked at it carefully, and then placed it on the trading platform to take a look. 10 square meters. The 20 square meter land cloud that Daji fished up yesterday directly made the area of the island exceed 300 square meters. Together with the 10 square meter land cloud in his hand, it now has more than 320 square meters. He felt that he could set a small goal first. Expand a town first. Chapter 59 Xiao Biluo. Zhao Zilong. Master, how could you be so evil? Daji blushed and patted Lin Jiao's shoulder with her hand. Hua Milan, who was sitting on the other side, also blushed at Lin Jiao's dirty jokes, which was completely different from her heroic attitude when she was fighting the monster. No one who sees this will believe that this is the heroic Mulan. When Lin Jiao was about to tell another story, the fishing rod in his hand began to tremble again. One pull. A wooden box. Every time he opens a wooden box, he always has a sense of anticipation, just like the feeling of opening a blind box or drawing a card. The difference is that Lao Ma has adjusted the probability of drawing good stuff from a card to 0.000001, and the probability of getting garbage from the box caught by his fishing rod is also 0.000001. On par with Lao Ma. He may not trust his own character, but he can always trust his fishing rod. He opened the lid of the wooden box with his hand, and a person stood up from inside, leaving behind only his back and beautiful black and shiny hair. The person in the wooden box turned around under his expectant gaze. He froze in place. Ugh, it's a middle-aged lady. Owner. The middle-aged woman bent down slightly and spoke to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao waved his hands quickly and said in a panic, "Oh no, I don't deserve to be one. Just call me boss from now on." The middle-aged woman was a little confused, but still nodded. Is it because her scream is not pleasant enough? She can sing in lowly voice. May I have your name? The middle-aged woman said without hesitation. My name is Xiao Biluo. After hearing this, Lin Jiao had a strange expression on his face and was petrified on the spot. This name, why does it sound so familiar? Could it be the one who ran away on a train overnight? This 0.0000001 probability really made him run into, "You, what can you do? No, what is your profession?" "Anchor." "Boss, I can cook." "What is an anchor?" "Also, if you don't like my name, I can change it." Seeing Lin Jiao's strange expression, Xiao Biluo thought that Lin Jiao didn't like her name. No, it's fine. As long as it's not that anchor, it should just be a coincidence of names. You will be responsible for cooking from now on. Xiao Biluo nodded, and then Lin Jiao called Moz and asked him to take Xiao Biluo to familiarize herself with the environment. It's actually pretty good at least he doesn't have to cook for himself anymore. Boss, why do you look a little unhappy? Is it because of Xiao Biluo? Seeing Lin Jiao's strange expression, Hua Mulan asked curiously, and Daji also looked like a curious baby. At that time, there was a relatively popular industry called live streaming, and people who did this job were called anchors. Lin Jiao reluctantly told them a story about a host and a top guy who ran away on a train overnight. After hearing this, Daji and the other two were deeply shocked and looked incredulous. Master, is your beauty really that powerful? Seeing Daji's disbelieving look, he nodded helplessly. Not to mention that Daji didn't believe it. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it either. The top beauty expert is so terrifying. Just when he was about to explain in detail to Daji and the others the horror of beauty, his fishing rod began to tremble again. Damn it! Another wooden box. He was a little scared when he saw the wooden box for the first time. But please don't be some weird. For example, Toothpick Brother, Gotsy Brother. Lin Jiao patted his chest, took a deep breath, and his outstretched hand was trembling. His hands didn't shake this much when he first opened the drowned corpse box. When the wooden box was opened, a man came out. The man had long hair and was wearing ancient clothes, looking majestic. The man clasped his hands together and said to Lin Jiao, "Owner, don't call me master, just call me boss." Lin Jiao looked him up and felt that his aura didn't seem like that of a nobody, but more like that of a general. He might have caught something valuable again this time. Lin Jiao pretended to be calm on the surface and asked in a calm tone, "May I have your name?" "Boss, my name is Zhao Yun." After hearing this, Lin Jiao felt as if his heart had been bombed by a nuclear bomb and asked with some stammering, "Your name is Zhao Yun?" With the courtesy, name Zilong? Zhao Zilong of Changshan. The boss is truly extraordinary. Zhao Yun's name is Zilong. As for Zhao Zilong of Changshan, I don't understand. Lin Jiao patted his shoulder excitedly and shouted, Good. His favorite general in his life, is Zhao Zilong. Chang Bampo went in and out 7 times to save a do. When he heard this story in elementary school, he immediately admired this man. Later, he learned more about this man's story, and his loyal and courageous character made him admire him even more. The point is, there will be one more coolie from now on. Moreover, given Zhao Zilong's personality, he is easier to deceive than Han Xin. His damned capitalist ideas. It really disgusts him. Zilong, please sit next to me first. I'll introduce you to these 2 people, Daji and Huang Mulan. Lin Jiao pointed at Daji and the other person and introduced them to Zhao Zilong respectively. Zhao Zilong clenched his fists and said to the 2 women one by one. Zilong greets the 2 mistresses. The 2 girls' faces flushed instantly. Then they rolled their eyes at Lin Jiao, snorted, and turned around to continue fishing. Lin Jiao was also stunned by what Zhao Zilong said. After being given the cold shoulder by the 2 women, he felt a little confused. This wasn't his instruction, so why are you rolling your eyes at him? But he admires Zhao Zilong very much. Boy, you have a bright future. Boss, what happened to the 2 mistresses? Zhao Zilong looked at Lin Jiao with a puzzled look. He had also greeted the 2 mistresses, so why did the mistress look angry? Lin Jiao patted Zhao Zilong on the shoulder and said with a smile, It's okay. Zilong, let's go. I'll take you to meet the other people. Lin Jiao brought Zhao Yun to Moz first, and then went to Lei Fadada's place and took a look at the progress of the house construction. Boss, are there only so many people on the island? Lin Jiao pretended to be mysterious and said, There is another one. When he wakes up, you should like him very much. You can exchange martial arts skills with him. When Zhao Zilong heard about the martial arts exchange, his eyes suddenly brightened up. Boss, where's that guy? I want to go and have a fight with him right now. Seeing that he looked impatient, Lin Jiao quickly patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, he just finished his night watch last night and is resting now. Wait until he wakes up and you can have enough sparring. Lin Jiao was also looking forward to seeing who was more powerful, Han Xin or Zhao Yun. But according to his guess, in a one-on-one martial arts contest, Zhao Zilong should be better. When it comes to using troops to fight wars, Han Xin might be better. Boss, Han Xin walked out of the house with a sleepy look on his face. Chapter 60, Victory or Defeat. Boss, Han Xin, who had just woken up, pushed the door open and walked out. Zhao Zilong, who was standing nearby, heard the voice and looked over. As soon as his eyes fell on Han Xin, he stared at him with a look full of fighting spirit. Han Xin felt the fiery gaze, and after looking at Zhao Zilong, his whole demeanor suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The 2 looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Seeing this, Lin Jiao covered his head. Well, he doesn't even need to ask for anything. Boss, I think this is the person you were talking about. Although Zhao Zilong was talking to Lin Jiao, his eyes were still on Han Xin. Lin Jiao responded softly, and then said to the 2 of them helplessly, Okay, I won't stop you from sparring, but go to the beach and don't accidentally damage my house. That's exactly what I meant. The fighting spirit in Han Xin's eyes became stronger and stronger, and the fighting cells in his body kept beating. This was the first time he had met someone who could cheer him up since he came to the island. Those monsters are too weak. He doesn't even want to take action against the weak. Han Xin and his companion came to the seaside, far away from where there were houses. Lin Jiao followed behind him, holding popcorn in one hand and Coke in the other. Han Xin clasped his hands together and said to Zhao Zilong, Give me more advice, please. Please. Zhao Zilong responded with a fist salute, and the 2 men assumed fighting stances and looked into each other's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Jiao threw some popcorn into his mouth, his face full of anticipation. He was also curious about who was more powerful, Han Xin or Zhao Zilong. 2 wild kings. Ugh, sorry for interrupting. 2 famous generals in history are about to fight. It's a pity that I can't open a casino or bet on the market. The 2 men confronted each other for a while, and Han Xin took the lead and smashed toward Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong calmly turned his head to avoid the attack and kicked Han Xin directly in the lower body. Han Xin quickly blocked and took 2 steps back. After a brief fight, Han Xin's face turned serious. This man was stronger than he thought. Oh! Han Xin shouted and attacked Zhao Zilong in the face. The 2 fought again and were evenly matched. Boss, what's going on? Lin Jiao turned back in surprise. It was Lei Fat Ada and his companions who were attracted by the sound of fighting. Lin Jiu waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's all right. Just two of us will spar with each other in martial arts. Come, grab a bottle of Coke and sit down and watch together." Lei Fat Ada was not pretentious. He just sat next to Lin Jiu and watched the fight between the two. From the time he came to the island until now, he has never seen Han Xion's true strength. Every time a monster appeared, Han Xion would either blow its head off or dismember it. He is now also very curious about Han Xion's true strength. By the way, this Zhao Zilong in front of us is really capable, as he can fight with Han Xion for such a long time. Old Lei, guess who will win and who will lose between these two? Lei Fat Ada saw Lin Jiu's strange expression. He originally wanted to say that Han Xion would definitely win, but now he was a little conflicted. It's impossible that Zhao Zilong will win, right? Impossible. Boss, I think Han Xion will definitely win. Lei Fat Ada still insisted on his idea. Lin Jiu smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know when you see it." The sound of the fight between Han Xion and Zhao Zilong soon attracted other people. Mosey and others, except Daji and Hua Mulan who were fishing, all came to watch. Lin Jiu asked the same question to several people, and they all answered without hesitation that Han Xion would win. Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head. The impression Han Xion gave them at the beginning was that he could kill people in one move. There is nothing wrong with their speculation. If he didn't know the strength of the two men, he would also be sure that Han Xion would win. After a while, the two decided the winner. How was it possible? Han Xion actually lost. Lei Fat Ada was shocked, and the others also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Lin Jiu patted Lei Fat Ada on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Normal. In a one-on-one fight, Han Xion is no match for Zhao Zilong. But in terms of commanding and leading troops, Zhao Zilong is not as good as Han Xion." Lei Fat Ada nodded, not quite understanding. Lin Jiu was not surprised by this result at all. It was just like the game he had played before. Han Xion is good at leading the team, while Zhao Yun is better at starting a team fight. Excluding the special skill guy, Han Xion was sweating all over at this time, and there was still some unsatisfied feeling on his face. He walked in front of Zhao Zilong, clenched his fists, and said, "I lose. Your Excellency is so good at fighting. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time." Zhao Zilong was full of admiration. He raised Han Xion's fists and said with a smile, "Lucky, lucky. Okay, you two stop flattering each other and come over here and have some water." Lin Jiu smiled and shouted to the two of them, then shook his head. He didn't understand why people in ancient times liked to flatter each other so much. Can't we learn from him? Simple and unpretentious. After chatting for a few words, a shout was heard in the distance. "Boss, come over here and have dinner." After hearing this, Han Xion still didn't understand the situation and asked Lin Jiu with a bewildered look, "Boss, aren't you the one cooking lunch today?" Han Xion saw Lin Jiu shaking his head and wondered who cooked the meal. It can't be Mulan. Oh shit. He is now impressed by the Rujiamo. "Don't worry, it's not Mulan's cooking." Lin Jiu patted his shoulder, as if he could see what he was thinking. Han Xion looked confused. Who could that be? Lin Jiu brought a few people with him to the shed. The table used for dining had some room before, but now it seems a bit crowded. "Mosey, please make another table this afternoon. It should be big. It's better to be round." After saying this, Lin Jiu paused and continued, "By the way, remember to make some more beds and lockers for the staff dormitory." Mosey nodded, indicating that there was no problem. "Laolei, remember to speed up the progress over there." Lin Jiu mentioned this to Lei Fat Ada and then asked Oyezi. This time the word was correct. "How's the armor made of raging leather bull doing?" "Boss, Daji and Mulan are already ready, but..." A trace of embarrassment appeared on Oyezi's face. "It's okay, go ahead." Oyezi was about to speak, but Daji, who was sitting next to Lin Jiu, spoke first. "Master, I want to wear that it's ugly and smells weird." He was about to persuade Daji, but Daji pulled his clothes again and said coquettishly, "Is it okay, master?" This gave him goosebumps all over his body. While Mulan's fighting power is not low either, it is more than enough to deal with those monsters. It seems that she could do without wearing any clothes. Thinking of this, he nodded. "Master is the best." Mu. Daji kissed him on the face excitedly. "Boss, the food is here." Xiao Biluo had a smile on her face as she carried dishes one by one and placed them on the table. Lin Jiu took a look and was surprised. kung pao chicken, steak, shredded pork with fish flavor, tomato and egg soup, sautéed beef with scallions, grilled lamb leg. Good color and aroma. I didn't notice. Aunt Xiao Biluo is really good at cooking. Chapter 61, Lightning Package. Nothing special happened in the afternoon. Those who needed to build houses built houses, and those who needed to go fishing went fishing. Each has his own duties. As for Lin Jiu, he was also busy. Busy playing with Meng Meng. He didn't forget to feed the chickens today. What should I do with this thing? No one wears it. Lin Jiu looked at the 4 pieces of armor made of rhinoceros skin on the ground and felt a headache. It's understandable why Daji and the other girl didn't wear any, but the others also felt a little disgusted. The reasons given one by one left him no room for rebuttal. The first reason is that the weather is too hot, and the second reason is that with Han Xine and Zhao Zilong around, this thing is of no use at all. In the end, only one set of armor was given away, Aunt Xiao Biluo. Looking at the unwanted armor on the ground, Lin Jiu felt a little distressed. How about selling this thing? Seems to work. He turned on the regional channel, which he hadn't watched for a while. Within the regional channel, what happened to the Japanese pirate who shouted on the world channel yesterday that he wanted to rob supplies? I don't know. I haven't seen him speak on the world channel in a day. What else can it be? It must have been fed to sharks. Haha. Shark, thanks for the fast food. If you ask me, you deserve it. Stop discussing that idiot. Haven't you noticed that the frequency of monsters spawning on the island is increasing day by day? Yeah, I don't know how many people are still alive now. Lin Jiu looked at the people in the regional channel who were worried about their own safety, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Didn't this just happen to hit the muzzle of his gun? For sale is armor made of furious rhino hide. I don't need to tell you how good its defense is. Slow or late, slow or late. Is 520 boss selling things again? Shit. Armor made from the skin of a violent rhinoceros will greatly ensure safety in the future. Why is it that every time we need something, the big guys always sell it? Who cares? The defense of the raging rhino is so terrifying, I have to go buy one. I'm going to. Just when the discussions in the channel were going in the direction Lin Jiu expected, a person he hated popped up again. Wait a minute. He's lying. Think about it. The defense of rhino armor is so high. How could he cut off the skin intact and make it into armor? It seems so. I was wondering why it always felt weird. Fuck, 520 is taking advantage of US, isn't it? I think it's still possible for 520 boss to make it. It's impossible. The people above are just 520's bootlickers. Even a bronze knife can hardly pierce the skin of a violent rhinoceros. How could it be cut off to make armor? Lin Jiu frowned as he looked at the speeches in the regional channel. Usually, when this 71,444 jumps out to make trouble, only a few people in the channel will speak up for him. How could it happen this time? Lin Jiu always felt that this time was not like the previous ones. He always felt that this time was premeditated. But he just laughed at all this, and he had a way to prove that what he said was true. On another island. Li Si, good. You are amazing. 71444 patted Li Si's shoulder with laughter. He finally won this time. Li Si had a flattering smile on his face and said flatteringly, No, the master is the best. I just came up with an idea. After hearing this, 71,444 felt even more satisfied, hugged Li Si and laughed loudly. Ha! It's God's arrangement that I have a capable man like you. I'll give you a piece of meat for lunch today. Thank you, master. 71444 let go of Li Si, smiled, and walked toward the beach. That's right. All of this originated from Li Si's idea. Following Li Si's advice, he first secretly observed who in the channel hated Lin Jiu, and then added them as friends one by one. The first thing they did after adding Lin Jiu as a friend was to complain about him crazily. They kept venting their dissatisfaction and disgust towards Lin Jiu to each other. This operation allowed those who hated Lin Jiu to find their organization. On the surface, they said they wanted to defeat the landlord Lin Jiu, but in their hearts, they all wanted to become the landlord themselves. As soon as he walked into the regional channel and saw Lin Jiu's speech, he began to encourage people to go to the channel one after another to slander Lin Jiu. That's why there was that incident just now. 71444 walked to the beach, feeling the cool sea breeze, and for the first time he felt happy. Fortunately, there is Li Si, he thought to himself, then glanced at Dong Zhuo who was fishing nearby. He suddenly felt that Dong Zhuo was a piece of trash. How could it be his history? Says. Ding dong. A reminder tone sounded in his ears. Open friends list. Boss, something bad has happened. Check the trading platform. 71,444 frowned. Trading platform? He almost forgot about this thing. He opened the trading platform, and an item was placed on the trading platform. After he looked at the words carefully, he suddenly felt like he was slapped hard in the face. Item: armor made of raging rhino hide. Effect: extremely high defense, but don't mind wearing it when it's hot. Note: 71444. Please don't get upset when you see this. CDMD: 520. I'm going to kill you. 71444 stood at the edge of the island. His eyes were red, his hands were clenched, and his fingers made a clicking sound. When he took a look, he found that the note was written by Lin Jiao. Just to disgust him, 71444 glanced at the time. He still had 5 minutes before he could continue speaking. He must make sure that 520 didn't make a penny. He turned on the regional channel. You have seen the trading platform, right? Buy with confidence. The description on this interface will not deceive you. Oh wow, I was wondering how 520 boss could lie. The number above is really unique, $43.99. $43.99 is your endorsement fee. I'll pay you double the price at 7K. Huh, why don't those clowns who just question the boss come out and do something? The time limit was finally removed. 71,444's eyes were bulging and red veins appeared in his eyeballs. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 520 must have used a backdoor. Is 71444 stupid? He can actually say such stupid things. It's so funny. Who knows? He must have gone crazy. Every time 71444 comes out to oppose the boss. Now he's really been hit by what the boss said. He's so angry. 71444 couldn't help but tremble when he saw that the regional channels were full of people mocking his remarks. Before he could vent his anger, a voice sounded in his ears. No, to be exact, it was ringing in everyone's ears. The game is conducted in a fair and just manner, and the fairness of the game cannot be questioned. So the following punishment is imposed on player ZG71444. 1. Restrict player ZG71444 from posting in the regional channel or the world channel for 72 hours. 2. A lightning meal. After hearing this, 71444 was so angry that his hair exploded and he was about to start cursing. A dark cloud floated over his head. He looked up at the dark clouds above his head, as if he had thought of something. Wait a minute. Lightning package. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck him. Dong Zhua and Li Si, who were not far away, exclaimed, Owner, Master, be careful. What the hell is the lightning package? Lin Jiao was a little confused when he heard the mechanical sound coming from his ears. Could it be that he was struck by lightning? No way, it's so exciting. A trace of sympathy suddenly rose in his heart. What if I can't kill him with the sword? By the way, the person who controls all this behind the scenes can actually control the weather. Yes, if they can teleport so many people to another world, it seems that controlling the weather is just a piece of cake. That's not right, since the manipulator behind the scenes is so powerful. Why do you still say that the game is fair and just... So what's up with his fishing rod? If other players knew about this, they would definitely curse at me. You call this fair? What's going on? After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure out anything. So he shook his head and simply stopped thinking about it. Why are so many people buying armor? Lin Jiao glanced at his friend's message, frowned, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. He clicked on the top few messages one by one. Boss, I'll exchange 5 caddies of mutton for a set of armor. Boss, I'll give you 20 bundles of wood and 10 kilograms of beef to buy a set of armor. Boss, I'm XXS. I don't have any supplies. Can you give me a set? Young man, I'm already over 70 years old. I need this armor to protect my safety. Your mother has taught you to respect the elderly and love the young since you were a child. Brother, you are a good person. I am now afraid even when I sleep. Can you give me a set of rhino armor? After reading the messages sent by the first few people, he felt a little funny. It's bad enough that the freeloaders have come out, but now even the moral blackmail has come out. Respect the elderly and love the young? Good guy card. 6,666. You really have a way. The messages from these people suddenly made him lose the mood to read the messages below, so he simply opened the regional channel directly. Only in exchange for special supplies. Thank you for your understanding. After sending this message, he closed the interface directly and then teased Meng Meng beside him. When the time was almost up, He opened his friend list and found that more than half of the people who wanted to exchange ordinary supplies for rhino armor were missing. But there are still a few people who don't give up, and a 5 square meter land cloud? Forget it, it's too small, no. A live, raging rhino? I won't charge you for this. No. A rooster? No. 1 rooster is enough. If it's a hen, we can change it. A 3 square meter cloud of land? Not even that. After selecting for a long time, Lin Jiao found that there was not a single item he wanted. Hey, why do you all have such bad luck? Lin Jiao couldn't help but complain, but he also forgot that he was also a nigger. Just when he was feeling a little lost, 43.99 sent him a message. Boss, I want to buy 2 sets of rhino armor from you. When Lin Jiao saw this message, he was a little surprised. He remembered that 4,399 couldn't even eat before, and he also clearly said that he didn't want ordinary supplies. Could it be that he caught something good? Are you sure you want exchange for 2 sets? This is not cheap. What are you going to exchange for? I don't want ordinary supplies. You know I have enough. After he sent the message, 43.99 replied after a while. Boss, I want to trade someone with you. I know my request is excessive, but please. Use people for exchange? Lin Jiao raised his eyebrows. The opponent only has 1 Lu Bu. Could it be? Could it be? Brother, I'm not gay. I'm not interested in you. Boss, what are you thinking? I'm not saying I'll trade myself with you. I'll use Kai Wenji. Kai Wendi. And I'm a woman. 4,399's message came over. After reading it, Lin Jiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He thought the other party wanted to be gay with him. Wait, use Kai Wenji? And she's a woman? Didn't she say before that she was a man? Didn't you say before that you were a man? Oh, don't worry about it. Just tell me whether you want to change it or not. If you don't want to change it, forget it. Judging from the tone of his voice, Lin Jiao seemed to be angry at what he said just now. Replace Kai Wenji? Start in these 3 years. He needs to think about it carefully. What the hell? Kai Wendi. Of course, he didn't let Kai Wenji get to his head and forget that he was a black conscientious businessman. It's possible to change it, but you know how hard it is to cut the skin of a violent rhino. These 2 sets are too much. He originally thought that the other party would compromise and add some supplies, but he didn't expect the result. Impossible. Not much. Do you think I don't understand you big pigs, LSP? If I could afford it, I wouldn't trade with you. When Lin Jiao saw the other party's firm attitude, he was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he wanted to cheat more, make more money. I don't know why I keep slipping up lately. After thinking it over again and again, Lin Jiao finally compromised. It's not that he likes Kai Wenji, he just simply wants to find a companion for Daji and Hua Mulan. Owner, a milky voice was heard. A little kid, only about 1 meter tall, stood in front of him. She was wearing a fluorescent green skirt, and her chubby face looked particularly cute. Lin Jiao looked at Kai Wenji in front of him and couldn't help but bend down and pinch her chubby face. That's right, it was just as he guessed. It was Kai Wenji from Honor of Kings. The only thing missing is a baby carriage. This is the new owner. He is so handsome. Of course, not as handsome as your readers. Kai Wenji looked at Lin Jiao in a daze. Come on, I'll take you to meet some sisters. Kai Wenji followed behind Lin Jiao, being very well behaved. On the way to the fishing area, Lin Jiao clearly felt the strange looks from others. Just like that, amid the strange looks of the crowd, Lin Jiao brought Kai Wenji to where Daji and the other 2 were. Master, what is this? When Daji saw Lin Jiao, a smile appeared on her face. Then, when she saw Kai Wenji behind Lin Jiao, she became a little confused. Lin Jiao held Kai Wenji's hand and walked to the front, saying to the 2 women, "Let me introduce her to you too. Her name is Kai Wenji. Isn't she cute?" Daji and Hua Mulan nodded repeatedly, and Kai Wenji called her sister obediently. After hearing this, Daji and the other girl felt their hearts melt. This is so adorable. Chapter 63, Dormitory Building Completed. Lin Jiao left Kai Wenji in the fishing area to help with fishing. It just so happened that Mulan was already too busy. Lin Jiao dragged his exhausted body to the staff dormitory area. I saw Lei Fadada and 3 others, as well as Han Xian and O Yezi. A total of 7 people were busy building a house. Boss! Zhao Zilong greeted Lin Jiao when he saw him coming. Lin Jiao nodded as a response. He looked at the half-finished staff dormitory building with a look of satisfaction on his face. Since he had nothing to do, he just joined them and helped. The setting sun dyed the sky and the sea red, and the sky and the water were one color. Boss, this is almost done. Go take a rest. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, then said to Lei Fadada, you all work so hard here, and I, as the boss, have done nothing wrong. If others didn't know, they would think I'm a black-hearted boss. No way, boss. Who dares to say that I, Zhao Zilong, will be the first one to disagree? Zhao Zilong stood beside Lin Jiao and spoke up for him. After hearing this, Han Xian looked at him meaningfully, then continued to work with his head down. Lao Lei, it's okay. Hurry up, work harder, and try to finish it before dinner. Seeing this, Lei Fadada didn't say anything more. He nodded and continued to work hard. Boss, it's time to eat. Xiao Biluo shouted in the direction of Lin Jiao. Wait a minute, I'll be done soon. Lin Jiao responded, then turned to the busy people and said, hurry up, work harder. Try to finish it in 5 minutes. Then you can eat. Hearing this, several people ignored their tiredness and sped up a bit, especially Han Xian. It's not because of anything, it's just because the food cooked by Aunt Xiao Biluo is so delicious. Sure enough, under the temptation of delicious food, the remaining 10 minutes of work progress was shortened to 5 minutes. Several people came to the beach and simply washed up. The dishes had been placed on the table early. Although not as rich as the one at noon, they were much better than the previous barbecue. Lin Jiao picked up the chopsticks and was about to start eating when he felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. He looked down and saw Kai Wenji looking at him with an aggrieved expression. Boy, he forgot about that. After Kai Wenji sat on the bench, her head was level with the table and she couldn't even see what the food looked like. He smiled and scratched Kai Wenji's nose. Then under everyone's strange looks, he held Kai Wenji on his lap. Mosey, remember to make a taller bench for Kai Wenji tomorrow. Lin Jiao gave Mosey an order helplessly. Now he's become a weird uncle in the eyes of his employees. Everyone was eating with gusto. Lei Fadada seemed to have remembered something and looked up and asked, Boss, the dormitory building has been built. After we finish our meal, why don't we rebuild your house as well? After all, yours is still a wooden house. A few people are very fast. It won't take long. After hearing this, Lin Jiao pondered for a while and said, No, let's do it tomorrow. Everyone is tired today. Let's take a good rest after dinner. When the people who were eating heard this, they shouted happily, Long live the boss. The boss is wise. The boss is wise and powerful. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, then asked Xiao Biluo to serve him a bowl of egg soup. He drank a mouthful of the egg soup, which tasted good, and said with a smile, Aunt Xiao, your cooking skills are pretty good. Xiao Biluo was flattered by the praise and responded quickly, Thank you for the compliment, boss. I just hope it's acceptable to you. After dinner, Xiao Biluo wiped the table clean and put away the dishes. Daji and Kai Wenji continued to go fishing in the fishing area, while Zhao Zilong volunteered to go on patrol. He really admired Zhao Zilong's spirit. The rest of the people were lying on the beach, lighting torches, enjoying the sea breeze, and chatting with each other. It was soon time to go to bed, and the one on guard tonight was Zhao Zilong. After guarding for several consecutive nights, Han Xian could finally have a good rest. Because the houses had just been built and it took time for the cement to dry and solidify, most people still slept in tents. Daji and Kai Wenji walked into the house, and then Daji gave Lin Jiao a meaningful smile. This made Lin Jiao a little confused. Isn't it just a nap? He shook his head and then walked into the house and closed the door. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Jiao saw Daji standing in front of his window with a wash basin and Kai Wenji holding a toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed on it. When the two girls saw Lin Jiao wake up, they smiled and said, Master, you're awake. Lin Jiao looked at the two of them with a helpless look. Is it really that serious? Is it that serious? It makes him seem like an emperor. If he hadn't slept in his clothes at night, he doubted whether these two people would help him get dressed in the morning. Lin Jiao, reluctantly, accepted the services of the two men. Oh, his damn corrupt life. In the end, he became the person he hated the most. After helping Lin Jiao wash up, Daji and Kai Wenji went out to replace Zhao Zilong. When Daji walked to the door, she turned around and said something. Master, remember to solve the problem of insufficient warehouse space. Otherwise, there will be no space for things today. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded. This was indeed a problem, mainly because he was so busy building the dormitory building, he forgot about the warehouse. He still has a chicken coop that he hasn't covered yet. He suddenly had a feeling that the more he did this job, the more. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Zhao Zilong killing a violent rhinoceros, then picking up the corpse and throwing it to Oyezi. Oyezi glanced at the corpse of the rhinoceros, dragged it in front of him, and skillfully skinned it. Oh well, he had to worry about selling the armor again. He managed to sell 4 sets of armor with great difficulty yesterday. It's not that no one wants to buy it, but that he can't find a suitable price. He bought 2 units for 4,399 and exchanged another unit for a 5 square meter desert cloud, allowing him to successfully expand his original 11 square meter beach to 16 square meters. Another set was exchanged for a set of women's clothing and a 5 square meter land cloud, and the clothing was a fitted skirt that Kaiwenji wore. This will give him a hard time. He almost searched through all the world channels and regional channels before he found clothes that fit Kaiwenji's size. When Lin Jiu walked out the door, the first thing he did was to go to the dormitory building. He touched it with his hand and found that the surface of the cement was still a little wet. If we stay in this kind of sun for another morning, it will be almost over. Lin Jiu walked behind Lei Fat-Ada, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Old Lei, let's build the warehouse first today. There's no need to worry about my house." A hint of hesitation appeared on Lei Fat-Ada's face. No buts, just build the warehouse first. Otherwise, we will have nowhere to store the supplies we catch. After hearing this, Lei Fat-Ada nodded and had to agree. Daji has told him many times that the warehouse is almost full. He went to take a look yesterday, and it was just as Daji said, it was packed full. Oh, that's right. Lao Lei, there are enough bricks, right? Boss, there is enough. There is enough cement. Ma Jun has never stopped producing bricks and cement. After hearing this, Lin Jiu looked in the direction of Ma Jun. Just as Lei Fat-Ada said, Ma Jun was still making cement, and the 2 people who were bought yesterday were also making stone bricks. Everything is gradually getting back on track. Chapter 64 Luck. On another island. Is the master dead? Why don't we bury him? Don't talk nonsense. The master is not dead yet. He is still breathing. Look at the master like this. Sure, don't talk. The master is awake. A man was lying on the bed, unable to move. His face was black and his hair was like an afro. The man opened his eyes with some difficulty. Master, you finally woke up. The man lying on the bed said weakly. Li Si, what's wrong with me? Why do I feel like I can't use any strength? After hearing the question, Li Si's face was a little tangled, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said, Master, you were struck by lightning before, and you fell unconscious and have been sleeping until now. That's right, the person lying on the bed is 71444. Yesterday afternoon, he was struck by a bolt of lightning and was unconscious for more than 10 hours. If his physique had not been enhanced in the other world, he would have been buried and feasted upon by Dongjua. Struck by lightning, 71444 lay in bed, thinking carefully about what happened yesterday. He only remembered that after he heard the mechanical sound, a dark cloud floated over his head, and then he saw light. As for what happened next, he couldn't remember. A hiss. As he tried to get up, he felt waves of pain all over his body, as if his body was being torn apart. Master, you can't move yet. You need to recuperate for a while. Li Si quickly comforted 71444 and said something persuasive. 71444 had no choice but to give up and turn his head with difficulty to look at the 2 people beside the bed. Li Si looked worried, and for some reason, there seemed to be a hint of regret in the look on Dongjua's face. Little did he know that Dongjua was regretting that he could not attend the banquet. He didn't think much about it and said to the 2 of them, Thank you both for your hard work. After hearing this, Li Si and Dongjua both showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. When did their master become so kind? Could it be that he was struck by lightning and became stupid? In fact, it's not that 71444 has become kinder, but that during this period of recuperation, he still has to rely on Li Si and Dongjua to take care of him. Li Si, go get me a bottle of water. I'm a little thirsty. After hearing this, Li Si nodded, turned, and walked out the door. Only 71444 and Dongjua were left in the room, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. After a while, Li Si brought in a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to 71,444. 71444 had just taken the mineral water and was about to take a sip when he seemed to remember something and asked quickly, Where's the fishing rod? It's on the beach. Master, what's wrong? Hurry, Dongjua, go out and continue fishing. Keep an eye on your fishing rod. Ahem, ahem. 71444 was afraid that his fishing rod would be dragged into the sea by the drowned corpse, so he quickly gave orders to Dongjua. Dongjua obeyed, stood up quickly, and walked out the door. I hope the fishing rod is okay, 71,444 thought to himself. 71444 was about to sit up and drink some water when he felt a tearing pain all over his body again. Li Si, please, give me some water. I can't move around easily now. Li Si had a strange expression on his face, but he still nodded, took the bottle, and fed 71,444 water. It's all 520's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have fallen into this state. 71444 was thinking while drinking water. He blamed all the mistakes on Linjio, but he forgot who provoked him first. After drinking the water, 71444 chatted with Li Si for a while. Just then, Master, what should we do with these 2 chickens? 71444 heard the sound and looked towards Dong Zhua, who was standing at the door, only to see Dong Zhua holding 2 live chickens in his hands. Quick, put these 2 chickens into the box that contained the chicken before. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. 71444 got so excited that he coughed a few times due to his injuries. After hearing this, Dong Zhua picked up the 2 chickens and walked out the door. 2 chickens, not bad. 71444 looking at the 2 chickens in Dong Zhua's hands, he finally felt a little comforted. Linjio had no idea about 71,444's current situation. Even if he knew, he would only sigh and say that he was so lucky. This can't be killed by a blow. After 3 or 4 people worked hard for a morning, half of the warehouse had been built. Because the warehouse is not like a dormitory building, its structure is somewhat complicated. On the contrary, it is very simple. All you need to do is lay a foundation, lay stone bricks in the designated places, and put up a few load-bearing columns. If 7 or 8 people were working together like building a dormitory building, the warehouse would probably have been built by now. As for the dormitory building, the exposed cement has completely solidified, but no one knows what the situation inside is. When we arrived at the fishing area, we saw Meng Meng sitting obediently next to Kai Wenji, watching her fishing motionlessly. From time to time, it would blink at Kai Wenji. I guess Meng Meng thinks Kai Wenji is her good sister. After all, they are both taller. Lin Jiao came behind Meng Meng and shouted with a smile. Meng Meng. Meng Meng heard someone calling it, and it turned its head around stupidly. It saw that it was Lin Jiao. It rolled and crawled to Lin Jiao's side and grabbed Lin Jiao's trouser legs tightly with its claws, fearing that Lin Jiao would run away. All right, let go, baby. Lin Jiao smiled, bent down, picked Meng Meng up from the ground, held it in his arms, and teased it with his fingers. Owner. When Kai Wenji saw that it was Lin Jiao, she called out to him in a childish voice. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded, then sat between Kai Wenji and Daji. He was teasing Meng Meng while watching the 3 girls fishing. I don't know if it was because of some blessing from Lin Jiao sitting here, but Kai Wenji caught a 5-square-meter land cloud on her first cast. Afterwards, Daji was not to be outdone and also became a land cloud. It's just 1 square meter. Then, Hua Mulan also caught a 1-square-meter land cloud. This left Lin Jiao dumbfounded. Lin Jiao thought this was exaggerated, but unexpectedly, the next scene was even more exaggerated. The 3 women fished up 3 boxes at the same time. 2 green ones, 1 red. This luck is fucking amazing. Among the 3 wooden boxes, the red box cracked first, and a ferocious rhinoceros crawled out of it. The remaining 2 green wooden boxes followed closely behind, cracking open, and 2 drowned corpses crawled out. Gah! Roar! Gah! The 3 monsters roared at the same time. Meng Meng was so scared that she hid behind Lin Jiao, occasionally poking her head out to take a look, and then buried her head in Lin Jiao's back again. 3 monsters attacked Lin Jiao at the same time. Lin Jiao felt a little depressed. Why was he always the first one to be attacked whenever a monster appeared? Does he look so easy to bully? Lin Jiao and Hua Mulan stood up at the same time, ready to deal with the 3 monsters, but before they could make a move. A trident flew over, pierced the heads of the 2 drowned corpses, and then knocked the violent rhinoceros back 2 steps. Boss, stand back. Zhao Zilong leaped up and hit the violent rhinoceros on the head with a punch. Afterwards, the violent rhinoceros was directly killed by the shock force. Lin Jiao's scalp tingled when he saw this. How could this be the same as Han X Science? I like to play headshot. Chapter 65, The Strong Wind, is coming. The morning passed in a flash, and in the afternoon, with the help of Lin Jiao, the warehouse was completed. Boss, We have almost used up all the wood ash. There's only half a box left. Ma Jun wiped the dust off his face with his clothes and walked to Lin Jiao. That's fine. Let's stop today. The warehouse has been built anyway, and the wood ash will be delivered to you tomorrow. Lin Jiao responded, and Ma Jun nodded and left. Lin Jiao didn't expect that the wood ash he had purchased a few days ago would be used up so quickly. But he was not worried because wood ash was cheaper than branches, and he could buy as much as he wanted. What gives him a headache is the fishing area, as he already has 6 fishing rods. There are 3 Dajis, and each of them can only control 2, so 3 would be a bit beyond their ability. A fishing rod will be copied every day, and after 2 days, no one will be able to control the copied fishing rod. Even if Zhao Zilong or Han Xian were to take over, one person could only control 5 fishing rods at most. This doesn't solve the problem at all. Just when he was worried, Xiao Biluo had already prepared dinner. He simply stopped thinking about it, shook his head, and walked into the shed. Tonight's dinner is risotto, and everyone has 2 sausages and a steak. Under Lin Jiao's instructions, Xiao Biluo specially prepared double portions for Zhao Yun and Han Xian. After the meal, Lin Jiao seemed a little worried. Moz wiped the oil from his mouth and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Tell us, and maybe we can help you solve it." Yes, yes, master. Kai Wenji also echoed from behind. Lin Jiao spread his hands, showing a helpless expression, and then expressed his troubles. After hearing this, dozens of people at the dinner table looked embarrassed and fell into deep thought. They don't seem to be able to help with this. Lin Jiao was about to speak to comfort everyone when Moz suddenly said, "Boss, I have an idea. I can make a mechanism and add it to the fishing rod. Put another lock on the ground, and after the mechanism on the fishing rod and the lock are connected together, there will be no need to worry about the fishing rod being lifted off." After hearing this, Lin Jiao immediately became alert and asked with great interest, "What mechanism? Tell me in detail." "Boss, I just have a rough idea in my mind, but if you ask me to speak now, I really can't say it." Lin Jiao held his chin with both hands and thought about it. "Then I will wait for your good news." "Okay, after dinner. Let's go home and get busy." After being busy outside for a while, Lin Jiao and his group washed up and went to bed. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Han Xian sat on the beach wearing a coat, controlling 5 fishing rods in his hands, shivering in the cold wind. The seaside at night was particularly cold, and Han Xian's back looked so lonely. The atmosphere suddenly changed. It was very lively during the day and extremely desolate at night. "Lin Jiao, it's desolate. So be it. Anyway, I'm not the one keeping watch." Just as Han Xian picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, a gust of wind suddenly blew up on the calm sea. Han Xian didn't care at first. After all, there were gusts of sea breeze every night, but the wind was a little stronger tonight. Who? The sea breeze gradually grew stronger, making waves of sound, and Han Xian's hair was blown all over the place, as if it had been treated with rejoice. Han Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he quickly put away his fishing rods and placed them on the shore. He trotted to the door of the cabin, knocked on it, and shouted anxiously, "Boss, it's bad. It's windy outside. Boom, boom, boom." Lin Jiao was half asleep and shouted in a daze, "It's windy, so be it. What's all the fuss about? I'm so sleepy." Daji and the others nearby were also copied. They rubbed their eyes and asked in a daze, "Master, what's wrong?" "It's okay. I don't know what happened to Han Xian tonight. He came to call me even if the wind blew." Before Daji could reply, Han Xian, who was standing outside the door, shouted again, "Boss, the wind is very strong tonight and is expected to get stronger. Come out and take a look." Hearing this, Lin Jiao also realized that things were not simple. Coupled with Han Xian's anxious tone, he quickly put on his shoes and walked out. Several women followed closely behind. Lin Jiao pushed open the door and a strong wind blew on his face. He barely opened his eyes. Everyone sleeping in the tent outside was awakened by the strong wind. "What's going on? Why is the wind so strong?" "I don't know. Brother Lei, do you know why?" "I'm not sure either. I feel like the wind is getting stronger." "Wait a minute. The boss is coming out." Several people were outside, talking to each other. Lin Jiao covered his forehead with his hands to minimize the sea breeze from blowing into his eyes. Everyone hurried to Lin Jiao and asked questions at once. "Boss, what's going on? Why is the wind so strong?" "Boss, the wind is so strong that it's unbearable." "Boss, this tent is about to be blown away by the wind. Where are we going to sleep tonight?" Stop, stop, stop. Stop arguing. The sound made by Lin Jio mixed with the sound of the wind. He squinted his eyes and could barely see the tent swaying in the strong wind. It felt like it would be blown into the sea soon. Seeing this, Lin Jio seemed to remember something and asked Han Xian anxiously. Han Xian, where's the fishing rod? Have you put away? Boss, Brother Long has gone to collect the fishing rods. What should we do now? Han Xian blinked constantly due to the wind, and tears were about to flow out of his eyes. Lin Jio did not answer Han Xian's question, but turned to Lei Fat Ada, who was standing beside him. Lao Lei, how is the dormitory building? Is it habitable now? Lei Fat Ada showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, but still nodded and said, Boss, normally we should have to wait 2 days before we can move in, but now is a special situation, so we can move in. Let's not worry about that for now. Are you sure the house won't collapse? There was a hint of anxiety in Lin Jio's tone. When he saw Lei Fat Ada nodded, he quickly asked everyone to get busy. Han Xian, go check if the warehouse door is closed. Mosey, go move the wooden box containing the chickens into the house. The rest of you, move the furniture Mosey has made into the dormitory building. Remember, don't come out again after you've moved your things. After explaining, Lin Jio turned around and ran toward somewhere. Master, what are you going to do? Before Lin Jio ran far, he heard Kai Wenji's anxious voice behind him. He said without turning his head, facing the wind. I'll go bring Meng Meng in. You guys going first. Hurry up. Chapter 66. Miserable situation. Don't support the book. Please. Lin Jio held Meng Meng in his arms and ran all the way towards the dormitory building against the wind. Damn, the wind is so strong. The strong wind blew up the dust on the island, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. In the already dim night, his vision was further obstructed and he nearly fell down several times. Whoosh, whoosh, sha. The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger, and Lin Jio finally rushed into the house holding Meng Meng. Master, boss, master. The people standing in the room shouted anxiously. Lin Jio opened his eyes and nodded to everyone, indicating that he was fine. He lowered his head and looked at Meng Meng in his arms. Meng Meng's face was full of panic. Her whole body was trembling, and she grabbed Lin Jio's clothes tightly with her claws. It seems that he was frightened. He stretched out a hand and gently stroked Meng Meng's head to comfort the frightened Meng Meng. Even though he was standing inside the house, he could still clearly hear the sound of the strong wind outside. He glanced at the roof and thought to himself, I hope nothing unexpected happens to this house. He looked up and saw that everyone was staring at him. Zilong, have you got all the fishing rods back? After hearing this, Zhao Zilong turned sideways and pointed to the corner where the fishing rods were placed. Seeing that there were still a lot of fishing rods, Lin Jio breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and asked Han Xian, Where's the chicken? Did you get it back? Han Xian looked embarrassed and conflicted. Seeing his expression, Lin Jio thought both chickens were dead. He was about to speak to comfort her when Han Xian spoke first. Boss, the chicken is fine, just one of the eggs is broken. Eggs? The chicken laid eggs? That's fine. Lin Jio was a little surprised. He asked a few more people, and everything that needed to be taken was taken back, and the warehouse door was closed tightly. The only thing that worries him now is the newly built warehouse. The cement has not dried yet, and he is afraid that it will be blown to pieces by the strong wind. Okay, stop gathering here. Choose a room to sleep in. 2 people to a room. Lin Jio waved his hand, signaling everyone to go and rest. After hearing this, everyone nodded and started to choose a room. Only Daji and the other 2 daughters stayed where they were, looking at Lin Jio quietly. Seeing this, Lin Jio showed a helpless look on his face. He knew very well what the women were thinking. Okay, you 3 go find a room. I'll be there in a minute. After hearing this, the 3 of them showed a hint of joy on their faces, and then went happily to choose a room. Lin Jio's face was full of helplessness. He didn't want to live this kind of life. He doesn't like it. For people sleeping in one bed, it's too crowded. Lin Jio was still more concerned about the situation in the warehouse outside, so he came to the door. The door was shaking constantly in the strong wind, as if it would break in the next second. He opened the shaking door a little bit, and the wind rushed in instantly, giving him goosebumps. It's too cold. He put his head close to the door and took a look with his eyes narrowed into slits. It was dusty outside, and the house where he lived was swaying in the strong wind, but the newly built warehouse was unexpectedly intact. What was surprising was not these, but the sea surface. Although his vision was blocked, he could still barely see that under such a strong sea breeze, the seawater was actually no different from before. No waves at all, as if it was not affected by the huge wind at all. What a strange thing. Could it be that someone was deliberately manipulating this, making this so-called natural disaster more and more difficult? Why? Lin Jiu quickly closed the door and sighed. This time, the supplies lost by everyone may be much more than last time. A wooden house that is not of very good quality may even be blown apart by the wind. He had to go and see what the situation was like for everyone in the channel. Within the regional channel. Fuck that immortal grandma. My supplies. They're all gone. Now I'm almost freezing to death. Brothers, my fishing rod was blown away by the wind. What should I do? Waiting online, urgent. Fuck. I was just feeling sad about my house being blown apart, but when I saw this guy upstairs, I couldn't help but laugh. Dear, here's a suggestion for you. Find a cool place and lie down where you are. This way you will die more comfortably. My house is shaking because of the wind. I am so scared that it will collapse. What happened? Why is the wind so strong? The house I just built is gone. I was half asleep when I was woken up by the sound of the wind. When I woke up, I saw that the house was about to fall apart. Luckily, I laid the foundation. Haha, the house wasn't blown apart. Can you please stop coming out to stir up hatred? Do you think you're funny? I'm freezing with my men. Oh, my supplies. They're all gone. They're all gone. They're all gone. Don't be too sad, brother upstairs. At least you still have your fishing rod and can catch everything. Look at that one. He's so miserable. He even lost his fishing rod. There was a wailing in the regional channel, which made Lin Jiu feel a little bit sorry. This is even worse than last time. Especially the guy who lost his fishing rod. He can only wait to die. The only thing that surprised him was that for a small number of people, the houses were only shaking and did not collapse. I don't know what's happening to the people in the World Channel, but I guess they're not doing well. In the World Channel, Baka, the house I just built halfway, is completely destroyed. Me too. I'm so angry. I used up most of my supplies to buy that. Now it's all gone. There is nothing left on the island except me. It's so cold. It's so cold. Mom, I want to go home too. Woo woo woo. The house I just built today is all fucking gone. In fact, as long as you build a foundation when you build a house, it won't be blown away by the wind. If you build a warehouse, the materials won't be blown away. It's easy for you to say that. Where can we get so many supplies to exchange for wood? Baga, the wood is all in the hands of the Chinese. The price is ridiculous. Who can afford it? The chicken I just caught today was blown into the sea by the wind. Damn it. I lost my fishing rod too. Whoa. Someone help me. Wow. There's a lot of discussion in the World Channel. There are also smart people who laid a solid foundation when building a house and kept the supplies inside the house. Naturally, there was no impact on the strong wind. In fact, the people most affected were foreigners. Because of the shortage of wood, most of them only completed half of the construction. Life is really miserable now. Lin Jiu was a little distracted as he watched the chat in the channel. Why didn't he see 71444, who usually opposed him, come out to speak? I don't know how 71444 is doing. I don't know if he's still alive. I suddenly miss him. Chapter 67. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, Lin Jiu was thinking about 71,444. 71444 had a painful expression on his face and was holding the fishing rod tightly. Li Si and Dong Zhuo gathered around the bed, closed their eyes, and tried to protect 71,444 from some of the strong wind. My house. My legs. Cough, cough, cough. 71444 covered his legs and screamed heartbreakingly, and then his throat was choked by the wind and sand. 20 minutes ago, 71444 was fast asleep on the bed, Li Si was sleeping on the side of the bed, and Dong Zhuo was fishing and keeping watch outside. Dong Zhuo felt the sea breeze, but didn't care. He just felt a little cold. When the wind grew stronger and stronger, enough to make the fishing rod in his hand shake continuously, he realized that something was wrong. He quickly got up and ran into the house, waking up 71444 and Li Si, who were sleeping soundly. Hiss, Dong Zhuo, what the hell do you want to do? You're not going to let me sleep in the middle of the night. 71444, who was woken up, was obviously in a very bad mood, and he felt pain all over his body. He vented all his dissatisfaction on Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo lowered his head, without revealing any expression on his face, and said, Master, it's windy outside. It's very windy. What's the big deal? Why are you making such a fuss? Can't you see I'm fucking sleeping? 71444 looked impatient and a little angry. He didn't expect Dong Zhuo to wake him up from his sweet dream because of this. Dong Zhuo didn't say anything, but just walked to the door silently, pushed it open, and the wind instantly rushed into the room. 71444 couldn't help but shudder, and so did Li Si. This gust of wind suddenly woke 71444 up from his drowsiness. 71444 couldn't believe it. The wind was so strong and was about to get stronger. Before he could think about it, there was a whistling sound from the wind outside, and the dust was suddenly blown up and into the house, making it impossible for the people inside to open their eyes. Fuck, the wind is so strong. Damn it. Cough, cough, cough. 71444 complained, and a large amount of dust instantly filled his mouth. Li Si didn't bother to comfort 71444 and said anxiously, Boss, the wind is so strong, it will definitely blow the supplies away. I will take Dong Zhuo out to move the supplies in first. 71444 quickly patted his thigh. Oh shit, it hurts. Hiss. He had forgotten about his injuries. He endured the pain and said anxiously, Quick, fishing rod. Get the fishing rod back first. And my chicken. Li Si and Dong Zhuo rushed out of the door. 71444 looked at this scene and tears came to her eyes. Not because of being touched, nor because of being sad. Why don't you two close the door? That's right, it was the strong wind that made his tears come out. Soon, Dong Zhuo came in with a fishing rod and 3 chickens. As soon as he put them down, he continued to run outside. Dong Zhuo and Li Si went in and out and finally brought most of the supplies into the house. Master, some of the supplies have been blown into the sea by the wind. Li Si and Dong Zhuo lowered their heads, ready to be scolded. After waiting for a while, he was not scolded as he had imagined. Li Si raised his head and saw 71444 with a complicated expression. Isn't that right? Has the master changed his nature today? He didn't even scold me? Li Si thought to himself. 71444 originally wanted to scold the two of them, but when he thought about his current situation and the fact that he still had to rely on these two people, he gave up the idea. Instead, he put on a smile and comforted the two of them. It's okay. It's not your fault. If it weren't for you two, there might not be any supplies left. Thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Dong Zhuo and Li Si's faces. It's outrageous that they didn't even scold them, but they actually praised them. The master was struck by lightning and became stupid. 71444 gestured to Li Si to hand him the fishing rod. 71444 reluctantly took the fishing rod, hugged it, and said with a smile, There are fishing rods and so many supplies in the house. It's okay. It's safe to stay in the house. Squeak. Before he could finish, the sound of breaking wood rang out in the air, mixed with the sound of wind. 71444, the three of them, looked at the door at the same time and were somewhat surprised and panicked. The next second, crack. With a cracking sound, the door broke open and was blown towards 71444 by the wind. 71444 looked at the door, flying towards him in horror. Fortunately, Dong Zhuo reacted quickly and smashed the door in midair with one punch. Wood chips and broken wooden planks floated in the air, and the power was reduced a lot. 71444 had just breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to ask the two of them to block the door, but he heard a series of breaking sounds above his head. Crack, squeak. Under the stunned gaze of several people, the roof was blown away. Without the protection of a roof and a door, strong winds and dust continued to rush into the room, making the three people miserable. It's okay. It's okay. There's still the wooden wall. Just hold on, and the sky will clear up soon. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. 71444 just opened his mouth to comfort the two of them, and it seemed like he was also comforting himself. Before Li Si and the other man could say anything, the sound of breaking sounded continuously. Squeak, click. Then the next second the walls of the wooden house began to collapse, and an unprecedented panic appeared on his face. As luck would have it, a wall at one place fell on him. Fuck, 71444 shouted in panic, but Li Si and Dong Zhuo were busy holding against the wall in front of them and could not hold on at all. Li Si was just about to help when the wooden wall fell on 71444, who let out a scream. Without Li Si's help, his wall also collapsed. Most of them were blocked, but some smaller pieces of wood hit his legs and his brother. 71444 put on a mask of pain, covered his crotch tightly, and grimaced. Before he could even scream, all the supplies in the room were blown into the sky by the strong wind and fell into the sea. Several wooden boxes on the ground were also blown up by the wind, rolling on the ground and colliding with the wood. In the chaos, Dongjua and Li Si could only sit in a wooden box containing chickens, holding their heads tightly to prevent the object from hitting any life-threatening parts of their bodies. 71444 silently endured all. While 71444 was still immersed in his brother's pain, he looked up and noticed that a wooden box hit his head. 71,444's face was filled with fear. The pain all over his body made him unable to move at all. He could only watch the wooden box falling towards him. It's over. Am I going to die now? Just when he thought he was going to get his lunchbox, Dongjua punched the box. Due to the chaos, Dongjua couldn't use his full strength, and the box didn't fly out, but hit 71,444's leg. Ah! 71444 let out a scream, but still held the fishing rod tightly in his arms. Dongjua and Li Si looked troubled. They sat on the wooden box containing the chicken and surrounded 71444, trying their best to protect him from the strong wind and objects. My house. My legs. Cough, cough, cough. 71444 shouted this last sentence heart-wrenchingly and then fainted. Chapter 68. The island can be moved? Huge changes. Unlike 71444, Lin Jiao has returned to the room. Daji and the other two blinked and stared at him at the same time, making him feel a little embarrassed. After being frightened, Meng Meng felt warmth and security in Lin Jiao's arms and fell asleep in his arms. Just like that, the four of them stared at each other. Because the wind was so loud, everyone couldn't fall asleep for a long time listening to the whistling sound. In order to break the awkward atmosphere in the room, Lin Jiao touched his head and suggested to everyone, "How about we play poker?" A trace of confusion appeared on Daji and the others' faces. "What is poker?" "Master, who is poker? Why do you want to hit him? Is it fun to hit him?" Kai Wenji tilted her head, looked at Lin Jiao innocently, and blinked. Lin Jiao covered his head, feeling helpless. He had even forgotten that these people did not exist in that dynasty. He lowered his head and thought about how to explain to the three women. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Poker is not a person. It is a multiplayer game, a game that men like to play." After hearing this, Kai Wenji's face blushed, and Daji and Hua Mulan also felt a little shy. Lin Jiao was a little confused. It was just playing poker. Why should he be shy? He used to play in a hotel every day. "So shall we begin?" Lin Jiao asked several people, and they all lowered their heads and nodded embarrassedly. "Okay, here I come. King bomb. Don't want. Don't want. Don't want. To 4. 5 to 1. 10 against. Don't want. 1 against 2. Anyone want one? I only have one left." Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the three women, constantly shaking the only wooden card left in his hand, on which 2 words were clearly written. "Your Majesty." Daji and the other two shook their heads helplessly, looking frustrated. "A3. I win. I don't want to play anymore. I've been playing for a whole night, and I haven't won a single hand." Daji pouted, threw the cards in her hand away, looking unhappy. Seeing this, Lin Jiao shook his head helplessly, rubbed Daji's head, and said, Okay, I won't play anymore. Don't be unhappy." Daji, whose head was being rubbed, had an unhappy expression on her face that flashed away and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Seeing this, Kai Wenji and Hua Mulan also imitated Daji, pouted their lips, and said unhappily, "I won't play anymore. You're a bully. The master is bullying a child. Woo, I won't beat him anymore." This made Lin Jiao a little overwhelmed, as he only had 2 hands. The wind outside was getting weaker and weaker, and the sky was getting light. "Daji, you guys stay here for now. I'll go out and take a look." The wind outside seems to have died down. Daji and the other 2 nodded, and they began to discuss how they could beat Lin Jiao in the next poker game. Lin Jiao walked out of the room, and after hearing several people chatting, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Who's going to play poker next time?" Arriving at the door at the bottom of the building, Lin Jiao stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. It's a mess outside. The wind was about the same size as usual, and it felt a little cool. Standing at the door, looking around, his originally well-organized island had become a mess, with supplies that had not been put away in the middle of the night being blown all over the place. Wood board cloth. He looked towards the fishing area with a complicated expression. The shed that had been with him for a long time was blown to pieces, leaving only a broken piece of wood stuck in the soil. The wooden house where he originally lived was also affected to some extent, but most of it was still intact. The newly built warehouse is intact, and the old warehouse for storing supplies basically has no major problems. As for the tents where everyone slept last night, only 1 or 2 were left on the island, and the rest were nowhere to be found. Wherever he looked, there was chaos. He turned his eyes to the sea, where various supplies were drifting. Wood, bread, clothes. This time, basically everyone has to start over again. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao was about to call out to everyone in the house to come out and clean up. Next second, boom, boom. The island under Lin Jiao's feet suddenly began to shake. His body kept swaying, and he quickly held onto the door frame. The supplies on the ground outside were also shaken and slid everywhere. Lin Jiao finally managed to stand on his feet, trying his best to keep his body unaffected. His eyes were solemn. Is this an earthquake? He dared not move now, for fear of falling to the ground. Fortunately, the vibration only lasted for a few minutes before returning to normal. Lin Jiao raised his leg and was about to walk into the house when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Attention everyone, the novice transition period has expired. Now, let's start the real game. The island has been separated from the land beneath the ocean and is now movable and detachable. The island movement function has been added in the interface stage. Moving an island requires meeting the following conditions. 1. There must be 3 people on the separated island. 2. To move the island, you need to add fuel as a power source. The smallest mobile island has an area of 20 square meters. To move 1 nautical mile, you need to add fuel, 10 pieces of wood or 50 planks. 1 nautical mile equals 1.852 kilometers. For every 5 square meters beyond 20 square meters, 5 more pieces of wood or 20 bundles of planks will be needed. You can explore the rest of the gameplay on your own. Finally, I wish you all a happy game. Try your best to survive. After Lin Jiao heard this, his face was filled with surprise, and his heart was already in turmoil. What? It was a novice pass period before? Yes. It is just like playing against AI and training new players in King of Glory. Half of the people who died were called novices who survived the period. If he hadn't had this fishing rod, he would have died long ago. Island land can be separated and moved. This sentence shocked Lin Jiao the most. What does that mean? This means that some people with bad intentions can move islands, find other people's islands, and rob supplies. The people who were originally thousands of miles apart could only chat on the channel, and it became a single kill offline. Especially keyboard warriors. They should be more careful when shouting in the channel in the future. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is if that group of people with bad intentions stick together and specifically target those who are alone. At that time, no matter how kind a person is, he will be forced to become a bad person in such an environment. They robbed each other and killed each other. By then, everyone will be in danger. To put it nicely, it was previously called the novice transition period, but in fact it was changing human nature from good to evil and adding fuel to the fire in the hearts of evil people. Even if someone really maintains his character, it is difficult to remain immune. Cannibalism. It turns out that this is the real purpose of the manipulator behind the scenes. What they want to see is not how people survive, but how people fight each other like wild beasts. This is human nature in one of the disasters. He hadn't understood before why humanity had to be brought into the disaster, but now he understood. It now seems that human nature is more terrifying than natural disasters. Chapter 69, Moving the Island. Fuck, can I be a pirate now? If I lose some supplies, it's fine. Everyone in the channel, wait for me. Is a guy above crazy? Isn't peaceful development good? Peaceful development, haha. You are the one with a broken brain. I want to be a pirate too, but unfortunately, I'm still short of a subordinate on the island. Brothers, don't come and rob me if you're pirates. I just want to stay alive. How can we girls survive like this? I don't agree. Yeah, I don't agree either. We girls don't have an advantage at all. I didn't want to be a pirate originally, but what you said reminded me. Hee hee. Sisters, wash up and wait for your brother to come. Don't blame me. I don't have any supplies. I can only borrow some from you. Lin Jiao looked at the speeches of everyone in the regional channel with a serious expression on his face. As he expected, many people have begun to consider robbing other people's islands. He didn't really dislike those who explicitly stated they wanted to rob supplies. What he disliked were those who robbed in the name of survival. Bullshit, if I really can't survive without robbing, How did I get through all those days? Could it be that he survived by eating dirt? People who seek excuses for their own evil. Owner, boss. Han Xin and Kai Wenji ran out first and called out to Lin Jiao. They both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Lin Jiao was fine. Why did you two come out? Are the others not injured? No. No. Sister Daji and Sister Milan are picking up the things that just fell. Hearing that no one was injured in the earthquake, Lin Jiao felt relieved. You two go call everyone out and clean up the island. Lin Jiao greeted the two of them. Han Xin nodded, ran into the house, and asked everyone to come out and clean up the island. Mosey, stop for a moment, come here. Lin Jiao called out to Moz, who was about to leave. Mosey looked puzzled, glanced at the busy people, then stopped and said, Boss, what's wrong? Can you make crossbows and bows? Meeting. Although Moz didn't understand why Lin Jiao asked this, she nodded anyway. That's all. Go make bows and crossbows later. One for each person. It would be best if you could make a few more. Having said this, Lin Jiao paused and asked again. If you think about what materials you are missing, just tell me directly. Mosey pondered for a while and said, There's no shortage of materials for crossbow arrows, but for bows and arrows, there's a lack of materials for making bowstrings. But I found that the tendons and skin of the violent rhinoceros are suitable for making bowstrings. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded. Okay, then go and help. The tendons in the violent rhino. This is easy. The tendons of a violent rhinoceros are probably enough to make more than a dozen bows. The poor rhinoceros has no idea what will happen to it after its death. The skin was used to make armor and sold. The tendons were used to make bowstrings, and the horns were even more pitiful, as they were used to make hoes. Really died without a complete body. As for why Lin Jiao wanted to make bows and crossbows, he didn't want to be a pirate and rob other people's supplies. He did this just to protect himself from being robbed by others. Fighting and killing are not good. He just wants to be a businessman quietly. What is the easiest way to make money? War money is the easiest to make. Do you need weapons for robbery and self-defense? Yes. Where do you come from? Do it yourself? That's just garbage. You must buy it from him. This is much faster than robbery. Boss, do you want to salvage those floating supplies in the sea? Han Xin trotted to Lin Jiao and pointed to the sea. Lin Jiao took a look at the supplies floating on the sea, and there were quite a lot of them. Those supplies included his own and others. If he went into the sea to salvage, the risk would be too high and he didn't want to see anyone get hurt. But he was reluctant to let these supplies slip away from him. What should I do? Lin Jiao fell into distress. Han Xin seemed to see Lin Jiao's tangle and volunteered. Boss, why don't you let me go? I'm good at swimming, as you know. Before Lin Jiao could open his mouth to refuse, another voice came. Let me go. I'm good at swimming and have high martial arts skills. I am more capable of protecting myself in the sea. Zhao Zilong walked over and looked into Han Xin's eyes, neither of them giving in. Lin Jiao felt a little headache when he saw this scene. Why did another one come? The two were about to start arguing about who should go, but Lin Jiao spoke first. Stop. Both of you stop arguing. I don't agree with anyone going down. You two are the main personnel to maintain the safety of the island. If one of you has an accident, it will be a huge loss. Hearing Lin Jiao speak, Han Xin and the other man lowered their heads and stopped arguing. Lin Jiao lowered his head, thought for a moment, then slapped his head suddenly, his eyes lighting up. Yes, how could he forget this? I have an idea. Follow me. He greeted the two of them and then walked towards the edge of the island. Coming to the edge of the island, he opened the interface and an island button appeared in the lower right corner of the interface. When he opened it, he saw 3 panels. Separation of islands, addition of fuel and maps. He clicked on the island separation section and selected the 20 square meter island. Then a 3D island model appeared in front of his eyes, on which the islands to be separated could be divided. Lin Jiao chose the island under his feet and asked Han Xin and Zhao Zilong to stay closer to him. Under the astonished gaze of the 3 people, a crack appeared between the 20 square meter island under their feet and the main island, until they separated. That's not right. How does this thing control the direction? Left. After Lin Jiao finished speaking, the separated island remained motionless. How should I control the direction? Wait, he didn't seem to add fuel. Lin Jiao slapped his head hard and suddenly felt like a pig. He clicked on the fuel adding section, only to find that the amount of wood and planks used on his island were all displayed on it. Lin Jiao clicked to add 10 pieces of wood and then said, to the right. This time, the island moved. Stop. The island really stopped. Lin Jiao showed a happy expression on his face, just as he expected. I don't know if other people can control it. Lin Jiao turned around and said to Han Xin behind him, Han Xin, just say something like go left. Han Xin was a little confused, but still spoke. Left. The island remained motionless and remained on the sea surface without any response. Look, this island can only be controlled by yourself. But it's also good, so that other players' subordinates can't control it. This means that if they want to rob supplies, they must go out at the same time. What does this mean? It means they have to keep some of it to look after the family. After all, if you want to control all the islands to rob other people's supplies, it will consume a lot of wood. If you grab someone who is poorer than you, this is not worth it at all. Being a pirate, after a trip, you don't make any money and you even lose money. TSK, TSK, TSK. Given everyone's current situation, it is very difficult to rob others. After all, the basic conditions for moving the island are difficult, as there must be 3 people on the island. It is even more difficult to leave people on the island to guard the house. In the short term, everyone may still be able to live in peace, and there will be a buffer period. Just as Lin Jiao was thinking about this, Kai Wenji's voice broke his thoughts. Master, why is this place separated? Chapter 70 by 3 sets of armor to rob. Master, why is this place separated? Kai Wenji looked at this scene in surprise and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It's okay, don't worry. This is what I did. I want to control this sky island and collect all the supplies on the sea. After hearing this, Kai Wenji was quite interested and shouted excitedly. Master, I want to go too. Okay. The last sentence was even said in a coquettish tone. People who are familiar with Lin Jiao know that he never buys into this kind of thing. Han Xin, Zilong, one of you can go down. He did not do this because Kai Wenji was acting like a spoiled child. He did this simply because there was no one on the island to guarantee safety. Seeing Han Xin and Zhao Zilong looking at him with strange expressions, he quickly said, Don't look at me like that. I'm definitely not biased. It's just that the island still needs people to ensure their safety. Only the 2 of you can take on this responsibility. After hearing this, Zhao Zilong said quietly, Boss, Hua Mulan's martial arts skills are not much lower than mine and Han Xin's. With her here, it's enough. Han Xin also nodded. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Jiao quickly covered his mouth and coughed twice, then said to Zhao Zilong, Zilong, your martial arts skills are a little better than Han Xin's, so I have decided that you should go and protect the safety of everyone on the island. Before Zhao Zilong could speak, Lin Jiao controlled the island to stick to the main island, and then pushed Zhao Zilong to the main island with his hands. Zilong, I believe in your strength. As he spoke, Lin Jiao gave a thumbs up and then said to Kai Wenji, Come up. Kai Wenji took a small step, jumped onto the island, hugged Lin Jiao, and said coquettishly, Thank you, master. Lin Jiao felt his heart go numb when he heard this. He smiled and waved at Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong stood on the shore, speechless, and turned away. Lin Jiao controlled the island and moved towards the drifting supplies, while Han Xin looked at Zhao Zilong with a gloating expression. Seeing Han Xin's expression, Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. The originally aloof Han Xin has now almost turned into a stupid Han Xin. The 3 people were sailing on the sea. Han Xin and Kai Wenji were picking up supplies, and Lin Jiao was studying the map. He opened the map. According to his original guess, the map would be covered with various islands, but in fact there was not even a single island. A blue ocean and a small red dot. The little red that was discovered by him under his observation, that was his island. Well, this map is to prevent others from getting lost and unable to return home when they go out to rob supplies. That's so thoughtful. Just as he was about to help pick up supplies floating on the sea, 4399 sent him a message. Boss, are you still alive? Lin Jiao's face suddenly turned dark. He really wanted to die. Thanks to you, I'm still alive and well. What's the matter? After a while, 4399 replied. What do you mean by thanks to me? Boss, it's nothing. I just sent the wood ash I bought for you earlier to you now. Lin Jiao frowned, a little surprised. He didn't expect that his wood ash could be preserved under the strong wind. He thought it was all blown away by the wind, but he probably didn't have much left. After Lin Jiao received the wood ash sent by 4399, his eyes widened. He thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes. When I looked again, wow, there were 10 full boxes. You were very kind to be able to save so much in such a strong wind. I will give you some more supplies as compensation later. on the island of 4,399. After 4399 saw the message sent by Lin Jiao, he was about to refuse, but then he accepted Lin Jiao's compensation. After all, in order to preserve these 10 boxes of wood ash, she placed most of the supplies outside the door, freeing up space in the house and storing all the wood ash. The most important reason is that every time the boss said he would give her some supplies, it was only a little bit. After waiting for a while, 4399 received the compensation materials given to her by Lin Jiao. A box of bread, half a box of meat, and half a box of mineral water. When she saw these supplies, she was shocked. Is that just a little bit? How much supplies should the boss have? In this strong wind, the boss doesn't seem to be affected at all. 4399 at this time. A big question mark appeared in the little head. She couldn't resist her curiosity and sent a message to Lin Jiao. Boss, how come you still have so many supplies? It's so windy in the middle of the night. She didn't have to wait long before Lin Jiao replied. Nothing much, just building a warehouse. After seeing this message, 4399 was stunned. Warehouse? Boss, do you have so much supplies that you need to store them in a warehouse? Fuck. 4399 couldn't help but blurt out a curse word, then covered his head with his hands, a look of despair on his face. What she didn't know was that Lin Jiao had already built a house with stone bricks. If she knew, she would probably even want to jump into the sea. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing 4399's look, Lu Bu couldn't help but ask with some concern. 4399 had a complicated look on his face and waved his hands, saying, It's okay, go ahead and do your work. I want to be alone. After hearing this, Lu Bu nodded, turned, and left. So, who is Jingjing? Why does the master miss him? Lin Jiao didn't know yet that his casual words had hurt another fragile heart. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter because he accidentally hurts a lot of people every day anyway. Huh? Why are so many people sending me messages today? Is Boss 520 here? Do you have any armor made of rhinoceros skin? Can you sell me 3 sets? When Lin Jiao saw this information, he frowned. In this situation, everyone should be busy cleaning up the mess on the island. So why would anyone buy rhino armor? In such a strong wind, can you still afford armor? Why are you buying armor at this time? It's expensive. Are you sure you want 3 sets? He asked with some confusion. I'm sure. I can afford it. Is 40 square meters of land enough? Seeing this, Lin Jiao frowned even more. 40 square meters is definitely enough, but where did the other party get the 40 square meters? I don't believe you can own 40 square meters. And you have to tell me first, what do you want these armors for? After this question was asked, the other party was silent for a while. Just when Lin Jiao thought that the other party would not buy it, the other party sent another message. Then I'll be honest. I didn't catch the 40 square meter cloud, but I just discovered that the cut land can not only be moved but also traded. Seeing this, Lin Jiao raised his eyebrows. Wow, he didn't expect there was such an operation. As for buying armor, to be frank, I just want to rob other people's supplies. Right now, everyone is busy cleaning up the island, and they won't even consider that someone would go and rob. I've already said it. I can understand if you don't want to sell it. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, wondering what kind of person this guy thought of him. Sell. Of course. The customer is God. Chapter 71 Crabs. Group number at the end. Sell. Of course. The customer is God. What? Are you serious, sir? You're not kidding me, are you? The other party's tone was obviously very surprised, and Lin Jiao couldn't help but smile bitterly after seeing it. Of course it's true. Why would I joke with you? I want to use your armor to rob other people's supplies, and you agree to this? You can't be. Lin Jiao looked speechless and replied quickly. I'm a businessman and you're a customer. If you buy something from me, I don't care what you do with it or throw it into the sea. It's none of my business. You still want to buy it or not? If you don't want to buy it, forget it. Lin Jiao was getting a little impatient. This guy was dilly-dallying. Just be a pirate if you want. What does it have to do with a peddler like him? He is not so holy as to meddle in other people's affairs. He just wants to manage his own life and the lives of his subordinates. After a while, he received the supplies from the other party. 40 square meters of land. What surprised Lin Jiao was that it could be automatically transformed into a cloud during the transaction. Boss, change. Change. The land is given to you, look. Lin Jiao closed the interface and looked around at his mobile island, which was already full. He controlled the mobile island to return, and all the rhino armors happened to be in the warehouse, so he had to go back to get them. Close to the shore, we saw Daji and Hua Mulan concentrating on fishing. The island was originally in a mess, but now it looked like it had been renovated. Owner, Owner. The two women stood up and shouted excitedly in the direction of Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded to the two women while standing on the moving island. After a while, the mobile island connected with the main island. Lin Jiao and Han Xin carried the supplies and took one step to the main island. When the people on the main island saw this, several of them came over to help carry the supplies. Boss, Ma Jun said that there is not enough wood ash for making cement. We are in urgent need of cement to build a house here, but it has been delayed. Lei Fadada's voice came from behind Lin Jiao, and then he walked to Lin Jiao's side. After hearing this, Lin Jiao smiled, patted the dust off his hands, pointed to the box on the island, and said with a smile, "Those 10 boxes are filled with wood ash. Just arrange 2 people to carry them to Ma Jun's place." After hearing this, Lei Fadada's eyes lit up and he walked over excitedly. Lin Jiao looked at his expression, smiled, and shook his head. Is this the infrastructure maniac? When I arrived at the place where Yezi made armor, I saw 4 sets of armor on the ground, piled up like garbage. There was also a pile of rhinoceros tendons, wrapped into a ball and thrown on the ground. Lin Jiao walked towards Yezi, squatted down, patted his shoulder, and said, "Thanks for your hard work. Boss, it's not hard. It's much easier than blacksmithing." Lin Jiao nodded, and after chatting with Yezi for a few words, he took away 3 sets of armor and sent them to the player who bought the rhino armor. When he returned to the shore, all the supplies on the mobile island had been moved away, leaving nothing behind. Looking at the island again, there are all kinds of supplies floating there. In order to improve efficiency, Kai Wenji stayed on the main island and brought a middle-aged man with him. He couldn't remember what the person's name was. He just remembered that he bought the person. After giving some instructions, Lin Jiao took Han Xin and set off again. "Boss, what do you think this is?" Han Xin exclaimed. Lin Jiao turned around and looked, then exclaimed, "Oh shit, crabs! So many! I saw a foam board bigger than a person floating on the sea surface, covered with densely packed crabs, the smallest of which was as big as a palm." Lin Jiao stared at the foam board, tears streaming from the corners of his mouth. "Han Xin, quick, pull them all out, don't leave any behind. This stuff is delicious." When Han Xin heard that this was edible, his eyes lit up green. He didn't even use the stick and jumped directly into the sea. This made Lin Jiao dumbfounded. Not really. The crabs on the foam board seemed to know that there were foodies approaching, and they crawled around frantically, trying to jump into the sea. How could Han Xin give them such an opportunity? He picked up the foam board with his hands, swam quickly to the island, and threw it in front of Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao called to another subordinate next to him and quickly threw the crabs into the wooden box. There were still some fish that escaped the net and wanted to crawl back into the sea. How could Han Xin on the shore let go of these walking delicacies so easily? He raised his palm and swept it across, slapping back most of the crabs that wanted to escape, and some even died on the spot. The remaining crabs that had managed to survive stopped crawling towards the sea and crawled towards Lin Jiao in panic. Lin Jiao stared in amazement at the group of crabs, which crawled into the box one by one. Good boy, good boy. Lin Jiao looked at Han Xin with a strange look in his eyes. He was really capable of scaring the crab like this. Come up quickly and stop soaking in the sea. Han Xin nodded, put his hands on the shore, flipped over, and landed steadily on the island with a hint of pride on his face. Damn it, he tricked me again. The 3 of them hurriedly threw the remaining crabs into the box. Lin Jiao took a look and found that it filled half a box. They couldn't finish all of them in one meal. The weather on the island was so hot, and the crabs would probably die soon. He also didn't have the energy to keep them. After thinking for a while, Lin Jiao decided to sell some of the crabs. Within the regional channel, HHHC, there's so many supplies on the sea. I've been collecting them for a whole morning, and they're almost more than I had before. What the hell? I was still fishing like an idiot, watching the supplies float past me. The person above me must be an idiot. I'm rich now, ha ha. Woo woo woo. Why are there only a few logs and planks near my island? I'm a little better off than you, but I have way less supplies than before. My fried chicken. I don't even dare to go far to collect. I'm afraid I'll be robbed. Hurry up and collect the supplies. I'm on my way. I hope I'll have a lot of supplies when I get to your place. Big brother, please don't come to me, please. I'm XXS. There's nothing to steal. Some people are happy and some are sad in the regional channel. Most people are like Lin Jiao, separating out an island of 20 square meters and collecting supplies on the sea near their own island. Some people were lucky and benefited greatly from this strong wind. Some people were extremely unlucky and could not even collect half of the supplies they had before. Lin Jiao was just about to turn off the channel when a message caught his attention. 520. Remove me from your friend list. I want to make a deal with you. 71,444. A playful smile appeared on Lin Jiao's lips. He didn't expect that this man was still alive and the thunder didn't kill him. He didn't know what the other party wanted to exchange with him. He remembered that 71,444 had always been against him. He switched to the friend channel, removed 71444 from the blacklist, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was very curious and looking forward to it. Chapter 72. 71444 was tricked again. Li Si, do you think I really need to buy supplies from that 520? 71444 was in a bad mood, feeling very frustrated. He never thought that he would bow to 520. He was so embarrassed. Li Si sat next to 71444, pointed at the empty island, and said, Master, I know you feel uncomfortable, but you just found someone else to exchange supplies, and the price was not even half of the previous price. Didn't you also say that during this special period, there are a lot of supplies on 520? Even if he lowers the price, it won't be more than half. 71444 took one look at the empty island, feeling bitter inside. His island was blown away by the strong wind, leaving nothing behind except people, a piece of wood, and a wooden box containing 3 chickens. He lowered his head and looked at the 3 chickens in the box, feeling unwilling. He wanted to surpass 520 with these 3 chickens, but he didn't expect that he would have to sell these 3 chickens to 520 today. How things have really changed. Master, don't be sad. Did that 520 agree to exchange supplies with you? Li Si patted 71,444's shoulder and comforted him. 71444 then collected his thoughts and opened the friend channel. It's out. What kind of business do you want to do? I remember you were always against me before. Have you changed your ways today? When 71444 saw this message, he took a long breath and tried his best to control his inner restlessness. He nodded to Li Si, then quickly returned. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's put the previous matter aside for now. I want to trade you 3 chickens for 50 pieces of wood and enough food for 3 days for 3 people. After seeing this message, Lin Jiao's mouth curled up slightly. Exchanging such a small amount of supplies for 3 chickens, he made a lot of money. On this island, fish are not valuable. Fishing is valuable. If an ordinary person were to trade with him like this, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But this is 71,444. This price is a bit too high. Before the storm came in the middle of the night, I would have agreed to this price without hesitation, but now. After Lin Jiao sent this message, he waited for a moment and found that 71444 was exactly as he thought. Self-pricing. Phew, there could be no shortage of wood, but I'll give in a little on food. It's enough for 3 people to eat for 2 days. That's not too much, right? Lin Jiao's mouth curled up. He made a lot of money this time, and he didn't want to lower the price anymore. If he wanted to lower the price, he could have gone even lower, but he was a conscientious businessman after all. How could he do such a thing? Han Xian, wait a minute, salvage the food and wood first, and we can talk about other things later. When Han Xian heard Lin Jiao's order, he stood there in a daze. He remembered that Lin Jiao had said that all food and wood that had been soaked in seawater should be discarded. Why did he change his mind? Although Han Xian was confused, he nodded and began to salvage food and wood. After a while, Han Xian salvaged 50 pieces of wood and enough food for 3 people to eat for 2 days. Stop. That's enough. Now salvage according to my previous standards. Lin Jiao stopped Han Xian and gave him an order. Lin Jiao glanced at the supplies on the ground. It was almost done. He clicked on 71444. Just as he was about to trade with the other party, he suddenly thought of a question. Can this wood soaked in seawater be used as fuel? He tried to click on the fuel adding section and found an extra section with the following words. 20 wet pieces of wood can carry you 1 nautical mile. After seeing this, Lin Jiao slapped his head and thought that he was as stupid as a pig. He couldn't even remember this. If he had thought of it earlier, how much it would have been saved? Why? As he thought about it, he sent a message to 71444, asking him to send the chicken over. After seeing this, 71,444 refused to agree to send the chicken over first, fearing that Lin Jiao was cheating, and insisted on receiving the supplies first before sending the chicken over. Lin Jiao just laughed. Is he that kind of person? Then he left a message to 71444. Change it if you want. Lin Jiao was not afraid that 71,444 would not exchange. Even though he had such a deep hatred, he could still come to him to exchange supplies. It is conceivable that the price others offered him must have been ridiculously low, at least half lower. That's right. At this time, 71444 thought that the bids offered by others were half lower than Lin Jiao's. Coupled with Li Si's persuasion, he sent the 3 chickens and the wooden box to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao opened the box and checked it. There was a rooster and 2 hens. Including the chickens he raises himself, he now has 5 chickens. It seems that the day for building the chicken coop has to be brought forward. After confirming that everything was correct, Lin Jiao transferred all the supplies on the ground to 71444 and also considerately gave it a blacklist gift package. Successfully blocked my friend, ZG 71444. When Lin Jiao saw this reminder, he nodded with satisfaction. I guess 71444 is probably going crazy now. Master, what's going on? Have the supplies been delivered? Li Si stood next to 71444, his face full of anticipation. They had not eaten for nearly 18 hours since last night. 71444 nodded, a rare smile appearing on his face. When the supplies appeared in front of him, he was completely stunned. There was a slow stream of water flowing on the ground, and all that could be seen was a pile of wet supplies. Waterlogged wood? Why does this sausage look like it has been bitten? This bread has been completely rotten due to the water running through it. Can it still be eaten? 71444 pushed Li Si away, forgetting the pain of his injuries, rushed to the supplies, and kept looking for supplies that were not soaked in water. Find a moment. Fuck. NMD 520. You're playing tricks on me. 71444 couldn't help but curse angrily. There wasn't a single piece of supply that hadn't been soaked in seawater. 71444 was so angry that he clicked on Lin Jiao's friends and sent them all the vicious curse words he had learned in his life. Then, you have been blocked by the other party. After seeing the blacklist prompt, 71444 angrily cursed. FCK, this bastard blocked me on 520. I'm gonna fuck his ass. I'm gonna fuck his ancestors. Master this. Li Si wanted to say something to comfort 71444, but he didn't know what to say. What the hell? Damn it. If you hadn't come up with this idea, I would have been fooled by 520. Hiss. 71444 vented all his anger on Li Si, and then felt the pain in his body, so he quickly sat down. Li Si lowered his head and said nothing when he was scolded. Dong Zhua, who was fishing at the seaside, also lowered his head silently, fearing that he would be affected. Tell me, how can we use wood as fuel to move the island now? After a moment of silence, Li Si said cautiously, Master, this is my fault. Calm down. Calm down. Try to see if this wood soaked in seawater can still be used. After hearing this, 71444 scolded Li Si a few more times. Then he tried it and found that the wood soaked in water could also be used. He felt relieved. It's okay as long as you can still use it. While I am collecting the supplies floating on the sea, make a comeback. I must find the island of 520. I will make him pay 100 times. I'm going to throw 520 into the sea to feed the fish. I want to snatch Daji away. I want him to have nothing. Chapter 73, Crossbow. Master, this crab is so delicious. Kai Wenji squinted her eyes and ate the crab that Lin Jiao peeled for her, her face full of enjoyment. Slurp. If it's delicious, eat more. You guys can eat as much as you want to. Lin Jiao took a sip of the crab roe that Hua Mulan peeled and greeted everyone. Daji on the side handed another bottle of Coke to Lin Jiao. Everyone was eating with their mouths drooling and kept praising Xiao Biluo's cooking skills. And Xiao, you've worked so hard. You should eat more too. Eat as much as you can. Lin Jiao also smiled and praised Xiao Biluo, praise from the bottom of his heart. This steamed crab was the most delicious crab he had ever eaten. He suddenly regretted selling half of the crabs. He should have kept them and spent some time breeding them. Sadly, they're all sold out now. Everyone was having a great time eating at the table that Mosey had just prepared. After lunch, Lin Jiao came to Mosey and asked, Mosey, how is your drawing of the crossbow and bow coming along? Boss, I've finished drawing it. I've also made the device you asked me to make to fix the fishing rod. I'll go show it all to you now. After Mosey finished speaking, he turned and ran towards his dormitory. After Lin Jiao stood there and waited for a while, Moz ran out with some strange parts and a few drawings in his hand. Boss, look, this is the tool that fixes the fishing rod. Lin Jiao took a strange ring and a small wooden board that Moz handed over to him. Boss, don't be fooled by this because it's small and thin. It's very practical. It can fix the fishing rod into the hole, and it can also provide friction to prevent the fishing rod from slipping out. As Lin Jiao listened to Moz's introduction, a strange expression appeared on his face. Is this tool definitely for fixed fishing? Definitely not. Ahem. Maybe he was just thinking the wrong thing. Stop. I don't understand what you were saying. Just make sure the fishing rod doesn't fall into the sea. Lin Jiao raised his hand and interrupted Moz's introduction. He was illiterate and couldn't understand. Moz smiled flatteringly, scratched his head, and said, Boss, don't worry. The fishing rods will never fall off. One person is enough to watch 10 fishing rods now. Lin Jiao nodded after hearing this. Okay, then go and install these later. Moz nodded, handed the drawing in his hand to Lin Jiao, and then introduced it to Lin Jiao. Boss, please take a look at the crossbow blueprint first. Lin Jiao flipped through the drawings in his hand. When he took out the crossbow drawings, Moz spoke. This crossbow is mainly composed of the crossbow arm, crossbow bow, bowstring, and crossbow mechanism. According to the quality of these woods, it can only make a crossbow with a range of 400 meters, but it is extremely powerful. Having said this, Moz paused and continued. The downside is that the reloading speed is a bit slow. Lin Jiao looked at the drawing and nodded. He also knew the shortcomings of the crossbow, but these shortcomings were insignificant compared to the advantages of the crossbow. The crossbow has a long range, great power, fast shooting speed, and high accuracy. The loading speed is slow, which is why he asked Moz to make another bow and arrow. The bow is quick to load and can fire multiple arrows. Use bows and arrows for close range and crossbows for medium and long distances. If anyone is so foolish as to come and rob him, he will make sure that the other person never returns. Lin Jiao returned the blueprint to Moz, patted Moz on the shoulder, and said, Okay, then I'll take the trouble to make 2 samples this afternoon. I'll come back to test their power. If you need help, go to Lao Lei for it. Afterwards, after the two chatted for a few words, Lin Jiao turned around and came to Lei Fat Ada. Old Lei, what's going on? Boss, you're here. This will be finished soon, and you can move in 2 days. Take a look at it and see if you're satisfied. Lei Fat Ada stopped his work, wiped the sweat from his forehead, came to Lin Jiao, turned around, and said to the others, Stop looking and get to work. Lao Lei, great. You are becoming more and more like a leader. Lin Jiao joked. Lei Fat Ada scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and asked with a smile. Boss, no way. Stop making fun of me, old Lei. Ha ha. I'm just coming over to take a look. Just go about your business. Lin Jiao waved his hand, walked around the house, and looked around. The area covered was at least 60 square meters, 3 times larger than the original one, and accounted for 1/7 of the entire island. TSK, the area of his house, is almost as big as someone else's entire island. After walking around for a while, Lin Jiao led Zhao Zilong and a subordinate to start picking up garbage at sea. On the endless sea, Lin Jiao looked into the distance, used a wooden stick to poke a box, and took a look. It was empty. He couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. What good would it do to be rich? He would still be picking up trash at sea. Boss, look what this is, one of his men exclaimed, and Lin Jiao thought it was something good, so he quickly turned around to take a look. Underwear, pants, lace. Lin Jiao gave him a chestnut, scolded him with a smile, and said, Don't call me that kind of thing anymore. I'm a serious person. After hearing this, Zhao Zilong looked a little strange and asked, Boss, are you sure you are a decent person? I clearly saw you and Daji the night before yesterday. Before he could finish, Lin Jiao interrupted him. Stop. You know nothing. Get to work. When he heard that there was no dinner, Zhao Zilong quickly shut his mouth. He couldn't go without dinner. As we all know, the habit of eating a lot of food is contagious. Under the influence of Han Xin, Zhao Zilong has successfully become a person who eats a lot of food. Time passed quickly. What a pity there is no seafood. Let's get ready to go back. As Lin Jiao saw that it was getting dark and was about to return, a huge black shadow swam past their island. Lin Jiao's pupil shrank. The shadow looked at least 8 meters long. Zhao Zilong also had a serious look on his face, ready to fight at any time. It can't be an adult shark. He wanted to catch some seafood, but he didn't intend to catch this as seafood. They saw the dark shadow swimming past their island with no intention of attacking them. Lin Jiao was somewhat confused, but he did not let his guard down and followed what everyone in the chat channel said. The sharks in the sea of this alien world are very ferocious. They don't care whether you provoke them or smell blood. As long as there is a living thing, they will attack. Seeing the black shadow swimming farther and farther away until it disappeared from sight, Lin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be that this mobile island is the same as the main island, where creatures cannot attack within a certain range? Lin Jiao thought about it for a while, but couldn't come to any conclusion, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Lin Jiao glanced at the two people beside him. Zhao Zilong was still on high alert, while the other man's legs were trembling constantly, but he held the trident tightly in his hand. Lin Jiao patted the man on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, don't be so nervous. They've gone far away and they probably won't come back." Lin Jiao also understood this. After all, he was just an ordinary person who wouldn't be scared when seeing such a big shark. Afterwards, Lin Jiao controlled the mobile island and headed towards home. Chapter 74 is empty. Daji, who are these two people? When Lin Jiao returned to the island, he found two people he had never seen before. Daji turned around and said to Lin Jiao with a smile, "Master, I caught these two this afternoon. I thought you would be back very late, so I opened the box first for fear that they would suffocate." "Good job." Lin Jiao touched Daji's head and praised her with a smile. Daji narrowed her eyes and enjoyed it very much. Lin Jiao turned his head to look at the two of them, pointed to the one on the right, and asked, "May I have your name?" The man standing on the right answered respectfully, "Master, my name is Masterly." "Masterly? No impression. Maybe an ordinary person. Do you remember what your occupation is?" Masterly thought for a while and said, "Master, I could do with carving and handicrafts." After hearing this, Lin Jiao's eyes lit up. This was just the right opportunity for him to follow Mosey. Lin Jiao felt that always asking Mosey to make some furniture or something lowered Mosey's status. It's a sin for a great man like Mosey to work as a laborer for him. "So what's your name, and what was your previous occupation?" Lin Jiao turned and asked the other person. The man on the left replied respectfully, "Master, my name is Li Si, and my job seems to be sitting in front of a computer typing some codes." When Lin Jiao heard this, he covered his head with his hands, a helpless expression on his face. "Programmer. Okay, I can only follow Lao Lei to build a house. It is true that on Earth, programmers have high salaries, but in another world, this profession is worthless. She is not as valuable as Xiao Biluo who can cook, so she can only be used as a laborer." Thinking of this, Lin Jiao looked at the top of Li Si's head again. "That's not right. There's a lot of hair. It shouldn't be like that. Manually funny. Okay, you two don't call me master, just call me boss." Lin Jiao explained to the two that he didn't like men calling him master. It was weird. He liked women calling him master. "Han Xin, come here and take Li Si to Lao Lei." Lin Jiao waved to Han Xin, who was on patrol, and gave an order. "Li Si, follow me." Seeing that there was still some time before dinner time, Lin Jiao walked towards Mosey, who was working not far away. "Mosey, boss, you're here, just in time. I have the crossbow and bow ready." When Mosey saw Lin Jiao, he looked excited and held a crossbow in his hand. Lin Jiao took the crossbow with a smile, and after looking at it, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in this environment, Mosey could make such a crossbow with limited conditions. Although I haven't tried its power yet, its appearance makes it seem a bit unusual. After taking a look, Lin Jiao said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. Do you have arrows made? I want to test their power." Lin Jiao seemed to have remembered something and said, "By the way, the man behind me is called Masterly. He's a carver. Let him do the furniture and stuff in the future. He can help you out occasionally." After hearing this, Mosey nodded, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. He finally didn't have to do those weak things anymore. "Boss, the arrows are ready, but I used chicken feathers instead of feathers, so the power is greatly reduced." After hearing this, Lin Jiao showed a trace of regret on his face, but he didn't dwell on this issue. There is no way. After all, there are some conditions. It would be great if there was something to replace it. "Okay, give me a few arrows, and I'll test their power." Mosey took out 7 or 8 arrows from a wooden box behind him and handed them to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao took the arrow and walked towards the place where the wood was placed. Mosey followed closely behind him with his quiver on his back. He was also very curious about the power of the crossbow arrows he made. Arriving at the warehouse where the wood was stored, under the guidance of Mosey, Lin Jiao loaded the arrows, raised the crossbow, stood 100 meters away from the wood, and aimed at a piece of wood. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air rang in the ears of several people, and they saw the arrow firmly inserted into the wood, trembling a few times. Lin Jiao and Moz walked towards the wood. Lin Jiao pulled hard and pulled the arrow out, leaving a round hole in the wood. Lin Jiao took a closer look and found that the round hole was about 3 or 4 centimeters deep, and the arrowhead was badly damaged. Moz seemed a little dissatisfied with the result. He frowned slightly and shook his head. Lin Jiao patted his shoulder and comforted him. This is already very good. After all, the arrowhead is made of wood and the feathers are chicken feathers. If it were replaced with iron and eagle feathers, the power would be at least several times greater. After hearing this, Moz still frowned, studied the arrow in his hand, and said nothing. Lin Jiao shook his head upon seeing this. There was nothing he could do. Geniuses were always so stubborn. He tried the power at distances of 200 meters and 300 meters. When it reached 500 meters, the power was obviously greatly reduced, and the accuracy also began to decline. He was already very satisfied with this. After all, the conditions were limited. After testing the power of the crossbow arrows, he tried the power of the bow and arrows, and found that they were obviously not as powerful as the crossbow arrows. After Lin Jiao tried the crossbow and bow, Moz left with Master Li in a depressed mood, trying to find a way to improve the power. Lin Jiao looked at Moz's back, shook his head helplessly, and then walked towards Lei Fadada. Lei Fadada and a few others were seen, sitting on the ground with tired faces, chatting with each other to pass the time. Lao Lei, is the house finished? Boss, it's done. Lei Fadada's voice was obviously a little weak, and Lin Jiao couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lei Fadada waved his hand. A smile appeared on his face, and said, "Boss, it's okay." Lin Jiao didn't think much about it, thinking it was due to the hot weather and work. After chatting with everyone for a while, Xiao Biluo called everyone to finish their meal. "What's wrong with you? Is the food I cooked tonight not tasty?" Seeing that everyone was listless and looked like they had overdrawn kidneys after eating, Xiao Biluo couldn't help but ask. After taking a bite, Xiao Biluo said to herself, in confusion, "No problem, it still tastes the same." Lin Jiao was also confused. What happened to everyone? Could it be that he had an upset stomach from the crabs he ate at noon? "What's wrong with you? You look listless." No one in the group spoke for a long time, and Lin Jiao became even more confused. Kai Wenji pouted, pulled the corner of Lin Jiao's clothes, and signaled Lin Jiao to lower his head. Lin Jiao lowered his head, and Kai Wenji whispered a few words into his ear. After listening to this, Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment, slapped his head suddenly, and then said to everyone with an apologetic look, "I am sorry. I forgot that you didn't sleep well in the middle of the night. After dinner, everyone go to bed and rest. I will keep watch tonight." But Zhao Zilong showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Before he could finish, Lin Jiao interrupted him and said, "Don't say buts. It's settled. Let's eat." Seeing everyone start eating, Lin Jiao let out a long sigh. How stupid of me to have forgotten about this. No wonder they all look so hollow. Now I have really become an evil capitalist. Chapter 75. Bonfire in the distance. The sky was dark, and the sea breeze brushed Lin Jiao's cheeks. Under the light of the bonfire, Lin Jiao sat on the beach, looking at the endless sea in the distance. Alas, in the end, one person took it all. Lin Jiao muttered something in a low voice, picked up the shaking fishing rod, and suddenly felt a little lonely in his heart. He is emo. He is emo. According to the time on Earth, he has already become a member of NetEase Cloud Music. I have so many regrets and so many expectations, you know. I love FCK. After seeing the fish he caught, Lin Jiao couldn't help but swear. He was holding an object the size of a palm in his hand, and his eyes were as if Chi Han had seen a beautiful woman, staring straight at the object in his hand. Iron. A piece of pig iron. Lin Jiao treated this piece of pig iron as a priceless treasure and stroked it several times with his hand. His eyes at this moment were even more blurred than when he touched Daji. With iron, he can make many things. Whether it is given to Mozi or Oyezi, it will play the greatest value. Although such a small piece of iron in front of him is only enough for Mozi to make some arrowheads, but everything has a beginning. As long as there is a first time, there will be countless times. Humph! He didn't believe that he couldn't catch enough iron with so many fishing rods with attributes. Good luck comes, good luck brings. Lin Jiao suddenly switched from his emo state to joy and put the piece of pig iron into the wooden box as if it were a treasure. I don't know if anyone else caught it. Lin Jiao thought so and then opened the regional channel. Within the regional channel, I'm getting old. I get sleepy after 10 o'clock. There are still a lot of supplies that have not been salvaged from the sea. I feel reluctant to go to sleep now. TSK. I observed the celestial phenomena at night and calculated with my fingers. You must have been doing too much group sex, which is why you are so weak. After a day of salvaging today, we have almost more supplies than I had before. I don't even have half of what I had before. Does anyone have antipyretic medicine? I seem to have a fever. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I haven't heard of anyone fishing out information about drugs until now. Good brother, I hope I can see you again in the channel tomorrow. As expected, being a pirate is much more fun than fishing and picking up trash. I've already killed one. You guys better wait patiently for the rest. Fuck, there are people who actually want to be pirates. Do they have any humanity at all? Disgusting NMDLGB. If you dare, come here and see if I won't beat you up. Oh my god, someone has already succeeded. I'm still drifting on the sea and haven't even seen a bird. I have to speed up. The once harmonious channel suddenly exploded, and everyone spoke out to condemn that person. Lin Jiao stared with a heavy expression on his face. He didn't expect that there would be a victim so soon. There is also a player numbered HG4167 who is already on his way to find other people's islands. Perhaps there are players who are temporarily staying in or traveling in China before coming to the other world. I hope he doesn't provoke me, otherwise I will really turn him into a Korean. Lin Jiao was about to close the interface when he found an old acquaintance sending him a message. 84,995. Boss, do you still have any REM pillows? The REM pillow you sold me was blown away by the strong wind. Woo. Puff. After seeing this message, Lin Jiao couldn't help but spit out the mineral water he had just drunk. He felt a little funny and a little confused, so he quickly sent a message back. Shouldn't you value REM's pillow more than your life? Shouldn't you hold it while sleeping at night? How could it be blown away by the wind? Lin Jiao asked 3 questions directly about death. 84995 was silent for a moment, then replied. Last night, as usual, I gave my wife a bath and massage and let her enjoy the sea breeze. I accidentally fell asleep, and as a result, I searched for her on the sea for a whole day, but couldn't find her. Woo. Bathing? Massage? Using seawater. Bah. How can I use seawater to bathe my wife? I use mineral water. Woo! Boss, do you have any more? I'll spend a lot of money to buy it. After listening to it, Lin Jiao roughly understood the process. 84995. I washed the REM pillow and put it outside to dry, but it was blown away by the strong wind in the middle of the night. Lin Jiao exclaimed, Wow, using mineral water to bathe the pillow is more luxurious than himself. It seems that 84,995 is extremely rich. I must find a way to trick him. Although I don't have a REM pillow, but as long as you want to make money, there are always more solutions than problems. Lin Jiao thought for a moment and sent a message to 84995. I don't have a REM pillow anymore, but I have a REM figurine. As for where the REM figurine came from, he remembered that he had fished up a REM swimsuit before, and the pattern on it was exactly this. He stayed just to give it to Kaiwenji, but he didn't expect. He really has foresight. On another island, a man who looked decadent was sitting by the sea. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and the decadence on his face disappeared. That's right, this person is 84,995. When he saw the message from Lin Jiao, his heart sank to the bottom after reading the first sentence. But when he saw the next sentence, he perked up. Boss, are you serious? A REM figurine? You name the price. I won't bargain. 84995 was full of energy and excitement, sitting on the beach and rubbing his hands. He stared at the chat interface intently, afraid of missing the message. After waiting for a while, seeing that Lin Jiao had not replied to the message, he could not help but mutter to himself, Where's the boss? Where did the boss go? Where's my REM figurine? At this time, Lin Jiao was sitting on the beach, eating freshly grilled meat with a playful smile on his face. He didn't go to get busy, but deliberately left 84995 aside, just to make 84,995 anxious and tormented. He doesn't have any special hobbies. It's just that when people are in that state, their brains get hot, and they do everything they can to achieve their goals. This is what he wants. As a conscientious businessman, he must make enough profit. Otherwise, can you still be called a businessman? What? Calling him a black-hearted businessman? No, that's wrong. He was also considering the other person. Only when one loses something in agony will one cherish it more. In order to prevent 84995 from experiencing this feeling in the future, he had no choice but to do this. Is there a problem with this? That's no problem. This barbecue smells so good. It's so delicious. Lin Jiao was eating barbecue with a look of enjoyment on his face, drinking a 1982 fauna from time to time. After Lin Jiao finished eating the barbecue, he felt that the time was about up. When he was about to open the regional channel to reply 84995, a small bright spot appeared in the distance on the sea. Lin Jiao paused in his action of opening the interface, staring at the bright spot in the distance, and had already made a rough guess in his mind. As the bright spot gradually approached and grew larger, a trace of solemnity appeared in Lin Jiao's eyes. Bonfire. Island. Chapter 76. 3 on 3. I'm gonna fight you. Bonfire. Island. After a few minutes, the island was getting closer and closer to him, and he was 100% sure that it was an island. An artificially controlled, moving island. As for the purpose, you can guess it at a glance. It must be an island. Lin Jiao hurried into the dormitory building and woke up Han Xian and Zhao Zilong. Seeing that the enemy's island would only take 5 or 6 minutes to reach him, he stood on the edge of the island, with Han Xian standing behind him, ready for battle. At this time, dozens of fishing rods on the beach had been hidden by Lin Jiao, leaving only one. Under the gaze of Lin Jiao and Han Xian, the island was getting closer and closer to them, and 3 figures were standing on the island. Soon, the island stopped about 100 meters away from Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao finally saw clearly the people on the island. The person standing in the middle had a wretched face and a malicious expression. It seems that this is the player. Lin Jiao and the other 2 made eye contact with the 3 people on the island, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Just as the man in the middle of the island was about to speak, his subordinate on the left whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing this, the man in the middle looked at the dormitory building and warehouse behind Lin Jiao with a hint of shock on his face. He immediately put on a smile and asked Lin Jiao tentatively, "Sorry, it's too dark now. We were trying to salvage supplies from the island and got lost accidentally. Sorry to bother you. Are you the only 2 people on this island?" After hearing this, Lin Jiao suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? It's okay, I won't bother you. There are indeed only 2 of us on this island, and he is my subordinate." Lin Jiao said this to the other party with a smile on his face, but he had actually been cursing the other party in his heart for a long time. And I'm lost. If you get lost and see another island, would you walk the straight distance? I got lost and saw his house on the island, and asked a few people with bad intentions. Do you really think he is mentally retarded? If you lie to a dog, the dog won't believe you. After hearing this, the man in the middle smiled a little wider, but he continued to ask, "You 2 built such a big house. Wow, you are amazing." Lin Jiao replied modestly, No, the main thing is that my subordinate is an architect." After hearing this, the man in the middle of the island had an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face, and the smile on the corners of his mouth became even more unbridled. He gave a few instructions to the 2 people behind him, and then controlled the island to move towards Lin Jiao. After seeing this, Lin Jiao pretended to be a little panicked and said, "Stop, don't come any closer. What do you want to do?" "Nothing, I just want to borrow your place to rest for a while. We'll be leaving soon." "Rest? You can rest on your own island. Why do you come to mine? Are you pirates?" Lin Jiao's tone was full of panic, and he quickly took 2 steps back. After hearing this, the man in the middle of the island laughed loudly and said, "Ha! Since you guessed it, I won't hide it anymore. That's right, I'm a pirate." After hearing this, Lin Jiao took 2 steps back, looked panicked, pretended to fall to the ground, and pointed at several people. Han Xian, who was standing still, turned his head and looked at Lin Jiao in confusion. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Jiao pulled him from behind and pulled Han Xian to the ground. Han Xian was pulled to the ground, half lying on the ground, with a look of confusion on his face. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Jiao made a hushing gesture in the blind spot of those people's vision. Afterwards, Lin Jiao half lay on the ground and pretended to move backwards. Now Han Xian finally understood what he meant and also moved backwards like Lin Jiao. "Ha! Yang Chun, look at these 2 cowards." The man standing on the island laughed even more wildly after seeing this scene. When Lin Jiao heard the name Yang Chun, a hint of doubt flashed across his face. He always felt like he had heard of it somewhere. After a moment, the opponent's island collided with Lin Jiao's island. The man in the middle took the lead and came to the island, just about to say something. The man on the left, named Yang Chun, stopped him and said to the leading man, "Master, look, these are houses built of stone." After hearing this, the leading man quickly looked behind Lin Jiao with a look of shock on his face. When he focused his gaze on Lin Jiao again, Lin Jiao and Han Xian were no longer as panicked as before. They clapped their hands and stared at them with smiles on their faces. You dare to lie to me? Even if the house is made of stone, so what? It will still be mine later. The leader was a little panicked at first, but when he thought about being deceived by Lin Jiao, an angry expression appeared on his face. Lin Jiao and Han Xian looked at each other as if they were clowns, with playful smiles on their faces. Seeing the expressions of Lin Jiao and Han Xian, Yang Chun quickly pulled the leader and whispered a few words to him. After hearing this, the wretched man in the lead showed a trace of disbelief on his face, but still nodded and said to Lin Jiao, "Fuck, if I wasn't busy right now, I would definitely make you pay. Let's go." Then, the wretched man turned around and walked towards his own island with the two people behind him. "Don't you want to rest for a while? Don't leave in such a hurry. Come and rest for a while. Are you scared?" Lin Jiao stood there, his tone full of sarcasm. "Who's afraid? I just have something to do today, so just be happy." The wretched man said this without even turning his head, and his pace even quickened. Lin Jiao's mouth curled up slightly. What's the point of giving him this island? He can come and go as he pleases. Go. Try to catch them alive. At Lin Jiao's command, Zhao Zilong swam from the sea to the island where they were, clasped his hands over his chest, and looked at them with a smile. Han Xian pulled out a bronze knife from the box next to him and slowly walked towards the three people. Oh, this damn oppressive feeling. When the wretched leader saw a man appear on his island, he turned around and saw Han Xian approaching with a bronze knife, with a trace of panic on his face. The wretched man encouraged himself and said to Lin Jiao in a calm manner, "Ah, I didn't expect you to play the pig and eat the tiger. So what? The subordinate next to me is Yang Chun, one of the 108 heroes of Liangshan. It's still unclear who will win." A hint of surprise appeared in Lin Jiao's eyes. No wonder the name Yang Chun sounded so familiar to him. It turned out to be Yang Chun, the White Snake, the Earth-hidden star among the 108 heroes. It is indeed more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but unfortunately, they encountered Han Xian and Zhao Zilong. Lin Jiao's face was full of smiles, while the wretched man pretended to be calm. If it weren't for his trembling legs betraying him, he would have been quite a bit of a jerk. Damn it, it's just 3 against 3. I'm going to fight you. The wretched man gritted his teeth and spoke viciously. Han Xian thought that the other party was going to fight to the death, so he gripped the bronze knife even harder. Next second, the wretched man turned and rushed towards Zhao Zilong on his island, shouting, "I don't believe one person can stop the 3 of us." This made Lin Jiao and Han Xian dumbfounded. What about the fight to the death? Yang Chun and another person behind the wretched man didn't react in time. They were stunned for a few seconds before following closely. Zhao Zilong, standing on the other side's island, had a disdainful smile on his face. It seems like he is someone who is easy to bully. Chapter 77, HG 4167. Lin Jiao looked at the 3 people running towards Zhao Zilong speechlessly and picked the strongest one. Wow. Han Xian, who was standing in front of Lin Jiao, was afraid that he would run too slowly and would not be able to hit the enemy, so he quickly sped up. The wretched man looked back and saw Han Xian chasing after him. His face was full of panic, and he used all his strength to fight. Lin Jiao stood there, looking like he was enjoying a good show. He took out a bottle of Coke from the box and drank while watching. I don't know why the other party is so timid. After all, he has a subordinate named Yang Chun from 108 cons. It's 3 against 3, so what is there to be afraid of? The wretched man got closer and closer to Zhao Zilong. A smug smile appeared on his face. He jumped up and swung his fist at Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong showed a disdainful smile, raised his leg, used 30 of his strength, and kicked the wretched man 2 meters away. Cough, cough, cough. The wretched man was kicked to the ground, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, looking a little embarrassed. If it weren't for Lin Jiao's instructions, the wretched man would have died with that kick from Zhao Zilong. When Yang Chun saw his master being kicked away, an angry expression appeared on his face, and a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Yang Chun rushed towards Zhao Zilong and said, "You are worthy of my full strength." Zhao Zilong showed an unhappy expression on his face. What the hell is this? He is pretending. Zhao Zilong rushed towards Yang Chun with an unhappy look on his face. Yang Chun saw that Zhao Zilong was as fast as the wind, and the solemnity on his face suddenly turned into panic. He was far from being able to match this speed, but he had already been moved and could not be taken back, so he could only charge forward. The next second, Yang Chun was knocked to the ground by a punch. He wanted to get up, but Zhao Zilong punched him again, knocking him unable to move. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Chun's face. He thought he could at least hold out for a few moves from the opponent, but he didn't expect. The wretched man, who had just been helped up by another subordinate, was panic-stricken when he saw his strongest fighter being knocked down by a punch. Another subordinate was still holding the wretched man and said anxiously, "Master, run, let's run." The wretched man shook off his subordinate's hand with a look of fearlessness on his face and said, "Run, where are you going? I'm going to fight them." After the wretched man finished speaking, he turned and rushed towards Lin Jiao, while another of his men rushed towards Han Exang. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Jiao's face. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong-willed. This is in line with the temperament of the island. When Han Exang saw the two people rushing over, a smile appeared on his face and his pace quickened a lot. Then, he knocked down the wretched man's men with one punch. The wretched man took advantage of this gap and ran towards Lin Jiao desperately. When Han Exang saw this, he hurriedly wanted to rush back to protect Lin Jiao. The men who were hit by Han Exang hugged Han Exang's thighs tightly and shouted to the wretched man, "Master, I'll hold him back. You quickly take care of that guy." Han Exang impatiently kicked away the man who was hugging his thigh, then turned to look at Lin Jiao. At this time, the wretched man was already very close to Lin Jiao. Boss, be careful." Zhao Zilong and Han Exang shouted anxiously. They could no longer make it. When Yang Chun, who was lying on the ground, and another subordinate of the wretched man saw this, a look of joy appeared on their faces. Lin Jiao waved at Han Exang and the other man, then put on a serious expression, ready to face the attack from the wretched man. Next second, "Hiya, brother, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again." Everyone covered their eyes with an expression of disbelief. The wretched man came in front of Lin Jiao, then knelt down on his knees and hugged Lin Jiao's thighs tightly. Lin Jiao couldn't do this either. He was ready to kill her with a cool move. "Brother, I was wrong. I have parents and children to take care of, and a disabled wife who is over 40 years old. Please let me go." After hearing this, Lin Jiao was speechless. It was really absurd that he had old parents and young children to take care of in this strange world. He couldn't even make up a decent excuse. Lin Jiao's face suddenly turned into an expression of surprise. He found that the other person's mouth shape did not match his. Could it be that the other party is not Chinese? Seeing that Lin Jiao didn't react, the wretched man kneeling on the ground cried even harder. This made Lin Jiao a little annoyed, and he started to curse. "Shut the fuck up. If you keep crying, I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish." Upon hearing this, the wretched man stopped crying and nodded repeatedly. "I'm asking you a question. Answer it honestly." The wretched man nodded repeatedly, and Lin Jiao asked, "You're not Chinese, are you? Which country are you from?" "Brother, I am indeed not Chinese. I am from Korea, and I am here to travel to China." Lin Jiao nodded after hearing this. The wretched man looked sad and asked in confusion, "Brother, if you were so awesome, why did you act so scared at the beginning? If I don't pretend, would you feel so confident to come to my island?" Lin Jiao looked at the wretched man on the ground with a playful smile on his face. The wretched man was stunned in place, and then he quickly said, "Brother, can you please let me go? For the sake of friendship between our two countries." Stop. Don't mention the friendship between our two countries to me. If you mention it again, I will throw you into the sea right now." Lin Jiao interrupted him before he could finish. He hated to hear about friendship between the two countries the most. If it was really for the sake of friendship between the two countries, would the other party come to act as pirates and rob? He will be full of respect for foreigners who truly uphold the friendship of the country. As for this kind of stuff, Lin Jiao rolled his eyes a few times, then bent down with a smile on his face, patted the wretched man kneeling on the ground, and said, "I want to discuss something with you. Can you sell these two men of yours to me?" After hearing this, The wretched man on the ground said with a smile, "Brother, if you like it, just take it away. Just let me go." Lin Jiao shook his head, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "I'm a businessman. How can I get something for free? What's your number? I'll add you as my friend." "Brother, my number is HG 4167. Thank you, brother. You are such a good person." The wretched man, kneeling on the ground, said with tears of gratitude. When Lin Jiao heard the number, a strange look emerged on his face. This was not the Korean player who was shouting in the regional channel before. He bumped into this. What a coincidence. After Lin Jiao added the wretched man's ID, the wretched man saw it and was surprised. He then said, "Brother, are you the 520 boss?" Lin Jiao nodded. The wretched man was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Jiao gave him a definite answer. How did I provoke him? If he had known this was the 520 island, he would have run far away long ago. In remorse, the wretched man transferred Yang Chun and the other person to Lin Jiao. After receiving it, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction, then looked around, picked up a palm-sized wooden board from the ground, and handed it to the wretched man. "Brother, what is this?" The wretched man looked puzzled and took the wooden board handed to him by Lin Jiao. "We agreed before that the price is for 2 people. This is our deal." "What? Do you want to go back on your word?" When he said the last sentence, Lin Jiao emphasized his tone. Han Xin and Zhao Zilong, who were standing next to him, stared at the wretched man. The wretched man originally wanted to discuss it with Lin Jiao, but seeing this situation, a look of gratitude appeared on his face, and he said, "Brother, no, I'm satisfied. I don't regret it." After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. That's right. He's a businessman. How could he rob others? Just then, Han Xin and Zhao Zilong came over carrying the 2 people who had lost their ability to move, and the wretched man's words were heard by his 2 subordinates. Yang Chun and the other man looked incredulous. They didn't expect that they would be sold out like this. The wretched man ignored the expressions of his 2 subordinates at this time, showed a flattering smile, and said flatteringly, "Brother, the deal is done. Can I leave now?" Lin Jiao waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Let's go." The wretched man was very excited. Just as he stood up, he heard Lin Jiao say something to Han Xin again. "Han Xin, throw him into the sea." As soon as the wretched man stood up, his legs immediately went limp again, and he felt his knees. Lin Jiao was puzzled. Is this foreign friend so friendly? He wished him a happy new year twice. The wretched man said with a sad expression, "Brother, you said you would let me go after the deal is done. You can't go back on your word. First of all, I never said that. Secondly, I never told you how to leave." Lin Jiao raised his finger and waved it at the wretched man. Before the wretched man could say anything, Han Xin picked him up like a dead dog and walked towards the beach. The wretched man being held by Han Xin had a face full of fear and cursed. 520, I'll FK you. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Han Xin looked unhappy and knocked the wretched man unconscious with a single blow of his hand. Then he walked to the beach and threw the man into the sea like garbage. The wretched man who was awakened by the seawater felt that he was about to suffocate to death. Before he died, he tried his best to send a message to a Korean. Don't mess with 520. Chapter 78, Other Areas. After dealing with the wretched man, Lin Jiao chatted with a few others for a few more words, and then asked Han Xin and Zhao Zilong to take Yang Chun to the dormitory to arrange rooms for sleeping. Lin Jiao watched the 4 people walk into the dormitory building, smiled, shook his head, turned around, and prepared to return to the beach. Shit, how could I have forgotten about this? Lin Jiao exclaimed as he looked at the seashore. Island. I actually forgot to ask the creepy guy to transfer the island to me. Damn it. I don't know if the original owner of the island has died, so it can be considered an ownerless island, or if it will have the same nature as land clouds. Lin Jiao walked up to the island of wretched men with a helpless expression, opened the interface, and a pop-up window appeared. Detected an unowned island, whether to include it in your own island. Lin Jiao nodded to confirm, then patted his chest, took a long breath, and said, Thank goodness. If this doesn't work, then he will suffer another loss. After incorporating the wretched man's island into his own, his island has been successfully expanded to more than 400 square meters. If he adds a few dozen square meters, he will have an island of 500 square meters. Lin Jiao sat on the beach and continued fishing while enjoying the sea breeze. I always feel like I forgot something, but I just can't remember it. Lin Jiao looked at the sea and talked to himself. He always felt as if he had left something unfinished, as if he had abandoned someone. He thought for a long time, but couldn't remember anything. Two of the fishing rods began to tremble. He picked up the fishing rods with his hands and said to himself, "Forget it. If I can't remember it, then forget it." Lin Jiao lifted up the two fishing rods at the same time effortlessly. After taking a look at the wood and a stack of four papers he had caught, he threw them aside like garbage. He was now interested in nothing but pig iron. Even if he caught a beautiful woman, he would not be uninterested. This is not the old pervert he is. The ancients said, "A beautiful lady is a gentleman's ideal match." The ancients said this. How could it be LSP? Lin Jiao felt a little bored, so he opened the regional channel to see if anything was happening. Within the regional channel, it's time for the night owl again. My friends, let's have fun. Getting high? You're really relaxing. Don't wait for a drowned corpse or a raging rhino to appear behind you and send you straight to high heaven. I just caught a guy. He said his name is Wu Ji. This name sounds very familiar to me, but I just can't remember who he is. Can any brother tell me? Wu Ji? Why does it sound so familiar to me? Just hearing this last name makes me feel that he is an extraordinary person. Ha ha. It's really extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Wu Ji is Wu Dalong. Good brother. From now on, you will have enough sesame cakes to eat. Love is a light, so green that it makes you panic, la la la. I'm dying of laughter, so talented. Puff. When Lin Jiao saw Wu Dalong, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's amazing. Is it possible that this guy will open a Wu Dalong shopping shop in the future? Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, throwing away the thoughts in his mind. Then he saw a player's speech, which made his eyes become solemn. Brothers, I just went to the other side of the blue barrier, and when I opened the regional channel, I found that all the players were numbered starting with RB. Stop kidding. Are you trying to trick a 3-year-old kid? Why do I kind of believe that there might be an island country behind that blue barrier? Island country? MLGB. If it's true, I'm going there right now. I want to be a pirate there. Take me with you. I'm going to let them know why the flowers are so red. Count me in. Damn it. I'm going to make them face up to history. Well, I want to go too, but let me ask, does anyone know the direction? As soon as this question came out, the regional channel suddenly became quiet. Indeed, no one knew the direction to the island area, nor did anyone know how far it was. The map can only indicate the location of your island and is of no use otherwise. Lin Jiao also fell into deep thought. Based on the comments in the channel, he guessed that the blue barrier should be the national boundary, dividing each area. As for why only one person said it, it might be that his island was the only one close to the blue barrier, or that some people were not far away from the barrier, but had not gotten close to discover it. He believed that it would not be long before many people would discover the blue barrier. Seeing that there was nothing new on the regional channel, he turned on the world channel. He was curious whether anyone on the world channel had also discovered the blue barrier. In the world channel, Yoshi, I'm already on my way to the Korean region. Wait for me. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. For the sake of friendship between our two countries, you can't do this. Baga, when I find out, I'm going over there too. Oh ha ha. We Americans will never sit idly by and watch this kind of aggression against other countries. I now hope that the Japanese pirate will stop his actions and find a way to hand over his position. Bah, this is so disgusting. You look so righteous. You want a position just to grab the supplies first? Disgusting. Ugh, as expected, a dog will always be a bitch. What do you know? We in America are concerned about the safety of the Korean country and will send people to protect the Korean country. I think you guys are sending people to rob. Brother, take me with you. I want to go to the Korean area too. Let's form an alliance. I've even thought of a name. It's called One Piece. As soon as Lin Jiao opened the world channel, he saw a fierce quarrel. What surprised him was that a Japanese pirate went to rob other areas so quickly. Japanese pirates versus Koreans. Such a scene makes people excited just thinking about it, but it's a pity. Too bad there's no live streaming. Otherwise, he would have to keep an eye on it 24 hours a day and set off some firecrackers or something. What surprised him even more was that the people of Country M were still so hypocritical and shameless. They always like to use some bright banners to do some dirty things behind the scenes. Shameful. It's better to be a conscientious businessman like me. No cheating to anyone. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao nodded affirmatively. He was the most conscientious businessman, no doubt about it. Country M, huh? Same here. Lin Jiao threw the thoughts out of his mind. It had nothing to do with him anyway. No matter who was robbed, it had nothing to do with him. Just don't grab it on his head if you grab it on his head. Hee hee. That wretched man is what happened to them. Lin Jiao had already obtained the information he wanted and was about to close the interface when he suddenly noticed a small red dot flashing in the friend channel. He clicked it curiously. 84,559. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Lin Jiao slapped his head fiercely and shouted, I forgot about this. I would like to state that this chapter is not just for show. This chapter plays a big role in the start of the next stage and can be said to be a turning point. Chapter 79. One piece of wood for a 10 square meter island. Lin Jiao clicked on 84,995 friends and saw a continuous stream of messages like a tide. Boss, are you still there? Boss, 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 what are you busy with? Did you forget about me? Boss, I'll pay more. The price is negotiable. Boss, woo, just name a price and I won't say a word. Boss, is a 10 square meter island okay? After seeing the latest message, Lin Jiao's eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands excitedly. A 10 square meter island. This is a great deal. The material is just a piece of wood. Sure enough, waiting is painful, but the result will give a satisfactory reward. Lin Jiao thought so, but he forgot that it was not him who was waiting, nor was it him who was suffering, but 84995. Lin Jiao quickly typed a line of words in the chat box. Sorry, a blind pirate just came and delayed us a bit. Just a few seconds after he sent the message, 84995 quickly replied. Boss, you finally paid attention to me. What? Island? Boss, are you okay? It's okay. If there's something wrong, can I still chat with you now? That's right. Boss, what happened to the pirate? Lin Jiao thought for a moment, thinking of the wretched man kneeling and hugging his thigh and crying. He replied, It's okay. After my careful instruction, he deeply regretted his actions and will never rob others again. 84995 was silent for a moment and replied in disbelief. Boss, really? Aren't you afraid that he will turn against you? Don't worry. The water is deep and he can't get out. Lin Jiao glanced at the sea. It was such a deep sea that he should not be able to come out. So he's going back now? They must have all arrived. Lin Jiao calculated the time. It was almost an hour. If a few more wretched men came, they would all go to heaven. 84995, who was on another part of the island, couldn't help but feel a little confused when he saw Lin Jiao's affirmative tone. How does the boss know that the other party has arrived at his island? Although he was a little confused, he didn't think too much about it, because Lin Jiao sent him a message very quickly. Okay, stop talking. Do you still want the REM figurine? After 84995 saw this message, the confusion on his face was immediately replaced by excitement, and he quickly replied, Yes, yes, yes. Okay, then I won't say much. I'll just do as you said. A 10 square meter island. But I can't give it to you until tomorrow. Let me make it clear first. It's carved by Mosey himself, not that kind. After seeing this message, 84995 looked a little surprised, but soon became more excited. Mosey made it himself. Isn't this value higher than those figures? Okay, boss. Then it's a 10 square meter island. After replying this message, 84995 closed the interface, his face full of excitement. Boss, that's great. The REM figurine carved by Mosey himself only cost me 10 square meters of the island. Woo! Thinking about Lin Jiao's attitude towards the pirates, he was so soft-hearted and let them go back. There is no one better than the boss in this world. A man standing not far from 84,995 looked at 84,995 with a strange expression. Lin Chong, come here quickly. Woo woo woo. I'm so excited. 84995 waved at Lin Chong. Lin Chong walked towards 84995 with a puzzled look on his face. 84995 also rushed towards Lin Chong and hugged him. Master, what's wrong with you? Lin Chong, who was hugged tightly by 84995, had a strange expression on his face and asked stiffly. Lin Chong thought to himself with a chill, my master couldn't possibly have any special hobbies. It's okay. I'm so excited. My wife is coming back. After hearing this, Lin Chong's expression became even weirder. Wife? That pillow? Lin Chong, how big is our island? Hearing his master's question, Lin Chong was a little puzzled, but he still answered. Master, it's 180 square meters. After hearing this, 84,995 said to himself, I only spent 1/18 of the price to buy my wife back. It's totally worth it. No, you're so nice. I want to send a message to thank you. 84995 opened the interface with excitement, clicked on Lin Jiu's friend, and sent a message. After hearing this, Lin Chong suddenly felt something was wrong. Wouldn't the owner be exchanging land for a pillow? Oh shit, why did he feel that there was something wrong with his master's brain? Boss, you are so nice. You are really a conscientious businessman, not as evil as them. 84,995? When Lin Jiu saw the message sent by 84,995, his expression was a little complicated. One piece of wood for a 10-square-meter island. This is the first time someone has praised him as a conscientious businessman. He's always been, yes, that's right. I'm a conscientious businessman. Lin Jiu closed the interface proudly and sat on the beach to continue fishing. People, it's not scary to cheat others, but it's scary to cheat yourself. Lin Jiu was sitting on the beach and continuing to fish. He was disappointed when he found that none of the catches he wanted were the ones he wanted. At this moment, one of the fishing rods suddenly shook violently, more violently than before. This made Lin Jiu's eyes light up. It must be the iron that he has been thinking about all the time. He jerked the pole up with his hand and looked at the objects coming up with anticipation. The box is still green. Shit. Lin Jiu approached the green wooden box with an angry look on his face. Before the drowned corpse inside could crawl out, Lin Jiu went straight to the green wooden box. Collapse! Lin Jiu kicked the green wooden box hard, and with a click, the wooden box slowly cracked. Lin Jiu's face was full of shock. He knew that his strength had increased, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Before he could think more, a drowned corpse holding a trident crawled out of the wooden box. Lin Jiu looked at the drowned corpse unhappily. After the drowned corpse found Lin Jiu, it raised the trident in its hand and was about to stab Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu's face was filled with displeasure. He grabbed the trident and pulled hard. The drowned corpse was dragged to the ground like a dog and fell to the ground, chewing the mud. The drowned corpse let out a roar, turned over, and tried to get up and pounce on Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu was already furious, so how could he let the drowned corpse get up so easily? He simply took the trident in his hand and stabbed the drowned corpse several times. 3 halberds and 18 caves. Lin Jiu was very considerate and poked the drowned corpse's head at the last moment. You're wasting my expectations. If you're useless, you're not as valuable as a violent rhino. Lin Jiu spat on the drowned corpse, cursed, and kicked it into the sea. He just turned around and was about to continue fishing, but he didn't expect 3 drowned corpses to suddenly appear out of nowhere on the island. There are still a lot of them coming out. I'm calling you names because you don't accept it. Trash. Garbage. No, trash and garbage can be recycled. So what's the use of you? After saying that, Lin Jiu picked up the crossbow arrow on the ground and aimed it at one of the drowned corpses. Call out. The arrow left an echo in the air and went straight into the head of a drowned corpse, and then the drowned corpse fell to the ground. Lin Jiu quickly loaded the crossbow, aimed at a drowned corpse, and fired again. 2 drowned corpses sudden. Lin Jiu wanted to load another arrow, but the 3rd drowned corpse had already appeared in front of him. Lin Jiu kicked the drowned corpse away, and then kicked it on the head again. Headshot. You 3 are worse than that guy just now. At least he gave me a trident. Chapter 80. Feeding Chickens with Milk. Master, good morning. Daji rubbed her eyes and walked out of the house with a sleepy look on her face. Lin Jiu was overly pretentious and greeted Daji with a listless look on his face. After seeing this, Daji lost all sleepiness, trotted over to Lin Jiu, and laughed. Master, why have you become like Meng Meng? This completely confused Lin Jiu. What does it mean to be the same as Meng Meng? Daji held her stomach, laughed until tears came out, and then pointed her finger at the sea. Lin Jiu stood up with a puzzled look on his face, walked to the beach, squatted down to take a look at the sea, and was speechless. There were 2 big dark circles under his eyes. No wonder Daji said she looked like Meng Meng. Lin Jiu scooped up seawater with his hands and washed his face to make himself look more energetic. Lin Jiu stood up and shook the water off his hands, only to see Daji still covering her mouth and laughing. Girl, I haven't spanked you for a few days. Is your butt itchy? Lin Jiu walked quickly forward, speaking viciously, and in a few steps he arrived in front of Daji. He picked up Daji, carried her on his shoulders, and walked towards a bench. Put me down. Master, put me down. I won't laugh anymore. Daji, who was carried on Lin Jiu's shoulders, kept patting Lin Jiu with her hands. What she didn't know was that the more she beat Lin Jiu, the more excited he became. Lin Jiao carried Daji and sat her on the bench, then pressed Daji on his legs and hit her, but with his palm. Ah, bad master. I hate you so much. Daji rubbed her spanked buttocks and ran into the house with a blushing face. Kai Wenji, who had just gotten up and washed up, looked puzzled and asked Daji, Sister Daji, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Daji blushed and said, bad master, and then her face blushed even more. Kai Wenji was even more confused now, but she shook her head and went to brush her teeth. Soon, everyone got up, washed, and began to prepare for work. Smoke was rising from the kitchen. Chow Biluo had already started cooking. Kai Wenji, please help me call them all over for a meeting. Lin Jiao instructed Kai Wenji beside him, and Kai Wenji nodded, then walked towards the crowd holding Meng Meng. Lin Jiao looked at Kai Wenji's back, rubbed her head with a smile. This cute girl really became an island treasure. Except for sleeping, she was basically held in the arms of the three girls in turn. After a while, everyone came to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao nodded to everyone, and after confirming that everyone was present, he said, everyone is here. Let's have a small meeting before breakfast. First, there's the problem with the building. Have you encountered any problems over there, Lao Lei? Lin Jiao looked at Lei Fadada, who shook his head and said, as long as there is a sufficient supply of cement, there will basically be no problem. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded and said, okay, there will definitely be enough cement. I'll give the wood, ash to Ma Jun later. Today, please cover the chicken coop first. It will be best if you can raise chickens together. After hearing this, Ma Jun and Lei Fadada both nodded, indicating that they had no objection. Lin Jiao turned his head and looked at Han Xin and Zhao Zilong again and ordered, you two, take Yang Chun with you. The three of you will be responsible for patrolling the island and make sure nothing goes wrong. Han Xin and the other two nodded, and Lin Jiao continued. You two saw what happened last night. Now you have to be wary not only of the monsters that have been spawned, but also of other people. Except for Han Xin and his three companions who participated last night, everyone else showed a hint of confusion on their faces. Then Lin Jiao told them the ins and outs of last night and repeatedly reminded them to be extra careful. Mulan, you will be responsible for the safety of the fishing area. Now that we have the mechanism made by Lei Fadada, it will be much more convenient. At this point, Lin Jiao remembered something and continued. You guys should fix the fishing rod later. Hua Mulan nodded, and Lin Jiao looked at Mosey and Oyezi and said, Mosey, you should continue to make crossbows and bows. Each person should have one, and each person should have a backup. Arrows are the most important, so make more. Although, even though no one on the island needs armor, you should still make some extra. It will definitely be in short supply in a couple of days. As for the quality, you know. Mosey and Oyezi both nodded, especially Oyezi, who had a strange look in his eyes when he heard the last sentence. He knew that his boss was going further and further down the path of a black-hearted businessman. Masterly, I will give you a pattern later, and you can carve it out of wood according to the pattern. Lin Jiao almost forgot 84,995 again, but fortunately, he remembered it. This is such an injustice. Ugh, good friend, don't forget this. After hearing this, Masterly smiled and said, Boss, okay, I'm good at this, just give me the pattern later. After Lin Jiao explained a few more words to the others, Chow Biluo shouted in the kitchen, it's time to eat. After hearing this, Lin Jiao waved his hand, signaling everyone to prepare for dinner. After a while, Chow Biluo came over with food. Lin Jiao took a look and found that the breakfast this morning was quite simple. Chicken nuggets, milk, sausages, and bread. After Chow Biluo brought all the breakfast, she said with a worried look on her face, Boss, there are 3 cartons of milk that will expire tomorrow. What do you think we should do? Lin Jiao was a little surprised after hearing this, and said nonchalantly, it's okay, just drink it in the evening. 2 bottles per person is enough for so many people. Chow Biluo looked conflicted and said, Boss, there are still more than 20 boxes in the warehouse, and they are about to expire. What, 20 or so boxes? Lin Jiao exclaimed. He hadn't cared about how many supplies were in the warehouse for a long time, and he knew it was a lot. At this time, Daji also spoke. Yes, master. Not only that, several boxes of fish are caught in the fishing area every day. There are too many fishing rods. After hearing this, Lin Jiao fell into deep thought and rubbed his temples with his hands. He never thought that one day he would really worry about these things. At first, he was afraid that as the number of people on the island increased, food would become scarce. Well, he underestimated the properties of the fishing rod. This is really fucked up. All I catch is milk that is about to expire. I'm speechless. Master, it's not just milk. There are also a lot of foods with a short shelf life, and smoked meat. Daji pouted and pointed at the smoked meat hanging at the door of the warehouse, which gave Lin Jiu a headache. Okay, I'll find a way to deal with these later. Let's eat first. Lin Jiu rubbed his temple and greeted. After finishing his meal, Lin Jiu first took back dozens of boxes of wood ash from $43.99 and then exchanged the bread that he usually exchanged for wood ash for smoked meat. He also gave $4,399 a box of milk and half a box of smoked meat, which made $4,399 burst into tears of gratitude. And who are these 2 boxes for? Lin Jiu looked at the 2 boxes of milk on the ground and began to worry. Or gift a good friend? Thinking of this, Lin Jiu opened the interface, exchanged some pleasantries with 84995, and then gave $84,995 a box of milk. Now in $84,995's mind, Lin Jiu has proven to be a good person. Forget it. I still have 1 box left to feed the chickens. Let them drink some good water and lay some eggs. Chapter 81. The feeling of floating in the air. Master, get up and have lunch. Lin Jiu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, slowly opened his eyes after hearing the sound. Lin Jiu was still in a daze. He squinted his eyes and saw Kai Wenji shaking his arm. Master, master, big stupid pig. Kai Wenji was swinging Lin Jiu's arm beside her, pouting her little mouth. After a short pause, Lin Jiu sat up. Kai Wenji was already holding a wooden basin and a towel in her hand and began to wash Lin Jiu. With Kai Wenji's service, Lin Jiu quickly finished washing up, then rubbed Kai Wenji's head and walked towards the newly built shed. The food had been served on the table, steaming hot. Everyone was looking at Lin Jiu, and the bowls and chopsticks were neatly placed on the table. You don't have to wait for me next time. Eat your food first. Lin Jiu smiled and nodded to them, and everyone started to eat when they sat down. After lunch, Lin Jiu originally wanted to take a nap, but when he saw everyone busy, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. He changed his route and walked toward the chicken coop. In just one morning, Lei Fat Ada and a few others built the chicken coop. Lin Jiu looked around the chicken coop and had to admit that Lei Fat Ada was very efficient. The cement in the gaps between the bricks had not yet solidified, and the structure of the house was pretty much as he had expected. A half-meter-high wall was built outside with stone bricks, with only 1 door left in the front. The top and sides of the house are connected with stone bricks, leaving gaps only on the 2 sides near the front. From the roof to the stone wall in front, it was covered with a net woven with vines, and stone bricks were used to press down the corners of the vine net. There are rows of drainage holes on the side of the chicken coop, and several holes in the stone wall outside are used for drainage and are also convenient for feeding. Boss! Lei Fadada's voice came from behind Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu turned his head with some interest and nodded at Lei Fat Ada. Boss, is this okay? Lei Fadada's face showed joy, mixed with a hint of pride. Lin Jiu nodded, with a smile on his face, and praised generously. This is not possible. This is absolutely possible. After hearing this, Lei Fat Ada smiled happily, rubbed his hands, and asked, Boss, look, the chicken coop is already built. Let's. Lin Jiu glanced at Lei Fat Ada unexpectedly. He thought Lei Fat Ada wanted to take a rest. He was about to nod in agreement when he heard Lei Fat Ada continue. What are we going to do next? There was a flash of surprise in Lin Jiu's eyes. He didn't expect that Lei Fat Ada did not ask for a rest, but wanted to continue working. Lin Jiu is very pleased and likes this kind of employee. Young man, you have a bright future. If Lei Fat Ada knew what Lin Jiu was thinking, he would definitely slap him in the face immediately. Lin Jiu thought for a while, with a somewhat tangled expression on his face. Lei Fat Ada saw this and said with a smile, Boss, just tell me what you want. After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded and said what he was thinking. I want you to build another house for pigs and cattle, but the staff dormitory seems to be a little too small. Lei Fat Ada thought Lin Jiu was struggling with something, but when he heard this question, he smiled and said, Boss, there are 2 empty rooms in the dormitory, which can accommodate 4 people. You can put the dormitory building aside for now. If it doesn't work out, we could just squeeze into 1 room with 3 people. Lin Jiu nodded after hearing this, and after thinking about it, he also felt that this was feasible. Okay, then I'll leave this to you. You can arrange it yourself. After you finish this, build a dormitory building. Lin Jiu talked to Lei Fat Ada about the plans for the next 2 days, then turned and left. Lin Jiu, holding a Coke in his hand, staggered over to Ma Jun. Ma Jun was seen at the brick kiln, using a trident to take out the mold, then putting the clay into another mold and stuffing it back with the trident to continue firing. Ma Jun placed the mold containing the finished stone brick on the ground, poured seawater on it, then put on gloves, took out the stone brick, and put it aside to cool. After doing all this, Ma Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked towards the cement production area, and continued to make cement. Lin Jiu stood not far away and took it all in. He felt that he should give them some benefits. Otherwise, he would feel a little sorry for them. It's bad enough that there's no salary, but it's unacceptable that there are no benefits. He thought for a moment, and it seemed that he didn't have any benefits to give out. 1 car per person? Where's he going? Even if I get it, I can't use it. 1 room per person? He now feels that the island is a bit crowded. Everyone has a wife. He himself is still single and has no girlfriend. After thinking for a long time, Lin Jiu still couldn't think of what kind of benefits he could offer. Lin Jiu shook his head, decided not to think about it, and walked towards Ma Jun. Ma Jun, come, drink a bottle of water, and take a rest. Lin Jiu handed the unopened Coke to Ma Jun. Ma Jun was a little surprised to see the Coke handed to him by Lin Jiu, then quickly wiped his hands with his clothes and took the Coke handed to him by Lin Jiu. Ma Jun, thank you for your hard work. After Ma Jun drank a sip of Coke, he quickly said, it's not hard, it's not hard. Do you need anything? Or have any requests? Lin Jiu asked Ma Jun with a smile. After hearing this, Ma Jun thought for a while and said, Boss, there's nothing you need. We have everything to eat and drink and a place to stay. It's pretty good, but I just feel like something is missing. Oh. Yes, there is a lack of a sense of ecstasy. After hearing this, Lin Jiu slapped his thigh hard. The feeling of floating in the air. Yes, how could he forget this? Wait, I'll let you experience the feeling of floating in the air right now. After Lin Jiu finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the old warehouse. Ma Jun stood there with a dazed look on his face, a little at a loss as to what to do. Where is it? Where is it? Lin Jiu kept searching in the old warehouse, after searching through all the boxes and cabinets for a while. Finally found it. Lin Jiu was holding a steamed dumpling in his hand, with a look of joy on his face. There were still 7 or 8 pieces of huazi in this wooden box, but it had been so long that he had forgotten about it. Daji, it's obviously you who are lazy. Lin Jiu opened it, took away 3 or 4 packages, and then threw the rest into the box. With a smile on his face, Lin Jiu came to the bonfire that had been burning on the beach, took a small wooden stick, put the front end of the stick into the bonfire, and lit it. Afterwards, Lin Jiu came to Ma Jun and patted Ma Jun, who was making cement. Ma Jun turned around with a puzzled look on his face, but when he saw Lin Jiu take out a red box from his pants, his eyes lit up. Although he could no longer remember what this thing was, his inner feeling told him that he wanted it very much. Lin Jiu opened the shell, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Ma Jun. Ma Jun took the cigarette and instinctively held it in his mouth. Then he instinctively lowered his head, leaned towards the burning branch, and took a deep breath. Call. Ma Jun took a deep breath and exhaled a puff of smoke. He felt much more relaxed, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. In one word, awesome. Chapter 82, Figures. In one word, awesome. Seeing Ma Jun's expression, Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head, and then he also felt itchy. He picked one up himself, lit it over the campfire, and took a deep puff. Although he is not addicted to smoking, it feels pretty good. Minors are prohibited from smoking. Smoking is harmful to health. Lin Jiu handed the bag of huazi in his hand to Ma Jun and said with a smile, You've worked so hard for so long. This is a reward for you. Take it and smoke it. Boss, is this true? Ma Jun couldn't believe it. Really, if you don't want it, I'll take it. As he said that, Lin Jiu pretended to take the cigarette back, and Ma Jun quickly took the cigarette from Lin Jiu. Ma Jun smiled foolishly and muttered, Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, boss. I will work hard. Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head, waved his hand, and signaled Ma Jun to continue working. Ma Jun was smoking a cigarette and worked harder and more seriously than before. Ma Jun was so grateful for just a little favor. Maybe he had neglected them too much in his daily life. Lin Jiu sighed in his heart, thinking that he should consider his subordinates' feelings more. Coming to Mosey, Lin Jiu asked with a smile, Mosey, what's going on? Is there any problem? Mosey put down the parts in his hand and said to Lin Jiu with a smile, Boss, no problem. After tomorrow, basically everyone on the island will be equipped with a crossbow and a bow. Okay, give me some huazi. Lin Jiu handed Mosey a cigarette, and Moz took it with a puzzled look on his face. Put the yellow end in your mouth, and I'll light it for you. Just take a deep breath. After hearing this, Mozi looked at the Huazi in his hand and put the filter of Huazi in his mouth. Lin Jiu used fire to help Moz light it, and then Moz took a deep breath. Ahem. Boss, what is this? It's so hard to smoke. Moz coughed several times in succession. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked at Huazi in his hand with disgust. Lin Jiu stood there in a daze, unable to answer. How was he supposed to explain what smoke was to an ancient person? Waiting online. For those book friends who mentioned it, as long as I think it's good, I'll give you credit. Before Lin Jiu had time to think about how to answer, Master Li, who was not far away, ran over excitedly, snatched the cigarette from Moz's hand, and said, You don't like to smoke? Give it to me. After saying that, Master Li put the Huazi in his mouth, took a deep breath, and showed a comfortable expression. Moz had a strange look on his face. He couldn't understand why Master Li seemed to enjoy smoking something so difficult and choking. Master Li, how is the REM figurine I asked you to make? Lin Jiu remembered the REM figurine he had asked Master Li to make for him and asked. After all, 84995 is still waiting. Master Li blew out a smoke ring and said with a smile, Boss, it's already been prepared. I'll go get it for you to see. Soon, Master Li brought over a figurine and handed it to Lin Jiu with a smile. Lin Jiu took the figurine with a strange expression on his face and asked doubtfully, Master Li, why is this figurine so large? Boss, that's the picture on the clothes. I carve it according to that picture. Master Li showed a helpless expression and spread his hands. Lin Jiu nodded after hearing this. He thought that this was a change made by Master Li himself, and almost mistakenly thought that Master Li was also an LSP. Lin Jiu took the REM figurine in his hand and looked at it. The carvings and the details of the clothing patterns were all very detailed. This surprised Lin Jiu a little. He didn't expect Master Li's craftsmanship to be so good. After chatting for a while, Master Li and Mozi continued to work. Lin Jiu opened the interface and clicked on the friend 84995. Are you there? The REM figurine is ready. After a moment, 84,995 replied. Boss, are you serious? Ha ha ha. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will pass the land to you now. Afterwards, Lin Jiu received a 10 square meter land cloud. Lin Jiu smiled and passed the REM figurine in his hand to 84,995 and then merged the land cloud into his own island. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? 84995 sent another message. Seeing these three fucks, Lin Jiu thought that the other party was dissatisfied and replied, What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? No. Satisfied? I'm so satisfied. I didn't expect it to be so perfect. Every detail is perfect. Although it has no color, I think it is more realistic. It would be even better if it had color. It is worthy of being made by Mozi himself. When Lin Jiu saw the message from 84995, his expression was a little complicated. Is it really that good? How come he can't see it? I didn't expect Master Li's craftsmanship to be so good. Sure enough, the Chinese culture that has been passed down is YYDS. After Lin Jiu and 84,995 exchanged some pleasantries, they closed the interface. Lin Jiu walked around the island. After seeing Zhao Zilong, he did not leave in a hurry. He stopped and asked Zhao Zilong, Zilong, there is nothing wrong on the island today, right? After thinking for a while, Zhao Zilong said, Nothing's wrong. As usual, drowned corpses and rabid rhinos appear out of nowhere. After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded, as long as there was no problem. Just as Lin Jiu was about to go to Oyezi to take a look, Daji shouted at the beach, Master, come here quickly. There's another wooden box, and it's white. Chapter 83, White Wooden Box. Master, come here quickly. There's another wooden box, and it's white. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu anxiously ran towards the beach, and Zhao Zilong followed closely behind him. Lin Jiu and Zhao Zilong arrived at the fishing area and saw a white wooden box lying on the ground. According to the drowned corpses and the violent rhinoceros that broke out of the box before, Daji and the other two were some distance away from the wooden box. Zhao Zilong picked up the bronze knife on the ground and walked towards the white wooden box, ready to find out what was inside. Lin Jiu stretched out his hand to stop him and said, Wait a minute, the monster inside should break out of the box by itself. Zhao Zilong stopped, stood there, and stared at the box. Linjiu looked serious and stared at the box. The three women came behind Linjiu. After waiting for a few minutes, and seeing that the white wooden box still had no reaction, Zhao Zilong finally couldn't help it and walked towards the box with a bronze knife in hand. Linjiu was about to open his mouth to stop him, but thinking that waiting like this was not a solution, he did not speak. Zhao Zilong's strength is there, so there shouldn't be any accidents. Zhao Zilong walked to the wooden box, opened it with his hands, and then took a few steps back. Under the gaze of Lin Jiao and others, a monster covered in deep red stood up. There is no difference between the head and that of a normal person, except that the nose is like a pig's and the ears are a little big. What surprised Lin Jiao the most was not these, but the weapon in the monster's hand. Knife. A knife made of iron. Lin Jiao's face was suddenly filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling, and he stared at the knife in the monster's hand. Roar! The monster roared, raised its knife, and rushed towards Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong raised the corner of his mouth, his face full of disdain. This speed is not even as fast as the old lady in the next village. If you want to know which village it is, it's just that everyone in the village practices martial arts. Zilong, be careful. Don't take it lightly. Maybe it's very strong in other aspects. Lin Jiao saw Zhao Zilong's disdainful expression, and he hurriedly shouted loudly behind him. At the same time, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Why does this monster look weaker than the drown that appeared before? After hearing what Lin Jiao said, Zhao Zilong's original disdainful attitude disappeared, and he showed a serious expression. Indeed, he should give it his all when facing any monster. Maybe this monster is very strong? Zhao Zilong thought of this and looked at the monster rushing towards him, his eyes full of fighting spirit. When a monster came in front of him and raised its sword to chop him down, Zhao Zilong dodged the attack and then used all his strength to chop at the monster's neck with the bronze sword. The monster's head rolled off its neck, and then the monster fell to the ground. Zhao Zilong looked confused, Lin Jiao looked confused, and Daji and the other two looked confused as well. That's it. That's it. That's it. They waited for several minutes and thought how brave this monster was. That's it. Lin Jiao led the three women towards Zhao Zilong. Lin Jiao picked up the knife on the ground with joy and looked at the monster head again. That side, the more he looked, the more familiar it became. It looks like the pigment in Minecraft. This knife is rubbish. It's very blunt. Lin Jiao didn't mind. After all, what he wanted was iron, not a knife. Zhao Zilong, please give this pig man's body a proper burial. Lin Jiao looked at the knife in his hand and gave an order to Zhao Zilong. Hey, this pig man is here to deliver the package to him. Good pig, must be buried properly. Zhao Zilong looked puzzled. He took a shovel and was about to dig a hole when Lin Jiao stopped him. Zilong, what are you going to do? Zhao Zilong said with a puzzled look. Boss, didn't you say we should bury it properly? I'll dig a hole to bury it, and then put a wooden board on top of it. After hearing this, Lin Jiao covered his forehead with his hands, speechless. Don't you think this is too much trouble? We should keep it simple so that Brother Pig can go to heaven sooner. Zhao Zilong nodded as if he understood, but still stood there motionless. Ugh, I still don't understand. Lin Jiao said to Zhao Zilong helplessly. Bury at sea. Burial at sea. Do you understand? Zhao Zilong had an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face and walked towards the wooden box carrying the pig man's body. No, stop. Wait a minute. What are you going to do? Boss, you mean burial at sea? I'll put it in a wooden box, cover it, and then put it in the sea. Lin Jiao covered his head with his hands. He was speechless. How could such a smart boss have such a stupid employee? Come here, give it to me. I'll tell you what a proper burial at sea looks like. Watch carefully, learn well. As Lin Jiao spoke, he took the pig man's body from Zhao Zilong, then walked to the beach under the gaze of everyone, and then threw the pig man's body into the sea with force. Lin Jiao clapped his hands, turned around, and walked back. Seeing that everyone had speechless expressions, he asked curiously, What are you doing with that expression? Boss, is this what you call burial at sea? Yeah, what's the problem? Lin Jiao spread his hands, walked towards the wooden box, and closed the lid. This affirmative tone made Zhao Zilong doubt his life. You call this a burial at sea? What's the difference between this and dumping corpses before? Can you please at least respect the word burial at sea? You just want to save a box. How about waiting for you to leave so that you can experience a burial at sea? Of course, Zhao Zilong only dared to complain about these words in his heart, especially the last sentence, which he dared not say out loud. He didn't dare to say it, but someone dared. Kai Wenji only asked, "Master, will you be buried at sea in the future?" Zhao Zilong gave Kai Wenji a thumbs up behind her back. "Well done." Daji and Hua Milan, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but cover their faces and laugh secretly. Lin Jiao, who was packing wooden boxes, felt angry and amused when he heard this and turned his head away. Turning around, Lin Jiao saw Kai Wenji with an innocent look on her face and blinking her eyes, looking particularly cute. Who could be angry about this? Who can bear to be angry about this? Lin Jiao squatted down, rubbed Kai Wenji's head, and couldn't help but kiss Kai Wenji on the face. Kai Wenji's face suddenly flushed. She lowered her head and trotted back to the fishing place to continue fishing. But he was obviously distracted. Lin Jiao looked at Kai Wenji's back, smiled, and waved to everyone, signaling them to go about their own business. After everyone left, Lin Jiao opened the regional channel. Within the regional channel, this drowned corpse's trident is really scary. I had to make a shield. I almost didn't dodge it today. Good brother, me too. But now I've caught a general, I am not afraid anymore. It's been 2 days. I finally built the house with my 3 men. I even laid the foundation this time. Fuck, another big shot. I'm so envious. Woohoo, I laughed. I'm only halfway done. Brother, do you still need someone to warm your bed? Oh, I can do it. The big cock cute girl upstairs, please stop being disgusting. Ugh. Lin Jiao glanced at the regional channel and saw that they were all talking about useless things, and he didn't see the speech from the white wooden box. It shouldn't be like this. If someone fishes it out, this pigment is so weak that it should be easy to deal with. No one should be killed by the pigment. Lin Jiao looked at the regional channel for a while again and found that no one was talking about the white wooden box. Most of them are Versailles with many newly built houses. Lin Jiao was a little confused. What was there to be proud of? His current chicken coop is built with stone bricks. Is he showing off? Just as he was about to close the regional channel, an old acquaintance spoke in the regional channel. 71,444. I just robbed a guy. He's quite rich. I'm going to take off right away. 520 you wait. You're next. Why is it this 71,444 again? He's so arrogant even when robbing people. How disgusting. You come out every day to disgust others, and you still want to compete with the big guys? Look at the seawater and see if you are worthy. This idiot makes me want to vomit when he comes out. Ugh. Boss 71444. I support you. Take me with you, please. The guy upstairs must have lost his mind. Stupid X, stupid C, stupid T. Don't come out and disgust others. Where's the 520 boss? Boss, come out. Someone is disgusting you. This made Lin Jiao speechless. How could it be such a coincidence every time? Since someone wants him to show off, you can't blame him. He typed a line in the chat box. Hey, isn't this 71,444? The chicken you sold me is pretty good. It laid an egg today. It's drinking milk in the stone chicken coop now. Chapter 84. Go out for a walk. Now he is drinking milk in the chicken coop made of stone bricks. After these words were spoken, the regional channel fell into silence for several minutes. Holy crap. A chicken coop made of stone bricks? Holy crap. I want to say something about this behavior, but I am uneducated. All I can say is WTF. Awesome. We live worse than chickens. Is this the gap between the big guys and us? Please use more professional words. It's the difference between the boss's chicken and ours. I suspect someone is driving upstairs, but I have no evidence. Boss, are you still short of chickens? I've been a professional chicken for 5 years. GG, I can do any position. It's better to go upstairs. How can you build a house without cement? I'm also curious. There's not even any lime. Could it be that the boss got in through the back door? Lin Jiao looked at the chat among people in the regional channel and nodded with satisfaction. This time the topic didn't go off track. At this time, everyone in the regional channel was still discussing where Lin Jiao got the cement. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. Not many people know that cement can be made from wood ash, but it's not very few either. It's just that everyone is trying to make a fortune quietly. After all, the amount of wood ash needed to build a house is large enough. As long as someone figures out how to make cement from wood ash, the price of wood ash will increase several times. This is a situation that no one wants to see. Lin Jiao shook his head, threw the thoughts out of his mind, and walked towards Oyezi. Oldo! Oyezi turned around, put down the work in his hands, and asked in surprise, Boss, what's wrong? Come here and tell you something. Lin Jiao raised his hand to signal, then sat on the ground and started chatting with Oyezi. I have a palm-sized piece of iron and an iron knife. I hope you can forge them into arrowheads. Arrow. Oyezi's face was full of confusion. Yes, it's about this size. How many arrowheads do you think you can make? Lin Jiao gestured the size of the arrow with his hand and looked at Oyezi. Oyezi thought for a while and said, "It depends mainly on the knife, the thickness of the blade, and its length, but there will definitely be no problem with the arrowheads of 20 or 30 arrows." Lin Jiao nodded, and just as he was about to get up to get the knife and iron, Oyezi continued, "Boss, I still need a furnace to burn iron. I can make a temporary one now, but if the project is large in the future, I will need a blacksmith shop." Lin Jiao thought for a while, nodded, and said, "Okay, I got it. I'll ask Lei Fadeda to build the blacksmith shop in 2 days." After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao came to the fishing area, took out the knife and iron from the box, and gave some instructions to Daji and the other 2 girls. If the 3 of them caught any fish, they would send it to Oyezi. Lin Jiao, holding the iron and the knife in his hands, did not go directly back to Oyezi, but came to Mozi. "Mozi, I'll ask Lao O to start making iron arrowheads. You can go and negotiate with him later on how to do it." After hearing this, Mozi's eyes became a little excited, and he nodded quickly. There are iron arrowheads, which means that the power of the crossbow arrows he made can be doubled. Lin Jiao also noticed Mozi's excited expression at this time, and said with a smile, "Mozi, let me tell you in advance that with the current amount of iron, we can only make 20 to 30 arrowheads. Don't be so excited." After hearing this, the excitement on Mozi's face was instantly replaced by a hint of regret, but he quickly adjusted his attitude. After all, it's better than nothing, so a little is better. After giving a few instructions, Lin Jiao returned to Oyezi. At this time, Oyezi was building a simple iron stove and was sweating profusely. 2 bricks were placed vertically in a symmetrical pattern with some space in between. After 2 more bricks were stacked in this way, a wooden board was placed on top, and 2 more wooden boards were placed on top of the board. There was a dent at the front end of the wooden board, and that dent was not covered with stone bricks. Then, the stone bricks were stacked up in a 4x4 format, with the height being slightly taller than Kaiwenji. After looking at it for a while, Lin Jiao still couldn't understand it, so he simply put the knife and iron aside and left quietly. Old Lei. That's right, Lin Jiao came to Lei Fadeda again, and he felt like he was running around among people all day long. Lei Fadeda, who was building a pig pen, stopped what he was doing, wiped his hands with his clothes, and said, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just want to tell you that after the pig pen is built, don't build the dormitory building first. Go help Oyezi build a blacksmith shop first." Having said this, Lin Jiao paused and thought of Mozi and Masterly, and continued, "And build a studio for Mozi and Masterly. As for the specifications, just ask them." Lei Fadeda nodded after hearing this, glanced at the pig pen behind him, which was already taking shape, and said, "Okay, boss, I'll go ask now, and then I'll draw the blueprints, and they can handle it over here." After saying that, before Lin Jiao could speak, he turned and ran towards Oyezi. Seeing this, Lin Jiao shook his head helplessly, smiled, and continued wandering around the island. After wandering around for a while, Lin Jiao suddenly didn't know what to do, as if he was not needed anywhere. He is not needed for patrolling, construction, or fishing. There were very few supplies drifting on the sea, and they had probably been salvaged by many people, so he didn't care about the remaining ones. As for Mozi and Oyezi, it seemed that he could not help at all, or lie down. The idea of lying down emerged in Lin Jiao's mind, and then he shook his head repeatedly. He is not a black-hearted boss. How about going out for a walk? When this thought popped up in Lin Jiao's mind, his eyes lit up. Yes, he can move the island and go out to have a look. Chapter 85, Other People's Island. La la la. My journey is to the Sea of Stars. Lin Jiao stood on the moving island and shouted to the sky. Han Xian and Daji looked at Lin Jiao strangely. That look was like looking at a fool. "Daji, bring me a bottle of 82 Coke." After hearing this, Daji took out a bottle of Coke from a wooden box and handed it over obediently. Lin Jiao took the Coke, rubbed Daji's head, looked at the endless ocean, and was filled with emotion. Food, drink, sea, and beautiful women, this is life. He did not come out like a headless fly. The direction he chose was exactly the direction the wretched man came from. He was still thinking about the island of that wretched man. I hope he can meet. An hour later, the sea breeze blew across the cheeks of the 3 people. The scorching weather made them a little unbearable. Lin Jiao and the other two sat on the ground, bored, so they started chatting. Next time I'll have to ask Lao Lei to build a shed here, otherwise I'll get sunburned every time I come out. After hearing this, Daji and Han Xian nodded repeatedly in agreement. Come on, raise your loft feet and shred. Lin Jiao raised the Coke bottle, collided it with the two people's Coke, and suddenly took a sip into his mouth. Lin Jiao was a little bored of the scenery on the sea. There was nothing else except the sea and some garbage floating on the surface. Boss, are we just drifting on the sea like this? Han Xian showed a hint of doubt and confusion on his face. Why? Lin Jiao sighed, waved his hand, and then said, What else? Anyway, I've already told Zilong and the others that I won't be back for 2 or 3 days, so there's no need to worry about safety issues on the island. There was a trace of helplessness on Han Xian's face. He was not worried about the safety of the island. He was obviously disgusted with this boring life. On the main island, at least I can chat with Zhao Zilong and walk around. Here, he had nowhere to go except jumping into the sea and wandering around. Han Xian complained in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud, for fear that Lin Jiao would cut off his dinner. Master, we should bring a fishing rod next time we go out. Otherwise, it will be boring and a waste of time. Daji pinched the hem of her skirt and complained. When Lin Jiao heard this, he was speechless. How could he have forgotten this? I must bring a fishing rod next time I go out to kill some time. Soon, the sky gradually darkened and Daji exclaimed, Master, look at this beautiful scenery. Lin Jiao was cooking dinner at this time. When he heard Daji's exclamation, he quickly raised his head. The sky on the left has turned gray, and the gray is illuminated by the moon, which makes it more artistic. The sky on the right is full of crimson, and the sunset is gradually setting. It's quite beautiful. Lin Jiao said this, and then was also immersed in this wonderful sight. Boss, it's messed up. It's messed up. As he was immersed in the wonder, Han Xian's anxious voice pulled his thoughts back from the spectacle. Lin Jiao said, unhappily, I'm not good at this, you're confused. Obviously, Lin Jiao was not in a very good mood at this moment. Boss, it's not you who is mushy. It's not me who is mushy. It's the meat that is mushy. Han Xian was holding a few burnt skewers of barbecue in his hands and looking at Lin Jiao with an innocent face. Lin Jiao looked at the burnt barbecue in Han Xian's hand and scratched his head embarrassedly. It's okay. It tastes better when it's burnt. Lin Jiao gave a flattering smile, picked up a skewer of barbecue, and stuffed it into his mouth. Daji had a strange expression on her face and thought to herself, can this black thing still be eaten? Han Xian, as a person who loves to eat, didn't care about all these. He just picked up the barbecue and started eating. Seeing this, Daji also picked up a skewer of barbecue and started eating it in small bites. Lin Jiao ate the barbecue in his hand with gusto. Not to mention, it had a unique flavor. In fact, he just wanted to cover up his own negligence. Cough, cough, cough. After dinner, the sky was completely covered with a layer of darkness, and the light from the bonfire shone on the faces of several people. After drifting boringly for a few hours, Lin Jiao, who was lying on the ground and drowsy, suddenly heard Han Xian shouting, Boss, look, there's a fire ahead. After hearing this, Lin Jiao immediately lost all his sleepiness and became more energetic. He quickly sat up and looked forward. A small red dot was swaying on the sea in the distance. It was too far away to tell whether it was an island or not. Only a small red dot could be seen. After a while, a vague island emerged before his eyes. Boss, shall we go over and take a look? Han Xian had already picked up the trident and stood beside Lin Jiao, ready for battle. Lin Jiao thought for a moment and said, Go! In fact, when Lin Jiao saw the fire for the first time, he wanted to stay away from the island. There was fire on the island, which proved that there were people there, and he didn't want to have any conflict with others. But I thought, if it was the island of the creepy man before, there was still a subordinate left there, and the bonfire was lit by that subordinate. Thinking of this, he still chose to go and have a look. If he leaves, it will really be an island for wretched men, and he will suffer a great loss. As he slowly approached, for people stood on the edge of the opposite island, staring at him intently. Lin Jiao was ready to evacuate at this time, as the other side should not be the island of the wretched man. When he was 100 meters away from the opposite island, Lin Jiao stopped. Lin Jiao looked at the 4 people on the opposite island and was about to ask when he heard one of them ask first. What do you do? Nothing to do. I'm just taking a walk, buddy. Would you like a cup of Chinese wine? Lin Jiao took out a cigarette from his pocket and took out one. When the other party saw Lin Jio took out the huazi, he was a little surprised, but still refused and said, "No, if you have nothing else, just leave. This is my territory." After hearing this, Lin Jio smiled and nodded. He had confirmed that this was not the island of that wretched man. He turned to Daji behind him and said, "Put the crossbow arrows back into the wooden box and get ready to go." Daji, who was standing behind him, nodded after hearing this, and then put the crossbow on her back into the box. "Brother, excuse me, I'm leaving now." After Lin Jio greeted the opposite side, he took control of the island and prepared to turn and leave. After hearing this, the other party did not respond, but stared at Daji with lustful eyes, as if he was struggling with something in his heart. When Lin Jio turned the mobile island and prepared to leave, the man in the middle of the opposite island gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind, and shouted loudly, "Brother, wait a minute." Lin Jio looked puzzled and turned around to look at the other party in confusion. The man in the middle of the opposite side spoke up. "Brother, it's getting late. Why don't you take a rest on my island? It's not safe on the sea at night." After hearing this, Lin Jio's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that the other party had set his sights on him. Han Xian and Daji turned to look at Lin Jio with questioning eyes. Lin Jio lowered his head and whispered to the two of them, "Hide the crossbow arrows at the bottom of the box. If the other side makes any move, show no mercy." Daji and Han Xian nodded, and then Lin Jio pretended to refuse and said to the other party, "This is not good. Let's just drift on the island for one night. What's wrong with this? In this strange world, we are all good brothers and should help each other." When Lin Jio heard this, the corners of his mouth raised even more. It seemed that the other party really had some tricks up his sleeve. Nowadays, most people are afraid of meeting other people for fear that the other party has bad intentions. But this guy is not afraid and instead allows him to stay overnight, simply to help him. Do such people still exist now? Maybe there were some, but he didn't believe the man in front of him was that kind of person. Even if the other party simply wanted to help him, he would not believe it easily. A safe bet is a safe bet. What he didn't understand at this moment was why they were driven away at the beginning, and now they were asked to stay for another night. All the supplies he brought were placed in a box. Could it be because of the Chinese food he just mentioned? Or was it because of the barbecue? Chapter 86, 45,810. After Lin Jio controlled the island to collide with the opponent's island, the other party greeted him with a smile and came to his mobile island. "Hello, my number is 45810. What's your number, brother?" After 45810 finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to shake hands with Lin Jio, but his eyes kept glancing at Daji, revealing a hint of despair. Although the trace of 45,810 flashed by, it was still caught by Lin Jio's eyes. It turns out that this is the reason. Lin Jio raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pretending not to see it, stretched out his hand and shook it with 45,810, and said with a smile, "Hello, my number is 71444. 71,444? 45810 exclaimed, and quickly let go of his hand with an awkward smile on his face. Seeing 45,810's expression, Lin Jio smiled slightly and nodded. It seems that quite a few people know that 71444 robbed other people's supplies. 45810 did not drive Lin Jio away directly at this time, but made a few polite remarks and asked with a flattering smile, "Brother 71444, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Who is the person next to you?" Just as Han Xian was about to speak, Lin Jio quietly pushed Han Xian from behind with his hand, then smiled and said to 45810, "His name is Dong Zhua, and he is one of my men." 45810 pretended to be shocked and smiled flatteringly. "So he is Dong Zhua. I've heard of him for a long time. I envy you so much, brother. You are not like the three behind me, who are all nobotus. Brother, you are too modest. The three men behind you look so handsome and powerful. They must be no ordinary people." Lin Jio smiled strangely and flattered him. 45810 looked at the three men behind him and took a closer look at them. He could not see anything special about them except that they were poor, short, and ugly. No way, no way, these three pieces of trash are not worth mentioning. Lin Jio smiled but didn't say anything, and the situation suddenly became awkward. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Jio, 45810 returned to his wooden house with his three men. After leading a few people away, Daji said with disgust, "Master, that man just looked at me with eyes that seemed to want to eat me. Don't talk about him. If I wasn't so strong, I would have eaten you long ago. Don't worry. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be fed to the fish tonight. Lin Jiu rubbed Daji's head lovingly. A blush appeared on Daji's face. She lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes with her hands. What did the master just say? Want to take me? Ugh, so shy. Feed him to the fish. The master is venting his anger on me. Lin Jiu didn't know what Daji was thinking at this time. He stared at the wooden house with a playful smile on his lips. Boss, they're so poor. They only have a shabby house. Han Xin couldn't help but speak beside him, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Daji also nodded, looking down on 45810 a little. Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head. It was not that Han Xin and the other two had high standards, but that Han Xin and the other two had always followed him and had never met anyone else. Han Xin and the other man both thought that everyone else was living a similar life to Lin Jiu. This comparison naturally made me feel disgusted. Lin Jiu could see a lot of people crying in the regional channel every day, but people like 45810 were still okay. Han Xin, don't keep watch later. Hide the crossbows under your body and go to sleep. Of course, it's just a fake sleep. They will definitely do something in the middle of the night. After hearing this, Han Xin nodded without any objection. In fact, he just wanted to kill them. Goo! Just then, the stomach growled. Han Xin scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Boss, I'm hungry. Are you hungry again? Didn't we just have dinner not long ago? Come on. I'll grill you some more meat. Lin Jiu looked helpless. He originally didn't want to agree, but when he thought of the people in the wooden house not far away, a sly smile appeared on his face. Daji, bring out the bacon. At this time, inside the wooden house. Master, why do you want to keep them here? Isn't this inviting wolves into the house? A short man squatted aside and looked at 45810 in confusion. 45810 smiled obscenely, rubbed his hands and said, See that woman? Isn't she beautiful? Beautiful. So beautiful. It's like something out of an anime. The rest of his men echoed. 45,810 narrowed his eyes, weighed the bronze knife in his hand, sneered, and said, Grab her and throw the other two men into the sea. When I'm done, I'll give her to you as a reward. After hearing this, the other three men all showed lewd smiles on their faces. One of the men rubbed his hands and couldn't help but say, Master, let's go and rub them now. I haven't tasted a woman in many days. You are so stupid. Didn't you hear what 71444 said just now? That's Dongjua. Dongjua. 45810 slapped the subordinate on the head, looking disappointed, and then continued. That's right. You don't know who Dongjua is, and I can't blame you. Let me put it this way. The four of us combined are no match for him alone. That's impossible. One of the men cried out in disbelief. Are you questioning me? 45810 stared at the subordinate with a fierce look. The subordinate quickly shook his head. A trace of fear appeared on his face, and said, Don't dare. 45810 then showed a satisfied expression, nodded, and said in a low voice, Wait a minute. While they are asleep, we will take them quietly. At this point, 45,810 gestured at his neck with his hand. After hearing this, several of his men flattered him and said, Master is wise. Master is really smart. Unlike us, we have no brains. Long live the master. 45810 angrily slapped the face of the subordinate who just shouted, Long live, and scolded in a low voice. Why are you making such loud noises? Are you afraid they can't hear you? Go out for some fresh air and come back to tell me when they fall asleep. The subordinate with red marks on his face lowered his head and said while enduring the pain, Understood, master. What smells so good? 45810 sniffed and smelled a fragrance. The other people also sniffed and swallowed their saliva. One of them said, Master, it's the smell of barbecue. It seems to be coming from those people outside. Why don't we go out and have some? Several of his men looked at 45,810 expectantly. 45810 also quietly swallowed his saliva and cursed. Look at you guys, you're so useless. What the hell is this? It's just barbecue. What if the other party poisons it? Do you have any brains? The people who were scolded nodded repeatedly. 45810 took a vicious bite of the bread in his hand, chewed it for a few times, and then spat it on the ground with a look of disgust on his face. Damn, the bread tastes tasteless. 45810 looked unhappy and said to the subordinate who had just been beaten, Go out and watch them now. Pretend to be fishing by the sea. Don't let them find out. Be smart. The subordinate covered his face, nodded repeatedly, and walked out with his head down. 45810 was rubbing his hands, already imagining the scene of eating barbecue and hugging Daji in the middle of the night. Pity. Chapter 87. Han Xian's Grievances in the World. Boss, someone came out. Lin Jiao, who was enjoying his meal, turned around and looked over after hearing Han Xian's words. A short man walked out of the house with his face covered, squatted on the beach, and started fishing, but his eyes glanced towards Lin Jiao from time to time. Master, why do I feel like that person has been watching us, as if he is monitoring us? Daji chewed the barbecue in her mouth and looked at the short man who was fishing. Lin Jiao raised the corners of his mouth, paused his movements, and nodded. Even Daji could sense that the other party was spying on them, so you can imagine how poor the other party's surveillance technology was. Okay, there's nothing to see. Let's eat and sleep after that. Lin Jiao waved his hand, signaling the two to eat quickly. Han Xian and the other man turned their gaze away from the short man and finished the remaining barbecue. Instead of setting up a tent, the three of them lay directly on the ground and took out blankets from the box and covered themselves with them. From the outside, it looked like the three people were just covered with a quilt, but there were 3 crossbows hidden under the quilt. The short man who was fishing saw Lin Jiao and the other 2 sleeping. After waiting for about an hour, he hurried into the wooden house. Master, they are asleep, and it's been an hour. Should we? The short man gestured to 45,810's neck. When the other 2 men in the room heard this information, their eyes lit up and their faces were filled with excitement. Isn't he discovered? 45810 did not answer this question first. The short man thought for a while and said with a flattering smile, Master, no, except that he glanced at me when I first went out. Now, 45810 nodded after hearing this, then patted the short boy on the head in an unpleasant tone and said, You're such an idiot. What if he's pretending to be asleep and waiting for us to take the bait? Yes. Master is wise. The short boy quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word of complaint. 45810 pondered for a while and said, Wait until 1 o'clock in the morning before you take action. You stay out and keep an eye on them. After hearing this, the short boy nodded repeatedly and ran out the door without looking back. Lin Jiao was lying on the ground with his eyes open, looking at the starry sky, and muttered softly, Why haven't you come yet? It's been more than an hour. Boss, why don't we just do it? Han Xian, who was lying not far away, could no longer wait and spoke in a low voice. Lin Jiao shook his head. After all, human hearts were hard to guess. What if he guessed wrong and killed someone by mistake? Although in this environment, even if he really killed an innocent person, he would not feel guilty. He just wanted to keep the last bit of conscience. Master, you put your hands in the wrong place. Daji, who was lying next to Lin Jiao, whispered in Lin Jiao's ear, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Lin Jiao was a little confused. He pinched it hard, and it was quite soft. Then he quickly pulled his hand out, smiled embarrassedly, and said, Daji, I didn't mean it. Daji blushed and whispered. Then the master is still pinching. Just when Lin Jiao was about to quibble, Han Xian whispered, Boss, that man came out of the house, but no one else came out behind him. After hearing this, Lin Jiao's mouth corners curled up slightly. I didn't expect that 45810 was quite smart. I was afraid it was a trap, so I had to wait a little longer. Feeling a bit bored, Lin Jiao opened the regional channel to see if there was anything new. Within the regional channel, Brothers, can someone lend me a man? There's a pirate ahead of me. The one above, I feel sorry for you. So I decided to silently recite the Great Compassion Mantra for you for 3 minutes. I'm speechless. I'm worried every day. I can't sleep well at night for fear that pirates will come. Who said it wasn't true? I only have one subordinate, and I don't feel safe at all. Is there anyone who wants to sell his subordinates? I want to buy one too. If you're selling it, add me now. I'll pay a lot of money. +1, I'll buy 2. I don't even have subordinate until now. Don't even think about it. We are a scarce commodity right now. Yes, in this environment, who would complain that they have too many subordinates and sell them out? Lin Jiao looked at the chat in the regional channel and couldn't help feeling a lot of emotions. When they first arrived in this strange world, everyone thought their subordinates were a burden. Even Han Xian could get in exchange for a few bags of bread and bottles of water. Nowadays, the price of an old, weak, sick, and disabled subordinate is much more than this. Nowadays, whether they are pirates or people who hope for peace, They all wish they had a few more subordinates. One is for robbery, the other is for self-protection. After waiting for a while, Lin Jiao felt sleepy. He whispered to Han Xin in a daze. Han Xin, I'll leave the night watch to you. I'm so sleepy. I'll take a nap. After saying this, Lin Jiao turned around, hugged Daji, and gradually fell asleep. Daji, who was hugged by Lin Jiao, did not dare to move, for fear of disturbing Lin Jiao's sleep. Han Xin, who was lying not far away, turned his head away with a dark face. He suddenly regretted competing with Zhao Zilong for this job. Woo woo woo. What a grievance in the world. Chapter 88, he was the first to take action. Around 1 o'clock in the morning. In the light of the fire, the four people in the wooden house leaned against each other, discussing something. Are you sure they are soundly asleep? I'm sure. I'm 100 sure. I watched them for hours, and they were fast asleep. There was no movement at all. The short man showed joy and assured 45810. 45810 always felt that something was wrong, but after thinking about it, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Master, let's do it. Yes. Master, go ahead. I can't wait for that little woman. Master, don't worry. I've been watching for hours. Nothing unexpected will happen. The three of them spoke one after another. 45810 was also persuaded by them. When he thought of Daji, he couldn't help but get excited. 45810 no longer cared about it, rubbed his hands, and said excitedly, Okay, then kill him. It's a dark and windy night, and it's time to kill. At this point, 45810 picked up the bronze knife on the ground and said, Hold all your weapons. Remember, except for that woman, kill the two men. Don't let them wake up. Yes, yes, yes. Then, one of the three men picked up a trident, and the other two each picked up a sharpened wooden stick. If Han Xin were in his place, he would inevitably complain, How poor. 45810, the four of them slowed down their pace, walked out of the room, and quietly walked towards Lin Jiao. All of this was seen by Han Xin, who tilted his head. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Han Xin's mouth, and he whispered to Lin Jiao, Boss, they're coming out. Lin Jiao was sleeping like a pig at this time, and Daji, who was in Lin Jiao's arms, had not fallen asleep yet. After hearing Han Xin's voice, Daji shook Lin Jiao with her hand. Lin Jiao was half asleep, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Daji whisper, Master, they're making a move. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiao woke up from all sleepiness, opened his eyes, tilted his head, and saw the four people from 45,810 walking towards him. Lin Jiao and the other two quietly grasped the crossbow arrows hidden in the quilt, ready to fire at 45810 at any time. Since Lin Jiao did not light torches here, the four people from 45,810 did not notice the little movements of Lin Jiao and his companions. When 45810 was less than 5 meters away from Lin Jiao lifted the quilt and looked at 45810 with a playful smile. Fuck! 45810 was startled by Lin Jiao's action, but he quickly reacted and said to Lin Jiao with a smile, Brother, you're still awake? After saying this, he gave a short boy next to him a vicious look. The short man lowered his head and dared not say a word. He knew that he was finished this time. How dare I sleep? If someone is blind enough to take advantage of this and mess with me, I will die with regrets. Lin Jiao showed a playful smile, and his words were full of innuendos. Even a fool could tell what he meant. 45810 also understood the meaning of Lin Jiao's words. He still put on a smile and gestured to several of his men behind his back. Then, with a smile still on his face, he said to Lin Jiao, Brother, what are you talking about? I just want the woman next to you. When he said the last sentence, a ferocious look appeared on 45,810's face, and he raised a bronze knife and slashed at Lin Jiao. When the other three saw this, they also rushed towards Lin Jiao and others with their weapons in hand. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, took out a crossbow from behind him, and aimed at 45810. Han Xin and Daji also took out crossbows from behind and aimed at the rest of the people. 45810 stopped in his tracks all of a sudden. 3 of his men bumped into him, but he didn't pay any attention. 45810 had a look of horror on his face, mixed with confusion. Is this fair game? Fart. 45810 reacted quickly, turned the bronze knife in his hand, held it in both hands, bent down, handed it to Lin Jiao, and said with an apologetic smile, Brother, look at this beautiful bronze knife. It's for you. Several men under 45810 also reacted quickly, bent down, held their weapons in both hands, and imitated them. Lin Jiao showed a playful smile. Daji had a look of disgust, and Han Xian's eyes were full of contempt. None of the three spoke. 45810, the four of them just stayed like this, bent over. Lin Jiao didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to stand up. After a while, Han Xian finally couldn't help but said, "They're treating us like beggars, boss. We might as well just kill them." "That's right. We have a lot of this kind of garbage on our island. Even dogs don't want it." Daji also echoed the words. After hearing this, several people dropped their jaws in shock. They bent over and looked at the bronze knife in their hands carefully. "Is this garbage? There's a lot of it on the island? This might be the most valuable thing on his island. In the eyes of others, I am trash. Brother, this is really the most valuable thing on our island. If you like other things, just take them. You're welcome." 45810 thought of Han Xian's words and spoke quickly. After hearing this, Lin Jiao frowned. It sounded like he was a pirate in the eyes of others. "What do you mean by take whatever you want? I am a businessman, a conscientious businessman. If I buy from you, I will buy your 3 men." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Lin Jiao's tone. When 45810 heard that Lin Jiao wanted to buy his 3 men, he showed a trace of entanglement on his face and said, "Brother, I also need men to protect my safety. Isn't it too few for you to have 3 men at once?" 45810 looked at Han Xian holding the crossbow with lingering fear. After hearing what he said, Han Xian relaxed a little. "It's not a small amount. I'm not interested in you. Also, I'm buying, not asking. I've added you as my friend." Lin Jiao emphasized once again that he is a conscientious businessman. 45810 nodded repeatedly and opened a friend channel, but there was no sign of 71,444's friend request. At this moment, Lin Jiao spoke again. "Oh, that's right. My number is ZG520, not 71444. "Oh, okay. 52, wait. 520? 520, boss." 45810 reacted belatedly, and Lin Jiao nodded. 45810 looked at Lin Jiao and the other two again, his eyes full of surprise. "If the man in front of me is really 520, then aren't the two beside him Han Xian and Daji?" 45810 guessed the true identities of Han Xian and Daji at once. Before this, Lin Jiao had only revealed that he had Han Xian and Daji in the regional channel. Kai Wenji, Hua Mulan, Zhao Zilong, etc. I know nothing about the others. Lin Juk didn't give 45,810 much time to be shocked and said impatiently, "All right, hurry up and send your 3 men over here." "Yes, yes, yes." 45810 nodded and bowed, quickly passing the 3 subordinates to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. He had completed another deal that satisfied him. "Master, master, master." The 3 short men bent down towards Lin Jiao and walked behind him without even looking at him. 45810 felt heartbroken when he saw this scene, but fortunately the other party was doing business with him. "At least I can make up for it a little. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat." After comforting himself for a while, 45810 finally felt better. Of course, Lin Jiao did not forget that this was a deal. Under 45,810's expectant gaze, he walked towards a wooden box. Lin Jiao took out a bag of bread from the wooden box. 45810 looked at the bread in Lin Jiao's hand and stood there in a daze. "Isn't this just for myself? No, impossible. It should be that 520 is just hungry, and it is definitely not the supplies he wants to trade with me." Sure enough, living up to 45,810's expectations, Lin Jiao reached into the box again. 2 bags of bread. 45810 stood there in a daze, not yet reacting. Lin Jiao took 2 bags of bread, walked towards 45810, and stuffed the 2 bags of bread into 45,810's arms. 45810 was stunned for a moment, then asked in disbelief, "Brother, is this the material you traded to me?" "Yeah. Any questions?" Lin Jiao looked at him with a puzzled look. "Fuck. 520. You're going too far." 45810 angrily threw the bread in his hand to the ground, bent down, and angrily picked up the bronze knife on the ground. He was raising the bronze knife, about to chop Lin Jiao's neck, but his hand stopped in midair. He realized that he seemed to have no chance of winning. 45810 seemed to hear some sound and turned to look at Han Xian mechanically. Han Xian held the crossbow and made a gesture of goodbye. Don't call out. Before 45810 could finish his words, Han Xian's crossbow arrow had already pierced his head. When Lin Jiao saw this scene, he spread his hands and said, "It's not his fault. This is not him trying to rob his fellow thieves. He was the one who started it. It's not his fault." Chapter 89. Prepare to go home. Han Xian, remember to bury him at sea, just like before. I'm going to go around his island first to see if there's anything valuable. Lin Jiao gave an order to Han Xian, and then he and Daji went to the island. As for the three subordinates, Lin Jiao threw them on his mobile island. Walking onto the island of 45,810, there are all kinds of garbage scattered on the island, such as wooden boards, broken wood, bags, paper balls. There are also a few pieces of toilet paper. I don't know if 45,810 did something in the middle of the night. Who knows? The whole island is only slightly less messy than a garbage dump. Master, he is so poor. Poor, dirty, and messy. Daji held a torch and kicked away the wooden sticks blocking the way in front of her with a look of disgust. Lin Jiao looked at him and showed a bit of disgust on his face. Apart from a wooden house, all other supplies added up to about the same amount as what he had on the third day after arriving in the other world. Lin Jiao took Daji into the house. There was nothing in the house except a wooden board placed on a few boxes. Master, this smells weird. Daji covered her nose and spoke with a look of disgust. When Lin Jiao heard it, he sniffed and found there was indeed a strange smell. He quickly covered his nose and waved his other hand in the air, as if trying to dispel the strange smell in the air. Lin Jiao and Daji endured the strange smell and searched the house, only to find that there was not even a hair. Hey, where's his food? Lin Jiao showed a hint of doubt. He didn't see any food on the island outside, only some wood and planks. This is impossible. What do the four of them eat and drink? After thinking for a while, Lin Jiao turned his eyes to the boxes under the wooden board. Lin Jiao moved the wooden board away and opened the lid of one of the boxes. Sure enough, it was filled with food. He opened several boxes one by one. 2 boxes were filled with food, 1 box was filled with quilts and clothes, and the other half filled with mineral water and drinks. Lin Jiao frowned slightly. This amount of food was not enough for everyone on the island to eat for 3 days. So poor Ba. After his death, 45810 was still despised by Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao walked out of the room again and took a look at the wood reserves behind the house. It should be enough for him to take this island back to his main island. Boss, what should we do with those 3 people? Take them back? Or, at this time, Han Xian had already dealt with the body of 45,810. Han Xian, who had just entered the room, also smelled the strange smell and frowned. From what Han Xian said, it was obvious that he had some opinions about the 3 short men. When mentioning those 3 men, Daji also frowned. Lin Jiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "I don't want those 3. I can sell them later to get some supplies. It's a good way to make good use of waste." Han Xian nodded after hearing this, and Daji also showed a hint of joy on her face. She stood next to Lin Jiao and quietly took Lin Jiao's hand. Lin Jiao felt the warmth on his palm, smiled, and said nothing. Even without Han Xian telling him, he would have sold the 3 short men. He still remembered the way the 3 short men stared at Daji. He would not accept such a subordinate. He turned on the regional channel and typed rapidly into it. 3 young and strong men for sale. Don't come here if you have a retard. Fuck. The boss is the boss. He can kill 3 at once. I worship the boss. The boss is awesome. The boss is 666. 520 boss. I'm a white tiger. Can you give me one? You can ask for anything you want. White tiger. I love it. I love it. It's a pity that I don't have any subordinates. If I did, I wouldn't give it to you. You're the best upstairs. You're the best dog. Well done. And the white tiger. Phew. Cole is more like it. I'm gonna buy one from a big guy right now. I'm worried about the safety. What a crap boss. I don't think he can afford to support 3 subordinates. What a rubbish. Exactly, a bunch of lickspittles. I agree with what 71,444 said. 74,440 or 4 is parking again. Lin Jiao looked at the regional channel with a trace of helplessness on his face. Why does this building always tilt? And that number 71444 is really haunting us. It seems that in the future, when doing this kind of robbery, trading, I have to use the name of 71444. And you have to leave some room for the other party so that he can expose his exposing the crimes of 71,444. When it comes to dogs, he is the best. 80 pieces of wood and half a box of clay? No, too expensive. Then there's no point in talking. I'll just go sell it to someone else. No. I'll buy it. Lin Jiu selected 3 and offered suitable prices, and after some bargaining, he made a lot of money. What he least expected was that the short man actually sold the land for the price of a 5-square-meter cloud. It seems that this subordinate is now more expensive than he thought. Even the wood that is scarce now can be bought. Take the tent out of the wooden box and set it up outside to sleep for one night. We will go back tomorrow morning. Lin Jiu gave Han Xian an order. Han Xian was a little surprised and asked in confusion, "Boss, didn't you tell Brother Zilong that it would take 2 or 3 days for him to return?" Lin Jiu waved his hand without saying anything more. Seeing this, Han Xian stopped asking questions and turned to walk towards the mobile island. Lin Jiu looked at Han Xian, who was leaving, smiled and shook his head, then took the island of 45,810 as his own island and merged it with the mobile island. What surprised him was that the island of 45,810 square meters was actually 103 square meters. The reason why he told Zhao Zilong that it took 2 or 3 days was that he was afraid that he would not be able to find the island of the wretched man in a short time. But now he has an island of 45,810, which is only 100 square meters. What else is there to look for? It's definitely time to go home. Even if he went to look for the island where the wretched man lived again, the amount of wood and planks consumed would not be a small amount. Unless he put the island of 45,810 here, he would continue to drive the mobile island to search, but the risk was too great. Not to mention whether he would miss this place when he came back. If other pirates took advantage of this, who would he cry to? Of course, it is impossible to ask him to give up the island of the creepy man. The next time he goes out to sea, he will definitely look for the island where the obscene man is. After all, he exchanged it for a palm-sized piece of wood. How can I give up? How can I not want it? What? You said he didn't tell me when he was doing business with the creepy guy? He said it. He clearly said it, but he just said it in his heart. Go get some fresh air. I can't stand it anymore. Lin Jiu really couldn't stand the strange smell in the house, so he called Daji and walked out. Daji covered her nose and nodded repeatedly. She had figured it out a long time ago. After a while, Han Xian came over and said to Lin Jiu, "Boss, the tent is ready." Lin Jiu nodded and led the two of them towards the tent. After all, the smell in the house was really unbearable for him. Han Xian, "I'm sorry to bother you tonight. You should be the one keeping watch." After saying that, Lin Jiu took Daji into the tent. Han Xian stood outside, feeling the sea breeze, leaving only a lonely back. It's okay, he's used to it. I have so many regrets, so many expectations. Chapter 90. See the island again. As the sun rose in the early morning, Han Xian, who was keeping watch beside the tent, had swollen dark circles under his eyes. "Boss!" Lin Jiu walked out of the tent and heard Han Xian calling him. He nodded to Han Xian. After washing up, the three of them had a quick breakfast. Han Xian, who was feeling very sleepy, went into the tent and went on a date with Zhou Gong. Lin Jiu opened the map and saw a small green, thus showing his current location, while his main island was shown as a small red dot. I didn't write this before, it was written in the manuscript, but I seem to have missed it when I copied it. As an apology, the first 3 people who comment here will receive 100 reputation points. Lin Jiu controlled the island to move towards his main island. More than an hour passed, the weather was sunny and windy, and everything was pretty good except for the scorching sun. Apart from a few monsters occasionally appearing on the island, nothing else happened. How was the harvest? Lin Jiu came to Daji, who was fishing with a smile. Daji lowered her head gloomily and said, "I don't know what happened today. I kept catching some garbage, and sometimes even got an empty rod. It wasn't like this before." Lin Jiu smiled and rubbed Daji's head, then said comfortingly, "It's not your problem. It's the fishing rod that's not working." Daji looked at Lin Jiu, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Lin Jiu smiled and said nothing, just rubbed Daji's head. It seems that this ordinary fishing rod is useless even for Daji, who has a white face. He was not surprised. If a white face could make up for the difference between fishing rods, then why did he need those attributes? Daji sat on the ground. Although Lin Jiu comforted her, she still felt a little uncomfortable. The gap is too big. Lin Jiu was sitting next to Daji, feeling bored. He suddenly remembered the Japanese pirates who had been clamoring on the World Channel before. He wondered how they were doing in the Korean area. I don't know if it succeeded. He turned on the World Channel out of curiosity. We, the people of our island nation, are the most far-sighted people. Who are you, the Korean nation? We Japanese have the Bushido spirit of not fearing death. What do you Koreans have? It's so funny. They actually say they have foresight. They don't even have eyes. How can they have foresight? Bushido spirit? Why don't I see your senior officers committing seppuku when they're defeated in battle? We are the strongest country in Korea. Your Bushido spirit came from us. At this time, the World Channel has become a battlefield for verbal battles between the island country and the Korean country, while players from other regions are holding popcorn and watching with relish. When Lin Jio saw this scene on the World Channel, he couldn't help but laugh. My goodness, two of the most shameless people started fighting. Are they trying to see who is more shameless? After looking for a while, Lin Jio finally saw the information he wanted to see. You island countries, stop making noises. Last time, your guy threatened to rob us, but he didn't have enough wood. Now he's still floating on the sea, unable to move. Ha ha ha. That's right. I don't know if he's still alive now. He didn't even bring a fishing rod with him. Ha ha. Just wait to die. Baga, our island nation is the wisest. I am now calling on all the players in our island nation to donate some supplies to him. Well, I don't have enough supplies, forget it. I don't have much here. It's hard to support myself. I'm even worse off. I have to eat one piece of bread in 3 meals. I have no money to spend. Is this the spirit of Bushido? Are you just talking big? You cry poor when it comes to getting supplies. We are fellow islanders, and I really despise your behavior. I am willing to give 10 pieces of wood to help our compatriots. I'll give you 10 pieces of wood too. Lin Jio looked at the comments on the World Channel and immediately laughed. Is this what it means to die before achieving success? 6,666. They're all so awesome at talking big, but when it comes to sending supplies, they all start acting miserable as if someone in their family has died. Only a few of them can still produce some supplies. It seems like we won't be able to watch the good show again. Daji looked at Lin Jio, whose expression kept changing with a hint of confusion. She didn't understand why Lin Jio always stared at the air, sometimes laughing and sometimes looking helpless, but she had gotten used to it. After closing the World Channel, Lin Jio sat on the beach, enjoying the breeze and looking at the sea, his thoughts drifting away again. Master, look, what is that? Daji pointed to the left and exclaimed. After hearing this, Lin Jio, who was cleaning up the messy island, hurried over. Lin Jio looked in the direction Daji pointed, and there seemed to be 2 islands on their left. 2 islands collided with each other, one large and one small. Lin Jio was stunned when he saw this scene. Most likely, the small islands were pirates and the big islands were victims. That's not right. He clearly didn't see any island here when he passed by here before. Could it be that it was because it was very late and I couldn't see clearly? Or maybe I wasn't paying attention at the time and missed the opportunity? Master, should we go over and take a look? Daji's voice broke his thoughts, and she looked at Lin Jio with blinking eyes. Lin Jio held his chin with one hand, thought for a while, shook his head and said, Forget it, let's not go and watch it, so as not to harm innocent people. Let Han Xian have a good sleep. Daji nodded thoughtfully, looked at the fishing rod with serious eyes, and held the fishing rod tightly with her slender hands, continuing to fight with the fishing rod. She just didn't believe that she could catch all the junk today. Lin Jio looked at Daji's stubborn look, smiled, and shook his head, then turned around and continued to clean up the messy island. TSK, they really dump all kinds of garbage on the island. Lin Jio covered his nose with a look of disgust and threw a piece of rotten, maggot-infested beef into the sea with his trident. I don't know what kind of family conditions this person has. He doesn't even smoke the meat. He just lives one day at a time. Lin Jio, who was picking up the garbage, suddenly heard Daji's cry again. Master, that small island is coming towards us. Chapter 91. The Island of 71,444. Master, that small island is coming towards us. When Lin Jio heard this, he quickly put down what he was holding and quickly came to Daji's side. Daji pointed at the small island coming towards them, and Lin Jio looked at the moving island. Lin Jio calculated in his mind that within 20 minutes, the other party would catch up with him. The opponent's island is small in size and fast in speed, while his island is too big and its speed is slowed down a lot. Thinking of this, Lin Jio simply stopped. It would be fine if the other party was just passing by, but what if he had any improper thoughts about him? Humph. That means I'm here to deliver a package to him. The courier must give the place a welcome package, burial at sea. Master, why did you stop? Daji asked with a puzzled look on her face, preparing to put away the fishing rod. Lin Jiao showed a playful smile, waved his hand, looked at the small island, and said, "It's okay. Just keep fishing. If the other party has any bad intentions, let's give him a sea burial." When Daji saw Lin Jiao's malicious smile, she turned her head away helplessly. She knew that every time her master showed this kind of smile, it meant that someone was about to be in trouble. After about 10 minutes, Lin Jiao could see the appearance of the small island clearly. There are 4 men standing on the island, and the man in the middle should be the player. What made Lin Jiao laugh the most was that there was a flag on the house on the island with a few letters and numbers written on it. ZG71444. Wow, isn't this an old acquaintance? This surprised Lin Jiao very much. He didn't expect to encounter this. It seems that 71444 was just robbing another person's island, and seemed to have succeeded. To be more specific, it seemed as if he himself was the culprit of all this. If he hadn't bought 71,444's 2 chickens at that time, 71,444 would not have had the most basic material support, and might still be fishing now. In order to make up for the mistakes he made, he decided to eliminate the harm to the people. You must make up for your mistakes. He is definitely not doing this for Dongjua. It's not for any land. Seeing that the island of 71,444 was getting closer and closer to him, he said to Daji, who was fishing, "Daji, go wake up Han Xin. Remember to bring your weapons." Daji, who had no intention of fishing, stood up and ran into the tent after hearing this. Lin Jiao turned and walked towards a wooden box, then took out a crossbow and put it behind his back while holding the trident tightly in his right hand. "Boss!" Han Xin had already come to Lin Jiao's side at this time, holding a crossbow in his hand, but his face looked a little listless. After seeing this, Lin Jiao patted Han Xin on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work. When this is over, I'll ask Aunt Xiao to make you something good to replenish your body." When Han Xin heard about food, he perked up and instantly returned to his position as the glutton. He stared at the approaching small island, with an evil smile on his lips, but a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Disturbing his sleep. By the way, there will be someone whose martial arts skills are not inferior to yours. Be careful. If you can't do it, I will kill you directly. Lin Jiao thought of Dongjua, who was under 71444, and quickly told Han Xin. Han Xin looked serious after hearing this, nodded, and tightened his grip on the crossbow. Soon, the small island with the flag of 71,444 stopped about 50 meters away. The man in the middle looked at Lin Jiao and the other 2, then stared at Daji with greedy eyes. Daji glanced back with some disgust, then walked to Lin Jiao's side and took Lin Jiao's hand. After seeing this scene, the man in the middle glanced at Lin Jiao with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Of course, Lin Jiao also saw this hint of resentment, but he held Daji's slender little hand tightly without caring. Since you have already attracted hatred, you might as well do it more harshly. Just like that, several people stared at each other across the island, and a spark flew in the air. "Are you 71444? Lin Jiao glanced at the flag and asked first. The man in the middle nodded. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to Lin Jiao, "You are 520, right?" After hearing this, Lin Jiao was a little puzzled. How could he be recognized? Then, he saw the way 71444 was staring at Daji, and everything became clear to him at once. After all, Daji is very recognizable. Anyone who has played the game Honor of Kings for a few days can basically recognize her. Basically everyone in the channel knows that he has Daji, so it is normal for them to recognize him, within reason and beyond expectation. Seeing that Lin Jiao didn't speak, 71444 mocked. "Why? You only have so few men. Your house is so shabby, even shabbier than the one I just robbed." After hearing this, Lin Jiao raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Have to. 71444. This means you treat this island as your own. Hey, you used to be so energetic in the channel before. Why are you silent now? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Lin Jiao's silence made 71,444 mock even more happily. "Speak up. Weren't you so pretentious in a regional channel before? Selling this and that. Where's the chicken coop you built with stone bricks? Where's the panda you raised?" Before Lin Jiao could speak, Han Xin couldn't help it and raised his crossbow to shoot at 71444. "Call out. No one expected that Han Xin would launch an attack at this time. Even Dong Zhuo, who was standing next to 71444, was unable to react in time. Dong Zhuo pushed 71444 away, but his reaction was too slow. Although the arrow avoided the vital point, it still hit the shoulder. Hiss! Oh! 71444 let out a scream. The wound from the last lightning strike had not yet fully healed. This arrow was like pouring salt on his wound. Kill them for me. 71444 covered his wound, endured the pain, and controlled the island to crash towards Lin Jiao. Dong Zhuo and the other two also picked up their weapons, with indignation on their faces, preparing to attack Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao smiled. In close combat, perhaps he could still be a little afraid, but don't forget that he still has the crossbow. Lin Jiao took out the crossbow from his back and aimed it at Dong Zhuo and his two companions. Dong Zhuo and his two companions hurriedly tried to find something to block it, but unfortunately, their speed was no match for the speed of the crossbow. Call out! Call out! Two sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and two crossbow arrows shot towards them. Lin Jiao glanced at Daji beside him with some surprise, but he didn't expect that Daji was not soft-hearted at all. Two screams rang out in the air. One of Dong Zhuo's three men had already fallen to the ground, having been shot in a vital area. It looked like he would bleed to death soon. Another arrow hit the inside of 71,444's thigh, almost making 71,444 childless. This arrow made Lin Jiao's scalp tingle. This arrow was the same one shot by Daji. 71444 fell to the ground with a look of pain on his face. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow from the inside of his thigh with force. His face was pale, and cold sweat broke out on his head. Owner! Dong Zhuo cried out in surprise. And while Lin Jiao and his companions were changing the crossbows, he tried to drag 71444 behind a box. But he forgot that Han Xin had already loaded the crossbow. Han Xin narrowed his eyes, held the crossbow, aimed at Dong Zhuo, and lightly clicked his fingers. Chapter 92 Betrayal. Han Xin narrowed his eyes, held the crossbow, aimed at Dong Zhuo, and lightly clicked his finger. Call out! The crossbow arrow was shot out instantly. Dong Zhuo, who was dragging 71444, felt the crisis and quickly dodged. But at such a close distance and the extremely fast speed of the crossbow, the arrow still hit Dong Zhuo's shoulder. Dong Zhuo's body trembled slightly. He did not even bother to pull out the arrow from his shoulder. He endured the pain and dragged 71444 behind the wooden box. Han Xin shook his head with a hint of regret on his face. He felt somewhat dissatisfied that this arrow did not kill Dong Zhuo. After Lin Jiao saw that everyone had hidden in the box, he raised his hand and waved it, then put away the crossbow and tightly grasped the trident. Seeing this, Han Xin and Daji also replaced their crossbows with bronze swords or tridents. At this time, among the four men of 71,444 who were hiding behind two wooden boxes, 71444 had completely lost his combat effectiveness, and another of his men was pierced through the chest by an arrow shot by Lin Jiao. The only ones who still had the strength to fight were Dong Zhuo and Li Si, and Dong Zhuo also had a wound on his shoulder. Master, what should we do? Dong Zhuo endured the pain and pulled out the arrow from his shoulder, then turned to look at 71444. 71444 was pale and sweaty at this time. I don't know if it was because of the pain or because I was scared by the arrow in my inner thigh. 71,444 gritted his teeth, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and uttered a few words. Get him! After hearing this, Dong Zhuo nodded with difficulty. He wanted to say that the chances of winning were slim and that they should retreat, but when he thought of 71,444's character, he took back his words. 71444 covered the inside of his thighs with his hands, his eyes revealing a fierce look. He couldn't believe that he had robbed 2 islands in a row, but now he couldn't beat 520. I have waited for this day for too long. He refused to accept it. He must kill 520 today. 71444 looked at Li Si, who was hiding behind a box nearby, with a resentful look, and said, Li Si, what I trust most is your brain. I believe that you and Dong Zhuo can definitely defeat them together. After hearing this, Li Si looked a little strange, nodded heavily, and said, Master, I will never let you down. There was a hint of relief in 71,444's resentful eyes. He nodded, and then continued to control the island and rush towards Linjiu. Linjiu looked at the island that was still moving towards him and felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that 71,444 would dare to come. You are so brave. Daji, who was standing next to Linjiu, felt unwilling to give up when she couldn't shoot anyone. So she raised her crossbow and aimed at the flag of 71,444. Call out. 71444. The wooden stick on which the flag was hung was not very thick, and Daji shot an arrow at the stick. Then, the stick slowly broke in the middle, and, after a few seconds, it collapsed from the small house and hit the roof heavily. Hiss! 71,444's eyes turned red, and he pounded the ground with his fist, which agitated the wound, and he let out another scream. Linjiu was stunned. What a guy! Killing people is heartbreaking. When Daji saw this scene, she nodded with satisfaction and said, Humph! You insulted my master. I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, before Linjiu could give a few words of praise, the island of 71,444 collided with Linjiu's island. Linjiu and the other two looked a little solemn, but they were no longer as nervous as they were at the beginning. After all, the other side was missing 2 fighters, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Dong Zhuo, hiding behind a wooden box, nodded to Li Si, then stood up and rushed out. Oh! Dong Zhuo shouted loudly, holding the bronze knife tightly in his hand. Li Si also stood up, and 71,444's expectant eyes picked up the trident and rushed out. After seeing this, 71444 half lay on the wooden box like a dead dog, with a look of relief on his face. Fortunately, I have Li Si and Dong Zhuo. Li Si has strategy and Dong Zhuo has military force. The two of them work together perfectly. It should be more than enough to deal with 520. Thinking of this, the pain in his body eased a little. 71444 lay on the wooden box, closed his eyes, and waited quietly for good news from the two. After a while, 71,444 opened his eyes, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Why is there no movement? Could it be solved so quickly? That shouldn't be the case. At least there should be some fighting noise. 71,444 gritted his teeth, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and climbed up with all his might, then stuck his head out to take a look. Gong Difa. The scene that 71444 saw at this moment made him stunned and blurted out beautiful Chinese words. What did he see? At this time, Li Si was using the trident to press against Dong Zhuo's back. Dong Zhuo held the knife, raised to chop at Linjiu, and did not dare to move at all. A sinister smile appeared on Li Si's face, and he held the trident close to Dong Zhuo's back. As long as Dong Zhuo moved, he would stab it without hesitation. Dong Zhuo didn't dare to move, but his face was full of anger. This scene not only confused 71444, but also confused Linjiu and the other two. Turning against us? Can this subordinate turn against us? A hint of doubt arose in Linjiu's mind. Li Si, what the hell are you doing? Are you fucking crazy? Do you want to die? 71444 couldn't help but curse loudly, his eyes bloodshot. Oh! Li Si laughed grimly and said disdainfully, Oh, my lord, don't be stupid. Find out the situation and know who is going to die. After hearing this, 71444 finally accepted the fact that Li Si had betrayed him. His eyes became lifeless, and he collapsed to the ground. Indeed, in this situation, he is doomed to die. Brother Dong Zhuo, don't blame me. I had no choice but to do this. What future do you think I can have by following this idiot? He's useless. He only knows how to eat, drink, and sleep. You fish for the supplies, and I came up with the idea, but he just waits for food and drink every day like a useless person. That's fine, but they beat us up and hurled insults at us at every turn. But did we do anything wrong? Nothing. Why not follow me and join this man in front of you? Brother Dong Zhuo, don't you believe in my judgment? Believe me, if we follow this man, we will definitely have a good life. After some persuasion from Li Si and thinking about 71,444's attitude towards him before, Dong Zhuo began to waver. After hearing this, Linjiu stood there in a daze, and Daji also seemed a little dazed. Good fellow, he exclaimed, good fellow. It's such a pity that Li Si doesn't join a pyramid scheme. No, he is my master after all. After some thought, Dong Zhuo rejected Li Si's proposal. After hearing this, 71,444's eyes lit up again. There is still hope. There is still hope for him to survive. After hearing this, Li Si shook his head with some regret and was about to kill Dong Zhuo with a halberd. When Lin Jiao saw this action, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop!" After hearing this, Li Si showed a trace of confusion on his face and asked Lin Jiao, "Master, if he doesn't choose to join you, why keep him?" After hearing this, Lin Jiao was stunned. Wow, Li Si changed his mind so quickly. That's quite sensible. It's okay, I have plenty of ways to make him obey me. Lin Jiao's mouth corners slightly raised, and he spoke specifically in the direction of 71,444. Li Si showed a trace of doubt on his face. Before he could speak, Lin Jiao greeted Han Xian. Han Xian, bring 2 ropes and tie them up. After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao showed a trace of apology on his face and said to Li Si with a smile, "I'm a little worried, so understand. It's okay. Come on." Li Si seemed very calm, which surprised Lin Jiao. Soon, Han Xian took 2 ropes to tie up Dong Zhuo. When it came to Li Si cooperated very well. He put his hand behind his back and allowed Han Xian to tie him up. Lin Jiao watched Han Xian finish all this, nodded, and said, "Keep an eye on them both." After saying that, Lin Jiao walked towards 71444, who was hiding behind the wooden box. 71444, lying on the ground, had lost his color in his eyes and no longer thought about controlling the island to escape. He just waited quietly for Lin Jiao's arrival. Chapter 93, I'm Hungry Too. 71444, lying on the ground, had lost his color in his eyes and no longer thought about escaping. He waited quietly for Lin Jiao's arrival. Lin Jiao walked slowly towards the wooden box with a trident in his hand. The light in 71,444's eyes had faded, and he left everything to fate. Han Xian, Dong Zhuo, and others also looked at Lin Jiao at this time, and Dong Zhuo's face was full of unwillingness. 71444. Lin Jiao gave a playful smile and looked at 71444, who was slumped on the wooden box, and called out. 71444 nodded weakly, raised his head to look at Lin Jiao, and then lowered his head again. He already knew what his fate would be. After all, he had robbed 2 islands before, and the players were all fooled by him. Okay, stop lying there like a dead dog. I didn't say I was going to kill you. Lin Jiao gently kicked 71444. What? You're not going to kill me? 71444 asked in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock, a hint of disbelief on his face. Lin Jiao squatted down, patted 71444 on the shoulder, and said with a smile, I really won't kill you. Instead, I want to make a deal with you. Deal? What deal? There was a gleam in 71,444's eyes, and he couldn't wait to ask Lin Jiao. In his opinion, as long as he could survive, it would be enough. Lin Jiao raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth and stared at 71444. 71444 felt uneasy. Lin Jiao had an evil smile on his face, patted 71444 on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Nothing much. You just control your mobile island and bring the island you just robbed to my island. Then follow me back to my main island. After all my supplies are on the main island. I can only pay you when you return to my main island. Upon hearing this, 71,444 nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, boss, I'll transport the island to you and leave. Forget about the trade. Just consider it as my honor to you. 71444 didn't want any reward at all. He just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. After hearing this, Lin Jiao showed dissatisfaction on his face, slapped 71,444's shoulder heavily, and said, I am very dissatisfied when you say that. I'm a conscientious businessman. A deal is a deal. Do you want me to go against my principles? When he said the last sentence, Lin Jiao's tone was deliberately heavier. Upon hearing this, 71444 quickly shook his head and said with a flattering smile, Boss, I'll listen to you. Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction, then waved to Han Xian and said, Bring them both here. Han Xian, who was standing not far away, nodded after hearing this, then walked over with Li Si in his hand, threw him on the ground, turned around, and urged Dong Zhuo to come over. After everyone gathered, Lin Jiao said to Han Xian, You watch them on this island. If they make any moves later, snap them. Before Han Xian could speak, 71444 quickly shook his head and said with a flattering smile, Boss, no. If you do anything rash, I will jump into the sea first. Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction, turned, and walked towards his own island. When he walked back to his island, he smiled and rubbed Daji's head, but turned around and saw that 71444 had not made any move. What are you doing? Why aren't you going yet? 71444 sat on the ground, turned around, and said to Lingio with a sad face, Boss, it's not that I don't want to move, but the interface prompts that I have less than 2 men. Lingio walked back to the island of 71,444 with a hint of doubt and said, How is that possible? Then he saw the tied-up Li Si and another 71,444 dead subordinates, and suddenly realized that Li Si had really surrendered. Lingio opened the interface, pulled 71444 out of the blacklist, and tried to transfer Li Si to him. Unexpectedly, this actually worked. Lingio thought about it for a while, and finally clicked OK to teleport Li Si to 71444. After receiving the message, 71444 immediately understood the reason and gave Li Si a resentful look. After doing all this, Lingio gave Han Xin some instructions again and then walked back to his island. Under Lingio's gaze, 71444 drove the island towards the distant island that he had just seized. Seeing this, Lingio smiled and shook his head. He had thought about asking 71444 to transfer the island to him, but when he thought about it, he would have to pay for the fuel himself. So what was the point of doing business with 71,444? All right, stop looking. Lingio patted Daji's head and walked towards one of the wooden boxes. Daji felt a little pain when Lingio slapped her. She poutingly withdrew her gaze, turned around, and followed Lingio. Master, didn't we just finish eating? Why are you bringing out meat again? Daji blinked and was a little confused when she saw Lingio taking out the bacon from the box. Lingio raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, We must reward Han Xin well. After hearing this, Daji showed a look of disbelief on her face. When Lingio saw Daji's expression, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. How come no one believes him now? He just wanted to reward Han Xin. Does he exploit his subordinates so much? Lingio built a bonfire and waited quietly for Han Xin to come back. He tied a few bottles of Coke with ropes and threw them into the sea. By the time Han Xin comes back, he'll be able to drink iced cola. After doing all this, Lingio sat on the beach and chatted with Daji. After more than 10 minutes, Lingio saw the larger island begin to move towards him. Lingio raised the corner of his mouth, put the prepared barbecue on the campfire, and started grilling for Han Xin. I am such a considerate boss. Master, we're almost there. Daji put the barbecue in her hand on a clean wooden board, stood up, and looked towards the island. Lingio smiled, clapped his hands, and stood up. Soon, the island controlled by 71,444 collided with Lingio's island. Han Xin was the first to walk down the island, and Lingio waved to him and said, Come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Han Xin was pressed to the ground by Lingio with a look of surprise. Then Lingio turned and walked towards the seaside, took the rope off the wood, and pulled up the Coke in the sea. Promise. Lingio handed a bottle of Coke to Han Xin and Daji respectively, then sat on the ground and started eating them in big mouthfuls. This tastes pretty good. The 3 members of 71,444 who were abandoned aside could not help but swallow their saliva and turn their heads away, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. Soon, the aroma of barbecue reached them. Li Si couldn't help but sniff it, and his saliva couldn't help but flow from the corners of his mouth. You are useless. When he lets us go, we will move away from this area, develop quietly, expand our team, and then avenge today's humiliation. 71,444 rolled his eyes at Li Si and started to make his own plans again. Thinking of the wonderful life that was about to come, he swallowed his saliva. Dongjua lowered his head and said nothing, thinking to himself that his master finally got hard for once. Boss, I am hungry. Chapter 94, Pirate Leader. Boss, I'm hungry. Dongjua quickly raised his head and looked at 71444 with an expression of disbelief on his face. Where's the toughness you promised? Didn't you agree not to eat? Seeing Dongjua's expression, 71444 smiled embarrassedly and said, As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Let's eat first and worry later. Dongjua rolled his eyes weakly, and Li Si couldn't help swallowing. Lingio heard the call of 71,444 and took a look at the half-full box of smoked meat. Thinking that they wouldn't be able to finish so much food before returning to the main island, they simply agreed. Come and eat by yourselves. After hearing this, Li Si stood up and ran directly towards Lin Jiao. 71,444 rolled his eyes viciously, and just as he stood up, the pain in his thigh made his legs go limp, and he almost fell to the ground. Dongzhi was still carried him on his shoulders and slowly walked towards Lin Jiao. Eat. Why don't you two eat? Lin Jiao looked at Li Si and Dongzhi with some surprise and placed a barbecue in front of them. Li Si cast a resentful look at 71444 who was eating meat, then turned around and showed his tied hands to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao smiled helplessly. He had forgotten that the two men's hands were still tied. Lin Jiao glanced at 71444, who was eating barbecue, and was speechless. His men were tied up, but he just focused on eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. No wonder Li Si betrayed him. Lin Jiao gave Han Xian a look, signaling him to untie the ropes of Dong Zhuo and the other man. Han Xian stuffed a large piece of barbecue into his mouth, chewed it, and walked over reluctantly to untie the ropes between the two men with his hands. Dong Zhuo and Li Si gave Lin Jiao a look of gratitude. Seeing this, 71,444 curled his lips and started eating. When Han Xian and Daji saw 71,444's look, they suddenly felt a little sorry for Dong Zhuo and the other man. After eating and drinking, Lin Jiao asked Han Xian to tie up 71444 and the other two and threw them back to his own island, letting 71444 control the island and follow him back. After driving for several hours, Lin Jiao finally saw his island vaguely. Master, we're almost there. Daji burst into excitement and pointed at the blurry island. Lin Jiao smiled and rubbed her head. It's just that you haven't been home for one day. Why are you so excited? But when he thought about being able to sleep with 3 soft pillows in his arms again tonight, he felt a little excited. After a while, the main island became larger and larger in their sight. Lin Jiao could also see at this time that several people had gathered on the beach of the main island. They should be Zhao Zilong and his group. More than 10 minutes passed. Boss, you're back. Zhao Zilong smiled and put down the trident in his hand, walked onto the island that Lin Jiao brought back, and then asked, Boss, are you out robbing? How did this island become so big? When Lin Jiao heard this, his face suddenly fell. He patted Zhao Zilong and said, What do you mean by snatch? This was clearly exchanged with me willingly by someone else. How could I possibly snatch it? As soon as Lin Jiao finished speaking, Han Xian and Daji covered their mouths and hid aside to laugh. Zhao Zilong saw the looks of Han Xian and Daji, smiled, and stopped talking. Willingly, fuck, boss, are you out to rob people? Wow, boss, that's awesome. Master, you are much braver than at night. The few people who came over later surrounded Lin Jiao and chattered. Lin Jiao showed a helpless look, raised his hand, and said, Stop. Let me make it clear again. I'm not robbing them. They willingly exchanged them with me. He looks like the kind of guy who would rob people. It's all voluntary. Also, what does it mean to be braver than at night? He obviously didn't do anything. Also, he is obviously braver at night than during the day. Seeing that no one believed it, Lin Jiao helplessly waved to 71,444, who was not far away, wanting 71444 to prove it for him. At this time, 71,444 stood there in a daze, and Dong Zhuo and the other man were also stunned. Holy shit, it's huge. There's so many people. When 71444 saw the house built of stones, he couldn't stop smiling. A warehouse built with stone bricks? A house built with stone bricks? It's 2 stories high. What are those? Circles made of stone bricks. Before 71444 had much time to be shocked, Han Xian came over with an unhappy look on his face and kicked 71444 on the butt, saying, The boss is calling you. Why are you in a daze? 71444, who was kicked awake, didn't care about the kick. He just nodded dully and walked towards Lin Jiao. 71444 was so shocked by this scene that he could not feel any pain, but his heart could not calm down for a long time. 71444, tell me, these islands were all obtained through legitimate transactions, not stolen by me. 71444 couldn't hear what Lin Jiao was saying and just kept nodding. Lin Jiao seemed a little dissatisfied with his reaction and said unhappily, To prove it, I think you should make a deal with me so that they can believe you and pass on your current island to me. Oh, okay. Wait, what? 71444 reacted belatedly, exclaimed, and then asked, Boss, what are you offering for this? Lin Jiao raised his eyebrows, walked to 71444, patted his shoulder, stared at him, and said, "Haven't the supplies been given to you?" What supplies? There are none. Boss, did you remember it wrong? 71444 was startled by Lin Jiao's slap. He swallowed his saliva, plucked up his courage, and asked cautiously, "You had barbecue, didn't you?" Lin Jiao increased the strength in his hands and asked through gritted teeth, "No way. Boss, you actually exchanged such a small amount of barbecue for such a big island? Isn't it a bit of a disadvantage for you, boss?" 71444 was looking aggressive, and then when he saw the malicious looks and raised fists from the people behind Lin Jiao, he immediately smiled and looked flattering. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded contentedly, patted 71,444's shoulder gently, and said with a smile, "It's okay to suffer a little loss. I don't care about such a small profit. Thank you, big shot." Woohoo! 71444 had a sad face, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. What kind of injustice is this? Woo woo woo. When Lin Jiao heard the crying, he immediately looked unhappy and said with a frown, "Why are you crying? Do you have any objection?" 71444 had a sad face. Seeing the people behind Lin Jiao raising their fists again, he shook his head repeatedly. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "Boss, I have no objection. You are so kind. I am so touched." These are tears of emotion. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. That's right. After hearing this, the people behind Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction and put down their fists. 71,444 feels like crying now. How can he be considered a pirate? If he is considered a pirate, then what the hell is this? Pirate leader and pirate base? Chapter 95. Conscience to the death of a person. Pirate leader and pirate base? Well, don't be so touched. Just give it to me now. Lin Jiao is very pleased now. He thinks this young man has great potential. Moved to tears, 71444 gave the island to Lin Jiao with tears in his eyes. After receiving it, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. His own island was originally close to 500 square meters, plus the 110 square meters he brought back and the 100 square meters of 71,444. His current island is close to 800 square meters. Lin Jiao waved his hand and merged the 200 square meters with his main island. After doing all this, Lin Jiao patted 71444 on the shoulder again and said with a smile, "Should we count the money for the coke now?" "Ah, what? You want money for coke? You're a traitor. Rape what?" Lin Jiao smiled evilly and stared at 71444. The look in his eyes was self-evident. The people behind Lin Jiao also picked up their weapons, tridents, bronze knives, crossbows. 71,444 stuttered. "Shoulders to gods. Yes, shoulders to gods. Yeah, that's right. I know it myself. Come on, pay the money." Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction after hearing this answer. "Boss, what do you like? Just take it." "What do you mean by taking it directly? This is a trade, an equal trade. As a conscientious businessman, I won't cheat you. 2 bottles of 1982 Coke in exchange for Dongjua and Li Si. This is not too much." When 71444 heard this, he was stunned. These 2 bottles of cola actually required Dongjua and Li Si. These were the capital for his comeback. He wanted to bargain with Lin Jiao, but thinking of the people behind Lin Jiao, he said helplessly, "Not too much, not too much." After saying this, he willingly handed Dongjua and Li Si over to Lin Jiao. Owner. Li Si and Dongjua both walked over, bent down, and saluted Lin Jiao. Seeing that he had recruited another general, Lin Jiao was overjoyed and said with a smile, Okay. You don't have to call me master. Just call me boss." Li Si and Dongjua nodded, turned around, and walked behind Lin Jiao. This scene made 71,444's eyes turn red and his heart skipped a beat. Seeing 71,444's expression, Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. "If you don't cherish it when you have it, you will regret it when you lose it. TSK, TSK, TSK. 2 words. You deserve it." When Lin Jiao was about to turn around and leave, 71444 suddenly raised his head and asked, "Boss, what about what we agreed on before, that I would help you transport the island here, and you would give me the supplies?" 71,444's eyes were full of expectation. He placed all his hopes on this. He then continued, "Boss, I don't want more. Just give me a 20 square meter island, and then you can give me a distance anywhere you want. After saying that, he thought Lin Jiao would agree, so he endured the pain in his thigh, turned around, and prepared to walk to a place to get his fishing rod back. Lin Jiao showed a trace of confusion on his face, stopped 71444, and said doubtfully, "What? Supplies? Didn't I give them to you? You wasted so much of my time, and I'm only letting you use this little bit of wood. I'm already being very merciful, okay?" 71444, who had just raised his foot, heard these words, turned around, clenched his fists, and said with anger on his face, 520, you're going too far. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have more people. Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. When Lin Jiao heard this, he took a look at his injuries, turned around, and laughed at everyone, saying, "Huh, did you hear that? You want to fight me one-on-one? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Boss, I'm afraid he got kicked in the head by a donkey." Everyone cooperated with Lin Jiao, holding their stomachs and laughing. 71,444's eyes were red and his whole body was shaking with anger. "Boss, isn't that a bad thing to say?" At this moment, Li Si suddenly stood up. When Lin Jiao heard Li Si come out to speak for 71444, he looked at him with some surprise. 71444 cast a grateful look at Li Si. Unexpectedly, Li Si still cared about the previous master-servant relationship, which made him feel a little touched. "Boss, I think saying that he got kicked in the head by a donkey is an insult to the donkey." Li Si added a sentence at the end. After hearing it, Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment, then patted Li Si's shoulder with satisfaction. 71444, who was already filled with indignation, became instantly furious and ashamed when he heard what Li Si said. "Fuck it, 520. If you're a man, challenge me one-on-one." 71444 yelled in anger and limped towards Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao shook his head with a disdainful expression on his face. He raised his leg and kicked 71,444 away. "Look, it's not my fault. He asked for it himself. I have never heard such an unreasonable request in my life." Lin Jiao turned his head and said something to the people behind him with an innocent look on his face. 71444, who fell to the ground, felt the pain from his wound. He turned his head to the side with a look of pain on his face. Then, the pain on his face was suddenly replaced by shock. What did he see? On the edge of another island behind the house, there are more than a dozen fishing rods placed there, emitting a blue-purple light. This is totally different from their fishing rods. He now suddenly understood why Lin Jiao had so many supplies. He immediately understood what Lin Jiao's secret was. 71444 just turned his head and raised his hand, only to find that Lin Jiao was already squatting in front of him. "Did you see it?" 71444 nodded dully, then quickly shook his head, his expression full of fear, muttering, "Boss, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." Lin Jiao's face no longer had the smile from before. Instead, there was a hint of coldness, and he whispered, "Since you've seen it, you're doomed to die. I don't want you to reveal my secret." After hearing this, 71,444's face was filled with fear, and he started gesturing in the air with his fingers. "Ah, you!" 71444 vomited blood and wanted to say something, but just as he uttered a word, his head fell to the side and he died. His abdomen was also bleeding. Lin Jiao took his hand away expressionlessly and went to the beach to wash it with seawater. At this moment, he suddenly felt like the villain in a novel. I saw an arrow stuck in 71,444's abdomen. The arrow pierced his body and blood was dripping. After washing his hands, Lin Jiao turned around and walked back to Han Xian and the others. The coldness on his face was gone, and his sunny smile returned. He smiled and said to everyone, "See, I'm a conscientious businessman." He was the first to bring up this challenge. As a conscientious businessman, I will definitely meet all of my clients' requests. Han Xian and the others looked at him strangely, but they nodded again and again. "Yes, that's right. A conscientious businessman. All conscientious customers are dead." Chapter 96, Freshwater Problem. After watching the show, everyone left with a smile and continued to do their own things. Zhao Zilong kicked 71,444's body into the sea and gave him a traditional burial on the island. "Boss, I can't take it anymore. I'm going back to sleep first." After everything was settled, Han Xian's eyelids drooped and he looked listless. Seeing his expression, Lin Jiao patted his shoulder and said, "You've worked hard, go to sleep." Han Xen nodded without saying anything, looking tired, and turned to walk towards his dormitory building. After Zhao Zilong gave 71444 a sea burial, Lin Jiao came to Zhao Zilong with a smile and asked, "Nothing unexpected happened on the island while I was away, did it?" "Boss, nothing happened when you were away, but something happened when you came back." Zhao Zilong saw Lin Jiao frowning and quickly changed his words. "You came back with a surprise." Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand, signaling Zhao Zilong to leave. See, he is a conscientious businessman, a conscientious boss. Anyone got any comments? Anyone got any questions? If you don't believe me, bring out 71,444 to confront me. Lin Jiao did not go to check the construction problems on the island first, but walked towards the fishing area first. After all, cold stone bricks can't match the warm and soft fragrance of buns. Thinking that there were 6 warm buns waiting for him, Lin Jiao couldn't help but quicken his pace with a smile on his face. Owner, owner, owner. The 3 daughters of Daji turned around at the same time and made pleasant sounds. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded repeatedly, quickened his pace, and said with a smile, "I missed you so much after not seeing you for just one day. Come on, let me hug you, master." After saying that, Lin Jiao opened his arms and walked towards Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji smiled happily, stood up, and prepared to throw herself into Lin Jiao's warm arms. Lin Jiao was just about to feel the warm steamed bun when Meng Meng in Kai Wenji's arms saw Lin Jiao. She broke free from Kai Wenji's arms and jumped onto Lin Jiao's face. "Meng Meng!" Lin Jiao let out a cry of surprise and used his hands to pull the cute look off his face, looking resentful. Meng Meng didn't care about all that. She just kicked Lin Jiao with her 4 little hooves and kept putting her head into Lin Jiao's arms. Lin Jiao, who originally wanted to beat it up, couldn't bring himself to do it after seeing its coquettish look. He could only drag Meng Meng by his hand and wait a few times to cooperate with it. Kai Wenji watched from the side, secretly covered her mouth, and chuckled a few times. Seeing Lin Jiao's indignant expression, she walked up to Lin Jiao in small steps, stood on tiptoe, kissed Lin Jiao on the chin, turned around with a blushing face, and ran back to the fishing area. Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment, touched Meng Meng's head, and then smiled. "I didn't get to eat the white and tender buns, but it was pretty good to have a kiss." Lin Jiao teased Meng Meng in his arms for a while, then walked over. He did not forget the purpose of coming here. His fishing rod had not yet split into 2 pieces, so he held the fishing rod, then split into 2 pieces and handed it to Daji. After chatting with Daji and the other 2 girls, he put Meng Meng down and left. Old Lei, Lin Jiao came behind Lei Fat Ada, holding 2 bottles of Coke in his hand, and called out with a smile. Lei Fat Ada heard Lin Jiao's shouting from behind him, and quickly turned around, put down the things in his hands, and said, "Boss." Lin Jiao smiled and nodded, then threw a bottle of Coke in his hand to Lei Fat Ada and asked, "How's the progress?" "Boss, the pigsty has been built. Now we are building a blacksmith shop for Lao. It will be completed in the afternoon." After hearing this, Lin Jiao looked around and found that the blacksmith shop had already taken shape and was similar to what he had seen on TV. "Okay, then you go ahead, and I'll go look somewhere else." Lin Jiao said something to Lei Fat Ada, then smiled and gestured to the people who were working, then turned and walked toward the pig pen. Arriving at the pig pen, Lin Jiao took a look. It was surrounded by stone brick walls on all sides, with several pillars outside as supports. A roof was built about 1 meter above the stone wall. Lin Jiao reached out and pushed open the door, then went in to take a look. There were drain outlets and drainage channels, so there was no need to worry about the pig pen being flooded on rainy days. Then, it seems like it hasn't rained for several days. Lin Jiao hurriedly walked out of the pigsty and came to the pond that was dug during the last rain. Most of the water in the pond has been gone, with only about 30 cubic meters left. 30 cubic meters may sound like a lot, but for his island with about 20 people, it would only be enough for half a month at most. Lin Jiao suddenly felt a sense of crisis about the shortage of fresh water. He quickened his pace, returned to the fishing area, and asked Daji, "Daji, how many bottles of mineral water do we have now?" After hearing this, Daji took out a small notebook from the wooden box next to her. After flipping through a few pages, Daji raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Boss, there are still 7,697 bottles of mineral water. Today's bottles have not been recorded yet. I'll go there later." Lin Jiu nodded and waved to signal Daji to continue fishing. Then he quickly opened the regional channel. Within the regional channel, wood. Whoever has wood, I'll pay a lot of money to buy it. I'm trapped here and can't go back. Another wannabe islander? Halfway through the journey, you find you don't have enough wood? You deserve it. Not enough wood and no fishing rods. TSK, 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 you're going to die. Luckily, I brought a fishing rod with me. I'm going to give it a try. If I don't rob you guys, I'll just drift on the sea and never come back. Go to hell upstairs. I hope you get eaten by sharks. Damn it. I just want to survive, but now I'm scared by you pirates. +1 to the person above. I'm now afraid of pirates appearing near me every day. If anyone has a subordinate, lend me one. I'll go out and rob some people. If I become rich, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Lin Jiu saw that at this moment, people in the channel were still discussing their subordinates and Mu too, and how they wanted to become pirates to get rich, but they had not noticed that they were running out of fresh water. Unless we go back to the days when we took a bath every few days, we won't be short of fresh water. Lin Jiu glanced at the people who were working hard and quickly threw this idea out of his mind. All his subordinates work for him. As the boss, if he can't even provide water for their daily bath, he would feel guilty even if no one else said anything. Bathing in seawater? Lin Jiu quickly threw this idea out of his mind. It is not impossible to bathe in seawater, but you still need to rinse with fresh water. Otherwise, the seawater will evaporate and form salt crystals on the surface of the body, causing the body to continue to lose water. When you think about it this way, the cost outweighs the gain. If there is really no other way, you can only take a bath in seawater first, and then rinse with fresh water. But this method is the last resort, and he will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, as a boss, the most basic thing for him is to let his employees take a clean and comfortable hot bath after a busy day. He can be a profiteer, but he cannot be a black-hearted boss. 97th, lost again. He can be a profiteer, but he can never be a black-hearted boss. Lin Jiu thought about it for a while and decided to go to the World Channel to get some fresh water before anyone noticed the lack of fresh water. If conditions permit, we should cheat foreign countries first if possible. He turned on the World Channel and quickly typed a line of words. Exchange milk for mineral water. The price is cheap. Come if you need it. Who is this ZG520? He is willing to exchange milk for mineral water. He must be crazy. The guy above, don't say that. This is 520, the most powerful player in China, no doubt about it. Yes, the players with the most abundant resources in China will take out a large amount of resources in exchange for other resources every time they come out. I also remember this Chinese player. Damn it, he was the one who led the Chinese players to buy our wood at a low price. Yes, it's him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have spent 4 or 5 times the price to buy it back from the Chinese. Fuck, why are you blaming us? Who forced you to buy it? You were the one who begged us to sell it to you, Ba. Oh my god, a 520 boss suddenly appeared on the World Channel. That's just the kind of people they are. Don't argue with them. Be humble when necessary and strike hard when not necessary. The 520 boss has become famous all over the world. Are you sure it's not infamous? Lin Jiu ignored what everyone was saying in the World Channel and went to the warehouse to start picking out milk that was about to expire. After a while, Lin Jiu picked out more than a dozen boxes of milk that were 3 or 4 days expired. He looked at the various brands of milk on the ground and pondered for a while and decided to exchange milk like yogurt at a 1-to-1 ratio and yogurt like Amul at a 1-to-3 ratio. Lin Jiu decided on the price and opened the interface. Friend requests had already exploded, as well as a bunch of messages from friends who wanted to buy milk from him. Chinese, for the sake of friendship between our two countries, I hope you can give me a box. I see your number means you are Chinese, right? I have admired you Chinese for a long time. Can you lend me some milk? Not too much, just 5 bottles. Brother, I can't live any longer. Can you give me a bottle of milk so I can have one last sip before I die? Are you a Chinese player? I hope you know what's best for you, or we Americans will end you with missiles. Lin Jiu looked at those who pretended to be pitiful and wanted to get something for free, and he blocked them directly. As for those who threatened him, he first replied with 2 words and then blocked them. Lin Jiu carefully selected and found some relatively normal players. After some bargaining, Lin Jiu sold the milk for a little more than he expected. Of course, he still gave certain preferential treatment to those foreign players who truly love China. In the end, he exchanged for about 600 or 700 bottles of mineral water. Lin Jiu glanced at the pile of mineral water on the ground. He felt that it was still a little too little. When he was considering whether to exchange it for other supplies, Daji ran in and said, "Master, I just did a count. Excluding the bottles we used today, there are still 7,932 bottles. Are you sure it's 7,932 bottles?" Linjio was a little confused. He rubbed his ears, thinking that he had heard wrongly, and asked again, "Yes, what's wrong, master? Is it a little less?" Daji blinked and looked at Linjio with confusion. She thought Linjio thought it was too little. After Linjio got a definite reply, he asked in disbelief, "A lot. How can it be? How can it increase with use?" "Master, the island only uses about 60 to 70 bottles of mineral water a day, and most of it is used by Aunt Xiao for cooking." After finishing speaking, Daji paused and continued to explain to Linjio. Most of them drink beverages like cola, so they use very little. With nearly 20 fishing rods, we can catch at least 300 bottles a day, and at most 500 bottles. Linjio suddenly understood and nodded. He saw Daji pointing at the hundreds of bottles of mineral water that appeared out of thin air on the ground and asked in confusion, "Master, why do you have so much mineral water? The fresh water in the pond is not enough. I was afraid that when the time comes, there won't be enough mineral water for everyone to take a bath, so I bought a little bit." Linjio touched his head and smiled flatteringly. Daji looked at the pile of mineral water on the ground, feeling a little helpless. "Master, you think too much. I've calculated that when the rainwater in the pond is used up, there will be nearly 30 fishing rods." Linjio nodded and continued to listen to Daji. "Even if we use mineral water for all our water, we would only use 400 to 500 bottles a day at most. By that time, more than 30 fishing rods can normally catch more than 600 bottles." After hearing what Daji said, Linjio stood there in a daze. Did he think that he had been worrying for nothing? Daji glanced at Linjio with a resentful look, then covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Linjio was embarrassed all of a sudden. He was a traitor. Bah, a conscientious businessman actually made a loss today. He hugged Daji, pressed her on his legs, spanked her buttocks, and said in a pretended angry tone, "I made you laugh. Now you're laughing at your master. Master, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again." Daji's face was blushing and her body was trembling slightly, as if she was enduring something. Bang! Seeing this, Linjio slapped Daji's but hard for the last time and said in a pretended angry tone, "There'll be a next time. You'll be in trouble tonight." Seeing Linjio stop what he was doing, Daji quickly stood up, blushing, turned around and ran outside, not forgetting to say something. "Bad master. Stinky master." Linjio looked at Daji's back, shook his head helplessly, and smiled at this little girl. He turned his head to look at the mineral water on the ground and couldn't help kicking it with his foot. "Just buy it for free. It's not a loss anyway." Daji turned around and ran out of the door. Her face flushed, and she kept muttering, "Bad master. Stinky master. That's my most sensitive spot." Daji's legs were still a little weak and itchy as she jogged back to the fishing area. Seeing this, Kai Wenji and Hua Mulan asked with concern, "Daji, are you okay?" When Daji heard Kai Wenji and the other person mention this matter, the scene just now appeared in her mind again. Daji's face turned even redder, and she shook her head quickly, trying to get rid of the image in her mind. But no matter how she shook her head, the image in her mind would not go away. When Kai Wenji and Hua Mulan saw this scene, they stopped asking questions. They already knew everything in their hearts and smiled secretly with their hands covering their mouths. When Daji heard Kai Wenji and Hua Mulan laughing, she turned around and saw the two of them had strange expressions on their faces. She said shyly, "You two are so bad. Stop laughing." Chapter 98, Turbulence in the Regional Channel. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Linjio, who was strolling outside, was feeling depressed about his recent stupid moves when he heard a few cocks crowing. Linjio's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace and walked to the chicken coop. For chickens were walking back and forth inside, while one chicken was sitting on the nest, motionless. Linjio watched for a few minutes. The chicken, which had been sitting on the nest, stood up, flapped its wings a few times, and walked towards its companions, not knowing whether it was out of embarrassment or for some other reason. Then, Linjio saw something he had been thinking about. Eggs. 3 of them. The 3 eggs lay motionless in a nest. To Linjio, they were now more tempting than beautiful women. "Aunt Xiao." Linjio quickly called out to Xiao Biluo. Xiao Biluo trotted over in an apron, her hands still stained with oil. "Boss, dinner will be ready soon. please wait a moment. Xiao Biluo thought Lin Jiao was hungry, so she quickly spoke up. Lin Jiao waved his hand to indicate that he was not hungry, and then waved at Xiao Biluo, indicating her to come over. When Xiao Biluo saw this gesture, her eyes lit up. She thought Lin Jiao had some idea about her, so she said shyly, "Boss, isn't it a bit inappropriate to do this in public? Should she resist? Or should she obey? Or should she play hard to get? I don't know what the boss likes. It's okay if it doesn't work." Xiao Biluo has now thought about what to name her and Lin Jiao's child. Lin Jiao's mind was completely focused on the 3 eggs at this moment. He didn't listen to what Xiao Biluo was saying, nor did he pay attention to Xiao Biluo's expression. He interrupted directly and said, "Come and see. Do you see these 3 eggs?" After hearing Lin Jiao's words, Xiao Biluo's shy expression was suddenly replaced by speechlessness. It turned out that she was overthinking. Xiao Biluo was speechless, but still nodded and responded, "I see, boss. You saw it, didn't you? From today on, you have one more task. Watch these 3 eggs. No one can move them. Tell me when the chicks are hatched." Xiao Biluo looked a little puzzled, but still nodded and said, "Boss, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'm still stewing some soup over there." Lin Jiao waved his hand and said with a smile, Go. Remember to tell me when it hatches." Lin Jiao looked at the 3 eggs in the chicken coop, and the curve of his mouth became bigger and bigger. Chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch chickens, chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch chickens, chickens lay eggs again, eggs hatch chickens again. When the business reaches a certain scale, he will have no worries about food and drink just by selling chickens. Ha. Wait a minute. Why does the word selling chicken sound weird? This is a chicken kiln. This is a chicken coop, not a chicken kiln. Just as his thoughts were wandering, 4399 sent him a message. Lin Jiao collected his thoughts, opened the friend channel, and clicked on 4,399 friends to take a look. "Boss, I'll give you the wood ash I bought these 2 days." "Good." Lin Jiao quickly replied with a word, and then received the wood ash sent by 4399. Fuck. Lin Jiao was shocked by the scene in front of him. Dozens of boxes of wood ash. "Ma Yun, bring 2 people over here." Ma Jun, who was making cement not far away, heard it, looked around, and walked over with Li Si, who looked reluctant. Ma Jun and the other man came to Lin Jiao. Before Ma Jun could speak, Li Si took the lead with a flattering smile and said, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Seeing his expression, Ma Jun couldn't help but frown and felt a little uncomfortable. He still remembered that when he pulled Li Si over just now, Li Si looked reluctant. Lin Jiao looked at Li Si with a smile. He almost forgot about Li Si. He said to Li Si, "Help me move these wood ashes to Ma Jun." After hearing this, Li Si nodded repeatedly and said with a flattering smile, "No problem, boss." After saying that, Li Si picked up a box and walked towards Ma Jun. Ma Jun looked at Li Si's back, turned his head, and said with a tangled look, "Boss." Lin Jiao raised his hand, looked at Li Si's back, raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After hearing this, Ma Jun said nothing more. He turned around, picked up 2 boxes of wood ash, and walked towards the cement production area. Lin Jiao stared at the backs of the 2 men and smiled meaningfully. He was not blind. He also saw Li Si's expression just now. In consideration of the small contribution made by Li Si, he was prepared to let Li Si have dinner and then sell the goods. Lin Jiao suddenly saw a large number of messages that 4399 had just sent. Boss, are you still there? Boss, we just don't have enough supplies to exchange for wood ash. Boss, don't you need this anymore?" Lin Jiao shook his head, smiled, and replied, "I was just busy. Are the supplies used up so quickly? Has the price of wood ash gone up?" Boss, the last time you gave me supplies was 3 or 4 days ago. If I hadn't bargained for you, they would have been used up long ago. Pouting. When Lin Jiao saw the message from 4399, he raised his eyebrows. Has it been so long since he last provided 4,399 with supplies? It seems so. Lin Jiao felt a little embarrassed. He walked to the warehouse, picked out some supplies, filled 2 boxes, and then sent the supplies to 4399, still speaking. "Sorry, I was too busy and forgot to give you a box of milk as compensation." Saw the boss. This. Thank you, boss. Lin Jiao smiled when he saw 4,399's grateful words. He was about to close the interface, but he saw that 4,399 sent another message, which made him a little puzzled. Boss, ahem. I'm telling you, someone is spreading rumors about you on the regional channel. Lin Jiao raised a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. There are many people who spread rumors about him. If he cared about these things every day, he could do nothing all day and just quarrel with them. It's okay. I'm used to it. It's normal. No, sir. This time it's not like usual. Oh, I don't know how to explain it. You can find out by yourself when you go and see it. Seeing the other party's tone, Lin Jiao couldn't help but feel curious, so he switched to the regional channel. Within the regional channel, they all licked 520's ass before, but now you can see their true colors. It's really disgusting. I didn't expect 520 to be this kind of person. I praised him so much before, bah. I used to think that 520 was at least a conscientious businessman, but I didn't expect that TSK. 520's behavior really makes me sick. Not necessarily. I think the 520 boss must have his own reasons. You can't just say that about him all of a sudden. I also think that 520 boss must have his reasons for doing this. Can you please stop criticizing him without any reason? There are 2 520 bootlickers upstairs. Brothers, charge them. You two are crazy. You're still licking this. Lin Jiao was still a little confused as he looked at the comments in the regional channel. Why are everyone attacking him all of a sudden, as if he is a traitor? Why were the only few people who spoke up for him also criticized? Lin Jiao was very puzzled and scrolled through the chat history. The further he flipped through the pages, the uglier his expression became. In the end, he stopped moving his hands, and his face was filled with anger. Now he finally knew what was going on. Chapter 9960, 4973. Now he finally knew what was going on. He just looked through the chat history and saw that someone had made a big fuss about the fact that he had previously sold milk to foreigners on the World Channel. Milk is highly nutritious. At this stage, most people no longer pursue quantity but quality. A bottle of milk provides much more nutrition than 2 or 3 bottles of mineral water. Some people took advantage of this to spread rumors, saying that he was a traitor. Sell milk to foreign players, not to players in your own country. People who have not yet realized the scarcity of fresh water are also following suit in the channel. Lin Jiao smiled, but his smile seemed full of sarcasm. Can this kind of behavior be considered treason? He is a businessman and he will sell to whoever he wants, even if this behavior rises to the level of treason. If he were a traitor, the first thing he would do would be to sell the milk to the Chinese players so as to stock up a large amount of fresh water. When they find that they are short of fresh water, he would then sell it back at several times the price. He has no shortage of fresh water now, but others certainly do. Not everyone has so many fishing rods like him. According to the probability calculation, the fresh water caught by other players with 1 fishing rod in a day is only enough for 2 people to drink. Once the water stored from the last rain is used up, it will become a problem to replenish the body's daily water needs, let alone washing. In the regional channel, the trend of scolding him was getting stronger and stronger, and there was no sign of stopping at all. He originally wanted to choose to sit back and do nothing, since a few scoldings wouldn't affect his life anyway, but he saw that there were still a few players supporting him in the channel. He couldn't help but smile, opened a regional channel, and typed a line of words in it. Look, your stored fresh water will last for a few days. How dare you speak out like that? You traitor, bah. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Get out of here and go back to your foreign country. Fresh water? What do you mean? I'll go check it out. As he spoke, the cursing in the regional channel decreased by a lot, and most of the people went to check on the fresh water they had stored. After a while, the regional channel exploded. Shit, I just took a look and the stored rainwater is only enough for 3 days. I'm so stupid. Mineral water is only for drinking. Now the rainwater is gone. How am I going to wash myself in the future? I'm relatively lucky. The rainwater I've stored can last for about a week. I suddenly understand what the boss means. He's trying to cheat foreigners, not us. We have wrongly blamed him. Fuck, now that you mention it, it's true. Boss, I'm sorry. I was saying, how could the boss possibly consider foreigners first? Bah, a bunch of followers. Watching everyone on the regional channel apologizing and admitting their mistakes, Lin Jiao shook his head and closed the interface. All this has nothing to do with them, but has something to do with those people. He had just seen that, starting from the first day of the accusation against him, several other similar accusations against him suddenly appeared at the same time, all leading the trend. If there was no one behind this, he wouldn't believe it at all. Lin Jiao's eyes were somewhat solemn. and he kept the first player who made the comment in mind. Number ZG64973. He remembered that he seemed to have no grudge against this person. So why is this? After thinking for a while, Lin Jiao still couldn't figure out the reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Before there was a 71,444, now there's a 64973, and it goes on and on. Just treat it as a mediator of life, but don't let him meet this 64973. Otherwise, let him go down to accompany 71444. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao raised an evil smile. On another island, a man who looked to be about 23 or 24 years old sat on the ground, fiddling with a small object in his hand, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, muttering to himself. I don't know why 71,444 hasn't replied to my message yet. It doesn't matter. The reputation of 520 should be ruined. After saying this, the man raised a victorious smile, raised his fishing rod, and threw the hook into the sea. Looking at the calm sea, he felt even happier. He raised the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but share the joy in his heart with 71444. Gang Defa. When he sent a message to 71,444 this time, he found that 71,444's friend list had dimmed. This represents death. Forget it. If he dies, he dies. There's no use for this brain anyway. There was no sadness on 64,973's face, but instead a hint of disdain. In his eyes, 71444 was just a person with a little better luck, but no brains. If 71444 hadn't found him and said they wanted to work together to bring down 520, he would have ignored 71444. Fortunately, he had the numbers of the players that 71444 had united before to oppose 520, and this time he also used the players that 71444 had united before to set the pace in the regional channel. Thinking of this, 64973 raised a smug smile. If 71,444 dies, he can legitimately become the boss of these people. 64973, in a good mood, opened a fried chicken that he had been reluctant to eat. After opening it, he tore off a piece of chicken leg with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Soothing Feng, I'll be busy later. Come and eat with me. I'm happy today. 64973 took a few bites of the chicken, raised the chicken leg in his hand, smiled, and shouted to the man who was working. After hearing this, Su Dingfang, who was busy, pointed at himself in disbelief and walked towards 64973. Master, are you saying I can eat this too? Su Dingfang sat on the ground, swallowed his saliva, and pointed at the fried chicken in 64,973's hand. 64973 had a smug smile on his face, patted Su Dingfang's shoulder with his greasy hands, and laughed. Ah, eat. Of course you can. Su Dingfang tremblingly tore off a piece of meat from the fried chicken, put it into his mouth, then closed his eyes and chewed it slowly to enjoy it. Woo woo woo. This was the second time he had eaten meat in all the days he had been on the island. The first time he had eaten meat was on the first day he arrived on the island. 64973 looking at Su Dingfang's expression, he felt that he had gone a little too far. Ever since Su Dingfang ate meat once after he came to the island, he never let him eat it again. It was not because of anything else, it was just because he felt a little disgusted the moment Su Dingfang announced his name. He wanted a military commander, not an ordinary man. He had never heard of a famous military general named Su Dingfang in history, so he naturally defined him as an ordinary person. He thinks there is no need to provide ordinary people with very good food. It is good enough if they can eat enough. But after spending a few days together, he discovered that Su Dingfang's martial arts skills were quite good, and he could capture the other party's drowned corpses and violent rhinos with ease. He is definitely not an ordinary person. At least he is a small leader or something like that. If Lin Jiao knew what 64973 was thinking now, he would definitely scold 64,973 for wasting resources. Su Dingfang, a fierce general of the Tang dynasty. Su Dingfang conquered the Western Turks, pacified the Pamirs, destroyed Beach, and attacked Goguryeo, successively destroying the three kingdoms and capturing their leaders alive. He expanded the territory of the Tang dynasty westward to the Aral Sea in Central Asia and eastward to the southern part of the Korean peninsula. This is unprecedented. If Lin Jiao was next to him at this moment, he would have wanted to slap him in the face. At this time, 64973 was chewing fried chicken with gusto. He suddenly wanted to see how the incident of condemning 520 had developed in the regional channel. He just opened a regional channel and took a look. Then he was stunned and quickly put down the fried chicken in his hand and rushed to a place. Chapter 100. Li Si, you drink first. Gong Difa. 64973 came to the edge of the pit and looked down. There was only a fist-deep layer of rainwater left. What does that mean? It means that he is about to use mineral water to wash. But the problem is that he doesn't have that much mineral water. 64973 quickly looked at the regional channel again. Within the regional channel. Haha, I just purchased a batch of mineral water from the world channel. Good brother, me too. I only kept enough food for myself and my men, and exchanged the rest for fresh water. Awesome, you guys are awesome. What if it rains in the next few days? Collect less. That's true. Never mind. Just take part of it. In fact, most people who buy up fresh water don't need to buy too much. After all, not everyone is like Lin Jiao, who has a dozen or 20 subordinates. They only have 1 or 2 subordinates at this time, or 4 or 5 at most. After seeing what people were saying in the regional channel, 64973 immediately opened the world channel, wanting to stock up on supplies as well. After opening the world channel, he was stunned for a moment. The price of mineral water has tripled. Buy it if you want. Baga, I was wondering why Chinese players are buying up mineral water in such large quantities. I just realized that there is not much fresh water left. Fresh water? You treacherous Chinese player. I'm going to increase the price 5-fold now. I'm not selling it anymore. Mad fake. It seems like the player numbered ZG520 is the one who took the lead in the purchase this time. Fuck. It's him again. It was him again last time. He causes us heavy losses every time. It's him again. I just sold most of the mineral water. I thought I made a profit. Lin Jiao didn't know at this time that he was taking the blame again. 64973 stood there in a daze. In just over 10 minutes, Chinese players went to the world channel to buy up a large amount of fresh water, which made all foreign players feel that something was wrong. Now fresh water is in short supply. The cheapest one has increased 5 or 6 times. 64973 reluctantly bought some mineral water, and then his eyes turned red as he stared at the mineral water on the ground. This time, not only did 520's reputation not get ruined, but its reputation was raised to a new level. His heart was bleeding now. Looking at the mineral water on the ground, it was as if he saw the smug face of 520. At this moment, he wanted to kick the mineral water into the sea, but he couldn't. Su Dingfang, who was sitting not far away eating fried chicken, saw 64973's ugly expression and silently put down the chicken wings in his hand. He knew that his meat was soaked again. Boss, we're not going to have barbecue today, are we? I'm tired of it. Han Xin walked out of the dormitory building sleepily and asked Lin Jiao, who was standing at the door. Don't worry, you can't eat barbecue when you come back. Aunt Xiao cooked the meal. I even asked her to cook a pot of pork rib soup for you. Lin Jiao smiled embarrassedly. He was a little fed up with eating barbecue with Han Xin for several meals in a row. Han Xin became alert immediately after hearing about the pork rib soup. He ran to wash up and then came into the shed. Han Xin's eyes sparkled as he came to the table and kept asking, Boss, where's the pork rib soup? Zhao Zilong and others couldn't help laughing when they saw Han Xin's expression. Okay, eat first. There are so many dishes, but they are not enough for you. The soup is still stewing. Lin Jiao said this unhappily, and Han Xin scratched his head with an embarrassed smile and sat down. Not long after Lin Jiao started eating, 4399 sent another message. Boss, you are so awesome and so foresight. I just bought some fresh water from the World Channel. Lin Jiao picked up a sweet and sour pork rib with chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and then quickly tapped on the screen with his fingers. The others were already used to it. Don't collect too much, just enough for daily use. If it rains heavily soon, you will suffer a big loss. After a while, 4,399 replied. Boss, what are you doing? Lin Jiao frowned. Why did he suddenly feel that 4399 was a little clingy? I thought the other party wouldn't be interested in him. Bah, you're greedy for his body. He would never agree. Even if the other party was a long-legged beauty, it would not be impossible. Hey, thinking of this, Lin Jiao smiled obscenely and quickly replied to the message. The nature of LSP is undoubtedly exposed. Have a meal. After a while, 4399 couldn't help but ask, Boss, what are you eating? Lin Jiao looked at the food on the table, frowned, and replied, I didn't eat anything. For dinner, it's better to keep it simple. There are sweet and sour pork ribs, soy sauce beef, kung pao chicken, and a vegetarian dish and soup, cabbage and pork vermicelli, and pork rib soup. After Lin Jiao sent this message, he closed the interface. He had to eat, otherwise he wouldn't even have soup to drink later. A woman looked at the message sent by Lin Jiao, opened her mouth wide, then looked at the bread in her hands and the instant noodles in the bowl, and suddenly felt bored. You call this simpler? More casual? She would only eat one of the dishes once every 2 days, but this dinner was so luxurious. She asked this question just because she is mean. Whoa. Looking at the bread in her hand and the instant noodles in the bowl, she thought of sweet and sour pork ribs again. He gritted his teeth, turned to Lu Bu and another subordinate, and said, "Let's eat rice tonight. Let's eat barbecue." After hearing this, Lu Bu and another subordinate's eyes sparkled, and they asked in disbelief, "Real? Really? I'll go get the rice now." 4399 said this seriously, turned around, and walked into the house. Who could bear being provoked like this by Lin Jiao? Ha ha ha. Qin Xiong, you're on time. You only eat meat once every 2 days. Lu Bu looked at Qin Xiong, standing aside, and laughed. Qin Xiong looked confused and didn't understand what there was to be happy about. Lu Bu didn't say much. Qin Xiong had just joined their island today, so it was normal that he didn't know the situation. He will understand in 2 days. Lu Bu, come over here and give me a hand. 4399 in the house shouted to Lu Bu outside the door, and Lu Bu quickly stood up and responded. Here it comes. Hey, I'm only 70 full. Boss, where's the pork rib soup? I still have 30 left for pork rib soup. Han Xin touched his round belly with a satisfied look on his face. Lin Jiao was speechless. Xiao Biluo covered her mouth and giggled, then quickly stood up and walked towards the kitchen. After waiting for a while, Xiao Biluo came out carrying 2 large pots of pork rib soup. The basin was steaming and giving off an enticing aroma. Everyone who had eaten their fill couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Boss, shall I start first? Han Xin narrowed his eyes, smiled, and stretched out his hand to test it. Go, go, go. Lin Jiao quickly reached out and patted him, saying to him, You drink later. At this point, Lin Jiao raised a playful smile, turned to look at Li Si, and said, Come on, let Li Si drink the first bowl. This is the 100th chapter. The first 10 people who comment here will receive 20 reputation points. Chapter 101, Manpower Issues. Come on, let Li Si drink the first bowl. After saying this, Lin Jiao stood up under Han Xion's indignant gaze, personally served Li Si a bowl of pork rib soup, turned around and left his seat, and personally delivered it to Li Si. Li Si quickly stood up and took the pork rib soup handed over by Lin Jiao, and said flatteredly, Thank you, boss. You are serious. To show my respect for you, I drank it in one gulp. Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction and asked with a smile, Are you full? If not, I'll give you another bowl. At this time, Li Si looked at Lin Jiao's smile and suddenly felt a little creepy. He felt that something was wrong. He quickly shook his head and said, Boss, I'm full. I'm full. Are you really full? If not, have some more. You're welcome. Lin Jiao put one hand on Li Si's shoulder, raised his eyebrows, and the smile on the corner of his mouth looked a little evil. Li Si also realized that something was wrong and said with a sad face, Boss, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. I can't stand you being like this. I'm scared. Am I that scary? Lin Jiao turned around and asked everyone at the dinner table. When everyone at the table heard this, they nodded and said in unison, No. Li Si stared at everyone in amazement. You nodded and said no, but don't you feel any pain in your conscience? Okay, now that you're full and have had enough, I'll send you on your way. After saying that, Lin Jiao's eyes changed suddenly. He took out an arrow with an iron arrowhead from his pocket and thrust it into Li Si's neck. Li Si widened his eyes, somewhat unable to believe what had happened suddenly. 4. As soon as Li Si opened his mouth, Lin Jiao quickly covered his mouth, and with his other hand holding the arrow, he vigorously spun it around and said calmly, Don't talk, Shu. It's normal to feel a little dizzy. Take a deep breath, yes. It will be fine in a while. The blood on Li Si's neck kept flowing out. His body gradually became weak, and he lay in Lin Jiao's arms. Lin Jiao looked at Li Si, who died with his eyes open, closed his eyelids with his hands, then dragged Li Si's body to the beach and threw it down. Lin Jiao squatted down, washed the blood off his hands with seawater, shook off the water, turned around and walked back to the dining table. Except for Xiao Biluo, no one reacted to this. After all, no one likes such a traitor. Lin Jiao smiled, turned to look at Han Xin, and said with a smile, Han Xin, you've worked hard today. I'll serve you a bowl of pork rib soup to replenish your body. As he spoke, Lin Jiu picked up the bowl and prepared to serve Han Xin one. When Han Xin heard this, he was stunned for a moment, his face full of horror. He quickly stood up, snatched the bowl from Lin Jiu's hand, and said with a forced smile, Boss, I can do it myself. I can do it myself. Seeing this, Lin Jiu pouted and turned to look at Daji. Daji also waved her hands and said with a smile, Master, I can do it myself. I won't bother you. After hearing this, Lin Jiu had to give up his hand that was suspended in the air. He turned to look at other people, and every time his eyes fell on someone, that person shook his head. TSK, I wouldn't drug them, so what's there to be afraid of? Lin Jiu said he didn't understand. It's not that he is too murderous, but he can't accept a traitor like Li Si. He originally wanted to sell Li Si to other players because Li Si surrendered voluntarily. Unexpectedly, for some reason Li Si still remembered his previous master. He had tested it before and found that the subordinates he bought could not remember what their previous master looked like or what happened. Even if 71,444 did something, Dongjua had forgotten it completely, but Li Si remembered it clearly. In that case, Lin Jiu definitely cannot sell Li Si. There are too many secrets on his island. Given Li Si's character, he will definitely make them public. He can't let the secret of his fishing rod leak out, otherwise he will become the target of all players. Wait a moment before you leave. I have something to tell you. After dinner, Xiao Biluo started to clean up the dishes, and Lin Jiu stopped everyone. Everyone sat on the bench, waiting for Lin Jiu to speak. Lin Jiu held his chin with his hand, pondered for a while, raised his head, and slowly said, The situation is tense right now, and there are pirates everywhere. The safety of the island is particularly important, so I will arrange patrols on the island first. Han Xin and Dongjua are on the first team. Zilong and Yangchun are on the second team. You two teams will take turns to keep watch. Is that okay? Han Xin and the other three shook their heads to indicate that they had no problems. Okay, fishing area, it's still the same. Milan, you are responsible for the safety of the fishing area. As for the rest, it's the same as always. Is there anything else you want to add? After Lin Jiu finished speaking, he held his chin with his hand and looked around at everyone, only to see Lei Fat Ada slowly raising his hand. Old Lei, you go ahead. Boss, I think we're still short of manpower. Let's not talk about the fishing area for now. The construction and Ma Jun are a little short of manpower. Lei Fat Ada paused and continued. There are also patrols. The island is getting bigger and bigger. At 700 square meters, it might be a bit difficult for two people to patrol. After listening to this, Lin Jiu thought for a while, nodded, then raised his head and said, I will find a way to solve this manpower problem. If there are no other problems, everyone can go home. After hearing this, everyone stood up and walked towards their respective workstations, leaving Lin Jiu alone, sitting at the table thinking. Lin Jiu held his chin with one hand and drew circles on the table with the other. Lao Lei is right. We need to find a way to solve the manpower problem. As the area of the island increases, the house will certainly increase as well. By then, the amount of cement or bricks required will be no small amount. By that time, Ma Jun will be too busy to handle alone. Not only that, the demand for stone bricks is now gradually increasing, and a large brick kiln will have to be built sooner or later. There's also cleaning and organizing of materials, etc. All of this requires human effort. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu suddenly felt overwhelmed. Selling subordinates in regional channels is not only expensive, but also out of stock. Everyone is short of manpower now. Whether it is guarding an island or being a pirate, a certain amount of manpower is needed. Forget it. It seems there is no place to buy it except in the channel. Is there anyone selling his men? The price is fair. If you're interested, come and get them. Until Lin Jiu sent this message, he did not notice that he had opened the world channel. How dare this 520 come out? Fuck. How can you be so shameless? All my fresh water is gone. Baga, you Chinese are such a bad guy. You sinister and cunning businessman, get out of here. You are not welcome on the world channel. Because of you, I have to pay 5 times the price to buy back my own fresh water. You profiteer. You profiteer. Lin Jiu looked at the people who were attacking him in the channel. He felt a little confused. He thought he was being led by someone again. Then, I saw that I was now in the world channel and thought about what 4,399 said before. Oh, world channel. That's fine. Just curse me. Chapter 102. Divine Dr. Hua Ta. Lin Jiu struggled to acquire people on the world channel, But in the end, he only bought 2 subordinates, both of whom were ordinary people. It's not like there are so many people on the World Channel that only 2 of their subordinates are sold. Either the bids were ridiculously high, 3 or 4 times higher than the normal price, and given Lin Jio's personality, he would never accept such a loss, or the objects being sold were all old, weak, sick, or disabled, and there was no use for him to buy them. Lin Jio waved to the 2 men in front of him, then turned and walked towards where Lei Fadeda was. Lao Lei, these 2 people are yours. Lin Jio turned his head and looked at the 2 people behind him and said, "From now on, you 2 should just follow him." The 2 nodded and walked towards Lei Fadeda. Before Lei Fadeda could speak, Lin Jio turned and left, leaving Lei Fadeda with a confused look on his face. Lin Jio was playing with a crossbow in his hand, humming Jay's song, and wandering along the way. If Hua Ta'al were alive, all the foreigners would be cured, and the foreigners. "Hey, who called me?" A strong voice interrupted Lin Jio's beautiful singing. After hearing this voice, Lin Jio was stunned. He seemed to have never heard this voice before. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from, which was coming from the fishing area. At first glance, a figure was standing next to Daji's 3 daughters. As it was too late, he could not see the other person's face clearly, but he was sure that this was definitely not someone from his island. Newly caught? Thinking of this, Lin Jio quickly walked towards the fishing area. Arriving at the fishing area, Lin Jio finally saw the man clearly. No, it was an old man. The old man's face was full of energy and rosy glow, and he kept stroking his beard with his hands. He did not look like a man in his 60s or 70s at all. When Daji saw Lin Jio, she smiled and said, "Master, I wanted to call you just now, but I didn't expect you to come first." Lin Jio smiled and rubbed Daji's hair, looked at the old man in front of him, and asked, "May I have your name?" "Master, didn't you just call me by my name?" The old man stroked his beard and looked at Lin Jio with narrowed eyes. Lin Jio was suddenly confused. Did he scream just now? Didn't he just hum a few lyrics? If Hua Tual were alive, he would worship foreigners. Itsitiha. Watual. Oh shit. When Lin Jio thought of this, his face was full of excitement, and he showed an unprecedented excitement. He hurried forward, excitedly took the old man's hand, and asked, "Watual." The old man was a little confused as to why Lin Jio was so excited, but he nodded anyway. Lin Jio got a definite answer and asked more excitedly, "Do you know medical skills?" "Master, how do you know?" "I do know a little bit of medical skills." There was a hint of surprise on Hua Tuo's face, and at the same time, there was a hint of humility in his surprise. When Lin Jio heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to call 110 to arrest Hua Tuo. This guy is even more Versailles than him. If Hua Tuo's medical skills were only a little bit, how would other doctors describe themselves? Okay. Don't call me master, just call me boss. Lin Jio had an excited look on his face. He licked his lips and looked at Hua Tuo with a look of despair in his eyes. Hua Tuo felt a little uncomfortable under Lin Jio's gaze and got goosebumps. Lin Jio rubbed his hands excitedly and asked tentatively, "Hua Tuo, are you hungry? How about I ask someone to cook something for you?" "Boss, I'm not hungry. No need to bother." Hua Tuo was a little confused by such enthusiasm and waved his hands repeatedly. After being rejected, Lin Jio did not show any embarrassment. Instead, he waved his hand and shouted at Lei Fadeda, "Lao Lei, put down all your work tomorrow and build a house for Mr. Hua. It has to be at least 100 square meters." The 3 daughters of Daji looked at Lin Jio's appearance and looked at each other in bewilderment. They suddenly wondered if their master was into this. No wonder I haven't touched them for so many days. Lei Fadeda, who was working, was stunned for a moment, turned around, slowly walked to Lin Jio, touched Lin Jio's head with his hand, and said, "I don't have a fever. Go to hell. I'm serious. If anyone gets hurt on the island from now on, they'll have to look after Mr. Hua." Lin Jio slapped Lei Fadeda's hand away and spoke unhappily. When Lei Fadeda heard this, he was a little unconvinced and looked Hua Tuo up and down. Is it okay to just have this old man? Whether you can see it or not is a problem. Seeing Lei Fadeda's face full of doubt, Hua Tuo smiled, said nothing, and just grabbed Lei Fadeda's hand. Lei Fadeda thought Hua Tuo was being a hooligan and tried to break free. Lin Jio patted Lei Fadeda on the shoulder and said, "Don't move. Mr. Hua is checking your pulse. Don't you believe it?" Hua Tuo put his hand on Lei Fadeda's wrist, touched it a few times with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Listen to the boss. Your name is Lao Lei, right? According to my analysis, you have been having backaches recently, and you feel a little weak when you wake up, right? Hearing this, Lei Fadada nodded repeatedly. His expression instantly turned into surprise, and then he said, "It's amazing. It really feels like that." When Lin Jiao heard this, he patted Lei Fadada's shoulder and said with a strange expression, "Old Lei, be moderate. It's not good for your health." Lei Fadada was a little confused. He didn't understand what being more restrained meant. Before Lei Fadada could ask Lin Jiao, Hua Tuo continued, "Not only that, but you're always sweating." Yes, yes, yes. Old man. Bah. Dr. Hua, is there still a cure?" Lei Fadada was a little panicked, nodded repeatedly, and then asked, "Dr. Hua, I don't have a big problem, right? How can I be cured?" Before Hua Tuo could speak, Lin Jiao smiled and said, "Hey, what's the problem with that? You're a man. Just be moderate. If you really can't help it, I'll ask Aunt Xiao to give you a basin of bullwhips or something." Before Lei Fadada could speak, Hua Tuo heard it, chuckled, and said, "Boss, you're thinking the wrong thing. Lao Lei doesn't have kidney deficiency. He is just too tired and didn't get enough rest." Having said this, Hua Tuo paused, turned to Lei Fadada, and continued, "It's not a big problem, actually. Just make sure you get enough rest, or your body will collapse sooner or later." After hearing this, Lei Fadada let out a long sigh. He was so scared that he thought he had some terminal illness. Lei Fadada quickly held Hua Tuo's hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, Dr. Hua. Don't call me Old Lei. I can't bear that. Just call me Little Lei." Hua Tuo did not refuse and nodded slightly. "Thank you, Dr. Hua. Boss, I'm gonna go to work now. I will definitely finish building Dr. Hua's house tomorrow." After Lei Fadada finished speaking, he trotted towards his accommodation. "Boss, I have a question that I don't know if I should ask or not." Hua Tuo stroked his beard, his eyes revealing a trace of confusion. "Mr. Hua, if you have any questions, just ask directly." How long do they usually work in a day?" Lin Jiao thought for a while, then said, "About 13 hours. After hearing this, Hua Tuo stroked his beard, shook his head repeatedly, patted Lin Jiao on the shoulder, and said, "Boss, this won't do. Working 13 hours a day in this environment will eventually cause you to become ill." Chapter 103, I want to eat grilled fish. "Boss, this won't do. Working 13 hours a day in this environment will eventually cause you to become ill." Lin Jiao nodded slightly after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, I'll consider it. Go find Lao Lei first and ask him to arrange accommodation for you tonight." After hearing this, Hua Tuo nodded and turned to walk towards Lei Fadada. In this case, working 13 hours a day is still relatively normal. If the time is shortened further, the speed of work progress will be reduced. But what Hua Tuo said was not wrong. After all, everyone's health is the most important thing. Lin Jiao quickly made a decision in his mind. Lin Jiao came to the fishing area and saw the three girls chattering about something while fishing. "What are you discussing?" Lin Jiao walked to the three girls with a smile on his face, and seeing their smiles, he couldn't help but ask a question. When the three girls heard Lin Jiao's arrival, they immediately stopped talking and said with a smile, No, we didn't say anything." After saying this, he turned his head away with a guilty conscience. When Lin Jiao saw the looks of the three girls, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that they were discussing something about him. However, he did not expose it. Instead, he sat next to Kai Wenji, stroking Meng Meng in Kai Wenji's arms with his hands and quietly staring at the seaside. After a while, the two fishing rods in front of Kai Wenji began to tremble. Lin Jiao was just about to step forward to help when he saw Kai Wenji pull with her little hand, and both fishing rods were pulled up at the same time. This stunned Lin Jiao. He was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Kai Wenji's strength to become so great. Lin Jiao still remembers that when he first arrived on the island, it took a lot of effort for him to pull up a fishing rod. Lin Jiao took a look at the supplies caught on the ground. What surprised him was that one of the two fishing rods caught a fish. Grass carp. Lin Jiao couldn't help but feel that it was a bit outrageous, as the last fish he caught was also a grass carp. After catching a freshwater fish in the sea, he wanted to ask the fishing rod, "Can you be serious?" The grass carp was jumping around on the ground, and its fat body seemed to be saying, "Come and eat me." Kai Wenji looked at the grass carp on the ground and couldn't help but said coquettishly, "Master, I want to eat this fish." After saying that, she pulled Lin Jiao's clothes with her hands and kept acting coquettishly. "Is that okay? I want to eat grilled fish." As everyone knows, Lin Jiao hates this the most. How could he, a tall and strong man, be confused by Kai Wenji's coquetry. Okay. Eat, my little ancestor. Stop pulling. You're almost tearing my clothes. A look of helplessness flashed across Lin Jio's face, and the other two women couldn't help but purse their lips and smiled. The master is the best. Kai Wenji picked up the grass carp with a smile on her face, and Ming Ming was thrown aside by her. Ming Ming stared at Kai Wenji with wide eyes. He didn't quite understand why Kai Wenji would abandon him for a fish. Is this fish so tempting? It doesn't understand. Daji. Ming Ming on the side was eating the fish head, making smacking sounds. It smells so good. The three women divided the fish into almost pieces, leaving only a pile of bones and a fishtail. Lin Jioza watched from the side. He felt like crying, but had no tears because he couldn't eat a single bite of the fish he grilled. Seeing Lin Jio's expression, Kai Wenji kindly handed a piece of grilled fish to Lin Jio's mouth and said in a childish voice, "Master, yes. Here you go." Seeing this, Lin Jio smiled, opened his mouth, ate the fish, and even deliberately bit Kai Wenji's finger. "Master, you are so bad." A blush appeared on Kai Wenji's face, and she turned her head away. Lin Jio chewed the fish in his mouth, a look of comfort appearing on his face. "Really delicious. It's not fish." Suddenly, 7 or 8 fishing rods began to vibrate at the same time. The three women immediately took on their respective responsibilities and pulled up all the designated fishing rods. Lin Jio took a look and found that they were basically the same common supplies, nothing special. Mineral water, clay, wood. He suddenly felt bored and was about to leave when one of the fishing rods suddenly began to tremble. Seeing the three women placing supplies, Lin Jio grabbed the fishing rod and lifted it up. After seeing the catch, his eyes revealed a hint of interest. White wooden box. In his abbreviation, Express Box. Lin Jio walked quickly forward, trident in hand, opened the white wooden box, and without even looking at it, he directly stabbed the trident into the box. Roar! A monster screamed from inside the box, which did not surprise him at all, while the three girls fixed their eyes on him, looking at the white wooden box with some curiosity. In order to prevent the monster from being half dead, Lin Jio poked the box a few more times with the trident. After confirming that the monster in the box was motionless, he reached out and lifted the monster up. Sure enough, it's still a pigman. He looked at the pigman's corpse with several holes poked in his hand with a look of disdain, and threw it into the sea with disgust. Then Lin Jio put his head close to the wooden box, where an iron knife was lying. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and took the iron knife. This is exactly what he needs right now. He was a little curious why the pigmen in my world held golden swords, but the ones here held iron knives. But he didn't think much about it, and turned to ask the three women who were fishing, "How many times have you fished up this white wooden box?" "Master, only twice, and both times when you were here." Mulan spoke first before the two women spoke. Lin Jio nodded, turned around thoughtfully, and left with the iron knife in his hand. If he goes by what the two women said and doesn't see anyone discussing in the channel, he can basically infer that the probability of this white wooden box appearing is extremely rare. It's even possible that he's the only one who can catch it. No, to be precise, only his fishing rod can catch them. With such incredible fishing rod properties, and the pale faces of Daji and the other two girls, they were able to catch 2 wooden boxes. He didn't believe anyone could catch it. Even if there is, it would most likely be exchanged for all one's lifespan. Lin Jio came to Oh Yezi's blacksmith shop while holding the iron knife and thinking, "Oh Jio, no, another iron knife." As he said that, Lin Jio handed the iron knife in his hand to Oh Yezi, who was busy. When Oh Yezi saw the iron knife, his eyes lit up. He quickly put down what he was doing and took the iron knife. His favorite thing to do was to smelt iron and make iron tools. He had no motivation to make something like the rhino armor. Lin Jio smiled at his obsessed look and then asked, "Old Oh, how many iron arrowheads have you made?" "Boss, the iron you sent and the iron knife can be used to smelt a total of 50 iron arrowheads. They are all with Mosey." Oyezi looked at the iron knife in his hand and couldn't let it go. He didn't even raise his head when talking to Lin Jio. Of course, Lin Jio didn't care about these. He just smiled, shook his head, and walked out of the blacksmith shop. Lin Jio was a little curious about how the arrow was made, so he turned and walked towards Moz. "Lao Mo, how's the arrow going?" Moz, who was packing his things, turned around and rubbed his clothes with his hands after hearing this, and said to Lin Jio, "Boss, I've already made all the arrows that Lao O gave me. Didn't I show you one today?" After saying this, Mosey pointed to the quiver full of arrows beside him. Lingio then remembered that the arrow that sent Li Si off during dinner was made of iron arrowhead. Lingio walked to the sword box, looked at it, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Mosey, "Thanks a lot. It's not hard, boss. It's not hard at all, and the studio will be ready tomorrow." Mosey scratched his head and smiled innocently. "Okay, then you clean up first, and then go to rest. I have a big job for you to do tomorrow." When Moz heard this, his face was full of confusion. Before he could speak, Lingio made a hushing gesture with his finger at his mouth. "Hush, you'll know tomorrow." Chapter 104, Alliance Channel. In the early morning, a breeze blew, making everyone feel particularly cool. Han Xian and Dong Zhuo, who were keeping watch at night, had gloomy faces and were obviously sleepy. Xiao Biluo got up at 6 o'clock. After feeding the chickens, she started to make breakfast for everyone. At this time, Lingio was still lying in bed, and the three women beside him started to get up one after another. Kai Wenji looked at the sleeping Lingio and couldn't help but scratch Lingio's nose with her hand, and then kissed Lingio on the forehead. The other two girls smiled and leaned over her. Then the three girls went outside to wash up. After washing up, Kai Wenji, as usual, took the wash basin and towel called Lingio and helped him wash up. After washing up, Lingio walked out the door and saw everyone getting ready for work. After Lingio strolled around the island for a while, Xiao Biluo invited everyone to have breakfast. Starting today, everyone's working hours will be from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. 12 to 2 is the time for eating and resting. 2 to 6 p.m. is work time, and 7 to 10 p.m. is working time. That means the working hours are 10 hours a day. I think everyone has no objection to that. Lingio stopped talking here, supported his chin with one hand, and looked around at everyone. Seeing that everyone was sitting at the table without saying anything, Lingio thought that everyone was a little dissatisfied with this. So he asked tentatively, "How about it be like before?" No, it's fine like this. Boss, we'll just follow the new rules. Boss, don't. Just follow your new plan. Don't do it the same way as before. When everyone heard Lingio's words, they shook their heads and talked at once. Lingio spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. "Have to. It seems that I really oppressed them harshly before. Okay, if you don't have any objections, then go about your business." Lingio waved to everyone, then stood up and walked toward the chicken coop. Arriving in front of the chicken coop, Lingio looked around the chicken coop, but he still couldn't see the eggs he was longing for. Lying in the nest were the same 3 eggs. Lingio looked at the 3 eggs in the nest. He was not sure whether the 3 eggs had been fertilized or not, nor did he know whether chicks could be hatched, but he had to give it a try. He just couldn't believe that 3 hens, 2 roosters, and a single egg were unfertilized. Now his island is gradually getting back on track. He doesn't know how the rest of the people are doing, or whether there is any latest development. In order to see if there was anything new happening recently, Lingio opened the regional channel. Within the regional channel, "Hey guys, someone come save me. I still owe you money." An island appeared with 3 people standing on it. They look like pirates. "My dear brother upstairs, there is nothing I can do to save you. Please pray for your well-being." Damn it, there are more and more pirates recently. They are getting more and more rampant. Who can come out and take care of them? Ha ha ha. An island finally appeared before my eyes. I spent all my supplies and finally found it. Look, there's another pirate upstairs. Oh, this life is unbearable. I think it's okay. Actually, it's not that easy to be a pirate. After all, you need a lot of wood to support it. Now, many pirates don't have enough wood. It's true what the above said. Many pirates are stuck on the sea because they don't have enough wood. They can't go back. TSK. I suddenly feel a little sympathy for those pirates who didn't bring fishing rods. Why should we sympathize with them? Fortunately, a lot of fuel is needed, otherwise many innocent people would have been killed. As usual, most of the people in the regional channel were complaining about the rampant pirates. Lingio looked at everyone's speeches and sighed. These pirates just went with the flow. It is indeed, as some people in the channel said, if it did not take 10 pieces of wood to travel 1 nautical mile, many people would have died in the disaster long ago. After all, there are only a few people as wealthy as him. For normal people, it is considered good to have about 300 pieces of wood on the island. Just as Lingio was about to close the zone channel, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in his ears. In order to speed up the game progress and provide players with a better and more realistic gaming experience, So we decided to reduce the fuel required to travel 1 nautical mile from 10 logs to 2 logs. The speed of island driving will also be increased to 10 nautical miles per hour. We also opened the Alliance channel so that players can communicate better and have a better experience. Have fun, everyone. Try your best to survive. Lin Jiu was stunned after hearing this, and then speechless. This change was definitely for a better gaming experience, not to make them enjoy watching it more. He glanced at the regional channel again, and sure enough, everyone on the regional channel also heard the mechanical sound and started talking about it. Damn it, it's already hard to survive. Isn't this a change made to encourage pirates? Fuck, who said it wasn't true? Fuck the better gaming experience. They clearly want me to die faster. Ha, God help me. I was just worried about not having enough wood. Now I can go out to sea without restraint. Any brothers who want to join forces with me? Come and join me. Let's fight everywhere. Brother, don't come to me. I just want to develop in peace. I just want to live well. You upstairs are probably an idiot, and you're still developing peacefully. Do you think you're playing King of Glory? Wait for me to come find you and get your supplies ready. Ha ha. Lin Jiu watched the chat in the district channel and found that, just as he expected, the pirates were becoming even more arrogant. This must be because the person behind the scenes felt that the progress was too long and sped up the game progress. But Lin Jiu had no way to deal with this, as long as the pirates didn't come to his territory. By the way, I think the Alliance channel was mentioned just now. What is that? Lin Jiu looked to the lower right corner of the interface and saw that there was indeed an Alliance channel. He curiously switched to the Alliance channel, which was divided into 2 sections. Alliance name, Alliance Sha. Alliance members. Lin Jiu was just about to give his alliance a name when a message box popped up on the interface. Note, an alliance must have more than 2 members to be formed. Your alliance does not meet this condition. When Lin Jiu saw this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Have to. It seems he is not worthy of founding an alliance. After studying it for a while, he just closed the interface and saw messages from 2 friends. 4399 and 84,995. He opened 4,399's friend list first and saw only one message from 4399. Boss, there are many people in the channel who are forming an alliance. Do you want to form an alliance? Can I join? Chapter 105, Polarization. Boss, are you going to form an alliance? Can I join? The same is true for the message sent by 84995. Boss, is the alliance short of people? I'll do it. Lin Jiu looked at the messages sent by the 2 people, smiled, and shook his head. He didn't really want to create an alliance. He just wanted to be a quiet, handsome man, a conscientious businessman who lived away from the world. He was just about to open his mouth to reject the 2 people when he saw another message from 4399. Boss, although I don't have any special skills, I can help you purchase supplies. When Lin Jiu saw this information, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, creating an alliance doesn't necessarily involve fighting and killing. He can definitely create an alliance and make it the largest business alliance. The purchase and sale of supplies can be completely handed over to 4,399 and 84995. Wouldn't that make things much easier for him? The more Lin Jiu thought about it, the more excited he became, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. He did not hesitate and sent an alliance invitation to the 2 of them. In a moment, both 4399 and 84995 too entered the alliance. Alliance. 4399. Hey, you're coming in now. 84,995. Boss, why is there another person here? 4,399. Why? Who said that only you can come in? Who do you think you are? 84,995. I just said something. Hee hee. Where's the boss? Lin Jiu looked at the 2 people bickering in the Alliance channel, couldn't help but smile, and sent a message. Lin Jiu. Okay, stop talking nonsense. We are all members of the same alliance from now on. 4,399. Boss, does our alliance have any plans? 84,995. Yes. Should we become pirates or develop our business on the island? Lin Jiu. The plan is simple. Being a pirate is impossible. I won't do something that has no future. Our goal is to be a conscientious merchant and buy and sell things. 4,399. Boss, this is great. No need to fight. 84,995. TSK. That's not exciting at all. But for the sake of the boss, I'll just be a businessman reluctantly. What are we selling, boss? Lin Jiu pondered for a while, then sent a message. Don't worry about what to sell. We sell all kinds of things: food, water, weapons, equipment, etc. 4399. Boss, but we are short of it ourselves. 84,995. We are in need, but the boss definitely is. We must be helping him sell the products. We get commissions. Lin Jiu. Yes. Just like 84995 said, I will provide the materials and you will sell them, and you'll get the commission. As for how much the commission will be, we will decide later. 84,995. I knew it. Boss, what should we name our alliance? It's better to be majestic. It can reflect my heroic spirit. When Lin Jiu saw 84,995 speech, he remembered that he had not yet named his alliance. What should I call it? He is a businessman, so he must have a name related to business. Business alliance? No, this name is too rustic. It is well known that he is a conscientious businessman, so why not call him the Conscientious Business Alliance? Thinking of this name, Lin Jiu shook his head again. No, this name is too rustic, weird, and not easy to pronounce. How about call it Liangming? No, this one also looks weird and reads like Niaoming. People who don't know would think that his alliance is full of old women. After thinking for a long time, Lin Jiu, who is a genius at naming, still couldn't think of a good name. After scratching his head for a while, in order to decide on a name that suits the occasion, Lin Jiu decided to name it the Island Business Alliance. Well, this name is not bad. Actually, there's no difference from before. I just don't want to show that he is uneducated. Lin Jiu nodded with pretended satisfaction, then told the two people in the Alliance channel. 84995. Boss, you gave me this name. Lin Jiu. Any comments? 84,995. That's a great name, but I don't think it reflects your bravery. I think calling it Thomas Spiral Ascension and turning to blow up the Merchant Alliance can reflect your temperament. Lin Jiu. 4,399. I suddenly feel that the Island Merchant Alliance is a good name. Lin Jiu. Okay, it's settled. The Island Business Alliance is now officially established. 84,995. Boss, what are we selling now? Lin Jiu. Wow, I didn't expect you to get into the role so quickly. We'll tell you what to sell later. Also, call me boss from now on, not boss. After saying this, Lin Jiu closed the Alliance channel. He now has his own alliance, so he no longer has to sell supplies himself. He has already thought about what to sell and how much commission to give. As a conscientious businessman, he would definitely not cheat 4399 and 849952. We will definitely give them a commission that will satisfy them. Lin Jiu was not busy at this time, but opened a regional channel. He was very curious about how much impact the emergence of the Alliance channel had brought to everyone. Within the regional channel, haha, brothers, I have created a pirate alliance called I Am the Only One. Are there any good brothers who want to come in? Count me in, count me in. I have also created a pirate alliance called the Plunderers. Anyone want to join? Damn it, do you still have any conscience? You just want to rob other people's supplies. Isn't it better to develop in harmony? I think we survivors should unite, otherwise we'll be defeated one by those pirates. I have created a survivors alliance called the Protection Association, which is a coalition created specifically to protect survivors. We should help each other, otherwise we will die sooner or later. Yes, a single chopstick can break it. A bundle of chopsticks can't be broken. We should unite and fight against the pirates together. I'm joining the Conservancy. I'm joining in too. We are irreconcilable with the pirates. I'm joining in too. I have an irreconcilable relationship with pirates. The emergence of the Alliance channel has caused a stir among the people in the regional channel. Not only did the survivors begin to form alliances, but even the pirates began to form alliances. One is to protect yourself, the other is to rob others. It seems that everyone will be divided into two major hostile factions from now on, survivors and pirates. The two sides are bound to be incompatible, and conflicts of varying sizes are inevitable. Not only that, countless small alliances will surely emerge from the two major factions, and as long as there are conflicts of interest, civil wars of varying sizes are inevitable. Lin Jiu looked at the many comments in the regional channel and fell into deep thought. It is basically impossible to stay out of trouble during this chaotic period. If you want to ensure your own safety, there is only one possibility, and that is to strengthen your own military force. It seems that the production of large throwing weapons is urgent. Thinking of this, he turned around with a sad face and walked towards MOZ. Chapter 106. Too much food. Just throw it away. At this time, Mosey was making a crossbow, while Masterly was watching from his side. Mosey explained to Masterly from time to time. Seeing this scene, Linjio stepped forward quickly and said, "Old M.O., boss, what's wrong?" After hearing this, M.O.Z. put down the crossbow in his hand, turned to look at Linjio with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Linjio smiled, walked to M.O.Z.'s side, squatted down, looked at him, and said, "Didn't I say last night that I would give you a huge project? Did you forget it so quickly?" No, I was just too busy and didn't think of it." "Boss, go ahead and tell me." After hearing this, Linjio did not answer Mosey first, but turned to look at Master Li and asked, "How's your learning of making crossbows and bows going?" Master Li scratched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Boss, I already know the general production steps. If I were to make it, the quality of the finished product might be a little disappointing." Good. Linjio's face was full of smiles, and he said "okay" 3 times in a row, which made Master Li a little confused. "Boss, I can definitely make crossbows and bows with guaranteed quality by this afternoon." Teacher Li thought that his learning progress was a little slow, so he quickly assured Linjio. When Linjio heard this, he waved his hands repeatedly, patted Master Li on the shoulder, and said earnestly, No, that's it. I want the ones of poor quality, the kind that breaks after just a few days of use." After hearing this, Li Si and M.O.Z. were completely puzzled and bewildered, thinking they had misheard. Seeing the two people's puzzled expressions, Linjio explained to them, "This is not for our own use, but to be sold to others." After hearing this, Mosey and Master Li were even more confused. Mosey couldn't help asking, "Boss, shouldn't the quality be better if we sell it to other people?" After hearing this, Linjio patted Mosey on the shoulder. A meaningful smile appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, "You still have a lot to learn and a long way to go. Learn from your boss. The quality doesn't need to be too good, and the range is shortened by half. As for quantity, the more the better." Having said this, before giving Mosey and Master Li a chance to speak, Linjio continued, "Master Li, you will be in charge of making the crossbows and bows that will be sold to the other 2 people. Remember the requirements I just mentioned." Linjio paused, turned to look at M.O.Z., and continued, "As for you, old M.O., I have a more important task for you." M.O.Z. looked puzzled, but still nodded, with a serious expression on his face, and said, "Boss, you say, don't be so serious. Can you make a ballista?" Linjio smiled and signaled M.O.Z. not to be nervous. After hearing this, Mosey lowered his head and fiddled with the parts on the ground. He pondered for a while and said, "Boss, we can make a crossbow cart, but the requirements for wood are extremely high. If the wood does not meet the requirements, it may be scrapped after 1 use. Does this require wood?" Linjio was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this thing actually had requirements for wood. Mosey nodded and said seriously, "Yes, boss. If you want to make a high-quality crossbow cart, the best choice is sour jujube wood, followed by jujube wood, and finally pear wood. Does it make any difference?" At this time, Linjio asked Mosey like a layman. "Yes. If we use sour jujube wood, the range can reach 600 meters. If we use red jujube wood, it can only reach 400 meters. If we use pear wood, the maximum range is 300 meters. After hearing this, Linjio couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that making a crossbow cart would be so troublesome. The key is that he can't tell the difference between different types of wood. In his eyes, all wood looks the same. Mosey seemed to see what Linjio was thinking at the moment, and a smile appeared on his face, saying, "Boss, don't worry. I can identify some wood species. I can identify these 3 species." After hearing this, Linjio finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no one on the island could tell the different types of wood. "Old M.O., do you have the types of wood you need on the island?" "Yes. I've noticed it before, but the number isn't that large." When Linjio heard this, he slapped his thigh hard. He felt that he must have sold a lot of them before, and an expression of regret immediately appeared on his face. "Boss, don't worry. I had expected that they would be useful someday. I had specifically told Daji to separate those pieces of wood from other wood." Good. As expected of you." After hearing this, Linjio's face was filled with excitement. He said several good words and patted M.O.Z.'s shoulder heavily. M.O.Z. lowered his head, looking humble, rubbed his shoulder, which was hurt by Linjio's pat, then frowned and said, "Boss, you are too kind, but there are only jujube and pear wood on the island. There is no best sour jujube wood, and the quantity is only enough to make 3 crossbow carts. Linjiao was not disappointed after hearing this. Having something is better than having nothing, so it doesn't matter if the quality is a little worse. Okay, then you can start making it from now on. By the way, what will happen if you use ordinary wood to make it? You were just about to turn around and leave when you suddenly couldn't help but mention it. Mosey pondered for a while, then looked up and said, "The ballista will probably fall apart after 2 uses, and its range will not exceed 100 meters at most." After hearing this, Linjiao nodded thoughtfully, then turned and left. He already had a decision in his mind. Not long after Linjiao turned around, he saw Daji running towards him with a sad face, and said to Linjiao, "Master, something bad has happened." "What's wrong? What happened?" Linjiao thought something had gone wrong at the beach, and wanted to quickly walk towards the fishing area. Daji stretched out her hand to stop Linjiao and continued, "It's not the fishing area that has a problem, it's the warehouse. The warehouse is full again." When Linjiao heard this, he frowned and said, "This new warehouse was built only a few days ago. How come it can't hold the supplies anymore?" "Master, we catch too much fish every day." Linjiao glanced at the dozen or so fishing rods on the beach, thought for a while, and nodded. 2. His fishing rod basically never stops 24 hours a day. On average, it takes 10 minutes to catch a piece of food. In a day, one fishing rod can basically catch 144 items. Assuming there are 15 fishing rods, we can catch more than 2,000 items a day. It seems like you can't let go, and that's normal. After thinking for a while, Linjiao turned to ask Daji, "Okay, I get it. What's the most piled up thing in the warehouse?" "Master, there's too much food. We even have to throw away a lot of it every day." Daji's face was full of sorrow. After hearing this, Linjiao suddenly felt a little distressed. A lot is lost every day. If he had known this earlier, he would have replaced more of his subordinates. He had never cared about how much supplies there were. He only knew that there was enough food, but he never thought there would be so much left. "Okay, I got it. Go pick out the food that's about to expire, and I'll find a way to solve it later." Linjiao called out to Daji, who nodded and turned to walk towards the warehouse. Linjiao looked at Daji's back and fell into deep thought. Then a sly smile appeared on his face. Maybe he would have worried about selling the food before, but now he has 2 employees. Hey, 175% commission. At this time, 43.99 and 84995 were chatting happily in the Alliance channel. Linjiao opened the Alliance channel and saw Wow. Within the Alliance, ZG84995, what? You're a girl? Damn, look at the white silk. ZG4399, look at your head. If you say that again, I will block you. ZG84995, just take a look, just one look. ZG4399, roll. Wow, I didn't realize that 84995 was an LSP. Linjiao spoke immediately, interrupting 84,995's LSP behavior. Ahem, 84995. Can you please be more upright and stop being so lewd? Learn from me and be more positive. ZG4399, boss. You finally came out. He's a hooligan. ZG84995, boss. I don't have that. I am just positive energy. ZG4399, bullshit. You tell me this is positive energy? Who told you that? ZG84995. When I was browsing TikTok and Kuaishou before, they all said that it was positive energy. ZG4399. I am speechless. Seeing that the 2 showed no sign of stopping, Linjiao quickly typed a sentence. All right. Be serious. I have some serious work for you to do. ZG4399, boss. What do you need us to do? ZG84995. You are so stupid. They must want us to sell supplies. ZG4399. You are the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. Seeing the 2 people quarreling again, Linjiao's face showed a helplessness. He didn't know whether he was right or wrong to drag the 2 people into it. All right, stop arguing. I do have some supplies for you to sell. I'll pass them on to you later. ZG84995. Okay, boss. How much is the commission he? ZG4399. Boss, I want to know too. Have to. This time, the 2 of them stood on the same line with a rare consensus. The commission is 5. It's not 5 of the profit, but 5 of the materials obtained in exchange. ZG84995. Boss, you are too greedy. Only 5. ZG4399. Boss, I also think it's a little dark. ZG84995. taking 1 out of 20 supplies. Boss, this is really unacceptable. Seeing this, Lin Jiao did not explain much, but just curled his lips and walked towards the warehouse. Daji, how is the collection of supplies going? After hearing the voice, Daji, who was busy, turned her head to look at Lin Jiao and said with a pout, Master, it's too much. After saying that, Daji pointed to a pile of boxes on the ground. Lin Jiao took a look, his eyes widened, and asked in disbelief, Daji, are you sure these are about to expire? Yeah, I threw away a lot of it before. When Lin Jiao heard this, he covered his head with his hands, a helpless look on his face. What a waste. What a shame to waste. He felt so distressed. How much supplies could this be exchanged for? Lin Jiao walked over and opened them one by one. There were boxes of bread, snacks, rice infested with insects, and a whole wooden box of milk. His money, which is about to expire, is worth several people's property. Oh, too much food is also a problem. After Lin Jiao closed the lid, he turned his head to look at Daji and continued to ask, Is there anything else you don't need? I'll take care of it all at once. Master, there's no more. Everything else can be used, but the food cannot be finished. Daji pointed at the box on the ground and spread her hands, looking helpless. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded slightly, as if he had thought of something, and continued to ask, Are there any scarce supplies on the island? After thinking for a while, Daji pointed at herself and said, No, if there's a scarce resource, it is manpower. After hearing this, Lin Jiao waved his hand and said with a smile, Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of the supplies. After saying that, he smiled and pinched Daji's face with his hand. After Daji left, Lin Jiao transferred the supplies to 4,399 and 2 others, half to each of them, and then said something in the alliance channel. What do you think? Do you still think 5 is too little? And the 5 doesn't necessarily have to come from the materials we exchange for. We can also take it directly from what I give you. ZG4995, quite a lot. Boss, I am short-sighted. ZG4399, boss, this is too much. It's more than what I have caught since I came to this island. Aren't you afraid that you won't have enough to eat? ZG84995, don't worry about it. The boss certainly has this. ZG4399, screw you. You call this 1 point. Are you sure it's not 1 billion points? Lin Jiao smiled and said something without caring at all. These are all the food I can't finish. A lot of it is thrown away on the island every day. Then he released another bombshell. This is nothing. These are just small fights. We're going to do something bigger next. He believed that within 2 days, the 2 of them would find that the commissions they received were more than the catch they caught in a day. ZG84995, damn. Boss, you call this a small fight? What is a big one? ZG4399. I don't know what to say now. This is too much. Now I finally understand why there are always so many people in the Zone channel who want to warm the boss bed. ZG84995. I finally understand. Boss, are you still in need of a bed warmer? Do you think I can do it? ZG4399. You have no shame at all. ZG84995. Don't tell me you don't want to. I don't believe you. Boss, what big thing do you want to do? Keep it a secret. Lin Jiao said mysteriously that it was a secret and then sent another message. Remember to exchange these foods for supplies such as clay, stone bricks, and wood ash. After sending this message, Lin Jiao closed the alliance channel. No matter how the 2 asked what the big business was, he didn't say. Arriving at the beach, Lin Jiao found Daji and asked, Daji, can't we eat all the raw meat we caught? Daji nodded and said helplessly, Yes, master, but not as overflowing as the food. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded, turned around, and left without saying anything else. He originally thought that raw meat was as abundant as food and could not be eaten up, but he did not expect that it was still within a controllable range. But he thought again, well, with the rice and vegetables, it was inevitable that there would be so many snacks left over. There are more than 20 people eating every day, including Han Exine, Zhao Zilong, and other eaters. So it is not surprising that not much meat becomes sour and smelly. He discovered that the higher the martial power, the bigger the appetite. As for why he asked 4399Z and the other 2 to exchange for materials such as stone bricks and clay instead of buying subordinates, he also took this into consideration. Firstly, materials such as stone bricks and clay are consumed in huge quantities every day on the island. Sometimes the clay is barely enough, which causes the progress of house construction to come to a halt. Secondly, he believed that the probability of catching his men would greatly increase within a few days. In order to speed up the progress of the game, the controller adjusted many factors. He believed that the probability of catching his subordinates would also be adjusted. After all, there's still many people who only have 1 or 2 subordinates, and some even have no subordinates at all. As long as the manipulator raises the price slightly, he might then worry about not having enough houses. Of course, by then this strange world might not be as peaceful as it was at the beginning. To compensate everyone, the first 10 people who commented will receive 20 reputation points each. Chapter 108 Iron. Linjio was just about to go to the chicken coop to take a look when Daji came running over. Master, look, what is this? After saying this, Daji squinted her eyes and smiled. Then she opened her palm, revealing a small piece of iron. Linjio was a little surprised when he saw it. Although this piece of iron was much smaller than the ones he had caught before, it was finally a good start. Linjio grabbed the iron from Daji's hand, his face full of joy, and couldn't help but kiss Daji on the cheek. After being kissed, Daji seemed a little at a loss, and a blush appeared on her face. Linjio smiled and rubbed Daji's head, then said, "Next time you catch something, send it directly to Oyezi." After hearing this, Daji nodded and turned to leave. Linjio fiddled with the piece of iron, smiled, walked to the blacksmith shop, threw the piece of iron to Oyezi, and took away the wooden box full of arrows. Linjio, carrying a wooden box on his back and holding a crossbow in his hand, walked to an open space, randomly picked up a wooden board about 5 centimeters thick, and fixed it vertically on the ground. Up to now, he has not tested the power of iron arrows. Walking to a place about 30 meters away, Linjio loaded the arrows, raised the crossbow, aimed at the wooden board, and pulled the trigger. The arrow made a sound of breaking through the air and easily penetrated the wooden board. After penetrating the board, it did not stop and flew about 500 meters before falling into the sea. Linjio was stunned by this scene. He didn't expect the power to be so great. He believed that, even from 200 meters away, the crossbow arrow could penetrate the wooden board. In order to make a better contrast, Linjio changed to an ordinary arrow and shot an arrow at the wooden board. This arrow also penetrated the wooden board, but fell into the sea less than 100 m away. It seems that arrows with normal arrowheads can only penetrate 5 centimeters wooden boards at 50 m. Linjio had a rough idea in his mind, put away the crossbow, turned around, and walked towards the fishing area. The 3 girls were chatting while fishing. Linjio found a place to sit down and took a look at the box. He was a little surprised that he had caught 4 or 5 pieces of iron in such a short time. But it was not too big and was about the same size as the piece of iron that Daji had just given him. It seems that iron is no longer a particularly rare commodity. Of course, this is only true for him. Within the regional channel, Helix, set sail. Bah, setting sail. Isn't it just going out to rob other people's supplies? That sounds really nice. That's right. If you don't know, you might think you're Magellan, who traveled around the world and accomplished a great feat. Hey, guys, guess what I just caught? Iron. A piece of iron the size of your palm. What the hell? Iron? Why didn't I catch any? That's not fair. You're using a backdoor. I didn't catch anything either. I'm so sore, brother. I'm XXS. Can you give me the iron? Food for sale. I have everything you need. Milk, bread, ham, all at affordable prices. By now, Fisk, it's just a piece of iron the size of your palm. What's there to be envious of? It's so small, it's useless. The tone you use upstairs is really sarcastic. Just be sour. Just be sour. Some people have already caught some iron in the regional channel, but the probability is pitifully small, with only 1 person out of 100 catching something. But after so long, no one has caught the white wooden box. I don't know if it's because he's so handsome, but it seems like he's the only one who can fish up the white wooden box. It is worth mentioning that he actually saw 84,995 shouting and selling food in the channel. Linjio sat on the ground, hugging Kai Wunji, thinking, fishing rod, can you please have some shame? Huh. After strolling around the fishing area for a while, it was soon lunchtime. The meal was the same as usual, but for some reason, Linjio ate it with special relish. Within the alliance, ZJ4995, boss, part of the food has been sold, and the supplies are being delivered to you now. ZG4399, boss, this is me too. I have also sent you all the supplies. ZG84995, how much did you sell? ZG4399, it's none of your business. ZG84995, TSK, I sold 1/3 of them. Seeing 4399 and 84995 arguing again, Lin Jiao smiled, shook his head, and closed the interface. Arriving at an open place, Lin Jiao received all the supplies sent by the two. The next moment, the empty space was instantly filled with supplies that appeared out of nowhere, piled up as high as a hill. Lin Jiao was a little surprised when he saw it, but after taking a closer look, he found that most of it was wood ash. This worthless wood ash accounts for 1.5, so it doesn't seem too strange to have so much material. After taking a rough look at all the supplies, Lin Jiao called a few people to carry all the supplies to the warehouse. The stone bricks were carried to Lei Fat Ada, and the wood ash was carried to Ma Jun. Just now, after a rough look, he found that there was more wood ash and stone bricks, and less clay. Based on this, he guessed that only a very few people knew that wood ash could be used to make cement. Otherwise, they would not have been able to purchase so many bricks. With so many stone bricks, Ma Jun can finally relax a little. He only needs to focus on making cement in the next few days. Master, caught a man. After hearing Daji's cry, Lin Jiao gave an order to the people who were carrying supplies, then turned and ran towards Daji. When we arrived at the edge of the island, we saw a little old man standing in front of a wooden box, and Daji was talking to him. After hearing the sound behind her, Daji turned her head and looked at Lin Jiao and said, "Master, please talk to him. I tried to communicate with him, but he ignored me." Daji spread her hands helplessly, turned around and sat back at her seat and continued fishing. "What's your name? What can you do?" Lin Jiao asked directly without further ado. The old man bent down slightly and said to Lin Jiao, "Master, my name is Su Ji, and I don't seem to know anything." When Lin Jiao heard this, he couldn't help but cover his head with a helpless look on his face. Have to. He didn't have much hope at first. He wasn't as good as Hua Tuo, but he wasn't completely clueless either. Lin Jiao looked at the old man in front of him again and thought about it, but he had no idea what job to assign this old man to. There is no such thing as idle people on his island. Kuli? Building houses? He looked so frail that he would faint in this environment within an afternoon. Blacksmith? This is more physically demanding than building a house. After thinking for a long time, Lin Jiao still couldn't think of any job suitable for the old man in front of him, or just cut it off with a knife. When this thought just appeared in Lin Jiao's mind, he quickly shook his head and threw away this dangerous idea. Although he doesn't keep idle people, he won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Just as he was thinking about what to do, Hua Mulan's call interrupted Lin Jiao's thoughts. "Master, come and help." When Lin Jiao took a quick look, he saw dozens of fishing rods shaking at the same time. What a rare scene. Chapter 10911 Wooden Boxes. Lin Jiao ignored Su Ji, strode forward, grabbed 4 fishing rods, and pulled them up. Daji's 3 daughters, each holding 2 fishing rods, managed to pull up all the trembling fishing rods. But at this moment, 2 more fishing rods nearby began to tremble, and Lin Jiao and his companions were completely unable to free their hands. I saw Su Ji, who was standing nearby, grab 2 fishing rods and pulled them up easily. The skillful technique didn't seem like it was his first time fishing, but rather like an angler who had been fishing for 30 or 40 years. There was no chance for Lin Jiao to ask, and it was unclear whether he was lucky or unlucky. I saw that these 12 fishing rods actually caught 11 wooden boxes. Only 3 of the wooden boxes were normal, the others were either red or green, but there was no white wooden box. Lin Jiao looked at the boxes in front of him and wanted to take a photo and post it on his moments to show off. It's a pity that he doesn't have a mobile phone here. Suji looked at the boxes in front of him, not knowing what was going on. He walked towards the wooden boxes with curiosity, wanting to open them. I only heard Lin Jiao scolding. "Come back quickly. Don't go over there." Suji looked confused, but still obeyed Lin Jiao's orders and walked back. Lin Jiao, Hua Mulan, and the other 2 all had weapons in their hands, and then Lin Jiao pulled Su Ji behind him. "Host!" Su Ji was about to ask, but the next second, he stared at the boxes in front of him with his eyes wide open. What did he see? The box moved by itself. He looked at Lin Jiao with a look of surprise, but found that Lin Jiao looked as if he was used to it. He then looked at the 3 women, and they had the same expression. Collapse! 8 wooden boxes burst at the same time, and 8 monsters came out, including 3 drowned corpses and 5 violent rhinos. Monster! Su Ji was so frightened by the scene that his legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. He pointed at the monster with a trembling hand and said something. Lin Jiao glanced disdainfully at Su Ji, who was slumped on the ground behind him, and said, "Milan, There are 4 of us each. Daji and Kaiwenji, you guys hide on yourselves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before he could finish, he heard 3 arrow shots. He turned his head and looked at the 3 women beside him, only to see that the 3 women were holding crossbows and arrows and easily dealt with the 3 drowned corpses. Well, he was worrying too much. The next scene made Lin Jiao even more stunned. Mulan took out a large bucket filled with turbid sea water from somewhere, opened the lid, and picked it up. The 5 ferocious rhinos not far away were not frightened by the death of the 3 drowned corpses nearby, and rushed forward with extraordinary bravery. Mulan poured the bucket of water in her hand at them, and large splashes of water fell on the violent rhinoceros. The rhinoceros, which had been incredibly fast, suddenly slowed down, at least by half. Before Lin Jiao could make any move, Zhao Zilong also rushed over. Zhao Zilong jumped up with a thick piece of wood in his hand, raised the wood, and smashed it hard at one of the violent rhinos. The violent rhinoceros that was hit fell to the ground, struggled for a few times, and then stopped moving, having been shocked to death. Zhao Zilong successfully diverted the hatred of the other 4 violent rhinos. Their target was no longer Lin Jiao and his companions, but they rushed towards Zhao Zilong instead. Zhao Zilong was not afraid at all. He picked up the wood and smashed it at a leaping and violent rhinoceros. The violent rhinoceros was smashed away. Mulan was not idle either. She replaced the crossbow with a trident and rushed towards the violent rhinoceros. The other 3 violent rhinos were all focused on Han Xin and did not notice Mulan attacking from behind. Roar! Mulan stabbed the rhinoceros anus with her halberd, and the rhinoceros let out a scream. Mulan didn't give it a chance to react. She pulled it out, then thrust it in again. The violent rhino lay on the ground, twitching constantly, and soon died. The remaining 2 violent rhinos were quickly dealt with by Zhao Zilong and Hua Mulan, 1 each. Lin Jiao looked at this scene and suddenly felt like a waste. I couldn't help it all. In just a few minutes, all 8 monsters were dealt with. He just watched for a few minutes. Waste Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao glanced at Su Ji, who was slumped on the ground behind him, still a little frightened, and nodded with relief. It's okay. There's someone even more useless than him. Politeness. Do you feel like you are COG? Zhao Zilong smiled at Lin Jiao, then dragged a few violent rhinos towards Oyezi. Mulan kicked the bodies of the 3 drowned monsters into the sea, and Daji skillfully picked up the bucket to clean the blood left by the monsters. Good job. Lin Jiao opened his mouth and praised. After hearing this, Hua Mulan's heroic temperament instantly disappeared, and she suddenly turned into a shy little girl. When Lin Jiao saw this scene, he smiled. He even suspected that Hua Mulan had schizophrenia in front of him. Does this happen often on the island? Hua Mulan heard Lin Jiao's question, smiled, stroked her hair with her hand, and said, Master, that's not the case. The most I caught at one time was 3 monsters. Having said this, Hua Mulan paused for a moment and continued. As for the drowned corpses, Daji and Kaiwenji can handle them together. As for the violent rhinos, well, if there are more than 2 of them, Han Xin and Zhao Zilong will usually handle them. Lin Jiao nodded after hearing this. He suddenly felt something pulling at his trouser leg, so he turned around to look. Su Ji, who was sitting on the ground, calmed down, pulled his trouser legs with his hands, pointed at 3 boxes not far away, and asked, Master, those 3 boxes may contain the same monsters as before. No, don't worry. Also, don't call me Master. Call me Boss. After hearing this, Su Ji nodded and thought to himself, why can women call him Master, but men can only call him Boss? My boss must be a pervert. Yes, that's right. How long are you going to sit on the ground? Lin Jiao looked at Su Ji, who was sitting on the ground, and said helplessly. Su Ji smiled innocently and quickly stood up from the ground. Seeing this, Lin Jiao shook his head helplessly, turned around, and prepared to walk towards the 3 wooden boxes. Master, what is this man doing? At this time, Kaiwenji called Lin Jiao, pointed at Su Ji, and asked in a childish voice. Lin Jiao thought for a while, thinking of Su Ji's skillful technique of collecting the fishing rod just now, and thinking about how to avoid the situation of insufficient manpower again, he said, Let him fish with you guys in the fishing area. That way we won't be short of manpower. Hey, 2 heroic ladies, please take care of me from now on. Su Ji touched the back of his head and smiled brightly at the 2 girls. There was a hint of disgust in Hua Mulan's eyes, and it was obvious that she was still upset about how frightened he had just been. Kaiwenji did not react at all, but just looked at him. Lin Jiu was also speechless when he saw Su Ji's look. Such a big man could actually have a child as young as Kai Wenji take care of him. Lin Jiu came to the 3 wooden boxes and opened them one by one. In the previous chapter, Lin Jiu scored 09. As usual, the compensation is 20 reputation points for the top 10. Chapter 110. Sharing Allies' Locations. Lin Jiu came to the 3 wooden boxes and opened them one by one. I saw 2 men and 1 woman standing up from the wooden box. Master, Master, Master. The 3 of them spoke to Lin Jiu in unison. Lin Jiu nodded and looked at the woman. Standard OL workplace clothes, paired with black stockings and high heels, make her face look fair and tender. Although she cannot be compared with the 3 daughters of Daji, she is also considered a beauty. Then he glanced at the 2 men again. They're just 2 rough old men, nothing special to see. They're just human beings after all. May I have your name? Lin Jiu asked the woman first, and she slowly said, Master, my name is Ian Lily. Okay, you can go fishing with Daji and the others from now on. Lin Jiu didn't ask her what skill she had. After all, the clothes were all there, so there was no need to ask. Lin Jiu turned and walked towards the 2 men and asked, What are your names? And don't call me Master from now on. Just call me Boss. The 2 men looked at each other, nodded, and answered, Boss, my name is... Boss, my name is... After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded and asked some more questions. He found out that the 2 were just ordinary people. Seeing that they were in good physical condition, he called Zhao Zilong over. Zilong, come here. Zhao Zilong, who was on patrol, vaguely heard Lin Jiu calling him and hurried over and asked, Boss, what's wrong? It's okay. From now on, you will be in charge of training these 2 people. This will expand the manpower of your patrol team. As for how to allocate them, you and Han Xin can decide. Lin Jiu pointed at the 2 men next to him. Zhao Zilong nodded, waved at the 2 men, signaling them to follow him, and turned and left. Lin Jiu shook his head upon seeing this, and then couldn't help but open the regional channel. He wanted to figure out whether it was just his luck or the probability of everyone being transferred to his subordinates had greatly increased. Within the regional channel, Brothers, I just caught another subordinate. Now, my ability to protect myself has been strengthened. Ha ha ha. It's sour. Woo. I only have 1 subordinate so far. I also caught a person, but he was an old man. Should I be happy or cry? Of course I'm happy. I picked up a good-for-nothing for free. Ha ha ha. The Plundering Pirate Alliance is recruiting people. Are there any pirates interested in joining? I want to join. I want to join. Are there any requirements? Come to our Sea Hat Alliance. The benefits are great, including 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Are the treatments in the Pirate Alliance so good now? I'm so envious. I'm tempted. Bah, pirates are pirates after all. Dirty. Lin Jiu took a look at the chat in the district channel and found that some people had lured up their subordinates, but not many. It seems that the probability has not been raised too high. The main reason is that his precious fishing rod is so strong. Yes, his fishing rod has not yet split into 2. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu hurriedly walked forward to the fishing area, grasped the main body of the fishing rod, and split out a fishing rod. Ian Lily and Su Ji looked at this scene in amazement, thinking they were seeing things, and rubbed their eyes quickly. The 3 daughters of Daji were no longer surprised. Kai Wenji smiled and said to them, Don't be so surprised. Any outrageous thing is normal in front of the master. Ian Lily and Su Ji nodded dully. At this moment, they both looked like a group of country dogs that had never seen the world. Lin Jiu turned around, smiled, shook his head, and left. He came to the blacksmith shop and walked into the house. With a hint of doubt in his tone, he asked, Li Si, why are you here? Before Li Si could speak, Oyezi smiled and explained for Lin Jiu. I have to forge iron and don't have time to make rhino armor, so I asked him to come and help. I will accept him as my apprentice. After I teach him for 2 days, he will be able to make rhino armor by himself. After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded thoughtfully. 2. As a master swordsmith, making rhinoceros armor really lowered his status. Young man, you have a bright future. You don't know how many people want to become Lao O's apprentice, but don't have the means. You are so lucky. Ling Yu petit li cs schulder. Li Si smiled innocently and said, I will definitely not let my boss and master down. Lin Jiu nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he seemed to remember something and asked Oyezi, Tell him all the requirements for selling the rhino armor. Oyezi smiled put down the tools in his hands, and said, "Boss, don't worry, I've already told him this." After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded with satisfaction. A cunning smile appeared on his face, and he gave Li Si a look that said, "You understand." Li Si smiled and said, "Boss, don't worry, I understand." Lin Jiu felt very satisfied. He thought this young man had great potential and was very optimistic about him. "Work hard. One day, I will catch your good brother Zhang-san as well." "Huh, boss, I have brothers? How come I didn't know?" There was a hint of doubt and confusion on Li Si's face. Lin Jiu then remembered that they had lost their previous memories, so naturally they didn't understand this joke. He said patiently and meaningfully, "Yes, of course there is. People call him the outlaw." After saying this, Lin Jiu put his hands behind his back and walked out with an unfathomable look. Li Si looked at Lin Jiu's back with admiration and said to Oyezi beside him, "Master, the boss is amazing. He can even calculate this." Oyezi smiled and shook his head. This innocent child. Lin Jiu had just stepped out of the door and was about to go see Hua Tuo when he heard another voice in his ears. Ally positioning can be shared and displayed on the map. When Lin Jiu heard this, his eyes narrowed into slits. It seemed that the manipulator behind this had to speed up the process. What does that mean? This means that every member of the Alliance can come together, keep each other warm, and fight against pirates together. But what if they were pirates? What would be the first thing they did after banding together? Robbery. Looting on a grand scale. Start with the lone survivors first, then start with the small survivor alliances and swallow them up one by one. When they become stronger and unite together, they will swallow up the large survivor alliance and then divide up the property among themselves. Of course, as long as the survivors are not stupid and don't just hide, it would be extremely difficult for the pirates to eat all of them. At this moment, he already smelled the scent of war. Lin Jiu curiously opened the channel and took a look, only to find that in the Alliance channel, 4399 and 84995 were calling him frantically. "Boss, should we enable location sharing? We'll go and join you." Chapter 112, Boss. It's born. "Boss, should we enable location sharing? We'll go and join you." After seeing this message, Lin Jiu pondered for a while and rejected the two people. "No, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You have to grow them all. If someone gives you trouble, I will provide some help and make sure you're okay." ZG 4399, "But boss, this is a bit inconvenient." ZG 84995, "Yes, boss, you're not too ugly and are embarrassed to see us." "Okay, stop talking. It's decided like this. You still don't believe me." After sending this message, Lin Jiu didn't give the two people a chance to say more and directly closed the interface. He had his own concerns, such as the capabilities of his fishing rod. If both of them came over and saw that his fishing rod not only emitted a bluish-purple light, but also one more rod appeared every day, how would he explain it? Did he recharge? Did he buy a skin for his fishing rod? As for the fact that there will be one more fishing rod every day, his fishing rod has the ability to reproduce one a day. This is almost like fooling a 3-year-old kid. If the two of them leaked the secret, he would be finished. It's not that he didn't trust them, but, well, okay, he didn't know how to make it up either. Indeed, he didn't believe them. After all, you don't even have to click to exit this alliance, and friends can become enemies in an instant. He still didn't quite understand their personalities, as they had only known each other for about 10 days. Moreover, human hearts are subject to change. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu shook his head with a wry smile and opened the regional channel to take a look at the situation. Within the regional channel, the Survivors Protection Association is recruiting a large number of people. We should all work together to resist the pirates. If we join the Protection Association, we can gather together, which will greatly improve safety. Upstairs. I'll join in. I want to join in too. Open up the position. Let's all gather together. Fight off the pirates. Fight the pirates. Fight the pirates. Fight the pirates. I want to join too. Ahem. I have a question. Can you give me a position if I join? What are you thinking upstairs? Roll the ball. At this time, the regional channel was filled with speeches from a large number of survivors, all discussing how to band together to resist pirates. But we rarely see the pirates speaking. Maybe they have started to gather together. After Lin Jiu closed the regional channel, he did not open the world channel. He believed that there was no difference between the world channel and the regional channel. There were only two groups of people, survivors and pirates, and they began to gather separately. "Boss, it's born. It's born." Xiao Biluo's voice came from a distance, interrupting Lin Jiu's thoughts. After hearing this, Lin Jiao said unhappily. You just gave birth. You said that a grown man like me gave birth. Boss, how can I give birth without man? Of course, if you have any needs, I can give birth too. When she said the last sentence, Xiao Biluo blinked her eyes with a charming look. Lin Jiao felt a chill on his face and quickly stepped back a few steps, waving his hands repeatedly, and said, No, I'm not interested. Can you tell me what happened? Oh, that's right. I forgot about the important matter. I was talking about the chicken. The chicken gave birth. Xiao Biluo then remembered the purpose of her visit and spoke quickly. Lin Jiao showed a trace of doubt on his face and asked, Chickens? Have those 3 eggs hatched chicks? Right, that's called hatching. Hatching chicks. Lin Jiao looked helpless. How come his employee was still illiterate? Xiao Biluo looked nonchalant, smiled, and then said, Boss, do you want to go take a look? Yes, of course I want to see it. Xiao Biluo nodded, turned around, and took Lin Jiao to the chicken coop. Soon, the two came to the chicken coop. Lin Jiao looked through the net woven with vines and saw 3 chicks lying in a grass nest. Their hair had not grown yet. One of the hens saw Lin Jiao coming and quickly flapped its wings, hopping to the 3 chicks, protecting the 3 chicks behind her, staring at Lin Jiao vigilantly, her eyes as big as copper bells. Lin Jiao looked helpless, so he came over to see how this made him look like a bad guy. He is very innocent. Okay, he definitely didn't want to eat those 3 chickens. Gurgle. Don't mind, these are just tears flowing into my stomach. Giggle. At this time, the hen protected the 3 chicks more closely and screamed at Lin Jiao. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao was like, oh, he can't even watch it anymore. Then I won't watch it. Next time he comes, he will give this chicken a hot bath. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. I still have to prepare dinner. Lin Jiao waved his hand, not caring at all, and signaled Xiao Biluo to go about her own business. After watching for a while, Lin Jiao turned and left, but there was still a question in his mind. Why did this chick hatch so quickly? It's only been a few days. Normally, it should take about 20 days to hatch a chick. He hasn't even had a week. He couldn't quite understand. In this alien world, some things seem to be different from the rules on Earth. After thinking for a while, Lin Jiao still couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up thinking about it. Just take it one step at a time. This is also a good thing, so that if you can't catch any food in the future, you don't have to worry about starving to death. Unconsciously, as he walked, Lin Jiao arrived at Lei Fadada's place. I saw Lei Fadada lying on the ground, holding a pen in his hand and scribbling on the paper on the wooden board. Lao Lei, what are you doing? Boss, I thought it was someone else. I'm drawing the blueprints for the new dormitory building. Lei Fadada put down the pen in his hand, turned around and saw that it was Lin Jiao, then quickly stood up and patted the dust off his body. Lei Fadada continued, Boss, don't worry, they're all working over there. It won't affect the progress. Brother Mosey's studio can be built this afternoon. After hearing this, Lin Jiao smiled and nodded, saying, I just came over to take a look. I believe in your ability. By the way, when the dormitory building is completed, you should build a studio for yourself and spend every day drawing blueprints on the floor. People who don't know would think I am abusing you. When Lin Jiao was about to leave, he turned around and suddenly said something. Lei Fadada nodded somewhat touched and continued to work. When passing by a place, I saw a group of people busy building a house. It should be the studio of Mosey and Masterly. Lin Jiao looked around, chatted with everyone for a few words, then turned and walked towards the dormitory building. Arriving at the 2nd floor, Lin Jiao knocked on the door of a room. Boss, come in. The door slowly opened and Hua Tuo stuck his head out. When he saw it was Lin Jiao, he quickly moved aside to let Lin Jiao in. Lin Jiao smiled, walked into the room, and looked around. Although the room is a bit simple, the furniture is basically complete. There are beds, cabinets, stools, and everything else. Lin Jiao walked to the bed, sat down directly, and asked with a smile, How is it? Are you used to living here? Hua Tuo stroked his beard with his hand, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said, Thank you for your concern, boss. I am used to living here. Just get used to it. Your house has been built, and you can move in tomorrow. Just tell Masterly if you need any furniture. Lin Jiao crossed his legs and said something without any image. Boss, this is a thoughtful thing. I would like to thank you here. What are you thanking me for? If anyone has any problems in the future, we'll have to rely on you. Hua Tuo kept stroking his beard with his hand, smiling, and said, Boss, that's natural. This is my duty. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. This awareness is beyond words. After the two chatted for a few words, Han Xian knocked on the door and said outside, "Boss, Dr. Hua, it's time to eat." Chapter 1, 1343-99 and 84995. Why don't you let us through? You ask me, who should I ask? TSK. Do you think that the boss is too ugly and afraid that I am too handsome, so he feels inferior and is embarrassed to meet us? But go to hell. For your narcissism. Then why do you think that is? Do you think the boss has some golden finger? What are you thinking about? Goldfinger. It will be a shame if you don't write a novel. Then why do you think that is? The boss has an absurd amount of supplies. It can be said that the supplies he sold to us are all the belongings of more than a dozen people. And he hasn't revealed the location yet. What you said makes sense, but the mechanical voice before clearly stated that everything is fair and just. That's true. Forget it. If you don't want to go, then don't go. How about you give me your seat, and I'll go find you? Bah. LSP. I won't let a wolf into the house. Goodbye. No more chatting. No. Do you think we should secretly take some of the supplies given by the boss? There are so many anyway. It won't be noticeable if we take a little. TSK. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I've blocked you. Bye. I was wrong. I was just joking. 4399 and 84995 were discussing why Lin Jiao didn't reveal his location. It can be said that 84,995's guess was very correct. Unfortunately, the mechanical voice reminded him and made him give up the idea. This is the best assist. Lin Jiao fell in love with it immediately. Why? 84995 sat on the ground, talking to himself, puzzled. Master, what's wrong? A man came over and saw that 84995 looked sad, so he couldn't help but ask a question. 84995 looked up, waved his hand, and said, Xiao Wu, it's okay. When he saw the man in front of him, 849,995 immediately came out of his thoughts about Lin Jiao, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I believe everyone has heard of the name of this man in front of you. Wu Song. That's right. It's Wu Song who killed the tiger. He was so excited the moment he caught the fish. He now had 2 men under his command, but these 2 were enough to match a dozen or even dozens of people. Lin Chong and Wu Song. The chief instructor of the 800,000 Imperial Guards, Leopard Head Lin Chong. Wu Song fights a tiger with bare hands after drinking. With these 2 people, why should he fear the world? His island is almost 200 square meters, and he believes that his land area is already the best among everyone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, while Wu Song looked at him with a strange expression. Ahem, go take care of your own thing first. I'm Phoenix. 84995. After a while, he remembered that there was another Wu Song next to him. So he quickly stopped talking, feeling a little embarrassed, and waved to Wu Song. After Wu Song left, he lay on the ground and looked at the blue sky, and he felt that his life had reached its peak. He used to worry about food, but after working for Lin Jiao, he no longer had to worry about these things. No more worries. Lin Jiao, TSK, no matter how awesome you are, you still have to work for me. On the other hand, 4,399 is not as lucky as 84995. The island she lives on is only about 100 square meters in area. Master, I caught a wooden box. A middle-aged man who was sitting on the beach fishing shouted loudly to 4,399 who was sorting supplies. This man was the person she had hooked up 2 days ago, but he was just an ordinary person. After hearing this, 4,399 quickly put down the supplies in his hands and walked quickly towards the beach. When the busy Lu Bu heard this, he quickly picked up the bronze knife next to him and followed. Arriving at the beach, 4399 saw the wooden box in front of him. It was an ordinary wooden box, so he walked over and opened it. A middle-aged woman came out of the wooden box. When 4399 saw her, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. It's not that she dislikes it, but on this island, after the military commander, the best ones are young and strong men. After 4399 chatted with the middle-aged woman for a few minutes, he arranged her to replace the man in the fishing area. This will maximize labor utilization. Lu Bu, taken with you to build another wooden house. 4399 gave an order to Lu Bu beside him. Lu Bu nodded after listening, turned around, and walked not far away with the bronze knife in his hand. 4399 returned to the supplies that Lin Jiao gave her and began to count them. After taking inventory, she lowered her head and thought about how to maximize the benefits. If she earns more money for Lin Jiao, she can get more compensation. If Lin Jiu knew what 4399 was thinking at this moment, he would definitely slap his thigh and give 4399 the Best Outstanding Employee Award no matter what. Of course, as for rewards, a conscientious boss like him would definitely not give them. A few words of verbal praise would be nice. Chapter 114, The Plunderer's Alliance. The sky was dim, the evening breeze was blowing from the seaside, and the stars were twinkling in the sky. A 50-square-meter island was sailing on the sea. The light of a bonfire rose on the island, and 3 figures flickered in the light of the fire. Behind this island are 6 or 7 other islands of about 20 square meters in size, with 3 or 4 people standing on each island. These people are not hunting each other. Instead, they are together. There is a homemade flag hanging on each island with 3 big words written on it. Plunderer. Yes, this is the Plunderer's Alliance. One of the men on the 50-square-meter island is the leader of the Plunderer's Alliance. The man standing in the middle looked at the islands behind him and couldn't help laughing up to the sky. He said, "Haha, I, 64973, will definitely be able to conquer this alien world with so many people." Then he turned around, patted Su Dingfong beside him, and laughed. "Dingfong, with your help, I will definitely be able to conquer the world here. I will achieve success and fame." At this time, 64973 had already learned Su Dingfong's true identity and strength from the pirates behind him, which was why those pirates chose to follow him. Su Dingfong did not answer, but just frowned. He knew what 64973 was going to do, and he resisted this behavior from the bottom of his heart. But under the control of the mysterious power, he had to obey the other party's orders. "Dingfong, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" 64973 also knew what Su Dingfong was thinking, but did not say it out loud. He just asked with pretended concern. After all, he still has to rely on Su Dingfong, which will make it easier to achieve his ambitious goals. "No, master. I'm just a little cold." Su Dingfong shook his head and said nothing more. He had already told 64,973 about his inner thoughts before, but it was obvious that it was of no use. At this moment, a sinister-looking man approached with a wretched look on his face and said with a flattering smile, "The master is mighty. The master will definitely conquer the world and dominate it." 64973 glanced at his subordinate and just nodded lightly without saying much. In his eyes, this was just an ordinary person, not worth anything he could say. It's pretty good to use it as a coolie or cannon fodder. Seeing that Su Dingfong didn't say anything more, the sinister man stopped trying to embarrass himself, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. I don't know how long we had been driving, but 64,973 felt his eyelids trembling and sleepiness sweeping over his whole body. At this moment, the sinister man next to him suddenly shook him with his hand, then pointed to the left front and shouted, "Master, look, there's a fire over there." Upon hearing this, 64,973's sleepiness instantly disappeared, and he immediately became alert and said, Where? Master, there." 64973 looked in the direction of the sinister man's finger, and sure enough, there was a small bright spot. He immediately became excited, picked up a homemade trumpet, came to the back of the island, and shouted to the people behind him, saying, "Brothers, there's an island of survivors ahead. The first order is here." After hearing the news, everyone was instantly excited. They thought that the purpose of occupying the island was to rob supplies. "Go! This is what I've been waiting for. Damn him. Woohoo!" As expected, following Lord 64973 will give you meat to eat. Go! Master 64973 is so heroic. Master 64973 is so awesome. Boss 64973, you can always trust Boss 64973. It's time to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Brothers, the scene was extremely chaotic. Everyone jumped up excitedly, wishing they could go to the island opposite and grab all the supplies on the island. Only Su Dingfong frowned and sat by the sea fishing. He felt extremely disgusted by this. 64973 glanced at Su Dingfong and didn't say much. He believed that Su Dingfong would get used to it over time. Not long after, an island appeared in front of 64,973's eyes and gradually grew larger in his sight. Dingfong, stop fishing, pick up your weapons, and prepare for battle. 64973 excitedly gave an order to Su Dingfong behind him, and his eyes were full of greed when he looked at the island of survivors. After hearing this, Su Dingfang reluctantly put down the fishing rod in his hand, picked up the trident, and stood next to 64973. Soon, 64973 was only about 100 meters away from the island. There were two people standing on the island, but 64,973 did not stop. He was not afraid of just two people, and the other side had less than 3 people, so they could not drive away from the island at all. Soon, when they were 20 meters away, the survivors on the island shouted, "Stop it! This is my place!" After hearing this, 64,973 raised his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, and responded, "Huh, it will be mine soon." What? What do you mean? You're a pirate." After hearing this, the survivor was about to ask his men to pick up weapons and fight together with him. But when he saw the 7 or 8 islands behind 64,973, his legs suddenly became weak with fear, and he fell to the ground. The survivor was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He quickly pulled down his men beside him, raised his hands, and shouted in fear, "I surrender! Don't kill me! I surrender!" After hearing this, 64,973 did not respond, but turned to look at Su Dingfang beside him and said, "He is about 10 meters away. I believe that with your strength, you can easily pierce his body with the trident." After Su Dingfang heard this, he showed an embarrassed expression on his face and said, "Master, you see the other side has surrendered. Or forget it, leave him a chance to live." 64973 patted Su Dingfang on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Dingfang, I know you feel uncomfortable, but you have also heard of an idiom called cutting the grass at its roots." Su Dingfang looked at the trident in his hand, got into a dilemma, and hesitated to make a move. "Dingfang, I order you to kill him." As soon as these words came out, Su Dingfang's hand rose up uncontrollably, holding the trident and pointing it at the man lying on the ground begging for mercy. Just when Su Dingfang was about to throw the trident in his hand, the sinister man next to him stepped forward quickly in order to show off in front of 64973, snatched the trident from Su Dingfang's hand, and then threw at the man lying on the ground begging for mercy. WY. The halberd just pierced the survivor's heart, leaving him with a final question, and then he fell to the ground. "Master, how is it? Hee. Am I no more useful than this loser?" The sinister man said to 64,973 with a smug look on his face. 64,973's face darkened at this moment, but thinking that the sinister man was also trying to help him, he didn't say much. He originally wanted to force Su Dingfang to kill the survivor in front of him. As long as there was a first time, there would be countless times. Bang! The island of 64,973 collided with the island of the dead survivors. It had become an ownerless island and was naturally taken over by 64,973. The subordinate who lost his master on the island was furious. His eyes were red. He picked up the bronze knife beside him and was about to rush up and fight with 64973. At this time, 64973 was not in a hurry, but instead tried to persuade him. "Don't struggle. Your master is dead anyway. Why don't you just follow me and enjoy the good life?" The man simply couldn't listen and chopped at 64973 with a bronze knife. Out of that mysterious power, Su Dingfang kicked the man away in order to protect 64,973's safety. "Brother, don't do this." Su Dingfang also tried to persuade him, but the man still ignored him, picked up the bronze knife, and rushed forward, determined to fight to the death. 64973 saw that the man had lost his mind. With a trace of pity on his face, he shook his head and then said to Su Dingfang, "Kill him." Su Dingfang nodded reluctantly and kicked the man who rushed over to him away. Just as Su Dingfang was about to deal with the man, the sinister man rushed towards the man who fell to the ground with a bronze knife and stabbed the man's neck. "Huff, huff, huff. Don't be angry. Don't be angry." When 64973 saw this scene, his face turned red with anger, and he kept comforting himself. He felt that this sinister man was his nemesis. Or maybe he has some ulterior motive with Su Dingfang. Well, definitely. Chapter 1, 15 Brainwashing Speech. 64973 was speechless, but he didn't know what to say. He could only take the lead and walk to the island, starting to collect all the supplies on the island. After the other pirates arrived on the island, the 3 pirates 64973 had already collected the supplies on the survivors' island and placed them in the open space. How should we divide this? It's just this little bit. That's right, he's just a poor bastard, damn. We split it among ourselves. Apart from the wood used for burning, he didn't make much. Who said it wasn't? You made me excited for nothing, damn it. 7 or 8 pirates were discussing with each other, while their subordinates stood behind them without saying anything. Obviously, these people were not satisfied at all with the supplies in front of them. Ahem, everybody listen to me. 64973 cleared his throat, raised his hands, and waved them towards the ground a few times, signaling everyone to be quiet. After everyone heard this, the noise gradually died down until there was no sound at all, and everyone looked towards 64973. 64,973 felt everyone's gazes and suddenly felt like he was the center of attention, so he even lifted up the corner of his clothes. Ahem, everyone listen to me. I'm going to take half of the supplies, and you can divide the remaining half among yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates became unhappy and started shouting. Impossible. You only take half. We traveled so far and didn't make any money at all. That's right. If I can't earn supplies, why would I follow you? I don't agree. It should be divided equally. I don't agree either. Seeing that the crowd was arguing again, 64,973 did not panic, but calmed everyone down again and continued. Everyone listen to me. First of all, wasn't it me who did all the hard work this time? I discovered the island and I dealt with the people. You didn't do anything, but you just took all these supplies for nothing, right? Hearing this, everyone below nodded. Seeing that no one had any objections, 64,973 laughed and continued. You got it for free, and you're still not satisfied. I did all the work, and I only took half. That's not too much, right? It doesn't seem to be an exaggeration to say that. That's right. In the end, we're the ones who got the upper hand. But, seeing that the effect was good, 64973 struck while the iron was hot and continued. This island is 85 square meters. I will only take 40 square meters, and the rest will be shared with you. Isn't this fair and just? After hearing this, the pirates thought about it and nodded. In order to consolidate his leading position among the crowd, 64973 continued to tempt. We can't quarrel over petty gains right now. It's not worth it. We should look at the long term. The next wave we'll do is to do something big. Find some small survivor alliances and swallow them up one by one. After hearing this, the pirates below were all moved and nodded frequently. 64,973 continued. We will gradually expand our team and strength, and then dominate this alien world. By then, everyone here will be a senior veteran. Are you still worried about the lack of supplies? The pirates below shook their heads. 64973 raised a smug smile and shouted. Tell me loudly, what is our goal? Dominate the other world. Dominate the other world. Dominate the other world. 64973 nodded with satisfaction, and the pirates below couldn't help but brag about it. I said that boss 64973 is pretty reliable. Yes, that's right. The boss is irreplaceable in my heart now. Dominate the world. For the boss. For ourselves. This scene is very similar to the brainwashing speech of a pyramid scheme organization. 64973, who was praised by everyone, felt a little proud and felt that he was already sitting on the throne of the whole world. Then, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, opened a regional channel, and couldn't help but send a message. 520. Wait for me to kill you. Prepare all your supplies for me. Chapter 116. Selling crossbows and bows. 520. Wait for me to kill you. Prepare all your supplies for me. At this time, Lin Zhugong lay down on the bed and teased Kai Wenji for a while. After Kai Wenji fell asleep exhausted, he turned on the regional channel to watch some information. Within the regional channel. 520. Wait for me to kill you. Prepare all your supplies for me. Who is this idiot? How can he be as stupid as 71444 and still want to deal with 520 boss? Tisk. Who knows who this 64973 is? So crazy. You don't even know him? He's the leader of a pirate alliance that has recently emerged. I heard he has 7 or 8 pirates under him. Yes. I know that too. It's called the Marauder Alliance. Fuck. So awesome. No wonder he dared speak out and provoke the big boss 520. People in the regional channel were talking about the Plunderer Alliance founded by 64973. After seeing this scene, 64,973 couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this time, he had already expanded to the extreme. Lin Jiu was speechless when he saw this. He hadn't shown off for a few days, and it seemed that someone had forgotten about him. This player 64973 still clearly remembered that he was the one who caused the last public opinion storm in the regional channel. He would kill this man sooner or later. He would certainly not sit idly by and watch what was being discussed on the regional channel, lest anyone think he was afraid. Lin Jiu pondered for a while, and then an idea flashed to him. He could take this opportunity to advertise. He first contacted 4399 and 84995, and then quickly typed in the regional channel chat box. The Island Merchant Alliance sells crossbows and bows. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. Products made by Liu Ban must be top-notch. With a range of 200 meters, it is the best weapon to protect yourself. 4399 and 84995 spoke immediately afterwards. Today's price is discounted to half the price. The number of crossbows and bows is limited. First come, first served. Today's price is discounted to half the price. By the way, that bullshit 64973, you are welcome to buy it. Fuck, the crossbows are out. So cool. The boss is worthy of being the boss. Every move he makes is a big one. I think 64973 is a bit risky. Want to be shot into a hornet's nest by the big guys? I think so too. This is just courting death. TSK, a bunch of 520 liquors. I think 64973 will definitely be able to kill 520. 520 only has 2 allies, and 64,973 has dozens. As for why Masterly said it was made by Liu Ban, cough, cough, cough. Sell at a high price. He doesn't even have Liu Ban, cough, cough, cough. When Lin Jiu saw what 84,995 said, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This guy added a sentence at the end, asking 64973 to buy the crossbow arrows. Killing people is heartbreaking. 1 second he said he wanted to kill me, and the next second I had to come over and buy my product. Of course, you don't have to buy it. Wait for someone else to buy it, and then rob him. It's not uncommon for thieves to rob each other. You can make it yourself, but it will probably be less effective than the castrated crossbows he sells. He cut the range and power of the castrated crossbows and bows in half to avoid being killed by the weapons he sold. That would be fun. Although this possibility is very low and can be ignored, we still have to be prepared. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt that the silence was a little scary. Something was wrong. Shouldn't the message alert be blaring at this time? Why is it so quiet? Lin Jiu felt a little confused, and for a moment, he couldn't help but cover his head with his hands. He remembered that he had muted the phone in order to prevent the message prompts of the 2 people chatting in the Alliance channel from disturbing him. Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head, opened the interface, and saw a string of small red dots. Friend information is a string of little red dots, and friend requests are another bunch of little red dots. Seeing so many little red dots, he quickly stopped opening the message prompts. He suddenly thought that would be a good idea to turn them off. Lin Jiu didn't look at it any further. He just clicked a button to agree to the application and then took another look at the information. Boss, how much is a crossbow arrow? Can you sell me a batch? Big brother, I'm a little lowly. Can you give me some self-defense? You can ask for anything. Boss, I want to buy a large quantity. Can you give me a discount? Boss, I'm your fan. Can you give me a crossbow? Boss, is your alliance still short of people? I want to join your alliance. There are all kinds of purchasing conditions, and some even want to join his alliance. After thinking for a while, Lin Jiu still rejected the players who wanted to join his alliance. He didn't need so many people for the time being. 4399 and 84995 were enough. There were also people who wanted to buy in bulk, and he was happy, thinking that this was cabbage. As a conscientious businessman, he clearly marked the prices, and no one could bargain with him, and his products were not expensive. A crossbow arrow costs 10 square meters of island land, and 5 arrows are given for free. A bow and arrow costs 5 square meters of island land, and 5 arrows are given away. Of course, this is all half price today. Lin Jiu gave everyone a unified price reply, instantly discouraging 2/3 of the players from joining. Those who still wanted to continue buying were either pirates or slightly larger survivor alliances, but Lin Jiu only sold 50 crossbows and 50 bows. Although these were castrated versions of the crossbow and bow, and the production time was greatly shortened, Masterly still only had less than a day to make them. After negotiating the price with a dozen people, in order to avoid waking up the 3 women, Lin Jiu got out of bed quietly and walked towards the warehouse. There were 70 or 80 crossbows, more than 100 bows and arrows, and a large pile of arrows in the warehouse. The castrated versions and those reserved for their use were completely separated, and the iron arrowheads were also separated from the ordinary arrowheads. Lin Jiao selected more than 30 castrated crossbows and more than 60 bows and arrows. After the buyers transferred the island land to them, Lin Jiao sent these crossbows and bows and arrows to them accordingly. Lin Jiao looked at the clusters of land clouds in his hands, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Including these land clouds, the area of his island exceeded 1,000 square meters, reaching more than 1,400 square meters. What huge profit! Lin Jiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Huge profits, really huge profits. The total cost of the crossbows and bows sold is only a few dozen pieces of wood, so the profit has increased hundreds of times. It's not that the buyers are stupid, they also know how much a crossbow costs, but they have to pay the money. Their men do not have Liu Ban skills, nor do they have that much time. Those who come to buy have a purpose, whether it is robbery or self-protection. If you don't buy it, and someone else does, then the consequence. To put it bluntly, it is a monopoly industry. Monopoly is the most profitable. No matter how outrageous the price is, there will always be people who buy it. Moreover, his selling prices seem extremely expensive, with profits increased hundreds of times, but in fact they are still within the acceptable range for most people. 10 square meters of island land. Is that a lot? Not really. For people who are alive today, the land area of islands is very small in double digits, and it can be said that they are almost invisible. For their own safety, spending a dozen% of their land is acceptable. After all, they are not as short of land as Lin Jiao. The initial area of 80 square meters was enough for the 2 or 3 of them to live in, and there was even a lot of space left. That's not expensive for pirates. Even if they spent 30 square meters to buy 3 crossbows, they only needed to rob one person to instantly make their money back and earn a huge profit. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao suddenly felt like a bad guy, actually selling weapons to pirates. Isn't this aiding and abetting evil? Woo! He suddenly felt his conscience. It didn't hurt at all. Chapter 1:17 Repurchase. Lin Jiao looked at the dozen or so remaining crossbows and bows on the ground, glanced at his friend list, and prepared to pick a few more suitable buyers. As he was flipping through the pages, he suddenly saw the name of the alliance below a buyer's number. Looters. Yo, isn't this the alliance of 64,973? He is so proud that he asked his allies to buy the products for him. He is really something. He decisively opened the buyer's chat box and typed a line of words directly. A crossbow is 20 square meters, and a bow is 10 square meters. You can buy it if you want. If you don't want to buy it, forget it. At this time, there was an ally standing next to 64973. The ally looked a little unhappy, lowered his head, and said to 64,973 hesitantly, "Alliance leader, he sold us a crossbow. It's just a 10 square meter house. What's the big deal? Just buy it." 64973 waved his hand nonchalantly and said. The man continued stammeringly. "Alliance leader, no, he sells US 20 square meters apiece. It's just one crossbow for every 20 square meters. If he buys it, then, wait a minute, what are you talking about? One crossbow for every 20 square meters? Why the hell doesn't he just go rob people?" 64973 was halfway through his speech when he realized what was happening, and his face was filled with disbelief. "What about the bow and arrows? How many?" The man was silent for a while, then continued. "Alliance leader, a bow and arrow costs 10 square meters. Do you want to buy it?" Fuck. So damn evil. He's deliberately trying to make things difficult for me. 64973 cursed angrily, then lowered his head to think, wondering whether he should continue to buy. Before I could think for long, I heard the man continue. "Alliance leader, are we going to buy it or not?" 520 said there are only 10 left. If you don't sell it, he will sell it to someone else. When 64973 heard this, his face became a little dignified. He gritted his teeth and said, Buy 2 crossbows and a bow first. Have him reserve the remaining crossbows. Go call the other people over and ask them if they want to buy." The man nodded, replied to Lin Jiao as 64973 said, and then called several other allies. Several allies came over one after another, looking confused. 64973 adjusted his mood, forced a smile on his face, and said, I'm calling everyone here to ask if anyone wants to buy crossbows. Hmm? Didn't we just agree that you would advance the money for us? Why are you asking this question again? Yes, didn't we just agree on this, leader? Alliance leader, you don't want to regret it, do you? Everyone below question 64973. 64973 smiled brightly, raised his hand and waved, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, "It was agreed before that I would pay for everyone and buy one for each person, but now the price has been temporarily increased to 520. One for 20 square meters, so I can only buy 5 at most." When the people below heard this, they became unhappy and started discussing it. What should I do? I have only 20 square meters and there's no island nearby. What should I do? Who knows? Oh, at this time, one of the pirates asked, "Why is there a sudden price increase on 520? Leader." As soon as this question was asked, all the pirates looked at 64973, waiting for his answer. When 64973 heard this question, he was stunned and his face looked a little unhappy. He knew very well why Lin Jiao raised the price, but he didn't want to take the blame. He lowered his head and thought for a while. He couldn't think of any reason, so he said directly, "How would I know? I'm not him. Maybe he wants to raise the price temporarily to make more money." As soon as he finished answering, the person who had just asked him the question spoke up. "Bullshit. Who doesn't know that 520 is the most honest business operator? He may be shady, but he is shady with integrity. It's because you provoked him in a regional channel before that he sold it to our alliance at such a high price." As soon as these words came out, the other allies who didn't know the reason finally learned the reason why Lin Jiao raised the price, and they all looked at 64973 with doubt, contempt, and disgust. 64973 couldn't stand this and shouted angrily, "Yes, it's me. What's wrong? Don't forget, I'm the leader." Haha. Yes, you were the leader last second, but not now. I joined because I simply hate the 520 show of wealth, but I don't want it to affect my life. After saying that, the man walked towards his own island without looking back and took his 2 men with him, controlling the island to go away. 64973 soon received information that the man had withdrawn from the alliance. 64973 was so angry that he lost some of his rationality. Looking at the looks from his allies, he angrily shouted, "Who else? If anyone else wants to withdraw from the alliance, go ahead. I won't stop you." As soon as these words were spoken, some people who had been hesitant to back down stood up first, then turned around and left with his men, not even bothering to divide up the robbed island. After the first one came, the second one followed. Several people left one after another, and now he only had 4 allies left. The originally bustling scene now seems a little deserted. When 64973 saw this scene, his face turned pale, and he was about to scold the people who left. The sinister man hurried over, tugged at his clothes, pointed at the few allies who stayed behind, and whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, 64,973 calmed down, put on a smile, and said to the remaining people, "Let them go. I'm glad you guys stayed. It's better for them to leave, so I can see who is sincere." Having said this, he looked at the ground under his feet and continued, "I decided to give each of you a crossbow." As he said this, the flesh on his face trembled a few times. "My heart aches. My heart aches." Fortunately, they did not divide up the island land when they left, otherwise he would not have been able to give each of them a crossbow. 64973 waved to the ally next to him, then transferred his land to him and asked him to buy it. The ally nodded and completed the deal with Lin Jiao. 64973 distributed a few crossbow arrows to the rest of the people, and then looked at the crossbow arrows. The workmanship was excellent, and the appearance looked pretty good, which gave his unbalanced mind a little comfort. After taking a look, he handed the crossbow to Su Dingfang beside him. The sinister man couldn't help feeling jealous when he saw this scene. He refused to accept the fact. Why could this loser always get the favor of his master, while he worked diligently but got nothing? The sinister man looked at Su Dingfang with eyes full of jealousy, not only jealousy, but also a hint of hatred. Su Dingfang soon noticed the sinister look of the man next to him. He shook his head and handed the crossbow in his hand to the sinister man. Seeing this, the hatred in the sinister man's eyes disappeared immediately, but the next second, 64973 stopped Su Dingfang's action and said, "Whatever role it can play in his hands, it can only be used by you to achieve the greatest value." After saying this, 64973 gave Su Dingfang a smile that he thought was friendly. The hatred that had originally dissipated in the sinister man's eyes suddenly reappeared and was even stronger than before. He refused to accept it. Why? He must prove that he is better than this loser. Seeing this, Su Dingfang shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do about it. Wait, why do I feel like something is missing? 64973 scratched his head and looked at his crossbow, which seemed to have no arrows left. No, where are the arrows? Where are the arrows given? 64973 pulled over the ally who was buying the crossbow arrows and asked anxiously. The ally was stunned and asked in confusion. Alliance leader, what arrow? Don't you get 5 arrows for free when you buy a crossbow? Where are the arrows? Where are the arrows? 64973 asked in a somewhat exasperated tone. After hearing this, the ally was also stunned and stood there in a daze. Go ask 520. 64973 was quite angry, and the ally immediately sent a message to Lin Jiao. After a moment, the ally looked grim and said with some stammering, Alliance leader, he said he wants to repurchase it. Chapter 118. Without morality, others cannot morally blackmail you. Lin Jiao sat on a box, holding a cigarette in his mouth, puffing away. After selling the last few castrated crossbows, he stretched. Even though all these crossbows and bows have been sold out and are expensive, they are still in great demand. Just as he was about to go back to his room to sleep, he saw that the pirate from the Plunderer Alliance had sent him another message. Excuse me, where are the free arrows? Did you forget to shoot them? There are 20 arrows in total. The corners of Lin Jiao's mouth slightly raised. TSK, it took so long for the other party to come and ask him for it. He thought the other party had forgotten it. Unexpectedly, the other party was quite nice and even calculated the number for him. He didn't think much about it and replied directly. What? What arrows? How can I give them to you if you haven't paid? A moment later, the other party sent a message. What? Why are you charging money? Didn't you say it was free? You are defrauding consumers. Your behavior is unethical. When Lin Jiao saw the news, he was immediately amused. Some people actually say that he is immoral. It is not the first day that he has been immoral. And is it moral for pirates to rob others? Cut. 1 second he was threatening to kill him, and the next second he was buying things from him, and he wanted to compare his prices with others. Psst. Do you think he is a fool? This is moral kidnapping, bah. Lu Sun once said a famous saying. As long as you have no morals, others cannot morally blackmail you. He felt that this sentence was absolutely right. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao still explained to the other party. It was supposed to be a gift, but you're the last buyer. You've been dragging your feet for so long, so it's reasonable for me to charge for my time. It's not expensive either, 2 arrows for 1 piece of wood and 20 arrows for 1 square meter of the island. After sending this message, there was no response from the other party. Lin Jiao curled his lips. He was so poor that he had to spend so much time thinking about just a few pieces of wood. The reason why he didn't ask for a huge sum of money was not because he had a change of heart, but because he knew that arrows could be made with some research. Even if the effect is slightly worse than his, I would rather choose to do it myself because of the high price. After a while, the other party finally replied and bought 20 arrows for 1 square meter of the island. Lin Jiao nodded contentedly and was about to go back to sleep when he saw 4,399 and 84995 calling him frantically in the Alliance channel. Lin Jiao opened the Alliance channel puzzledly. He wanted to see why the 2 of them were looking for him at this time. Within the Alliance. ZG4399, boss, are you there? Have you sold out the items? ZG84995, you are stupid. How can the boss see the message if you call him like that? This is how it should be. ZG84995, how about manually at ZG520? Have you learned it? ZG4399, you are such a little genius. You are such a failure in learning. You are such a failure in learning. Lin Jiao couldn't help but find it a little funny watching the 2 people chatting. He also guessed what the 2 people wanted to do with him, but he still asked, pretending not to know. What's up? I just sold out the crossbows and bows. ZG4399, huh? So fast. Sold out? ZG84995, it's sold out. Never mind. It's okay. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, then sent another message. I was just teasing you guys. You just wanted the crossbow arrows. I'm saving them for you. After sending this message, Lin Jiao sent 2 uncastrated crossbows to the 2 men, and also distributed 30 arrows and 2 bows to each of them. Remember, the crossbows given to you are different from the crossbows sold to others. The crossbows sold to others are castrated versions with a range of less than 200 meters. Your crossbows have a range of about 400 meters. The two people who saw this message quickly thanked Lin Jiao in the Alliance channel. ZG4399, thank you, Big Brother. Big Brothers are the best. Woo, I'm so touched. ZG84995, why call me boss? You should call me dad. They are my second parents. ZG520, okay, stop talking nonsense. Remember not to tell anyone, and keep your mouth shut. ZG4399, boss, don't worry, I will never tell anyone. ZG84995, dad, I will keep my mouth shut. Even if I face death, I won't say a single word. ZG520, it's not that exaggerated. Also, this is not given for free. Tomorrow, one of your commission will be deducted as the purchase price. ZG4399, I knew it, a profiteer. He was the one who did the dirty work. ZG84995, can I take back what I said before? ZG520, TSK. Why don't you give it back to me? ZG4399, no, boss, you are a conscientious businessman. I was just joking. ZG84995, yes. Boss, if you are honest, no one would dare to say that you were the first if you were the second. ZG520, okay, I'm just kidding you guys. When you collect supplies tomorrow, remember to focus on iron. Collect as much as you can. Lin Jiao smiled and chatted with the two for a few words, then closed the Alliance channel. He walked out of the warehouse and merged all the land clouds onto his own island. Then, after walking around the island, he looked at the large amount of land that had appeared out of thin air and nodded with satisfaction. Boss, what's going on? Zhao Zilong walked up from behind Lin Jiao with a puzzled look on his face, looking at the extra land with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Jiao turned around and saw that it was Zhao Zilong. He smiled and said, "It's okay, I just made a small profit. Don't be surprised." Zhao Zilong was stunned when he saw the island which had doubled in size. Is this called a small profit? Seeing Zhao Zilong's dull expression, Lin Jiao smiled and patted Zhao Zilong on the shoulder, saying, "Zilong, it will be hard for you and Yang Chun to keep watch tonight. Boss, this is what I should do. You are too kind." Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction, chatted with Zhao Zilong for a few words, then turned and walked into the house. Sleeping in the same quilt. No words all night. Chapter 119. Selling to a fool? Master, why is there so much land outside? Wow, it's really big. Just tell me. When he woke up in the morning, Kai Wenji kept asking questions beside Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao, who was already half asleep, felt even more dizzy after being shaken by Kai Wenji. He quickly spoke up to stop her and said, Stop. Stop shaking. If you shake any more, I'll pass out." Kai Wenji blinked and looked at her hands with a puzzled look on her face. She clearly didn't shake her hands. Seeing Kai Wenji's confused expression, Lin Jiao said helplessly, "I faint from cows. Dairy cow." Kai Wenji made a puzzled sound, looked left and right, but could not see any trace of the cow, and said, "Master, you must have been confused in your sleep. Where are the cows? Did you just dream about cows?" Lin Jiao spread his hands, glanced at him, smiled meaningfully, and then nodded. "That's what I said. By the way, Master, you still haven't told me how there is so much extra land." Kai Wenji gave an expression that said, "I know it." Then she remembered her original question and asked quickly. Lin Jiao picked up the towel placed in the wash basin, wiped his face to sober himself up, and then replied, "Nothing, just did a little business last night." "A small business?" Kai Wenji expressed a hint of doubt. Seeing that she was about to continue asking questions, Lin Jiao spoke first. "Okay, kids, don't ask too many questions about adult matters." After saying that, Lin Jiao rushed out of the door. What he feared most was the 100,000 whys. Kai Wenji looked unhappy, lowered her head and glanced down, thinking to herself, "I'm not a child anymore, huh?" Lin Jiao patted his chest as he walked out of the door, a look of relief on his face. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, he would have almost committed a crime. I don't know why, Kai Wenji in Honor of Kings was obviously very average, but now she's like a small papaya. He doesn't understand. Fishing rod. I understand you, so? After Lin Jiao calmed himself down, he put his hands in his pockets, walked forward calmly with no expression on his face. After taking a few steps, Lin Jiao discovered that a group of people were gathered in front of him, looking at the land that appeared out of nowhere with curiosity and talking nonstop. "Brother Lei, where did all this land come from? Did it fall from the sky?" Stop. Don't ask me. You've asked me this several times. How would I know? I think it was probably the boss who did it. Boss, how did you do it? Did you rob it like last time? I think it should be, Han Xian, did you go out with the boss last night? No, I'm sleeping in my room. Don't pretend. It must be you and the boss who went out to rob. The boss didn't let you say it, right? It's okay. I'm here. You don't have to be afraid when the boss comes. Who are you? Don't pat my shoulder. Li Si asked Han Xian curiously, and felt someone patting his shoulder from behind. He shrugged with an impatient look on his face, but his eyes were still on Han Xian. Anshingaba Li Si, a man in Furusmida. Li Si looked puzzled and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Did I get it right? Did your boss not let you say it? So you hinted at me with that look? I get it, ha ha. Li Si showed a smug expression on his face and said to others, See, I guessed it right. Ha ha ha. It's really like that. Li Si was talking to everyone excitedly, only to see that the others were staring at him with strange eyes. Why are you staring at me like that? Speak up. Don't be afraid, boss. I've got you covered. Who are you? Why do you keep patting my shoulder? Li Si turned his head with an unhappy look on his face and looked back. He was about to scold him, but the expression on his face froze in an instant. Boss! Lin Jiao folded his arms across his chest, stared at him with a smile on his face, and said jokingly, What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again for me. Ahem. Boss, it's nothing. I just said you were handsome and you're my idol. My admiration for you is endless. When the others saw Li Si's words, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Lin Jiao raised his hand, interrupted Li Si, and said jokingly, Aren't you protecting them? How about I call you boss from now on? When Li Si heard this, his legs went limp with fear, his face filled with sorrow, and he said, Boss, no. I was wrong. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm not that stingy. Lin Jiao smiled, waved his hand, spoke calmly, and then explained to everyone. I know you're all curious about where all this land came from. First of all, this was not stolen. It was obtained through trade with others. The item traded is the crossbow in your hands. After hearing this, everyone showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then looked at the crossbows in their hands in disbelief. At this time, Master Li stepped forward and asked, Boss, I didn't make hundreds of crossbows and bows. In total, I only made more than 100. After hearing what Master Li said, everyone turned their gaze to Lin Jiao again with a puzzled look on their face. In order to maintain his image as a conscientious boss and businessman in the minds of his many subordinates, Lin Jiao reluctantly continued to explain. Yeah, just use those 100 or so crossbows and bows you have. Upon hearing this, Master Li's face was filled with shock. He knew better than anyone how much material was consumed in making these crossbows. He asked Lin Jiao tentatively, Boss, you didn't sell it to a bunch of idiots, did you? Does your boss look like that kind of person? Don't worry, the people we sell to are all normal people. Lin Jiao was very depressed at this time. Why no one believed him when he told the truth? Boss, don't lie to me. I'm not a 3-year-old child. No normal person would buy a crossbow at such an outrageous price. Lin Jiao looked helpless. Well, it seemed that he couldn't explain it clearly. In order to explain it clearly to this group of people, he has to start with monopoly, then talk about use value, and so on, which will take a long time. Forget it. You can believe it or not. If you don't believe it, forget it. Seeing that he couldn't explain clearly, Lin Jiao simply gave up and left them guessing before turning away. When everyone saw Lin Jiao's appearance, they looked at him with even weirder eyes, thinking that Lin Jiao was admitting it in disguise. Then they began to discuss in a low voice. You tell me, has the boss become even more despicable now? He used to rob people without any justification, but now he is just cheating fools. TSK. Why do you care so much? As long as the boss treats us well, that's enough. That's right. The boss said that the few people who were bought by the boss had to work 16 hours a day and only had one meal. Yes, why bother so much? Anyway, the boss has nothing to say about us. Chapter 120. Rhino Armor. Half-price sale. After a simple breakfast, everyone started to get busy. Lin Jiao even specifically instructed Master Li to make more crossbows. When Lin Jiao was wandering around the island, he suddenly came to the beach. It can't be called a beach, it can only be called a pile of sand. After all, the area is only a dozen square meters, which is not enough for anything. He hadn't caught a desert cloud for a long time, and he hadn't seen many people in the channel catch one. Lin Jiao stepped on it, then shook his head and turned away. When Lin Jiao arrived at Oyezi's place, he found that Oyezi was actually melting a large amount of iron. He asked in confusion, Old O, Where did all these iron blocks come from? Boss, these were all sent by Daji. Oyezi wiped the sweat from his forehead, replied to Lingio, and then continued to get busy. Seeing this, Lingio did not continue to disturb Oyezi. He walked to a box and found that it was filled with iron blocks for most of the box. At this time, Li Si came back carrying the corpse of a violent rhinoceros. When he saw Lingio, he was a little surprised. He suddenly thought of what he said in the morning and smiled brightly at Lingio, fearing that Lingio would come to settle the score with him. Seeing this, Lingio showed a helpless look. Is he that scary? Li Si sat on the ground nearby, lowering his head to dissect the skin of the raging rhinoceros. His technique was extremely skilled, but compared to Oyezi, it was still a little behind. Seeing this scene, Lingio seemed to remember something and asked, Li Si, how many sets of this rhino armor do you have now? Li Si stopped what he was doing, thought for a while, and said, Boss, including the ones made by my master, there are about 20 sets of rhino armor piled up in a warehouse. After hearing this, Lingio was a little surprised that there were already so many sets of rhino armor. But Lingio thought about it and nodded. It was also normal for him to have so many of them piled up since he hadn't sold any rhino armor for several days. Old O, don't rush to make iron arrowheads today. Let's make a few tools for you first, especially Li Si. It's very difficult to dissect rhino armor. After hearing this, Oyezi looked up with some surprise, while Li Si's face was full of joy. After giving a few instructions, Lingio turned around and walked out of the blacksmith shop and headed towards the warehouse. The temperature in this blacksmith shop is too high. We need to find a way to lower the temperature. Otherwise, problems will arise sooner or later if we stay there for too long. Lingio was walking on the road, muttering to himself. He stayed in there for a while, and the temperature almost roasted him. If you work in there for a long time, you'll die of heat, if not tired to death. He had to find a way to solve this problem, but there seemed to be no solution. Without electricity, there is no air conditioning or electric fans. Do you have to use a palm leaf fan to fan yourself? Wait, a palm leaf fan? An electric fan? When Lingio thought of this, his eyes lit up and he suddenly had an idea. But this is a bit difficult. Let's talk about it later. As he was thinking, Lingio walked to the warehouse and came to the place Li Si mentioned. There were several boxes filled with rhino armor. Lingio looked at these rhino armors with a slight smile on his face. If he was lucky, these rhino armors could be used in conjunction with yesterday's crossbows. Big sale. Within the regional channel. I also caught some iron today. I'm so sour. Why can't I catch any fish? I'm so sour. I caught one too, but what's the use? It's only about the size of my palm, and the chances are pitifully small. Help! Help! Someone help me. Lend me some men. Pirates came to rob my island, and they shot my only man to death with a crossbow. Who would lend you one these days? Wait, crossbows? Wasn't that what 520 boss sold last night? Yes. How pitiful. He was hit by a crossbow arrow. There is no hope. I strongly condemn 520, you bastard boss. The pirates now have crossbows, which makes them even more arrogant and makes it easier for them to plunder supplies. I agree. 520 is the culprit, unless they take out crossbows to protect us. Stupid X, if you have the guts, just buy it yourself. Why are you putting this kind of name here? Isn't it shameful? If you want to get it for free, just say so. Ugh, I agree. If pirates can buy it, why don't you buy it? Then it can't be bought? There are only so few who can grab it. The trend of regional channel speech suddenly changed. Half of the people supported Lingio, while the other half were attacking Lingio, asking him to hand over all his crossbows and arrows to them for self-defense. To put it bluntly, they just want to get something for free. Of course, there are also some people who are really angry and considerate of all the survivors. Let it be blamed all you want. Even if he doesn't sell crossbows, someone else will definitely sell them in the future. It's impossible that with so many players, and he's the only one who caught a subordinate who can make crossbows, there will definitely be someone else who can catch one. It's just a matter of time. So if you accuse him, does he care? Sorry, he doesn't care. On the contrary, this is exactly the effect he wants. Otherwise, how can he sell rhino armor, and how can he sell it at high price? He is definitely not doing this for the sake of making money. He is simply considering everyone's safety. Thinking of this, Lingio quickly typed a line of words in the chat box. I have deeply realized my mistakes, so in order to make up for the mistakes I made, I asked Master Oyezi to make 20 sets of rhino armor overnight. From a distance of 20 meters, crossbows will definitely not be able to penetrate the rhino armor. Afterwards, 43.99 and 84995, whom he had contacted in advance, also sent messages. The price is on sale. To make it up to everyone, it is also sold at half price. The price is on sale. To make it up to everyone, it is also sold at half price. This time, 84,995 did not add any additional words, but instead sent Lin Jio's original words honestly. Is this what Big Boss does? It was made by Master Oyezi. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. The person above, I think so too. Master O's products are absolutely top-notch. I'll go for a first. Are the two guys above the 520th Party Troll Army? They're still praising us. It must be a troll army. They did something like this, but there are still people defending them. They must be a troll army. I think 520 should be given to us for free as compensation, so that we can forgive him. That's right. Give it away for free. Give it away for free. Yes, give it to him for free. Only by giving it to him for free can I forgive him. That 520 boss asked me to tell you something. Who cares about your forgiveness? What do you think you are? Lin Jio raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. He really thought he was someone big enough. If they had a better bladder, they could urinate and look at themselves in the mirror, and they would be able to tell whether they are a cow or a horse. Soon, all 20 sets of rhino armor were sold out. This time, Lin Jio did not purchase any land on the island, but instead collected materials such as iron, stone bricks, and clay. After all, his island is already so large, and he will definitely build a large number of houses in the future. It is better to stockpile these supplies as early as possible. Suddenly a message caught his attention. Boss, can you lend me 2 sets of rhino armor? Pirates are coming towards my island with crossbows. Chapter 121, Fishing Rod Upgrade. Fishing rod with golden pattern. Boss, can you lend me 2 sets of rhino armor? Pirates are coming towards my island with crossbows. After seeing this message, Lin Jio originally wanted to skip it directly. After all, it was normal for such a thing to happen. He couldn't possibly save everyone he met. If he was really rescued, it would be fine. But what if he was a liar and wanted to steal his rhino armor? But when he saw the man's number, he was stunned. ZG2323. He remembered the player with this number not only because the number behind it looked very much like a certain small game, but also because he stood up to defend Lin Jio without hesitation many times when he was slandered. He must help this kind of person. But the rhino armor had been sold out by then. So how could he help? He couldn't just fly over. Suddenly he saw a crossbow arrow on the ground, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Got it. Although this crossbow is also a castrated version, it is different from other castrated versions. This castrated version of the crossbow is the first castrated crossbow, but its range is about 300 meters. It has a range of 100 meters farther than the crossbows he is selling now, and is also more powerful, which is why Lin Jio did not sell this crossbow. Not in line with the black ba, the style of a conscientious businessman. Lin Jio didn't think much about it. He sent the crossbow and the bow and arrow over, attached 50 arrows, and sent a message. Brother, I'm sorry. The rhino armor is sold out. Here are a crossbow and a bow. You can use them first. Thank you, big man. I'll send the supplies to you once I've dealt with these pirates. After receiving Lin Jio's crossbow arrow, the other party hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lin Jio smiled and shook his head. He didn't care even if the other party didn't return it to him. After all, he had defended him so many times in the regional channel before. It's just a crossbow and a bow and arrow. Nothing to worry about. Hiss. After Lin Jio finished all this and walked out, he bumped into Daji, who was walking over. Daji let out a scream of pain. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to meet some handsome guy? Lin Jio stared at Daji with a smile on his face, while Daji looked at Lin Jio with resentful eyes and said, Master, you don't even know how to rub me, huh? And you're making fun of me. All right, I'll rub it for you. Lin Jio smiled and rubbed Daji's head with his hand, and Daji's face immediately showed an expression of joy. While rubbing Daji's head with his hands, Lin Jio asked softly, Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there something urgent? After hearing this, Daji lowered her head shyly. Then, as if she had thought of something, she didn't care about enjoying Lin Jio's massage and said anxiously, Master, something bad has happened. There's something wrong with one of the fishing rods. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Jio expressed a hint of doubt. Daji's face was filled with anxiety. She pulled Lin Jiuxiang outside and said as she walked, The fishing rod we used at the beginning hasn't caught any supplies in over an hour. I thought something was wrong, so I came to find you." When Lin Jiu heard that there was a problem with the fishing rod, the calmness on his face disappeared immediately. This was the capital that made him ahead of most people. If there's something wrong with this thing, then there's something wrong with him too, and it's a big problem. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu ran towards the fishing area with an anxious look on his face. After arriving at the fishing area, Lin Jiu saw that the color of the fishing rod he had used at the beginning was a little different, and it seemed to be darker. "Master, you are here." Owner Hua Milan and Kai Wenji greeted Lin Jiu at the same time, but Lin Jiu was not in the mood to pay attention to them, and just took the fishing rod in his hand. The next second, he froze in place, and a voice sounded in his mind. "Fishing rod upgrade." Then a string of words appeared in the air in front of him. "Fishing rod gold bound. Attributes: double luck, bait fishing, clone diving. Luck doubled. User: bait fishing, fishing efficiency. Avatar: can be split into ocean breathing. The owner of the fishing rod can breathe freely in water. Next upgrade condition: find the treasure in the sea." Lin Jiu was extremely excited when he saw the newly unlocked attributes. You can breathe freely in the sea. In other words, if we ignore the monsters and sharks in the water, he can walk on the sea as if it were flat ground. This ability can be said to be a heaven-defying existence here. However, after seeing the upgrade conditions, he was stunned. Looking for treasure in the sea? Before, you had to fish up a certain amount of supplies to upgrade. Why did this change? Also, the ocean is so huge. Where should he go to find treasure? The whole other world is an ocean. Where should he go to find it? At least give him a treasure map. There's not even a treasure map. Haha. He probably won't be able to find it even if he searches for it till he dies. Lin Jiu suddenly felt depressed. This was like someone was teasing him. "Master, what's wrong with this fishing rod? Why are there golden stripes attached to it?" Daji also came over at this time, and after seeing the changes in the fishing rod, she looked puzzled. After hearing this, Lin Jiu took a look at the fishing rod. The purple-blue light that was originally attached to the fishing rod had disappeared. On the contrary, the fishing rod has 4 or 5 golden lines on its body, which makes it look a bit noble. It's no longer like the stuff with free shipping for 9.9 yuan on being 60. He turned to look at the other fishing rods, and the same was true for the other fishing rods that appeared from the other clones. The purple-blue light disappeared, and several golden lines appeared on the pole. But compared to the fishing rod in his hand, the golden patterns on the clone fishing rod were a little dim, and not as dazzling as the one in his hand. "Master, why are you not talking? Is there something wrong with your fishing rod?" Seeing Lin Jiu staring at the fishing rod in a daze and not saying anything, Daji asked again. Lin Jiu finally came to his senses, smiled, and shook his head, and said to Daji, "It's okay, no problem. Why did the fishing rod become like this?" Lin Jiu thought for a while, then said, This fishing rod has evolved, yeah? Yes, it has evolved." Daji was confused when she heard this, but she still nodded and didn't ask any more questions. In her mind, as long as it can be used normally, she doesn't care what the fishing rod looks like. "If you don't believe me, try fishing again now." Seeing that Daji was slow to speak, Lin Jiu thought that Daji didn't believe him, so he handed the fishing rod to Daji. Daji took the fishing rod with a smile. She just wanted to see what the difference was between this evolved fishing rod. Seeing that everything was fine, the people in the fishing area continued to concentrate on fishing. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Lin Jiu, who was sitting in the shed eating snacks, heard a few exclamations. "Boss, we caught 2 wooden boxes. Boss, I caught 2 wooden boxes." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu walked towards the 2 old men with no emotion in his eyes. "They're just 4 wooden boxes. What's the big deal?" He had seen the scene of 11 wooden boxes being caught at the same time. This was nothing. "Master, I caught something. It looks like a map." Chapter 122, Canteen. "Master, I caught something. It looks like a map." When Lin Jiu heard this, his eyes lit up. Could it be that treasure map? "Just come as you say." Lin Jiu's heart trembled, and he turned and walked towards Daji. "As for the 4 wooden boxes, haha, are they comparable?" Daji was looking at the treasure map in her hand. When she saw Lin Jiu coming, she handed the treasure map to Lin Jiu and said, "Master, there is only a small red dot on this picture, nothing else." Lin Jiu took the treasure map and took a look at it. It was true. A piece of paper is covered with blue, with a small red dot in the center and nothing else. Lin Jiu turned the treasure map over and took another look. It was empty with nothing on it. Just when he was about to complain, he saw the treasure map changed. It is still covered with blue, the little red dot has not changed, but a small green dot has appeared in the upper left position. After looking for a while, Lin Jiu guessed that the green dot should be his location, and the red dot was the location of the treasure. But he didn't understand why there were changes in his hands, but no changes in Daji's hands. Could it be that he is the only one who can use this treasure map? Thinking of this, Lin Jiu raised his head and turned around, only to find that there were 3 or 4 people watching behind him. Go, go, go. Just do what you need to do. He waved to the crowd. Although they were full of curiosity, they still obeyed Lin Jiu's orders and left reluctantly. This made Lin Jiu speechless. How come these guys are more gossipy than girls? Daji, try it again. In order to confirm his guess, Lin Jiu handed the treasure map to Daji. Daji, with a puzzled look on her face, took the treasure map, and the next moment, the little green dot disappeared instantly. Seeing this scene, Daji exclaimed, saying, "Master, this. When Lin Jiu saw this scene, he had a rough idea in his mind and took the treasure map from Daji. Under Daji's confused eyes, the little green dot slowly appeared again. This. Daji didn't know what words to use to describe her mood. She still thought it was her own problem. Lin Jiu saw what she was thinking, smiled and rubbed her head, and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Only I can use this map." After hearing this, Daji nodded. Although she was still a little confused, she did not continue asking. The wooden box that had just been fished up was delayed because of the treasure map. Lin Jiu put away the treasure map, walked to the wooden box, and opened it. 4 men stood out from the wooden box. After Lin Jiu asked, he learned that they were all ordinary people, which made Lin Jiu a little disappointed. Lin Jiu assigned the 4 people to work under Ma Jun, Li Shi, Li Si, and Lei Fatata respectively. After all, crossbows and rhino armor are very popular now, and many people want to buy them. But if there is only one person making them, it will not meet the demand at all. Even if we use hunger marketing, the production speed cannot keep up. After doing all this, Lin Jiu sat in the fishing area and watched Daji and the others fishing. He was very curious about what was different about this upgraded fishing rod. After watching here for a whole morning, Lin Jiu found that the probability of catching iron seemed to have increased a lot. In just one morning, he had caught more than 2 boxes of iron. As for branches and stones, I have never caught any of them. I could occasionally catch some before. Sitting at the bottom of the shed, Lin Jiu teased Meng Meng for a while, and then Xiao Biluo called everyone to have lunch. Everyone stopped their busy work, came to the beach, washed themselves with seawater, and then sat at the table. After everyone sat down one after another, Lin Jiu found that it was actually a bit crowded. This is a table that Mosey built not long ago. It was 5 or 6 meters long and 2 meters wide, and there was actually not enough room for everyone to sit. There are almost 30 people on the island, so it's not surprising that there isn't enough space. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu thought for a while and said to Lei Fatata, "Lao Lei, how's the progress?" Hearing Lin Jiu's voice, Lei Fatata stopped chatting with the man next to him, turned to look at Lin Jiu, and said to Lin Jiu, "Boss, everything you ordered has been built almost completely. What's wrong? So soon?" Lin Jiu was a little surprised that the warehouse and several studios of MOZ and others were built in just one day. Yes, now that our construction team has grown so much, it's more than enough. When we built Lao Mo's studio, we built it in 2 batches. After Lei Fatata finished speaking, Lin Jiu thought for a while, nodded, and then said, "Old Lei, since everything is almost done, I have one more thing to ask of you." "Boss, you go ahead. Once all the progress is completed, I will trouble you to build a cafeteria that can accommodate about 200 people. After hearing this, Lei Fatata showed a trace of doubt on his face and asked, "Boss, what is a cafeteria? A place to eat?" "Yes, it can accommodate 200 people at a time." After thinking for a while, Lei Fatata had a rough idea in his mind and said, "Boss, this is no problem, but the floor space is a bit large, about 400 square meters." Lin Jiu was slightly surprised when he heard this, but the surprise passed in an instant, and he smiled and said, "There are so many open spaces over there. Why don't you look at them yourself? I'm just a layman and I don't understand these." Having said this, Lin Jiu paused for a moment and then spoke again. "I have a rough idea of the layout inside. I'll tell you after dinner." Seeing Xiao Biluo bringing the food over, Lin Jiu said no more. "Boss, this is a really good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Boss, you are awesome." After listening to Lin Jiu's plan, Lei Fatata's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Lin Jiu with admiration in his eyes. After hearing this, Lin Jiu smiled, waved his hand, thought for a while, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and sighed. It's not me who is awesome. It's us Chinese people who are awesome. After all, the layout of the cafeteria he gave to Lei Fat was not his own idea, but the crystallization of the wisdom of a Chinese. In fact, the structure and layout of the cafeteria is exactly the same as that of the cafeteria in school. There are several windows for getting food and rows of tables. The soup is served in a large bucket in front of the table, and those who want to drink can serve themselves. Lin Jiu moved the layout over exactly as it was without making any changes. Of course, except for the Annie who serves food in the cafeteria. No matter what, he won't move here. He still clearly remembers that when he was in school, every time he told his aunt to do more, the aunt acted as if she didn't hear him and kept shaking. In fact, the louder you scream, the more she shakes, until in the end there is only a little left. Why? Seeing that Lin Jiu stopped talking and fell into deep thought, Lei Fat thought that Lin Jiu was thinking about something important. In order not to disturb Lin Jiu, he stood up and left without saying a word. Old Lei. Old Lei. When Lin Jiu came back to his senses from his painful and happy memories, Lei Fat was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 123. Pig. Wu Dalong. Boss. Take a look and see if this is what you want. Lei Fat trotted towards Lin Jiu, and from a distance he began waving several drawings in his hand and shouting at Lin Jiu. After hearing the voice, Lin Jiu turned around, a little surprised. He didn't expect that in just 2 or 3 hours, Lei Fat had already finished drawing the structural drawings. After taking the drawings handed over by Lei Fat, Lin Jiu was a little curious seeing Lei Fat's confident look. After carefully looking at the drawings in his hand, Lin Jiu was a little confused and surprised. After looking at it for a while, his face was full of joy. Old Lei, you are worthy of being me. With just this small change, the number of people that can be accommodated has increased by at least 1/3. Lin Jiu smiled and patted Lei Fat on the shoulder. Lei Fat smiled and said, Boss, you're too kind. It's mainly because of the good structural suggestions you gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of it. After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded with satisfaction. That's right. This kind of subordinate is very good. He likes it very much. After you build this cafeteria, I'll give you a day off. When Lei Fat heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he smiled and said, Thank you, boss. It seemed like he hadn't had a day off since arriving on the island. Lin Jiu smiled and turned his hand away, not caring at all. After the two chatted for a while, he let Lei Fat start preparing. Now that Lei Fat has left, he has become bored again. He has already inspected all the work he was supposed to do, and there are so many people on the island that he is of no use at all. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jiu opened the channel. After all, this was the only place where he could entertain himself. When he just opened the interface, he still had time to switch to the regional channel, and saw a message from 2323, who had borrowed a crossbow and Bao from him before. Boss, are you there? After seeing this message, it seemed that 2323 had successfully dealt with the pirates. Lin Jiu did not pretend to be cool and directly replied with a message. Yes, what happened? Have you dealt with the pirates? Yes. Thanks to the big boss for the crossbow and Bao. Thank you, big boss. I'll pass the things on to you, big boss. After this message was sent, Lin Jiu received a prompt to accept the supplies, and he naturally clicked to agree. As a result, the supplies delivered to him surprised him a little. The crossbows, bows, and remaining arrows were all inside, but there was also a 20-square-meter cloud of land. What's going on with this land? Lin Jiu asked the question in his mind, and saw that 2323 sent a message. Boss, this is the pirates' land. I don't have much to thank you for, so I can only give you this. Seeing this, Lin Jiu was surprised. He did not expect that the other party was also a grateful person. He immediately sent the crossbow and bowed back to 2323. Boss, it's nothing special, just take it. I'm a conscientious businessman and I won't take advantage of others. But at this price, you can't even buy a crossbow or a bow. Go, put it away quickly. It's just a crossbow and a bow. What a waste of time. After Lin Jiu sent this message, just when he was about to switch to the regional channel, he heard Kai Wenji's voice coming from the fishing area. Master, pig, master, pig. Pig. You are the pig. Lin Jiu didn't even turn his head and shouted in the direction of Kai Wenji in annoyance. It really is. Before, Qiao Biluo said he gave birth, but this time Kai Wenji actually called him a pig. They have no respect for elders and can't tell the difference between the king and the weak. He felt that he needed to discipline these people properly, otherwise one day they would be on top and he would be on the bottom. Hum, hum, hum. A strange cry interrupted Lin Jio's thoughts. The more Lin Jio listened to the sound, the more familiar it sounded. It really seemed like the cry of a pig. Thinking of this, he quickly turned around and looked towards the fishing area, only to see a pig weighing about 100 pounds making a grunting sound in the fishing area. Lin Jio walked quickly forward towards the fishing area, while Kai Wenji looked unhappy and pouted at Lin Jio. Seeing Kai Wenji's expression, Lin Jio quickly squatted down, scratched Kai Wenji's nose, and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Snort. After hearing this, Kai Wenji still looked dissatisfied. She turned her head away, looking unhappy. Lin Jio took a look and was shocked. The arrogant little princess is here. Daji, are you still angry about this? Lin Jio kissed Kai Wenji on the face and asked with a smile on his face. After being kissed, Kai Wenji was a little dazed. She stood there in a daze, obviously not yet reacting. After a moment, she touched the place where Lin Jio had just kissed with her little hand. Then she reacted and nodded shyly. When Daji saw this scene, she secretly curled her lips and felt a little depressed, because the last time Lin Jio kissed her seemed to be several days ago. Lin Jio had no idea what Daji was thinking at this moment. After seeing that Kai Wenji was no longer angry, he walked towards the pig beside him. Hua Milan was seen putting her hand on the pig's head to prevent any accidents from happening to the pig. Lin Jio walked around the pig, looked at it, then lowered his head and glanced down. Bored. Kai Wenji and the other girls looked at Lin Jio in confusion, somewhat curious about his actions. After taking a few glances, Lin Jio felt a lot more relieved. The pigsty that was built a long time ago has been vacant, but no animals such as pigs and cows have come in yet. He thought his guess was wrong and was still wondering whether he should tear it down. Fortunately, I met you in the vast sea of people. Pigs. Lin Jio took a rope, tied it to the boar, and then pulled it to the pigsty that had been prepared for it. After some effort, Lin Jio finally led the boar into the pigsty. Lin Jio stood outside the pigsty, looking at the boar inside, tears streaming down his face. Grow faster, and once it becomes fat and white, he can pray for the boar's soul to be reincarnated. Although he had plenty of meat to eat every day, it was not as delicious as freshly slaughtered pork. He has already thought about what to eat when the time comes. Pork dumplings, pork stewed with vermicelli, braised pork. Thinking of this, Lin Jio quickly shook his head. If he thought about it further, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist slaughtering the pig. Bear with it. In order to divert attention, Lin Jio opened the regional channel. He was curious whether anyone else had caught a pig. Within the regional channel, just now a pirate tried to rob me. Luckily, I had a crossbow, so he ran away when he saw me. Wow, a crossbow. What a pity I can't afford one. I'm so envious. Hey, the big guys who can afford it aren't selling it anymore. I heard they don't have any more in stock. Survivors who are still alone, please join our Survivor Protection Association Alliance, quickly. I want to join in too. I just ran into a pirate, damn it. I don't have a crossbow, but luckily the other party didn't have a crossbow either, so I managed to hold off. After watching for a while, Lin Jio didn't see any other comments about fishing for pigs. When he was about to close it, a comment attracted his attention. Fuck, my friends. Guess who I just caught? It was Wu Daolong. Chapter 124. Others sell crossbows. Holy crap. Guys, guess who I just caught? It's Wu Daolong. Who else did I think it was? If you said Wu Song, I would be shocked, but Wu Daolong? Are you trying to use him to sell sesame cakes? Ha. Absolutely amazing. Selling sesame cakes. Wait a minute, Wu Daolong? I remember someone fished Wu Daolong out before, didn't they? That's impossible. Maybe you remember it wrongly? It shouldn't be that he remembered it wrongly. I seem to have seen someone say before that he caught Wu Daolong. Is there a ghost? Could it be someone with the same name? If anyone has a friend of the player who fished out Wu Daolong earlier, why don't you just ask him? There was silence in the regional channel for a moment, and then a player spoke. I did. I just checked, and my friend has turned gray. Turned gray? Dead? Could it be that these subordinates will be fished out again by other players after their master dies, or after they die themselves? I think it's possible. I think it's impossible. How could it be possible? Most likely they have the same name. The conversation below immediately began to revolve around this topic, and Lin Jio was also surprised when he saw it. After thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't be sure whether it was a duplicate or if it was caught twice. However, he prefers the latter. Reason? No reason. This is a man's seventh sense, so accurate. After thinking about it for a while and finding no results, Linjiao simply stopped thinking about it, shook his head, and threw all his thoughts out. Master, I caught another pig and 2 fish. Linjiao just happened to be about to go to the fishing area when he saw Daji standing under the shed, waving at him and calling out loudly. Hearing that another pig and fish had been caught, Linjiao's eyes suddenly lit up and he trotted all the way to the fishing area. At first glance, Linjiao thought it was a little sow about 3 months old, very cute. The moment he saw the fish, Linjiao was almost moved to tears. Damn it, it's finally not a grass carp. 2 sardines. Linjiao first called Han Xian and asked Han Xian to carry the piglet into the pigsty. He used a stone shovel made by Yezi to dig a small pond not far from the fishing area. He scooped seawater with a wooden bucket and poured it into the pond. After pouring in 2 buckets of seawater, Linjiao threw the dying sardines in his hand and then poured in a few more buckets of seawater. It's right to catch fish from the sea. Looking at the 2 sardines swimming in the pond, he nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and walked back to the fishing area. He told Daji and the others that next time they caught a sea fish, they should throw it directly into the pond he had dug. Before Daji and the others could say anything, he turned and left. Daji and the other girls stopped their hands in midair, staring at Linjiao's back, and opened their mouths, wanting to say something but not having the time to say it. Sister Daji, do you know what is a sea fish and what is a freshwater fish? When Daji heard Kai Wenji's question, she shook her head in confusion. How would she know? Kai Wenji rubbed her hair and continued to ask. Then how do we put marine fish into ponds and freshwater fish into reservoirs? After hearing this, Daji shook her head again. Kai Wenji was also dumbfounded when she saw this. She just watched Linjiao's back getting farther and farther away. Tell me slowly what's wrong. Linjiao looked at the 2 panicking people in the Alliance channel with helplessness on his face. Couldn't they be more calm and steady when doing things like him? Within the Alliance. ZG4399, Boss, there are people like you who sell crossbows in the regional channel. ZG84995, yes. Boss, the price is even cheaper than the 50 discount we had last night. Now everyone says you are a black-hearted businessman and they will never buy your crossbows again. ZG4399, Boss, what should we do? Our island business alliance is being condemned by everyone. ZG84995, Boss, how about we rob him and make it impossible for him to sell it? ZG4399, what a bad idea. The boss has already said that we are in the middle and don't do these things. ZG84995, it's already this time. Why are you still concerned about these things? Linjiao looked at the 2 people chattering in the Alliance channel, feeling helpless. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised by the information they revealed. He guessed that some people would also sell weapons such as crossbows, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. Seeing that the 2 people in the Alliance were still chattering, Linjiao helplessly typed a line of words in the channel. Forget about the robbery. 4399 is right. What's the difference between this and piracy? We're decent businessmen, and we don't dare to do such things. I saw 84995 send a message asking, Boss, what should we do? The public opinion on the regional channel is about to overwhelm us. Linjiao thought for a while and asked, if anyone has the crossbow arrows that man is selling, please send them to me. Boss, I bought it right away. I tried it out and found that its power and distance are half of what we sell. I'll send the crossbow to you. Linjiao was a little surprised when he saw the message from 4399. He didn't expect that this woman knew that he had to understand the other party's products first before thinking of countermeasures. After receiving the crossbow arrow from 4399, Linjiao directly closed the interface and then walked towards Mozi's studio. Lao Mo, come take a look. How about this crossbow? After hearing this, Mozi put down the blueprint in his hand, nodded at Linjiao, took the crossbow, and looked at it. Then, Mozi showed a disdainful expression on his face and said, Boss, this is a piece of junk. It's not as good as our castrated crossbow. This one will be scrapped after 3 or 4 days of use. When Linjiao heard this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. With just this kind of thing, he still wanted to compete with him in the market. This kind of rubbish is sold for 5 square meters. Haha, you really think highly of yourself. At worst, he won't raise the price back to the original price. The price will remain the same as last night. Still 1 crossbow per 10 square meters. Let's see who the players will choose when the time comes. However, Lin Jiu was not in a hurry to announce it in the regional channel, but let things ferment. In less than 2 days, those who cursed him will praise him as much as they cursed him. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu immediately sent a message in the Alliance channel and gave instructions to the two of them. Okay, we'll temporarily close for the next 2 days. Let's take a break. After 2 days, they'll be crying and begging to buy our crossbows. Lin Jiu didn't give the two people time to ask questions and closed the interface after he finished speaking. He also didn't open the regional channel to see how those people were accusing him. He didn't care at all, and he didn't need to watch it at all. He knew very well how those people in the regional channel would scold him. It was nothing more than those few sentences, and he was already tired of seeing them. 2 days, just 2 days. Not selling anything for 2 days had no effect on him at all. By the way, collect some crossbows, bows and arrows, and rhino armor in the next 2 days and stockpile some. I hope that in 2 days, they won't come crying and begging to buy his crossbow arrows. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu raised an evil smile. Chapter 1, 25,475. Sugarcane Game. When Lin Jiu was about to close the interface, one of his friends sent him a message. ZG 254 After Lin Jiu saw the man's number, he felt a little confused. He didn't seem to know this person. It might be one of the people who came to buy supplies before. He clicked on the other party's friend and saw that the other party had a bad tone. 520. See, now you'll become a profiteer and everyone wants to kill you. Before he could reply, the other party sent another message. If it weren't for you, I could have saved up the crossbows for 2 more days and sold them together later. I didn't expect you to disrupt my plan. But it doesn't matter. If you hadn't made the crossbow famous, I wouldn't be able to sell it at such a high price. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you recognize me as your elder brother, I can consider supporting you. After reading the message sent by the other party, Lin Jiu was speechless. He said, how could someone have nothing better to do and start mocking him right away? It turned out that he was selling crossbows and arrows and had disrupted someone's interests. You could say he is smart, and he is quite smart, as he discovered this business opportunity when the pirates first appeared. You could also say he is mentally retarded, and he is quite mentally retarded, as he actually came over to mock us. Lin Jiu replied with 2 words in disdain, brain retard. Then, he immediately blocked the other party. Let him jump around for 2 days. After 2 days, I'm afraid, even if I want to sell it, I can only make a tiny profit. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head. He would not let such stupidity affect his mood. Lin Jiu stood up and was about to leave when he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned around and looked. It's Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji stared at Lin Jiu with blinking eyes, her face full of joy and a hint of mystery. What's wrong? Lin Jiu lowered his head, smiled, rubbed Kai Wenji's little head with his hand, and asked. Kai Wenji narrowed her eyes and smiled, enjoying Lin Jiu touching her head. Then, Kai Wenji turned around and revealed the iron block on the ground behind her. Fuck, such a big piece. Lin Jiu couldn't help but swear. He rubbed his eyes quickly, thinking he had seen it wrong. Take another look. Yes, he was not mistaken. On the ground lay a piece of iron as big as half his body. Kai Wenji nodded proudly and said, Master, am I powerful? Great. How did you move here? Lin Jiu felt a little shocked and a little confused. Of course I moved it here myself. It's not heavy. Kai Wenji spread her hands and spoke nonchalantly. After hearing this, Lin Jiu's face was full of shock. He glanced at the piece of iron on the ground that was almost half the size of his body, then looked at Kai Wenji's delicate appearance, his eyes full of suspicion. He didn't believe that this could have been moved here by Kai Wenji. Seeing Lin Jiu's suspicious look, Kai Wenji pouted and said unhappily, Master, try moving it yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded, walked forward, lifted the bottom of the iron block with both hands, and moved it with force. Then he almost stumbled the iron in his arms. Lin Jiu looked at the block of iron in his arms in disbelief. It was such a big block of iron, but he could lift it with just a little effort. Isn't this hollow? Lin Jiu threw the iron block directly to the ground, and a dent was instantly created on the ground. This was not the power of a hollow iron. He was now certain that the weight of the iron block was not a problem, but that their strength had increased. He knew that in this strange world, their strength would increase inexplicably, but he didn't expect it to increase to this extent. See, I told you I didn't lie to you. Kai Wenji pouted unhappily. Seeing this, Lin Jiu squatted down a little embarrassedly, pinched Kai Wenji's face, and said, "Okay, I'm sorry. The master has wronged you. Kai Wenji is the best." After saying this, Lin Jiu felt helpless. Why did he feel like he was coaxing a child? After hearing this, Kai Wenji pouted and said, "I want to eat sugar cookies." Okay. Eat, eat, eat. I'll go talk to Aunt Xiao right now and ask her to make it for you. The master is the best. Kai Wenji immediately smiled happily, and after she finished speaking, she kissed Lin Jiu on the face, then ran away happily. Lin Jiu wiped the saliva off his face, looking helpless. Even the facial mask couldn't keep up with her speed of changing faces. Why? He suddenly felt that raising Kai Wenji was so tiring, as it was like coaxing a little ancestor every day. If someone offered a large sum of money to buy it, he would immediately slap that person's face. TSK, if you are mentally tired, then you're mentally tired. You are physically tired anyway, so it doesn't matter if you're mentally tired. Lin Jiu put his hands in his trouser pockets, whistled, and walked leisurely towards the kitchen. "Aunt Xiao, are you busy?" When the busy Aunt Xiao heard Lin Jiu's voice, she quickly put down the bag of salt in her hand and turned to look at Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu looked at the large pots of cut vegetables in the kitchen and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. The meals for more than 30 people had to be taken care of by Aunt Xiao alone. Every morning, she got up earlier than the chickens and slept later than the dogs. They have to start working 2 or 3 hours before dinner. It can be said that they are more tired than anyone else on the island. Alas, he is still not a qualified boss. "Boss, what's wrong?" Aunt Xiao interrupted Lin Jiu's thoughts and asked curiously when she saw Lin Jiu's expression changing constantly. Lin Jiu's thoughts were pulled back. He smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want you to make some sugar cakes. I'll ask Mosey to bring the molds to you later." Aunt Xiao smiled and nodded. Before Lin Jiu turned and left, he said, "By the way, I'll assign someone to help you later. Being too busy is not good for your health." After saying that, Lin Jiu walked towards Moz without looking back, leaving Aunt Xiao standing there in a daze in the room. Afterwards, Aunt Xiao looked at Lin Jiu's back, and her eyes became moist. She quickly wiped them with her sleeve and continued to be busy. "Lao Mo, I want you to make 2 or 3 molds. Is that okay?" After hearing this, Mosey put the drawings aside, was stunned for a moment, and smiled. "Boss, of course. Tell me what it looks like, and I'll make it for you right now." "It's a circle on the outside and inside." Lin Jiu was scribbling on the drawing. If someone saw it, they would definitely recognize what it was. A 5-pointed star, a circle, an umbrella, a triangle, and a flower. That's right, this is the game from the most popular movie he saw before coming to this different world. Squid Game, Lotus. The flower pattern was something he thought of adding himself, and it has 8 petals. The difficulty is self-evident. There were no entertainment facilities on the island, and everyone was in a tense state every day. When Kai Wenji mentioned sugar cakes, he thought of this game. He decided to use the candy game to let everyone relax. Chapitre 126. En Chine, mais du second misfortune. As night fell, everyone finished their meal and were about to go to work when Lin Jiu suddenly called out to them. "Wait a minute. Let's not work tonight and let everyone have some fun." "Boss, really? Really? Boss?" Everyone was a little bit unbelieving. Lin Jiu said with a smile, "Really? Why would I lie to you?" After saying that, Lin Jiu gave Aunt Xiao a look. Aunt Xiao nodded and walked towards the kitchen. "Boss, then we don't have to patrol anymore? We can play too." Lin Jiu thought about it for a while, then nodded. After hearing this, Han Xian's eyes sparkled and he asked excitedly, "Boss, what shall we play?" Lin Jiu spread his hands and pointed at Aunt Xiao, who came out of the kitchen carrying a large plate. Everyone looked at it with puzzled expressions. When Aunt Xiao placed the large plate on the table, everyone looked at the sugar cakes on the plate and became even more confused. When Kai Wenji saw this, her face was filled with excitement. She smiled and asked Lin Jiu, "Master, are we going to compete to see who eats the most? Then I will definitely be the champion." "You're a little foodie. You only know how to eat." As he spoke, Lin Jiu patted Kai Wenji lightly on the head and then explained to everyone, "See the patterns on each piece of sugar cake? Let's play a little game called sugar powder." "Lotus? What is that?" Daji couldn't help but let out a puzzled sound, and the others also cast curious glances at her. "To make sugar cakes, you use a toothpick to put sugar cakes on." Lin Jiu explained the gameplay of the tang to everyone, then smiled mysteriously and said, "Each pattern has a certain degree of difficulty. If you successfully capture the flower pattern sugar cake, you will get a mysterious prize. There are also rewards for capturing other patterns of sugar cakes. Except for the sugar cakes with flower petals, which you can choose yourself, the others are distributed randomly. Since there was no needle, I had to use a toothpick instead, which increased the difficulty a lot. After hearing this, everyone showed a look of disdain on their faces. How could such a simple game possibly stump them? It's a piece of cake for them. Thinking of this, everyone's faces were filled with confidence. Seeing everyone's confident look, Lin Jiao smiled and said, "Did any one of you choose the petal sugar cookie?" After finishing speaking, Li Si couldn't help but stand up and said, "Boss, I'm here." Seeing how enthusiastic Li Si was, the others kept silent and wanted Li Si to test the waters first. Seeing Li Si's determined look, Lin Jiao smiled mysteriously and handed over a sugar cookie with a flower petal pattern and a toothpick. After Li Si took it, he confidently placed the sugar cookie on the table, lowered his head, and began to slowly pick it up with a toothpick. The others looked at Li Si with curiosity, but in the next second, the petal pattern cracked. Li Si raised his head and stared blankly at the toothpick in his hand, somewhat unable to believe it. He hadn't even picked off the first petal, and it was gone just like that. Does anyone still want to try the flower petal sugar cake? There's no second chance. When Lin Jiao spoke the last sentence, he deliberately prolonged his voice. When everyone saw Li Si's expression, they thought about it for a while, and only Han Xian, Zhao Zilong, and Hua Milan chose the flower petal sugar cake. Everyone else chose random selection. Lin Jiao asked everyone to come up one by one, covered the plate with a cloth, and let everyone take it by themselves. The selection time could not exceed 3 seconds. This is to prevent people from choosing the simplest sugar cookies by feeling the patterns with their hands. After everyone had made their selections, Lin Jiao was about to start, but he saw Li Si's depressed expression. Since he was the first one to try it, he was allowed to randomly pick another piece of sugar cake. Begin. You only have 5 minutes. Everyone lowered their heads and began to poke the sugar cookies with toothpicks, while Lin Jiao watched with a smile on his face. Soon, the first loser emerged. That was Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji pouted, looking a little unhappy, and then threw the broken sugar biscuit into her mouth. Lin Jiao smiled. If he remembered correctly, the pattern chosen by Kai Wenji was the simplest triangle. After a minute, 5 people had failed and not a single one had succeeded. 2 minutes later, Hua Milan and Zhao Zilong stood up at the same time and raised the petals in their hands. This surprised Lin Jiao a little. He looked at Han Xian again and saw that Han Xian was only 2 petals away from success. At this time, a few more people failed, but of course 2 people succeeded. Mozi and Iyezi. After a while, most people had finished, leaving only Han Xian and Xiao Biluo. Just when Han Xian poked the last petal, a drowned corpse spawned not far away. The drowned corpse held a trident in his hand and threw it in Han Xian's direction. When Lin Jiao saw it, he shouted anxiously, Xian, watch out behind you." Without Lin Jiao's reminder, Han Xian also felt the sense of crisis brought by the attack from behind. He dropped the toothpick in his hand, turned around, and caught the trident flying towards him. A smile appeared on Han Xian's face. He thought he could launch a sneak attack on him with such little tricks. Oh, that's a far cry. Next second, crack. A crisp cracking sound froze Han Xian's smile. He turned his head mechanically and looked down. His sugar cookie burst open and the culprit was his butt, which he accidentally pressed on. This made Lin Jiao laugh, and he shook his head repeatedly, while the others tried to hold back their laughter. Han Xian's eyes were full of murderous intent as he turned to look at the drowned corpse behind him. The drowned corpse actually rushed up without knowing whether to live or die. Lin Jiao shook his head. There was no need to be so excited, even if it meant committing suicide. Hold! Han Xian grasped the trident and rushed towards the drowned corpse angrily. When the drowned corpse saw this, he became even more excited. The next second, 4 objects mixed with green blood were seen floating in the sky. At first glance, they were the 2 arms and 2 legs of a drowned corpse. This was not the end yet. Han Xian swung his halberd, and the drowned corpse's head flew into the air again. It is extremely violent. Lin Jiao couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He felt sorry for the drowned corpse and said, "Hurry up and fix it, or else you'll clean up the blood that's splattered later." After hearing this, Han Xian shook his head repeatedly, then kicked a few times, kicking all the remains of the drowned corpse into the sea. After doing all this, Han Xian still felt a little unsatisfied, but there was nothing he could do but walk back. Han Xian sat back at the table, rubbed his hands, put a smile on his face, and looked at Lin Jiao. As soon as Han Xian opened his mouth, Lin Jiao raised his hand and said calmly, "Don't even think about it. Everyone only has one chance." After hearing this, Han Xian could only take back what he wanted to say, and then stared at the sea angrily again. Lin Jiao clapped his hands and said, "Okay, the game is over. I'll announce the prizes. Those who successfully deduct the flower petal sugar cake will be given the exclusive use of a house. The rest of you who succeed can go to Daji to get a huazi, or get supplies of equivalent value instead." As soon as the rewards were announced, everyone looked at Zhao Zilong and Hua Mulan with envy, especially Han Xian. Who doesn't want to have a private room? By the way, eat all your sugar cookies. Don't waste them. After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao was about to stand up. Hua Mulan tugged at the corner of her clothes and said a little embarrassedly, "Boss, forget about mine and give it to Han Xian. I think it's better to go with you." Lin Jiao had a look of confusion on his face, but when he heard the rest of the words, even though Hua Mulan didn't say the whole thing, he understood it instantly. After hearing this, Han Xian said to Hua Mulan with great excitement, "Thank you. Woohoo." Seeing Han Xian's excitement, Lin Jiao smiled evilly and said, "Ahem, I haven't agreed yet." When Han Xian heard this, he stood there in a daze. His excitement suddenly disappeared, and he said with a sad face, "Oh, stop. I didn't agree just now, but I agree now." "Really? Long live the boss." Seeing Han Xian's excitement, Lin Jiao smiled and looked at everyone who was having fun. His heart was filled with satisfaction. This was how life should be. Chapter 127, The Crossbow Card, is completed. Good morning. Lin Jiao greeted everyone, and Han Xian walked quickly towards Lin Jiao, followed by two men. Han Xian, who are these two? Lin Jiao glanced at the two people behind Han Xian, and Han Xian said, "Boss, these two were caught last night." After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded, and after asking some questions, he actually gave him a surprise. One of them was named Li Kuei, and the other was an ordinary person. Black Whirlwind, Li Kuei. Seeing that the other man was young and strong, Lin Jiao arranged them both to the patrol team. Now, the safety factor of his island has been greatly increased, which is great. After breakfast, Lin Jiao asked everyone to sit down and held a simple meeting. "Lao Mo, how's the progress of the crossbow card?" "Boss, we started making it yesterday. With the help of Master Li, it should be finished before noon today." Lin Jiao was a little surprised after hearing this, but when he thought that it was made by Mosey, he suddenly felt that it was natural that it was done so quickly. Then he turned around and said to Han Xian and the other man, "Han Xian, Zhao Zilong, you lead the patrol team and make sure the island is safe." "Got it, boss." "Boss, no problem." Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Daji seemed to have thought of something and asked in a low voice, "Master, are you going out again?" Although the voice was very small, everyone present heard it and turned their eyes to Lin Jiao. Seeing this, Lin Jiao looked at Daji strangely. He didn't expect that this girl was so smart. Then he said to the crowd, "Yes, I need to go out for a while to do something." When everyone heard this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in their eyes, especially Han Xian and Zhao Zilong. Lin Jiao certainly knew what they were expecting, and said helplessly, "I will only bring two people this time, Li Kuei and Yangshan. The rest of you will have your own duties, especially Han Xian, Zilong, and Dongjua. You three have the heaviest responsibilities." Having said this, Lin Jiao paused and then spoke again. "If anyone else comes close, I'll warn you the first time and kill them the second time. No merci." After saying that, Lin Jiao stood up and walked in the house without giving others time to speak. The three daughters of Daji looked at Lin Jiao's back with lost eyes, but they were not ignorant women, so they did whatever Lin Jiao said. Lin Jiao walked into the house and patted his chest hurriedly. Otherwise, Han Xian and the other two would pester him to go out with him. Luckily, he ran fast. Lin Jiao fumbled in his pocket and took out the treasure map. Looking at the red dot on the treasure map, a strange look flashed in his eyes. That's right, this time he just wanted to see where the red dot on the treasure map was and what was inside. Originally, Lin Jiao wanted to postpone it for a few days, but now he has some free time and doesn't have to sell anything, so he might as well go explore the way. No matter how far he is, he will definitely come back within 3 days. But before going out, you have to wait until at least noon, until Mosey finishes making the crossbow card. After all, he is not on an island, so the higher the security, the better. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao suddenly remembered that he had promised to find an assistant for Aunt Xiao, but he hasn't found one yet. He will be gone for 3 days, and by then there will surely be a lot more people on the island, so Aunt Xiao may not be able to handle it. Lin Jiao opened the interface, found friend 84995, and sent a message. Help me recruit 2 people, preferably middle-aged women. After a while, 84,995 replied. Fuck, boss, what do you want this old lady for? Are you into that? Go away, get out of here, look at your dirty thoughts. Boss, no need to explain, I understand. Man is the man. After seeing this message, Lin Jiao was speechless. How could he have such an ally with a head full of filthy thoughts? There is no way I can be like him, simpler and more upright. At this time, 84,995 here. 84995 sat on the ground with an evil look on his face, muttering something. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect the boss to be this kind of person. He doesn't want to enjoy the good life of Daji, but actually wants 2 old ladies. I can't tell. I really can't tell. No, I have to share this with 4,399. At this point, 84,995 excitedly opened 4,399's friend list and sent message. Let me tell you, the boss has really strong tastes. He actually asked me to help buy 2 Annies for him. 84995 raised the corner of his mouth and sent this message. Then he was stunned. Red exclamation mark. TSK. You just want to see some black stockings. Is it necessary to block me? 84,995 curled his lips and muttered to himself. Last time he was joking and sent a private message asking for black stockings. He accidentally drove off the bus and was then blocked by 4399. How stingy. My wife is still the best. 84995 looked at the Rem figurine in his hand, curled his lips, and said. Afterwards, he opened the regional channel and started purchasing Annies for Lin Jiao. Boss, I sent it to you. Check to see if you received it. After seeing this message, Lin Jiao raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that 84995 was so efficient. After choosing to accept it, 2 middle-aged ladies stood in front of him. Owner, no, don't call me master, just call me boss. Lin Jiao got goosebumps all over his body when he was called, and he said quickly, then asked, What can you 2 do? Boss, I don't seem to know anything. The Anne on the far left thought for a while and said something. Lin Jiao didn't care and turned to look at the Anne on the right. She just said, Boss, I can cook and serve food. After hearing this, Lin Jiao frowned. Could this be the cafeteria, Auntie? Thinking of this, Lin Jiao quickly asked her, Are your hands shaking? Don't shake, boss. Lin Jiao heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then said, Then don't shake when you're getting food, got it? After saying that, Lin Jiao took the 2 of them to the kitchen and arranged for them to stay with Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao was so moved by this that she was beyond words. He said he would warm Lin Jiao's bed to repay him, which scared Lin Jiao so much that he carried the island and ran away overnight. Boss, the ballista is ready. Masterly trotted all the way to Lin Jiao and spoke excitedly. Real? Really? Come with me and take a look. After hearing this, Lin Jiao excitedly followed Masterly to the studio. I saw a crossbow cart placed outside the studio with 2 wheels underneath for movement. Boss, how is it? Mosey asked Lin Jiao with a smile. Lin Jiao looked around the crossbow cart and muttered. Good. How powerful is it? After hearing this question, Mosey thought for a while and said, If it was filled with ordinary wood, it would easily knock down a 30-square-meter thatched house, and there would be no chance for someone to survive if they were hit. Having said this, Mosey paused and then spoke again. If we use jujube wood, 2 shots will be enough to smash our stone brick house. Fuck. Lin Jiao was shocked after hearing this. This is too awesome. What's the distance? 800 meters. Lin Jiao smiled after hearing this. He could now go out and look for treasure without any worries. With his crossbow cart, who would dare to come and rob? Who would be so ignorant of life and death? Who else? He asked. Also, who? Chapter 128. I'll let you go if I win. Master, are you leaving now? Kai Wenji's eyes revealed a reluctant expression as she looked at Lin Jiao with a pout. Lin Jiao smiled and rubbed Kai Wenji's head, saying, It's not like I'll never come back. I'll be back in 2 days, dear. Kai Wenji pouted and nodded. Lin Jiao looked at everyone with a smile and said, Okay, let's get busy now. After hearing this, everyone slowly dispersed. Mosey looked worried, thought for a while, and said, Boss, why don't you bring the crossbow cart with you? No, the crossbow arrows are enough. I will put the crossbow card on the island so that I can rest assured. After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao stood on the 20-square-meter island he had separated out. This time he didn't bring anything with him. Apart from daily necessities, he only brought 3 crossbows and a fishing rod. He didn't bring much food and water. Just as Lin Jiao was about to leave, Dong Zhuo ran over with a look of panic on his face. Boss, something bad has happened. There's an island on the right. It must be the pirates you mentioned. Lin Jiao frowned when he heard this. He was just about to leave when an ignorant person came to deliver a courier. Take me over there and have a look. After giving the order, Lin Jiao followed Dong Zhuo to the far right side of the island. Han Xen, Zhao Zilong, and others had already picked up their weapons, staring at the island not far away with grim eyes. Yang Chun, come here, go. Lin Jiao called Yang Chun and whispered something in his ear. Yang Chun nodded, turned around, and ran away. The island not far away was getting closer and closer, less than 800 meters away from him. When the distance was less than 400 meters, Lin Jiao could roughly see the situation on the other island. There were only 3 people on the other island holding tridents in their hands, and one of them shouted, "Players on the island, surrender obediently and hand over all your supplies, and I will spare your life." When Lin Jiao heard the other party shouting, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Didn't the other party see that there were so many people on his island? Still so arrogant? He can't be blind. After the other party finished shouting, one of his men pulled him and whispered something in his ear, and his face suddenly changed. Quick, quick, go. When Lin Jiao saw this scene, he was shocked. He was really a blind man and needed his subordinates to give him hints. But don't you think it's a little late to leave now? At this time, Moz and Yang Chun pushed the crossbow cart and slowly came to Lin Jiao's side. Boss, the ballista is coming. After hearing this, Lin Jiao glanced at the crossbow beside him, then jokingly glanced at the retreating pirates, with a disdainful smile on his face. What? Do you think this is a vegetable market? Come and go as you please? Lao Mo, come on, use the crossbow to shoot him. Lin Jiao said something to Moz, then walked behind Moz, clasped his arms across his chest, with an expression that showed he was enjoying a good show. He was just looking for somewhere to test his power, and then someone came to his door. What a good person. After hearing this, Mosey nodded expressionlessly, loaded the wood, and then kept moving the crossbow cart. Call out. Then, he pulled the switch and a sound of breaking through the air was heard in the air. 3 seconds later, the wood fell on an island about 400 or 500 meters away, raising a cloud of dust. One of the logs was unable to dodge and was smashed into a meat patty. Ah, shit, my legs. The player who was shouting at the beginning had his thigh pierced by a piece of wood and was bleeding profusely. Another person was lucky and did not suffer any injuries. Lin Jiao was shocked when he saw this scene from such a long distance. He guessed it was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Since one of the opponents was killed by the crossbow, he could no longer control the movement of the island. He could only sit on the ground with an anxious look on his face, covering his thigh. Han Xien, Yang Chun, come on, follow me and take a look. After saying that, Lin Jiao separated the island into 20 square meters and headed towards them. The pirate whose leg was injured looked at Lin Jiao in horror as he controlled the island and sailed towards him, but he was powerless and could only sit on the ground. Soon, Lin Jiao controlled the island to collide with the opponent's island, and then walked toward the other side with a playful smile on his face. The man sitting on the ground looked at his men who had been smashed into pieces, then looked at the harmless-looking Lin Jiao and said in horror, Don't come over here. Don't come over here. You devil. The man sitting on the ground, covering his thigh, looked terrified. He endured the pain and kept moving backwards, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Don't even think about touching my master. The uninjured man had a panicked look on his face, but still rushed towards Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao didn't need to take any action. Han Xien raised his foot with a look of disdain and kicked the subordinate. With one kick, the subordinate was kicked to the ground and lost the ability to move immediately. A disdainful smile appeared on Lin Jiao's lips. It turned out that he was just an ordinary person. He thought he was a military general. The injured pirate saw that his men could not withstand the kick, and his face was filled with despair. He didn't understand why this man was so terrifying. With such a terrifying weapon and such terrifying subordinates, he must be a demon. Lin Jiao walked towards the pirates with a kind smile. His steps were slow, but for the pirates in front of him. Every step Lin Jiao took at this moment was like a heavy blow to his heart. With every step, the bottom line of his heart collapsed. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. I was wrong. I was wrong. The man couldn't stand this torture any longer. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he kept begging Lin Jiao for mercy. Lin Jiao was puzzled. He didn't do anything, so why was he scared like this? He asked Han Xian behind him puzzledly. Han Xian, isn't my smile kind? Zo kind, zo kind. Han Xian agreed with Lin Jiao. In fact, what he wanted to say was, your smile makes you look like you want to eat someone. After hearing this, Lin Jiao showed an expression of true or false, then shook his head and said to the pirate, you have such a poor character. You scared a kind person like me and made him cry. How can you be a pirate if you have such a poor character? After hearing this, the pirate, who was slumped on the ground, looked even more terrified. Without even seeing his face, his subordinates were beaten into meat patties, and they actually called this kindness. What if it's not kind? Thinking of this, the pirate began to tremble again. His whole body felt numb, and he was so frightened that he didn't even have the strength to move backwards. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No, kill me. Give me a quick death. Please, kill me. After hearing this, Lin Jiao stood there in a daze. What kind of hobby is this? There are even people who want to die. Really? Does he look like a cruel person? Thinking of this, Lin Jiao showed a kind smile, squatted down, and said to the man in front of him, I won't kill you. Just play a game with me, and I'll let you go if you win. Chapter 129. Have you also seen the Squid Game? I won't kill you. Just play a game with me, and I'll let you go if you win. The pirate was stunned when he heard this, and without caring about the pain in his legs, he asked tentatively, real? The pirate's face was full of confusion. He didn't believe that the man in front of him could be so kind. Lin Jiao nodded helplessly and said, real? What game? Let's get started. The pirate rubbed his hands with excitement on his face. He didn't expect that he still had a chance of survival. Lin Jiao was not in a hurry, raised his hand, and said, wait a minute. Pay the fee for participating in the game first. What? You have to pay for this? The pirate, sitting on the ground, asked in disbelief. What else? Of course, you don't have to play. I can send you directly to see the Buddha. When the pirate heard this, his expression suddenly turned into horror, and he said, don't play. I'll play. What do you want to pay? You tell me. This is his last hope of survival. If the supplies are gone, they are gone as long as he is still alive. If he could just catch one more subordinate, he could still escape from here and have a chance to make a comeback. Lin Jiao showed a playful smile, pointed at his feet, and said, your island and your subordinate. After hearing this, Han Xian and Yang Chun showed an expression that said, I knew it. Just say it. How could my boss suddenly have a conscience? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've given you these. Even if I win the game, I can't go back. The man said this with a grin and shook his head. Don't worry, as long as you win, you can take all these back. Lin Jiao spoke in a gentle and persuasive manner. If it weren't for his subordinate, he would have killed the man with a knife long ago. The pirate sat on the ground with a confused look on his face, and then asked, are you serious? What if I win and you don't give it to me? After hearing this, Lin Jiao looked a little surprised and said impatiently, do you think you still have room for bargaining with me? I'll give you 3 more seconds to consider. My patience is limited. Lin Jiao was already a little impatient at this time. If he continued to procrastinate, he would just give up this subordinate and kill him directly. Anyway, this subordinate is just an ordinary person, and it is not worth wasting so much of his time. When the pirate heard this, an expression of panic appeared on his face, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. 3, 2, stop. I agree. I agree. The pirate spoke in panic, his eyes full of struggle and panic. He was gambling, and if he won, he would be able to survive. I believe that there is always a chance that Lin Jiao will survive. If you don't believe it, there will be no hope of survival at all. Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, give me your ID and I'll add you. Han Xian and Yang Chun looked at the pirates with hope on their faces, then looked at Lin Jiao with a smile on his face, and shook their heads at the same time. Alas, another poor kid. After the two added each other as friends, the pirate exclaimed, you are actually 520. Lin Jiao nodded and lowered his head and asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? If there is no problem, please trade the item to me. The pirate sat on the ground, looking horrified, nodding his head repeatedly, his face now full of regret. Who hasn't heard of 520? Black-hearted businessman. This name has long spread throughout the entire channel and is well known in the world channel. He was a man who didn't even have a crossbow, but he dared to provoke a crossbow arrow seller. He suddenly admired his own courage. Wait a minute. Since when did 520 have such a powerful weapon? Whoever comes here will die, right? Okay, stop being in a daze. Here you go. Lin Jiao interrupted his thoughts and handed him a sugar cookie and a toothpick. He originally brought this with him to kill time when he was bored on the way, but he didn't expect it to come in handy. After the pirate took the sugar cookie, he almost put it to his eyes, looked at it, and exclaimed, "Lotus, squid game, and its petals. 8 petals. Hey, you've seen it too. Then there's no need for me to explain the rules. Let's get started." Lin Jiao folded his arms across his chest and spoke with a smile. The pirate's face was now filled with despair, and his hope of survival was greatly reduced. But the pirate encouraged himself in his heart, plucked up his courage, put the sugar cookie on the ground, endured the pain in his legs, lay on the ground, his eyes almost sticking to the sugar cookie, and began to poke it slowly with a toothpick. "Are you nearsighted?" Seeing him like this, Lin Jiao couldn't help but ask. The pirate who was eating the candy cakes didn't dare to say anything and could only nod his head slightly. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. He didn't believe that the degree of myopia was not 600 degrees. It seems that it is almost impossible for this pirate to successfully take down the pattern. Sure enough, just as he expected, the pattern broke when the pirate touched the second petal. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. The pirate raised his head in horror and shouted, Don't kill me. Give me a..." Before he could finish his words, the pirate let out a scream, and then his head dropped down and collided with the sugar cake, and he died. "You're pretty quick." Lin Jiao smiled and teased Han Xian. Han Xian put away his crossbow and said with a smile, "Boss, no way, you taught me better." Lin Jiao nodded repeatedly after hearing this, but he always felt something was strange. After Han Xian finished speaking, he scratched his head, walked towards the man's body, pulled out the arrow in his neck, and then kicked the body into the sea. After Lin Jiao took a look at the supplies on the island, he merged the islands together and headed towards his main island. He wanted to send the pirates back to the island, and it would take a lot of wood to travel with this thing. Even though he is rich, he doesn't spend it like this. Chapter 130 Phoenix Survivors Protection Association. "Boss, it's been an entire afternoon. How come I can't see anything?" Li Kuei couldn't help but ask. The hot weather and his personality made him a little irritable. Lin Jiao was drinking Coke while fishing, and he slowly said, "Don't be impatient. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." In fact, Lin Jiao was a little annoyed at this time. According to the direction on the map, they had been driving for 4 or 5 hours and didn't see a single hair. Half an hour later, the sky turned red. The scenery brought by the sunset always fascinated Lin Jiao, and he never got tired of watching it. At this time, Yang Chun suddenly shook Lin Jiao's shoulder with his hand and shouted, "Boss, what do you think that is?" When Lin Jiao heard this, he quickly turned his head and looked towards the eastern sky. The next second, "What the hell? What the hell? This looks like a phoenix," Lin Jiao exclaimed and froze in place. In the eastern sky, I saw a bird with scarlet feathers all over its body, emitting flames, flying continuously in the air. The size of that creature was at least 2/3 the size of his main island. From the appearance, it is exactly the same as the phoenix described in mythology. The phoenix turned its head and glanced in Lin Jiao's direction with a meaningful look in its eyes, then turned around and flew away. Lin Jiao and the other two, who were stared at by the phoenix, felt as if they were being pulled into an abyss. Even Li Kuei, who is known for his bravery, couldn't help feeling a little scared. "Boss, what is that?" Yang Chun swallowed and asked. Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment, still immersed in the look in Feng Huang's eyes just now, and then he reacted and said, "Phoenix." After hearing this, Yang Chun and Li Kuei both nodded and then fell silent. No one spoke anymore. After all, the scene just now gave them a great shock, and they needed to slow down. Lin Jiao held the fishing rod, supported his chin with one hand, and thought about something. He remembered that someone had spoken in the regional channel before, saying that they had seen a bird with flames all over its body. Could it be this phoenix? That's not right. If he remembered correctly, the bird that man was talking about was only slightly larger than the 80 square meter island. But any 80 square meter house he saw now cost at least 1,300 square meters. Could it be that what he saw was not the same one that those people on the regional channel saw? Or will this bird evolve? Will it evolve into a phoenix? After thinking for a while, Lin Jiao still had no idea, and he didn't know if anyone else saw it. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao opened the regional channel. within the regional channel. The Plunderer Pirate Alliance is recruiting people and can lead you on the road to wealth. Pirates of the Marauders. Pirates of the Marauders. Pirates of the Marauders. As soon as he opened the regional channel, Lin Jiao saw 64,973 recruiting people in the channel. His allies below also filled the screen with messages, leaving Lin Jiao speechless. Of course, if you want to speak again, you would have to wait 2 hours. After a dozen people had swiped the screen, he disappeared. I'm afraid the Plunderers Alliance is mentally retarded. They only refresh the screen every 2 hours. I am speechless. How dare you say that here? That's awesome, brother. Aren't you afraid that the looters will target you? They have expanded to nearly 20 players now. Is it that awesome? Holy shit, I have to speed up. I only have 3 allies now. The Fearless Pirate Alliance is also recruiting people. Fuck your Fearless Pirate Alliance. Our Skywalker Alliance is the strongest. Come join our Skywalker Alliance. Bullshit. Our Bunker Sky Pirate Alliance is the most awesome. The Survivors Protection Association is recruiting people. We should unite and fight against pirates together. Lin Jiao frowned. How come this regional channel has now become a place to collect people? He clicked on friend 4399 and sent a message. Why has this channel become like this? And what is this Survivor Protection Association? The reason why Lin Jiao asked 4399 was that he believed that 4399 must know something when he was selling supplies on the channel. As for why not asking 84995, haha. If you ask this kind of LS, which player has the prettiest girl, he will definitely know, but if you ask him this, well, soon, 4399 sent a message back. In fact, the channel's current state has something to do with you, the boss. When Lin Jiao saw this, he was a little stunned. How could this be related to him? Then 4399 sent another message. Ever since you sold the crossbows that night, the pirates who bought them became more and more arrogant the next day, looting on a large scale, putting most people in danger. They began to recruit people in the regional channel nonstop. After seeing this message, Lin Jiao fell into deep thought. Without 4399's further explanation, he roughly knew what was going on. He sold crossbows, which made the pirates even more arrogant. The survivors began to gather together on the regional channel, and individual pirates chose to join the alliance with crossbows. Naturally, there was an imbalance at first, and each alliance did not want to see the other alliance expand, so they began to scramble for people in the channel. Have to. If that's the case, then it really seemed to be because of him. What the hell is the Survivors Protection Association? Why do I see people recruiting people here every day? Lin Jiao was full of curiosity. It could be said that as long as he opened the regional channel, he could see people from the Survivors Protection Association recruiting people. The Survivor Protection Association has expanded to nearly 50 players in the past few days. It could be said to be the largest survivor lineup in the alliance. After reading 4399's explanation, Lin Jiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. There are 50 players, including their subordinates. Even if only half of them have 2 subordinates, that would be close to 100 people. This is really scary. I guess no pirate would be so foolish as to provoke them. But this has nothing to do with him. He is just a seller and has nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter if we are involved. After Mosey finishes making 4 crossbow carts, with about 100 people, it will only be a matter of firing a dozen more shots. But it must be said that the leader of this protection association has some means, as he was able to receive so many players despite having so many alliances. The next second, the message sent by 4399 made Lin Jiao feel disgusted with the leader of the protection association. However, players who enter the protection association need to hand in 1/3 of their supplies, otherwise it will be impossible to enter. Lin Jiao frowned. Wasn't it the slogan of jointly resisting pirates? Why do they still collect supplies? And 1/3? What he couldn't understand the most was that there were so many people willing to go in. Are they crazy? Or is there something special about this protection association that makes so many people willing to hand over 1/3 of their supplies? Then 4399 sent another message, explaining Lin Jiao's doubts. Besides, the people of the Protection Association Alliance have some grievances with us. The leader of the alliance is 25475, who later sold crossbows. It is said that he not only has crossbows, but also more powerful weapons. After seeing this, Lin Jiao immediately understood why so many players were willing to join even after 1/3 of the supplies were taken away. It must be the crossbows and more powerful weapons that attract most of the players. This gives them enough sense of security. Under the pretext of jointly resisting pirates, they collected 1/3 of the supplies and used this to earn the cost of making crossbows. TSK. What a great idea. Of course, Lin Jiao could understand this behavior. After all, there was no free dinner in the world, but he would not eat like this. I will eat it with injustice and insolence. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that 25475 has hooked up a subordinate with similar ability to Mosey, but he is still a long way behind Mosey. I don't know what the more powerful weapon is, and I don't know how it compares to his ballista. And he always had a premonition that he would have some friction with the Protection Association. However, he didn't care. He not only wanted to make the ballista, but also other large weapons. After understanding all this, Lin Jiao switched back to the regional channel and saw the information he wanted to see. Within the regional channel. Holy shit, guys, I just saw a giant bird with flames all over its body, like a phoenix. Chapter 131 Robbery Again. Holy shit, guys, I just saw a giant bird with flames all over its body, like a phoenix. Don't be ridiculous. Why didn't you say you saw a dragon? That's right. People nowadays, they brag without thinking. Tisk. He's not bragging. At noon, I also saw a phoenix spit fire into the sea. The seawater evaporated into a hole. I'm still hiding in the house and dare not move. No? Really? You believe this? It must be something the two of them discussed. Lin Jiao took a look and found it a little strange. Why were there only 2 people who saw the phoenix? Could it be that it ran away to another place? He looked at the World Channel for a while, but did not find any comments about Phoenix. Could it be that this disappeared out of thin air? Boss, is what you said about the Phoenix true? At this time, 4,399 suddenly sent him a message asking him. Of course it's true. Boss, how can you be so sure? Have you seen it before? Seeing Lin Jiao's affirmative reply, 4399 was a little confused. Right. Fuck. Really? Boss, is the Phoenix similar to what is described in the novel? That's about right. After Lin Jiao chatted with 4399 for a while, he closed the interface. It was not because he was busy with something, but because he was hungry. Lin Jiao took out the smoked meat, built a bonfire, and took out the seasoning. That's right, dinner was another simple barbecue. It's not that he only knows how to cook barbecue, but barbecue is the easiest and most suitable for a lazy person like him. Boss, where are we going? How far is it? Li Kuei took big bites of the barbecue in his mouth, chewed it twice, then turned to ask Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao narrowed his eyes, took out the treasure map, and said, looking for something special, it should be soon. Looking at the location on the map, Lin Jiao found that he had already traveled 1/3 of the way in one afternoon and was getting closer and closer to the red dot. He would be able to reach the red dot by noon tomorrow. He also didn't expect that the place marked by the red dot was so close to him. Li Kuei was a little annoyed, but still nodded. After dinner, Lin Jiao started fishing to kill time. Li Kuei and Yang Chun sat together and chatted. At this time, in another place, in the light of the fire, a group of people were standing on an island, and there were many islands around this island. The group of people looked at the man standing on the wooden platform. There were 2 people standing behind the man. The man stood on the platform and shouted loudly, brothers, I already know the location of a small survivor alliance. If we finish this job tonight, we will definitely get rich. Come on, shout our slogan loudly. After hearing this, the people below raised their torches and shouted excitedly. Six Brother is awesome. The Plunder Alliance is #1 in the world. Six Brother is awesome. The Plunder Alliance is #1 in the world. Six Brother is awesome. The Plunder Alliance is #1 in the world. After hearing this, the man standing on the stage nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this person is 64,973. 64973 looked at the cheering crowd below the stage, with a slight smile on his face. He felt that at this moment, he was the emperor. The last time a group of people withdrew from his alliance, he was angry for a long time, but in the past few days, he received a lot of allies in the regional channel. There are 13 in total, even more than his previous one. It's just that because a few people did not have enough men to move the island, they remained where they were and did not join him, let alone participate in this operation. So, now including him, there are 8 players standing on the island. Don't underestimate the 8 players. They may not seem like a lot, but including their subordinates, there are a total of 24 people. Since 2 of the players have 3 subordinates, they have 26 people in total. Isn't this just killing whoever is caught? Thinking of this, 64,973 raised his lips slightly, waved his hand, and said to the people below, "All right, control your own islands and follow me to kill them." After hearing this, everyone below nodded excitedly and walked towards their own island. Huh, why don't you go back to your island? 64972 looked at the one person who hadn't returned yet, and his face was full of confusion. The man kept rubbing his hands, smiling, and asked in a low voice, "Sixth brother, can you tell me quietly why you know the location of the Survivors Alliance?" Upon hearing this, 64,973 narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister expression, staring at the man, and said coldly, "Do you think this is a question you should ask?" When the man heard this, he quickly shook his head, then turned around and left with his two men. 64973 looked at the man's back with a sneer and a deep look in his eyes. "How do you know the location?" "Oh." He arranged for someone to go in, meet up with that alliance, then withdraw, return to his alliance to enable location sharing, and then quietly follow them, and the location was obtained. He believed that as long as he completed this job, his strength would rise to a higher level. They now have 10 crossbows. 5 were purchased from Lingio, and the other 5 were purchased from 25475. When he thought about it, he felt a little painful. A crossbow arrow cost 25,475 yuan and was only sold for 5 square meters, and 50 arrows were given for free. Bought it from 520, spent twice the price, and had to buy extra arrows. Thinking of this, 64,973 clenched his fists and hatred appeared on his face. If it weren't for 520, he wouldn't have spent so much money in vain, and it would be even more impossible for nearly half of the people to withdraw from the alliance. If he sees 520, he will definitely kill the other person. "Master, they're all ready and waiting for you to set off." At this time, the sinister man walked to the side of 64,973 and interrupted his thoughts. 64973 looked at the other islands. Everyone was ready, their eyes on him, waiting for him to take action. "Let's get going." 64973 calmed down his agitated mood, shouted loudly, and then controlled the island to move in one direction. The several islands behind him also slowly moved forward with him, and the faces of the people were full of excitement. Su Dingfang stood behind 64973, sighed, and shook his head. It seems that he can't change his master's mind. Why? 64973 also noticed Su Dingfang's expression. He looked a little unhappy, but he didn't say much. He believed that it would not take long before he could change Su Dingfang's mind, thus increasing his fighting power. When the sinister man saw Su Dingfang's expression, he thought Su Dingfang was scared, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. He didn't know why his master valued this piece of trash so much. He is timid and does nothing, but he is still valued by his master. He was not convinced. He was very dissatisfied. He just wanted to ask, how could Su Dingfang compare to him? He is the one who works hard every time, but he is also the one who is ignored, and the one who is always valued is this piece of trash. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Dingfang with eyes full of jealousy and resentment. He wanted to prove to his master in this action that he was much better than this loser. Su Dingfang naturally also felt the sinister man's gaze and shook his head with a wry smile. That's all. Chapter 132, Fight. It will be there in 2 hours at most. It will be there soon. 64,973's eyes revealed excitement, as if he was talking to himself or to Su Dingfang beside him. Su Dingfang shook his head, said nothing, and turned to walk into the house. 64973 was very unhappy when he saw this, but he did not show any anger and let Su Dingfang leave. The sinister man looked at Su Dingfang's back, his eyes revealing jealousy, and then said to 64,973 with a flattering smile, "Master is really resourceful. Following you is my great fortune. I will do my best for you." After hearing this, 64,973's annoyance was finally relieved. He smiled and patted the sinister man's shoulder, saying, "You are sensible. Don't worry. Follow me, and I will make sure you have everything you need." "Thank you, master. This is what I should do." 64973 nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, he had this sinister man by his side. Otherwise, he would be angry to death every time just by Su Dingfang. Just then, the sinister man asked cautiously, "Boss, why do you think so highly of Su Dingfang? Isn't he just a coward? no different from a waste. Normally, 64973 would scold the sinister man without hesitation when hearing such words, but he did not do so this time. He was now somewhat dissatisfied with Su Dingfang, but he did not explain too much. He just waved his hand and turned away. We'll be there in about half an hour, Dingfang. I hope you won't let me down this time. 64973 looked at the endless ocean, put his hands behind his back, and spoke meaningfully to Su Dingfang. Su Dingfang showed a complicated expression on his face. Then he sighed and nodded helplessly. After driving for a while, 64973 saw a dozen bright spots in the distance and quickly stopped on the island. Put out the torches and bonfires. After giving an order to the sinister man, he quickly opened the Alliance channel and asked others to put out all the fires on the island. After a while, an island came towards him. Seeing this, the sinister man picked up the crossbow without hesitation and aimed at the person coming. Put down the crossbows. This is to inform our allies. 64973 quickly raised his hand and pressed down the crossbow in the sinister man's hand. The sinister man nodded after hearing that. Soon, the two islands collided with each other, and a man came up with two of his men. 64973 hurriedly stepped forward and asked the man impatiently, "What's the situation on those islands? What are their defenses and strengths?" "Six, brother, don't worry, I have found out everything. There are 5 players, a total of 18 people. Their strength is very average, and the most powerful subordinate is just an unknown soldier from the Tang dynasty." The man thought for a while and continued. "Now, they're basically all asleep, with only 2 people on guard. In order to prevent a sneak attack in the middle of the night, they gathered on an island." Upon hearing this, 64,973's eyes lit up. It was best for him if all these people were gathered together. The crossbow could exert its greatest power against such a dense crowd. 64973 was full of excitement. After completing this job, he would become rich. At this time, the man said with a flattering smile, "Sixth brother, can you give me 2 of your men later? The 2 behind me are all." After hearing this, 64973 glanced at the 2 men behind the man, an old man in his 60s, and a good-looking woman, neither of whom had any fighting ability at all. "Of course you can, but the woman behind you." When he said the last sentence, 64,973 kept his gaze on the woman, his eyes full of greed. When the man heard this and saw 64,973's look, he naturally understood what it meant. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Sure, no problem. If Six Brother likes it, just take it." "Aha, great. You have a bright future. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll have everything you need in the future. Don't worry, when I get tired of playing, you can too." 64973 laughed, patted the man on the shoulder, and showed a lewd expression. "Thank you, Sixth Brother." The man licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, his eyes revealing excitement. 64973 looked at the bright lights, waved his hand, and said, "Go ahead, kill them." After saying this, the man took his men back to his island and followed the island of 64,973. "What's the point of keeping watch? We've been keeping watch for several nights and haven't even seen a bird. It's better to be alert in case something unexpected happens. What kind of accident could possibly happen? From what I see, you're just timid, Tisk." "Why?" He sighed again. "Forget it. If the master orders me to do so, I won't bother to obey." Of the 2 people who were keeping watch on the island, one of them kept complaining while the other could only shake his head helplessly. Just as the 2 were about to split up for patrol, they saw a group of islands heading towards them. "Hey, that's an island, right?" "Nonsense. Hurry up and wake up the master." After he finished speaking, he turned around and shouted into the house, "Master, get up. Something's happening." After he finished shouting, a dozen people ran out of the house one after another. "Are these people pirates?" "Shut up your crow mouth. Even pirates are afraid of birds. There are more than a dozen of us. What are we afraid of?" "That's right. I don't believe they can have more people than us." The few people standing in the front were looking at the island approaching and discussing with each other. "Stop arguing. Grab your weapons. Get ready to fight." The man standing in the middle spoke, and then, holding the only crossbow in his hand, he shouted to the front, "Please stop on the island ahead. This is our territory. If you move forward, we will regard you as a pirate and give you a painful blow." After hearing this, 64973, who was standing on the island, showed a disdainful smile. Such a small number of people dealt him a heavy blow. "Hee hee. 64973 did not answer. His eyes were cold, and he controlled the island to move forward. When he was 200 meters away, he picked up the crossbow and aimed it at the people on the other island. As long as they came closer, he would shoot without hesitation. But just as he got closer, an arrow grazed his face, scaring him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, I didn't expect they also have crossbows. 64973 touched his cheek with lingering fear. Fortunately, he was almost shot. This made him furious, and he shouted and roared. Damn it, shoot them to death. Following his order, he was the first to pull the trigger and shoot the crossbow arrow, and the others followed suit. Dozens of arrows were shot, but only a few hit the opponent, and most of the rest fell into the sea. Damn it, this 25,475 sold me low-quality goods. 64973 shouted angrily and looked at the arrows that fell into the sea. These were the ones he bought from 25475. When he bought it, the other party did not tell him the range, so he assumed it was the same as the range of the crossbow he bought from 520. I didn't expect it. Huh. After 2 people were shot, the survivors frantically looked for places to hide, and some even picked up wooden boards to block the attack. 64973 led a group of people to shoot a few more rounds of arrows, and after shooting down a few more people, he saw that there was no effect anymore, and shouted loudly, Brothers, charge! Grab your weapons! Charge with me! Chapter 133, If you can't run away, then fight hard. No words were spoken that night. A breeze blew in the early morning. The sun shone on the sea, and the sea surface was sparkling. Lin Jiao pushed open the tent with a sleepy look on his face. Yang Chun was sitting on the beach fishing, having not slept all night. After washing up, Lin Jiao cooked a pot of rice porridge, then sat by the campfire to warm himself. I have to say, the temperature difference between day and night in this different world is quite large. Feeling bored, Lin Jiao opened the interface and saw that 4399 had sent him a message. Boss, have you watched the regional channel? No. What's wrong? Boss, take a quick look. Something big has happened. When Lin Jiao saw the message sent by 4399, he showed a trace of doubt. What big thing could be happening? He switched to the regional channel with some curiosity. Within the regional channel. So fierce. Wow. Who says it's not true? This Raider Alliance wiped out an alliance of 5 players in one night. So fierce? Wow. 5 players. That means there are at least 15 people in this alliance. How terrifying. Too scary. Next time you see this Raider Alliance, you must run away from them. Hey, are the pirates so fierce now? How are we survivors supposed to survive? Among all the pirate alliances in the future, this Plunderer Alliance will probably be the strongest. I think so too. Hey, 25475, get out of here. How dare you sell me inferior products? And you're trying to protect the leader of the association. Fuck you. What's going on? Yes. Get out of here. 25,475. Damn, it's a low-quality product. 520 is a bit more expensive, but at least the quality is guaranteed. After seeing the chat among the people in the regional channel, Lin Jiao roughly understood what the big event 4399 was talking about was. Just in the middle of the night, the Plunder Alliance killed an alliance of survivors. Is this a big deal? Although it surprised him that 64,973 could achieve this, it was not a big deal. Han Xen, Dongjua, Li Kuei, Zhao Zilong, etc., he could destroy the other side by picking any one of them. Is this strange? Not surprising. What interested him more was why 25475 was denounced by so many people and called a profiteer. But after watching for a while, he didn't see anyone explaining the reason, so he simply asked 4399, why are there so many people cursing 25475 on the regional channel? Boss, this is related to the Plunderer Alliance. Last night, we lost 2 or 3 of our men because of it. After reading 4399's explanation, Lin Jiao nodded. It was just as he had guessed at the beginning. Boss, I believe that most people will still buy from us now, and we can make a lot of money again. No rush. Wait a few more days. After Lin Jiao sent this message, he closed the interface without explaining the reason. Why 2 days? He is not on the main island now, so he has no way to sell crossbows. This is one reason. The second thing is that he also has a temper. It was the people in the regional channel who boycotted him, and it is still them who want to continue buying. TSK. He thought this was a vegetable market. He came as he pleased. He left as he pleased. Cut. After a simple breakfast, Lin Jiao took the fishing rod from Yang Chun and let Yangshan go to rest. Phew, we're finally there. Lin Jiu looked at the map and sighed. Almost there? I'm almost suffocating. Li Kuei, who was sitting aside doing nothing, stood up excitedly and spoke excitedly after hearing this. Lin Jiu smiled and nodded. The map showed that his location was just a little bit away from overlapping the red dot. According to his estimation, it would take at most 10 minutes to overlap with the red dot. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Lin Jiu saw that the green dot and the red dot on the map completely overlapped. Boss, why did you stop? Have we arrived yet? Seeing that the island did not move, Li Kuei turned to ask Lin Jiu, and Lin Jiu nodded. Li Kuei turned around, looked around, and said, Boss, there's nothing around here. It's completely empty. There's nothing but the sea. What are you looking for? Lin Jiu narrowed his eyes, smiled, and pointed his finger downwards. Seabed. Li Kuei's tone was filled with a hint of surprise, and then he said, Boss, you don't want to jump down? Bingo. Correct answer. Lin Jiu raised a smile and took out the simple diving goggles that Mosey had made for him. Boss, this is too dangerous. Let me do it. Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head, saying, No need. You're not as good at swimming as I am. Just keep an eye on the island. If anyone causes trouble, don't show mercy and kill them all. When he said the last sentence, a hint of coldness appeared on Lin Jiu's face. Seeing that Li Kuei was about to say something, Lin Jiu quickly raised his hand and interrupted. Stop. This is an order. I'll go down to the sea, and you'll be responsible for safety up there. After saying that, Lin Jiu put on a simple version of diving goggles and jumped into the sea. After jumping into the sea, the first thing Lin Jiu did was to breathe through his nose to see if the properties brought by the fishing rod were true. Unexpectedly, he could actually breathe freely, and he also found that every time he breathed, the water in his nose would automatically flow into 2 rows. After testing the properties and effects, he did not rush downstream, but looked around. Looking up, he could see his island floating on the sea. There was nothing around it. Not even a fish could be seen, nothing but sea water. Looking down further, I saw that it became pitch black after reaching a certain depth. This is probably what it feels like to stare into the abyss. After staring for a long time, Lin Jiu inexplicably felt a sense of fear in his heart. He suddenly felt a little afraid to go down and check. Fuck, I've even seen a phoenix. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Lin Jiu thought to himself, gritted his teeth, held the crossbow tightly in his hand, and swam downstream. He found that the further he swam downstream, the greater the fear the abyss brought him. For this so-called treasure, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. It's strange that after swimming for so long, I didn't even see any water plants. That's really strange. Just as Lin Jiu was about to continue downstream, he suddenly felt alert and turned around quickly. He saw an adult shark attacking him not far away. Not only that, there were several small sharks following behind the shark, attacking him together. Lin Jiu glanced up and saw that the sea was a little far away from him. It was too late for him to return to the island. I had no choice but to take out my crossbow and aim at the shark. If you can't run away, then fight hard. Chapter 134. Do you have the strength to fight with me, Lu Huajiu? The largest shark rushed towards him. Lin Jiu raised his crossbow and aimed at the shark without being frightened and panicking. When the shark was only a dozen meters away from him, his eyes became fierce, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. At the same time, when he pulled the trigger, Lin Jiu didn't even look at it and went straight downstream. At that moment, the shark just rushed past his original position. Looking at the shark flying over his head, Lin Jiu broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. It's impossible to say, I'm not nervous. At this time, he also discovered that the shark was a tiger shark, about 6 meters long. Just as he was looking at the tiger shark rushing over, 3 small tiger sharks also rushed over. A disdainful smile appeared on Lin Jiu's lips. Even a 1-meter-long shark wanted to fight with him. Do you have the ability to compete with me, Lu Huajiu? Lin Jiu took out a dagger from his waist and threw the crossbow in his hand away. He didn't bring any arrows with him. Moreover, this dagger was made by Oyezi himself. Lin Jiu raised a disdainful smile on his face and rushed toward the tiger sharks swimming towards him with a dagger in his hand. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, but instead they were filled with excitement and fighting spirit. When the tiger sharks in front of them saw Lin Jiu rushing over, blood appeared in their eyes. They opened their mouths, revealing their sharp teeth. Lin Jiu rushed to the first tiger shark first and inserted the dagger directly into the head of the first tiger shark. The tiger shark felt severe pain and twitched its body wildly in the sea. Lin Jiao wanted to use the dagger to stir the tiger shark's brain again, but when he saw the other two tiger sharks rushing over, he had to pull out the dagger and kick the tiger shark in the body. Using inertia, Lin Jiao moved back about 1 meter. Before he could react, two tiger sharks were already in front of him. Lin Jiao quickly moved sideways and punched the tiger shark on the left. Then he used his other hand, holding a dagger, to stab into the back of the tiger shark on the right. The tiger shark that was hit by Lin Jiao's punch twitched a few times in the sea, and then continued to rush towards Lin Jiao. The tiger shark stabbed by the dagger also broke free from Lin Jiao's hand, moving backwards with the dagger. Damn it! Lin Jiao cursed inwardly. If he hadn't taken so much force out of him in the water, with his current enhanced strength, these three small tiger sharks wouldn't have been able to last a single round in his hands. Without giving him time to think, the three small tiger sharks were stimulated by the smell of blood in the seawater and rushed towards Lin Jiao together, even more ferociously than at the beginning. Lin Jiao gritted his teeth. He had to resolve the situation quickly. Otherwise, by the time the largest tiger shark recovered, he would have no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao's face showed a serious expression. He rushed directly toward the tiger shark with a dagger stuck in its back. After dodging the attack, he grabbed the dagger and pulled it out. The tiger shark's head was stabbed several times, and blood flowed into the sea. When Lin Jiao felt the chill coming from behind, he knew that the attack from the other two tiger sharks was about to arrive. Without caring whether the tiger shark in front of him was dead or not, he kicked the tiger shark on the back and used inertia to turn around. After seeing the two tiger sharks, Lin Jiao first looked for the injured tiger shark. His eyes narrowed, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kill him while he is ill. Lin Jiao held the dagger, pointed it at the tiger shark's wound, and stabbed it hard. The tiger shark kept twitching, and the blood flowed from the wound even faster. Lin Jiao had no intention of letting it go. He pulled out the dagger again and stabbed the same wound several times in a row. Seeing that the tiger shark in front of him was about to break free, he held the tiger shark's body tightly with one hand and kept stabbing the wound back and forth with the dagger. At this time, the other tiger shark opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit towards Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao turned his head and glanced, only to see that it was too late to dodge. He glanced at the tiger shark in his arms that was still breathing, and simply turned sideways to hide behind it. The tiger shark that rushed towards him failed to stop and bit the tiger shark, which still had a glimmer of life, making the tiger shark completely vent its anger. When Lin Jiao saw this scene, he almost couldn't help but applaud. Before Lin Jiao could gloat for 2 seconds, the tiger shark opened its mouth and stared at Lin Jiao, not daring to make any rash moves. At this time, the adult tiger shark not far away finally came to its senses, turned around, and stared at Lin Jiao with a fierce look in its eyes. Blood was constantly oozing from one of the adult tiger shark's eyes, where a crossbow arrow was stuck. This crossbow arrow was made of iron arrowhead, so it caused severe pain to the tiger shark. The adult tiger shark moved. Lin Jiao was a little depressed at this time. How should he deal with this adult tiger shark? And there was also a small tiger shark watching closely beside him. Without the drag of the water, he could have taken out the full-grown tiger shark in less than a minute. Unfortunately, this is in the water. Before Lin Jiao could think about it, the adult tiger shark opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Lin Jiao. The small tiger shark also moved at this time. Chapter 135, Consume. Let's see who can outlast the other. The small tiger shark also moved at this time. Seeing this, Lin Jiao stared with a solemn look in his eyes. The small tiger shark is fast, but he strikes even faster. The moment the small tiger shark moved its body, Lin Jiao took out the dagger and stabbed the small tiger shark in front of him without hesitation. After stabbing its brain, Lin Jiao didn't care about the cruelty of his means. He used the dagger to stir its brain continuously, and then used the dagger to cut open its head. With this cut, half of the small tiger shark's head fell off, and blood gushed out in the sea like a fountain, filling the small area of seawater in front of him with blood red. Therefore, Lin Jiao's vision was also blocked, and he could only see a sea of blood and the blurry figure of an adult tiger shark. Lin Jiao didn't even bother to wipe the blood off his diving goggles, and swam hurriedly, trying to get away from the bloody water as soon as possible. This way he still has a chance of winning. Not long after he swam down, he saw the adult tiger shark became more excited after smelling the blood, and sped up as it rushed towards Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao finally swam out of the area filled with blood-red sea water, and his vision became clearer, but the adult tiger shark was not far from him. It is definitely impossible to dodge, so it is better to fight. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao gritted his teeth, clenched the dagger, and prepared to duel head-on with the adult tiger shark that pounced on him. Seeing the adult tiger shark getting closer and closer to him, Lin Jiao held the dagger tighter and tighter. In the cold sea water, he could feel cold sweat all over his body. If he wins this battle, everyone will be happy. If you lose, everyone will come to the feast. When Lin Jiao was about to rush forward to fight with the adult tiger shark, he saw the adult tiger shark suddenly stand still, its whole body twitching and swinging its tail continuously. Could it be that this tiger shark is having an epileptic seizure? As the tiger shark flipped over, a person appeared on its back and head. At first glance, they were Yang Chun and Li Kuei. Li Kuei stabbed the adult tiger shark's head with his trident, while Yang Chun stabbed the tiger shark's back with his trident. Both of them held the trident tightly to prevent the tiger shark from throwing them out. After seeing that Lin Jiao was safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lin Jiao raised a smile. Without thinking much, he rushed forward. The tiger shark was anxious about the pain in its body at this time and did not notice Lin Jiao's attack. Seeing the gap created by the tiger shark swinging its body, Lin Jiao's face lit up with joy. The time is now. Lin Jiao held the dagger and took advantage of the tiger shark's twitching to insert the dagger into the most vulnerable part of most sharks. Cleft cheek. Feeling the attack on its gills, the tiger shark swung its body even more vigorously than before, opened its bloody mouth, and struggled continuously. But this struggle is doomed to be in vain. Lin Jiao and the other two held on to their weapons tightly to prevent the tiger shark from throwing them off. Soon, Lin Jiao found another opportunity. He clenched the dagger with both hands, his face flushed red, and he used all his strength to slide the dagger back along the cheek cleft. Feeling the fatal threat, the tiger shark tried to break free from the three people and escape into the distance, but it was destined to be a futile effort. The tiger shark also felt its own vitality madly draining away, and the amplitude of its swinging became smaller and smaller. It knew that it would definitely not be able to escape. It stopped shaking its body, and Lin Jiao thought it would no longer resist, but unexpectedly its eyes suddenly opened, and it swam forward with Lin Jiao and the other two. Oh, do you want to exhaust the three of them to death and die together? The idea is good, but unfortunately he is a man with a cheating personality. Lin Jiao freed one of his hands that were holding the dagger and made an upward gesture to Li Kuei and the other man, signaling them to go forward. There was a hint of hesitation in the eyes of Li Kuei and the other man. They had reached the critical point of holding their breath. If they stayed for another 20 seconds, they might not be able to hold on. But they were both worried about Lin Jiao's safety and were reluctant to let go. Seeing that the two were unwilling to let go, Lin Jiao felt touched and kept waving to let them leave. After a few seconds of mental struggle, he looked at the shark that was almost dying, nodded at Lin Jiao, released the trident, and swam upwards. Lin Jiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the two men leave. He knew that if they stayed a little longer, the two men would not be killed by the sharks, but would suffocate to death due to lack of air. Then, Lin Jiao turned his gaze to the tiger shark, with an evil smile on his face. Consume. Let's see who can outlast whom. I'm going to kill you today. Why hasn't the boss come up yet? Is there any accident? Li Kuei stood at the edge of the island with an anxious look on his face, staring into the sea, waiting for Lin Jiao to come out. Yang Chun also had an anxious look on his face. He stood by the sea and said, Impossible. There's no way anything could happen to the boss. No, what I mean is if the boss is an accident, can we have a feast? Li Kuei stood by the island, muttering something. At this moment, a head popped out from the sea and said unhappily, Who wants to eat my table? Boss. Boss. I didn't. I just said it casually. When Li Kuei saw Lin Jiao, he scratched his head embarrassedly, then reached out and pulled Lin Jiao to the island. Lin Jiao shook off the seawater on his body, rolled his eyes at Li Kuei, and said unhappily, You are so filial to me. Li Kuei smiled innocently, and Yang Chun asked with a puzzled expression, Boss, that's the Sharkhan X I mentioned, right? That one should be dead, right? Before Lin Jiao could speak, Li Kuei spoke first and said, Of course. Don't you see whose boss this is? After hearing this, Lin Jiao glanced at him speechlessly. Who was he praising? After seeing Lin Jiao's expression, Li Kuei smiled innocently, scratched his head, and asked with a smile. Boss, can you tell me what happened? Nothing, just... In fact, the tiger shark was already in a dying state at that time. It dragged Lin Jiu not far before it lay motionless in the sea. Li Kuei and the other man nodded after hearing this. Yang Chun then asked curiously, Boss, what about those bodies? Lin Jiu smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Seeing that Lin Jiu just threw them into the sea, the two did not ask too many questions, but a trace of regret appeared on Li Kuei's face. What else does he want to taste? According to Han Xin, it was delicious and had a strange flavor that left people wanting more. What a pity. Why? Thinking of this, Li Kuei sighed and shook his head. But is this really the case? As a conscientious businessman like Lin Jiu, would he miss such an opportunity to make money? No, not at all. He immediately sent all the tiger shark corpses to 4,399 and 84995 and asked them to sell them all. When they saw it, they were shocked. Yang Chun seemed to have remembered something at this time and asked, Boss, do you want to go down? Chapter 136 Great White Shark. Boss, do you want to go down? Hearing Yang Chun's question, Lin Jiu was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he nodded under the gaze of the two and said, Now that I'm here, I'd be resigned if I didn't go find out what's going on. Li Kuei showed a hesitant expression on his face and was about to speak when he was stopped by Yang Chun. Yang Chun nodded and said to Lin Jiu with a serious face, Boss, go ahead and rest assured. Li Kuei and I will guard the island. After hearing this, Lin Jiu smiled and nodded, put on his diving goggles, and dived into the sea. Why are you stopping me? The sea is so dangerous. Why are you letting the boss go down? Li Kuei looked at Yang Chun with an unhappy face. Yang Chun smiled, shook his head, and said, You've just been with the boss for a short time. He's not the type to give up halfway. It's useless for you to persuade him. Besides, he never does anything he's not sure of. It has to be said that Yang Chun knew Lin Jiu quite well, but this time he guessed wrong. This time, Lin Jiu really had no confidence at all. Lin Jiu was now in darkness, and he could not see his hand in front of him. He could only barely distinguish between up and down. Damn, the pressure is a bit too much. Lin Jiu felt the pressure brought by the seawater at this time, which made him feel a little breathless, but it was still within his tolerance range. He stopped where he was, rested for a moment, gritted his teeth, and continued swimming downstream. Before long, he felt that his body could no longer withstand the pressure of the sea. After diving for so long, he didn't see anything, let alone any treasure. Moreover, even if there really is a treasure, he can't see it in this pitch-dark place. At this time, Lin Jiu had already begun to back down. He felt that if he dived for a few more minutes, his nose and other parts of his body would definitely bleed. But he didn't want to give up. Now that he has come here and dived so deep, it is not his character to go back empty-handed. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and decided to go back the moment he started bleeding. Even if he returns empty-handed, he will be willing to do so. Lin Jiu no longer hesitated, made mental preparations, and continued to swim downstream. Not long after, Lin Jiu felt his hands touching something soft, but it was too dark and he couldn't see what it was. Lin Jiu grabbed the soft thing with his hand, reached in, and then pushed it to both sides with force. Next second, the hole opened, revealed light. Lin Jiu was filled with excitement when he saw the light. Through the light, he discovered that the fluffy thing was a kind of black aquatic plant. The thin layer could not stop him at all. He used both hands to make the hole bigger and bigger. After clearing a hole large enough for him to fit through, he swam straight in. After he passed the seaweed barrier, he said what he saw shocked him greatly. There's another world behind the seaweed. Throughout the ocean, round beads of different sizes are hanging on colorful corals, emitting dazzling light. These should be the legendary night pearls. This is a treasure. It was just like garbage scattered everywhere. This was not what shocked him the most. In this sea area, various kinds of fish are swimming constantly, and octopus, tuna, etc. can be seen everywhere. In the sea area above the seaweed, there is not even a fish scale to be seen, let alone so many living creatures. There are also a few small fish that came to him from time to time and looked at him for a few times as if they were very curious about Lin Jiu, an alien creature. Seeing this, Lin Jiu smiled slightly. He did not chase them away, but quietly appreciated the beautiful scenery. The ocean here is separated from the ocean outside by a layer, and this seaweed should be the entrance. So beautiful. Before he had time to appreciate it, the surrounding fish began to flee frantically, as if they were avoiding something. There was some confusion in Lin Jio's eyes, and the next second, he knew why these fish were fleeing everywhere. He saw a tiger shark about 10 meters long swimming in the sea, and it seemed to be heading towards him. Could it be that this tiger shark is the grandfather of the tiger sharks he just killed? Are you here to seek revenge on him now? Lin Jio didn't know for the time, being whether it was revenge or not. He only saw this tiger shark, which was more than 10 meters long, with ferocious eyes and an open mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Have to. He was being targeted again. Lin Jio was speechless. Why was his luck so bad? Wasn't it said that sharks generally wouldn't actively attack people? Why is it that every time he sees this, he wants to attack him and vomit? Seeing the tiger shark rushing towards him, he did not hesitate and turned around and ran. After swimming a few steps, he found that the tiger shark was too fast, and he could not escape at all. He looked around and found that there was no place for him to hide. The coral area below was a good choice, but by the time he swam to the coral area, he would probably have been in the stomach of the tiger shark. Seeing this, Lin Jio simply stopped running and stopped where he was with a serious look on his face and took out a dagger. Rather than running when you know you can't escape, you might as well fight to the death. When the tiger shark saw that Lin Jio stopped running, it opened its mouth, and the amplitude of its mouth was higher than that of Lin Jio alone. Lin Jio looked at the bloody mouth and felt a little scared. It was all over. He felt that his chances of winning were no more than 10. Seeing the tiger shark getting closer and closer to him, Lin Jio was ready to rush up and fight it to the death. Roar! Suddenly, a roar was heard, and the tiger shark stopped in place and was stunned for a moment. But its eyes were still fixed on Lin Jio, as if it was hesitating about something. Lin Jio was also startled by the roar, but when he saw the tiger shark stop moving, he breathed a sigh of relief and didn't think much about where the roar came from. Roar! As the tiger shark was struggling in place, another roar was heard. The next second, the tiger shark turned around and swam backwards like a mouse seeing a cat. It's more like escaping than swimming away. Seeing this, Lin Jio breathed a sigh of relief. The voice he just heard seemed to come from behind him. Before Lin Jio could continue thinking, he felt something hit his back, and he turned his head to look. Fuck! Lin Jio didn't even bother to fill his mouth with water. His eyes widened, and he uttered an exclamation. What did he see? A great white shark. The great white shark's head was half the size of its entire body, and its eyes were staring into Lin Jio's eyes, which almost scared Lin Jio to death. It's over. There's no point in running now. Just wait to die. Thinking of this, Lin Jio closed his eyes. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He dropped the dagger, and scenes emerged in his mind. This is really a wolf in front and a tiger behind. If you die, then die. You have earned a lot from being in the limelight for so long. Daji, Kaiwenji, take care of yourselves. I can no longer protect you. It took a lot of effort to turn the aloof Han Xin into a funny Han Xin. Unfortunately, I'm still a virgin. You, why aren't you dead yet? Lin Jio opened his eyes with a puzzled look on his face, only to see the great white shark staring at him without any movement. After seeing Lin Jio open his eyes, the great white shark rubbed its head gently on Lin Jio's body a few times, looking well-behaved and cute. Could this great white shark be the pet I raised in my previous life? I actually had the illusion that the great white shark in front of me was well-behaved and cute. Lin Jio's little head was filled with doubts. When Lin Jio thought of this, a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes, as if he was making a decision. Oh shit. Never mind. I'll die. It's worth it to just touch it. Lin Jio gritted his teeth. His eyes revealed determination. He reached out and gently stroked the front of the great white shark's nose. The great white shark did not attack him as Lin Jio had imagined. Instead, it closed its eyes and looked very happy. Hey, there's hope. After Lin Jio stroked the front end of the great white shark's nose several times with his hand, he swam upwards and came to the great white shark's head. The next moment, he made a bold decision. He sat directly on top of the great white shark and then stroked its head with his hand. The great white shark closed its eyes, looked very happy, and shook its body. Sitting on the back of the great white shark, Lin Jio finally saw how big the great white shark was. It is at least 25 meters long. Before Lin Jio could sigh too much, the great white shark moved its body and swam downwards. Lin Jio held the great white shark's head tightly with both hands, looking curious, not knowing where the great white shark was going to take him. Soon, with the speed of a great white shark, it brought Lin Jiao to the coral area. Looking closely, Lin Jiao discovered something strange. A stick emitting golden light. Chapter 137 Seabed Collapse. A stick emitting golden light. Why does this look so familiar? Could it be the golden hoop? A bold idea arose in Lin Jiao's mind, an idea that even he himself could not believe. He quickly jumped off the great white shark's head and swam towards the standing golden stick. When he came to the golden stick, he looked at it. There were 5-clawed golden dragons carved on it, and a phoenix coiled in the middle. His first impression was one of domineering. Unfortunately, he never saw the words he wanted to see. Well, Lin Jiao felt a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. Judging from its appearance, even if it is not the golden cudgel, it must be something extraordinary. He should be content with that. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao shook his head and smiled. People, you must know how to be content. Don't be too greedy. Lin Jiao came to the golden stick, held it with both hands, and pulled it upwards, but found that the golden stick did not move at all, which surprised him. He gritted his teeth, used all his strength, and pulled upwards with both hands. The golden stick slowly moved upwards. Seeing this, Lin Jiao's eyes showed a hint of joy, and the great white shark above him was also a little excited and shook its tail. Soon, Lin Jiao pulled the golden stick completely out of the ground. Then, the golden stick emitted a dazzling light, and the entire sea area was shrouded in this golden light. After a few seconds, the golden light slowly disappeared, and the light on the golden stick also disappeared. Not only did this not make the golden stick lose its original domineering aura, but it also added a sense of indifference. It was domineering yet indifferent, and domineering in its indifference. This made Lin Jiao like it even more. Before Lin Jiao could take a closer look at it, the entire sea area began to shake, which almost made Lin Jiao lose his balance. Lin Jiao thought that the vibration would stop after a few times, but it did not develop as he imagined. Instead, it tended to become stronger and stronger. All kinds of creatures began to run around frantically, regardless of the pressure from the great white shark, and some of them directly rushed into the great white shark's body. Lin Jiao was still a little confused, and the great white shark came over at this time, nudging Lin Jiao's back with the front of its nose and shaking its tail continuously. The next second, the great white shark lowered its head, signaling Lin Jiao to climb onto its head. Before Lin Jiao could make any move, rocks fell from a distance and hit quite a few fish. Seeing this, Lin Jiao did not panic, but picked up a few night pearls nearby. This is a good thing. Putting on the island doesn't make it look any cooler than a bonfire. It's full of B-level. After taking off 5 or 6 night shining pearls around him, he wrapped a few of them in his coat. Then he glanced at the night pearl, which was some distance away from him, his eyes full of reluctance to leave. Unfortunately, it's too late. If he had enough time, he could take off his pants and put on these night pearls. Lin Jiao shook his head, holding the golden stick in one hand and the clothes full of night pearls in the other, and then swam quickly onto the back of the great white shark. After he held the great white shark's head tightly with both hands, the great white shark quickly turned around, aimed at the black seaweed, and swam directly upwards. Soon, with the speed of a great white shark, it rushed out. Just as he rushed out, Lin Jiao felt a collapse below him. Unfortunately, the night pearl was covered up, there was no light, and he could not see anything. Lin Jiao patted the great white shark's head, and the great white shark seemed to understand what he was thinking and stopped. Lin Jiao was very satisfied with the intelligence of the great white shark. Then, Lin Jiao took out a night pearl, and he could finally see a small area in front of him. He jumped off the great white shark's back and swam downstream. The great white shark also followed behind Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao turned his head and took a look with a smile. When we arrived at the bottom of the sea, with the help of the light of the night pearl, we saw that everything had turned into ruins, covered with thick rubble and a layer of seaweed. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao guessed that only the place where he came in had this kind of soft seaweed, and the rest of the place was land. Lin Jiao also saw a few clownfish dangling in front of him, but after seeing the great white shark behind Lin Jiao, they quickly ran away. Seeing that it was impossible to get the night pearl back, Lin Jiao was about to turn around and leave, but the next moment, a strange scene happened. The rubble turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, disappearing into the sea. What shocked Lin Jiao even more was that the corals below were completely intact and were not crushed by the rubble, and the fish hiding in the corals all survived. I believe that without plastic pollution, the reproduction rate will not be too low, and it won't be long before the entire sea area will be full of vitality. But he didn't see the night pearl for a long time, not a single one. It seemed that it disappeared along with the rubble. This made Lin Jiao feel a pang of pain, but the night pearl in his hand was still there. Lin Jiao didn't understand why this happened, but he didn't think much about it, and turned around to swim towards the great white shark's head. Then the great white shark began to swim upwards with Lin Jiao on its back, getting closer and closer to the light above. Gradually, Lin Jiao's vision became clearer. He could clearly see a group of fish swimming freely in the sea, but after seeing the great white shark under Lin Jiao, they all swam away frantically. But it is obvious that the great white shark doesn't care about these small fish at all. At this moment, 2 drowned corpses suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could draw the dagger from his waist, the great white shark bit the bodies of the 2 drowned corpses into pieces, and then spit out the bodies of the drowned corpses in disgust. Have to. This great white shark is picky about food. Seeing this, Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. Just when he thought he could reach the island peacefully, the great white shark suddenly stopped. The great white shark turned its head to the back, and just when Lin Jiao was a little confused, he saw the tiger shark he had met before sweeping over with great momentum. Although its body size was much larger than the tiger shark he had encountered before, it seemed insignificant in front of the great white shark, being only half its size at most. Seeing this, Lin Jiao smiled. Isn't this what he came here to give to you? Just as he was mocking the tiger shark in his heart, he saw 2 more tiger sharks appear behind the tiger shark. Although it was not very big, it was about 5 or 6 meters long, about the same size as the one he had met before. At this time, a trace of seriousness appeared in Lin Jiao's eyes. It was difficult to say what was going on. He swam down from the great white shark's back, holding the dagger, and looked at the 3 tiger sharks rushing towards him with cold eyes. He didn't believe that he and the great white shark couldn't defeat these tiger sharks together. Just as Lin Jiao was waiting for the 3 tiger sharks to rush towards him, the great white shark couldn't help it and rushed directly towards them. Its majesty does not allow other sharks to provoke it. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao stood there in a daze. This makes him seem like he doesn't exist. Chapter 138. Tease the shark. Give me some money, please. Lin Jiao clenched the dagger, but the next second he remembered that he still had the golden stick in his hand. He put away the dagger and quickly followed with the stick. The great white shark has no advantage over the tiger sharks. Even though the great white shark is more than half the size of these tiger sharks, he is still worried. But his speed was no match for those sharks. Before he could swim far, the great white shark had already bitten a tiger shark. The successful great white shark did not linger in the fight. After biting off a piece of flesh from one of the tiger sharks, it turned around and cleverly avoided the attack of the other tiger shark. Lin Jiao felt horrified when he saw the tiger shark's wound, even from such a long distance. This is much more ruthless than what he did. Although he sighed, Lin Jiao did not stop, but instead increased his speed a lot. The great white shark was seen fighting with one of the tiger sharks again. The great white shark was very smart and would keep a certain distance from the other 3 every time it succeeded in attacking. When Lin Jiao arrived, he saw a tiger shark lying in the sea, motionless. The largest of the other 2 had a lot of injuries on its body, and the other one was even more horrible. In contrast, there was no scar on the great white shark's body. This is unreasonable. Logically speaking, the tiger shark should be stronger than the great white shark. Even though the great white shark is much larger than the 3 tiger sharks and can kill all 3 tiger sharks, it still won't be unscathed. After thinking for a while, Lin Jiao stopped thinking about it. After all, since he came to this strange world, his cognition has been subverted more than once or twice. As long as the great white shark was not injured, who cares what the reason is? Just after the great white shark rushed towards the largest tiger shark, the other smaller tiger shark had already become timid. After seeing Lin Jiao, it rushed towards Lin Jiao without hesitation. Have to. This is treating him as a soft persimmon. Unfortunately, it was a wrong idea. If this tiger shark hadn't been injured at all and was in its prime, he would still be a little afraid of it. But now its body was covered with wounds, and the biggest wound was a piece of flesh almost as big as its head that had been bitten off. Lin Jiao raised a smile, holding the golden stick with a slight arc on his lips, just allowing him to test the power of the stick. Seeing that Lin Jiao did not dodge, the tiger shark hesitated for a moment, but soon rushed forward again. It didn't believe that it couldn't deal with this tiny creature in front of it. When Lin Jiao saw the attack from the tiger shark, he was not panicked at all, but rather a little excited. He raised the stick in his hand and rushed directly towards the tiger shark, and when he got close to it, he smashed it hard. The next moment, Lin Jiao smashed a deep hole in the tiger shark's body, and the shark twitched a few times before dying. Wow, this is too cool. Lin Jiao looked at the tiger shark's corpse in astonishment. He knew that the stick was no ordinary item, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. If the seawater hadn't taken away most of his strength, he felt that he could have split the tiger shark's body in two with this one blow. This is a treasure. Lin Jiao held the golden stick in his hand, reluctant to let it go. It was much better than any other. He turned his gaze towards the great white shark and wanted to go over to help, but he saw that the great white shark had also dealt with the largest tiger shark. Then the great white shark took a big bite out of the tiger shark's body and began chewing it. Seeing this, Lin Jiao was like, oh, this guy is really picky about food. Lin Jiao teleported the tiger shark's body next to him to 4,399, then swam to another tiger shark's body and teleported that to 4,399 as well. Moreover, he also instructed 4,399 not to sell the bodies of the two tiger sharks for the time being. He has to save it for the great white shark as food. After eating and drinking, the great white shark turned around and swam towards Lin Jiao, gently touching Lin Jiao's body with its forehead. It did not look as ferocious as it did when fighting with the tiger shark before. Instead, Lin Jiao felt like he had a pet dog. Lin Jiao smiled and sat on the great white shark's head, hugged the great white shark tightly, and swam upwards. Why hasn't the boss come back yet? It's almost dark. Boss, I hope nothing unexpected happened to you. How about I go down and take a look? Why do you always hope that your master will have an accident? Wait a minute, look at the sea. What's so good about the sea? I've been looking at it for so many days. I'm almost tired of it. Li Kuei turned his back to the sea and said something with disdain. Yang Chun shook his head repeatedly, pointed at the sea, and said with a worried look, no, there seems to be a layer of red floating on the sea surface. It looks like blood. After hearing this, Li Kuei quickly turned his head to look at the sea surface, only to see a faint red color on the sea surface. His face was immediately filled with worry, and he said, could the boss have really had an accident? No, I have to go down and take a look. Just as Li Kuei was about to swim to the bottom of the sea, a great white shark jumped out of the sea, creating a splash of water. Seeing this, Li Kuei's face showed a solemn expression. Because of the splashing water, he did not see Lin Jiao on the great white shark's head. He seemed to have thought of something and took another look at the Red Sea. He suddenly raised his crossbow, an angry look on his face, and roared. The boss must have died at the hands of this beast. Yang Chun, come with me to avenge our master. Li Kuei was not afraid of the great white shark's huge size. Yang Chun was also full of anger at this time. He raised his crossbow and aimed it at the sea. As long as the great white shark appears again, the two of them will shoot crossbows without hesitation. Just as the two of them were staring at the sea, Lin Jiao poked his head out of the sea and said with a smile, what revenge do you want? I'm not dead yet. Who do you two want to avenge? Lin Jiao naturally heard what Li Kuei said just now. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. Boss, are you okay? Li Kuei expressed a trace of doubt, and Lin Jiao said unhappily, what are you talking about? You have to wait for something to happen to me before you're happy, right? No. Boss, what's up with that boss shark? I thought. Lin Jiao smiled and waved his hand, then pointed at the bottom of the sea and said, come up. After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao said to the two of them, let me introduce a cute pet to you two. As soon as he finished speaking, the great white shark showed its head and pressed against Lin Jiao's body affectionately. Li Kuei and Yang Chun saw the great white shark being so intimate with Lin Jiao, and then thought about what Lin Jiao had just said. Li Kuei was shocked. He pointed at the great white shark and asked with some stammering, boss, this is the pet you mentioned? You actually described it as cute. I don't understand. Yang Chun was also shocked at this time. He kept rubbing his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded, patted the great white shark's forehead, and looked down. Isn't this cute? Eat. Lin Jiao then remembered that he had not yet named the great white shark. The naming genius is online again. He thought for a while, patted the great white shark on the forehead, and said with a smile, from now on, you can call me Xiao Bai. Since you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. Chapter 139. The naming genius is online again. Lin Jiao and his two companions set out on their journey home, while the great white shark followed closely under the island. It was already dark at this time. After fighting for an entire afternoon, Lin Jiao was extremely hungry. It's time for dinner. It's time for the great white shark to have dinner too. He opened his friend list and sent a message to 4399, asking for the tiger shark's body and the night pearl back. He placed the night pearl with 4399 when he was fighting with the tiger shark because he was afraid of losing it. After 4399 sent all the things over, Lin Jiao built a bonfire and roasted the shark meat on it first. He then built another bonfire and roasted the meat for himself. In order to prevent Xiao Bai from getting used to eating cooked meat, he first grilled tiger shark meat that was almost the same size as his face. When Li Kuei saw that Lin Jiao passed the shark meat exam, he smiled innocently and said a little embarrassedly, "Boss, can this shark meat also?" When Li Kuei was halfway through his speech, Lin Jiao understood what he meant and smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as you like to eat, you can eat as much as you want." "Thank you, boss." Li Kuei smiled and said thank you, then turned and ran to Yang Chun, took out his clone's fishing rod and started fishing. After Lin Jiao had put all the meat on the grill, he glanced at the golden stick next to him. He had just placed the stick on the trading platform and wanted to know the name of the stick, but the trading platform showed a string of question marks. Even the name was a question mark. This made him feel helpless, and he had to name it himself. After careful consideration, Lin Jiao decided to call it the Star Stick. Mighty and domineering. While waiting for the meat to be cooked, Lin Jiao felt a little bored. He opened the interface and saw the inquiry from 4399. "Boss, have you disturbed the shark den? There are already 7 or 8 of them. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He easily controlled so many sharks." Lin Jiao replied with a message and then switched to the regional channel. Within the regional channel, "Why hasn't 520 sold the crossbows yet? I've been living in fear these days, and I'll feel more at ease if I have crossbows. Shouldn't you know best why 520 boss doesn't sell crossbows?" "Huh, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered the boss. Brothers, have you paid attention to the sea? I just saw several fish on the sea surface. That's impossible. There are no other living things in this sea except sharks and drowned corpses." "That's right. Who are you trying to fool?" No. That's true. I just took a look and there were really a few fish swimming on the sea." "Impossible. I didn't see anything at all." "I saw it. It really exists." Seeing the speeches of everyone in the regional channel, Lin Jiao's mouth corners slightly raised. They didn't know about the changes in the underwater world yet, but he witnessed this change with his own eyes. To be more precise, he should have caused this change with his own hands. Just when Lin Jiao was lost in thought, Yang Chun shouted to Lin Jiao, "Boss, this fishing rod hasn't caught anything in 2 or 3 hours. Is it broken?" When Lin Jiao heard this, he frowned. This shouldn't be the case. After thinking for a moment, he slapped his thigh suddenly. He suddenly remembered that the next condition for upgrading the fishing rod was to find the treasure. The treasure is the Star Stick. He hasn't upgraded yet, so there's no way he can catch anything. How could he forget about this? Lin Jiao walked quickly towards Yang Chun and took the fishing rod from Yang Chun's hand. It was indeed time to upgrade. After he upgraded his fishing rod, a piece of text appeared before his eyes. Fishing rod gold bound. Attributes: double luck, bait fishing, clone, ocean breathing, friendly aura. Luck doubled. User: bait fishing, fishing efficiency. Avatar: can be split into ocean breathing. The owner of the fishing rod can breathe freely in water. Friendly aura: can control marine life. Maximum number is 10. Next upgrade condition: self-exploration. When Lin Jiao saw this friendly halo, his face was filled with excitement. If he was lucky, he could control 10 creatures with extremely strong attack power. But the next upgrade condition made him a little confused. What did this self-exploration mean? Let him discover it himself? Would I dig this out? There's not even a clue. I'm so sick. If he is lucky, he might be able to unlock it in the next second. If he is unlucky, he may never be able to unlock it until he dies. "Boss, it's messed up. It's messed up." At this time, Li Kuei quickly spoke and interrupted Lin Jiao's thoughts. After hearing this, Lin Jiao had a frown on his forehead and said, "You are confused." "No, boss. I was talking about the barbecue. The barbecue is burnt." Li Kuei pointed at the barbecue behind Lin Jiao with an anxious look on his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu quickly returned the fishing rod to Yang Chun and turned the barbecue over. Sure enough, it was burnt. After turning the barbecue over, Lin Jiu said to Yang Chun, "All right, it can be used now. Xiao Bai, it's time to eat." Lin Jiu held a piece of roasted shark meat in his hand and shouted at the sea. Soon, a head popped out of the water, and Lin Jiu threw the roasted shark meat to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai swallowed it in one gulp without chewing. This little bit was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Seeing Xiao Bai enjoying the meal, Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head. He was afraid that Xiao Bai didn't like it. Lin Jiu turned around and threw the remaining pieces of roasted tiger shark meat into the sea. Xiao Bai opened his mouth wide and caught them all. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu suddenly came up with an interesting idea. He picked up a piece of tiger shark meat and threw it back there. When Xiao Bai saw it, he dived into the sea without hesitation and swam towards the direction of the tiger shark meat. After a while, Xiao Bai swam back with the tiger shark meat in its mouth and ate it in front of Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect that this would actually work. Others tease dogs, but he teases great white sharks, and his cool personality immediately comes up. After Lin Jiu fed Xiao Bai, he smiled and shook his head, turned around, sat on the island, and started to feed his own stomach. I have to say, this little white guy has a really big appetite. A 6-meter-long tiger shark was basically eaten in one meal, and the rest went into Li Kuei's stomach. Lin Jiu glanced at Li Kuei, who was eating with gusto, and asked with a smile, "Is this shark meat delicious?" "Delicious. So delicious." As expected, Brother Han Exin didn't lie to me. As Li Kuei spoke, he smacked his lips constantly. This made Lin Jiu speechless. He couldn't eat this thing anyway. At first, he was just curious about what shark meat tasted like. After all, he had never eaten shark meat before and wanted to experience it. But after that experience, he never wanted to eat shark meat again. Even if you add a bunch of seasonings and burn it, the smell can't be covered up. After a simple dinner, Lin Jiu controlled the island and continued to drive towards home. If nothing goes wrong, I will be home by tomorrow noon at the latest. Chapter 140. The war is about to begin. Boss, don't sleep. Something's happening. Inside the tent, Li Kuei kept shaking Lin Jiu's arm. Lin Jiu opened his eyes dazedly and asked incoherently, "What's wrong?" "Boss, there's something going on outside." At this time, Lin Jiu heard it clearly, and his sleepiness disappeared immediately. With a tired face, he looked at Li Kuei and said, "Situation? Are there pirates?" Li Kuei nodded, then shook his head and said, "I don't know if it was a pirate, but I saw the bright spot you mentioned, so I came over to call you." After hearing this, Lin Jiu got up and walked out of the tent. Yang Chun was already standing at the edge with a crossbow in his hand. Look closely. A blurry island appeared in his field of vision. There were a few small black dots standing on the island. It could be seen that there were roughly 4 people. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to call me when you saw the fire? You're calling now that it's almost in front of us." There was some dissatisfaction in Lin Jiu's tone. He had specifically instructed Li Kuei to call him as soon as he saw a bright spot. Li Kuei scratched his head with a look of injustice on his face and said, "Boss, I called you as soon as I saw the bright spot. I stood outside the tent and called you for a long time, but you ignored me." After Li Kuei finished speaking, Lin Jiu stood there in a daze. Is this true? Lin Jiu stood there and thought for a while. It seemed that this was really the case. He heard someone calling him, but he thought he was dreaming, so he ignored it. It was mainly because he was too exhausted from what he experienced yesterday afternoon, and his whole body was filled with fatigue. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu scratched his head embarrassedly and said to Li Kuei, "I am sorry. I wrongly blamed you." Li Kuei smiled generously and said, "It's okay, boss. I don't take it seriously." Lin Jiu set his sights on the island heading towards him. Seeing that the island was getting closer and closer, he opened the interface and glanced at the lower left corner. Early morning highlights. Damn it. Don't these pirates sleep? They're not sleepy, but I am. If it weren't a pirate, it would be easy to deal with. But if it were a pirate, huh? When the opponent was 200 meters away from him, Lin Jiu gave Yang Chun a look. Yang Chun nodded and shouted to the distance, "People in front, please stop, or we will give you a severe blow." After Yang Chun finished shouting, the other party showed no intention of stopping. Seeing this, Yang Chun shouted a few more times, but the other party still showed no intention of stopping. "Have to. What a pirate. It never ends." Lin Jiu gave Yang Chun and the other man a look Then he loaded the crossbow with arrows. Lin Jiao raised the crossbow and aimed it at the feet of several figures, ready to shoot an arrow to intimidate the other party and make them retreat. After all, he is a kind person, and fighting and killing is not in line with his character. He was just about to shoot the crossbow when he suddenly felt alert and sensed danger, so he subconsciously dodged to the side. Lin Jiao turned his head and looked at the land behind him, his eyes fixed and revealed a chill. A trident was stuck in the ground behind him. Then he turned his gaze towards the island opposite, his eyes revealing murderous intent. The man who could throw the trident at him accurately from a distance of nearly 200 meters must be no ordinary person. Even if he can't be compared with Han Xian and others, he won't be much worse. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao waved at the two of them. Then he picked up the crossbow, aimed at the figures on the island on the ground, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. All 3 crossbow arrows were shot out, but the opponents were obviously not the same weaklings as before. Several of them dodged easily, and only one arrow hit one of them in the thigh. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao licked his lips. He had run into a tough guy. It just so happens that he has already had enough of bullying the weak ones. This makes things more interesting. Lin Jiao put down the crossbow and picked up the star stick. He felt a little excited, as if the warlike factor in his body had awakened since the battle with several tiger sharks yesterday afternoon. Yang Chun and Li Kuei also put down their crossbows and picked up their weapons. There is not much point in using crossbow arrows at this time. After all, the opponent is not those idiots we met before. The other party was shot by Lin Jiao's crossbow and dared not show their heads. They could only hide behind boxes and other supplies, waiting to approach Lin Jiao's island. Master, should we still take action? The other side has crossbows. A man hiding behind a box asked the man next to him, and the man said, "Of course, I have to." The man looked at his subordinate's thigh with disdain, and regardless of his subordinate's pain, he pulled the crossbow arrow out of his thigh. The subordinate lying on the ground covered the bleeding wound, his face full of pain, and he let out a scream. "You idiot, you're still screaming in pain." The man looked at the bloody arrow and the iron arrowhead, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Arrows with iron-tipped arrows. This is unheard of. Even the 520 that sells the best quality crossbow arrows does not have arrows with iron arrowheads. They only sell wooden arrowheads. If he could snatch it away, it would be no big deal for him to become the overlord of the sea. Thinking of this, he licked his lips, his face full of greed. He wished he could come to Lin Jiao's island right now. If he didn't have these supplies as cover on his island, he would have escaped long ago. But unfortunately, he did. The man who spoke first saw the greed and excitement on his master's face and couldn't help feeling a little worried. He always has a bad feeling. This time the opponent is not easy to deal with. I don't ask for him to be captured alive. Your own safety is the most important thing. Yang Chun nodded with the trident in his hand. Li Kuei patted his chest and said confidently, "Boss, don't worry, I don't care who's on the other side." When Lin Jiao heard this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It is good to be confident, but being overconfident is not a good thing. But he didn't say much. It would be good for Li Kuei to suffer a loss once and learn a lesson from it. Lin Jiao looked at the island less than 100 meters away, a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Holding the star stick, all the warlike cells in his body jumped. Seeing the other side's island getting closer and closer, Lin Jiao said with a serious face, "Prepare for battle. The war is about to break out." Chapter 141. Cute Xiaobai? Fuck. Lin Jiao looked at the scene in front of him and exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. What did he see? When the opponent was only 50 meters away from him, Xiaobai used its body to continuously hit the opponent's island, and the opponent's island suddenly shook violently. Under Lin Jiao's shocked gaze, the supplies on the other side's island slid into the sea, and even more so, one of them slid into the sea. There is no need to think about the fate of the person who slipped into the sea. It would be good enough if he could leave his body intact. Afterwards, the 3 people remaining on the island had terrified faces and held on to something safe to prevent themselves from falling. What is this? Is this an earthquake? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is going on? Master, hold on tight. Be careful not to fall. I'm holding on tight, Chow. The remaining 3 people on the island shouted in panic, and Lin Jiao, who had a loud voice, heard it. Lin Jiao shook his head upon seeing this. He thought he could satisfy his urge to do it again, but unexpectedly, alas, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. After seeing that the collision was useless, Xiaobai stopped attacking. Several people on the island patted their chests and forced themselves to calm down. Just when they thought everything was fine, Xiaobai swam to a nearby distance, then turned its head towards them, accelerated, and when it approached their island, it jumped out of the sea, opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. What the hell? What is this? Mom, I want to go home to my mom. Shark. Holy shit. Where in the world can there be such a big shark? Fuck your mother's snake skin, it's so big. The three frightened people on the island were filled with despair when they saw Xiaobai, who was bigger than their island. The three were so frightened that they forgot about running away. No, to be more precise, there was nowhere to run. They now have only two choices. One is to lie on the island and wait to die. The other is to jump into the sea and wait to die. Linjiu thinks that it is better to die by jumping into the sea, as it will be a more peaceful death. Half of Xiaobai's huge body fell heavily on the island, and two of them were directly crushed into meat patties, a bloody mess. The other person was luckier and was less than 1 meter away from Xiaobai's head. The last person who survived sat on the ground in panic. When he saw Xiaobai's sharp teeth and murderous eyes, he was frightened to death and fainted. At the moment before he fainted, he had only one thought in his mind. Why wasn't he the one who was crushed to death? After seeing that the man fainted, Xiaobai lost interest and swam back into the sea. When Yang Chun and Li Kuei saw this scene, they looked at each other with shock on their faces, and both of them couldn't help swallowing. This pet is so fucking scary. After doing all this, Xiaobai swam slowly to the side of Linjiu Island, then stuck his head out and blinked cutely. It was as if the brutal act just now was not done by it. Linjiu squatted down speechlessly and rubbed Xiaobai's head with his hand. Xiaobai showed an expression of enjoyment and shook his head. Linjiu rubbed Xiaobai's head and said earnestly, "Xiaobai, don't be so cruel next time. Be gentler. We are civilized people, and you are civilized fish. Don't always fight and kill. What if the parents report it because it's too bloody?" Regardless of whether Xiaobai understood or not, Linjiu continued to speak. "Look, you just killed them all. How can I expand my team? There was obviously someone with extraordinary skills just now, which made me lose another general. Remember." Afterwards, Linjiu began a 10-minute lecture. Li Kuei and Yang Chun listened to Lin Jiu scolding Xiaobai, their faces filled with surprise and a hint of speechlessness. Ugh, all civilizations are fake. The real thing is wanting to recruit subordinates. One dares to teach, and the other dares to listen. It's amazing. After Linjiu finished his lecture, he grilled a large piece of tiger shark meat and threw it into the sea as a reward for its heroic behavior. Well, he was actually hungry, so he grilled some tiger shark meat. After eating and drinking, Linjiu collected the other party's island and returned to his tent to catch up on his good beauty sleep. Good morning. Linjiu walked out of the tent and greeted Li Kuei, who was fishing. Yang Chun had already gotten up, built a bonfire, and started making breakfast. After seeing this scene, Linjiu nodded with satisfaction, feeling very relieved. Snort. He was just about to wash up when he heard a pig squeal. He turned around and saw a little pig lying next to his tent. He was a little surprised that he hadn't noticed it when he just came out. Li Kuei, did you catch this? Linjiu regretted asking this question. Wasn't it just a nonsense question? Apart from being caught by fishing, could it have appeared out of thin air? Li Kuei didn't say anything, just nodded, his face full of sleepiness. Linjiu smiled and shook his head. He was really tired. Usually Li Kuei loved to talk the most, but now he didn't even want to talk. After washing up, while eating the barbecue prepared by Yang Chun, he subconsciously opened the interface and switched to the regional channel. This was his only place for entertainment. Within the regional channel. Oh, these pirates are too rampant now. I can't even sleep well. I discovered that if you use an ordinary wooden board, you'll not be able to shoot through it if you are more than 100 meters away. If you use the crossbow arrow sold by 25475, you will not be able to shoot through it if you're more than 50 meters away. Fuck, really? Thank you, brother. From now on, I will sleep hugging the board. Sleeping with a wooden board? I caught a warrior today. It's no use for you to sleep with an iron board. Pirates again. Damn, they're from the Plunderer Alliance. Never mind. I can't afford to offend them. Oh, what bad luck. Forget it. I'll just run away. The topic of pirates is still being discussed in the regional channel. It seems that pirates have indeed caused troubles for many people. What surprised Linjiu was that the prestige of the Plunderers Alliance was so high now that no one dared to go against one of the people in the alliance. He remembered that there were many people in the regional channel who were attacking pirates as soon as they saw them. But why are there no people now? Could it be that he is afraid of being killed by a single player offline? Not only that, he also discovered that most players already had their own alliances, and lone wolves were almost invisible. The ones he saw the most were the Marauders, the Protection Society, and an alliance called the Straw Hat Pirates. I don't know which middle school boy came up with this name. A morning passed quickly. Lin Jiao opened the map and found that he was getting closer and closer to home. It will take at most half an hour to get home. Chapter 142, Arrived Home. The bet between Daji and her 3 daughters. Lin Jiao sat beside the tent, teasing the little pig. You know what? The little pig was quite cute when it whined. This made Lin Jiao feel reluctant to make braised pork in the future. After teasing the piglet for a while, Lin Jiao took a look at the map and saw that it was almost there. Boss, look, our island. I'm finally back. Li Kuei, who was sitting on the beach fishing, shouted excitedly when he saw an island not far away. He was so bored these past few days. He was almost going crazy. There was no one to talk to. Young Chun? Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao had no idea what Li Kuei was thinking. He smiled, looked towards the island not far away, and asked, "How do you know that it is our island and not someone else's? That island is so big. It must belong to us. Besides, you can only snatch it away from us. No, who else can fish up so much land?" Li Kuei quickly changed his words when he was halfway through his speech. He almost let the cat out of the bag. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He turned his head carefully and glanced at Lin Jiao. Seeing that Lin Jiao did not respond, he patted his chest and whispered, "Luckily, fortunately I changed my mind quickly, otherwise I would have missed out on lunch and dinner today." "Who told you that lunch and dinner would be gone?" Li Kuei said subconsciously. "Of course it's Brother Han Xen." Halfway through his speech, Li Kuei realized something was wrong and quickly turned around, only to see Lin Jiao standing behind him, staring at him with a playful smile. "Boss, no, it was definitely not Brother Han Xen who told me." Li Kuei waved his hands repeatedly and spoke. After hearing what he said, Yang Chun, who was standing by, could not help but cover his head with his hands. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face, and he was already praying for Han Xen in his heart. Lin Jiao was also amused after hearing this. Is this confessing one's mistake? But he was in a good mood today and was too lazy to argue with Li Kuei, so he simply assumed that he believed it and nodded. Then he looked at his home, which was getting closer and closer, with a slight smile on his face. It had only been less than 3 days since he left home, but he already missed it a little. A night alone, lonely and chilly. He missed the meals cooked by his lovely Kai Wenji, Daji, Hua Milan, and Xiao Biluo. At this time, in the fishing area of the island. "Brother Zhao, how much land do you think the master will take back this time?" Kai Wenji turned her head, stroked the cute hair in her arms with her hand, and asked Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong lowered his head and thought for a while, then slowly said, "It should be a little more than twice as much as last time. After all, this is the 3rd day that the boss has been out." "Sister Kai Wenji, why are you thinking about this? With the master's personality, it wouldn't be surprising if he robbed another island as big as ours." Daji pouted and said this, lowering her head to fiddle with the hem of her skirt. After hearing this, Kai Wenji nodded and said in agreement, "I suddenly feel sorry for the group of people who met the master. They are so pitiful." Daji's attention was not focused on what Kai Wenji said, and her mind was already wandering somewhere else. After a while, Daji's eyes lit up and she said, "How about we make a bet? Whoever loses will have sex with the master tonight." When she said the last sentence, Daji's face turned red instantly, and Kai Wenji and Hua Milan also blushed after hearing it. Zhao Zilong left tactfully at this time. This was not something he could accept. "This is not good. Sister Daji, what are we betting on?" Kai Wenji looked shy and said no at first, but her eyes were full of anticipation and she couldn't help but ask a question later. Daji narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Let's bet on how much land the master can bring back this time. Whoever guesses the closest number will get tonight." By the time she got to the end, Daji was too embarrassed to continue. After hearing this, Hua Mulan and Kai Wenji both nodded, their faces full of anticipation. When Daji saw that both of them agreed, she blushed and said, "Since you've agreed, let me say this first. I guess the owner will take 200 square meters of land this time." Kai Wenji lowered her head and thought for a while before speaking. "I think it's 150 square meters." Then Daji and Kai Wenji both looked at Hua Milan, and Hua Milan said a little embarrassedly, Then, then I'll guess 500 square meters. After the three of them guessed, they smiled at each other, and the three women's faces were full of confidence and a hint of expectation. At this time, Han Xin shouted from a distance, "The boss is back." After hearing this, Daji and her two daughters quickly put down their fishing rods, told Ian Lily and the other two to keep an eye on the fishing rods, and then ran towards Han Xin. When Daji and the other two ran to Han Xin, Lin Jiao was already standing next to Han Xin, and Li Kuei and Yang Chun had moved all the supplies down. Daji suppressed her excitement, walked towards Lin Jiao, and asked with a look of joy on her face, "Master, how much land did you bring back this time?" Lin Jiao showed a hint of surprise on his face. Why would Daji think of asking this? He pointed to the land next to him and said, "No, here it is." Daji glanced at the land next to her, was stunned for a moment, and asked in disbelief, "That's all? Impossible. This doesn't suit your style, master. There's absolutely no problem with taking a 200 square meter island." Before Lin Jiao could speak, Kai Wenji said excitedly, "Yeah, I won. I guess closest." Lin Jiao looked puzzled and asked, "What did you win?" "The closest guess." Kai Wenji then remembered that Lin Jiao was still here. Thinking of the bet just now, she quickly turned around and left. "Daji, what happened to Kai Wenji? Is she in a bad mood?" Seeing this, Lin Jiao had no choice but to turn around and ask Daji. Daji didn't say a word, and turned away with a hint of disappointment on her face. Now Lin Jiao was even more confused and looked at Hua Mulan. Before he could say anything, Hua Mulan turned around and ran away like a frightened rabbit. Lin Jiao was dumbfounded. Why were these three people acting weird today? Zhao Zilong, who was standing aside, was a little conflicted. He was wondering whether he should tell Lin Jiao or not, but after thinking for a while, he gave up. After all, Kai Wenji is the future boss lady. If he offends her because of this, he will probably have to skip a few meals in the future. For the sake of a few meals, Zhao Zilong chose to keep silent and pretend that he knew nothing. When Lei Fadeda heard that Lin Jiao had returned, he put down his work and came to Lin Jiao. "Boss, you're back." Lin Jiao nodded, smiled, and asked, "How is the construction progress on the island?" "Boss, the cafeteria we built according to your request is a bit large, so the progress is a bit slow. It will not be completed until this afternoon." Lin Jiao nodded after hearing this. This was normal. For such a large project, it was already very fast to complete it in 3 days. When I was on Earth, some buildings took 4 to 5 years to build. One can imagine how much these people delayed the progress. Of course, only some, not all. "How are the seats and chairs doing?" After hearing this, Lei Fadeda smiled and replied, "Boss, Mosey has already prepared enough seats and benches for 60 people, and we will gradually increase the number later." After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. Just as he turned to ask Zhao Zilong some things about the island, a familiar voice came from a distance. "Dinner is ready." Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect that he would arrive just in time for dinner. Chapter 143. Isn't she cute? Very well behaved. Delicious. So delicious. I'm tired of eating barbecue after a few days. Li Kuei kept digging at the rice in the bowl and wolfing it down, as if he hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. Although Yang Chun was not like him, he was not much better. Han Xin and the others shook their heads with lingering fear when they saw this. Fortunately, they did not go out with Lin Jiao, otherwise they would be the ones eating now. Lin Jiao's face was full of helplessness. Why, wasn't the barbecue he made delicious? "Cut! Notaste! Boss, watch your back." Han Xin had a look of shock on his face. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and pointed behind Lin Jiao. After hearing this, the others looked in the direction of Han Xion's finger, and their faces were filled with shock. Some even dropped their chopsticks on the ground in shock. Han Xion and his companions did not even bother to eat, and hurriedly took the crossbows on their backs and prepared for battle. Lin Jiao was a little curious about what could have caused so many people to start a war. He did not let his guard down. With a serious look on his face, he took out the crossbow from behind and turned his head. Puff! Lin Jiao turned around and saw the creature that made Han Xion and others feel like they were seeing a mortal enemy, Xiaobai's head and a row of teeth. Han Xion and others were puzzled, wondering why Lin Jiao could laugh when he saw such a huge shark. Lin Jiao smiled and waved at a few people, saying, "Put down all the crossbows. I forgot to introduce you to my new pet, Xiaobai. Isn't he adorable?" Han Xion was stunned and somewhat unbelievable after hearing this. After hearing this, The horror on Daji's and other two daughters' faces turned into speechlessness. They called this thing cute? Lin Jiao stood up with a smile and walked toward Xiaobai. He was so busy with his lunch that he actually forgot about Xiaobai. His memory. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, then came to Xiaobai and stretched out his hand to touch Xiaobai's forehead when Han Xian shouted with a worried look on his face. Boss you, don't worry. It's okay. Xiaobai is very good. Lin Jiao turned around and said with a smile, waving his hand nonchalantly, signaling Han Xian and others not to worry. After hearing this, Han Xian and others were speechless. Looking at Xiaobai's sharp teeth, it was really hard to associate the word Xiaobai with the word very obedient. Although Lin Jiao gave the order, Han Xian and others were still not at ease and alert. They pointed their crossbows at Xiaobai. As long as Xiaobai made any rash move, they would shoot the crossbow without hesitation. Only Yang Chun and Li Kuei didn't care at all. They ate and drank as usual. They had already understood it clearly in the past few days. This great white shark is very obedient in Lin Jiao's hands, even more obedient than a dog. Under the vigilant gaze of Han Xian and his companions, Lin Jiao reached out and touched Xiaobai's forehead. Xiaobai nudged Lin Jiao's hand affectionately and twisted his body. When Han Xian and others saw this scene, they were stunned, especially Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji glanced at Meng Meng in her arms and suddenly felt that Meng Meng in her arms was not as obedient as a shark. When everyone saw that nothing was wrong, they turned around and started eating. Han Xian and Zhao Zilong turned their heads after taking a bite of their food to avoid any accidents. But obviously, this worry is unnecessary. The people who were eating admired Lin Jiao even more. After teasing Xiaobai for a while, Lin Jiao was about to ask Xiao Biluo to prepare barbecue for Xiaobai when Xiaobai suddenly dived into the water, which stunned him. Not long after, Xiaobai emerged from the sea again, but the difference was that he had the corpse of a tiger shark in his mouth. When Lin Jiao saw it, he was stunned. He saw Xiaobai putting the tiger shark's body on the island and shaking his head constantly, as if indicating something. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect that Xiaobai was so smart and could find food by himself. He didn't need to worry about anything. At first, he was worried that Xiaobai wouldn't eat other barbecues. Oh, he was overthinking it. Judging from Xiaobai's expression, it seems that he wants him to roast it and eat it. Have to. He has developed a picky taste. You can't eat it raw. Lin Jiao turned around and saw Xiao Biluo eating with gusto. He felt embarrassed to interrupt her. After all, she was busy all day. He thought it better to do it himself. He built a campfire, found a piece of wood, pierced the entire body of the tiger shark, put on the campfire, and began to show off his superb cooking skills. After he fed Xiaobai and teased her for a while, he turned around and walked back to the shed. He saw only some leftover soup and his bowl of rice on the table. Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment. A wry smile appeared on his face. Well, he had to do it himself again to have enough food and clothing. Just when he was thinking of the worst outcome, he saw Xiao Biluo bringing out a pot of braised pork with a smile on her face. Seeing this, Lin Jiao was delighted. Good, good. Must add chicken drumsticks. Zilong, has anything happened on the island these days? After eating and drinking, Lin Jiao came to Zhao Zilong and asked with a smile on his face. After thinking for a while, Zhao Zilong shook his head and said, Nothing happened on the island, except for the spawning of some monsters and the fishing of boxes containing monsters, just like before. When talking about the wooden box, Zhao Zilong paused and continued. Boss, by the way, there are 7 or 8 new people on the island. Lin Jiao's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands and asked excitedly, Where is he? Where is he? Why didn't I see him just now? Boss, he was having dinner with us just now. There was a trace of helplessness on Zhao Zilong's face, and Lin Jiao's expression looked a little strange. Is this true? No wonder he always felt that the dining area was a lot more crowded, but he didn't pay attention. It seems that building a cafeteria was a very correct decision. While Lin Jiao was thinking, Zhao Zilong had already turned around and left, calling over the few people he had caught. When several people stood in front of Lin Jiao asked them one by one and found that they were all ordinary people, which made him a little disappointed. My luck has been a bit bad lately. Why do I always catch ordinary people? He only has a few subordinates worth mentioning on the island now. Daji, Han Xian, Zhao Zilong, Kai Wenji Huatamalan, Hua, to Lei Fatata Mozi. When he thought of this, Lin Jiao was stunned. It seemed that there were already a lot. Compared with the other survivors, he was simply a big brother. Well, or maybe he was too greedy. Lin Jiao turned around and asked Zhao Zilong, Zilong, have their jobs been arranged? Zhao Zilong smiled bitterly, spread his hands, and said, why should I make any arrangements, boss? Mosey and the others have already divided up all these people. When Lin Jiao saw Zhao Zilong's resentful expression, he knew that Moz and the others definitely did not leave any people for Zhao Zilong's patrol team. Lin Jiao patted Zhao Zilong's shoulder sympathetically and said with a smile, it's okay. Next time I'll leave the first one to your patrol team. After hearing this, Zhao Zilong felt a little relieved. He nodded, said a few words to Lin Jiao, and continued his patrol. Lin Jiao looked at Zhao Zilong's back, smiled, and shook his head. Chapter 144. You dig your own grave? Vote. Lin Jiao came to Mosey's office at this time, and saw Mosey and Master Li were busy. One of them was one of the 7 or 8 people he had just seen. Master Li and that man were making crossbow arrows, and Mosey was making a crossbow cart. Boss. When Moz turned around to get the parts, he happened to see Lin Jiao standing at the door. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded to him, making a gesture. After hearing this, Master Li and the other man put down their work and turned to look at Lin Jiao. It's okay. I just came over to take a look. You guys continue with your work. Don't worry about me. Lin Jiao suddenly felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by 3 people and said something quickly. After hearing this, the 3 of them started to get busy again. Lin Jiao walked to Master Li, squatted down, and asked, Master Li, how many crossbows have been made for sale? He still cares about this issue. After all, who wouldn't care about making money? Every day, a bunch of his friends would send him messages asking him when he would sell the crossbows, and he was almost annoyed. Boss, we have already made 200 crossbows, and we still have 1,000 arrows. After hearing this, Lin Jiao showed a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect the efficiency to be so fast. But when he took a look at the new person next to him, he understood. Master Li made crossbows, and this man was responsible for making arrows, so it was not surprising that he was faster. Don't forget to make the crossbow arrows for our own use. After hearing this, Master Li smiled and said, Boss, don't worry. There are 20 crossbows in the warehouse for our own use. They are being made every day. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. After talking to Master Li for a few more words, he came to Moz and asked, Lao Mo, how is the production of the crossbow cart going? Boss, this is the 3rd crossbow cart. Don't worry, it's absolutely powerful. Mosey answered Lin Jiao while installing the parts. Seeing that Moz was so busy, Lin Jiao didn't say anything more. He nodded, turned around, and walked out of the room. After he took another round of inspection of the canteen building, he was very satisfied with it. This canteen could be said to be the largest house on his island. After taking a look around, Lin Jiao came to the place he was most concerned about, Oyezi. He was very curious about how many pieces of iron Oyezi had in these few days. As Lin Jiao walked into Oyezi's blacksmith shop, the temperature suddenly rose, making him feel like he had entered a pool of magma. Oyezi and Li Si were busy doing their own work, and Lin Jiao did not make a sound to disturb them. After taking a look, Lin Jiao found that most of the tools inside had been replaced with iron tools. It seemed that a lot of iron blocks had been caught recently. Coming to the 3 wooden boxes, Lin Jiao took a look and found that they were full of iron blocks. It was simply incredible, but unfortunately, it is still not enough at present. Lin Jiao picked up a relatively large piece of iron and shook it in his hand. Then the next second, his hand slipped and it fell heavily to the ground. Boom! The sound of the iron block falling to the ground immediately attracted Oyezi and Li Si, who were working. When Oyezi saw Lin Jiao, he looked a little surprised and spoke first. Boss, when did you come? I just got here not long ago. I accidentally disturbed you. Sorry. Lin Jiao felt a little embarrassed. He squatted down, picked up the iron block, and put it into the box. It's okay, boss. After Oyezi finished speaking, Lin Jiao looked at the 3 large boxes of iron blocks and asked with a smile, Oldo, how many iron arrowheads have you made? Oyezi thought for a while, wiped his clothes with his hands, and said, Boss, I can't remember exactly. Maybe around 400 or 500. When Lin Jiao heard this number, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He stood at the door, turned around, and asked, By the way, you've caught so many men, but why haven't you added any more people here? Oyezi smiled bitterly and said, Boss, you know that the temperature in this blacksmith shop is so high. Who would want to come here? After hearing this, Lin Jiao didn't say anything. He just nodded and walked out. This was indeed a problem. It's such a hot place, like a furnace. No one would want to come here. Arriving at the warehouse, Lin Jiao opened the interface, ready to have the supplies of 4,399 and 84995 delivered to him. A day ago, the two of them had sold everything they had, and when they wanted to send the acquired supplies to him, he flatly refused. After all, he was still outside at that time, and the 20-square-meter island was not enough. He sent a message to inform the two and then received the supplies. After Lin Jiao took a look, he suddenly found that the supplies seemed to be missing 1/3, which he did not understand. Why are there so many fewer supplies? Lin Jiao sent a message to ask in the Alliance channel, and 4399 and 84995 rushed to speak in the Alliance channel. Within the Alliance, ZG4399, Boss, the food price is now reduced by 1/3. ZG84995, yes. Some people even reduced the price by half, and some even reduced it by 2/3. ZG4399, they are all so black-hearted, damn. ZG84995, oh, you can swear, it seems that they're really pissed you off. ZG4399, go to hell. Huh. Seeing the two of them quarreling again like a pair of bickering lovers, Lin Jiao showed a look of helplessness on his face. When will these two people calm down? But he was more curious about why the price of food had dropped so much. Prices usually drop, but not to such an exaggerated extent. Why have food prices dropped so much? Lin Jiao couldn't help but ask the two people in the channel. After listening to their explanations, his face was full of black lines. The reason is that there are a lot of fish in the sea, and most people no longer care about food. They just want to be full, so naturally the prices have dropped a lot. After learning the reason, Lin Jiao's forehead was filled with black lines, thinking that he was the emotional culprit. Too careless. It's okay to dig your own grave. Afterwards, 4399 sent him a private message. Boss, do you know the reason for these changes in the sea? I don't know. How can I know such a thing? Lin Jiao insisted that he had no idea. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to tell others that he had dug a hole in his own heart. Yes, if you knew, you would definitely use the back door. Well, how could I know such a thing? After Lin Jiao replied the message, there was a strange look on his face. He didn't know about the back door, but he knew he had a golden finger. Lin Jiao called a few people and moved the supplies into the warehouse. He then selected some food that was about to expire and sent it to 4,399 and 84995. Now, he has more important things to do. Chapter 145, we've met before. Lin Jiao came to the box where Masterly placed the crossbow arrows and counted them. There were a total of 158 crossbow arrows. There were also rhino armors placed next to them, but the number was much smaller, only about 50 sets. It's not that Li Si is slow, but that the materials are limited and he is unlucky enough to encounter fewer violent rhinos. Lin Jiao opened the regional channel, ready to sell them all out. Made a lot of money again today, hee hee. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao's mouth curled up slightly. His daily happiness was to make money, and make more money. Within the regional channel, the price of crossbows has been greatly reduced. The original price of the island is 5 square meters, but now it is 3 square meters. Hurry and buy it. Holy shit. Really? Price cut? Here I come. Damn it. I'm not going to wait until 520 to sell it. This is a full 7 square meters cheaper. There's no need to wait any longer. I'll go for it first. I think so. For the same price, I can buy 3 crossbows from 25475. I can accept a slightly lower range and power. You guys can buy it if you want. I'm going to wait for 520 boss to sell crossbows. Only with high quality can I survive better here. I think so too. No matter how much quantity there is, it is not as good quality. I will wait a little longer. Just wait a minute, I'll go buy it first. When Lin Jiao saw all this in the regional channel, a slight smile appeared on his face. He originally wanted to sell it for 10 square meters, but the huge price reduction of 25,475 put him at a disadvantage. After all, many people bought it because of the low price. He thought about it and changed the words he had typed in the chat box to 5 square meters. I heard that a lot of people miss me recently. I was delayed by something. I'm selling crossbows now. One crossbow costs 5 square meters and comes with 10 arrows. After Lin Jiao sent this line of words, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Stealing business from him, huh? So funny. Come on. Let's see who can steal the business from the other. After Lin Jiao sent this message, the regional channel suddenly exploded. Fuck, the boss is here. Boss, the price is so cheap. I'm the first one to rush in. Luckily, I didn't buy 25,475 crossbow arrows just now. Ha ha ha. Huge profit. Thing. I'm crying. I just bought something from 25475. I'm going to ask if I can get a refund. I just said, believe in the boss and you will have eternal life. Boss YYDS. Yes. 520 big brother YYDS. Single forever. The guy upstairs, you are so cruel. The smart people have already gone to buy it. I've already bought it, and now I'm back to brag to you guys. Go quickly, or they'll sell out. Lin Jiu was very busy at this time. A lot of people came to him to buy. He didn't know what brand of server this interface was, and it hadn't been overcrowded yet. Lin Jiu sales are booming, while 25,475 sales are booming. Fuck, what the hell? A middle-aged man with a full beard sat on a bench with a furious look on his face. He slammed the chair with his hand, his face full of anger. At this time, there were nearly 300 crossbows in front of him, which had cost most of his belongings to make. He didn't have a fishing rod as abnormal as Lin Jiu's, so he couldn't catch much wood, and the price of wood was ridiculously expensive now. If he hadn't relied on supplies handed in by players who joined his alliance, he wouldn't have been able to afford so much wood. He also relied on these crossbows to make a fortune, and he rose directly to replace Lin Jiu's position. Seeing that Lin Jiu had not come out to sell crossbows for many days, he bought up wood like crazy and asked Gao Shizi to make so many crossbows overnight. Gao Shizi was Mosey's disciple. As a result, just when he was about to make a fortune today, Lin Jiu happened to come out to sell crossbows and even reduce the price by half. Chow! Damn it! Thinking of this, 25,475 couldn't help but swear. He still owes supplies to many allies. Not to mention making any profit today, he probably won't even be able to pay back the supplies he owes. He patted his chest several times and comforted himself in his heart that perhaps some people would come to him to buy. After all, it was impossible for 520 to produce thousands or tens of thousands of crossbows, so there would always be people who would buy them. Thinking of this, he finally felt a little relieved. But the next second, he opened the interface and saw that a lot of people had sent messages asking for refunds, which made him angry again after calming down with great difficulty. He really wanted to curse at these people, but he held back. After all, these people would be his bread and butter in the future, and whether he could make a profit depended on them. He had no choice but to respond to these players one by one in a calm tone. Dear, I'm sorry, but we cannot return the goods once they are sold. Dear, I'm sorry, I have to sell. Relative. After Lin Jiu finally sold all the crossbow arrows, he let out a long sigh. He was so damn tired. For the first time, he felt that making money was tiring and annoying. But when he saw the more than 700 square meters of land in his hand, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly and made another small profit. He feels good about making money, but he must be almost vomiting because of the 25,475. Thinking of this, he laughed even more happily. Wow. Of course, he just hoped to discuss the other party and mess with 25,475's mentality, but he never thought of making him bankrupt. After all, at this stage, everyone is short of crossbows and arrows. Let alone 100 crossbows, even hundreds or thousands of them would not be enough. Therefore, there will definitely be people who will buy the 25,475 crossbow arrows, but they will definitely be severely cut by those people in the channel. It is unlikely to sell it at the price of 3 square meters per piece. After taking a rest, Lin Jiu let out a long sigh, and then he had to continue working. Within the regional channel, since there are only a few crossbows, a large number of people still haven't bought any. In order to repay everyone for waiting for so many days, I plan to sell another 50 sets of rhino armor. Fuck, is this how a big boss behaves? Love it. I was just worried about not being able to buy crossbow arrows, and now they're selling rhino armor. That's great. Sure enough, the boss's demeanor is different from that of some people. TSK. From now on, I will buy things from the big boss and the Pirate Merchant Alliance. I love merchants like this who care about us. When Lin Jiu saw these comments on the regional channel, he laughed, a laugh from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, the capitalist methods are still effective. He made a lot of money, and other people have to thank him. This feeling, oh, that's really good. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Jiu sold out all 50 sets of rhinoceros armor and exchanged them for a large amount of clay, stone bricks, iron blocks, etc. Lin Jiu couldn't help but smack his lips at this speed, And because of this wave of operations, 4399 and 84995 also benefited a lot. He was just about to sit down and drink some water to rest when he heard Daji standing not far away shouting, "Master, come and have a look. A man has been caught here. We have seen him before." Chapter 146, Li Si reappears. "Master, come and have a look. A man has been caught here. We have seen him before." After hearing this, Lin Jiao showed a hint of curiosity. They had met before? How was it possible? Without caring about anything else, Lin Jiao walked towards Daji, his heart full of curiosity. Arriving at the fishing area, Lin Jiao was so shocked when he saw the man he had hooked that the crossbow in his hand dropped to the ground. Yes, he had met that person before, and he was deeply impressed. The man came over respectfully, bent down, and shouted, "Owner." At this time, Lin Jiao's face had become speechless, and he asked helplessly, "Your name is Li Si, right?" The man looked puzzled and nodded slightly. How did the master know his name? After Lin Jiao received an affirmative reply, he was speechless and a little confused. He turned and walked to a place and picked up the trident on the ground. Li Si looked puzzled and didn't understand Lin Jiao's behavior. Lin Jiao came back holding a trident and stood in front of Li Si, his face still conflicted. "Why?" Then, Lin Jiao looked at Li Si, who looked confused, and sighed. He loosened his grip on the trident and asked, "Do you know me?" After asking this question, Lin Jiao stared at Li Si, waiting for Li Si's reply. As long as there was something wrong with Li Si's face, he would kill him without mercy. Li Si looked confused, shook his head, and said, "I don't know him." Lin Jiao stared at Li Si, trying to find out something from the expression on his face, but Li Si's face showed no other expression except that he felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. "Master, is there something on my face?" Li Si touched his face, thinking there was something on it. Seeing that he didn't have any strange expression, Lin Jiao felt relieved, but still a little conflicted. If Li Si was pretending, then leaving him on the island would be a hidden danger. But looking at his expression, he doesn't look like he was pretending, so killing him wouldn't be a good idea. While Lin Jiao lowered his head in deep thought, Li Si also began to think in his heart, "Why does the master keep staring at me? Does the master have any special fetish? If that's the case, should I obey or not?" Thinking of this, Li Si raised his head and looked at Lin Jiao, and Lin Jiao also raised his head and looked at Li Si. At this moment, Lin Jiao and Li Si looked at each other. "Well, forget it. Let him live, and if you find anything wrong later, just kill him." "Well, if the master really has that kind of fetish, I will give in." At this time, Lin Jiao had made a decision in his heart, but he didn't know that Li Si had already determined that he had a crush on Long Yang. Otherwise, he could have taken back this decision on the spot and let him go to see the king of hell again. Lin Jiao looked at Li Si and nodded repeatedly. In Daji's eyes, the behavior of Lin Jiao and Li Si could be described by an idiom, flirting with each other. She really couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Lin Jiao's sleeve with her hand. Lin Jiao turned his head in confusion. Daji stood on tiptoe and whispered in Lin Jiao's ear, "Master, what should he do?" Daji thought that Lin Jiao would kill Li Si with one knife, just like last time. How could Lin Jiao not understand the meaning behind Daji's words? He smiled and shook his head and said, "I, your master, am a kind-hearted person. I never do things like fighting and killing, so I decided to arrange for him to work in the blacksmith shop." When Daji heard the first half of the sentence, a strange expression appeared on her face, but when she heard the next sentence, she looked at Li Si with sympathy. "The blacksmith shop is a horrible place. No one wants to go there. The high temperature is worse than killing it directly. Sure enough, my master is still so sinister." Daji gave Li Si a sympathetic look, then turned and left. Li Si looked at Lin Jiao in bewilderment. Lin Jiao smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't call me master from now on. Just call me boss. Come on, I'll take you to the workplace." After saying that, Lin Jiao walked towards the blacksmith shop, and Li Si followed closely behind him. When they arrived at the blacksmith shop, Lin Jiao stood at the door and said with a smile to Yezi and Li Si who were working inside, "From today on, there will be one more person in your blacksmith shop. Li Si, come in." After saying that, Lin Jiao turned sideways and let Li Si come in. When Li Si, who was working, heard this, his face was filled with excitement. Woo! Finally, someone came to accompany him. He no longer had to endure this pain alone. Thinking of this, Li Si clapped his hands excitedly. Oyezi looked at Li Si and a smile appeared on his face. There were always times when he was too busy to handle everything by himself, and now someone finally came. Li Si was confused, not knowing why the two people in the room were looking at him with such passionate eyes. Seeing this, Lin Jiao smiled and said, "You guys chat. I'm leaving first." When Lin Jiao turned around and prepared to leave, Li Si excitedly walked up to Li Si, grabbed Li Si's hand, and said, "Great, finally someone is going to hell with me. Also, why do you look so familiar to me?" Li Si had a bewildered look on his face. He felt as if he had entered a den of thieves. During these short 10 minutes, he was completely confused. Without waiting for Li Si to answer, Li Si excitedly pulled Li Si's hand and walked into the house, holding it tightly as if he was afraid that Li Si would run away. As soon as Lin Jiao walked out of the room, he saw Han Xin walking towards him with a puzzled look on his face. Han Xin just asked, "Boss, didn't that person die before? Why is he dead again now?" Hearing this question, Lin Jiao showed a trace of entanglement on his face. He didn't know how to explain it to Han Xin, so he just shook his hand and said, "It's okay. He can't remember what happened before. Of course, if he does anything strange, you don't have to report it to me. Just do it first and ask for permission later." "Boss, I understand." Han Xin nodded seriously, then glanced at the blacksmith shop and turned and left. After Han Xin left, Lin Jiao stood there, lost in thought. It seems that the dead subordinates can really be fished out again. With Li Si's example, it seems that the one who hooked up Wu Dalong in the regional channel before was also true. I don't know if any of the dead men were fished out a second time. Lin Jiao opened the regional channel and watched for a long time, but still did not find anyone experiencing the situation. Maybe there are, but we don't know. After all, there are so many subordinates who have been lured out, and how many of them can be remembered? It was because Wu Dalong was too cuckolded and Li Si was too lecherous that Lin Jiao remembered them so deeply. Just when he was feeling a little disappointed and was about to close the regional channel, he suddenly saw a message. Not about the issues that concern him now, but the issues that have been bothering him before. It is also related to Li Si. Chapter 147, Boss. There are pirates. I am dying of laughter. I just robbed an island, but one of the player's subordinates defected to me. Huh. But the weird thing is that the subordinate still has his memories after defecting. No way. How is that possible? Won't the memory be erased? That's right. The memories of the men we bought will be erased. Could it be that your case is the reason why he betrayed us? What the above person said is really possible. It seems that the rebellious subordinates still retain their memories. Why do you all care about this? I don't understand. No way. I think it's a coincidence. After seeing these comments on the regional channel, Lin Jiao also understood why Li Si was able to remember his previous memories. No matter how many times the rebellious subordinates are sold back and forth, they can remember their previous memories, unless they die and are fished out again. Of course, the speculation about the second half cannot be confirmed yet. No one knows whether Li Si really forgot or was pretending not to remember. As he was thinking, Lin Jiao unknowingly walked to the pig pen. Looking inside, he saw 3 or 4 pigs and 2 cows fighting for food in the pig pen. Lin Jiao felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were so many living creatures on the island. It seems that it is necessary to expand the pigsty. Fortunately, he exchanged enough land, otherwise the place would be a bit crowded. An afternoon passed quickly, and Lin Jiao took advantage of the situation for the whole afternoon. Dinner is ready. When he heard Qiao Biluo's call, his eyes lit up. It was finally time to eat. Lin Jiao came into the shed with joy, only to find that there was no one there. He was the only one who had arrived in the shed first. I looked at the others again and saw that they were all still working, then they cleaned up before coming over. During this period of time, Lin Jiao suddenly felt a little dazed. Am I not doing my job as a boss properly? After everyone arrived, seeing that Xiao Biluo had not yet served the food, Lin Jiao held up his chin, pondered for a while, and asked Lei Fadada, "Lao Lei, how is the construction of the cafeteria going?" "Boss, it's already built. I suggest you let it air dry for a few days before using it, so it will be more solid." Lin Jiao nodded after hearing this, thought for a while, and said, "Okay, tomorrow I'll have to ask you to expand the pig pen. It would be better if you could also expand the chicken pen, so that we don't run out of space." "No problem, boss." After Lin Jiao asked about other people's work, Qiao Biluo brought the food over. While eating, Lin Jiao always felt that the 3 women of Daji looked at him strangely. He drank a mouthful of soup, but couldn't stand the look in their eyes, so he asked helplessly, "Why are you 3 looking at me with such strange eyes? If you have something to say, just say it directly." Daji and the other 2 shook their heads repeatedly, their faces flushed as red as monkeys' butts. The three girls withdrew their gazes and quickly lowered their heads to eat. Lin Jiu was speechless. Why were the three women acting strangely when he came back today? He couldn't tell what was wrong, but something was wrong anyway. Zhao Zilong covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Of course he knew why Daji and the other two daughters looked so strange. Lin Jiu's eyes were just on Zhao Zilong at this time. Seeing Zhao Zilong's expression, the corners of his mouth raised a little and smiled. Zilong, do you know something? Tell me the truth. Boss, of course I... Just as Zhao Zilong was about to say it, he felt three cold gazes, and he quickly changed his words. Of course I don't know. How could I know? I'm just a patrolman. Really? If you don't tell the truth, you won't have breakfast tomorrow, and you won't have to eat lunch either. After saying this, Lin Jiu raised a smug smile. He didn't believe that Zhao Zilong could hold back after this move. After hearing this, Zhao Zilong smiled bitterly. How could this involve him? Seeing the looks of Daji and the other two women, he could only shake his head helplessly and said with a bitter smile, Boss, I really don't know. I really don't know. He can still distinguish between a few meals that are full and every meal that is full. Seeing this, Lin Jiu sighed and nodded. He was not very curious, but he just couldn't stand the looks of Daji and the other two women. He always felt like a little lamb being targeted, ready to be slaughtered. Not only Lin Jiu had this feeling, Li Si also had the same feeling. Li Si felt like he was being stared at with strange eyes by more than a dozen people while he was eating, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. I didn't fall into a den of thieves. I clearly fell into a gay man's den. No one would come to steal flowers at night, right? Li Si thought to himself. He decided to sleep in 2 pairs of pants and 3 sets of clothes tonight. In the weird atmosphere, dinner was finally finished. After everyone was busy for a while, it was almost 10 o'clock. It's time to go to bed. After washing up, Lin Jiu stretched and walked into the house. He lay on the bed and watched the regional channel for a while, but he didn't see Daji and her 3 daughters come back. He felt something was not right, but he did not think much about it, thinking that the 3 women were late in counting the supplies. At this time, outside the door, hurry up, Sister Kai Wenji. Don't miss this opportunity. Yes, with the master's stupid head, it's too early to wait for him to take the initiative. Daji and Hua Mulan tried to persuade Kai Wenji, and Kai Wenji was confused. She said, No, the master won't agree. It's okay. If you don't go, I will go. Daji's face turned red, and her body trembled slightly when she said the last sentence. When Kai Wenji heard this, she panicked and said, No, I'll go. Wait a minute. Let me calm down and prepare myself mentally. Don't prepare yourself mentally. Just hurry up. It's just a bath. That's right. When you're done relaxing, the master will be asleep, so go now. When Kai Wenji heard what the 2 women said, she nodded and mustered up her courage to walk into the house. Daji and the other 2 women looked at Kai Wenji's back with a hint of envy and disappointment on their faces. Why wasn't them tonight? Sister Mulan, stop looking. Let's go. Let's sleep in the tent tonight. Daji spread her hands and said to Hua Mulan beside her. Hua Mulan withdrew her reluctant look and nodded. Kai Wenji, why did you come back just now? Where are Daji and the others? When Lin Jiu saw Kai Wenji come in, he looked around but didn't see Daji and the other person, so he started asking. Kai Wenji said naturally, Sister Daji and the others are packing up supplies. They should be done soon. After hearing this, Lin Jiu looked at the time and it was 10 o'clock. Are you busy lately? I haven't sorted out the supplies yet at 10 o'clock. Come up. Why are you standing there in a daze? Don't freeze, Lin Jiu said to Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji said shyly, Master, have you taken a shower? Do you want me to help you? Lin Jiu's eyes lit up after hearing this. When he was about to take the next step, he heard Han Xian shouting outside the door. Boss, there are pirates. Chapitre 148 à Pirate Alliance. Boss, there are pirates. After hearing Han Xian's voice, Lin Jiu was startled. Needless to say, besides a hint of embarrassment, Lin Jiu's face was filled with more anger and rage. Master, please go out and take a look. After hearing this, Lin Jiu smiled brightly at Kai Wenji, but after walking out of the room, his expression suddenly darkened. Han Xian was at a loss when he saw Lin Jiu's cold look. In his memory, when pirates came in the past, the boss's face had never been so ugly. What happened today? Han Xian walked forward and was about to speak when he saw Lin Jiu walking by with a gloomy face, without even looking at him. Han Xian was confused. When he saw Kai Wenji walking out of the room with a blushing face, he asked, Sister Kai Wenji, What's wrong with the boss? Why does he seem to be in a bad mood? Kai Wenji blushed and shook her head, then ran towards Hua, Mulan, and Daji, who were not far away like a frightened rabbit. Hua, Mulan, and Daji looked curious and asked, "How's it going?" Kai Wenji shook her head, with a hint of loss on her blushing face. Seeing this, Daji and Hua Mulan sighed, shook their heads, and walked towards Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao's face was filled with anger at this time, and his eyes were fixed on several islands not far away. He wanted to see who the hell had ruined his good fortune. Han Xian, go and drag out all 3 crossbow carts for me, and blast them hard. It doesn't matter if they die. Han Xian, who was standing nearby, was slightly stunned after hearing this. He nodded, then turned and walked towards the place where the crossbow cart was placed. Han Xian thought to himself, how much hatred does the boss have to have against the enemy to use a crossbow cart? 3 of them. Han Xian had seen the power of this crossbow cart. It was like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. After several enemy islands came into the range of the crossbow cart, Lin Jiao gave Han Xian a look, and Han Xian immediately understood. Han Xian took a step forward, took out a simple loudspeaker, and shouted into the distance. Please stop on the island ahead or change direction, otherwise we will attack you. After shouting, seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, Lin Jiao's eyes turned cold. How dare you, a little pirate, to be so presumptuous? But this time it looks like a pirate alliance. With 4 islands, there should be 4 players. When the other party got closer, there were already dozens of people standing behind Lin Jiao, all holding crossbows and aiming at the island opposite. As long as Lin Jiao gave the order, they would pull the trigger without hesitation and shoot the other side into a hornet's nest. Seeing that the other island had entered the range of the crossbow, Lin Jiao waited for a moment and shouted, "Shoot!" After hearing this, the people in the row behind him pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the arrow shot out instantly. After a round of arrows was fired, the enemy island instantly let out several screams, and then one of them shouted, "Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a crossbow. Take out the wooden board." Even the crossbow arrows sold at 520 can't penetrate it at this distance. Besides, we have rhino armor. Don't be afraid. Charge! Lin Jiao raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. After everyone loaded the crossbows, he raised his hand and waved at the people behind him. Another round of arrows was shot out instantly. The pirates who were holding the wooden boards to resist were originally full of confidence, but the next second, they all screamed, this can shoot through the wood. What? My rhino armor has been shot through. Hide quickly. Their arrows are made of iron." The opponent's islands were in chaos at this time, and 2 islands had stopped moving. Either the player was shot to death, or his subordinates were shot to death, resulting in insufficient numbers. When Lin Jiao heard the other party's panic shouting, he shook his head and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's too late to realize it now, and it feels useful to hide behind other obstacles. Naive, too naive. If anyone disturbs his good deeds, he will make sure the other party has a taste of his own methods. Prepare the crossbow. Dong Zhuo, Han Xian, and Zhao Zilong were seen, each operating a crossbow cart and aiming at the opposite island. The next second, all 3 pieces of wood hit the opposite island accurately, raising a cloud of dust in the air and fragments of various materials flying in the sky. There were even fewer screams from the other side, and it seemed that many people died in this round of attack. Normally, Lin Jiao would be heartbroken. After all, these subordinates could be reused, but this time, Lin Jiao did not feel any heartache, but instead felt a little relieved. Reload! Han Xian and the other man looked at each other in bewilderment. Is the boss angry today? Only Zhao Zilong knew why Lin Jiao was so angry. Although Han Xian and the other man were full of doubts, they still obeyed the orders and felt sympathy for each other. Why rob anyone else's job? Why rob your bosses? After loading the bullets, Lin Jiao was about to order the 3 to continue the attack, but the next second, he heard screams of pain coming from the opponent's island. Stop fighting. I surrender. I surrender too. I surrender too. After hearing this, Lin Jiao raised his lips slightly, and Han Xian asked, Boss, are we going to continue? Fight or not? What are you talking about? Do I, your boss, look so cruel? The other party has surrendered, so they will definitely not fight anymore. After hearing this, Han Xian was stunned for a moment and looked towards the island not far away, which was already unrecognizable. He could feel the pain from the screams coming from the island, even from such a long distance. Hiss! Isn't this cruel? Lin Jiao took the loudspeaker and shouted at the other island. You can surrender, but you won't be killed if you surrender your weapons. All the survivors must come to the edge of the island, otherwise, haha. After Lin Jiao finished speaking, he saw several people walking out of the island one after another. No, to be more precise, they were crawling. After Lin Jiao counted, only 5 people crawled out, and he was a little confused. There are 4 islands, so there should be at least 12 people. How come there are only 5 left? Did he hit too hard? Lin Jiao shook his head and put the idea behind him. Impossible. How could a kind-hearted businessman like him be so cruel? The other party must have bumped into him on purpose, tried to extort money from him. Yes, that must be it. Pirates with low moral character. They deserve to be beaten. Next time, you should be more ruthless. Let them learn a lesson. Thinking of this, and seeing that no one else was coming out from the other side, Lin Jiao said to Han Xian and Dong Zhuo behind him, You too, follow me to the island across the street. Chapter 149 Guilt. Lin Jiao and his 2 companions sailed towards the other side on a 20-square-meter island. Han Xian and Dong Zhuo stood beside them, holding crossbows and staring at the other side. As long as the people on the opposite side dared to make any attacking moves, the 2 of them would shoot them without hesitation. Soon, Lin Jiao controlled the island and bordered the other side. He saw several people sitting on the ground, all with wounds and blood on their bodies. The most serious one was when an arrow pierced through his chest and blood kept flowing down. There's no hope for this. Give him a quick death. After Lin Jiao gave an order to Han Xian behind him, Han Xian nodded and took out an arrow. Just as the man was about to say something, Han Xian stabbed him in the neck. The man covered his neck with his hand and pointed at Lin Jiao with his other hand, then fell to the ground. Without waiting for Lin Jiao to give any orders, Han Xian kicked the man's body into the sea. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao said with a smile, Not bad. You are becoming more and more proficient in this business. Han Xian scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, No, it's all because of my boss's teaching. There were smiles on the 2 men's faces, but in the eyes of the remaining 4 people, that smile was scarier than the devil. What? What did they hear? Are you becoming more proficient in your business? Why do they feel that the people in front of them are pirates, and they are the victims? Lin Jiao turned around and looked at the remaining 4 people on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the person in the middle of the remaining 4 people kneeling on the ground first, enduring the pain and begging for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought of you. I shouldn't have done that. Don't kill me. I have parents and children to take care of. After he finished speaking, the other 3 finally reacted and fell to their knees, kowtowed, and cried. Brother, I was wrong. I am sorry. I was blinded by the lard. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Jiao quickly interrupted several people. The noise gave him a headache. He said helplessly, Don't worry, I've always been kind. Why would I kill you? After hearing this, the others were slightly stunned and looked at the ruined and blood-stained island behind them. You call this kindness? If this is considered kindness, then there would be no evil people in this world. Just as they were in a trance, Lin Jiao smiled and asked, Who among you is the player? Then he turned his attention to the 4 people. Under Lin Jiao's gaze, one of them raised his hand and said, Brother, it is me. Lin Jiao frowned. Why is there only one? He said, No other players? Brother, they're all dead. The one you just killed was also a player. The man spoke with a panicked look on his face, fearing that Lin Jiao would be dissatisfied and kill him. Lin Jiao frowned. He didn't expect that the man just now was actually a player. He shook his head and asked indifferently, How many men do you have left? Are you all from the same alliance? The man nodded repeatedly and replied, Brother, I also have this one, and they're all in the same alliance with me. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded. It seemed that the other 2 people were useless. He didn't want to spend too much energy trying to convince them. It's not that no one had tried to convince them, but most of them ended in failure. So he didn't make any money this time? Holy shit, this is a huge loss. No, he couldn't do business at a loss. He had to at least make back the money he spent on those arrows. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao turned his gaze towards the player, his eyes full of greed and a wicked smile on his lips. The player who was being stared at subconsciously hugged himself tightly with both hands and said to Lin Jiao with a vigilant look, Don't even think about getting my body. Even if you can get my body, you can't get my heart. After saying this, he closed his eyes, looking ready to be slaughtered. Lin Jiao's forehead was covered with black lines. He kicked the man and said with a look of disdain, "What are you thinking about? I don't like that. Even if I do have that quirk, I won't look down on a toad like you, Ba." The man was kicked to the ground. After hearing Lin Jio's words, he patted his chest with lingering fear, but he always felt that these words were more shameful than defiling his body. "All right, let me ask you, how many people have you robbed? How big is the island?" Lin Jio asked the man with a look of disdain. After hearing this, the man lowered his head and thought for a while before answering. "Brother, we only robbed 3 people, including the few people who came with me. The area of the island is about 700 square meters." After hearing this, Lin Jio kicked again in dissatisfaction and angrily said, "Damn it, why would you be a pirate when you can do something else?" After being kicked again, the man endured the pain and dared not say a word. Lin Jio was filled with indignation, with his hands folded across his chest, and asked, "How far are those islands from here?" "Brother, it will take about 10 hours to get there." After hearing this, Lin Jio nodded and calculated in his mind. Over 700 square meters, well, he could barely make back his investment. Then he would just take the loss this time and try to bring those islands back. Thinking of this, Lin Jio instructed the man on the ground, "Take me there later, don't do anything else, otherwise, huh?" After finishing speaking, Lin Jio turned to Han Xian and said, "Keep an eye on him. If he makes any other moves, just kill him." Then he said to Dong Zhuo, "Just throw these 2 into the sea to feed the sharks." After Dong Zhuo and Han Xian nodded, Lin Jio incorporated several islands into his own island and took the player back to the main island. After Lin Jio merged all these islands with the main island, he bought the player's subordinates and the island at a very reasonable price. A piece of bread. After receiving the bread, the player shed tears of emotion on the spot. Han Xian and his companions just shook their heads as they watched. At this time, Lin Jio and Zhao Zilong explained, "I'm going to be away for a day or 2. The safety of the island is in your hands." Zhao Zilong nodded. Before he could speak, Daji pouted with a resentful expression on her face and said, "Master, you just came back today. Why are you leaving tonight?" Lin Jio touched his head and smiled brightly, saying, "Isn't this a special case?" After saying that, Lin Jio didn't give Daji a chance to speak. He turned around and ran towards Han Xian, then grabbed the player and dragged him directly to the island. Lin Jio controlled the island and began to move forward. The 3 Daji women looked at him with resentful eyes, and he could only pretend not to see them. He now doesn't understand why Daji and the other 2 girls were acting weird today. If he still doesn't understand, he will be named the best idiot of the year. This is why he has to leave tonight. After all, he always felt a little embarrassed, and he probably wouldn't dare to look Kaiwenji directly in the eye until 2 days later. Chapter 150, Please Kill Me. The wind is exceptionally cold tonight. It's not the wind that's being talked about, it's his heart. When Lin Jio thought about the good thing tonight being ruined, he felt very unhappy and kicked the player who was sleeping nearby. The player rubbed his eyes in confusion and looked at Lin Jio innocently. He had paid everything he was supposed to pay and kept nothing. He even took Lin Jio with him to search the house. Why did he still want to be beaten? They don't even let him sleep. Is there any humanity left? Is there any law left? What are you looking at? You've ruined my mood tonight. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? Do you know? Hearing Lin Jio's roar, the player was confused. What moment was he waiting for? Seeing the player's bewildered look, Lin Jio said helplessly, Okay, go to sleep." The player heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, but the next second, before Lin Jio walked into the tent, he turned around and said to the player, "Sleep well. I'll come and beat you up in the middle of the night." After saying that, he opened the tent and walked in. The player was in disbelief after hearing that. "Look at this. Is this something a human being could say? Compared to him, how can I look like a pirate?" Lin Jio lay on the blanket in the tent, his face full of melancholy. The scene still appeared in his mind and could not be dispelled for a long time. He is the kind of person who feels guilty one moment and regrets the next, always tangled in relationships. Of course, as for what he just said about beating him up in the middle of the night, it was just something he said in anger. There was no need for him to get up again just to beat him up. He just wanted to scare the player. Let him know how dangerous the world is and experience the feeling of the survivors being frightened by the pirates every day. No words were spoken that night. The early morning sea breeze blew slowly across Lin Jio's cheeks, and Lin Jio, who had just woken up, was instantly no longer sleepy. After washing up, Lin Jio started to make breakfast. This time he didn't make barbecue. After Lin Jio cooked the rice porridge, he called Han Xian and Dong Zhuo who were on guard to come and eat. Lin Jiao and the other two were eating with gusto when suddenly they heard a sound of someone swallowing saliva. After glancing to the side, he saw the player sitting on the ground, staring at the dishes in Lin Jiao's hands, and couldn't help swallowing a few times. Lin Jiao looked helpless. After thinking for a while, he said to Han Xin, "He didn't do what I said last night, did he?" Han Xin shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Jiao nodded and said, "Finish his rice porridge. Don't let him starve to death." After hearing this, Han Xin nodded, took out the spare bowl and chopsticks, served a bowl of rice porridge to the man, and handed it to him. After receiving the rice porridge, the man said with tears of gratitude, "Thank you. Thank you." Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, then said nothing. Let this be his last meal. Just when Lin Jiao had just finished his meal, Xiao Bai suddenly jumped out of the sea. When Lin Jiao saw this, he was confused. When did Xiao Bai follow him? When the player saw this, he pointed at Xiao Bai, was speechless for a long time, and his whole body began to tremble. After Xiao Bai dived into the seabed, he came to the island after a while, holding 2 tuna carcasses in his mouth. After placing the tuna on the island, his head kept shaking. Seeing this, Lin Jiao had no choice but to stop the island, threw the 2 tuna carcasses to Han Xin, then came to the edge of the island, rubbed Xiao Bai's head with his hand, and said with a smile, "Greedy ghost." The player thought that seeing such a big shark was shocking enough, but when he saw Xiao Bai's docile behavior, he was shocked again. Now, there was only one thought in his mind: what kind of person he had provoked. How could he have the guts to provoke such a scary person? At this moment, he thought of what Lin Jiao said in the middle of the night about feeding the shark. Could it be that he meant feeding the one in front of him? Is it possible that this shark is fed with human corpses every day? How horrible! How many people must be killed to feed this shark? The more the man thought about it, the more frightened he became. His whole body began to tremble, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What's that smell? Xiao Bai, did you pee? Lin Jiao covered his nose with a look of disgust and patted Xiao Bai on the forehead. I saw Xiao Bai staring with innocent eyes and shaking his head constantly. At this time, Han Xin said quietly from behind, "Boss, that guy peed out." Hearing this, Lin Jiao turned his head and saw a wet area between the man's legs, and his whole body was still shaking. Lin Jiao covered his mouth and nose, looked disgusted, and said to the man, "You are useless. You got scared like this by a shark. Xiao Bai is so cute. Clean it up yourself, or I will kill you later." After hearing this, the man's face was filled with horror. Tears were almost coming out of his eyes. He nodded repeatedly, then quickly got up and started to clean up with seawater. Now he was even more certain that Lin Jiao was a perverted murderer. Such a terrifying shark was actually described as cute. His hands holding the basin were shaking constantly, and the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He even wanted to jump into the sea and commit suicide by staying with such a demon. After driving for a while, seeing that there was still no sign of the island ahead, Lin Jiao asked impatiently, "How long will it take to get there? Didn't you say it would be overnight?" "Brother, I don't know either. The map shows that the distance is at most 1 hour." The man said this with a panicked look on his face, and he felt a little frightened when he heard Lin Jiao's unfriendly tone. Lin Jiao nodded, then showed an unfriendly expression, raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, "If you're not here in an hour, you know what will happen." The man nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Lin Jiao hadn't said anything about the outcome yet, but he had already assumed that he would be thrown into the sea to feed the terrifying shark. About 40 minutes later, the shadow of the island appeared in front of Lin Jiao's eyes. The man pointed at the island not far away and said excitedly, "Brother, did you see that? That's the island I was talking about. I wasn't lying to you, was I?" Lin Jiao glanced at him and nodded with satisfaction. The man was so excited that he was about to shed tears. The next second, what he said made Lin Jiao and the other two stunned. "Brother, I've shown you the way. Please give me a quick death. I beg you." The man knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes, and it was hard to tell whether the expression on his face was excitement or relief. He was almost scared to death at this point. He became restless when he thought about the shark that was more than 20 meters long below him. Now he can finally be free. After hearing this, Lin Jiao and the other two had strange expressions on their faces. Could this guy be mentally ill? Han Xin looked at Lin Jiao with an inquiring look. Lin Jiao spread his hands and said helplessly, "Since he has made such a request, let's satisfy him." After Lin Jiao finished speaking, the man knelt on the ground and said with gratitude, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for your help. Chapter 151 Little Blue. After Lin Jiuqing counted the supplies on the island, he found that the land area was indeed more than 700 square meters. As for food, the food on the island had long been eliminated by him. The only thing that comforted him was that there were still some supplies, such as clay on the island. After merging the islands together, Lin Jiu and his companions ate a little bit of food as lunch and then drove along the island towards home. The whole afternoon was calm, and there was no pirates encountered. This made Lin Jiu feel a little disappointed for some reason. He also wanted to make some extra money. Just as he was daydreaming, a huge black shadow emerged from the ocean not far ahead. At first, Lin Jiu didn't care, thinking that it was just Xiaobai's figure, but after taking another look, he immediately denied his guess. That's definitely not Xiaobai. Xiaobai's figure is slightly smaller than this black shadow. Could it be another shark? Lin Jiu had some concerns in his heart. Xiaobai was still in the sea. Even if the black shadow was smaller than Xiaobai, it was not much smaller. If it was a tiger shark, Xiaobai would be in danger. Just when Lin Jiu felt a little worried about Xiaobai, he suddenly thought of the new attributes unlocked by his fishing rod. Friendly aura. If you remember correctly, this attribute could control 10 marine creatures. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed in Lin Jiu's eyes. He forgot to explain everything to Han Xian and the others and jumped directly into the sea. Boss! Boss! Han Xian and Dong Zhuo watched Lin Jiu jump into the sea. They looked at each other with helplessness and confusion on their faces. Do you think we should jump or not? Dong Zhuo scratched his head and asked Han Xian, and Han Xian also showed a trace of confusion on his face at this time. Han Xian lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked at the bottom of the sea and said, "Forget it. Why should we jump in? Isn't the boss's cute pet still down there? I don't believe there can be a shark bigger than that one." After hearing this, Dong Zhuo thought it made sense and nodded. At this time, Lin Jiu, who jumped into the sea, actually saw a creature bigger than Xiaobai, but it was not a shark but a blue whale. As soon as Lin Jiu jumped into the sea, he saw Xiaobai and the blue whale looking at each other, staring at each other, and Xiaobai showing rows of sharp teeth. Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head, then went to Xiaobai and gently stroked Xiaobai's forehead with his hand. Then he set his sights on the blue whale. Just when he was about to use the friendly aura, he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to know how to use it. There's no explanation for this damn attribute at the end. I'm speechless. Lin Jiu thought about it for a while and decided that he could learn even if he didn't know how to do it. He had read so many novels on Earth, and they were not read in vain. There are thousands of ways, and there is always one that is right. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu fixed his gaze on the blue whale not far away and silently said in his heart, "Friendly halo." The next second, he was surprised to find that it seemed to be of no use. Nothing has changed. Just when Lin Jiu thought he had tried his best and was about to change his method, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, and there was always a sense of intimacy when he looked at the blue whale. The blue whale, which had been extremely vigilant, now relaxed, with a hint of confusion in its eyes. He wanted to swim to Lin Jiu, but due to the threat from the great white shark next to Lin Jiu, he dared not to move. Wouldn't this be successful? When Lin Jiu saw this idea came to his mind, and he waved at the blue whale tentatively. After hesitating for a while, the blue whale swam over slowly. Seeing this, Xiaobai beside Lin Jiu shook his head and grinned at the blue whale. The blue whale was frightened by Xiaobai's appearance and stopped again. Lin Jiu patted Xiaobai's forehead speechlessly, then looked at the blue whale, which was slightly bigger than Xiaobai. He was speechless. This blue whale is so timid. After Lin Jiu waved several times, the blue whale finally came slowly in front of him. Xiaobai beside Lin Jiu showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Jiu just stretched out his hand to rub the blue whale's head, but saw the blue whale hide back in fear. This is too timid. After several attempts, Lin Jiu finally touched the blue whale's forehead. After stroking it for a while, he found that it was not as good as Xiaobai's. Psst. What's the boss doing? It's been so long. Should we go down and take a look? Han Xian asked Dong Zhuo with a puzzled look on his face. Dong Zhuo spread his hands and said, "I don't know. Let's go down and take a look." After hearing this, Han Xian nodded, and the two of them went to the beach, ready to jump into the sea. A splash of water suddenly sprayed on their faces. Han Xian and the other man closed their eyes and were about to fight back. After they wiped the water off their faces and opened their eyes, they exclaimed, Boss, boss, this is not a good joke. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded. He just wanted to play a prank to have some fun. The next second, Lin Jiao's entire body was pushed out of the sea by the blue whale and then carried to the island. When Han Xian and Dong Zhuo first saw it, they didn't care much, thinking that Xiao Bai was carrying Lin Jiao up from the bottom of the sea. But after seeing the color, Dong Zhuo asked in surprise, "Boss, when did Xiao Bai turn blue? Did you dye it?" Just as Lin Jiao was about to explain, Xiao Bai poked his head out from the side and shook it continuously, indicating that it was here. "Xiao Bai, what did the boss just ask you to bring up? Your new pet?" When Dong Zhuo saw Xiao Bai, he exclaimed and then stammered and asked Xiang Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao smiled and shrugged, spreading his hands, and said nonchalantly, "Yes, it's nothing, just a blue whale a little bigger than Xiao Bai." Bigger than Xiao Bai? This time, it was Han Xian's turn to stutter. In his mind, a shark as big as Xiao Bai might be the largest, and now there was an even bigger whale. He was filled with a sense of crisis at this moment. He was the first subordinate to follow Lin Jiao, but as time went on, he found that his presence was becoming less and less, and his role was becoming smaller and smaller. The only thing he could be proud of was his martial arts. However, since more and more people were caught, and Zhao Zilong, Dong Zhuo, and others appeared, his martial arts seemed to be useless most of the time. Now that these two huge creatures have become Lin Jiao's pets, he is even more worried. He is no match for the great white shark and the whale. Will there be a day when my boss no longer values me? No, I can't let that happen. I must work harder in the future. Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in Han Xian's eyes. Lin Jiao didn't know what Han Xian was thinking at this time. If he knew, he would definitely pat Han Xian's shoulder earnestly and give him a lecture. It's good to daydream. Think more about it when you have nothing to do. Looking at the blue whale's head shaking constantly, Lin Jiao seemed to have forgotten to name it. Since the great white shark is called Xiao Bai, then the blue whale should be called Xiaolan. Lin Jiao came to the front of the blue whale, stroked the blue whale's head with his hand, and said with a smile, "I'll call you Xiaolan from now on. Do you have any objections? If you have any, please speak up. If you don't, I'll take it as your consent." Chapter 152. Capture alive if possible. I'll call you Xiaolan from now on. Do you have any objections? If you have any, please speak up. If you don't, I'll take it as your consent. After hearing this, Han Xian and the other man looked at each other and silently admired Lin Jiao. The boss's shamelessness is getting more and more powerful. After teasing Xiaolan and Xiao Bai for a while, Lin Jiao drove the nearly 800 square meter island back home. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to return to the island by midnight. Lin Jiao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen. He didn't want to drift on the sea anymore. No matter how good the things you experience outside are, they are not as good as home. It was evening now, and because they didn't bring their fishing rods, Lin Jiao and his friends were almost going crazy with boredom. There was nothing to do. Lin Jiao was fine, as he could tease Xiao Bai and Xiaolan. Han Xian and Dong Zhuo just stared at each other the whole afternoon, and no one knew what they were doing. The sky was painted with a layer of red. Lin Jiao and others were tired of the beautiful sunset and had no intention of appreciating it anymore. Just as Lin Jiao was preparing to cook dinner, Han Xian, who was sitting by the sea, suddenly stood up and shouted, "Boss, look ahead. There's an island coming towards us." When Lin Jiao heard this, he looked into the distance and his eyes lit up. There really was an island. Looking at Han Xian again, he was speechless. Why did Han Xian look so excited? Looking at Dong Zhuo's face again, he was also filled with excitement. What are you two getting so excited about? Maybe it's a pirate. When they heard that it might be pirates, their faces became even more excited, with a slight smile on their lips. Seeing the two men like this, Lin Jiao couldn't help but put his hand over his forehead. How come these two people became so much like pirates? Wait, why did I use the word yet? Boss, look, there are several islands behind that island. Hearing Han Xian shout, Lin Jiao quickly walked to the edge of the island and took a closer look. There's an island in the front, and there are about 3 or 4 islands following behind. However, looking at this scene, the more I look at it, the more it looks like the island in the front is being chased by the islands behind it. Because the island he was on was too large, his speed was no match for an island of 20 square meters, and soon the island behind him were getting closer and closer to him. After a while, he could barely see what the situation was like on those islands. There were several people standing on the island in front of us, and, judging by their movements, they looked injured. There were also several people standing on the islands behind us, waving their weapons excitedly. Now Lin Jiao confirmed his previous thoughts. Do you want to change direction? After thinking about it for a while, Lin Jiao gave up the idea of taking a detour home. First of all, it took too long. Secondly, according to the driving direction of the islands opposite, it was exactly the direction of his home. If they accidentally chased him to his home, there would be some minor troubles, and even if he took a detour, those pirates might not let him go. After all, it's such a big island. Which pirate wouldn't want to rob it? Thinking of this, Lin Jiao stopped on the island, stood on the beach, picked up a bottle of Coke, and watched the show while drinking. Before long, the nearest island came in front of him. There were 4 people on the island, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had a look of panic on her face, and the other 3 men had various injuries and were bleeding. When the woman saw Lin Jiao, she shouted anxiously, "Hurry up! Those people behind me are all pirates." Lin Jiao smiled. He didn't expect that this woman would not forget to remind him, even when she was escaping. He said calmly, "Don't be afraid. Are you a player?" "Yes, I'm a player. They are all my subordinates, Ron. They will catch up soon." The woman's face was full of panic. After hearing this, Lin Jiao showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that this woman would actually be a player. He initially thought that the woman was a subordinate of one of the 3 men. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, pointing at the pirates who were about to catch up, and said, "Why are you running? Even if you run, where can you run to? The wood will run out eventually, right? Why not fight for it?" After hearing this, the woman was about to speak, but one of the injured men showed an unhappy expression on his face and said, "You said it was easy, but how can we fight? There are more than a dozen people on the other side. And what about us? Including the 3 of you, there are only 7 of us, not to mention that the 3 of us are injured." Hearing this man's doubts about Lin Jiao, Han Xian immediately became unhappy and said unhappily, "Don't even mention a dozen, 20, or 30 of them wouldn't be enough for the 3 of us to fill our teeth." "Huh, just brag. Master, let's ignore them. Let's run away first. If they want to die, let them die." After hearing what Han Xian said, the man sneered, then turned around and said something to the woman anxiously. After hearing this, the woman showed a trace of confusion on her face. She glanced at the pirates not far away, then saw the confident expression on Lin Jiao's face, and then thought of what Lin Jiao had just said. She gritted her teeth. A determined look appeared on her face. She shook her head and said to Lin Jiao, "I believe in you. I'll fight the pirates with you." Lin Jiao showed a hint of surprise on his face. He just said it casually and never thought that this woman would agree to stay. After hearing this, the man who had just spoken said with a hint of anxiety on his face, "Master, don't believe them. How can 7 people beat more than a dozen people?" The woman raised her hand and said without hesitation, "Stop talking, it's decided." Lin Jiao was also a little unhappy about the man's questioning at this time. But after all, he was also considering his master, so it was understandable and forgivable that he didn't believe it. But he still wanted to vent his inner dissatisfaction. He raised his fingers and shook them, then shook his head and said to the man, No, not 7 people. 3 people. What do you mean? 3 people? Do you mean you look down on us?" The man's face was full of anger at this time, and the other 2 men also showed unhappy expressions on their faces, looking at Lin Jiao with hostility. Why did they suddenly feel that the man in front of them was more annoying than those pirates? After hearing this, the woman showed an incredible expression and pointed at Lin Jiao and the other 2 and asked, "What, just the 3 of you? Even though my 3 men are injured, they still have some fighting power. And don't look at me as a woman. My fighting power is no worse than others." Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, then said, "It's not that I look down on the 4 of you, but there's no need to deal with these dozen people." After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao paused, turned his head and looked at Han Xian and Dong Zhuo and said, "Don't use crossbows. Wait until they get to the island and try to capture them alive while ensuring your own safety." Chapter 153, Let Me Come. Don't use crossbows. Wait until they get to the island and try to capture them alive while ensuring your own safety. Dong Zhuo and Han Xian smiled at each other, nodded, and rubbed their hands excitedly. They had not done anything themselves for a long time. When the 4 women saw the expressions on Han Xian and the other man's faces, they all showed a hint of weirdness on their faces. 3 of them facing more than a dozen people, yet they could still look excited. Do they believe so much in their own abilities? Seeing that the pirates would reach the island in a few minutes, Lin Jiu shouted at them. Those of you ahead, this road is blocked. If you want to rob, please change direction, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. After Lin Jiu finished speaking, a dozen pirates burst into laughter and mocked him, saying, I'm dying of laughter. Just a bunch of losers like you. You must be dreaming. I won't change direction. I'm coming right at you. Kill me. I'm so scared. Lin Jiu showed a trace of helplessness on his face. He had already kindly reminded them, so what happened next was none of his business. Lin Jiu spread his hands, gave Han Xian and Dong Zhuo a look, then took a few steps back and stood in front of the woman and the other three men. Dong Zhuo and Han Xian received Lin Jiu's gaze, raised the corners of their mouths slightly, nodded, and looked excitedly at the dozen people who were about to land. 2 minutes later, the four islands stopped at the edge of Lin Jiu's island. 15 men boarded the island, took a look, and completely ignored Lin Jiu and started discussing among themselves. This island is so big, there must be a lot of supplies. It's good. I didn't expect that chasing that little girl would bring me an unexpected surprise. We'll split it up between the four of us. This island must be 800 square meters, and we'll each have 200 square meters. Seeing the four people standing in the front, discussing excitedly, and already beginning to work out how to divide the island, Lin Jiu felt that they did not take him and others seriously at all. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, have you got my consent? Lin Jiu coughed and said something to a few people with a smile. The four people in the front looked at Lin Jiu with disdain, and one of them stood up and said, Who do you think you are? Do you think you can resist with just a few of you? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu spread his hands. He was just about to tell Han Xian and the other man to take action when he saw one person on the opposite side pulling the other person and whispering something to him. Seeing this, Lin Jiu was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what the other side was up to. After a while, one of them stood up and said with a smile, Brother, as long as you hand over the four people behind you, we will definitely not make things difficult for you. We will take those four people and leave. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, the woman behind him grabbed Lin Jiu with a pleading look on her face and was about to say something. Lin Jiu shook his head. When the woman saw this, she thought Lin Jiu was going to send her away, and a look of dejection appeared on her face. The next second, Lin Jiu said, Brother, as long as you hand over your men, I will never make things difficult for you. After saying this, Lin Jiu raised a smile. Boy, are you worthy enough? Are you kidding me? Lin Jiu nodded with a playful smile, snapped his fingers, and said, Yes, just to tease you. Then he turned to Han Xian and the other man and said, Deal with them as I said. Your own safety comes first. After saying that, Lin Jiu clenched the star stick and took a step back. Han Xian and the other man slowly stepped forward holding tridents. The people on the opposite side saw this scene. Their faces were grim, and they said, Are you sure you want to be our enemy? Think carefully. There are 15 of us, and you only have 7. Stop talking so much nonsense. If you want to fight, do it now. I'm busy going back to eat. Lin Jiu showed an impatient look on his face, while the four people behind him showed worried looks. When the people on the opposite side saw that Lin Jiu didn't take them seriously at all, a hint of anger appeared on their faces, and they wanted to speak. Lin Jiu raised his hand impatiently and said to Han Xian and Dong, Go ahead and capture the 4 people who talk the most nonsense in front as quickly as possible. After hearing this, Han Xian and Dong Zhuo nodded, licked their lips excitedly, picked up their tridents, and rushed forward. After hearing this, the people on the opposite side all had anger and disdain on their faces, and the subordinates behind them looked even more unhappy, as they were completely ignoring them. You guys go ahead. It doesn't matter if you kill them. Just keep that girl alive. I'm going to enjoy myself. After receiving the order, the 11 subordinates behind them also picked up their weapons and rushed towards Han Xian and the other man. After hearing this, the woman behind Lin Jiu was filled with panic, blushing, and angrily scolding. You have no shame. Soon, Han Xian and his companions got into a fight with more than a dozen opponents. Han Xian and the other man dispersed, and each of them dealt with 5 or 6 people alone. Han Xian was surrounded by 5 people, but there was no panic on his face, and there was an excitement expression on the corner of his mouth. The 5 people surrounding Han Xian were so frightened by the confident expression on Han Xian's face that they dared not take any action. Han Xian showed a trace of disdain on his face and a cold light in his eyes. Since they didn't take action, he would take action first. Han Xian took the lead, holding the trident and thrusting it upwards at one of the men. The man dodged in panic, but because Han Xin was too fast, a cut was still made on his body. Seeing this, the other four looked at each other, nodded, and attacked Han Xin with their weapons. Seeing this, Han Xion's eyes narrowed. A serious look appeared on his face, and he raised his trident to block all attacks. He used the handle of the trident to hit the abdomen of several people one by one, so fast that they couldn't react at all. Two of them were beaten so badly that they lost their fighting ability and lay on the ground holding their abdomens. The remaining three looked at each other with a hint of cowardice in their eyes. They now knew very well that they were no match for the man in front of them, let alone 5 of them, even if there were 10 of them. They had lost their will to fight at this point, and instead there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Han Xin didn't care about all that. He stuck the trident into the ground and kicked 2 people away. The remaining person's legs were trembling slightly. Han Xin just aimed at his chest and slapped him, and the last person flew out. Seeing this, Han Xin looked at his palm in confusion. How come the person flew away before he even hit him with his palm? It shouldn't be like this. If Lin Jiu saw this, he would definitely shout out, "Wow," and report that someone was fixing the match. When the woman behind Lin Jiu and her 3 men saw this, they opened their mouths in surprise, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head. This was just the beginning, but his hands were itching to watch. He looked back at the people behind him, then looked at Dong Zhuo, who only had 2 people left. If he hesitated any longer, he would not even have the chance to make a move. Dong Zhuo, stop. Let me do it. Chapter 154. Split into 2. Dong Zhuo, stop. Let me do it. Dong Zhuo, who was about to continue, was slightly stunned after hearing this, then nodded and said to the 2 people surrounding him in a bad tone, "Hey, did you 2 hear that? Go practice your skills for my master." The 2 people next to him showed a hint of excitement on their faces after hearing this. They had no chance of winning against Dong Zhuo at all. However, the thin Lin Jiu seemed easier to deal with. After hearing this, the 4 pirates hiding in the distance showed a glimmer of hope on their originally desperate faces. As long as they could capture Lin Jiu alive, they would still have a chance of survival. One of them shouted excitedly, "Go quickly! Capture him alive for me!" The 2 people surrounding Dong Zhuo had already had this plan. After hearing the instructions, a hint of excitement appeared on their faces, and they rushed towards Lin Jiu with weapons in hand. The woman standing behind Lin Jiu showed a trace of worry on her face. His men are powerful, but can he do it? On the other hand, Han Xin and Dong Zhuo did not show any worry on their faces. They folded their arms in front of them, looking as if they were enjoying a good show. They were not worried at all. It was almost impossible for a small fry of this level to pose a threat to Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu looked at the 2 people rushing towards him with excitement on their faces, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ugh, this is treating him as the one to be bullied. Lin Jiu didn't say any more nonsense. He rushed towards the 2 men with the star stick and swung at one of them. Next second, the man's upper body was separated from his lower body, and his upper body was still raising his hands to attack Lin Jiu. His hands were still waving constantly, and he had no idea that he had been dismembered. Seeing this, Lin Jiu suppressed the nausea in his heart, frowned and pointed at the man's lower body. When the man saw this, his face was full of horror, and he stopped moving the next second. Vomit! The woman couldn't help but vomit after seeing this scene. The 4 pirates not far away saw this, and their faces turned pale while trying hard to hold back the urge to vomit. When Han Xin and Dong Zhuo saw this, both of them showed expressions of surprise on their faces. When did the boss become so powerful? Lin Jiu looked at the star stick in his hand with some surprise. He didn't expect the star stick to be so powerful. He only used 30 of his strength. Lin Jiu held the star stick and looked at the last person. The last person's eyes met Lin Jiu's. He quickly dropped the weapon in his hand and slumped to the ground. There's a sad expression on his face. What kind of fight is this? Each one is more brutal than the other. It's boring. This guy can't even withstand a beating. It's over before the body has even warmed up. Lin Jiu pouted and fiddled with the star stick. Because the sound was quite loud, almost everyone present heard it. Han Xin and the others were fine. They just had weird expressions on their faces. After hearing this, the pirates almost wanted to die. By the time you're done warming up, we'll all be pretty much dead. Okay, you 4 have seen enough, right? There are ropes on the island. Tie them up. Lin Jiu gave an order to the 4 people, then forced a smile on his face, trying to appear more amiable, and slowly walked towards the four pirates. After all, he still wanted to make a deal with the other party and couldn't scare him. Thinking of this, the curve of Lin Jio's mouth became longer. Han Chung and Dong Zhuo followed closely behind Lin Jio and walked towards the four pirates. But Lin Jio thought that his smile was kind, but in the eyes of the four pirates, it was the smile of a devil and was extremely terrifying. Every time Lin Jio and his two companions took a step forward, the four pirates took a step back until they reached the edge of the island with no way to retreat. The four pirates sat on the ground with terrified faces, begging for mercy from Lin Jio in front of them, saying, "Brother, I was wrong. I am sorry. Brother, I didn't know you were so powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to provoke you even if you killed me. I have parents and children to take care of. Big brother, please let me go. I beg you." Lin Jio's face was full of speechlessness. Why did they always use the same trick every time? And could they change the lines? He was tired of hearing them. Despite this, Lin Jio still had a smile on his face and tried to speak in a gentle tone. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want to make a deal with you." "Really? Not killing us? Trade? Brother, we have nothing to trade with you. Brother, as long as you don't kill me, I can have anything you want." Lin Jio felt a little annoyed when he heard these voices and quickly raised his hand and interrupted. "Stop, stop, stop. If you keep making noise, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. I'm not asking for anything. I'm looking for a deal. I'm a conscientious businessman." When they heard they were going to be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks, they quickly covered their mouths. After a while, one of them asked cautiously, "Brother, what do you want to change?" Lin Jio smiled and pointed at a group of his men behind him who were knocked to the ground by Han Xian and others. After seeing this, several pirates showed a trace of confusion on their faces, and one of them said, "Brother, these are all our capital to survive, are you?" Halfway through his speech, the man suddenly saw Han Xian behind Lin Jio holding up his trident with a fierce look in his eyes. He quickly changed his words and said, "Isn't this too little? How about giving us to you as well?" After hearing this, Lin Jio waved his hands repeatedly and said with a look of disdain, "Who wants you guys? Come, tell me your numbers and I'll add you. You pass your men over here." Several people nodded repeatedly and reported their respective numbers. Lin Jio added them one by one. Two of them were already his good friends, and he had done business with them several times before. "I didn't expect to run into one of my customers. What a coincidence. Okay, I've added you guys, just agree. Two people who have friends have sent you messages." Lin Jio called out, and the four pirates opened the interface with puzzled expressions. Then, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. One of them just opened his mouth and pointed at Lin Jio with a trembling hand, and was about to speak. Lin Jio made a hushing gesture with his hands, and the man nodded repeatedly and shut his mouth. When the woman not far away saw this scene, her face showed some confusion and puzzlement. Lin Jio looked at the people sitting on the ground and said with a smile, "Trade your men to me now." After hearing this, the four of them nodded repeatedly and traded all their subordinates to Lin Jio. After Lin Jio received it, a smile appeared on his face. "I have 10 more subordinates for no reason. In the future, I will try not to use crossbows and crossbow carts if possible. This way I can get a lot of free labor." The 10 people who were knocked to the ground stood up, enduring the pain in their bodies, and shouted in unison in the direction of Lin Jio. "Owner." Lin Jio nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Just call me boss from now on." The four pirates who were slumped on the ground felt extremely painful and regretful when they saw this scene. Why would they bother Lin Jio for no reason? Fortunately, this is a trade. At least I can get some supplies in exchange, so it's not too bad. Thinking of this, a hint of relief appeared on their faces. One of them rubbed his hands and said, "Boss, look at the supplies you gave us." Chapter 155. So, I refuse. Vote if you have a vote, please. "Boss, look at the supplies you gave me." "Supplies? What supplies?" Lin Jio was a little confused. Did he owe these people supplies? After hearing this, the man's face was full of disbelief, and he said, "We just agreed that these 10 men would exchange supplies with you. You won't go back on your word, will you?" "Oh, yes, yes. I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me." "Wait a minute." Lin Jio had an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face, while Han Xian and the other man behind him both had a look of being ready to watch a show. The four pirates, slumped on the ground, were speechless. They had just said it in the previous second and forgot it in the next second. This must be intentional. Lin Jio looked around, as if looking for something. After a while, under the expectant gaze of the four pirates, Lin Jiao squatted down and grabbed a handful of dust from the ground. The four pirates were a little confused by Lin Jiao's action. What did this mean? The next second, Lin Jiao, with a smile on his face, sprinkled the dust in his hand in front of the four people one by one. One of them was somewhat puzzled by Lin Jiao's behavior and asked, "Boss, what do you mean by this? Isn't this a trade? It's supplies for you." Lin Jiao looked at him with innocent eyes, dusted off his hands, and explained. Anyway, there was no mention of any supplies being given to them. So, is there anything wrong with giving them dust? Anyway, dust is also a thing and can be used as supplies. After hearing this, Han Xian and the other person standing behind Lin Jiao couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. They knew their boss was going to cheat the other party, but they didn't expect him to be so cruel this time, even more than the previous piece of bread. After hearing this, the four pirates who were slumped on the ground looked at the dust on the ground and were stunned. Then, the pirate stood up, pointed at Lin Jiao's nose angrily, and cursed. "Damn it, you're kidding me." Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, ignored him, turned and walked away, then waved to Han Xian and Dong Zhuo. Han Xian and the other two understood immediately. They picked up the trident, and before the four pirates could recover, they hit each of them in the abdomen. In order to prevent the island from being soiled, Han Xian and his companions kicked the four pirates into the sea before the four fell. Lin Jiao turned his head to take a look and nodded with relief, but he didn't do anything. After doing all this, Han Xian and the other man clapped their hands naturally and walked towards Lin Jiao, talking and laughing. All this seemed extremely strange in the eyes of the woman and her three subordinates. Why do they feel that compared with these pirates, Lin Jiao and his two companions are more like pirates? Lin Jiao stepped onto the islands of those pirates and incorporated them into his own island one by one. Not bad. Another 80 square meters and 10 men for free. No, the subordinates were obtained through exchange, not for free. After collecting several islands, Lin Jiao walked towards the woman and said to her with a smile, "Okay, now that the pirates are dealt with, you can leave with your men." Lin Jiao ordered the woman to leave. Although the woman in front of him, with her fair breasts, beautiful face and long legs, is his type, he would not be so tempted as to keep a stranger for no reason. After hearing this, the woman showed a trace of doubt on her face. She couldn't believe that the man in front of her actually drove her away. Every man who has seen her is chasing after her. The men chasing after her can fill up a whole street, but the man in front of her is not interested in her. He can't be gay, right? The woman stood there in a daze. When this thought came to her mind, she felt a chill in her heart. She took her three men back to her island and sailed away. Seeing this, Lin Jiao also drove his own island towards home. Since they found 6 or 7 fishing rods from several pirate islands, Lin Jiao and his two companions, each holding 2, sat on the beach and fished to pass the time. But after fishing for a while, Lin Jiao felt a little bored and handed the 2 fishing rods to Han Xian and the other man. "It's such rubbish. Ordinary fishing rods are rubbish." After more than 10 minutes of fishing, I finally pulled up a rod, but it was still an empty rod, and I didn't catch anything. His enchanted fishing rod is still the best. Why? Han Xian and Dong Zhuo didn't think much of it and sat by the sea fishing. "Boss, that woman is still following us." Han Xian, who was sitting on the beach fishing, pointed to an island not far away and said. Lin Jiao looked into the distance and frowned. This woman has been following him for 2 or 3 hours, and he has no idea what she means. Could it be that she wanted to share the pirate's supplies? Or was she attracted by his handsome face? No matter which one of them it was, he was speechless. Lin Jiao had lost his patience at this point, so he simply changed the direction of the island's journey to the direction of the woman. At first he thought it was just a coincidence, but after several hours, it was no longer a coincidence. With the speed of that woman on the island, she should have surpassed him long ago, so he wanted to get to the bottom of it. After a while, the woman seemed to have noticed that Lin Jiao was driving towards her and stopped on the island. Lin Jiao was speechless upon seeing this. This would be another waste of his wood. His island was so big that the cost of driving would be very expensive. After a while, Lin Jiao came to the front of the woman's island and asked helplessly, "What on earth do you want to do by following me? Do you want me to share some of the pirate's supplies with you? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. I'm already very conscientious in rescuing you. These supplies are what I should take." Lin Jiao said a lot of things without giving the woman a chance to speak. After Lin Jiao finished speaking, the woman smiled awkwardly and said, I don't want those supplies. I know you deserve them. After hearing this, Lin Jiao showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. He thought he had misunderstood this. He scratched his head and asked, "Then why are you following me? I have nothing here." "Well, I want to follow you. If you have an alliance, I want to join." The woman felt a little embarrassed after she said this. Lin Jiao showed a strange expression on his face and asked tentatively, "Follow me? Is it so open these days? So direct?" The woman saw Lin Jiao's expression and knew that Lin Jiao had misunderstood. She waved her hands and explained, "That's not what I meant by following you. I want to follow you and live next to your island." "Why?" "It can't be because I'm handsome. You have to give me a reason." Lin Jiao was full of curiosity. When did he become so charming? After hearing Lin Jiao's shameless remarks, the woman frowned. "So narcissistic. I just think it's safer to live next to you, so we can avoid pirates from robbing us." After hearing this explanation, Lin Jiao immediately understood and was impressed by his strength. "This is a good calculation. You don't have to provide any supplies. If pirates come, you could take action to deal with them yourself." TSK, TSK, TSK. This woman is very smart. Under the woman's expectant gaze, Lin Jiao slowly spoke. "You have a good look and figure, so I refuse." Chapter 156, Song Yingxing. "You have a good look and figure, so I refuse." When the woman heard the first half of the sentence, a confident expression appeared on her face, but the next sentence made her slightly stunned. Then she asked in disbelief, "Why? Why? Then give me a reason to keep you. Just because you are beautiful? Can being beautiful be used to make a living now?" After saying this, Lin Jiao raised a disdainful smile. Before the woman could speak, the subordinate next to her couldn't help it and said to Lin Jiao with an unhappy look, "You saved us, yes, but be gentle with your tone." Lin Jiao laughed after hearing this, rolled his eyes at the man, turned around, and said to Han Xian, "Slap him." After hearing this, Han Xian nodded coldly and came to the man. The man was about to speak, but Han Xian didn't give him a chance to open his mouth and slapped him hard in the face. After seeing this scene, the other people didn't dare to move at all because they knew they were no match for Han Xian. After hearing the loud voice, Lin Jiao felt relieved and said with a smile, "You also know that I saved you? Why am I in such a bad mood? Are you not telling the truth? What gives you the ability to make me keep you by my side? If you say one more word, I will throw you into the sea to feed the sharks." The man covered his face and wanted to say something, but Lin Jiao's eyes fixed and he shouted, "Xiaobai, come out." Just when several people were full of doubts, Xiaobai jumped out of the sea, deliberately showing rows of sharp teeth, and then fell into the sea, splashing huge water. After seeing this, the few people's legs went weak and they sat down on the ground. The woman pointed in the direction where Xiaobai had just jumped and exclaimed, "Great, great white shark. This is too big." Lin Jiao smiled and squinted his eyes. He ignored the woman, walked to the man, squatted down, and slowly said, "Can you try to say one more word?" The man looked horrified and shook his head repeatedly. Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction, stood up with a smile, flicked his clothes, and said to the woman, "Keep an eye on you, men. If it weren't for his loyalty, I would have thrown him into the sea to feed the sharks." The woman nodded repeatedly after hearing this, not daring to say anything. Lin Jiao waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can go now. Stop following me." After Lin Jiao finished speaking, he took Han Xian and the other two back to his island and drove across the island towards home. The woman watched Lin Jiao's departing back reluctantly, but she did not follow him. She turned her head and said to her three subordinates, "Okay, let's not leave. Let's make our home here. Don't look at me as just a sheep, green grassland." Without the harassment from that woman, Lin Jiao's mood suddenly became cheerful. He hummed a little song and drove back home on the island. He felt that his temper seemed to have become much more irritable, and he didn't know why. Lin Jiao glanced at the time, and it was time to rest. He stood up and was about to wash up and go to bed when he heard Han Xian shouting, "Boss, come and have a look. I caught a wooden box of normal color." After hearing this, Lin Jiao's eyes flashed with surprise, and he walked over quickly. Normally, it was just a wooden box, and he wouldn't care about it at all, but this was an ordinary fishing rod. It is basically impossible to catch a wooden box of normal color in such a short time. This can only mean that Han Xian was just unlucky or was the result of constipation for a few days. Lin Jiao walked up to the wooden box and opened the lid. At this point, he no longer had any expectations for the person in the wooden box. He just hoped that he was not an old, weak, or sick person. The next moment, a 60-year-old man slowly stood up from the wooden box. When he saw Lin Jiao, he shouted respectfully, "Owner." Lin Jiao covered his head with his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. What he feared would come true. Despite this, Lin Jiao still asked, "What's your name? And don't call me master, just call me boss." "Okay, boss, my name is Song Yingxing." "Oh, Song Yingxing, right? Wait, what's your name?" "Song Yingxing." Lin Jiao spoke halfway, then looked at Song Yingxing with surprise in his eyes. Song Yingxing nodded gently, and Lin Jiao asked tentatively, "Can you farm?" "Yes, boss." Under Lin Jiao's expectant gaze, Song Yingxing gave an affirmative answer. Lin Jiao couldn't calm down for a long time. He felt like he had found a treasure. This is Song Yingxing. As expected, it was the Song Yingxing he was familiar with. Some people may not know who Song Yingxing is, but they must know the books he wrote. The exploitation of the works of nature. Foreign scholars even praise this book as China's 17th century craft encyclopedia. He still remembered that when he was in junior high school, he was punished by his history teacher to copy this 50 times because he memorized it incorrectly. Song Yingxing, from the Ming Dynasty. It can be said that he is a nearly omnipotent person. The book, The Exploitation of the Works of Nature, covers two major categories: handicrafts and agriculture. For example, things like porcelain firing, gunpowder, dyeing, paper, etc. are all included. I won't introduce them one by one here. If you're interested, you can search on Baidu. What interested him most was gunpowder and agriculture and handicrafts, which were of great significance to him. If he couldn't catch any food one day, he could rely on Song Yingxing's knowledge to have people farm and become self-sufficient. There's no need to say much about gunpowder. Hey, boss, is he that powerful? Why does he look so weak?" Han Xin saw the shocked expression on Lin Jiao's face and asked curiously. Lin Jiao finally came to his senses and said to Han Xin, "This is more than amazing. This is a great man." Han Xin had a questioning look on his face. In his eyes, this man was not even half as strong as him. Song Yingxing was a little confused and a little surprised after being praised by Lin Jiao. Seeing Song Yingxing's confused expression, Lin Jiao smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "If you're sleepy, go to the tent and sleep. If you're not sleepy, let Han Xin or Dong Zhuo explain the situation to you." After hearing this, Song Yingxing nodded repeatedly and fixed his eyes on Han Xin and the other two, saying, "Please give me more advice." Han Xin and Dong Zhuo felt a little awkward being treated like this by an old man who was several decades older than them, but they still nodded. Seeing that the three of them were getting along quite well, Lin Jiao nodded, turned around, and walked into the tent, ready to sleep. Song Yingxing took a fishing rod, sat on the beach to fish, and chatted with Han Xin. "Boss, we're almost home." Chapter 157, There Are Gangsters. "Boss, we're almost home." Han Xin stood outside the tent and kept shouting. When Lin Jiao, who was sleeping soundly in the tent, heard it, he rubbed his eyes and took a long time to get up. Lin Jiao rubbed his eyes, walked out of the tent, and stretched. He came to the beach and splashed the cold seawater on his face. The biting chill made him lose all sleepiness. Then he opened the map and saw that his home was just ahead. Lin Jiao narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. There was a glow of fire, and he could barely make out the outline of the island in the darkness. "It's so big, it must be his island." Lin Jiao turned his head and caught a glimpse of Han Xin and the other two sitting by the sea fishing. He glanced at the time. 4 o'clock in the morning. Lin Jiao suddenly felt a little guilty. His employees were working so hard, but he, the boss, was sleeping. He felt his conscience pricked. So, he should sleep next time. Soon, Lin Jiao was getting closer and closer to the main island. He saw 4 people coming towards him from the edge of the main island and staring at him. When they were 300 meters away from the main island, they heard a familiar voice coming from the main island. "Please stop on the island ahead, or we will attack you." When Lin Jiao heard the voice, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Zhao Zilong is on guard tonight." Lin Jiao made a trumpet shape with his hands at his mouth and shouted, "What? You want to attack even the boss?" Worried that Zhao Zilong couldn't hear him because the distance was too far, Lin Jiao shouted towards the sea, "Xiaobai, jump up." After a few seconds, Xiaobai jumped out of the sea, then fell back into the sea, splashing water all over Lin Jiao. Sure enough, the 4 figures on the main island all dispersed, leaving only one person. If I was not mistaken, it should be Zhao Zilong. "Zilong!" Lin Jiao stepped onto the main island, patted Zhao Zilong on the shoulder, and asked. Nothing happened on the island. Boss, no. Lin Jiu nodded, lowered his head to think for a while, and asked. Zilong, why are there 4 people patrolling tonight? He remembered that there were always 3 people every night before, and Han, Xian, and Dongzhi were also taken away by him. So where did the 4 people come from? Boss, 7 or 8 more people were caught in the fishing area yesterday, so I expanded the patrol team. Zhao Zilong said this, as if he remembered something, and said, Boss, do you want me to call them over to show you? Lin Jiu waved his hand and said, No need, no need. After Lin Jiu and Zhao Zilong chatted for a few words, Zhao Zilong continued on patrol. Han Xian, go arrange a dormitory for Song Yingxing, and you all go and have some rest. Han Xian and the other 2 nodded after hearing this, and Song Yingxing followed Han Xian and the other 2 towards the dormitory building. Lin Jiu integrated the 900 square meter island he brought back into his main island. Looking at the supplies he brought back, he frowned. Damn, I forgot to ask Han Xian and the others to move the supplies down. How sloppy. Seeing the tired backs of Han Xian and the other 2, he was too embarrassed to call them again. Forget it. Let's move tomorrow. Let them have a good rest. They're all very tired. Lin Jiu walked to the door of his house, quietly pushed it open, and went to the bedroom. The 3 women were already fast asleep. Kai Wenji's thighs were still on Hua Mulan's body, and saliva was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Lin Jiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, walked to the bed, climbed onto the bed quietly, and covered the quilt. No words were spoken that night. In the early morning, a shrill scream broke the silence. Sister Daji has gangsters. Kai Wenji was seen hugging herself with a look of horror on her face and shaking Daji beside her constantly. Daji and Hua Mulan were immediately awakened by the scream, and they looked in the direction of Kai Wenji's finger in a daze. When Daji and Hua Mulan saw a man lying next to them, they suddenly disappeared from their sleepiness, and the first thing they did was to look down at themselves. The clothes are still there. It's okay. Then Mulan looked at him coldly and kicked the sleeping man to the ground. Daji and Kai Wenji followed closely behind her, hitting the man on the ground with quilts and pillows. Hiss! It hurts! What happened? Who hit me? The man on the ground cried out in pain. Daji said angrily, I'd rather smash you to death. You rascal! Kai Wenji was stunned at this time, and quickly pulled Daji and said, Sister Daji, this voice seems to be the master's voice. When Daji heard this, she was stunned for a moment and recalled the voice just now. It seemed to be true. She turned her head to look at Hua Mulan, who nodded dully. The 3 women turned their attention to the man who was covered by the quilt and pillow. The next second, they saw the man push away the quilt and angrily stick out his head. Master! 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 The 3 Daji girls exclaimed, then looked at each other with only one thought in their minds. It's over. I'm in trouble. I'm in big trouble. From their perspective, they could only see a head and couldn't see the face at all. They were still half asleep, so Lin Jiu held the quilt and stared at the 3 women, waiting for them to give him a reasonable explanation. The 3 girls smiled awkwardly, and Daji said with an apologetic look on her face, Master, I didn't know it was you. You went out, and I didn't expect you to come back in the middle of the night. I didn't see your face clearly just now. After listening to Daji's explanation, the unhappy expression on Lin Jiu's face finally eased. He could understand this too. At this time, Kai Wenji looked apologetic and said, Master, how about you come up and sleep for a while? Lin Jiu opened the interface and glanced at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. There was no point in sleeping. He shook his head. In order to express their apologies, the 3 women helped Lin Jubin to wash up while lying on the bed that morning. You know what? It's quite comfortable. Oh, his damned capitalist life. After washing up, Lin Jiu walked out of the room and saw that the sky was already getting light and several people had started to get up. Boss! Boss, good morning. Boss! After walking around the island, every time he saw his men, they greeted him. Lin Jiu suddenly saw a place where smoke was coming out. That was not the direction of the kitchen, so he walked forward. Black smoke was seen coming out of a chimney in the cafeteria. Lin Jiu then realized that the cafeteria was ready for use. What's that building not far away? Lin Jiu was a little curious. Just as he was strolling around, he saw a building he had never seen before, and the cement looked like it was newly built. I don't know what is being built, so I can only wait for Lei Fat-Ada to wake up and ask. Just as Lin Jiu was thinking, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Boss, something bad has happened. Boss, come over here quickly. Chapter 158, Canteen. Boss, something bad has happened. Boss, come over here quickly. Lin Jio's heart sank. Could it be that pirates came again? How come he encountered them every day? He was speechless. He doesn't want to receive express deliveries anymore because his hands are numb from doing so. But when he listened carefully, it seemed to be Xiao Biluo's voice. That shouldn't be a pirate, so what's wrong with that? With a puzzled look on his face, Lin Jio walked towards the direction where Xiao Biluo's voice came from. Xiao Biluo was seen standing in front of the chicken coop with an anxious look on her face, waving at Lin Jio continuously. Lin Jio walked quickly forward, came in front of Xiao Biluo, and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Boss, look at the chickens in the chicken coop." Xiao Biluo kept pointing her finger into the chicken coop. A look of doubt appeared on Lin Jio's face. He walked a few circles forward and took a look. 7 or 8 chickens were jumping around inside, and there were 3 eggs lying in the chicken coop. No problem. It's fine. It's just 3 more eggs. What's wrong with that? After observing for a while, Lin Jio didn't find anything wrong. Xiao Biluo showed a trace of helplessness on her face and said, "Boss, those chicks." Chick. Lin Jio was a little confused. Isn't the chick okay? When he looked at the chicken coop again, his body suddenly trembled slightly. Yes, where are those chicks? How come they've all grown so big? Normally, it takes at least 5 months for a chick to fully develop, but this only took a little over a week at most. How? How is this possible? The same was true for the eggs before, and it only took about a week to hatch. What's going on? Could it be that all the growth cycles on the island are about a week? Such a guess popped up in Lin Jio's mind, but there was no way to prove his guess at this time. Okay, go get busy. Lin Jio waved at Xiao Biluo, sent her away, and started walking around in front of the chicken coop. There was one thing that made him very curious. Did these chickens grow up overnight or grow up slowly? He actually forgot to ask Xiao Biluo just now. Forget it. I'll ask again when I have time. After taking a look around the chicken coop, Lin Jio came to the pig pen and saw that there were already 7 or 8 pigs, 2 cows, and a sheep inside. Lin Jio nodded with satisfaction. This speed was good enough, much better than those fishing rods that were not enchanted. Ugh, I don't even want it for dogs. All he had to do now was wait for these pigs and cows to reproduce, and he would have an endless supply of meat. Ha ha, no more smoked meat. After strolling around the island, everyone got up one after another and began to prepare for the work that was about to take place. It's time to eat. After hearing this, Lin Jio was about to turn around and walk into the shed, but just as he took the first step, he remembered that he had already moved into the cafeteria. He smiled and shook his head, then turned and walked toward the cafeteria. When I entered the cafeteria, I saw people lined up in an orderly manner in front of several windows, talking and laughing. Lin Jio discovered that only 4 windows were open, and 4 were not yet open. It will probably be gradually opened as the number of people on the island increases in the future. Lin Jio thought as he walked to a window and started to queue up. Li Si, who was standing in front of Lin Jio, turned around and saw Lin Jio and said with a smile, "Boss, please stand in front of me." Lin Jio smiled and shook his head, saying, "You can queue up on your own. You can't break the rules just because I'm the boss." It's no wonder that when Lin Jio was standing in line, he suddenly felt like he was back in school. After hearing this, Li Si nodded, with a look of admiration on his face. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He is so considerate of his subordinates. The next second, Daji jumped up from behind and grabbed Lin Jio's clothes, poked her head out with a smile, and said, "Master, why are you queuing here? The meal has already been prepared for you." Lin Jio was slightly stunned. He wanted to experience this feeling more, but he still nodded, smiled, and walked with Daji. Only Li Si was left standing there in a daze. The clown is actually himself. Lin Jio followed Daji to a table, where he saw Kai Wenji and Hua Mulan sitting. Both of them kept their eyes on Lin Jio, as if they were waiting for him. Lin Jio sat down with a smile, Daji sat next to him, and Kai Wenji and Hua Mulan sat opposite him. Lin Jio took a look at the plate. It was almost exactly the same as the one he used in the cafeteria before. The only difference was that the plate was not made of aluminum, but wood. I'm not sure if it's made of aluminum, but it's definitely not iron. Eat. Don't look at me. Seeing that Daji and the other 2 daughters were all looking at him, Lin Jio felt a little uncomfortable. He hurriedly gave an order and then lowered his head to eat. Not to mention, the breakfast is quite rich. Milk, sandwiches, instant noodles, everything you need. After breakfast, Lin Jiao first came to the fishing area to split a fishing rod, and then went to Lei Fadada's studio. After entering Lei Fadada's studio, I saw Lei Fadada hurriedly drawing something on the blueprint. Seeing that he was so anxious, Lin Jiao didn't say anything. He stood at the door and waited quietly for Lei Fadada to finish painting. After a while, Lei Fadada put down his pen, as if relieved. He raised his head with a satisfied expression on his face. Only then did he see Lin Jiao standing against the wall. "Boss, when did you come?" Lin Jiao smiled and said, "I just got here. You look so anxious. What were you drawing just now?" Lei Fadada scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and said, "Nothing much, just researching how to accommodate more people in the same space." "What's wrong? Not enough land?" "Don't worry, I brought back more than 900 square meters yesterday." Lin Jiao showed a hint of curiosity on his face, thinking that there was not enough land. "Boss, that's not the case. I just feel that you work so hard every day for such a small piece of land. As your subordinate, I have to share some of the burden." After hearing this, Lin Jiao was slightly stunned. Is he so tired? Every day someone takes the initiative to deliver land to your door. Is this hard work? Yes, it is indeed tiring to harvest the land, as you have to run back and forth. I'm so tired. Lin Jiao was very satisfied with Lei Fadada's idea, which he thought was very good. He walked up to Lei Fadada, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I'm very relieved to have your understanding. So what's the result? What's the result of the research?" When Lei Fadada heard Lin Jiao ask this question, he showed a hint of excitement on his face. He picked up the drawing and handed it to Lin Jiao, saying, "Boss, of course we have researched it. Look at this." Lei Fadada kept pointing his finger at a certain place on the drawing and talked for nearly 5 minutes. Lin Jiao was completely confused. After listening for a while, Lin Jiao really didn't understand, so he quickly raised his hand and said helplessly, "Lao Lei, I don't understand what you were saying. Just tell me how many extra people can stay here." Lei Fadada smiled innocently, scratched his head, and said, "It can accommodate at least half the original number of people." After hearing this, Lin Jiao took a breath. He thought that at most there would be a few more people living here, but he didn't expect that it could accommodate half of them. Seeing Lin Jiao's shocked expression, Lei Fadada showed a proud look on his face. When Lin Jiao recovered, he remembered what he was doing here and asked, "By the way, Lao Lei, what is the purpose of that new house you built?" "Well, there are more and more women on the island, so I thought of building a house twice as big as the original one and letting the men move in, leaving one for the women to live in. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for men and women to live together." After listening to Lei Fadada's explanation, Lin Jiao nodded. It was right to do so. He was not thoughtful enough before. As expected, professional places require professionals. Chapter 159, This Shouldn't Happen. After Lin Jiao came out from Lei Fadada, he went to Mozi. On the way, he met Han Xian, who came up to him, rubbed his hands, and said, "Boss, this weapon is getting less and less convenient to use. Can you please?" After saying this, he glanced at the star wand in Lin Jiao's hand. How could Lin Jiao not understand what Han Xian meant at this moment? He was attracted by his star stick. He was very doting on his subordinates and would try his best to satisfy them. He smiled and said, "You just fancy my star stick, don't you?" Han Xian nodded repeatedly, looking expectant. Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth and continued, "Then, don't even think about it." After hearing this, Han Xian showed a trace of disappointment on his face, nodded, and turned to leave, but at this time, Lin Jiao continued, "The star rod is impossible, but I can ask Lao O to make a weapon for you." Han Xian, who had just taken a step forward, turned around and asked excitedly, "Boss, really?" Lin Jiao smiled and nodded, saying, "Really, why would I lie to you?" After saying that, Lin Jiao walked towards Mozi's studio. Han Xian looked at Lin Jiao's back and stretched out his hand to say something. But after hesitating for a moment, he put his hand down and turned away. "Really, I haven't even said what kind of weapon I want." Lin Jiao came to Mozi's studio and saw 3 people busy at work inside. There was a pile of crossbows next to Masterly. When Mozi saw Lin Jiao, he quickly put down the parts in his hand, walked quickly to Lin Jiao, and said with some concern, "Boss, you came just in time. We have used up all the jujube and pearwood. We have no more wood to make crossbow carts." When Lin Jiao heard this, he frowned slightly and asked, "I see. How many ballistae have been made?" 7. After hearing Mozi's answer, Lin Jiao felt a little surprised. At the beginning they said only 4 could be produced. So how come there are 7 now? Mozi also saw the doubt in Lin Jiao's heart and explained, Some more jujube and pear trees were caught in the fishing area. Linju nodded slightly after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Then you take a rest first. I'll figure out a way to deal with the wood." After finishing speaking, Linju walked towards Master Li, chatted with him for a few words, then took away all 40 crossbow arrows and sold them all. In less than 2 minutes, all 40 crossbow arrows were sold out. This time, his island was successfully expanded to 3,500 square meters. Oldo, stop for a moment. How much iron do you have now? As soon as Linju stepped into the blacksmith shop, he felt like he was being roasted by fire and asked Oyezi. Oyezi put down the tools in his hands, thought for a while, and said, "Boss, I can't remember how many there are, but there must be more than 10 boxes. Is it enough to make weapons?" Linju didn't know how much iron was needed to make a weapon, so he asked Oyezi directly. "Boss, if it's a regular-sized weapon, it's enough to make about 4 or 5. Linju nodded after hearing this and said with a smile, "Then make me 2 weapons." As he spoke, Linju gestured in the air the shapes of Han Xian and Zhao Zilong using weapons. After reading it, Oyezi fell in a deep thought. "Don't understand?" After hearing this, Oyezi raised his head and gave Linju a look. "Who the hell can understand this ghost painting?" Linju smiled awkwardly, and after gesturing a few more times in the air, Oyezi finally understood a little bit and said to Linju, "Okay, boss, I got it. I'll show you the blueprint when I finish it." After hearing this, Linju nodded, then came to Li Si and sold all the rhino armors. Before leaving, he stopped, turned his head, and looked at Li Si, who was busy with work with strange eyes. Linju couldn't help but ask Oyezi, "Lao, is there any problem with his work recently?" Oyezi looked at Li Si, who was working nearby, and said, "Boss, no problem, very hard-working." After hearing this, Linju nodded and walked out of the blacksmith shop. This shouldn't be the case. This doesn't fit Li Si's character. Could it be that, after dying once, his nature has changed? He doesn't understand. Give away reputation. The top 3 will receive 100 reputation points to open blind boxes. Chapter 160. That's right. I'm just teasing you. After Linju inspected every job, he felt a little bored, so he simply opened the interface and wanted to take a look at the regional channel. As soon as he opened the interface, he saw that his friend requests showed 99+. He was bored, so he opened it and took a look to see if there was anything new. "Boss, can you lend me a crossbow, please?" "Boss, there are pirates invading here. Lend me a crossbow. I will pay you 10 times the price after the mission is accomplished." "Gigi, I like you so much. You only need 10 crossbow arrows to marry me." When Linju saw the verification message that 10 crossbow arrows were needed, his face was filled with black lines. He just wanted to ask this person, "Are you inlaid with diamonds or gold?" He was feeling sick and was about to switch to the regional channel when he saw a familiar number. RB 2717. The other party's verification message was, "Chinese, I have a big business to discuss with you." Linju lowered his head and fell in a deep thought. What he was thinking about was not the so-called big business, but this number. He wondered where he had seen it before. It always seemed so familiar. After thinking for a long time, Lin Jiumeng slapped his thigh. He finally remembered where he had seen it. When we first arrived at the island, it was RB 2717 who took the lead in provocation. Damn it, he still wants to do business with him. He wants to see what the other party is up to. After Lin Jiu agreed to the other party's friend status, after a while, he saw a message from RB 2717. Huaxia, I heard that the crossbow arrows were bought from you. Is that correct? Yes, what's wrong? I have a big deal to discuss with you. I want to buy 1,000 crossbows from you, and the price is 10 higher than the original price. What do you think? After seeing this information, Lin Jiu showed a hint of surprise on his face. This is the first time I've seen wholesalers raise prices without bargaining. Of course, this is also the consistent style of the Japanese people in poaching people. Lin Jiu was about to send a message to refuse, but then he changed his mind, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealed an evil smile, and replied the message. Impossible. I can't trade with you islanders. Unless. When 2717 saw Lin Jiu's message, he thought Lin Jiu was going to refuse and was a little disappointed. However, after seeing Lin Jiu's next sentence, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The price is not right? Then I'll add another one. Are you satisfied with this price? That's not what I meant. I'm just afraid that I'll be called a traitor by my countrymen if I sell it to you. It's such a small price, but the price I paid is a bit high. Another 4 is fine, right? But Chinese, don't be so greedy. This is the last time I raise the price to 20. This is my bottom line. After Lin Jiao saw the message from the other party, he felt that this cold statement was filled with anger. Lin Jiao smiled. This was just the beginning. Why was he angry already? Okay, 20%. It's a deal. Okay, how long will it take to transmit it to me? Lin Jiao thought for a while, counted on his fingers, and replied to the message. About 20 years from now. Chinese. Are you kidding me? Lin Jiao's mouth corners slightly raised. This kid is not stupid and can still react. That's right. Hey, I was just teasing you. I was just having fun with you. After sending this message, Lin Jiao directly blocked the other party. In fact, when the man opened it to 20, Lin Jiao was really tempted. The reason for not selling it is not because he had provoked the Chinese before. Even if players from other countries came to buy it, he would not sell it. Of course, it's just not for sale at this stage, but it will definitely be sold in the future. After all, the World Channel is such a big piece of meat. Who wouldn't want to take a bite? He just wanted to wait until half of the Chinese players had crossbows before selling them to people from other countries. He didn't want people from other countries to come here with his crossbows and rob the Chinese who didn't have any crossbows. We can sell it, but only after half of the Chinese are armed. Isn't Monopoly the most popular method among you? Today he also played a game of it. The only thing that worries him is that 25475 will sell the crossbow to this islander. Otherwise, at this time, on another island, a man with a small beard on his face was full of anger. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Damn. He was shouting angrily, and there were a few people around him who were also players. One of them stepped forward cautiously and said, Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Isn't there another person in China who sells crossbows? We could just buy them from him. 2717's face was filled with anger, and he secretly hated. I just can't stand this tone, and the quality of the crossbow sold by this 520 is much better than that of the other person. But there is no other way. After hearing this, 2717 took a long breath to calm his excited emotions. After a while, 2717 nodded grimly and said, That's right, we must get this, even if the price has to double. We can't let the Chinese get ahead of us. Otherwise, our plan won't work. The other players nodded, and another person spoke up. Then Alliance Leader, shall I notify the other members of the Alliance first? 2717 nodded grimly, then opened the interface, found a friend with the number ZG25475, and clicked on it. On another island, a man was sitting in the room with a sad face and sighing deeply. He was very annoyed at the moment. He patted the bed unhappily and muttered to himself, Hey, the price has been reduced to 1 crossbow per 3 square meters. Damn it, the profit is too little. He did not have as many supplies as Lin Jiao, so naturally all the wood for making crossbows had to be bought or borrowed from allies. Therefore, the cost of making a crossbow for him is much higher than that of Lin Jiao. After deducting the cost, with a crossbow that takes up 3 square meters, he can only make a profit of 2 square meters. After all, almost everyone uses wood as fuel now, and the price of wood is really scary. Damn it, it's all 520's fault. Fuck, they lower the price so much. Aren't they deliberately suppressing me? 25475 blamed all this on Lin Jiao, but he forgot who started to maliciously lower the price first. After a while, 25,475's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that 2717, who had wanted to buy a large number of crossbows from him before, had sent him a message. Here, let's talk about the business we talked about before. 25475 replied quickly, not caring about anything else, fearing that he would run away. Okay. You sell the crossbow arrows for 5 square meters, right? I'll give you 7 square meters for 1. Sell it to me, but I have one condition. After seeing this message, 25475 was excited. 7 square meters. That is to say, after deducting the costs, he can earn a profit of 6 square meters. This is 3 times more than what it actually was. Thinking of this, 25,475 couldn't help but get excited and sent a message immediately. What conditions? You tell me. From now on, you can only sell the crossbows to us. You can't sell them to anyone else, especially the Chinese. And you have to make a statement in the regional channel. After seeing this message, 25,475 showed hesitation on his face. He could accept the first half of the conditions, but not the last one. He knew very well how the Chinese players would react and what the consequences would be if he made a statement in the regional channel. I'm sorry, I can't accept this. After some hesitation, 25,475 finally rejected 2,717's condition. 7 square meters is not worth it for him to do so. After a while, he saw 2,717 send him a message. I'll raise it to 10 square meters, okay? If not, I believe that 520 will agree. 25475 was stunned after seeing this message. 10 square meters per hand. Net profit of 9 square meters. He was moved. When 25475 saw the last sentence, asking for 520, anger appeared in his eyes, and he agreed without hesitation. No problem. He doesn't want to give this piece of fat meat to 520, and 9 square meters is enough for him to take the risk. 520. Just wait for me. Thinking of this, 25475 switched to the regional channel without hesitation and sent a message out. I hereby declare that I will no longer sell crossbows to anyone else, and will only sell them to RB 2717. After sending this message, he directly closed the regional channel. He didn't want to see himself being scolded. Then, he opened 2717's friends list and sent messages like a licking dog. I've already made the statement on the regional channel. 2717 this way. After seeing the message from 25475, 2717 did not reply immediately, but switched to another player's friend. This player accidentally came to the Chinese area, so he asked the player to lurk on the edge and report to him every day what happened in the Chinese area channel. After a while, after receiving a definite reply from the player, 2717 raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sent a message to 25475. Well done. I'll give you the deposit for 1,000 crossbow arrows later and give you a week to make them all for me. After sending this message, he closed the interface without giving 25475 a chance to discuss. Then, he raised his head slightly, revealing a look of disdain. It seems that he can proceed to the next step of this plan. Chapter 161, A Major Decision. Ding dong. Lin Jiao heard a notification sound in his ears and raised his eyebrows slightly. Was it 4,399 or 84,995 who sent him a message? Not long ago, he learned from 4399 that even if the phone is muted, as long as the person he wants to chat is set as special attention, he can still receive the message alert tone. He was stunned at the time. He had never studied that thing before, but it was also good, so he could avoid missing any information about the two people. He opened the interface and saw that it was 4,399 who sent him a message. Boss, have you checked the regional channel? Something big has happened. After seeing this message, Lin Jiao frowned slightly, wondering what big thing could have happened in the regional channel. He didn't reply to 4,399 and switched directly to the regional channel. Within the regional channel, 25475, are you still a human being? You actually sold the crossbows to the Japanese. That's right. You're a traitor. Fuck. You even claimed that you would never sell us crossbows again. I don't want your broken stuff. 2 words disgusting, so damn disgusting. This kind of person is not worthy of being a Chinese. Have they forgotten history? As soon as he opened the regional channel, Lin Jiao saw a bunch of comments denouncing 25475. From a few words in them, he had already guessed a general idea. It seems that the Japanese man approached 25475, and 25,475 agreed to the Japanese man's request. He scrolled up the chat history in the regional channel again. After a while, Lin Jiao finally saw the message sent by 25475. Lin Jiao frowned slightly. He just guessed that 25475 sold the crossbow to the Japanese man, but he didn't expect that 25,475 would only sell it to the Japanese man. Why is this? Why do we need to make a special statement? Could it be that the Japanese man added money? Lin Jiao's heart was full of confusion and a hint of worry at this moment. What he was worried about was that the Japanese man's demand was too large. He asked for 1,000, which was not the amount needed by an alliance at all. Even if I were to buy them back to store, I wouldn't buy so many. If I were to resell them, it would be fine, but I'm afraid. Thinking of the following, Lin Jiao couldn't help but shudder all over. That was the worst outcome, and it would be useless even if he was strong. Just in case, he had to make the earliest plan. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao quickly walked towards Zhao Zilong, who was patrolling not far away, and asked, "Are there any spare personnel?" Seeing that Lin Jiao was a little anxious, Zhao Zilong said quickly, "Boss, I just caught 2 people. I wanted to tell you at noon. Call them over here." After hearing this, Zhao Zilong nodded and trotted in one direction. Not long after, Zhao Zilong brought two people to Lin Jiao. Boss, boss. When the two men saw Lin Jiao, they called out respectfully. Lin Jiao was a little surprised. Why did he call him boss right away? Could it be that he set his sights on Zhao Zilong? Zhao Zilong smiled embarrassedly and said, I know you don't like them calling you master, so I've already given the order. Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at the two of them and asked, What are your names? Boss, my name is... Boss, my name is... After hearing the name, Lin Jiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He had no impression in his mind. He asked the two people what they were doing and confirmed that they were ordinary people. Lin Jiao nodded, waved at the two of them, and said, You two come with me. I'll arrange a job for you. After saying that, Lin Jiao walked towards Mosey's studio, followed closely by two people. When I arrived at Mosey's studio, I saw Mosey sitting aside, making crossbows with Masterly. Didn't I tell you to take a break? Why are you working again? After hearing Lin Jiao's voice, Mosey raised his head, smiled, and said, Boss, I've been busy for a long time. I'm not used to you asking me to stop all of a sudden. Lin Jiao heard this and thought, Okay, if this were the Earth, it would be a pity not to be employed by the factory with such work attitude. If you can't stop, I'll find you something to do. Mosey put down the crossbow parts in his hand, stood up, and asked, Boss, what's the matter? Tell me. Lin Jiao raised the starlight stick in his hand and said with a wry smile, Help me make a stick shell so I can carry it on my back for easy access. It's tiring to hold it in my hands every day. After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao handed the starlight stick in his hand to Mosey. After Mosey looked at it, he nodded and said with a smile, Boss, no problem. I promise to make it for you in one day. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Leave the star rod with you first, and I'll come over to get it in the evening. Lin Jiao said with a smile. Mosey nodded and was about to start drawing the blueprint. Lin Jiao quickly called him and said, Wait a minute, the two people behind me will work for you from now on. Let them make crossbows with Masterly. Mosey nodded, then looked down at Masterly, who was standing beside him. Masterly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, Boss, no problem. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded and turned to signal the two people behind him. Lin Jiao chatted with a few people for a few minutes and then walked out of the room. Now, the speed of 4 people making crossbows should not be too slow, but it is still far from enough to meet the needs of so many people. Hey, let's take it one step at a time. Lin Jiao also instructed Han Xin that whenever he caught new subordinates, 1/3 of them should be assigned to Mosey. After giving the order, Lin Jiao opened the regional channel again and announced an important decision. Starting today, the price of crossbow arrows will be reduced from 10 square meters to 5 square meters. As soon as this message came out, the entire regional channel fell silent. Lin Jiao thought it was stuck. After 3 seconds, the regional channel was like a boiling pot. Fuck, long live the boss. The boss is awesome. I thought the boss would raise the price, but he actually lowered it by half. Love it. Is this the demeanor of a big boss? He could have monopolized the market, but he didn't. From now on, I will only buy supplies from the Island Merchant Alliance. Boss, please accept my worthless knees. Woo, boss, fencing? I do it 3 times a night. What do you think of the upstairs? I'll give it 7 times. Lin Jiao looked at the information in the regional channel with a slight smile on his face. The only thing that puzzled him was why the wind in the building was crooked again. Not long after he sent this message, 4399 and 84995 bombarded him frantically in the Alliance channel. ZG4399, boss, are you crazy? Cut the price in half. ZG84995, boss, if you have too many supplies and don't know where to spend them, why not give me some? There's no need to do this. ZG4399, yes. Boss, you are rich, but we are still poor. Please give us some. ZG84995, the boss must have a fever. His brain must have been burned out. When Lin Jiao saw this information, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Who the hell would complain about earning too much? He felt really bad for making this decision. Okay, I have my reasons for doing this. You guys can get busy now. After sending this message, Lin Jiao closed the interface and fell into deep thought. The loss of such a small amount of supplies was a small matter. The one he guessed might be the most important thing. Hey. Then, he sighed, shook his head to get rid of all his thoughts, and walked towards the fishing area. What Lin Jiao didn't know was that soon he would be glad for his decision. Chapter 162, Regret. At this time, Lin Jiao was being sought after by thousands of people in the regional channel, while 25475 was facing a situation of demoralization and fragmentation. Alliance Leader, what's going on? Alliance Leader, you have to give us a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I will just withdraw from this alliance. That's it. Give us a reasonable explanation. Quick, I don't want to be labeled a traitor, and I don't want to lick the Japanese. Looking at the allies in the alliance channel who were asking for an explanation, 25,475 frowned. What explanation could he give? The fact is the other party offered too much. He couldn't refuse. But what's the point of him saying these things? He earns a lot of money, and it has nothing to do with these allies. Asking him to share it is absolutely impossible. Just as he lowered his head and thought hard about how to explain, one of his men ran in and shouted, "Master, it's bad. Your allies are coming to the island with weapons in hand and menacing looks on their faces." Upon hearing this, 25475 showed a hint of anger on his face. He stood up and walked out with cold eyes. When the people gathered at the door saw 25475 coming out, they all shouted excitedly, "Give us an explanation quickly." "Fuck, hurry up. Give me an explanation." Now, whenever we speak in the regional channel, others see that we are from the Protection Association and call us traitors. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation today, we will kill you. Seeing the indignant expressions of the crowd in front of him, 25475, who was scolded, also got angry and said unhappily, "Explanation? What explanation? The facts are all here. There is nothing to explain." After hearing 25,475's perfunctory attitude, everyone became even angrier. They took another step forward and stared at 25,475 as if they wanted to eat him. 25475 felt terrified by these looks and said with a tingling scalp, "If you're not happy, just quit the alliance." After hearing this, the faces of the others became gloomy and no one spoke. The atmosphere became particularly depressing. The depressing atmosphere lasted for a minute, and then one of them suppressed his anger and said, "Okay, then you can return the supplies we just handed over." After hearing this, the rest of the crowd also followed suit and said, "Yes, return our supplies. Give it back. Give it back to me. Traitor, return the supplies to me now." Hearing these people's roars, 25,475's face turned pale and he wanted to vent his anger. But when he saw these people picking up their weapons one after another, and some even picked up the crossbows he made and pointed them at him, he is scared. He believed that if he dared to say no, he would tear these people into pieces. He had no choice but to suppress his anger and said, "Can." Afterwards, when 25475 was about to return the supplies to everyone, he heard someone shouting, "Okay, to prevent you from being sneaky, we can just move the supplies ourselves." Before 25475 could react, he saw everyone rushing towards the house where he stored the supplies. 25475 stretched out his hand and wanted to speak to stop them, but when he saw their angry eyes, he had to retract his hand. All they could do was watch them carry away their supplies. After a long while, when everyone had moved the supplies away, he hurried into the house where the supplies were stored. There was only some garbage left inside, and nothing else. When 25475 saw this scene, he stood there in shock. This was not just about moving away the visible supplies. This was also about moving away all his supplies. How come these people are more like pirates than pirates? He quickly opened the Alliance channel, wanting to retrieve his supplies, but only saw this sentence left in the Alliance channel. "Those extra supplies you took away will be regarded as compensation for our mental damage. Goodbye." Then he looked at the number of people in the Alliance channel above, and he was the only one left. 25,475's face turned pale, and he ran out of the door in anger, only to see those people driving the island farther and farther away from him. 25475 sat on the ground, his face filled with anger, and shouted to the sky, Why? Cow, I won't accept this." He suddenly fell for being the leader of more than 20 players, 70 to 80 people, to being alone. This was hard for him to accept for a while. After seeing this, several of his men also stayed away and did not dare to get close, for fear of being implicated. After a while, 25475 slammed the ground with his fist to calm himself down. Seeing that his wood was still there, he felt a little more balanced. As long as these capitals are still there, he will definitely be able to make a fortune with the help of that Japanese man. When the time comes, he will trample under his feet all those who once looked down on him, especially 520. He wants 520 to kneel in front of him. At this time, 25475 opened the interface and wanted to find 2717 to discuss the price. He paid such a huge price, it would be unreasonable if he didn't pay more. But he accidentally clicked on the regional channel and saw a statement that made him shudder. Brothers, I have withdrawn from the Protection Association, and now I have joined New Alliance. I have enabled location sharing. Everyone, come together quickly. I am not far from the trader 25,475. The person above is very conscious and confident in reform, which is great. We forgive you. Brothers, is there anyone who can rush over with me to take out this traitor? +1. Take me with you. +1. Even though I'm a pirate, I just look down on this kind of traitor. Let's go. Let's kill him together. At this time, whether it is the survivors or the pirates in the regional channel, the two hostile camps stood on a united front because of 25,475. I have to say, 25,475 can definitely brag about this. He is probably the only one who can unite the two hostile camps. After seeing these comments, 25475 angrily rebuked. Fuck, what a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Afterwards, he quickly controlled the island to move in another direction. If he stayed where he was, he would be killed before he could develop. While controlling the island, 25475 switched to the friend channel and opened RB 2717's friend. Brother, pay more. You have to pay more. The risk I'm taking is too great. All the Chinese players are hunting me down. 25475 waited anxiously for a while, and 2717 finally sent him a message. Impossible. We have already negotiated the price. This news made 25,475 feel as if he had fallen into an iceberg. He replied angrily, "How can you cross the river and destroy the bridge? Because of you, I am being hunted by all Chinese people." Haha, and you can choose not to do it. After all, no one is forcing you. You can choose to give up. After seeing this news, 25,475's whole body began to tremble. Is there still room for him to give up? Is there still a way back for him? He and the other person are now tied to the same rope. The other person can still live well without him. But if he leaves the other person, he will be really finished. The other party must have him in his grasp. That's why he's so fearless. 25475 thought of this and angrily picked up the supplies beside him and threw them on the ground, cursing with a sullen face. Sure enough, all the islanders are the same. He regretted it. He regretted being bewitched by the devil, but now it seemed there was no room for regret. 25475 slumped down on the ground helplessly and let out a long sigh. Chapter 163, There's a New Monster. At this time, Linjiu still didn't know what 25475 was facing. He sat leisurely on the bench and drank the coke that Daji fed him. Comfortable. Cozy. A wooden box. When Lin Jiu saw Kai Wenji and others fish up 3 wooden boxes, he suddenly became interested. He stood up from the bench and slowly walked towards the wooden boxes. Why does this wooden box feel so much bigger? Lin Jiu was a little curious, but didn't think much about it. He walked forward and opened the 3 wooden boxes one by one. Just as he was wondering if there were any famous historical generals inside, 2 snow-white skeletons stood up from the box, holding bows and arrows in their hands. Lin Jiu was not mentally prepared and was startled. 2 skeletons raised their bows and arrows, and an arrow appeared on the string out of thin air. Lin Jiu didn't care about anything else and swung his fist at the 2 skeletons. The 2 skeletons were smashed to pieces in an instant, and their skeletons were scattered all over the ground. That's it. So fragile. Lin Jiu looked at the skeleton on the ground in confusion. How could this new monster be so rubbish? Even rubbish than the pigmen. One weaker than the other? This shouldn't be the case. Just as Lin Jiu was sighing at this new monster garbage, everyone cast curious glances at him. Daji couldn't help but run to Lin Jiu's side and asked curiously, "Master, what kind of monster is this? Why is it just a pile of bones?" Lin Jiu looked at the bones and bow and arrow on the ground and remembered the appearance of the monster when it came out just now. It looked very much like the skeleton archer in Minecraft. Because its whole body is snow white, it has another nickname, Xiaobai. Great white shark. Skeleton shooter. Daji nodded and looked at the pile of bones on the ground curiously. Just when Lin Jiu thought that the person was dead, under the gazes of several people, the pile of skeletons on the ground began to move, then pieced themselves together and slowly stood up again. Master? This? When Daji saw this scene, she asked with some fear. Linjiao also showed a hint of curiosity. What is this? Does it come with a resurrection armor? Just as the two newly resurrected skeleton archers were about to pick up their bows and arrows, Linjiao punched them again, and the skeleton archers instantly turned into bones on the ground. This time, Linjiao fixed his eyes on the skeleton archer to see if it could be resurrected again. Han Xin, who was on his way, also happened to see the scene of the skeleton archer's resurrection. He ran to Linjiao and asked, "Boss, what kind of monster is this? How could it be resurrected?" "This is called a skeleton archer. Just think of this monster as buying a resurrection armor." Linjiao answered Han Xin, but his eyes were always on the skeleton archer. Han Xin showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. "Resurrection armor? What is that?" But he didn't ask any more questions, just stared at the bones on the ground with the trident. Several people stared at the bones on the ground for a long time, and there was no longer the scene of the skeleton archer resurrecting. It seemed that there was only one resurrection armor, and they had no money to buy a second one. "Boss, it looks like this archer won't be resurrected anymore. What should we do with this bone? Should we throw it away?" Han Xin finally couldn't help it. He poked the bones on the ground with his trident and asked Linjiao. After thinking for a while, Linjiao said, "Forget it. Let's put these bones in the box first. Maybe they will come in handy in the future." Han Xin nodded, bent down, and threw all the bones into the box. Although he didn't understand what these bones were used for, he felt that it was absolutely right to listen to his boss. Linjiao looked at these bones, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. He did not throw away these bones because he had a bold guess in his heart. Since this monster is exactly the same as the skeleton archer in Minecraft, would the fallen bones, if ground into powder, have the same effect as in the game? Induce labor. This guess does seem a bit outrageous, but it seems somewhat reasonable in this different world. Is there anything else that would make people feel unreasonable in this different world? Catching freshwater fish from the sea, being able to control sharks and phoenixes, etc. Aren't these things more outrageous than his guesses? If that's the case, will it be possible to hook up a skeleton archer with an enchanted bow? Thinking of this possibility, Linjiao's eyes lit up. Any enchanted attribute would be incredible. He picked up the bow and arrow on the ground, fiddled with it for a while, and found that its quality was not as good as the one made by Lei Fadada, and it had no other special properties. He felt a little regretful. After organizing his thoughts, Linjiao turned his attention to the last wooden box. I saw a middle-aged man slumped in the box, holding the edge of the box with his hands, his body shaking constantly. It looked like he was frightened by what he just saw. Linjiao came to the box and asked the man's name and other information, and found out that he was just an ordinary person. He had no choice but to ask Han Xin to take the man to Mosey's studio and ask him to make crossbows as well. Afterwards, Linjiao opened the regional channel to see if anyone had caught the skeleton archer like him. Within the regional channel. Damn it, luckily this 25475 ran fast, otherwise I would have killed him. Yes, that's it. When are you going to sell crossbows? 5 square meters each. I'm so excited. +1+1. I'm curious too. Who can contact the boss and ask when the crossbow arrows will be on sale? A lot of people here are friends with the big boss, but the big boss basically doesn't even read these messages. Wait a minute. We can find 4399 and 84,995 who are in the same alliance with the boss. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? I'll go now. I'm going to. I've been waiting so long. Why think about buying such a good crossbow for only 5 square meters? I can't wait to spend some money now. Linjiao saw that there was no discussion about the skeleton archer in the regional channel, but there were many discussions about him. In order to avoid being questioned by 4399 and the others later, he decided to explain it himself. Linjiao lowered his head and thought for a while, then typed a sentence in the chat box. Don't worry, everyone. Thank you for your concern. I would like to tell you that the crossbow arrows will be sold every 2 days. After sending this message, Linjiao closed the regional channel and then lowered his head to think. This shouldn't happen. Why hasn't anyone caught the skeleton archer? Even if his fishing rod is a day or 2 ahead of others, it shouldn't be like that. Because the pigman that was caught several days ago has not been caught by anyone until now. Why is that? He couldn't quite understand. It is impossible for players at this stage to fail against a delivery monster like the pigman. Is it possible that he is the only one who can fish out monsters like pigmen and skeleton archers? Although his luck with his fishing rod doubles, the danger of what he catches will also double? No, to be precise, it's the courier. Chapter 164. Less raw meat. Lack of water. Time flies and it's 4 days later. Nothing special happened during these few days. There was no pirate invasion and no strange things happened. Lin Jiao took advantage of the situation for 4 days. It is worth mentioning that a dormitory building that has doubled in size has been completed, and one of the previous dormitory buildings has been vacated for a few middle-aged women to move in. A lot of chickens, cows, and other living creatures were caught within 4 days, which forced Lei Fat Ada to expand the pig pen and chicken coop again. Lin Jiao has already made up his mind that when the island is expanded a little more, he will build a separate chicken farm. The area of his island has now expanded to more than 5,000 square meters, and if he sells crossbows again, it will reach more than 6,000 square meters. Lin Jiao came to Mosey's studio. There were already 7 or 8 people assigned to make crossbows. The room seemed a bit crowded at this time. It seemed that we have to ask Lao Lei to build a bigger studio for Mosey. Boss, you're here. When Masterly saw Lin Jiao, he put down his work, shouted with a smile, and then pushed a few wooden boxes in front of Lin Jiao and said, "Boss, these are the crossbow arrows made in the past 2 days." Lin Jiao looked at the several large boxes filled with crossbow arrows and nodded with satisfaction. Then he opened the regional channel and sold all the crossbows. Masterly was no longer surprised to see Lin Jiao standing there in a daze, so he just spread his hands and continued working. The sale of crossbow arrows took a little longer this time, and the number of crossbow arrows was close to 800. After the sale was completed, a look of shock appeared on Lin Jiao's face. He made a direct profit of 4,000 square meters of land this time, more than he had ever earned in the past. I told you, why be a pirate? There's no future. He is now a man who can occupy an island of thousands of square meters in minutes. He suppressed his excitement, turned to look at Masterly, and asked curiously, "Are all these people able to make crossbows?" "Yes, this is very simple. Plus, your quality requirements are not very high, so you can basically learn it in 1 day." Masterly answered Lin Jiao while making a crossbow. Lin Jiao nodded after hearing this. No wonder he only produced more than 100 crossbows in the past 2 days, but there were so many today. It turned out to be produced by the whole association. Lin Jiao turned his head and looked at Moz. Since the juju wood and pear wood caught in the past 2 days were too little to make a crossbow cart, the process of making the crossbow cart came to a halt. However, Moz was not idle. After he made the scabbard for Lin Jiao's star stick, he started to develop new weapons. Sleeve arrow. When Lin Jiao first heard Moz's idea, he was surprised for a long time. Although the lethality and range of sleeve arrows are not as great as those of crossbow arrows, they are extremely concealed and can often catch others by surprise. Lin Jiao stepped forward and asked Mosey, "Lao Mo, how is the research on the sleeve arrow going?" Moz put down the pen in his hand upon hearing this, turned to look at Lin Jiao, smiled bitterly, and said, "Boss, it still doesn't work. The sleeve arrow that can fire 5 arrows in a row is too difficult to make. Lao Mo, 3 shots are enough. There's no need to aim so high." Lin Jiao patted Mosey on the shoulder and said something comforting. Mosey shook his head, his eyes showing determination, and said, "No, I must make it." After hearing this, Lin Jiao shook his head, said nothing more, and turned to walk out. Why? A single shot of sleeve arrows is already terrifying enough, and 3 consecutive shots are even more terrifying, but Mosey is still not satisfied. "I don't understand." He doesn't understand. Ding dong. At this moment, a prompt sound rang in Lin Jiao's ears. Yes, most of the messages are from 4399 or 84995. Lin Jiao opened the interface and switched to the friend channel, only to see a message from 4399. "Boss, the supplies have been sold again, and the profits have been sent to you." Lin Jiao showed a helpless look on his face and sold it again. Ever since he made the decision to sell crossbows at half price a few days ago, people in the regional channel began to frantically buy supplies from 4399 and 84995. It's not because of anything else, it's just because there are 4 words under their numbers. Island Business Alliance. Alas, the food that used to take 2 days to sell out can now be sold out in half a day. Fortunately, he had more food than he could eat, otherwise he would have to worry about what supplies to sell. Alas, capitalists do have their troubles too. After Lin Jiao arrived at the warehouse and received the supplies, he selected a large amount of snacks and sent them to 43.99. This quantity was enough to sell for 2 or 3 days. Owner, just at this moment, Daji ran over, panting, and the bread was shaking. This gave Lin Jiao another feast for the eyes. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? What happened in such a hurry?" Daji said breathlessly, "Master, I counted the supplies today and found that the raw meat I caught was half less than before." After hearing this, Lin Jiao's eyes narrowed. "This is not a good sign. Are you sure? Maybe you made a mistake in the calculation." "Master, it's impossible. I've counted it 3 times." After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded with a serious expression. The most important thing at the moment was food. There was less and less raw meat, but half of the amount caught every day was enough to eat, or even enough for 2 days. What worries him is whether the quantity will gradually decrease until it is gone. If this is the case, he needs to make plans in advance and sell less smoked meat in the future. Lin Jiao raised his head and said to Daji, "Okay, I get it. It's okay. Go ahead and do your work." After saying this, he lowered his head and continued to ponder. I don't know if it's the same for other people, or if this was just an accident today. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao opened the regional channel. He wanted to see if other people felt the same way. Within the regional channel, big sale of supplies, clearance prices, cheap and affordable. Give up the one above, keep it for yourself. We will all go buy from the 520 boss. It's economical and affordable. Brothers, have you watched the World Channel? It makes me laugh to death. Those people on the World Channel are already running out of water. What the hell? Really? Ha ha ha. We bought most of their fresh water before. Look what they're using now. As expected, the 520 boss is the one who can predict everything. 666, 6666. That's right. Follow the footsteps of Boss 520, and you can drink soup even if you don't eat meat. Thanks to Boss 520. 520 Boss YYDS. After seeing all this on the regional channel, Lin Jiao felt a little surprised. Has the water shortage begun? He hasn't paid attention to these issues recently. He has never seen the pond and has no idea about the water shortage. After watching for a while, no one noticed that the amount of raw meat caught had decreased. Of course, it may be that they originally caught few fish, so even if they didn't catch any, they thought it was just a matter of luck. He didn't see a single speech on this issue, but all of them were praising him. Lin Jiao just smiled faintly at all of this and didn't take it to heart at all. This time he guessed right. If he guessed wrong, or if it rained during the period, his fate would be, those who understand will understand. Chapter 165. Who is this unlucky guy again? Lin Jiao closed the interface, came to the edge of the pond, looked down, and found that it was empty with only a layer of silt. It seems that there's really a lack of water. Lin Jiao looked up at Daji, who was fishing, and walked over quickly. Daji, when did the water in the pond run out? After hearing the voice, Daji's hand holding the fishing rod trembled slightly. Then she turned her head. A look of annoyance appeared on her face, and said, "Master, it was gone the day before yesterday. I wanted to tell you at that time, but I was busy and forgot about it. I'm sorry, Master." When Daji made her last apology, her voice was so coquettish. Who could resist that? Lin Jiao shuddered all over, then rubbed Daji's head with a smile and said, "I don't blame you. Why should I apologize?" After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao paused and asked again, "Is there enough fresh water on the island?" "Don't worry, boss. The current amount of fresh water is enough for us to use for more than a month, even if we can't catch any fish later." Lin Jiao heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. It seemed that there was no need to worry about the current freshwater supply. The only thing that worries him is the raw meat. Let's see what happens next. If tomorrow is the same as today, he will have to make plans in advance. "Master, that's right. The warehouse is no longer full." Daji spoke at this time and interrupted Lin Jiao's thoughts. Lin Jiao came to his senses and nodded. Indeed, when he just came out of the warehouse, he also found that the warehouse was already piled up with a lot of things. If he hadn't been selling food every day and using stone bricks, the warehouse would have been full a week ago. Lin Jiao smiled and rubbed Daji's head, then said, "It's okay, I'll just talk to Lao Lei later." After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao turned and walked towards Lei Fat Ada. Kai Wenji, who was fishing, looked at Lin Jiao's back and couldn't help pouting, looking a little unhappy. Lin Jiao has been too busy these days and has become a little cold towards the 3 women. Arriving at Lei Fat Ada's studio, Lei Fat Ada was drawing some blueprints at this time. Lin Jiao stood at the door and said with a smile, Old Lei. Boss, what do you need me to build? Lei Fat Ada put down the drawing in his hand, looked up, and asked Lin Jiao with a smile. Lin Jiao was a little surprised after hearing this and asked, How do you know I'm looking for you to build a new house? Lei Fat Ada spread his hands and said with a smile, Boss, usually when you come to me, it's basically about construction issues. Normally, you wouldn't come. Lin Jiao smiled embarrassedly and said, You're right. The warehouse is full of supplies. We need to build a new one and also expand the chicken coop and pig pen. Okay, no problem. One day is enough. Hearing Lei Fat Ada's confident answer, Lin Jiao couldn't help but ask, So soon? Are you sure? Lei Fat Ada patted his chest and said confidently, Of course. And we're going to build a warehouse that's twice as big as the original one. Lin Jiao was a little confused after hearing this, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded and turned away. Lei Fat Ada saw Lin Jiao's somewhat suspicious look and smiled and shook his head. The current construction team is no longer the same as before. There are more than 40 people now. Building a warehouse is not an easy task. Lei Fat Ada lowered his head and continued to study his drawings. Why do I always feel like I've forgotten something? Lin Jiao walked out of Lei Fat Ada's studio, talking to himself, but he couldn't remember what he had forgotten. In this way, Lin Jiao walked while thinking and unknowingly came to the 20-square-meter beach. Looking at the beach under his feet, Lin Jiao sighed, wondering when the beach would expand a little. The land on his island has expanded to nearly 10,000 square meters, but the beach remains unchanged. Wait, land. He remembered what he had forgotten. He forgot to integrate the 4,000 square meters of land he had exchanged for into his own island. I'm such a pig brain. Lin Jiao couldn't help but cover his head and cursed himself. Afterwards, he hurried to the other edge of the island, took out the land cloud, and merged all the land into his own island. Suddenly, there appeared an island of more than 4,000 square meters in front of Lin Jiao, but it was empty, which made Lin Jiao feel uncomfortable. We still have to let Lei build more houses so that it will look more comfortable. At this time, Lei Fat Ada didn't know that Lin Jiao had already added some work for him in his mind. Han Xian, who was on patrol, happened to come here. When he saw it, he was stunned and stood there. After a few seconds, Han Xian finally reacted and asked in a surprised tone, Boss, you didn't go out. Where did you steal this from? What do you mean by snatched? They willingly exchanged it with me. Lin Jiao said this unhappily, then rolled his eyes at Han Xian. Han Xian showed a doubtful expression on his face and looked at Lin Jiao. What's that look in your eyes? Don't you believe me? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Lin Jiao's tone. Why is it that no one believes him when he tells the truth now? He didn't understand. Was he that kind of person in the eyes of his men? Han Xian heard the dissatisfaction in Lin Jiao's tone, shook his head repeatedly, and said, Believe it. Of course I believe it. Of course I believe what the boss said. If you don't believe it, you'll have no food to eat. After saying this, Han Xian left without looking back. Lin Jiao looked at Han Xian's back, with a trace of doubt on his face. Why did he feel that what Han Xian just said was very forced? Is it possible that no one believes him, even if he tells the truth now? No. What he said before was also true. In the past, those pirates were willing to exchange with him. After Han Xian left, he came to Zhao Zilong and the others, waved to them, and said, come here quickly. Zhao Zilong and his companions had a look of confusion on their faces and walked toward Han Xian in confusion. Zhao Zilong asked in confusion, Brother Han Xian, what's wrong? Why are you so mysterious? Han Xian didn't say anything, but waved at them. When they came closer, Han Xian spoke in a low voice. Look there, do you see it? Han Xian turned his head and pointed in the direction of Lin Jiao. Zhao Zilong and his companions looked in the direction of Han Xian's finger, all showing a trace of shock on their faces. They turned their heads and exclaimed, Where did the boss get such a big island? Sure, keep your voice down. Han Xian quickly put his hand to his mouth and made a gesture, then whispered, See, this is such a big island, almost as big as our current island. It must be some unlucky guy who ran into our host again. Dongjua also nodded repeatedly and whispered, I think there must be more than one unlucky person on such a big island. There must be several. Chill. Stop talking. The boss is coming. Zhao Zilong quickly said something in a low voice. After hearing this, Han Xian and the others showed a trace of panic on their faces and quickly pretended nothing had happened and dispersed. Lin Jio's face was full of confusion as he thought about Han Xin and the others approaching. Han Xin, danger. Chapter 166. The miserable Han Xin. Han Xin, danger. Lin Jio walked towards Han Xin with a puzzled look on his face. Han Xin just turned around and wanted to leave when he heard Lin Jio shouting from behind. Han Xin, wait a minute. Don't leave yet. Han Xin put his foot down again after just raising it, a trace of worry appearing on his face. It's over. It's over. This is the end. Dinner is gone again. Ugh. Lin Jio came behind Han Xin, patted Han Xin on the shoulder, and said, Han Xin. Han Xin turned around with a smile on his face and said, What's wrong, boss? Is there anything? Zhao Zilong and others who ran fast stood in the distance with smiles on their faces, looking like they were enjoying a good show. Nothing much, it's just that the island has expanded so much. I came to ask if the patrol team has enough manpower. When Han Xin heard this question, he finally let go of his worries and said with a smile, Boss, each patrol team now has 10 people, which is totally fine, and the number will increase every day. Lin Jio nodded after hearing this. At first he was a little worried that if the island expanded so much, there wouldn't be enough people. Okay, that's good. If there aren't enough people, tell me. After saying that, Lin Jio turned around and was about to leave. Call. Han Xin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was really scared to death. It turned out that he just came to ask this. But the next second, Lin Jio turned around and asked a question, which made him feel nervous again. What were you and Zhao Zilong discussing just now? Hearing this question, Han Xin tensed up and quickly shook his head, saying, Nothing, nothing, nothing. Lin Jio looked at Han Xion's expression and felt that something was wrong, so he asked tentatively, Really nothing? Boss, it's nothing. Can I still lie to you? Han Xion's face tightened, and he spoke quickly. Just when Lin Jio wanted to continue asking, he heard Xiao Biluo shouting not far away. It's time to eat. After hearing this, Lin Jio also felt hungry, so he nodded Han Xin and walked toward the cafeteria without asking any more questions. Han Xin breathed a sigh of relief at this time, with an expression of relief on his face, just as he was about to walk towards the cafeteria. Lin Jio turned his head and looked at Han Xin again. Han Xin was stunned on the spot, his heart tense again. Woo! Is this ever going to end? Can you please give me a quick death? Han Xin was about to cry at this time. This feeling was too torturous. He asked tentatively, Boss, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Oh, it's okay. I just forgot to tell you. Remember to expand the patrol team's manpower. After saying that, Lin Jio finally walked toward the cafeteria without looking back. After seeing Lin Jio walk into the cafeteria, Han Xin finally put his heart at ease. He sighed and said to himself, Boss, can't you just finish what you want to say at once? Seriously, I'm scared to death. Han Xin really thought that Lin Jio just forgot, but he didn't notice the playful smile that unconsciously rose on the corner of Lin Jio's mouth. As soon as Han Xin stepped into the cafeteria, he looked through every window and found that Lin Jio was not in the crowd. Looking towards the table, Lin Jiojing, Kai Wenji, and the other two girls had already started eating. Seeing this scene, Han Xin breathed a sigh of relief and walked toward the window with a swagger. It's time to have a nice dinner again. I wonder what delicious food Aunt Xiao made today. Thinking of this, Han Xin couldn't help but want to cut in line and take a look. Just as he was full of anticipation, he felt someone patting his shoulder from behind, and he turned around to look. Boss, boss. That's right, it was Lin Jio. Lin Jio was standing behind him with a smile on his face, nodding at him. But in Han Xion's eyes, that smile seemed particularly evil. Boss, didn't you already prepare the meal? Why are you here again? Lin Jio spread his hands and said with a smile, Kai Wenji forgot to order one of my favorite dishes. I'll come over and order another one. Han Xion nodded with a wry smile. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard Lin Jio continue. By the way, you were talking to Zhao Zilong. Boss, what do you want to cook? Let me do it. I'll help you cook it. Hearing that Lin Jio was about to ask about that matter again, Han Xion quickly spoke and interrupted Lin Jio. Lin Jio showed an embarrassed look on his face and said, This is not good, right? People will say I'm getting special treatment. Han Xion smiled and said, Boss, what's wrong with this? You work so hard, and as your subordinate, I should be considerate of you. Go and eat. After finishing speaking, Han Xion paused and continued. If anyone dares to say anything nonsense, I, Han Xen will be the first to disagree. After hearing this, Lin Jiao pretended to be confused and said, Okay, thank you. Scrambled eggs with green peppers. Boss, why are you being so polite to me? Go and eat. After saying that, Han Xian pushed Lin Jiao away. Zhao Zilong, who was standing in line at another window, saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. How miserable! Lin Jiao, who was pushed by Han Xian, spread his hands, walked towards Kai Wenji and the other two girls, then sat back in his seat and started eating. Kai Wenji blinked and asked curiously, Master, what did you do just now? It's okay, you'll know soon. Let's eat. Lin Jiao smiled and said something to Kai Wenji, then started to eat. After a while, Han Xian came over with a plate of scrambled eggs with green peppers, put it on Lin Jiao's table, and said, Boss, I'll make you some food. Boss, don't you have scrambled eggs with green peppers on your plate? After hearing this, Lin Jiao smiled, picked up an egg, and put it in his mouth, saying, Sorry, I wasn't paying attention just now. Thank you for your hard work. Han Xian had an aggrieved expression on his face, like a wronged young wife. He just opened his mouth and said, Boss you. Without giving Han Xian a chance to finish, Lin Jiao said with a smile, Would you like to sit down and eat together? After hearing this, Han Xian quickly swallowed what he wanted to say and left quickly with his plate. Now he knows that Lin Jiao did it on purpose, and what he said must have been heard by Lin Jiao. This is his punishment, forget it. As long as I have food to eat, that's enough. In fact, Han Xian only guessed half right. Lin Jiao did it on purpose, but he didn't hear what Han Xian said to Zhao Zilong before. But seeing the expressions on the faces of Han Xian, Zhao Zilong, and others, Lin Jiao also guessed a general idea. After drinking a mouthful of soup, Kai Wenji asked curiously, Master, what's wrong with you? Why did Han Xian make you another serving of scrambled eggs with green peppers? Lin Jiao smiled and said, Nothing just now. After listening to Lin Jiao's words, the three girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh secretly. Kai Wenji even said coquettishly, Master, you are so bad. Lin Jiao smiled and spread his hands, then lowered his head and started eating. Is it bad? Not too bad. Chapter 167 Born. No words were spoken that night. The second day, it was evening. Lin Jiao stood on the beach, feeling the sea breeze and enjoying the rays of the setting sun. Today was a normal day. Everyone was working as usual and nothing special happened. Before he could enjoy it for a while, Daji ran over with a panic on her face and said, Master, today is the same as yesterday, and there is still a lot less raw meat than usual. Lin Jiao put his hands behind his back, nodded, and said, I see. Daji stood behind Lin Jiao and wanted to say something. After hesitating for a few seconds, she shook her head and left. Lin Jiao looked at the beautiful scenery where the sky and the sea overlapped in the distance and sighed in his heart. It seemed that things were starting to develop in the worst direction. With this worry, Lin Jiao was no longer in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the beach. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Xiao Biluo ran over and said, Boss, good news. Good news. Lin Jiao looked a little puzzled and asked, What good news? It's born. It's born. Xiao Biluo said excitedly. Han Xian happened to pass by at this time. After hearing it, he looked at Lin Jiao with a strange look, then hurriedly ran away and ran towards Zhao Zilong with excitement on his face. Lin Jiao did not notice the expression on Han Xian's face, but asked Xiao Biluo, What happened? Explain clearly. Boss, the pig gave birth. After hearing this, Lin Jiao showed a hint of excitement on his face and said excitedly, It's good news. Ha ha ha. We're facing the crisis of raw meat starting to decrease. Now we hear that piglets are born. What better news could there be than this? Lin Jiao's face was full of excitement, and he said, Come on, go and take a look. After saying that, Lin Jiao walked towards the pig pen with an excited look on his face, and Xiao Biluo followed behind him. Big news. Big news. Han Xian spoke to Zhao Zilong and others with an excited look on his face. Zhao Zilong and others gathered around and looked at Han Xian with confusion. Zhao Zilong smiled and said, Big news? It seems that the punishment your boss gave you last night was too light. When Han Xian heard what happened last night, he couldn't help but give Zhao Zilong a blank look and said, Can you please not mention what happened last night? This is really big news. Yang Chun couldn't help it at this time and said, What big news? Tell me quick. I'm so anxious. Han Xin showed a mysterious look on his face and waved to a few people. When everyone approached, he whispered, "The boss is a baby. Impossible." After Han Xin said this, everyone showed expressions of disbelief on their faces, and Zhao Zilong even exclaimed loudly, "Why are you speaking so loudly? Keep your voice down." Han Xin showed an unhappy expression on his face. He didn't want Lin Jiao to hear it again, otherwise he would be punished again. Zhao Zilong quickly covered his mouth. Just as Han Xin was about to continue speaking, a voice sounded from behind him. "What's impossible?" Han Xin quickly turned his head and saw the man in front of him clearly. He patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "I'm so scared. It's you, Sister Kai Wenji." Kai Wenji looked puzzled and asked curiously, "What's impossible? What else scares you to death?" Han Xin shook his head repeatedly and said, "Nothing, nothing. We were just chatting together." Yeah, we're just chatting together. "Nothing. It's almost time for dinner. We were just chatting." Zhao Zilong and others quickly echoed. But when Kai Wenji saw the strange expressions on the faces of several people, the more she looked, the less it looked like they were just chatting. "You don't want to say it, right? It's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's really just a casual chat," Han Xin said to Kai Wenji with a wry smile. Kai Wenji's face was full of doubt, and she slowly said, "If you don't tell me, Humph, you won't have dinner tonight." After saying this, Han Xin stood there in a daze with a wry smile on his face. Why does he act like his boss? Kai Wenji looked at Han Xin and asked quietly, "Will you tell me?" "Okay." I said it's okay, but don't tell anyone else. Han Xin looked mysterious, and Kai Wenji was full of curiosity. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Tell me now, the boss is a baby." After Han Xin finished speaking mysteriously, Kai Wenji froze in her tracks, shaking her head repeatedly, and said in disbelief, "Impossible. Impossible. Daji and Sister Hua Mulan are with me every day. Impossible." Han Xin continued at this time, "It may not be yours. Think about it. The boss is out so often, it's normal to have one or two." Han Xin didn't notice that Kai Wenji's face was getting uglier and uglier. Zhao Zilong and the others showed a hint of hesitation on their faces and wanted to interrupt Han Xin. But Han Xin continued to speak to himself. "Also, when I passed by the boss just now, I heard Aunt Xiao tell the boss that the baby was born, and the boss looked very excited. Let me tell you." Before Han Xin could finish his words, Kai Wenji walked away with a distraught look on her face. "Don't go. I haven't finished yet." Han Xin quickly waved to Kai Wenji and shouted. Zhao Zilong and a few others shook their heads, and when they passed by Han Xin, each of them patted Han Xin on the shoulder and gave him a sympathetic look. Han Xin was confused by these people. Could it be that the boss came? Thinking of this, he looked around hurriedly and found that there was no sign of Lin Jiao. He muttered in confusion, "Why are you all leaving? The boss isn't here yet, and I haven't finished talking yet. And what do those looks like?" Han Xin didn't understand. He really didn't understand. After carefully recalling the scene, Han Xin was stunned. Damn, it wasn't Kai Wenji's 3 daughters, it was another woman's, and he even told Kai Wenji, "It's over. It's really over now." Han Xin slapped his head in annoyance and cursed. "I'm so stupid as a pig. I'm really screwed now. Why didn't Zilong and the others warn me? Just brothers in name only. Where's Kai Wenji? Why didn't she come to dinner?" Lin Jiao sat at the table, looked around, and saw that there were only Daji and Hua Mulan, and asked them curiously. Daji showed a hint of hesitation on her face and said, "Boss, Kai Wenji doesn't seem to be in a very good mood tonight. She's still sitting in the fishing area in a daze." Lin Jiao was stunned after hearing this and didn't even bother to eat. He stood up and walked out. He wanted to see what happened to Kai Wenji. After Lin Jiao walked out of the cafeteria, Han Xin quietly walked out from the side, breathed a sigh of relief, and walked into the cafeteria. At this time, Kai Wenji was sitting on the beach with her hands on her chin and a hint of melancholy on her face. Chapter 168 Night Pearl. At this time, Kai Wenji was sitting on the beach with her hands on her chin and a hint of melancholy on her face. Kai Wenji kept picking up small stones from the ground and throwing them into the sea, muttering, "Bad master, he ignored me." As she spoke, Kai Wenji felt even more aggrieved, and tears began to well up in her eyes. At this time, Lin Jiao's voice came from behind her. "Why ignore you?" Lin Jiao was sitting next to Kai Wenji. When he saw the tears in Kai Wenji's eyes, he quickly reached out his hand to wipe away her tears. Kai Wenji slapped Lin Jio's hand away, turned her head away, and buried it in her knees. Lin Jio was a little confused. It seemed that he had not provoked this little ancestor. Tell the master who bullied you, and the master will beat him up to vent your anger. After saying this, Lin Jio still had a hint of indignation on his face. Kai Wenji still buried her head in her knees and said nothing. Lin Jio slowly moved closer, put his arm around Kai Wenji, and said softly, "What's wrong? Who bullied you?" At this time, Kai Wenji suddenly raised her head and said, "You bullied me." After saying this, the tears in his eyes could no longer be stopped from flowing. Lin Jio looked a little confused and quickly reached out to wipe away his tears, saying, "Okay, don't." After coaxing her for a while, Lin Jio finally calmed Kai Wenji down and asked, "Then tell me how I bullied you. You've ignored me for a few days. As your sister, you, as your brother, actually ignore me." After hearing this, Lin Jio was completely confused. When did he ignore Kai Wenji? How come he didn't know? Kai Wenji pouted and said aggrievedly, "Brother Han Xin told me that he heard Aunt Xiao tell you that you had given birth. You can't forget your sister just because you have a wife." After hearing this, Lin Jio froze in place, and it took him a while to react. Now he knew what was going on. He was a little amused. "It's not what you think. You just listened to Han Xion's nonsense. It was the pig that gave birth to the piglets, not me. And why would I give up my sister just because I have a wife?" After hearing this, Kai Wenji asked half doubtfully, Really? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it. It's all Han Xion's fault for his big mouth." When he said the last sentence, there was a hint of unkindness in Lin Jio's tone. He originally wanted to train the aloof Han Xion into a funny Han Xion, but he didn't expect to train a gossipy Han Xion instead. Damn it, he's even worse than he was at the beginning. After hearing this, Kai Wenji understood the reason and asked curiously, "A piglet was born? Is it cute?" Lin Jio smiled and said, "It's very cute. I'll take you to see it." Lin Jio took Kai Wenji to the pig pen to clarify the misunderstanding. After arriving at the pig pen, Lin Jio smiled and said to Kai Wenji in his arms, "Here we are. Look up and see how cute it is." Kai Wenji shyly poked her head out and took a look at the pigsty. There were 8 or 9 piglets lying next to a sow, crying for food. So cute. After hearing this, Lin Jio smiled and shook his head without saying anything. "Master, when was this little piglet born? It was born so quickly." Kai Wenji asked curiously. She remembered that there was nothing unusual when she came to see him a few days ago. After hearing this question, Lin Jio fell into deep thought. He didn't know how to explain it to Kai Wenji. He was also surprised when he first saw these piglets and asked Xiao Biluo when the sow became pregnant. Xiao Biluo's answer was that 2 days ago, in just 2 days, she gave birth to a litter of piglets. Based on previous experience, Lin Jio guessed that it would only take a week at most for these piglets to grow up. Seeing that Lin Jio had not answered yet, Kai Wenji did not continue to ask and turned her attention to the piglets. Lin Jio collected his thoughts and smiled, then said, "How is it? Are you feeling better now?" Kai Wenji raised her head proudly, pouted her lips, and said, "It's just a little bit better. You haven't paid much attention to me these past few days." After hearing this, Lin Jio smiled helplessly. It was true that he had neglected the 3 girls a little in the past few days. He had no choice but to carry Kai Wenji into the house. Kai Wenji asked curiously, "Master, what are you doing in the room? Let me show you a big treasure." Lin Jio smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. Kai Wenji nodded as if she understood. After entering the house, Lin Jio put Kai Wenji on the bed. Kai Wenji looked confused. Then, Lin Jio began to take off his shirt. Kai Wenji quickly covered her eyes and said shyly, "Master, what are you doing?" Lin Jio looked puzzled. He was just taking off his clothes. He ignored Kai Wenji and instead bent down and took out something wrapped in clothes from under the bed. After seeing it through the gap between her fingers, Kai Wenji quickly put her hand down and asked curiously, "Master, what is this?" Lin Jio didn't say anything and just undressed himself on Night Pearl. The next second, the whole room became bright. That's right, this is exactly the night shining pearl that was brought back from the bottom of the sea last time. Lin Jio blew out the candle, took out one of the night pearls that was slightly smaller than his head, and then wrapped the rest tightly with clothes. He held the night pearl in both hands, handed it to Kai Wenji, and said with a smile, "Are you still angry now?" Kai Wenji shook her head repeatedly and asked in disbelief, Is this for me?" Lin Ju nodded and said, "Are you happy now?" "Uh-huh." Kai Wenji took the night pearl, nodded repeatedly, her face full of joy, and kept looking at the night pearl in her hand. Lin Ju reached out and rubbed Kai Wenji's hair and said softly, "Can we go eat now?" Kai Wenji placed the night pearl on the table beside her and shook her head. Lin Ju was puzzled. What else did he want to do if he wasn't angry? He was about to say something, but 4399 sent him a message at this time. "Open it and take a look." "Boss, are you asleep?" Lin Ju couldn't understand why 4399 sent him a message late at night, just to ask him if he had slept. "No. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." "Boss, that supply is sold out. I can't sit still." There was a strange flash in Lin Ju's eyes. Nowadays, there are still people who can't stay idle even when it's time to go to bed. TSK, TSK, TSK. "Okay, I'll get it for you." After Lin Ju finished replying, he turned around and said a few words to Kai Wenji, then walked to the warehouse, picked out some supplies, and sent them to 4399. He doesn't mind the trouble and is willing to do anything as long as he can make money. After Daji and Hua Mulan packed up everything in the fishing area, it was time to go to bed. The two began to walk towards a house. Hua Mulan asked Xiang Daji with a puzzled look on her face, "Did you see the master and Kai Wenji tonight?" After hearing this, Daji shook her head and said, "I didn't see him. Who knows? Maybe he was busy with something." Hua Mulan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Hua Mulan spoke quietly. "Master is really so busy that he even neglected his own sister." "Yes, but you can't blame the master. The master is too busy." Chapter 169. You are the next one. Please give me some money. In the early morning, the sun rises slowly. After Lin Ju opened his eyes, he found Kai Wenji next to him was still sleeping soundly. He smiled and rubbed Kai Wenji's head, then slowly stood up and walked out the door. He saw Daji and the other girl standing not far from the door, staring at Lin Ju with smiles on their faces, which made Lin Ju feel a little embarrassed. Before Lin Ju could speak, Kai Wenji walked out from the door. "Master, I'm sorry, I woke up too late today." Lin Ju rubbed Kai Wenji's head lovingly and said, "It's okay. I should be the one to say sorry. As a brother, I make my sister so busy and tired every day. You just need to rest a day." Kai Wenji shook her head and said, "No, master." Before she could finish, Daji and the other two girls came over with smiles on their faces and said, "Sister Kai Wenji, you should take a rest today. The fishing area is busy. I'll go wash the quilt." After saying this, Daji pulled Mulan up beside her. Hua Mulan also nodded repeatedly and said, "I'll go help too. Sister Kai Wenji, you could take a rest today." Kai Wenji felt even more embarrassed by what the two women said. Lin Ju spoke up at this time. "They all said so you can rest today." Kai Wenji had no choice but to nod. After a while, it was time for breakfast. Lin Ju held Kai Wenji's hand and walked towards the cafeteria. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Ju happened to meet Han Xine. Lin Ju gave Kai Wenji a look, and Kai Wenji nodded and walked toward the window. Lin Ju showed an evil smile, rubbed his hands, and stared at Han Xine. Han Xine had already started to sweat and said quickly, "Boss, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing. You said that last night, right?" Hearing this, Han Xine no longer had any hope. He nodded with a wry smile and then said, "Boss, I was wrong. Can you please not punish me by not eating? I really know I was wrong." "Hey, you knew I would punish you. Why didn't you think of it last night?" Lin Ju raised his eyebrows and spoke to Han Xine with a stern face. After seeing this, Han Xine smiled bitterly, nodded, and said, "I know I was wrong." After saying this, Han Xine turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Lin Ju called him. "What are you doing?" Han Xine turned around and said, "Boss, aren't you punishing me by not eating breakfast? When did I say I wouldn't give you breakfast? Go eat now. Only after eating will you have the strength to work." Lin Ju said this unhappily, and Han Xine was very excited after hearing it. "Boss, are you serious? You won't punish me?" Lin Ju nodded and smiled playfully. "If you want me to punish you, then don't eat it. Eat, eat, eat. Boss, you're so nice." Han Xine nodded repeatedly, spoke excitedly, and then rushed into the cafeteria. In fact, he should thank Han Xine. If it weren't for Han Xine, it would take him an unknown amount of time to make up his mind. Lin Ju looked at Han Xine's back, smiled, and shook his head, then walked towards the cafeteria. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ju opened his daily entertainment interface. Switch to the regional channel and see if there is anything going on there. Within the regional channel, There are a lot fewer pirates lately. It's been a lot quieter. I finally got a good night's sleep. It was comfortable. Yeah, and now I have the crossbow sold by boss, 520. I'm not afraid if pirates come. +1, I have two too. I feel much more at ease now. Who said wasn't? Thank you, 520 boss. Y'all have bought it? I haven't bought it yet. I'm so jealous. I must buy it tomorrow. No one can snatch it from me. Brothers, I only caught 5 pounds of raw meat in 2 days. It's not enough to eat. You upstairs only caught this much. Me too. I only caught about 6 pounds in 2 days. I thought I was just unlucky. Are you all like this? Shit. Me too. It's over. Will there be another food shortage? Don't worry. It's not that serious. We can still have other food. If all else fails, we can just go to the sea and catch some fish. That's right. If it doesn't work, why don't we go buy from 520 boss? Yeah, with the 520 boss here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Jiu looked at the speeches of everyone in the regional channel, and a trace of worry arose in his heart. It seems that the probability of catching raw meat has been reduced a lot, but fortunately his pigs have started to give birth, and he believes that it won't be long before cattle and sheep will follow suit. In a few days, players who catch living creatures such as pigs and cows should also notice this phenomenon. So, there's no need to worry about food. As for why pirate activities are not as frequent as before, there are only a few reasons. 1. He was killed by the survivors during the robbery. 2. Pirates rob pirates. Pirates rob pirates. 3. After so many days, some pirates had not looted anything and had no wood to support them. For the fact that he sold so many crossbows also gave the pirates a bit of deterrence, and they dared not act rashly again. While he was thinking, 4399 sent him a message. Boss, did you hear what those people said in the regional channel? The probability of catching raw meat is getting smaller and smaller. Look at us. 4399 didn't say anything else, but Lin Jiu understood what she meant and replied. No, I'll sell it for whatever I give you. Don't worry about that. Why? Boss, aren't you afraid that you will also be short of money? Lin Jiu smiled and shook his head. The amount of meat he had saved was enough for 30 people to eat meat every day for a month. Don't worry, there won't be much meat missing. Sell it with confidence. There will be more in the future. After sending this message, Lin Jiu did not explain too much. After chatting for a few words, he directly closed the interface. Looking at the busy people, Lin Jiu felt a little sad. From the beginning when he was alone, the team has grown to nearly 60 or 70 people, and the island has expanded from 80 square meters to nearly 10,000 square meters. Only he himself knows the hardships involved. Being forced to receive express deliveries every day is a very tiring task, especially when you sometimes have to travel a long way to get there. It made him feel even more tired. Who can understand this kind of suffering? No one can understand this kind of pain. Lin Jiu was melancholy for a while and walked into the house. On the way, Lin Jiu saw Daji washing bedding. Daji gave Lin Jiu a meaningful smile. Lin Jiu felt shy for the first time and walked quickly into the house. Before entering the house, Lin Jiu said to Daji viciously, "What are you laughing at? It will be you next time." In the daily reputation giving session, the first 3 people will each receive 100 reputation points to open a blind box. Chapter 170 Zhang San. At this time, Kai Wenji was lying on the bed, having been tortured to death last night. Lin Jiu was sitting on the bed chatting with Kai Wenji when there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Jiu gave Kai Wenji an apologetic look and walked out the door. When I opened the door, I saw Lei Fat Ada standing at the door. Lin Jiu was a little surprised. Lei Fat Ada usually wouldn't come see him. He asked with some surprise, "What's wrong?" "Lao Lei, boss, you ordered that the chicken and pig pens be enlarged, but you didn't say how much." There was a trace of helplessness on Lei Fat Ada's face. Lin Jiu thought for a while and asked in surprise, "Didn't I tell you?" "Boss, what do you think?" Lin Jiu smiled innocently. That's right. If he had told Lei Fat Ada, he wouldn't have come to find him. "Okay, I'll go with you to take a look." After saying that, Lin Jiu turned around and gave Kai Wenji an apologetic look. Kai Wenji smiled and nodded to Lin Jiu. Afterwards, Lin Jiu and Lei Fat Ada went out and came to the pig pen and chicken coop. There were already a dozen pigs, several cows, and sheep in the pigsty, and nearly 20 chickens in the chicken coop. He glanced around at the houses. Since the island was not too large when the chicken coop and pig pen were built, the pig pen was not too far from the house. If it is expanded a little, it can be stacked on top of the house. However, when there are more and more animals such as pigs and cows, it will be impossible to expand it further. Or build a new one? The more Lin Jiu thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. He immediately turned his head to look at Lei Fat Ada, who was the first to ask, "Boss, how about it? How much will it expand?" "Forget it, let's not expand it, just build a new one." It just so happened that the island of more than 4,000 square meters that he exchanged for was empty, and he could build a large pig pen on it. Lei Fat Ada had a hint of doubt on his face and asked, "Boss, how big an area will it be built on?" Lin Jiu thought about it for a while. Generally, raising 300 pigs requires 600 to 800 square meters. After thinking it over again and again, he said, 2,000 square meters, 2,000 square meters to build a pig pen, 1,000 square meters to build a chicken pen. Having said this, Lin Jiu paused and continued. Remember to raise the pigs and sheep separately. Just build it on the 4,000 square meter island over there. After finishing speaking, Lin Jiu pointed at the empty island. Lei Fat Ada was a little surprised after hearing this and nodded. This time was a big deal. After Lin Jiu gave a few more instructions, he turned around and walked toward the house he had prepared. When he passed by the fishing area and saw 2 wooden boxes being caught, he stopped. He walked quickly towards the fishing area. The wooden box was very attractive to him now. He was not expecting to fish out any military generals or famous figures from the wooden box. What he was looking forward to was whether there would be the skeleton archer that he had fished out before. Although Lin Jiu still couldn't be sure of the use of the bone, he always felt that it was somewhat unusual. "Owner," after Daji shouted with a smile, she gave Lin Jiu a look. Lin Jiu always felt that the look was somewhat malicious, as if he was being stared at by a pervert, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Lin Jiu nodded as a response to Daji. Then he came to the boxes and opened them one by one. After opening it, he held the star stick behind him in his hand, and as soon as the skeleton shooter came out, he would swing it without hesitation. It's true that the stick sheath made by Mozi is very convenient. The next second, a man and a woman slowly stood up from the box, which made Lin Jiu a little disappointed. It's not a skeleton shooter. Lin Jiu took a look at the man and the woman. The man looked to be in his 20s, and the woman looked to be in her 40s. Before he could ask them, they shouted respectfully, "Master! Master!" Lin Jiu nodded, waved his hand, and said, "Don't call me master, just call me boss." The two nodded, and Lin Jiu asked again, "What are your names?" "Boss, my name is Zhongli." "Boss, my name is Zhang San." After hearing this, Lin Jiu's eyes flashed with surprise. He really caught the lawless criminal Zhang San. "What can both of you do?" After asking the two people, they both looked confused and shook their heads. "Have to. Just 2 ordinary people." After standing there and thinking for a while, Lin Jiu had already thought of what kind of work to assign to the two of them. "You two come with me. I'll take you to where you work." Arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Jiu walked in from the back door, which led to the kitchen. When I walked into the kitchen, I saw 7 or 8 middle-aged women busy preparing lunch. When Xiao Biluo turned around, she happened to see Lin Jiu and asked in surprise, "Boss, why are you here?" "These 2 people behind you." Lin Jiu pointed at Zhongli behind him and said with a smile, "I'll arrange someone for you. The one behind me is Zhongli." After hearing this, Xiao Biluo showed a hint of hesitation and confusion on her face. Seeing this, Lin Jiu asked, "What's wrong?" "Boss, I already have enough staff here, and I can't arrange for one more." After hearing this, Lin Jiu looked around the kitchen again. Everyone in the kitchen was indeed doing their job and working calmly. If he suddenly arranged another one, it would disrupt their rhythm. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu said no more. He nodded to Xiao Biluo, turned around, and left with the 2 of them. Arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Jiu thought for a while and said to Zhongli, "Go to the fishing area first, that's the place we were just at, and go fishing with Daji and the others." Lin Jiu did think of a job for her, but he couldn't arrange for her to do it at the moment. This job is the chicken coop and the pig pen. After the chicken coop and pig pen are built, they're so big that Xiao Biluo will have to cook and take care of all these things. She will definitely be too busy to handle it. It would be better to arrange someone to be in charge at this time. So, let Zhongli be responsible for this matter. Lin Jiu shook his head, threw all his thoughts out of his mind, and walked towards the blacksmith shop with Zhang San. Arriving at the blacksmith shop, Lin Jiu instantly felt as if he had entered a furnace. It was extremely hot. No, this problem must be solved sooner or later. If you stay here for too long, you'll get heat stroke sooner or later. Ding, ding. I saw Oyezi hammering something nonstop, while Li Si and Li Si were talking and laughing while making rhinoceros armor. Li Si, come out for a moment. I'll introduce someone to you. When Li Si heard Lin Jio's call, he quickly put down what he was holding and walked towards Lin Jio. When he came to the door, Li Si looked puzzled and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Who do you want to introduce?" Lin Jio smiled and pointed at Zhang Sin behind him and said, "Remember the last time I told you to fish your brother out? Here he is." Li Si was a little surprised. He stood in front of Zhang San and looked at him carefully. This is not like him. I look left and right, but no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it. The only similarity is that they are both men. Boss, are you sure this is my brother? He doesn't look like him at all. Who cares if he looks like him or not? I can't lie to you, boss. After hearing this, Li Si nodded half-believingly. Zhang Sin also kept looking at Li Si. Not like that, not at all. Lin Jio, right? Of course not, but you two are closer than brothers. Boss, then I'm going to go inside to work. Seeing that Zhang San was not like his brother, Li Si lost most of his interest and prepared to go back to the blacksmith shop to work. Wait a moment. Lin Jio called Li Si, who looked puzzled. Lin Jio asked, "Is Li Si okay lately?" "Boss, no problem, what's wrong?" "It's okay, go ahead." Li Si was full of confusion. Why was his boss acting so strange? He had asked this question several times. Lin Jio stood there with his head down, thinking, how could that be? Could it be that he was really worrying too much? Does Li Si really remember nothing? Lin Jio thought for a long time and could only conclude that he was overthinking. He turned his head to look at Zhang San and was about to speak. Zhang San was the first to ask, "Boss, is that my brother?" After hearing this, Lin Jio shook his head, then nodded and said, "Yes and no. They're closer than brothers." No wonder I always have a special feeling when looking at Li Si, like a bond engraved in my bones. Zhang Sin looked at Li Si's departing back and spoke slowly. Lin Jio felt a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt it was normal. Zhang San and Li Si were household names. It is normal to feel a sense of bond. After all, Zhang San and Li Si can appear in any case. It would be unreasonable if there was no feeling of bond. Lin Jio turned his head to look at Zhang San and asked with a smile, "Since you feel that kind of bond, how about I help you two get together and stay in the blacksmith shop and work with Li Si?" Zhang San shook his head after hearing this, took a step back, and said, "No, only fools would work here. It's so hot that people would die." After hearing this, Lin Jio had a strange expression on his face and looked at Zhang San. Is this what superficial brothers are? Is this what bonding feels like? Really good. Lin Jio smiled and asked Zhang San, "So what kind of job do you want to do?" Zhang San looked around and looked at the house being built. He shook his head repeatedly. Then his eyes stopped at Han Xin, who was patrolling. He smiled and pointed at Han Xin and said, "Boss, what does he do for a living?" "Patrol team, responsible for the safety of the island." Li Si nodded repeatedly, a gleam of light emanating from his eyes, and smiled. "I'm going to work there. He looks like he's doing nothing and seems very relaxed. I don't want to do those backbreaking jobs. Besides, there doesn't seem to be anything dangerous on the island, so all we can do is wander around it every day. Yes, this is the job." A strange expression appeared on Lin Jio's face, and he said, "Are you sure you want to work there?" "Yes, I must have that job. I won't do anything else." Seeing Zhang San's determined face, Lin Jio didn't say anything more. He smiled and took Zhang San to Han Xin. Zhang San followed Lin Jio excitedly, with a hint of excitement rising in his heart. He's so smart to have chosen such an easy job. Hey, Chapter 171, Is My Craft Comfortable? Han Xin, assign someone to your patrol team. Lin Jio pointed at Zhang San behind him and said to Han Xin with a smile. Before Han Xin could speak, Zhang San walked up to him with a smile on his face, held Han Xin's hands, and said with a smile, "Hello, brother Han Xin. My name is Zhang San. I will be working under you from now on. Please take care of me." Han Xin was just about to speak when a drowned corpse appeared nearby. The drowned corpse pounced toward Zhang San with its fangs and claws bared. When Zhang San saw the drowned corpse, he was terrified and his legs went limp and he sat on the ground. Lin Jio folded his arms across his chest and looked at Zhang San on the ground with a playful smile on his face. "You're so brave, and you still come to the patrol team? Forget it." Zhang San was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. He never expected that the job he thought was the easiest was actually the most dangerous. While Lin Jio and Zhang San were talking, Han Xin had already dealt with the drowned corpse with a trident. Han Xin glanced with disdain at Zhang San, who was slumped on the ground. How dare he come to the patrol team with such courage? Ha! Han Xin was about to kick the drowned corpse into the sea when Zhang San suddenly said, "Brother Han Xin, wait a moment." After saying this, Zhang San slowly stood up and mustered up the courage to walk towards the drowned corpse. There was a hint of doubt in Lin Jiu's eyes. What was Zhang San going to do? Under Lin Jiu's gaze, Zhang San walked to the side of the drowned corpse. Although the drowned corpse was already dead, Zhang San was still filled with fear when he saw it. Zhang San hesitated for a while and said to Han Xin, "Brother Han Xin, can you lend me your trident?" Han Xin looked puzzled, but still handed the trident in his hand to Zhang San. After Zhang San took the trident, he gritted his teeth and stabbed the drowned corpse fiercely, several times in a row, even once stabbing it in the middle of the drowned corpse's legs. After doing all this, the fear on Zhang San's face also disappeared for the most part. He turned to look at Lin Jiu and said, "Boss, can I continue to work in the patrol team with this courage?" There was a hint of surprise in Lin Jiu and Han Xin's eyes, and they couldn't help but look up to Zhang San even more. Lin Jiu nodded and said with a smile, "If you want to stay, I have no objection." After finishing speaking, Lin Jiu turned to Han Xin and said, "Take him to get the crossbow and other equipment and teach him how to use them. I'm leaving now." "Boss, no problem." After Lin Jiu left, Zhang San no longer had the frightened expression on his face, but was replaced by excitement. Zhang San asked excitedly, "Brother Han Xin, you looked so handsome when you dealt with the drowned corpse just now. Can you teach me your martial arts skills?" After hearing Zhang San's praise, Han Xin's face was filled with pride. He patted his chest and said, "Of course, I'm the most handsome man on this island. It's no problem if you want to learn martial arts, but..." When Zhang San saw Han Xin stop talking halfway, he immediately showed an anxious expression on his face and said, "Brother Han Xin, please teach me. I'm not afraid of hardship or fatigue." Han Xin thought about it for a while, then suddenly stretched himself and said with a painful expression, I just twisted my neck. It hurts so much." After hearing this, Zhang San hurried forward, pinched Han Xin's neck and shoulders with his hands, and said with a smile, "Brother Han Xin, how is my cooking skill? Is it comfortable?" "Comfortable." Han Xin nodded repeatedly. After a long while, Han Xin said, "My leg hurts again. The old problem of being up and down comes back again." "Brother Han Xin, let me help you press it." Zhang San quickly squatted down, gently patted Han Xin's thigh with his hand, and rubbed it. At this moment, Han Xin had a sly smile on his face, and that smile was exactly the same as Lin Jiu's. At this time, Zhang San raised his head and asked with a smile, "Brother Han Xin, how is it?" Han Xin quickly put away his evil smile, pretended to be in pain, and said, "Not bad, not bad. This is an old problem. From now on, just follow me, and martial arts and other things will be easy." Upon hearing this, Zhang San nodded repeatedly, his face full of excitement, and he gave Han Xin a more attentive massage. Lin Jiu, who was not far away, happened to see this scene and shook his head with a smile. I don't know who Han Xin learned this from. Chapter 172. Lin Jiu glanced at the time, and it was almost time for dinner. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing else I could do, and I had inspected all the work that needed to be inspected. Forget it. Let's see what new things are happening in the regional channels. Within the regional channel, let me tell you, the eggs that the chicken laid earlier actually hatched into chicks today. I'm so excited. Really? That's impossible. How can chicks be hatched in such a short time? That's right. Even if you want to brag, you should have some common sense. Wait a minute. I can prove that the guy just now was not bragging. I just want to take a look, and my eggs have hatched chicks. Really? That's impossible. This doesn't make sense. What's reasonable or unreasonable about this? Aren't there enough unreasonable things in this alien world? I'm used to it. Ha! What a bunch of weaklings. My pigs have given birth to piglets. Who the hell are you calling a weakling? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Brother upstairs, you're done. That's the leader of the Plunderers Alliance. I'm ready to eat. I'll sit at the kids' table. Seeing these chat records in the regional channel, Lin Jiu was a little surprised. Some people's eggs have already hatched chicks. What surprised him even more was that one of them already had piglets. But that person didn't expect it to be 64,973. It seemed like I hadn't seen him speak in the regional channel for a long time, and I thought he had died long ago. I didn't expect that he is still alive and has such good luck. After looking down for a while, I saw a member of the Plunderer Alliance shouting in the regional channel that he wanted to find the player who had just cursed 64,973 to see if he could kill them. This made Lin Jiao feel a little funny. They were all grown up, but why were they quarreling like elementary school students? After watching for a while, nothing else special happened, so Lin Jiao closed the interface. Lin Jiao walked to the edge of the island for a walk, and suddenly a white head popped out with 3 tuna carcasses in its mouth. Noob. Lin Jiao squatted down with a smile and rubbed Xiaobai's head. After a while, a blue head popped out again, also holding the body of a tuna in its mouth. Little Blue. Xiao Lan stuck her head out, placed the tuna's body on the island, and kept twisting her head as if she was acting coquettishly with Lin Jiao. Okay. Rub. Lin Jiao helplessly stretched out his other hand and rubbed Xiao Lan's head. Every day at mealtime, Xiaobai would consciously bring up tuna or other sharks and wait for Xiao Biluo to come and grill them for him. No one needs to call it. It comes on time every meal. Later, after Xiao Lan accidentally ate it once, he also learned from Xiaobai and came on time for every meal. The people on the island went from being afraid of great white sharks and blue whales at first to gradually getting used to them. But one thing is that Xiaobai won't let anyone touch their heads. Only Lin Jiao, Daji's 3 daughters, and Xiao Biluo can do this. If anyone else wants to touch their heads, they will open their mouths and intimidate those people. I don't know why this is happening. Xiaobai and Xiao Lan. We are clear about who we follow to get food. After teasing Xiaobai and Xiao Lan for a while, Xiao Biluo shouted, "It's time to eat." Afterwards, Xiao Biluo came to the beach, nodded to Lin Jiao, and started to grill fish for Xiaobai and Xiao Lan. Seeing this, Lin Jiao just smiled, said nothing more, and walked towards the cafeteria. After getting 2 bowls of food, Lin Jiao carried them to his house. Kai Wenji was still resting inside. Along the way, many people asked him why Kai Wenji didn't come today. He always felt a little embarrassed and made up an excuse to get away with it. On the way back, Han Xian and Zhang San were seen walking towards the cafeteria with their arms around each other, talking and laughing. When did the relationship between these 2 people become so good? Lin Jiao was full of doubts, but he didn't think too much about it. He still had to hurry back to deliver food to Kai Wenji. When he returned to the room, he saw Kai Wenji just stood up. Lin Jiao smiled and said, "No need to get up. I've got food for you. Master, thank you for your help. I can do it myself." A blush appeared on Kai Wenji's face, and she took the plate. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's okay, eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold." After hearing this, Kai Wenji nodded, and the 2 began to eat. During the meal, Kai Wenji would always steal a glance at Lin Jiao from time to time, which made Lin Jiao feel that the meal was a little special. If only it were night, Lin Jiao thought to himself, and then he quickly shook his head to get rid of the idea. No, don't let your imagination run wild. Have a meal. This meal was quite painful for Lin Jiao. As for why it is so painful, everyone who understands will understand. Meng, stop it. Only Daji's shy voice could be heard from the seaside. A panda was lying on Daji's chest, moving constantly. After seeing this, Lin Jiao exclaimed, "What an expert! Good fellow! I didn't expect this to be a sexy panda." Since Kai Wenji was resting today, Meng was left to Daji's care. Unexpectedly, Meng was so dishonest. Damn it, I don't know who he learned this from. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao felt a little jealous. He walked towards Daji, then picked up Meng's feet and hit her on the butt with his hand. Meng was about to resist, but when she saw that it was Lin Jiao, she threw herself into Lin Jiao's arms and kept staring at Lin Jiao's chest with her head. Seeing this, Lin Jiao didn't want to continue fighting and could only rub the cute head in his arms helplessly. After Meng felt it, she stuck out her head and licked Lin Jiao's face with her tongue. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Meng's action made Daji laugh out loud. Lin Jiao was holding Meng in his arms when he suddenly realized something. Meng's body size seemed to have not changed. That's not right. The animals on this island all have very fast growth cycles. Even though the panda's growth period is longer than that of chickens, it should still grow a little bigger. How come this hasn't changed at all? Lin Jiao was full of curiosity and shock as to how he could react now. He looked at Meng carefully, then turned her body over with his hands, but found nothing unusual. How could that be? Why is it so strange? Is there something special about Meng? Lin Jiao thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. so he simply stopped thinking about it. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, this cute little girl is his pet. The rest doesn't matter. Chapter 173. Arrange work. In a blink of an eye, another 4 or 5 days passed. In 4 or 5 days, Lin Jiu's island has expanded to more than 17,000 square meters. Now the island produces more than 500 crossbows a day. There are 4 or 5 more piglets in the pig pen, and the piglet born a few days ago is almost as big as its mother. There are already more than 30 chickens in the chicken coop, and Lin Jiu is still thinking about whether to separate a few of the hens and eat the eggs they lay. But after some thought, he gave up the idea. A few hens can lay a few eggs. Can they feed so many people on his island? It's better to keep them and hatch a few more chicks to speed up the process, so that you can eat eggs earlier in the future. Not only him, but the pigs and chickens on other players' islands also began to reproduce food, which surprised them for a while. This way, they won't have to worry about not being able to catch raw meat in the future. After all, the growth cycle of this other world is ridiculously short. Within the regional channel. Wow, I just robbed an island, but I didn't expect this guy to build a house with stone bricks. It's a bargain for me. Fuck, that's impossible. How can you build a house with bricks without cement? Yes, how is it possible? Impossible. There is no cement at all. There is no limestone either. I'm now very curious about how it was built. Does anyone know how to build it? Ahem. Wood ash can be used to make a simple version of cement. If you want to know, add me as your friend. If you want to get something for nothing, don't come. What's the guy upstairs bragging about? Are you crazy because you're poor? How can waste material like wood ash be used to make cement? I believe that 520 boss started buying a lot of wood ash a long time ago, probably for building houses. No wonder the boss bought so much wood ash before. Where are those people who laughed at the boss before? You still call me boss, but why didn't he tell us if he knew the answer? Did he want to eat it all by himself? This kind of thing should be shared. Is he your father or your mother? Why should I tell you? When Lin Jiu saw these comments in the regional channel, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised and a little funny. Some people have started to morally blackmail him. It's so funny. As long as he has no morals, no one can morally blackmail him. Most of these people are cerebral palsy and idiots. He had long guessed that someone knew how to make cement from wood ash, but he didn't expect that someone actually had so many materials to build it. As for the consequences of the announcement, the impact on him is neither big nor small. The most that can happen is that the price of wood ash will increase, and he will have to pay a little more, but it won't increase too much. After all, apart from being used as fertilizer and making cement, it has basically no other uses. Now that no one is planting, fertilizer is naturally passed, but as for cement, how many people would spend so much resources to build a stone brick house? There are some, but not many. So, even if the price goes up in the next 2 days, if no one buys it in a few days, it will naturally go down. The most important point is that he has stored up a lot of wood ash, which will be enough for 10 days or half a month, even if he stops buying more. Lin Jiu sorted out his thoughts and wandered around the island. The pig pen and chicken coop are almost completed, and Le Fadada's studio has more than doubled in size, but still seems a bit crowded. He now has to consider whether to build a small factory to produce crossbows. While he was thinking, 2 people walked towards him. Boss! Boss! Lin Jiu looked up and was a little surprised to see that it was Song Yingxing and Hua Tuo. What's wrong? Is there something going on between you two? At this time, Song Yingxing and Hua Tuo looked at each other. Hua Tuo said with a hint of hesitation, Boss, what kind of work do you think we should do? I've been on the island for so long, and I've been idle all this time while others are working hard. I can't sleep or eat well. As soon as Hua Tuo finished speaking, Song Yingxing nodded repeatedly and said, Yeah, boss. Me too. We're like useless people when we come to the island. We eat and drink for free. You have to let us do something. Hearing this, Lin Jiu was about to tell the two to just live there in peace. But after thinking about it, he felt that something was not right. While everyone else is working hard, the two of them do nothing every day and enjoy the same treatment as everyone else. Regardless of whether other people have any objections, if it were them, they would also feel a little out of place and extremely awkward. This will make them unable to eat or sleep well. But what kind of work should I arrange? Lin Jiu racked his brains, but couldn't figure out where to arrange for these 2 people to work. Both of them are already old. If they are asked to build a house and they get sick from exhaustion, who would he go to cry to? Fishing area? There is no shortage of people now. Patrol? That's even worse. Isn't this going to cost both of our lives? After thinking for a while, Lin Jiu still couldn't think of a suitable answer. So he simply threw this difficult question to the two of them and said, "Where do you two want to work?" Song Yingxing and Hua Tuo lowered their heads and thought for a while. Song Yingxing said, "Boss, I want to go to Mosey's place. I think I'm more familiar with that place." Lin Jiu nodded. He naturally had no objection and turned to look at Hua Tuo. Hua Tuo slowly stroked his beard with his hand and said, "I'll just go work in the warehouse." After hearing this, Lin Jiu thought for a while and nodded. This was not a bad idea, as it could reduce some of the burden on Daji. "Okay, then you two go ahead. I'll call you when I need you." Lin Jiu gave the two of them an order, then waved at them, signaling them to leave. Looking at the backs of the two people, Lin Jiu felt a little melancholy in his heart. I originally wanted to wait until the seeds were caught, and then let Song Yingxing lead some people to plant them. As for Hua Tuo, he wanted him to solve the health problems of everyone on the island. However, up to now, everyone's physical condition is extremely good, except that they feel a little tired occasionally. There was no question of getting injured, so Hua Tuo naturally had nothing to do every day. Chapter 174, I want to do something big. At this time, on an island among a group of islands, 64973 looked excitedly at the wooden chicken coop, which already contained 4 or 5 chickens and 3 or 4 eggs. In the house next to the chicken coop were 2 pigs and 8 piglets. Ha ha! 64973 couldn't help but laugh out loud. Currently, only a few people's pigs gave birth to piglets, and some people didn't even have pigs. He felt that he had reached the pinnacle and stood at the top of the other world. He now has nearly 20 allies, and each of them has more than 70 subordinates. Now he can walk around in the other world as he pleases, and 520 is just garbage in his eyes. Lin Jiu, it's so funny. I have 60 or 70 subordinates. Just when he was reaching his climax, the sinister man ran over with a panicked look on his face and said, "Master, it's bad. We are running low on food." This sentence immediately brought 64,973 back to reality from his self-elevation. 64973 showed a trace of doubt on his face and asked, "How is that possible? Wasn't there plenty of food before?" The sinister man showed a trace of embarrassment on his face and said, "Master, that was 5 or 6 days ago. The chickens and pigs have been eating a lot lately, and you haven't been concerned about how much supplies are left." After hearing this, 64,973 lowered his head and pondered for a while, then asked doubtfully, "Really? Didn't I care?" The sinister man nodded helplessly. 64973 showed an embarrassed look on his face, but soon turned serious and said, "What are you afraid of? At worst, we could just go and grab a few more islands. Go ahead." 64973 didn't take it seriously. He just hadn't gone out to rob for more than a week, so there was a shortage of supplies. As long as he goes out to rob some places, he can have everything. It would be best if he could rob an island with stone brick houses. The comment about the person who got the stone brick house on the regional channel made him envious for a long time. As for failing to rob and being robbed instead, in his eyes it's impossible. His pirate alliance has expanded to such an extent that it is considered the top pirate alliance in the entire region. How could it be robbed? After hearing the conversation between 64973 and the sinister man not far away, Su Dingfang shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. After 64973 glanced at Su Dingfang, he waved at him and shouted, "Dingfang, come here." After hearing this, Su Dingfang nodded and walked over helplessly. "Dingfang, how are the 2 people I asked you to train?" After hearing 64,973's question, Su Dingfang answered, "Master, the progress is pretty good. It's much better than the average person." After hearing this, 64,973 nodded with satisfaction and waved to Su Dingfang, signaling him to leave. After so many days of development, he had gained 2 subordinates through robbery, and the island had expanded to more than 400 square meters. If he had not divided a part of it with other allies, the area of his island would have reached more than 1,000 square meters. He didn't believe that anyone else's island was bigger than his. As for the 2 people who were snatched away, he felt helpless. They were just ordinary people, and there was nothing special about them. However, he thought of another idea, which was to let Su Dingfang train them. At that time, as long as they start robbing, it doesn't matter even if Su Dingfang doesn't do it, as long as Su Dingfang can be under his command. Because most of his allies were targeting Su Dingfang. If Su Dingfang was gone, he might really have nothing. After he seizes a few more islands and expand his troops, he can let Su Dingfang train them and create an army. Then, expand slowly, become stronger and stronger, and create greater glory. The only thing that annoyed him was that many survivors were now equipped with crossbows, making it difficult for him to take action. We can no longer rob them by crushing them as we did before. Why? It's all because of fucking 520. Why sell so many crossbow arrows if there is nothing to do? Grass. Then he picked up the crossbow and sent a message in the Alliance channel. Everyone come out and get ready for a big fight. I want. Chapter 175. Tornado. Vote. Family. Lin Jiao wandered around the island for an afternoon, and time passed quickly. After dinner, he wandered around the fishing area for a while. When it was time to go to bed, he obediently returned to his room. Seeing that Kai Wenji had not returned yet, Lin Jiao opened the regional channel to kill time. Within the regional channel. Haha, today my eggs also hatched into chicks. Me too. I already have 3 chickens and 4 chicks. I'm speechless. I have nothing now. Please don't be so hypocritical. If I die of jealousy, you will not be able to escape. My eggs haven't moved yet, and I don't know when they will hatch. What do you think? How many big guys will there be on 520? He's a piece of shit. If he steals my chicken, he'll definitely kill me. Why did this 64,973 come out again? Ugh, it makes me want to vomit. Others may be afraid of you, but I am not. Seeing all this on the regional channel, Lin Jiao raised a playful smile. What do you mean he stole 64,973's chicken? It was clearly 64,973 who begged to exchange it with him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Since so many people want to see him show off, he might as well do it reluctantly. Why? He was very reluctant. Really? Then he typed a sentence in the chat box at a very fast speed and sent it out. I just saw someone calling me. I don't have many chickens, cows, pigs, and sheep. Not counting the newly born ones, there are only about 50 or 60 of them in total. Not many. The next second, the entire regional channel fell silent again. What kind of broken system is this? Why is it stuck again? Lin Jiao looked at the motionless interface and talked to himself. After a long while, the regional channel finally responded. Oh my god, what did the boss say just now? 50 or 60? Not many? Did I see it wrong? Brother, you are not mistaken. I just checked several times. Yes, there are 50 or 60 of them. Fuck, I've been living like a dog for so many days. 50 or 60. Fuck, don't get excited, brother upstairs. It's okay. He hasn't counted the cubs and the unhatched eggs yet. After you said that, the brother upstairs must be even more sad. Is this the difference between the boss and us? My goodness. Boss, are you still missing any accessories? Do you think I can do it? 64973. Come out and scream again? Aren't you quite cocky? Pa. Everyone in the regional channel was frightened at once, but Lin Jiao didn't care. He had not yet taken into account the 2 pregnant sows. In a few days, there'll be a dozen more pigs. What's the big deal? Isn't this normal? Lin Jiao shrugged nonchalantly. He didn't know that he really deserved a beating in the current state. After watching the regional channel for a while, he was about to turn on the world channel when the door was pushed open. Kai Wenji walked in, pinching the hem of her skirt with a smile on her face, followed by Daji and Hua Mulan. When he saw the 2 women behind Kai Wenji, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Jiao's face, and then he sighed in his heart. Alas, it seems that our world of 2 is coming to an end. Daji also saw the surprise on Lin Jiao's face. She came to the bed, sat next to Lin Jiao, and said with a resentful expression, Master, what's with that look in your eyes? Don't you want to see us? Then I'll leave. No. I haven't seen you guys for 3 or 4 days, so I'm a little surprised. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lin Jiao's face, and he hurriedly explained to Daji. I only heard Daji give Lin Jiao a resentful look and said, Master also knows that there are 3 or 4 days. Mulan and I have given you 2 so many days. Isn't it enough? Lin Jiao was struck by what he had been thinking, and he hastily shook his head to reject it, saying, No way, how could that be? I am sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, Lin Jiao quickly turned over and stopped looking at Daji. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. After joking for a while, Daji and her 2 daughters also fell asleep. No words all night. Morning. Lin Jiao opened his hazy eyes and saw that Kai Wenji had brought the wash basin over. He then washed up with the help of Kai Wenji. Lin Jiao pushed open the door, looked at the bright sky, and felt much better. Another beautiful day. Not long after he walked out of the door, he saw Zhang San patrolling with a crossbow on his back and a bronze knife in his hand. It seems that Han Xian led the patrol at midnight yesterday. Lin Jiao was just about to walk over and say a few words to Zhang San when he saw 2 drowned corpses appear not far away. Zhang San quickly took out the crossbow from his back and shot an arrow at a drowned corpse not far away. Then, another drowned corpse rushed towards Zhang San. Zhang San calmly put away the crossbow arrows, rushed towards the drowned corpse with the bronze knife in hand, then raised the bronze knife and chopped at the drowned corpse's neck. The next second, the drowned corpse's head rolled to the ground and his whole body fell down. Zhang San showed a disdainful expression and kicked the drowned body into the sea. This smooth operation surprised Lin Jiao. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Zhang San went from being so frightened by the drowned corpses that his legs went limp to becoming a hair-split maniac. TSK, TSK, TSK. The drowned corpses that are refreshed in the future will be a nuisance. Feel sad for a second. Lin Jiao walked to Zhang San's side and said jokingly with a smile, "You've become so brave after not seeing you for a few days. That's great." Zhang San scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, "No, boss. Killing a drowned corpse is almost the same as killing a person. It's nothing." Hearing what Zhang San said, Lin Jiao's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked, "Why? Have you ever killed someone?" Zhang San shook his head and said with a smile, "No, of course not. It's just my subconscious feeling." After hearing this, Lin Jiao smiled and patted Zhang San on the shoulder. Without saying anything more, he turned around and walked somewhere else. It is normal for Zhang San to have that kind of feeling in his subconscious mind. After all, in Luo Xiang's words, Zhang San has done everything from murder and arson to stealing. At this time, everyone on the island had already started preparing for work. After a while, it was time for dinner, and everyone went to the cafeteria on their own accord without Xiao Biluo calling them. "Boss, wait a minute." After breakfast, Oyezi called Lin Jiao at the cafeteria door. Lin Jiao turned his head, looking puzzled, and asked, "Oldo, what's wrong?" "Boss, didn't you ask me to make a weapon? I've already made one." After hearing this, Lin Jiao was very excited and said, "Really? Take me to see it." After saying that, Lin Jiao took Oyezi and walked towards the blacksmith shop. After nearly 10 days, the weapons were finally made. Even though it wasn't his, he was still very excited. When I arrived at the blacksmith shop, I saw a gun and a sword hanging on the wall. Lin Jiao walked forward excitedly, ignoring Oyezi behind him, and kept looking at the weapon in front of him. Sure enough, it was almost the same as he remembered. The gun had a sharp tip that emitted a hint of cold light, and there were clusters of red threads hanging between the gun body and the tip. It did not look like an ordinary item. Even though the sword is hidden in the scabbard, it still cannot isolate the sword's deterrence. That's right, these 2 weapons were made for Han Xian and Zhao Zilong. These 2 people have followed him from the beginning and can be considered veterans, so they naturally have to be given priority in this regard. Then, Lin Jiao held up his gun and sword and said to Oyi, "Thank you for your help. Okay, I'm leaving now." After saying this, he left with a sword and a spear in hand. As soon as he walked out the door, Lin Jiao heard a strong voice. "Huh, huh." Lin Jiao curiously followed the direction of the voice. Zhao Zilong was seen leading dozens of people practicing martial arts. Lin Jiao waved at Zhao Zilong curiously. When Zhao Zilong saw this, he stopped what he was doing, turned around, and said to the others, "You train on your own. Don't be lazy." After saying that, Zhao Zilong ran towards Lin Jiao. "Boss, what's wrong?" Lin Jiao handed the gun in his hand to Zhao Zilong and said with a smile, "Yes, this weapon is for you." Zhao Zilong took the weapon with some surprise. The next second, his hands and eyes stayed on the gun, his face full of obsession. After a while, Zhao Zilong recovered and clasped his fists towards Lin Jiao, saying, "Thank you, boss. I like this gun very much. I hope you can give it a name." Lin Jiao showed a hint of hesitation on his face. As everyone knows, the thing he is worst at is naming. Isn't this going to cost him his life? But seeing Zhao Zilong's expression, he felt embarrassed to refuse. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's call it Bright Silver Spear." After hearing this, Zhao Zilong's eyes lit up, and he kept stroking the gun. "Bright Silver Spear. Bright Silver Spear. What a great name. Thank you, boss, for the name." Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. "Of course it is a good name, because this is the name of the gun you used before. Ha ha ha. He is such a clever little guy. I don't know how to name it. I'll just move here. Oh, by the way, what are they doing? Lin Jiao pointed at the people who were training and asked curiously. Zhao Zilong smiled and explained. Their military strength is too weak. I am afraid that I can't maintain the safety of the island, so I decided to train them every day. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. It was a good idea to have such an idea. Why didn't he think of it at the beginning? Then, Lin Jiao handed the sword in his hand to Zhao Zilong and said, When Han Xian wakes up, give him this sword. Got it, boss. Zhao Zilong nodded, then turned and left. He came to the patrol team, raised a silver spear and shouted, Stop! Look, this is a reward from my boss. If you all work hard, I will reward you in the future, one for each of you. Lin Jiao had just walked a short distance when he staggered in fright when he heard what Zhao Zilong said. Damn, how much iron does he need to have? After thinking about it carefully, it seems to be enough. Oh, that's okay. Lin Jiao came to the fishing area, took out a fishing rod, and prepared to turn around and leave. Just as he was about to turn around, a strong wind suddenly blew up and a small tornado formed on the sea about the size of a human. Lin Jiao was a little confused. The next second, 2 small tornadoes appeared. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. What made Lin Jiao feel uneasy was not these things, but the fact that several small tornadoes were slowly overlapping each other. A large tornado formed. Chapter 176. Listen to my argument. What made Lin Jiao feel uneasy was not these things, but the fact that several small tornadoes were slowly overlapping each other. A large tornado formed. Lin Jiao felt something was wrong when he saw this, and the others also ran towards him with panic on their faces. Soon, a group of people gathered around Lin Jiao. Han Xian frowned and asked first, Boss, what's going on? Zhao Zilong and a few others stood behind Lin Jiao with worried looks on their faces, wanting to ask something, but before they could open their mouths, more and more tornadoes appeared on the sea. Seeing this, Lin Jiao's eyes narrowed and he shouted, Quick, collect all the supplies and go back to your room. Don't stay outside. Hearing Lin Jiao's anxious tone, the group stopped moving and started packing supplies on the island with anxious looks on their faces. Daji led everyone in the fishing area to put away their fishing rods, not daring to delay for even a moment. At Ma Jun's place, Lin Jiao arranged 2 more people to help collect the wood ashes. In a short while, the supplies on the island had been almost packed up, but the tornadoes on the sea became more and more numerous and larger, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Have you packed everything? Lin Jiao hurriedly asked the others, and they all nodded repeatedly. Hurry, go back to your room. Don't come out until the tornado on the sea stops. Soon, everyone returned to their rooms. Lin Jiao brought the 3 women back to his stone brick house. After comforting the 3 women, he came to the door and looked out through the gap. The wind was blowing hard and the sky was filled with dust. Lin Jiao could only barely see a huge tornado on the sea, surrounded by a group of small tornadoes. What surprised Lin Jiao the most was that the tornado actually moved the seawater. The seawater was motionless before, and even the last strong wind did not cause any ripples. At this time, the seawater under the tornado slowly surged upwards and slowly filled the tornado. Xiaobai and Xiaolan should not be affected at the bottom of the sea. Lin Jiao was a little worried about Xiaobai and Xiaolan at this time, but he soon started to worry about himself. Will this cause a tsunami? If a tsunami were triggered, the consequences would be unimaginable. This situation should not be unique to him. He opened the regional channel. Within the regional channel, I'm now surrounded by a group of tornadoes on the sea. I dare not move. Woo woo woo. Someone come save me. Help. This is so fucking scary. The roof of my house has been blown away. Is the world ending? Help. There's a tornado moving towards me. I hope I won't be swallowed by it. Help. The seawater is starting to rise towards my island. It feels like it will submerge the entire island in no time. Help. I've been wanting to do a robbery for so many days, and I just happened to run into this situation. Damn it. Lin Jiao looked at the speeches of everyone in the regional channel and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that everyone feels the same way. He peeked out through the crack in the door again and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no flooding on his island, and the tornado did not approach him. This was good news. Before Lin Jiao could feel relieved, he discovered that the sea water had begun to rise slowly, which made Lin Jiao feel uneasy. The only thing to be thankful for is that their houses are built in the center of the island, and it will take some time for the sea water to reach the houses. At this rate, it will take about a day for the water to reach the house. His only hope now is that the speed of the sea water rising will not increase. Lin Jiu looked at the sea and started to think in his mind. There should be nothing left outside. The chicken coop and the pig pen are still quite sturdy. Xiaolan and Xiaobai should not be affected at the bottom of the sea, and Ming Ming is also in Kai Wenji's arms. Well, probably not. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and put his heart at ease, but he still felt a little uneasy. Soon, the wind grew stronger and stronger, and the torches in the house were blown out in an instant. The room suddenly fell into darkness. Lin Jiu looked around and wondered if old Lei had cut corners when building the house. How could such a strong wind blow into the brick house? But after feeling for a while, he didn't feel any wind coming in, only the wind was strong near the door. Could be the wind coming in from the door? Before Lin Jiu could check again, he heard Daji say, "Boss, it's dark in this room." Before Lin Jiu could speak, Kai Wenji smiled and took out a box from under the bed. She opened the box and said, "Sister Daji, wait a moment." After saying that, he took out a round object from the box, which was wrapped in several layers of cloth. Lin Jiu had already guessed what it was at this time. Under the watchful eyes of Daji and Hua Mulan, Kai Wenji carefully took off the black cloth layer by layer. As the black cloth fell off layer by layer, a ray of light slowly came through. When all the black cloth fell off, the night pearl emitted a shining light, illuminating the entire room. Wow, what a great quantity! The beads are so beautiful. Daji looked at the night shining pearl in Kai Wenji's hand and praised it repeatedly, with a look of admiration in her eyes. She asked, "Sister Kai Wenji, where did you get this bead? It's so beautiful." Although Hua Mulan did not speak, her eyes never left the night pearl in Kai Wenji's hand. When Lin Jiu heard this question, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It's over. It's over. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to give the two girls the night pearl, but he never found a suitable opportunity. It's over now. If Kai Wenji told the truth, then the other two women would be jealous. Thinking of that situation, Lin Jiu couldn't help but tremble. I hope Kai Wenji doesn't sell him out. The next second, what Kai Wenji said made him feel hopeless. Of course, this night shining pearl was given to me by my master. After hearing this, Lin Jiu couldn't help but cover his head. At this moment, Daji and Hua Mulan both cast strange looks at him, with questions, jealousy, and a hint of grievance in their eyes. The room was extremely quiet at the moment, but the two women's eyes were fixed on Lin Jiu. Seeing this, Kai Wenji blinked curiously, with a look of curiosity on her face. This awkward atmosphere lasted for a few minutes, and Lin Jiu couldn't help it anymore. He walked towards the two girls and said with a flattering smile, "I've always wanted to give it to you, but I was always too busy and forgot." After saying that, Lin Jiu took out two night shining pearls wrapped tightly in cloth from under the bed, took out two night shining pearls, and handed them to Daji and Hua Mulan with a smile. After seeing the night pearl, the expressions on their faces relaxed, and they were about to smile, but when they saw Lin Jiu was still there, they quickly held back. Lin Jiu noticed the changes in the expressions on the two girls' faces. He sighed helplessly. He knew that he had to coax them again. Lin Jiu came to the bed, sat down, and said to the two women with a smile, "Don't be angry. You two listen to my excuses, Ba. Listen to my explanation, really." Chapter 177 The Island is Torn Apart. At this time, Lin Jiu was inside the house, trying to make Daji happy. But the situation here at 64973 was much worse. 64973 said to the others, tremblingly, "Stay inside and don't go out." The four people in the room nodded repeatedly after hearing this. They didn't dare to go out. Their house was made of wood, so it was shaking under the strong wind and could collapse at any time. This made the people in the room tremble with fear. If the house shook a little more, their hearts would hang a little higher. Panic. But compared to their allies, they're in a much better situation now. 64973 looked at everything outside through the crack in the door, his body shaking constantly. On several islands around him, several people were seen hugging each other in the open air, hoping to resist the strong wind in this way. They didn't care about the supplies on their island that were blown away by the wind. Even if those supplies fell on them, they didn't dare to move at all, because the wind at this time is strong enough to make people unable to stand steadily, and if they are not careful, they can fall into the sea. Moreover, their island was now filled with seawater, reaching up to their ankles. 64973 sighed upon seeing this. Without a second thought, the other allies were in the same situation. Fortunately, he still has a house. Last night, 64973 set out with a group of allies with great enthusiasm, intending to make a big splash, but they did not expect to see even a bird after driving all night. He was also thinking that he would meet a wealthy survivor today, one who lived in a brick house, and then he could rob him. As a result, before we met any survivors, we encountered this horrible weather. When he came out, in order to pretend to be a leader, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind to move out of 200 square meters of the island to rob. And this house happened to be in those 200 square meters. The rest of the allies were concerned about the supplies and were reluctant to consume too much wood, so they only moved out an island of 20 square meters. Just because he cared about his reputation this time, he didn't have to worry about being blown into the sea, but his allies would suffer. Tents, food, supplies, and even some fishing rods were blown away by the wind. So, as long as they hugged each other, there would be no other danger. If the supplies are gone, you can still rob or fish again, but if the people are gone, then it's all over. For every person lost, the strength of his alliance would drop by 1 point, which was something he didn't want to see. The reason why he can be so arrogant every day is because he has so many allies. If he loses allies or suffers some losses, all his deterrent power among the players will no longer exist. Just as 64973 was daydreaming, the sinister man shouted, "Master, something bad has happened. The chicken is gone." 64973 quickly turned his head and saw the sinister man standing by the window, pointing outside the gap with an anxious look on his face. 64973 looked a little panicked and hurried to the window and pushed the sinister man away. He didn't care how strong the wind was. He just pushed the window open, and dust blew into the room instantly. 64973 was blinded by the dust and couldn't open his eyes. He covered his eyes with his hands and looked out through a gap between his fingers. His chicken coop collapsed, and 2 chickens were blown into the sea by the wind, flapping their wings on the surface. The most terrible thing is not this, but the direction in which the 2 were blown away was towards a tornado. In less than a minute, these 2 chickens will be swept away by the tornado, and it is estimated that not even a hair will be left. He looked hurriedly at the collapsed chicken coop and saw that the few chicks had been crushed to death by the wood. This made 64973 feel a pang of pain. Fortunately, he still has a few pigs, so as long as the pigs are fine, it's fine. Just as he finished his thought, several tornadoes surrounded an island of an ally not far away and began to approach the ally. Soon, the ally and several of his men were blown up by the tornado and screamed in fear. "Help! Help! Alliance leader! Save me! Alliance leader!" Despite the strong wind, 64,973 could still hear something vaguely. He didn't care about the ally who was blown up by the tornado and quickly lowered the window, still feeling frightened, because he saw an even more horrifying scene. The ally's island was torn into pieces by the tornado, and then the ally in the tornado exploded alive, leaving a ball of blood. Impossible. There is no way a tornado this big could have this kind of power. This is unreasonable. Master, what do you see? The sinister man saw 64973 patting his chest constantly and asked curiously. 64973 quickly told what he had just seen. The sinister man was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, and the other 2 men were even more panicked, their bodies shaking constantly. Only Su Dingfang sighed and shook his head, with no other expression on his face. At this moment, 64973 just hoped that the tornadoes would not blow to him. Nothing else mattered. What chicken, pig, or ally? He can't take care of it, as long as he can survive. Su Dingfang looked up at the trembling 64973, shook his head, and had no idea what he was thinking. Chapter 178, Coordinates. At this moment, the scene just now was being played out on every island. Those players who had spent a huge amount of money to build the houses at the beginning could not help but feel lucky at this moment, while those players who had saved trouble and materials were now regretting it very much. Some people were blown into the sea because of their unstable center of gravity, while some players were caught in a tornado and turned into a ball of blood mist, which was a horrible sight. While all the players were worried, Lin Jiao was enjoying the life like an emperor. Lin Jiao was sitting in the house at this time, enjoying the snacks fed by Daji and the other 2 girls, feeling very comfortable. His stone brick house was not affected at all. Apart from the initial leak in the wooden door, He felt nothing and could only hear the sound of the wind outside. Master, open your mouth. Daji picked up a potato chip and put it next to Linjio's mouth. Linjio opened his mouth, ate the potato chips in one bite, and deliberately licked Daji's slender little hand. As early as 10 minutes ago, Linjio made Daji and the other two happy with just his mouth. Please call me the Grandmaster of Scumbag Men. Master, it's time to eat me. Kai Wenji curled her lips and handed over a sausage. Linjio hadn't finished chewing the potato chips in his mouth when he saw Kai Wenji's jealous expression and took a bite of the sausage helplessly. Oh, how annoying. Women are such trouble. After eating for a while, Linjio really couldn't eat anymore and repeatedly emphasized it to Daji and the other two. Daji and the other two reluctantly put down the snacks in their hands and looked at the night pearls in their hands. Linjio was bored, so he turned on the regional channel. He wanted to see what the situation was. Within the regional channel, brothers, I am dying. My only fishing rod was blown away. One of my men also fell into the sea. Don't say you're dying. I can't live any longer either. I can't stand living in fear anymore. I'm fucking waist deep in the seawater right now, and I think I'm going to be gone in a little while. Haha, what the hell are you doing? I saw with my own eyes my ally being sucked into the tornado and torn into a ball of bloody mist. Everyone must stay away from the tornado. No matter how small it is, don't get close. The power of a tornado can tear an island apart. That's impossible. Don't come out and scare people at this time. I am scared. The guy above didn't lie to you. I just saw with my own eyes a small tornado brushing against the edge of my island. The entire edge was gone. Linjio sighed when he saw the tragic experiences of these people in the regional channel. What a pity. What a pity. It's a pity that he can't experience this feeling. If other players knew what Linjio was thinking at this moment, they would probably drown him with spit. Linjio closed the regional channel, walked to the door, and took a look through the crack. After looking at it, he breathed a sigh of relief. The tornadoes surrounding the island showed no sign of moving toward him. Instead, they seemed to be moving away. He was not afraid of strong winds or flooding, but he was afraid of the tornado. What was said in the regional channel was so scary that it could even shatter islands. Linjio sat back on the bed and started chatting with Daji and the others. The tornado did not last long. By the afternoon, the wind outside was calm and the tornado disappeared. After he could no longer hear the sound of the wind outside, Linjio opened the door and took a look, then turned around and said to the women in the room with a smile, "Come out. The wind has died down." After finishing speaking, Linjio took the lead to step out of the door and walked outside. The island looked a little dirty and messy at this time, and there was some water brought up by the wind, but he had packed up the supplies in advance, so it was not too dirty or messy. After Linjio looked around for a while, several people came out of the dormitory building one after another. Zhao Zilong walked out first, and after seeing Linjio, he smiled and said, "Boss." Linjio nodded without saying much, as if he was thinking about something. Before he could open his mouth to give orders, the people who came out had already started to clean up, which made him very satisfied. After Xiao Biluo came out, Linjio hurried over and said, "Aunt Xiao, please take them to cook. No one has eaten lunch yet." After hearing this, Xiao Biluo nodded, called out to the people behind her, and walked towards the cafeteria. Linjio turned around, clapped his hands, and shouted to the people who were cleaning up, "Stop for a minute. You don't have to work this afternoon. Just clean up the island." Linjio said this not because he had a change of heart, but because everyone had not eaten lunch, and they probably didn't have the energy to work if they were hungry. It's already past 1 o'clock, and by the time Aunt Xiao finishes cooking, it will be almost 4 or 5 o'clock. It might as well be to let them rest for half a day. Let them work harder tomorrow. After hearing this, everyone was excited and shouted, "Boss is awesome. Long live the boss. Boss 666. The boss is really handsome, and everyone loves him. The boss is so thoughtful. Long live the boss." After cheering for a while, everyone went back to their work. Linjio couldn't help feeling a little dizzy when listening to everyone's flattery. "Master, come to the beach. There are lots of fish and shrimps on the beach." When Linjio heard Daji scream, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These should have been blown up by the wind just now. Or they might be the fish and shrimp left behind when the sea water receded. Just as Linjio raised his foot and prepared to walk towards the edge of the island, he heard a long-lost mechanical sound in his ears. Congratulations to all players for surviving this storm. All players who survived are now eligible to participate in the mid-game. The mid-game has officially begun. There are several changes this time. Please pay attention, players. 1. The map coordinate function has been turned on. 2. The time interval for speaking in regional channels is 1 hour, and the time interval for speaking in world channels is 3 hours. 3. One piece of wood is needed to fuel 1 nautical mile around the island, and there is no limit on the area or number of people. Please explore more ways to play on your own. Bye. After listening to this, Lin Jiao frowned, and the progress of the game accelerated again. This can be seen from the first and third changes, and the third point will save most player supplies. When we see pirates again, it will no longer be an island of 20 square meters, but hundreds of square meters. It takes a piece of wood to travel 1 nautical mile on an island of 1 square meter, and it also takes a piece of wood to travel 1 nautical mile on an island of 1,000 square meters. I believe that most players will be able to drive all of them, and it will not be the same as before. Moreover, players who have no subordinates on the island or players who have less than 2 subordinates can also control the navigation of the island. I will never be at the mercy of others like before. As for the second change, there's only one reason. That is, a lot of players died this time, otherwise the time interval between speaking would not be so short. Why? Lin Jiao couldn't help but sigh. He opened the interface, switched to the map, and took a look. Sure enough, a string of numbers appeared in the upper left corner of the map. 6,455, 6,700, 45964. Lin Jiao looked at the string of numbers and fell into deep thought. What did this string of numbers mean? These are his coordinates, but without a reference. I can't understand it at all. Could this be the same as the coordinate rules in the game, Minecraft? He was just about to separate out an island to test his inner guess when he saw 4,399 sending him a message. Boss, are you okay? It's okay. What can happen to me? Are you okay? After Lin Jiao replied to the message, 4399 replied immediately. Boss, I'm fine. Fortunately, you reminded me to reinforce the house before, otherwise I might be in great danger this time. After seeing this message, Lin Jiao thought for a while and wondered whether he had asked 4399 to reinforce the house. It seems not. Lin Jiao didn't think much about it. As long as the person survived, it was good. Maybe he just said it casually one day. What about 84,995? How's he doing? Boss, he's fine. Did you hear that sound just now? Do you have any opinion? After hearing that 84995 was fine, Lin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was still counting on these 2 people to work for him. I'm glad you're all right. I don't have any opinion. Is there anything else? This time, Lin Jiao waited for a while before 4399 sent a message. Boss, I didn't have time to take back some of the supplies you sold me. Lin Jiao thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this. It's just some supplies. How much can it be? He doesn't need that much, and he is not so stingy as to care about 4,399. If it's gone, it's gone. How much was blown away? Half. What the hell? How much? Half. Chapter 179 Sea Serpent. What the hell? How much? Half. Yes. Boss, you don't want to regret it, do you? 4399 actually guessed it right, and Lin Jiao regretted it. He originally thought it would be at most 1/3, but he didn't expect it to be a full half. You know, he just gave 4,399 a bunch of supplies yesterday, which could be said to be all the belongings of 10 ordinary players from the first day to now. Half is gone in an instant. But the words were already spoken, and he couldn't regret it anymore. No, I'm just surprised. After Lin Jiao sent this message, he closed the interface, sighed, and said to himself, Hey, my hand. Fuck, so fast. He wished he could chop off his hand right now, because he suffered a loss due to his clumsy hand. In fact, what Lin Jiao didn't know was that his loss was not just this. It's okay, just talk to the boss. I just told the boss, and he didn't blame me. You only lost half, but I lost 2/3. The boss will skin me alive. No, the boss has a good personality. Not really. Half and 2/3 are not much different. No, the boss will definitely chop me off. Then are you going or not? If you don't go, I'll go and tell you. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. The boss will find out sooner or later. No. I'll go and talk to them myself. 4399 and 84995 started chatting quietly. 84995 was right. If Lin Jiao knew about this, he would want to skin him alive. Ding dong. At this time, Lin Jiao had just walked to the beach when he heard a message alert again. A hint of doubt flashed across Lin Jiao's face. Didn't 4399 just finish talking to him? Could there be something else? Lin Jiao opened the interface with doubts, only to see that it was a message from 84995. Bus, I'm sorry. I have something to tell you. Please don't be angry. Seeing the trembling message sent by 84995, Lin Jiao felt a little uneasy. You said, I'm not angry. It's just that. You caused me to lose some of the supplies I sold. Seeing this message, Lin Jiao sighed. If this is true, he hopes the loss can be less. How much did you lose? Boss, we lost 2/3. After seeing this, Lin Jiao stood there in a daze. He was about to curse, but stopped himself. Not everyone is like him, with so many subordinates who can collect the supplies in time, and the houses of 4399 and the other two are all built of wood. It was a blessing that this tornado did not blow away all of their supplies. He didn't seem to have any reason to blame them. But he also didn't want to let 84,995 off so easily. After all, too many supplies were lost. Although he didn't lack those, he still had to punish 84,995 and remind him. Okay, I get it. 2/3 is not a small amount. You won't get any commission for the materials sold within 3 days. Just consider it as compensation. Boss, I understand. Thank you, boss. Thank you. A weird expression emerged on Lin Jiao's face. He was being thanked for the punishment. Would 84,995's brain have been damaged by the wind? In fact, for the supplies that 84995 lost, he had no complaints even if it took 10 days, let alone not getting the commission within 3 days. The commission for 10 days is only about 1/3 of the supplies that Lin Jiao gave him, not to mention 3 days. Lin Jiao adjusted his mood and went to the edge of the island to take a look. Sure enough, there were a bunch of fish and shrimps jumping on the ground, just as Daji had just shouted. He just glanced at it and never looked back and walked straight to the edge of the island. Anyway, these Daji and the others will pick them up, and he has more important things to do. Coming to the very edge of the island, Lin Jiao tried to separate an island of 1 square meter in size. He stood on it and began to control it, and the island slowly began to move. A strange look flashed in Lin Jiao's eyes. He didn't expect that there would really be no more such restrictions. He didn't stop, but opened the map, stared at the coordinates on the map, and started moving. This square meter island moves to the left, then to the right, then forward, and then backward. After a long while, Lin Jiao finally understood how to read the coordinates. The first number represents the east-west position, and the third number represents the north-south position. As you travel in an easterly direction, the first number will increase, and in the opposite direction it will decrease. As you travel north, the third number will increase, while the number below will decrease. As for the number in the middle, it did not move. No matter how it moved in the 4 directions of east, west, south, or north, the second coordinate number always remained at 6,700, without any change. Lin Jiao guessed that the number in the middle should be the height. In order to confirm his guess, Lin Jiao took a look at the bottom of the sea and jumped down without hesitation. While swimming downwards, Lin Jiao discovered that the second coordinate number was getting smaller and smaller, and now it had reached 6,662. That was right, it should represent the height. After figuring it out, Lin Jiao couldn't help but shook his head. Aren't these exactly the same as the coordinates in a Minecraft game? After he figured out the coordinates, he was about to swim to the shore when 2 large black shadows emerged from the bottom. It should be Xiaobai and Xiaolan. Lin Jiao did not swim upstream, but stopped where he was and waited for Xiaobai and Xiaolan. He was a little worried that they would get injured in this tornado. When the 2 black shadows appeared clearly in Lin Jiao's eyes, they were indeed Xiaobai and Xiaolan. Xiaobai and Xiaolan were extremely happy to see Lin Jiao. They nudged Lin Jiao's sides with their heads, appearing to be particularly affectionate. After Lin Jiao played with Xiaobai and Xiaolan for a while, he looked them over and found that neither of them were injured and they both looked very energetic. It seems that this time it has no impact on either of them. After playing with Xiaobai and Xiaolan for a while, Lin Jiao swam up with a smile. He had other things to do. After Lin Jiao drove the 1 square meter island back to the main island, he stepped onto the island and felt something under his feet the next second. He looked down and saw that it was a sea snake, about as thin as his finger and about 70 centimeters long. Without thinking too much, Lin Jiao kicked the sea snake under his feet into the sea. In his impression, most sea snakes are poisonous, and he couldn't guarantee that the one under his feet was not. If you get bit by a poisonous sea snake, you'll be in trouble. It is true that he has Hua Tua, but without the herbs, even the Jade Emperor wouldn't be able to save him. Lin Jiao didn't think much about it and hurriedly looked for Daji's figure on the edge of the island. After seeing Daji, he quickly walked forward. Daji, if you see this, do you understand? Tell everyone to avoid any accidents. Lin Jiao gave a special order to prevent them from treating the sea snake as something harmless and getting bitten. It's good that it's not poisonous. Poisonous? Ha! You could just wait for the feast. Chapter 180, Let the Boss Sing a Song for Us. About an hour later, the island was no longer as dirty and messy as before. It became much cleaner. The fish and shrimps left behind after the seawater receded were all collected by everyone. During this time, 3 or 4 sea snakes were occasionally seen, but fortunately Lin Jiao asked Daji to notify everyone in advance, so nothing unexpected happened. Lin Jiao looked at the 4 full boxes of fish and shrimps, some crabs, and some other strange things, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. We can have a seafood barbecue tonight. Fortunately, he had informed Aunt Xiao and others beforehand and told them not to cook. Otherwise, under the high temperature, some of the fish would die and start to stink tomorrow. I can't even eat it. While Lin Jiao was thinking, his men had already built a long row of bonfires and set up racks. Master, come over here and grill some fish. Kai Wenji's childish voice came from the side. After hearing it, Lin Jiao smiled and nodded and walked towards Kai Wenji. The 3 women had already occupied their seats, leaving only the middle seat vacant, which, needless to say, was reserved for Lin Jiao. After Lin Jiao sat down, he smiled and chatted with the 3 women for a while, waiting for everyone to arrive. While waiting, the 3 women ran to the warehouse to get some supplies, leaving Lin Jiao there. Lin Jiao felt bored, so he simply turned on the regional channel and watched it for a while. Within the regional channel, it's over. It's over. My chicken was frightened to death. What's that? My chickens and cows were crushed into meat patties by the house. Alas, a lot of my supplies were blown into the sea, and most of them were destroyed by the tornado and can no longer be used. Okay, don't be so dejected. It's all in the past, and we should look forward. I'm very happy about the changes this time. I don't have to drive a 20-square-meter island anymore. Yes, I think so too. Even if I encounter pirates in the future and all my men are killed, I still have a chance to escape. Ha ha ha. Have you figured out the coordinates on the map? I don't understand. I don't understand it either. I understand the first and third numbers, but the second one won't move. Ha ha. I just picked up a dozen fish and crabs near the island. There are all kinds of comments in the regional channel, but most of them are related to this change. When Lin Jiao saw that someone's chickens were scared to death in the tornado, his heart tightened and he stood up quickly. He seemed to have not yet checked on his own chickens and pigs. He quickly turned around and ran towards the chicken coop and met Daji's 3 daughters on the road. Daji shouted, Master, where are you going? Dinner is about to start. Lin Jiao waved his hand and said to Daji, You guys eat first. Don't worry about me. I'll be right there. After saying that, Lin Jiao ran towards the chicken coop without looking back. Kai Wenji was holding something in her hand, looking at Lin Jiao's back, and asked Daji curiously, What's the matter, Master, in such a hurry? Daji and Hua Mulan both shook their heads at the same time, looking puzzled. Daji said, Don't worry about him. Let's go first. Kai Wenji nodded and walked toward the campfire. Lin Jiao ran to the chicken coop at this time. After looking inside, he saw that there was nothing unusual and couldn't help but feel relieved. All the chickens were still alive, but some of them were lying motionless in the house, protecting their newborn chicks with their wings, with vigilant faces. It seems that he was frightened. Seeing that the chicken was not a big deal, Lin Jiao walked towards the pig pen nearby. I saw 3 sheep in the pig pen lying on the ground sickly. They were probably as frightened as the chickens. What made Lin Jiao speechless was that more than half of the pigs inside were lying on the ground and snoring, with their bellies shaking constantly. How could he still sleep despite such a loud noise? Bullshit. Seeing that these were nothing serious, Lin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the campfire, only to see that everyone had already started to roast food while chatting and laughing. Lin Jiao walked to the middle of the 3 women and sat down. Daji handed Lin Jiao a bottle of Coke and asked curiously, Master, what were you doing in such a hurry just now? Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, saying, Nothing, I just want to check if there was anything wrong with the chickens and pigs. After hearing this, Daji nodded and turned around to grill a bunch of crabs. Lin Jiao also picked out a few things, put them on the campfire, and started roasting them. At this time, Meng Meng broke free from Kai Wenji's arms and crawled into Lin Jiao's arms. Lin Jiao smiled and rubbed Mengmeng's head. Mengmeng stuck out her tongue and licked Lin Jiao's palm. Soon, after Lin Jiao's fish skewers were grilled, he was about to eat them. Mengmeng opened her mouth first and took a bite of one of the skewers. The next second, it spit on the ground, kept sticking out its tongue, and its round little head kept turning around, as if looking for something. Seeing this, Lin Jiao smiled and took out a bottle of Coke and handed it to Mengmeng, then lowered his head and said with a smile, "It's too hot. No one's competing with you for it. Why are you in such a hurry? Drink it now." Mengmeng very humanely used his two bare paws to pick up the Coke bottle and pour it into his mouth. Lin Jiao was no longer surprised by this. I don't know when Kai Wenji taught Mengmeng these things. Lin Jiao has seen this look many times. After eating for a while, Lin Jiao was almost full and glanced at the people who were eating and drinking. Han Xian and Zhang San were eating barbecue with their arms linked together, chatting and laughing. Zhao Zilong, Dong Zhua, and Li Kuei were talking about something, but all had smiles on their faces. Lei Fat Ada and the others were also chatting with each other. This scene is full of joy. Lin Jiao couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. This is the best life. Just when Lin Jiao was immersed in it, Han Xian stood up with a smile, patted his head, and said to everyone. Everyone stopped for a moment. After hearing this, everyone put down the grilled fish in their hands and looked at Han Xian with curiosity. Lin Jiao also withdrew his thoughts and looked at Han Xian in confusion, very curious about what Han Xian was going to do next. Wait, why did he use the word again? Ahem. Han Xian cleared his throat, then raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at Lin Jiao, and said, "Everyone's current life is inseparable from the boss. Everything is due to the boss's heroic guidance. Don't you agree?" "Right." Everyone looked at Lin Jiao and shouted with laughter. Lin Jiao was somewhat at a loss as to what to do, and heard Han Xian continue. "You may not know how other people treat their subordinates, but I have seen it with my own eyes. They are only given one meal a day and work 15 or 16 hours. On the other hand, our boss always considers us. Don't you think we should thank him?" Yes. Some people didn't know what Han Xian said, but after hearing it, they all looked at Lin Jiao with gratitude. Lin Jiao's face suddenly turned red. He felt that this Han Xian kid must have bad intentions. Sure enough, the next second, Han Xian showed a sinister smile and said, "So, do you want to hear the boss sing a song to liven up the atmosphere?" Think. After hearing this, everyone made louder noises than the previous 2 times. Even the 3 daughters of Daji beside Lin Jiao spoke up in agreement. Lin Jiao felt a little embarrassed and glared at Daji and the other 2 girls. Have to. What was said before has nothing to do with what was said later. If we really want to thank him, shouldn't they just sing a song? To put it bluntly, it was just a random excuse to get him to sing. That's not right. When did Han Xian become so smart? Lin Jiao felt something was wrong. When he looked at Han Xian, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Zhang San next to Han Xian. Zhang San showed a lewd smile, but after feeling Lin Jiao's gaze, he quickly pretended to be calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Great. It seems that it was Zhang San who instigated Han Xian. Huh, that's what he said. When did Han Xian come up with such a clever idea? Seeing that Lin Jiao had not spoken for a long time, Han Xian thought that Lin Jiao was unwilling, so he simply added fuel to the fire and said, "Boss, you see everyone is looking forward to it. You can't let them down." Lin Jiao rolled his eyes at Han Xian and gave him a look, indicating that he would bear the consequences after this time. Han Xian was frightened by this look, but the words had already been said, and he wanted to die with some value. He simply gritted his teeth, led the applause, and said, "Everyone, give the boss a round of applause." After hearing this, everyone cheered and clapped their hands continuously, especially Kai Wenji, who clapped the loudest and her hands turned red. Lin Jiao naturally couldn't blame Kai Wenji, but this matter should also be blamed on Han Xian. Hee hee. Lin Jiao slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Since everyone wants to listen, I can't refuse your kindness. I will sing Bubble for you. The rainbow under the sun is colorful. Just like I who was deceived, I am happy. What is right and wrong?" Chapter 181. Prepare to go to sea. After everyone finished eating, they were tired of playing and dispersed, leaving only Xiao Biluo and others to clean up. They walked towards a dormitory building in 2s and 3s. Li Kuei couldn't help but complain to Dong Zhua. "Do you think Han Xian has lost his mind? Why would he ask the boss to sing such a good song? I think I will dream about that song tonight." Dongzhuo thought of Lin Jiu's previous singing after hearing this, nodded repeatedly, frowned and said, "That's right. I guess I'll be dreaming about the boss's singing tonight." After Lin Jiu finished singing the song, he felt that his performance was exceptional and it should be considered his best singing performance. He walked up to Daji with a proud look on his face and asked, "Daji, wasn't my singing just now simply the sound of nature?" After hearing this, Daji had a strange expression on her face, but she still nodded repeatedly and did not say what she really thought. Seeing this, Lin Jiu nodded with even more satisfaction, then put his hands behind his back and hummed a little tune, "The brightest star in the night sky." After hearing what happened, Daji, who was busy not far away, hurriedly walked away. After a while, everyone had returned to the house, leaving only the patrol team on guard tonight and Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu came to the edge of an island and sat down slowly, feeling the sea breeze and looking at the starry sky. He calmed his restless heart and thought about what happened today. First of all, what is the new gameplay that the mechanical voice is talking about? It is up to the players to figure it out. What other new ways to play are there besides fishing and killing monsters? After thinking for a long time, Lin Jiu still couldn't come up with anything, so he simply stopped thinking about this problem and started thinking about another one. The depth of the sea surface is 6,700 meters, which is not logically that deep. The last time he dived to the bottom of the sea to look for treasure, the depth was not 6,700 meters at all, and even 100 meters would have been enough. Because the human body can dive to a maximum of 80 meters, if it goes any deeper, it will be crushed to death by the pressure. Even if his body is strengthened, it can only dive to 90 to 100 meters at most. Including the layer below, the total is only about 120 meters. So where does the 6,700 meters come from? He couldn't figure it out. Could it be that there is actually another layer below that? That's not right. He didn't see it when it collapsed. Could it be that the accident happened after he came up? Or is it that the sea level is rising every day? Lin Jiu thought about it and felt that this guess was even more impossible. He couldn't feel the amplitude of 1 or 2 meters, but he could definitely feel the amplitude of several thousand meters. After thinking for a while, Lin Jiu couldn't help but pat his forehead and said to himself, "Damn it, why am I so stupid? There's land under the sea, so that counts too." The depth of the seabed may be only 100 meters, but the 6,700 does not only refer to the depth of the seawater. There is more below. Wait, that's not right. If calculated this way, it must be more than 6,700 meters. The distance to the center of the Earth cannot be so shallow. Thinking about it this way, the previous guess can no longer be explained. Lin Jiu suddenly felt a headache. Who the hell could have guessed this? At this moment, 4399 sent a message to Lin Jiu. "Boss, does the first coordinate number on the map represent east and west? The second coordinate number represents altitude, and the third coordinate number represents north and south." When Lin Jiu saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that 4399 was so smart. Yes, that's right. The first and third coordinate numbers will increase as you go east and north. "Boss, really? Wow, you're so smart." Seeing the praise from 4399, Lin Jiu didn't care. He just thought of the coordinates in the Minecraft game. Otherwise, it would take him a long time to guess it. "Let me ask you something. What should I do if I want to know how deep the sea is?" Lin Jiu was desperate at this point, so he simply asked 4399. After a while, 4399 replied, "Just jump in and take a look, but I'm afraid you'll be crushed to death by the water pressure." Fuck, that's right. Why am I so stupid? After Lin Jiu saw the message sent by 4399, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. He could go and check it out himself. Why would you want to think about it? My brain is really getting dumber. Damn it, he can breathe freely in the sea, so why should he be afraid? Lin Jiu was shocked by his own stupidity. He quickly sent a message to thank 4399 and then closed the interface. Then he turned his eyes to the bottom of the sea, but he did not go down at this time. It's nighttime now, and it's too dark. He can't see anything. Even if he goes into the seabed, he won't be able to find anything. If something unexpected happens, it will be difficult to deal with. Even though Xiao Bai and Xiao Lan were protecting him, he still felt it was better to be cautious. Lin Jiu stood up, clapped his hands, and walked into the house, ready to have a good sleep. As soon as the sun rises tomorrow, he will go down to check the situation. Chapter 182. Find out. The next day, morning. After finishing breakfast, Lin Jiu came to the beach gave Zhao Zilong some instructions, and jumped into the sea. Lin Jiao felt the biting cold as he just jumped into the sea. The weather was still a little cold in the morning. Lin Jiao stayed in the sea for a while, and after getting used to the cold, he began to swim downstream. Looking down, it was still bottomless, but this time Lin Jiao felt that it was much deeper than the last time. Not long after Lin Jiao dived, Xiao Lan swam to his side. Lin Jiao reached out and rubbed Xiao Lan's head. Then he looked around and did not see Xiao Bai. Maybe Xiao Bai went for a stroll, or maybe he went to look for food. Because of Xiao Lan, the other fish stayed away from Lin Jiao and swam in other places. After playing with Xiao Lan for a while, Lin Jiao continued to dive, and Xiao Lan followed closely behind, fearing that Lin Jiao would be in danger. After diving for a while, Lin Jiao took a look at the coordinates and found that the number in the middle had changed from 6,700 to 6,663. It seems that the number in the middle does represent the height. Lin Jiao continued to dive without stopping until he felt a little stuffy in his chest. I took a look at the coordinates, 6,632. Lin Jiao was not in a hurry to continue diving. He rested for a while, caught his breath, and then slowly dived down. By the time it reached 6,610, Lin Jiao already felt as if his entire body was being squeezed by something. He gritted his teeth and continued to dive while Xiao Lan was fine. When Lin Jiao moves, it moves. When Lin Jiao stops, it stops. At 65.95, Lin Jiao could clearly feel that his body was about to burst. Now, he has to exert all his strength to dive 1 meter deeper. He stopped and did not dive any further. He glanced around. Although it was dark, he could still see the surrounding scene clearly. It was completely different from the last time when it was pitch dark. Now he was sure that it was not the bottom of the sea last time, but where did the extra 6,000 meters come from? How did it come out? Lin Jiao didn't think much about it, because the water pressure around him made him feel a little dizzy. Xiao Lan seemed to sense Lin Jiao's discomfort at the moment. He swam under Lin Jiao, shook a few times, and signaled Lin Jiao to come up. Lin Jiao didn't say much and lay on Xiao Lan's back. Xiao Lan carried Lin Jiao's body and swam upwards. After a while, the surroundings became brighter and brighter, and the water pressure disappeared. Xiao Lan lifted Lin Jiao out of the sea. Lin Jiao supported himself and returned to the island. He patted Xiao Lan's forehead and said, "Thank you, Xiao Lan." Then, Lin Jiao turned and walked into the house. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Jiao lay directly on the bed. Until now, the feeling of being squeezed from all directions still exists. Lin Jiao lay on the bed, not wanting to move, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. After a while, he fell asleep unknowingly. I slept for 3 or 4 hours. Damn, how could I sleep for so long? Fuck. Lin Jiao slapped his head and was about to get up from the bed, but he felt weak all over. He knew that the aftereffects still existed. He simply lay on the bed without moving and glanced at the regional channel. Within the regional channel, chicken and pork for sale, fair prices. Come by now. TSK. The people upstairs must be stupid. After this tornado, who would buy it if there weren't a few dead pigs on the island? That's right, the price of meat is still the same at this time, ugh. Black market. I lowered the price by 1/3, and no one bought it. This person still wants to sell it at the original price. He must be crazy. My fishing rod. It's gone. It's gone. What a coincidence. I just found a fishing rod in the sea, hee hee. The sea is full of junk, which was smashed to pieces by the tornado. It's useless. Lin Jiao, lying on the bed, looked at the speeches in the regional channel. A smile appeared on his face, and he shook his head. So many people's pigs and chickens have died, so there is no shortage of meat. Those who lack meat don't have the luxury of buying meat. Selling at the original price. Do people like this know how to do business? Really? Lin Jiao couldn't help but complain a few words in his heart. Just when he was about to close the regional channel, 84995 sent a message. Boss, how do you make cement? Didn't someone tell us the method on the regional channel before? Boss, I tried, but the success rate is too low. Most of the results are just mud. Lin Jiao was a little puzzled. How could that be? As long as he followed the method and materials, the success rate would be quite high. Could it be that there's something wrong with the steps 84995 made himself? 84995 seemed to know what Lin Jiao was thinking and sent another message. Boss, I'm not the only one like this. Most people in the regional channel are like this. Now Lin Jiao was sure that it was not 84,995's own production steps that were problematic, but the method. So Lin Jiao told 84995 the method of making cement. No wonder. Boss, That person didn't tell us to use wood ash without impurities. No wonder. Thank you, boss. After knowing this, Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, then closed the interface. If the wood ash used to make cement contains impurities or is unburned wood, the success rate can basically be said to be 0. The few times when 84995 was successfully made, cement without impurities was mostly used. After lying in bed for a while, Lin Jiao finally felt some strength in his body and climbed out of bed. Goo! Lin Jiao's stomach growled and he checked the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Why didn't anyone come to invite him to dinner? Lin Jiao thought that everyone had forgotten him, so he opened the door and walked toward the cafeteria to get something to eat. Come to the kitchen. Aunt Xiao, hurry up and give me something to eat. I'm starving. Xiao Biluo turned her head, and there was no surprise on her face. Instead, she seemed to be prepared. Xiao Biluo gave a few instructions to the people next to her, then brought a stool and said to Lin Jiao with a smile, "Boss, we prepared it for you a long time ago. Come and sit down and eat." A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Jiao's eyes, and he sat on the bench. Then the middle-aged woman brought 2 plates of steaming food and placed them in front of Lin Jiao. Aunt Xiao, how did you know I would come? Looking at the steaming food, Lin Jiao now understood that Xiao Biluo had already prepared it. Xiao Biluo smiled and said, Daji told me that she went to your room to call you to eat at noon, but you didn't wake up no matter how she called. She asked me to leave some food for you, as you would definitely be hungry in the afternoon. After hearing this, Lin Jiao's eyes flashed with emotion. This little girl is so thoughtful. Afterwards, Lin Jiao didn't say anything more and started to eat voraciously. Seeing this, Xiao Biluo smiled and shook her head, then started to busy herself with dinner. Chapter 183. Fruit. Durian. After finishing his meal, Lin Jiao finally calmed down and sorted out his thoughts. Why does the sea floor become so high from the sea surface? He originally had a guess that it didn't have to get higher, but the distance from the seabed to the center of the earth was also taken into account. But he can now completely overturn this conjecture. When he jumped into the sea in the morning, he dived to the previous depth, but he did not reach the bottom. On the contrary, he was still far away from the bottom, and his vision was not affected too much. Therefore, this conjecture can be completely overturned, and this is definitely not the distance to the center of the earth. But for a moment Lin Jiao was confused again. If it wasn't the distance to the center of the earth, then what was it? Could it be that when he passed through the black water plants before, there was another layer of sea beneath that one? After that layer collapsed, when he came up, the bottom layer also collapsed? The more Lin Jiao thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, because it was the only explanation that could make sense. Boss, come here quickly, I caught something strange. Not far away, Daji shouted, interrupting Lin Jiao's thoughts. After hearing this, Lin Jiao's eyes flashed with a strange look, and he walked over quickly. Strange stuff. Every time Daji said she caught something strange, it was actually some good stuff. When we arrived at the beach, we saw Daji holding a small bag with a few black seeds in it. Lin Jiao took the small bag, opened it, poured out a pill into his hand, and looked at it carefully. After looking carefully, Daji asked, Boss, do you know what this is? Lin Jiao shook his head and nodded. Daji was confused. Did this mean that she knew or she didn't know? After a while, Lin Jiao slowly opened his mouth and said, This is a seed. What seeds? Lin Jiao's face was solemn. The next second, he shook his head and said, Have no idea. Daji couldn't help but give Lin Jiao a blank look, then turned around and walked back to the fishing area. Lin Jiao smiled flatteringly and scratched his head. He was going to show it to Song Yingxing. He didn't recognize it, but Song Yingxing would definitely know what kind of seed it was. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Daji exclaimed again, saying, Boss, come over here and take a look, there's something coming up again. A strange look flashed in Lin Jiao's eyes, and he turned around and walked over quickly. What was caught was a smaller wooden box, about half a meter high. Lin Jiao looked at the wooden box in front of him with a serious expression, and Daji's eyes were also somewhat unfriendly at this time. This box can't even hold a person. Could it be another monster? But this is just an ordinary box. What kind of monster could be inside it? Except for the skeleton shooter. It shouldn't be a skeleton shooter. If it is a skeleton shooter, the box will have to be at least doubled in size. What would that be? Could it be that a new monster has appeared? Lin Jiao organized his thoughts, but couldn't figure it out. So he simply stopped thinking about it, and would find the answer if he opened it. He pulled out the star stick behind him and slowly opened the wooden box, but the next second, the contents of the box shocked him. Master, what's in this box? Seeing Lin Jiao standing there in a daze after seeing what was in the wooden box, Daji asked curiously. Lin Jiao didn't even turn his head and said excitedly, "Fruit." When Daji heard that it was not a monster, she walked forward curiously and focused her eyes on the small wooden box. I saw that the small wooden box was filled with all kinds of fruits, including apples, bananas, dragon fruit, oranges, etc. It's found in most common fruits. Suddenly, Daji covered her nose and said with disgust, "Master, why is it so smelly in here?" Lin Jiao was so happy just now that he didn't notice that he sniffed his nose hard and indeed smelled a foul odor. Then, with a look of joy on his face, he started rummaging in the wooden box with his hands, as if he was looking for something. Daji covered her nose, frowned, and looked at Lin Jiao, who was rummaging in the box with a strange look on her face. Why is the owner so happy to smell this stench, and even rummaging through the box with his hands? The master doesn't have any special hobbies, right? Thinking of this, Daji's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Soon, Lin Jiao picked up a fruit from the box with a look of joy on his face. When Daji saw that Lin Jiao was holding something round and yellow in color with many raised thorns on the surface, she covered her nose tightly, took a few steps back, and kept a distance from Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao raised his head with a smile, and seeing Daji's expression as if she had seen a ghost, he said with a smile, "What? It just stinks. It tastes delicious. I'll give you some." After saying that, Lin Jiao put the durian on the ground. Durian was his favorite food before. Lin Jiao looked left and right, but couldn't find a right tool to open the durian. He slowly turned his eyes to the star stick in his right hand. Without thinking, he aimed at the durian and chopped it with the stick, and the durian immediately broke into two halves. Lin Jiao took out a piece of fruit pulp and put it in his mouth, with a look of enjoyment on his face. "Oh, that's the feeling." Then, he took out another piece and handed it to Daji with a smile, muttering, "Try it too, it's delicious." Without giving Daji a chance to refuse, he stuffed the fruit into her hand. Daji looked at the fruit in her hand with disgust. The smell was too pungent. Seeing that Daji was still hesitating, Lin Jiao said while chewing the fruit in his mouth, "Come on, have fun. Bah, you've gone to the wrong channel. Come on and eat. It's really delicious." Seeing that Lin Jiao was eating with gusto, Daji hesitated for a while, then pinched her nose and stuffed the fruit into her mouth. As soon as she put it in her mouth, Daji closed her eyes tightly, and she was ready to spit it out. But the next moment, after chewing twice, Daji opened her eyes shining, and she ate with relish. Seeing this, Lin Jiao smiled and said, "How is it? I didn't lie to you. Isn't it delicious?" Daji smiled and nodded repeatedly. It smelled bad but tasted soft and sweet. Lin Jiao smiled and scooped out 2 more pieces of fruit flesh, put one in his mouth, and handed the other to Daji. The two of them enjoyed the meal very much. When Han Xian was patrolling with Zhang San, they happened to pass by Lin Jiao. Seeing Lin Jiao and Daji eating with gusto, Han Xian's eyes lit up and he walked quickly towards Lin Jiao. When he got closer, Han Xian was about to speak excitedly, but the next second he quickly covered his nose and frowned. The same was true for Zhang San, who was standing behind Han Xian. When Lin Jiao saw Han Xian and the other man, he smiled and waved to Han Xian, saying, "Han Xian, you came just in time. This is delicious. Do you want to try some?" When Han Xian heard this, he shook his head and took a step back as if he had heard something horrible. He said, "Boss, I just remembered that I left some stuff in the dormitory building. You eat yours first, and I'll go get it." After saying this, Han Xian turned around and left without giving Lin Jiao a chance to speak. At this time, Zhang San also followed closely behind Han Xian, fearing that Lin Jiao would call him. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Daji pouted and said, "Boss, that's the direction to the dormitory building." They both clearly looked disgusted. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's okay if they don't eat it. There's only one durian in the whole wooden box, so we can eat it together." Daji nodded repeatedly and picked up another piece of fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Chapter 184, Farming Tools. "Mr. Song, what kind of seed is this?" Song Yingxing looked at the seeds in the bag for a while and then said, "These are vegetable seeds." After hearing this, Lin Jiao showed a hint of joy on his face. Vegetables have always been a problem in this strange world. Even if he had so many fishing rods and perverted enchantments, the vegetables he caught would only be enough for one meal a day. Not to mention other players, they probably only get to eat once every few days. Now we have vegetable seeds. Although there are not many, only 7 or 8, As long as I can catch them once, there will definitely be a second time, a third time, and countless times. As long as there is a good harvest after planting, there will never be a shortage of vegetables on the island. He believes that the green vegetables are just the beginning, and the seeds of cabbage will also be caught slowly. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu's mood suddenly became relaxed. Today is a really good day. I caught a small box of fruit and some vegetable seeds. Lin Jiu smiled and patted Song Yingxing on the shoulder, saying, I'll give you these seeds. Is that okay? Just tell me if you need any tools or manpower. Song Yingxing shook his head and said lightly, Boss, no problem. After finishing speaking, Song Yingxing paused and thought. All you need are a hoe, a shovel, and a bucket. No manpower is needed, just a few seeds. After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded and said with a smile, No problem. I'll go find Lao to make it now. After saying that, Lin Jiu turned and walked towards the blacksmith shop. Clang, clang. Not far from the blacksmith shop, Lin Jiu heard the sound of iron hammering. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Jiu felt as if he had entered a furnace. It was extremely hot. Oldo. After hearing Lin Jiu's voice, Oyezi put down the tools in his hands, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a smile, Boss, what's wrong? What are you building? Song Yingxing clapped his hands and said, I saw a lot of iron, and the bronze knives I caught weren't very sharp, so I took the initiative to make knives for everyone. This will also improve safety. Boss, you won't blame me, right? After hearing this, Lin Jiu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head and said, How can I blame you? This is a good thing. But can iron do it? It's enough. It's just an ordinary sword. Unlike the weapons of Zhao Zilong and Han Xian, they don't use much iron. After hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile, Okay, thank you for your hard work. By the way, please help me make a few tools. Having said this, Lin Jiu paused and continued, A hoe and a shovel. Boss, please describe to me what these two things look like. It would be best if you could draw them. After hearing this, Lin Jiu realized that people like Oyezi basically could not remember anything except their professional knowledge. Naturally, I can't remember what the hoe and shovel look like. If it were another farmer, he would probably remember it clearly. Lin Jiu came to the table, picked up a pen, and drew something on the paper. After a while, Lin Jiu raised his head and handed two scribbled drawings to Oyezi. Oyezi took a look at the pattern on the drawing, then looked at Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head. His painting skills were limited, but although it wasn't exactly similar, it was at least 50 similar. After looking at it for a while, Oyezi nodded and said, No problem, boss. Just come and get it in a couple of days. Lin Jiu nodded after hearing this, and when he reached the door, he turned around and said, By the way, make 3 of each. After saying that, Lin Jiu left without looking back, leaving Oyezi alone standing there in a daze. Strange, why do I always feel like I've forgotten something? My memory is really bad. Lin Jiu walked around the island aimlessly. He always felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it. After thinking for a while, Lin Jiu simply gave up thinking about it. At this time, 4399 sent him a message. Boss, many people asked me why you didn't sell crossbows and rhino armor today. Seeing this message, Lin Jiu couldn't help but slap his head. He said he felt like he had forgotten something. Damn it, he had forgotten this. No, I forgot about it because I was busy. After Lin Jiu replied to the message, he opened the regional channel. Sorry, I forgot to do it because I was so busy. Today I'm selling crossbows as usual. Oh shit, the boss finally came out. I thought he had an accident. You better shut up upstairs. Something's going to happen to the boss. If I can't buy a crossbow, I'll kill you first. That's right. All right. Stop arguing and go buy them quickly, or they'll be sold out soon. How many do you think the boss will sell this time? Same as last time, 800, I guess. 1,000. Lin Jiu didn't care about these things at this time. Instead, he quickly came to Mosey's studio and asked Masterly, Where are the finished crossbows? How many are there? Masterly saw Lin Jiu's anxious look and said without hesitation, 1,000. Put them in the old place. After hearing this, Lin Jiu ran towards the warehouse without looking back. After arriving at the warehouse, he saw crossbows and arrows piled up inside. Lin Jiu raised a smile. 1,100. That is 5,500 square meters of land. 1,100 sounds like a lot, but they were all sold out quickly. During this period, Lin Jiu also discovered a problem. Someone was hoarding crossbows and arrows. He frowned slightly. He found from the records that several people had purchased hundreds of crossbow arrows from him. If one person bought dozens of them, he wouldn't find it strange. After all, every player basically has his own alliance, and it is normal to have dozens of swords, including his own subordinates and those purchased for his allies. But hundreds of them are a bit eye-catching. As far as he knew, the largest alliance only had about 20 players, so it was impossible for them to buy hundreds of them. There are only two purposes for players who purchase hundreds of crossbow arrows. The first purpose is to stockpile it for yourself in case of emergency. The second purpose is to resell. Lin Jiao felt that the first purpose was unlikely. After all, he bought too much, and even if he stockpiled it for emergency use, he would not be able to use so much. As for the second purpose, he actually believed in it a little. After all, there are still some people who haven't bought any crossbows, and they can sell them to those people at a high price. However, Lin Jiao had not paid much attention to the regional channels, so he was not very clear about these. He still had to ask for 399. Before asking, he opened the regional channel and sent a message in it. I'm here to announce one thing. No individual may purchase more than 30 crossbows. If anyone is found guilty, the Island Merchant Alliance will no longer sell any supplies to him. Chapter 185. The Old Sow Climbs the Tree. One trick after another. I'm here to announce one thing. No individual may purchase more than 30 crossbows. If anyone is found guilty, the Island Merchant Alliance will no longer sell any supplies to him. Lin Jiao's words aroused heated discussions among many players. That's great. This way I don't have to worry about not being able to grab the crossbow arrows. That's right. There are always some players who want to buy more after buying crossbows. Ugh. Yes. Boss must be on guard against those players who sold crossbows at high prices in the regional channel before. This kind of person is so selfish, bah. I think this is unfair. Whoever buys it first should get it. I've already paid for it. So why should there be a quantity limit? I think so too. Why should there be a quantity limit? It's my personal freedom to buy as much as I want. Stupid X, you're just like an old sow climbing a tree, with one thing after another. You even use fancy words to describe your personal freedom. No matter how much the big guy sells, he is still free. Most of the players in the regional channel still support Lin Jiao, with only a few opposing him. Lin Jiao raised his mouth slightly, objecting, Anyway, the crossbow is in his hand. He has the final say. Lin Jiao didn't need to ask whether anyone in 4399 was hoarding crossbows and arrows and selling them at a high price, because the players in the regional channel had already told him. He made this decision not because he was afraid that those who hoarded the goods would sell them at high prices. In fact, this had no impact on him because he was the one who made the profit anyway. This decision was made to guard against the player from the island country. Lin Jiao hopes that when the crisis comes, most players will have crossbows in their hands. Of course, no crisis is best. Plan ahead. After pondering for a while, Lin Jiao sighed, then stood up and walked to the blacksmith shop to sell all the rhino armors. Having earned so much, it cannot be said that Lin Jiao felt calm inside, but rather that there were some ups and downs. After all, he was used to it. He could earn money every 2 or 3 days, so it was nothing strange to him. Looking at the more than 5,000 square meters of island land in his hands, Lin Jiao has already made a plan. He decided to use 2,000 square meters of it to grow vegetables, and when the land is not enough in the future, he can expand it. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao smiled, and then merged the land cloud into his own island. When everyone saw Han Xian, they just looked at him a few more times without much reaction. Because they're used to it too. They would only sigh in their hearts and wonder which unlucky guys have been cheated by their boss. After doing all this, Lin Jiao came to the beach, ready to discuss something with Daji. As soon as he arrived at the beach, Lin Jiao ran into Zhongli. Boss! Lin Jiao smiled and nodded, as a response to Zhongli. Wait 2 days, the pig pen and the chicken coop. No, they can't be called pig pen and chicken coop. They should be called pig factory and chicken factory. After 2 days, when the cement in the pig farm and chicken farm dried, he arranged for Zhongli to go to the chicken farm and pig farm to take care of the food and drink for pigs, chickens, cows, and other animals. When we arrived at the island, we saw some garbage floating on the sea. Lin Jiao had long since disdained this garbage. The time he spends salvaging these is enough for him to earn more supplies. When Daji saw Lin Jiao coming, she smiled and said, Master, you came at the right time. We salvaged a lot of land today. After hearing this, Lin Jiao's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked around but didn't see any land. Daji smiled and explained, Not here, on the other side. After finishing speaking, Daji took Lin Jiao to the side of the island where the land was stored. Lin Jiao looked at the scattered pieces of land. The largest piece was only 4 or 5 square meters, and the smallest was only slightly bigger than his palm. But he didn't despise it. After all, he picked it up for free, and no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Lin Jiao integrated all these scattered lands into his own island, which is only more than 70 square meters, but it's okay. After all, it was picked up for free. By the way, Daji, I came here to tell you something. After Lin Jiao finished all this, he remembered that he had something to do with Daji. Daji had a hint of doubt on her face and said, Master, you say, it's not a big deal, actually. I'll just put the seeds I catch in a box and give it to Mr. Song. After hearing this, Daji nodded and agreed. No problem, Master. Lin Jiao glanced at the time. It would be dinner time in an hour, and the sky was gradually getting dark. Just as he was about to check on the work of others, Hua Mulan, who was in the fishing area, shouted, Master, you caught the same kind of skeleton again. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao pulled out the star stick from behind and walked over quickly, with Daji following closely behind him. There was a skeleton archer holding a bow, ready to shoot at Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan picked up the bronze knife beside her without hesitation and smashed the skeleton archer to pieces. There was not only one skeleton archer, but also a pig man holding an iron knife and slashing at Mulan. Mulan looked disdainful and used her bronze knife to knock the iron knife out of the pig man's hand, then knocked the pig man to the ground with one blow. Because the bronze knife was not very sharp, the blow did not kill the pig man. At this time, the bones scattered on the ground were slowly pieced together again. The resurrected skeleton archer did not bend down to pick up the bow and arrow on the ground, but rushed towards Mulan and knocked the pig man to the ground to get up. When Hua Mulan saw this scene, she just frowned. There was no panic in her eyes. She remained calm and disdainful. Just when Hua Mulan was about to take action, Lin Jiao arrived just in time. He held the star stick and smashed the skeleton archer to pieces again with one blow, and then split the pig man's body into 2 with another blow. Wow, this star stick is really powerful. Thank you, Master. Hua Mulan thanked Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, waving his hand and saying, We're talking to each other. Why bother saying thank you? Besides, you are more than capable of dealing with these 2 monsters. I don't even need to do anything. After saying that, Lin Jiao looked at the bones scattered on the ground and the pigman's body that was cut in half. 2 couriers actually delivered the package to my door together. That's great. Normally, I would be lucky if I could catch one in a day, but this time I actually caught 2. Really good. I hope there will be more express deliveries like this in the future. If other players knew what Lin Jiao was thinking at this moment, they would probably feel that they and Lin Jiao were not living in the same world. Or maybe Lin Jiao must have used the back door and spent money. After all, there is no pervert who would want to catch as many monsters as possible. Lin Jiao picked up the bones scattered on the ground, looked at one of the bones in his hand, and thought for a while. I wonder if this bone can be ground in a bone powder, and whether it will have the same effect as in the game Minecraft. Induced labor. Lin Jiao didn't think much about this issue. He just needed to wait for Yezi to prepare the tools, and for Song Ancient Plant. He will then be able to find out whether this bone powder has the effect of inducing labor. Chapter 186. Forgiveness for a few days. Dinner is ready. After hearing Xiao Biluo's voice, Lin Jiao felt a little surprised. He glanced at the time and realized that time had passed so quickly without him noticing. Just as he was about to walk towards the cafeteria, he saw 2 figures running quickly in front of him. Lin Jiao looked carefully and found that it was Han Xian and Zhang San. TSK. When did Zhang San become a good-for-nothing under Han Xian's guidance? Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head, then walked towards the cafeteria. At this time, on another island, a man with a gray face was sitting on the edge of the island, and behind him, several of his men were holding wooden boards to repair the dilapidated house. This person is 25,475. He is currently at the edge of the Chinese area and the Korean area with a blue barrier next to him. The blue barrier is the area dividing line. 25475 sat by the sea, feeling disheartened and in a very bad state. First, he went from being the leader of the largest survivor alliance to being a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone and becoming homeless. We finally settled down here, but then we encountered yesterday's tornado. A tornado not only blew away his house, but also blew away a large amount of wood he had brought from the stick area channel. That would have been fine, But the island land he earned from RB 2717 by selling crossbows was destroyed nearly half by a small tornado yesterday. It was a horrific sight. After the tornado ended, he wanted to drive to the island to pick up the supplies that were blown away. But when he went out, he found that all the supplies had been torn apart by the tornado, leaving only a pile of debris, which could not be used at all. That's fine. He doesn't feel bad about other supplies. He just feels bad about the wood. Because in 2 days, he will trade 500 crossbow arrows with 2,717 again. To put it nicely, it was a deal. To put it bluntly, it was an order, and he had no room to refuse. Now, not only were the prepared crossbow arrows gone, but even 2/3 of the wood was lost. It would be impossible to produce 500 crossbow arrows in 2 days. Why? 25475 sighed, feeling helpless. What should he do? How should he tell 2,717? Tell the truth? To win 2,717's sympathy and forgive him for a few days? Oh, after spending these few days together, he knew exactly what kind of person 2717 was. Now, 2717 has found his weakness. If he wants 2,717 to sympathize with him, it would be better to dive into the sea. 25475 was thinking about this while salvaging the island land floating in the sea, and by the way, seeing if he could pick up some usable supplies. In this way, while he was selecting supplies that could still be used in the sea, he was also thinking about how to solve the problem of crossbow arrows. But after thinking for a while, 25475 still couldn't come up with a good idea. So he simply opened the friend channel and clicked on RB 2717's friend. He is now at his wit's end and can only hope that 2717 will be in a better mood and give him a few days to prepare. Are you there? I want to discuss something with you. Can you give me a few days' time? As 25475 said this, his hands were shaking. His face was full of worry, and he stared at the interface, afraid of missing the message from 2717. After a while, 2717 sent a message. Impossible. This was not within the scope of our initial conversation. When 25475 saw that the other party rejected her without hesitation, she almost cried. She then sent a message to tell 2717 the whole story. Brother, look at the tornado yesterday. It was really... It's none of my business. I just hope to see 500 crossbow arrows in 2 days. I don't want to hear anything else. You can handle it yourself. These words made 25,475's heart tremble violently for a while, and tears flashed in his eyes. Yes, he missed home. He had lived a carefree life from the beginning, and even though he didn't earn as much as Lingio, he would not have fallen to this point. Just when 25475 was feeling discouraged, 2717 sent him a message that made his eyes light up. There's help. It's not impossible to give you a few days' grace, but just what, big brother, you tell me as long as I can do it, I will do it. Seeing that 2,717 had not replied yet, 25475 quickly typed a question anxiously. You don't have to be so serious. It's a simple matter. I'll give you a week's time to buy crossbows for 5 square meters in the future. What? 5 square meters per set? We clearly agreed at the beginning that it would be 10 square meters per set. You can't go back on your word. As long as they weren't meeting virtually, he would beat 2,717 up right now. He was so angry. Oh, it's none of my business. If you want to agree, then agree. If not, go back. 25475 certainly knew that he was a grasshopper tied to the same rope with 2717. If 2717 has no use for him or he cannot create any benefits, then 2717 will abandon him without hesitation and kick him out. However, without 2717, things would not work. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to accept his fate. 25,475 gritted his teeth, raised his head, and looked firmly at the sun that was about to set. 5 square meters is too little, 7 square meters is enough. 25475 is testing the bottom line of 2,717. The more money you can make, the better. Unexpectedly, 2717 responded to him without hesitation. Impossible, 5 square meters per piece, otherwise the deal between us will be void. That's right. A wise man is one who knows the current situation. 5 square meters apiece. He looked at the last message sent by 2717, and he couldn't help but frown and cursed. Damn it, even more evil than 520. However, all this is still within his affordability. After all, the cost price is only 1 to 2 square meters, so he can still make a small profit. Thinking of this, 25,475 couldn't help but feel much more relaxed. It was just a matter of earning less, as long as he could make money. Gao Shitsi, put down what you were doing and come here. After hearing this, Gao Shitsi, who was rebuilding a house not far away, quickly put down the wood in his hand and walked over. Master, is there anything I can tell you about? 25,475's face was no longer depressed, and he said calmly, you can continue making the crossbow arrows. I'll figure out a way to make the wood. Bring someone with you to help you. After hearing this, Gao Shitsi nodded, turned, and walked towards the people who were building the house. After saying a few words to one of them, the man put down the wood in his hand and followed Gao Shitsi. Why? 25475 sighed, wondering if the two of them could produce 500 crossbows and arrows in this week. This made 25475 suddenly feel a little anxious and a little uneasy. It took him a long time to calm down his thoughts, and then he turned on the World Channel. He wanted to use the island land he exchanged last time to buy some wood to make crossbows. Now, he only regrets one thing. That is, why should he do business with the Japanese, and why would he listen to them? If Lin Jiu were here, he would definitely just say coldly, you only have yourself to blame. Chapter 186, 64,973. In the distance on a deserted sea, there are nearly 20 islands sailing on the sea, and the one in the front is island number 64973. 64973 looked at the Alliance channel and frowned tightly. Forget it. Why don't we go back? It's been 2 days, and we haven't seen a single person. Yeah, let's go back. I don't have any energy left. Hey, we agreed to come out to rob, but we didn't even see a single person, and we ended up losing a lot. Alliance leader, let's go back. We don't know what the tornado yesterday has done to the islands and supplies we have left behind. Yes, Alliance leader, let's go back and take a look, otherwise we will feel uneasy. Seeing that all his allies were backing down, 64,973 could only curse them inwardly. He was unwilling to return empty-handed now. He didn't even see a bird. How could he go back? After thinking for a while, 64973 thought of a way to get everyone to stay, but it would make him feel painful. But thinking that his food was about to run out and some of his supplies had been blown away by the wind, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Why go back? Are you going to waste supplies? I know everyone is panicked by yesterday's tornado. Even if you go back, will the supplies blown away automatically come back? After sending this message, 64,973 gritted his teeth and sent another message. As for the supplies we looted this time, I'll take 3 and you'll take 7. Really? Leader, that makes sense. That's right. Since we can't get back the lost supplies anyway, we might as well go rob some and earn them back. Yes, listen to the leader. Take it back. But leader, are we really going to take 70? I'm not after the 70 of supplies. I just want to accomplish something big with the leader. You speak so righteously. Then give me your share later. Ahem. Forget it. To do big business, you need some capital. Looking at the faces of his allies in the Alliance channel, 64973 showed disdain. They all talk better than they act. Every time there is a robbery, they always hide at the back. If I hadn't given them 20, it would be strange if they would go. Pooh! When this group of people are no longer of use, it will be time for him to get rid of them. 64973 thought viciously in his heart, and felt a pang of pain in his heart when he thought that he had lost 20 of the profit without even seeing the shadow of a bird. In order to avoid wasting 2 days running, he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. 64973 waved to the sinister man who was salvaging supplies at the beach not far away and said, Asen, come here. Because the sinister man's name was too difficult to remember, he gave him a nickname, Asan. The sinister man put down the supplies in his hands and ran quickly towards 64973. Master, what's wrong? Did you catch anything good this afternoon? Asan shook his head and said, No, master. They're all damaged supplies. Most of them are unusable. I have collected all the usable ones. Asan paused for a moment before continuing. We have salvaged a lot of land, and it's waiting for you to deal with it. After hearing this, 64,973's eyes lit up, and he walked quickly towards the edge of the island. There were only some scattered pieces of land around the edge of the island, and 64,973 integrated them all into his own island. 50 square meters. 64,973's body began to tremble with excitement. This island was 1/8 the size of his island. He got it for free. 64,973's face was filled with excitement, as if he had won a lottery worth millions. Then he glanced at the islands of other allies around him. Snort. He snorted with disdain. The other allies also sent their men to salvage supplies, but 64973 was sure that what their bosses got was garbage. After all, he was driving in the front, and almost all the useful supplies were collected by him, and what flowed to the back were basically all garbage that he didn't want. They were all afraid of death and made him rush to the front. Now, the benefits belonged to him. Thinking of this, 64,973 felt much happier and said to Sam beside him with a smile, "Set up the grill. We're having suckling pig tonight." After hearing this, Asen's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. He hadn't eaten meat for several days. 64973 came to a wooden box, opened it, and took out the body of one of the pigs. He originally wanted to use the chickens and pork that were killed to exchange for some other food, but in the current situation, most players have no shortage of meat. After all, many people's chickens were killed, and they were worried about how to deal with them. The price naturally dropped. 64973 thought the price was too cheap, so he naturally didn't want to sell it. After bargaining with someone for a long time, he only sold one chicken. He decided to keep the rest of the meat for himself. "I would rather eat it myself than let others enjoy it cheaply." 64973 handed the pig's body to Asen and said, "You go and take care of it." Asen nodded, took the pig's body, and went to the beach to deal with it. "Master, this pork is so delicious." Asen ate the pork with excitement on his face. Su Dingfong ate silently on the side without saying a word. There were also two people who were only given a palm-sized piece of roast pork, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. 64973 smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Follow me. Don't talk about pork. You can eat whatever meat you want in the future." When 64973 gets excited, he likes to start painting rosy pictures for his subordinates, the kind that can only be thought about but not eaten. Then 64,973 smiled and said to Su Dingfong beside him, "Dingfong, eat as much as you want. All you can eat." Su Dingfong just nodded silently without saying anything. Asen looked at Su Dingfong angrily. Although his treatment was much better than the other two, it was still not as good as Su Dingfong's. "Why do I work so hard every day and only get such a small amount of meat, while Su Dingfong, a loser, can eat as much as he wants while just eating and waiting to die every day?" He doesn't understand. What he couldn't understand was why the people on the surrounding islands all had a hint of respect in their eyes when they saw this piece of trash. Why? He refused to accept it. He was obviously the most powerful one. This loser Su Dingfong is not even half as good as him. Su Dingfong, who was eating roasted pork with his head down, seemed to sense Asen's jealous gaze. He raised his head and took a look, then said calmly, "Master, I'm full. I'm going to continue fishing." Dingfong, are you full now? Eat some more." Su Dingfong shook his head lightly and walked towards the edge of the island without looking back. 64973 glanced at Asen. How could he not understand the reason? Indeed, he saw how diligently Asen worked every day, and he also knew why Asen felt unbalanced. However, there is no way around it. No matter how hard you work, you can never compare to the name Su Dingfong. After all the allies around him came for the name Su Dingfong. 64973 thought that he had done nothing wrong, so he lowered his head and started eating the roasted pig. In fact, there was nothing wrong with what 64,973 did, but there was one thing he did wrong, which he did not explain clearly to Asen. At this moment, Asen's eyes were filled with jealousy and a hint of resentment. Chapter 188 finally found the island. The previous chapter number was typed wrong. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. It was afternoon. Why? 64973 sat in the house and sighed. 3 days had passed, and he still hadn't seen a single bird. This time his luck was really bad. Normally, we would encounter survivors every 2 or 3 days at most, but this time, we have been there for 5 days and haven't seen anything. Today, he has eaten up all his food. The food he caught in the past 3 days is only enough for him to eat for a few days, but he still has 4 men to feed. What should I do? I can't let my 4 men starve. Thinking of this, 64,973 couldn't help getting annoyed. He had no way to get food. The only way was to rely on a fishing rod. He had originally thought that if he could catch another pig, he could sell it and get some food to get through the next few days. Not to mention a pig, he didn't even catch a chicken, which was a big blow to him. At this time, a group of players in the Alliance channel started shouting again. Alliance leader, we have been out for 5 days and haven't even seen a small island. That's fine, but we also wasted a lot of supplies. That's right, I don't have enough food on my island. If this continues, I'll go home. Alliance leader, you should give us an explanation. Yes, give us an explanation, or I will quit this broken alliance. 64973, come out and tell me something, or I'm going to your island right now. Seeing these words in the Alliance channel, 64973 felt a headache and anger. These damn people keep threatening to quit the Alliance, and now some people are calling him by his number. When distributing supplies before, everyone called us leader and wise leader. He really wanted to fight back now, but he couldn't and didn't dare. After thinking for a while, 64,973 gritted his teeth, calmed down the anger in his heart, and sent a message to give everyone an explanation. We'll find it tomorrow morning. If we still can't find it tomorrow morning, I'll compensate you for 30% of the supplies you lost over the past few days. Okay, tomorrow morning then. We agreed that if we haven't found it by tomorrow morning, you will compensate us with 30% of the supplies. Yes, the chat records are all here. I hope the leader can fulfill his promise when the time comes. If I still can't find any survivors tomorrow, I'll quit the Alliance. 64973 was upset by what was said in the Alliance channel and closed the interface directly. Damn it, they're all so unreasonable. When they came out, they all begged to follow him out, and now that they couldn't find any survivors, they blamed him and bought a bag. If he could find the survivors accurately, he would have dominated the other world by now. Would he still need them? Pooh! 64973 became angrier the more he thought about it, but there was nothing he could do. In order to ease his mood, 64,973 walked out and went to the beach. He sat next to Su Dingfong and said, Dingfong, hand me a fishing rod. After hearing this, Su Dingfong looked at 64,973 next to him with some surprise. As far as he could remember, 64,973 had not fished for a long time. But Su Dingfong didn't think much about it. He handed the other fishing rod in his hand to 64973. After 69473 took the fishing rod, he and Su Dingfong started fishing. The fishing rod in his hand was snatched from other survivors, and the rest of the snatched fishing rods were distributed to a group of allies. About 4 or 5. He didn't care how the allies were distributed. He didn't want to feel uncomfortable. After fishing for a while, 69473 felt much better. He also thought about how to solve the food problem in the next few days, which was to sell all the land salvaged in the past few days in exchange for food. In the past few days, he salvaged nearly 100 meters of land, but as time went on, more and more people salvaged the land, and the clouds of land drifting on the sea became fewer and fewer. Today, only less than 10 square meters of land were salvaged. He looked up into the distance with melancholy to relieve his mood, and suddenly he found a blurry dot in front of him. Island! 64,973 exclaimed. After many robberies, he was absolutely sure that the fuzzy dot was the island. His face was full of excitement. He returned the fishing rod to Su Dingfong, then stood up excitedly. He finally saw the island of survivors. Ha ha! There's always a way out. All of you stop for a moment, pick up your weapons, and prepare to fight. After hearing this, Asen and others quickly put down what they were holding, took out their crossbows and tridents, and their faces were also filled with excitement. Su Dingfong, who was fishing, was indifferent, as if he didn't hear it. He sighed in his heart and looked sad. 64973 was no longer surprised by Su Dingfong's behavior and no longer cared about him. When Asen saw this, there was still a hint of disgust and jealousy in his eyes. 64973 watched himself getting closer and closer to the small dot, wishing he could fly over there right now. Soon, the blurry dot turned into an island in the sight of 64,973 and others. 64,973's hands were shaking as he tightly gripped the crossbow arrow. Wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for the past 5 days? Soon, 64973 stopped only 100 meters away from the island. After taking a look, 64,973's enthusiasm suddenly disappeared by more than half. Not for any other reason, but simply because the island in front of him was too small. It looks like only 70 square meters. The island is so small, and the players on the island are probably not very wealthy. With more than 20 people sharing one share, there won't be much to share. It's better to have something than nothing. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still a piece of meat. It's good to have something to eat. 64973 comforted himself in this way. Soon, he felt something was wrong. For such a long time, he hadn't seen a single person on the island. Is the owner of this island dead? Or is he using the split island to rob people? Of these two possibilities, 64973 prefers the first one. There is no other reason. Just because of the first reason, he can still get some land. If it was the second option, he could only take away supplies, but the island could not be moved at all, and he would suffer a huge loss. Seeing that no one came out, 64973 looked at Asen beside him, and Asen nodded and signaled immediately. After spending so many days together, Asen completely understood what 64,973 meant. Afterwards, 64973 drove the island towards the island 100 meters ahead, and soon the two islands were connected. Asen took the lead and went to the island first to check the situation. The rest of them held crossbows and stared at the island. As long as someone came out, they would pull the trigger without hesitation. After Asen landed on the island, all the allies of 64,973 basically gathered together, but they did not move for a long time and just watched Asen quietly. 64973 glanced at these allies with disdain. He understood these people's little thoughts. They just wanted to distribute supplies, but were afraid that there might be danger on the island. By the time Asen confirmed that there was no danger on the island, this group of people ran to the island faster than rabbits. After walking around the island, Asen shook his head at 64973, indicating that there was no danger. 64973 then walked onto the island with confidence, and several of his men followed closely behind him. When his allies saw 64,973 and his men reach the island, they also followed closely. After walking around the island, everyone did not find any useful supplies. Even the houses were shaky and looked like they would collapse at any second. Fortunately, there were still some supplies, but they were all clay and the like, and there was very little food. 64973 couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, and he tried to integrate this island into his own island. Fortunately, this island can be integrated, which means that this is an ownerless island, and he can also get some islands, so it is not a waste. He could guess that this must be the island of some unlucky guy who was probably eaten by others while robbing someone. Idiot! At this time, not only 64973 noticed this, but also several allies. One of them was the first to speak. Alliance leader, should we divide this island and supplies? As soon as these words were spoken, more than 20 players turned their eyes to 64973, waiting for his response. 64973 looked at the person who was speaking, and it was the player who had called his number in the Alliance channel before. Haha, before, they call me number, but now it's profitable. They call me leader, haha. It's so fucking disgusting. 64973 thought so in his heart, but he didn't show his intention on his face. Instead, he said with a smile, "Of course, according to what I told you before, I will take 30 of these supplies, and you will take 70 each." After hearing this, all the allies nodded with satisfaction. The island land has never depreciated. They can easily exchange for enough supplies, and with the changes to the game's fuel, which suddenly becomes less valuable. It can be said that except for the food, they have earned back all other costs. Afterwards, 64973 took away 30 of the looted supplies and 20 square meters of the island, leaving the remaining 50 square meters for them to divide among themselves. After 64973 returned to his island, the group of allies began to discuss. "I think I should take 10 square meters of this island." "You're talking nonsense. Why do you take away 10 square meters? Do you think you deserve it?" "That's right. There are only 50 square meters left, and you actually want to take 10 square meters. 20 people share 40 square meters? You are dreaming. I think it's better if everyone shares it equally. That way it's fairer." "Bah, I usually contribute the most. Why should I share it with you? I should get the biggest share. You are the one who contributed the most. Come on, you're the last one to hide during every robbery, but the first one to rush in when the supplies are distributed. Isn't it shameful to say such a thing?" "That's right. Isn't it embarrassing? You're lucky to get 1 square meter." 64973 sat on his own island and chatted with Asen, completely ignoring these people. Based on past experience, this group of people will reach an agreement within half an hour. As he expected, After half an hour of heated discussion, everyone came to him. I saw that some of them looked unhappy. It seemed that they did not get the price of supplies they wanted. 64973 didn't care about these things. He was too lazy to care about them and teleported the islands and lands that were divided among everyone one by one. After finishing all this, everyone returned to their own islands, and 64,973 took the lead and continued to move forward. This small island alone could not satisfy his appetite. He's going to do something big. Chapter 189. Find the Island Merchant Alliance. Soon it was evening. Master, there is no food. Asen ran over in a panic and said something to 64973. 64,973 frowned. Today they had eaten all the food that Su Dingfang had caught in the past few days, but he was not panicked. He waved his hand calmly and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll take care of it. You go boil some water first." Afterwards, 64973 opened the regional channel, typed a sentence in the chat box, and sent it out. "I'm selling 20 square meters of land in exchange for food only, nothing else. TSK. After the tornado a few days ago, there are still few people who can take out food. I can't even eat enough myself. That's right. It would be better if we exchange it for a living thing. Isn't this the leader of the Plunderer Alliance? What's the matter? Can't afford to eat? Ha ha. The one upstairs. Aren't you afraid that he will retaliate against you if you say that? I'm not afraid of anything. If he can find me, he will take revenge on me even though I can't even afford to eat. Bah, pilots musti." Seeing so many people mocking him in the regional channel, 64973 suppressed his anger. He came here to exchange for food and could not cause trouble. He already had a bad impression among these players. If he couldn't control himself and angered everyone, he probably wouldn't be able to buy the food. 64973 suppressed his anger and looked for people who wanted to buy land in the regional channel. After searching for a while, 64,973's face was filled with anger. Damn it. Each one of them is either ridiculously expensive or they treat him like a fool. Indeed, food was more scarce than any other supplies these 2 days. After all, that tornado blew away the food of many players, and now they can barely maintain enough food and clothing. 64973 talked about the price for a long time, but he was still not satisfied. He felt a little irritable and depressed. Who should I buy it from? How about 520? Thinking of this, 64973 thought it was more and more feasible, but soon his eyes dimmed. Because I had provoked 520 before, I'm still on 520's blacklist. It is very difficult to do business with 520. Just when he was worried, he suddenly remembered that he had accidentally seen 2 players from the Island Merchant Alliance selling food every day in the regional channel. His eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. If I remember correctly, 520 is the leader of the Island Business Alliance. Is it possible that he would sell it to me? Why? He suddenly felt a little regretful for provoking 520. As a result, he always asked his allies to buy crossbows and arrows. Damn it. We can't ask our allies to buy food now. What would they think if they knew that even as the leader of the alliance, we can't afford to eat? After all of them joined his alliance for the sake of benefits. They would definitely think that there is no future for them to follow a leader who can't even afford to eat. Needless to say, the consequences were revealed when no survivors were found. After thinking for a moment, 64,973 gritted his teeth and decided that he had to find the 2 players from the Island Merchant Alliance to buy it. Everyone knows that the Island Business Alliance has always been based on credibility, so it's okay if it's embarrassing. Oh, right. What were the numbers of those 2 people? 64973 slapped his head suddenly. At that time, he saw that they were players of the 520 Alliance and didn't remember the numbers of those 2 people at all. He didn't expect that he would use them one day. After asking in the regional channel, he got 2 numbers. ZG4399, ZG84995. After he learned the numbers, he initiated friend requests to both of them without hesitation. After a while, 4399 took the lead in agreeing with his friend. Before 4399 could send a message to ask, 64,973 couldn't help but send a message. Can I exchange land for food? I heard that your Island Merchant Alliance has the best reputation and never bargains for prices. After sending this text message, 64,973 looked unhappy. For the sake of food, he now praises the alliance that is hostile to 520. It's really funny, but for the sake of food, he endured it. He believed that as long as 520 gave him food, that would be the basis for defeating 520. When the time comes, I will severely humiliate 520. Defeat 520 with 520 supplies. That's what makes people excited. I must make 520 kneel down at my feet. Chapter 190. Another great way to make money. After seeing this, 4,399 originally wanted to agree immediately. After all, Lin Jiao had specifically emphasized that the island land should be purchased first. However, after she saw the man's number clearly, she became confused. 64,973. If she remembered correctly, this man was the leader of the Marauder Alliance, and he often stepped on his boss in the regional channel. This time she was in a dilemma. After thinking for a while, 4399 really couldn't make up his mind, so he sent a message to Lin Jiao to seek Lin Jiao's opinion. Ding dong! Lin Jiao, who was inspecting, heard a reminder sound in his ears. Most likely, it was another message from 4399. Lin Jiao opened the interface with some curiosity, switched to the friend channel, and clicked on 4,399's friend. Boss, 64,973, wants to use the island land to buy food. Do you think we should sell it or not? After seeing it, Lin Jiao replied without much thought. Sell. Of course we sell. We are businessmen. How can we not sell? Boss, but that person was on the regional channel before. Lin Jiao naturally knew what 4399 was thinking and explained it to her. You have to know that we are businessmen just selling things. We should be more open-minded and not haggle with people like that. After sending this message, Lin Jiao quickly added a sentence. Of course, you know the price. Cough, cough, cough. I don't need to say more. Oh, boss, I understand. Boss, you are so mean. Ahem. I didn't say anything. You figure it out on your own. It's none of my business. After chatting for a few words, Lin Jiao stopped asking questions and let 4399 do it boldly and confidently, then closed the interface. After 3 days of construction, 2 more dormitory buildings were built on the island, and the cement of the previously built chicken farm and pig farm had dried. However, just in case, Lin Jiao still left it to dry for another day. The reason for building 2 dormitory buildings is simple. The number of people on the island has increased. There are now about 120 people, but those caught in the past few days are all ordinary people. As for why 2 dormitory buildings were built, Lei Fadada's answer was simple and rough. If you have nothing to do, find something to do for yourself. Lin Jiao really appreciated this work attitude. The capitalists all think it would be a shame if an employee like Lei Fadada did not work in the electronics factory. Now each patrol team on the island has been increased to 15 people, a total of 30 people, which has greatly improved the safety of the island. However, Lin Jiao was still worried and wanted to form another patrol team. This matter was naturally handed over to Han Xin and Zhao Zilong. As for the captain's position, he had already made a decision in his mind. That is Li Kuei. Although Li Kuei has a carefree and honest personality, and sometimes his mind is stuck, he is very skilled in martial arts. To deal with these brainless monsters, you don't need any strategy, just enough force. The patrol team has made rapid progress under the training of Han Xin and Zhao Zilong in the past few days, but it is indeed much stronger than before. The fishing area has been very quiet these days. Since I caught the vegetable seeds, I haven't caught anything valuable since. Not to mention the seeds, even the 2 couriers only caught 2, so their luck might have been sucked up by the seeds. After he sold all the crossbows this morning, the area of his island has now expanded to nearly 20,000 square meters. He could be said to be a true landowner from another world. Just as Lin Jiao was thinking, Oyezi came over quickly with 2 tools in his hands. Boss, I've already made the tool you asked me to make before. Can you see if it works? Lin Jiao was startled by the sudden sound, and then quickly looked at the 2 tools in Oyezi's hands. Shovel and hoe. Lin Jiao took it and looked at it carefully for a while. This hoe and shovel looked uglier than any other shovel he had ever seen, but it felt very good to hold. The quality was absolutely top-notch. It's a bit ugly, but as long as it's powerful enough and durable enough, it's fine. On this point, Lin Jiao had no doubt about Oyezi at all. Old O, thank you for your hard work. Lin Jiao patted Oyezi's shoulder with a caring tone. To be honest, since Oyezi came to the island, he first made rhinoceros armor, then furniture and arrowheads, and now he has to make tools for working on the land. It's really unfair for a great forging master to make these rubbish. Oyezi said nothing, just turned around and left with a smile. After it got completely dark, everyone finished dinner and were preparing to clean up the house and rest. Lin Jiao glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock. He quickly raised his hand to interrupt everyone and said, "Wait a minute. Move these pigs to the pig farm." Linjiao did this for a reason. He was afraid that another tornado would come, and he would wait until the pig and cattle pens collapsed and crushed the pigs and cattle to death. It would be too late to deal with the problem, and he would not be able to catch up. He would rather get hurt himself than let his future food supply be damaged. Once all the pigs, cows, chickens, etc. are transferred to the pig farm and chicken farm, Aunt Jean can go to work. Not long after he finished speaking, Chow Biluo heard the voice and ran over. "Boss, you said you wanted to move these pigs." Linju nodded slightly, his face full of worry, for no other reason than that he didn't know how to make these animals obediently follow him. Chow Biluo seemed to see Linju's embarrassment and said with a smile, "Boss, why don't you open the door and let me have a try?" After hearing this, Linju glanced at the pigs in the pigsty and nodded helplessly. There seems to be no other way except to let Aunt Xiao give it a try. But since Han Xian and Dong Zhuo were both here, he was not afraid of any unexpected situations. He didn't believe that these pigs could grow wings and fly. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao opened the doors of the pig pen and chicken coop. "Call out." Xiao Biluo just whistled, and the pigs, chickens, etc. looked at her obediently and followed her to the pig farm. Seeing that there was no accident with Xiao Biluo, Lin Jiao walked towards Song Yingxing with a shovel and hoe. "Mr. Song, are you busy?" Song Yingxing, who was thinking with his head down, raised his head after hearing the voice and smiled when he saw Lin Jiao. "Where's the boss? Busy for nothing. Busy for nothing." After hearing this, Lin Jiao smiled and shook his head. He knew too well the character of people like Song Yingxing, who are too modest. Something that can make Song Yingxing care about it is extraordinary. "Mr. Song, here are the hoe and shovel you requested. As for the wooden barrel, you can get one from the warehouse or go to Ma Jun who makes a mint." "Okay, boss, no problem. I'll start planting tomorrow." Song Yingxing of course knew what Lin Jiao was thinking and said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction and walked out. As long as he waits for the green vegetables to grow, hey, he will never lack vegetables to eat again. Unfortunately, these days have passed. If there are more seeds, you can sell the excess after they mature. I have one more hole in my pocket. Phew, what a great way to make money. Chapter 191, Huge Island. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock. Seeing that there was no work requiring him, Lin Jiao returned to the house and prepared to go to bed. Lin Jiao, who was lying on the bed, did not feel sleepy at all at this time. He simply turned on the regional channel to see if anything special had happened today. Within the regional channel, "I finally caught a pig today, woo woo woo. I'm so envious. I had 3 chickens and a pig on the island before, but they all died in the tornado a few days ago, and I haven't caught any yet." "Me too. I am okay. I caught a chicken. Take your time fishing, and remember to help me keep it well. I'll come get it when the time comes." "Bah, damn it. How dare you? Pirate dog. That's right, damn pirates. How come all of you pirates didn't die in that tornado?" From what people said in the regional channel, we learned that the poultry lost in the tornado a few days ago have been slowly replenished and should be almost there in a few days. As for the pirates, as always, they always want to get something for nothing. These changes have further boosted these pirates, making them more active as soon as they have recovered. Lin Jiao felt a little helpless about this, but he couldn't care less about it. As long as no one came to provoke him, it would be fine. Normally speaking, no one would dare to mess with his island of more than 20,000 square meters. Anyone with a bit of common sense would first do something like run away. As he was thinking, Lin Jiao fell into a dream unknowingly before Daji and the other 2 finished their work. Midnight. "Master, get up quickly. There is a huge island ahead." Hearing this, 64973 quickly woke up and climbed out of bed. After 64973 walked out of the door, he grabbed his hair with his hands and asked San excitedly, Where? Where?" Asen pointed to a place not far ahead, and 64,973 looked around. It was pitch black ahead, but there were countless little red dots flashing. 64973 was very excited when he saw it. He had discovered an island he had never seen before. The area of this island was definitely one of the largest islands in the entire alien world. This should not be an island for one person. It should be a survivor alliance or a pirate alliance. As long as he robs this wave, he can definitely lie back and relax for a year without any worries, and he won't have to go out to rob supplies again for the rest of the year. Thinking of this, 64,973 said excitedly to San next to him, Quick, go and wake up Ding Fong. Asen nodded, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but still walked to a tent and woke up Su Ding Fong inside. At this time, 64973 came to the back of the edge of the island and shouted loudly to the 20 or so islands. Quick, wake up your master. When the men on guard on the island heard this, they woke up the players in the tents. Afterwards, 64973 opened the Alliance channel with excitement. Wake up. Don't fall asleep. Look ahead of us. There should be an island we have never seen before. It is ridiculously large. As long as we complete this order, we won't have to worry about anything for the next year. The crowd who had just been woken up from their sleep opened the Alliance channel and wanted to complain, but when they saw this message, they were all very excited. Really? Alliance leader, you are not kidding us, right? Yeah, I don't think it's real either. How was it possible? I just took a look and saw so many scattered bright spots. The leader was right. Sent out. Ha ha ha. I took a look too, it's real. I can finally do something big today. 64973 looked at the faces of the crowd with a trace of disdain on his face. It seemed that they were not the ones being accused during the day. However, he still stopped on the island and sent a message in the Alliance channel. Put out all the torches to avoid being discovered. All of you, come over to my island and discuss matters on the island. After sending the message, 64973 turned to look at San standing beside him and said, Go, put out all the bonfires and torches. Asa nodded and walked quickly towards the nearest campfire. After a while, the surrounding light slowly disappeared and no trace of fire remained. 64973 stood at the edge of the island and stared at the bright spot in the distance. He could only vaguely see the outline of the island. This time, he can finally turn things around. After a while, more than 20 islands gradually connected together, and more than 20 players came to the island of 64,973 with one subordinate. 64973 glanced at the people in front of him and said, Is everyone here? I believe everyone has seen the island not far ahead. Judging from its outline, the island is at least 10,000 square meters. The players below were all excited, but none of them said anything. Instead, they waited quietly for 64,973's next move. As long as we take over this island, even if each person can only get 5, it will still be a considerable sum, not to mention the other supplies on the island. With such a large island alliance, there must be a lot of supplies. After hearing this, more than 20 players were excited and their bodies were trembling slightly. However, one of them was not happy. Instead, he looked worried and slowly asked, Alliance leader, there is such a large island. Do you think we can rob it? After hearing this question, the crowd, who were originally extremely excited, seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water, and their faces were replaced by a trace of heaviness and worry. 64973 saw that everyone was worried and was afraid that they would back down, so he quickly said, Don't be afraid. There shouldn't be too many of them. We're probably just lucky. We haven't come across an island in so many days. They must have all been taken away by the players on this island. Don't be afraid. After hearing this, more than 20 players nodded, but there was still a trace of worry on their faces. Seeing this, 64,973 continued to advise. Don't be afraid. Even if the enemy has a large number of people, don't forget that we also have more than 80 people, and each of us has a crossbow. What are we afraid of? High risk, high reward. Small fights will not satisfy so many of us. After hearing this, the worry on everyone's faces lessened a bit, and they all nodded. 64973 struck while the iron was hot and said, What's more, isn't Ding Fong still here? With Ding Fong here, there's no need to worry about not being able to deal with them. After hearing this, everyone's eyes were all on Su Ding Fong. They lowered their heads and thought for a while, then gritted their teeth and made up their minds. Okay, let's do this big deal today. Cow! After the first person spoke, the second and third persons followed. Yeah, damn it. The dead man is flying upside down. What's there to be afraid of? I've been a coward my whole life, but today I'm going to do it. I'm going to be glorious for once. What the hell? I don't believe any alliance can defeat us. Hearing the group of people agreeing one after another, 64,973 nodded excitedly and then said, All right, let's take him down today. Let's slowly approach the island. Most of the people on the island are asleep. Let's take him down by surprise. Afterwards, 64973 gave a few more instructions and asked everyone to return to their own island, then drove the island forward. Chapter 192. Your courage is commendable. 64973 looked at the outline of the island, not far away with excitement. The distance was getting closer and closer, and he could just about make out the edge of the island. But when he got closer, 64973 showed a hint of panic on his face, because he just realized at this moment that the island in front of him was not just 10,000 square meters. It was at least twice as large. There are still a dozen people patrolling the island. The strength of the people on the island might be stronger than he thought, and with so many people patrolling, it seemed unlikely that he could attack quietly and unexpectedly. He might have been discovered before he came within crossbow range. This seems to be a tough nut to crack. 64973 frowning. He turned to look at Su Dingfang beside him. Su Dingfang also frowned at this time. He always felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He turned his head to look at 64973, and their eyes met. "Oh, Su." The two spoke at the same time, then paused for a moment, and Su Dingfang said, "Master, you speak first." 64973 nodded, patted Su Dingfang on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Dingfang, this may be a bit tricky. To be on the safe side, I hope you could take action this time." Without giving Su Dingfang a chance to refuse, 64973 continued, "I know you don't want to, but I can promise you one thing. As long as you take action this time, I will never ask you to take action again." After hearing this, Su Dingfang showed a conflicted look on his face. He lowered his head and thought for a long time, and finally nodded heavily. Seeing this, 64973 showed an excited expression on his face. He believed that as long as Su Dingfang took action, all of this would be no problem. Easy to get. As for not letting Su Dingfang take action anymore, haha, there's a saying that goes, there are only 0 times and countless times. 64973 was in a good mood at this time. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Dingfang, what were you going to say just now? Say it." Su Dingfang shook his head and said, "It's all right." Afterwards, Su Dingfang sighed in his heart. He originally wanted to persuade his master to stop the action, but he didn't expect that he would join in. "Hey, just this once. I hope the owner can keep his promise. Why are you rushing over here in such a hurry? Why aren't you in your patrol area?" Zhao Zilong frowned and asked the patrol team member beside him. The man said hurriedly, oh no, I just saw a lot of lights ahead." After the man finished speaking, Zhao Zilong quickly ran towards the area that man was responsible for. Arriving at the beach, Zhao Zilong looked forward and saw nothing but darkness. He turned his head and said unhappily, "Where is the light you mentioned?" "Captain, you came running over before I even finished talking. Those lights were on for a while and then went out. I don't know why." After hearing this, Zhao Zilong became thoughtful. He raised his head and looked forward again. After looking carefully, he indeed saw the outlines of many islands in the dark, but they all looked very small. Zhao Zilong did not act rashly, nor was he in a hurry to wake up Lin Jiao, so as not to ruin Lin Jiao's good deeds like Han Exine did. After a while, the islands were getting closer and closer to him. When they were only 400 meters away, Zhao Zilong shouted, "Stop at the island ahead. This is our area. If you take another step forward, we will not be polite." After Zhao Zilong finished shouting, the group of people remained indifferent and continued to drive closer to the island. Zhao Zilong turned around and said to his teammates, Go and wake up the boss." The man nodded solemnly, turned around, and ran towards Lin Jiao's house. There was a hint of solemnity in Zhao Zilong's eyes, and he couldn't help but tighten the bright silver spear in his hand. He felt that this time was of great importance. The other side's island was getting closer and closer, and Zhao Zilong could see a group of blurry figures, at least 70 or 80 people. This time, there may be a fierce battle. Members of the patrol team who were distributed in other areas also rushed over, pushing several crossbow carts, holding crossbows in their hands, with vigilant faces ready to fire. After a while, not only Lin Jiao came, but the patrol team, led by Han Exine, also stood on the beach with weapons in hand. "Boss!" Just as Zhao Zilong was about to explain the situation, Lin Jiao raised his hand to interrupt him and said, "I know what happened. Have all the ballistas been pulled here?" Zhao Zilong nodded and said, "There are 9 crossbow carts in total, all pulled over." Lin Jiao nodded. These last few crossbow carts were all made by Mosey after he used the wood caught from the fishing area. Then, he looked at Han Exine and the others in surprise and said, "Why are you here too?" Han Exine scratched his head, holding the Qinjiao sword in his hand, and said, "I heard that more than 80 people invaded the island this time. I was afraid that you guys didn't have enough manpower, so I came to support you. The Qinjiao sword was naturally the sword forged by Oyezi. When Han Xian woke up and saw the sword, he was overjoyed and even asked Lin Jiao to give the sword a name. As Lin Jiao was not very good at naming, he naturally named the sword after a sword from a TV series he had watched before. Let's get back to the topic. After Han Xian finished speaking, Li Kuei also nodded and said seriously, "Yes, boss. I'm worried that something might happen to you." Lin Jiao waved his hand and said disdainfully, "With just a few people like this, they can't cause any trouble. The other side doesn't have weapons with a long range and long distance like the crossbow, so he is naturally not afraid. He can guarantee that he will smash them to pieces before they land on the island." After hearing this, Han Xian and his companions all had strange expressions on their faces, and then they looked at the 20 or so islands not far away. How can 70 or 80 people be called just a small number of people? Holy shit, the boss is too crazy. You just warned them, didn't you? Lin Jiao first asked Zhao Zilong a question, then turned to Han Xian and said, "Okay, go to sleep. There's nothing to worry about with just a few people like this. Just wake up early tomorrow." Han Xinzhong stood where he was, weapons in his hands, with solemn expressions on his faces, and was reluctant to move. They didn't believe that Lin Jiao could deal with so many pirates. Seeing that Han Xian and the others had doubts on their faces and were hesitant to take any action, Lin Jiao simply ignored it and let them watch if they wanted. "If someone gets up late tomorrow..." "Yes, boss. I have just warned them, but they are still unmoved." Lin Jiao fixed his eyes on the island that was getting closer and closer to him and saw that the pirates on the island were holding something in their hands. Lin Jiao didn't even need to think about it. He knew that the things in the pirates' hands must be the crossbows he had sold. After calculating the distance, it was less than 300 meters. In a few minutes, he would be within the range of the opponent's crossbow. But will he give these pirates a chance? Impossible. Prepare the ballista, load it with wood, and get ready to fire. After Lin Jiao gave a loud order, dozens of people started to move, loading the wood and waiting for Lin Jiao's order. Lin Jiao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at the pirates with a disdainful smile. "Oh, use the crossbows he sells to rob him. Brave guys." Chapter 193. Such a fat courier still wants to run away? Get your crossbows ready. Hit anyone who comes within range. 64973 said to Su Dingfang and the other three beside him, then raised his crossbow and aimed at the island ahead. 64973 looked solemn, with a hint of doubt on his face. He saw several figures pushing something on the island, which was getting closer and closer in front of him, but the distance was too far for him to see clearly. But he didn't think much about it. His heart was already filled with excitement, because he also saw the stone brick house. Not only are the quantities large, but the scale is also not small, so the supplies must be abundant. This is simply God's favor to him. He was not worried at all whether he could snatch it away. In his eyes, as long as Su Dingfang took action, he would definitely win. He didn't believe that anyone could hook up a subordinate more powerful than Su Dingfang. Except for 520, of course, his luck shouldn't be so bad. Su Dingfang looked at the things being pushed over from the island in front of him, and he always felt a little uneasy in his heart, and a strong sense of crisis arose. He was about to speak when 64973 spoke first. "Everyone get ready. 10 meters to go. Aim and shoot." Everyone nodded after hearing this. Just as Su Dingfang was about to speak, San confidently said, "Master, don't worry. I will lead the charge this time, and I will surely win." 64973 glanced at San and nodded with satisfaction. San was always the one who rushed to the front and worked hard without complaint. After completing this task, he will reward San well. Seeing that no one was talking anymore, Su Dingfang was finally able to speak. He just opened his mouth, and the next second, he felt something flying towards him. In a hurry, he shouted out of reflex, "Find cover." "Hi!" 64973 several people were stunned and didn't understand what Su Dingfang was talking about. Su Dingfang showed a look of disappointment on his face. He jumped up and knocked 64973 to the ground. When Asen and the other two saw Su Dingfang's move, they thought that Su Dingfang had betrayed them. Anger appeared on their faces, and they aimed their crossbows at Su Dingfang on the ground. Boom! Just as they were about to pull the trigger, they heard a loud bang and felt the island shaking. It was only then that San realized something was wrong. He looked up and saw a blurry, cylindrical object coming towards them in the darkness. San immediately realized what Su Dingfang meant by finding cover. He didn't care about the crossbow in his hand and quickly lay on the ground. There happened to be a box not far away, so he quickly crawled over. After hiding behind the box, Asen looked up and saw the two men still standing there stupidly. He was about to speak anxiously when a piece of wood hit the two men. Neither of them had time to let out a scream before their entire bodies collapsed to the ground, with a huge dent in their chest caused by the wood. Asen patted his chest with lingering fear. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise he would have become a corpse. He looked at Su Dingfang and 64973 with relief. Both of them were safe, but 64,973's expression was obviously frightened. Asen gave Su Dingfang a look of gratitude. Even though he disliked Su Dingfang before, if it weren't for Su Dingfang, he might have died. This was also the first time that his impression of Su Dingfang changed. 69473 looked frightened, turned his head to look at Su Dingfang, and asked in a trembling voice, "Dingfang, what the hell is this thing? It's so powerful." Su Dingfang looked at the two pieces of wood on the island, pondered for a while, and then said, "Some kind of large siege weapon. I really want to have seen it, but I can't remember it." 64973 nodded with lingering fear and did not worry about whether Su Dingfang could remember it, but asked another question. "Dingfang, what do you think our chances of winning are this time? Will we succeed?" Until now, 64973 is still unwilling to give up such a big piece of fat meat in front of him. He must take a bite, otherwise he can't sleep. Why? Su Dingfang said. He originally wanted to persuade 69473 to give up this idea, but it seemed unlikely. Then, Su Dingfang said seriously, "If the opponent only has one or two such weapons, we should still have a 60 to 70% chance of winning." 64973 at this moment, his heart was at ease. He was afraid that Su Dingfang would say the four words, "no chance of winning." But the next moment, Su Dingfang added in a serious tone, "If the enemy has about the same number of people as us, and they also have generals comparable to me, then the chances of winning are less than 20. 64,973's heart trembled slightly. He felt that the other party should not have a general comparable to Su Dingfang, so he asked Su Dingfang, "If the other side doesn't have a general who is on par with you, what are your chances of winning?" 50%. 64973 heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the 50 chance. The island was big enough for him to take the risk. He didn't believe that the other side could have more than a dozen such large weapons, nor did he believe that they could have a general comparable to Su Dingfang. He must take a gamble today. Then, Su Dingfang raised his head and took a look at the situation. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Through the black sky, they could barely see 7 or 8 cylindrical logs falling towards them. Su Dingfang lowered his head quickly and said with a trembling voice, "Master, our chances of winning today may be less than 10. We may be buried here." After hearing this, 64973 was slightly stunned, with a surprised expression on his face. He was about to ask Su Dingfang what was going on. Bang! Bang! Only several loud bangs were heard, some hitting the island and some hitting the sea. There were even a lot of splashes. Ah! Help! What the hell is this? FK. The other side has large-scale lethal weapons. Everyone hide quickly. My legs! My legs! As these loud noises ended, wailing sounds were heard from other islands, and some people even fell to the ground before they could make a sound. Except for 64973, the other players were driving on islands of 20 to 30 square meters. It could be said that the cylindrical would hit everyone accurately and either kill or cripple them. Hearing these screams, 64,973's body trembled constantly, his face full of fear. He knew that he was in big trouble. He can't eat this piece of fatty meat. As soon as he understood, 64,973 couldn't even think of resisting. He immediately shouted to Su Dingfang and Asan, "Quick, take out your crossbows to buy time for the other side. I will control the island's retreat. Quick, hurry up." After hearing this, Su Dingfang and Asen hid behind the cover without hesitation, set up their crossbows, and shot arrows at the several figures on the island ahead. 64973 understood that he could not escape by himself, so he quickly informed other players of his decision in the Alliance channel. After receiving the message, the surviving players immediately ordered their men to raise their crossbows and shoot at the island ahead. Then, with panic on their faces, they began to control the island and escape backwards. Lin Jiao, who was standing on the edge of an island, Guess what the other party was planning when he saw the group of islands retreating and the figures on the island sticking their heads out? He gave orders to Han Xin and the others, saying, "Everyone, raise the planks and load the ballistas." Lin Jiao showed a trace of disdain on his face and controlled the island to chase after him. Using the crossbows he sold to fight him is courting death. Come when you want, run when you want. Don't even think about it. Such a fat courier was delivered to my door. How could I let you slip away? Chapter 194. Crazy Escape. Lin Jiao took the wooden board handed to him by Han Xin and put it in front of him, and the others also took the wooden boards. After some minor modifications, these wooden boards are much larger than shields. The only drawback is that their defensive power is not as high as that of shields, but is more than enough to resist crossbow arrows over 100 meters away. As Lin Jiao expected, as soon as they raised the wooden board, many arrows shot towards them the next second. Lin Jiao looked at the series of black shadows in the sky without panicking. He calmly locked his head behind the wooden board and shouted, "Don't stick your heads out. Everyone, hide behind the boards." After hearing this, everyone hid their heads behind the wooden board. Bang! Bang! Many arrows hit the wooden board, making crisp sounds, but the arrow heads could not pierce the board at all, so no one was worried at all. Seeing that the group of pirates controlled the island and wanted to escape, Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Although his island is large and the movement speed is slow, he is 100% confident that he can eliminate them before the other party escapes. After one round of arrow attack ended, the next round soon followed. However, this time the pirates' accuracy was not as good as the first time, and most of their shots fell into the sea. Of course, Lin Jiao was not the kind of person who would passively take a beating without fighting back. While the other party was changing arrows, he shouted, "3 people form a team to control the crossbow cart. 2 people hold up the wooden planks to cover the other person loading the wood." As soon as Lin Jiao finished speaking, a group of people started moving, holding wooden boards in their hands, and came to the crossbow cart one after another, covering another person who was controlling the crossbow cart. Arrows kept raining down from the sky, but they couldn't hurt Lin Jiao and his group at all. Only one of them accidentally shook his hand and failed to hold the wooden board properly, and was shot in the shoulder by an arrow. Since the arrow was made of wood and the distance was so long, the wound on the man's shoulder was not very deep and did not affect the battle at all. After all 9 crossbow carts were loaded with wood, Lin Jiao shouted, "Aim and hit. Hit hard." As soon as he finished speaking, 9 crossbow carts started at the same time, and 9 cylindrical pieces of wood formed a perfect parabola in the sky. During this process, the cylindrical would also knock away many arrows shot by the enemy. The next second, several collision sounds were heard in the air. The pirates' arrow attack suddenly became much smaller. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Jiao stuck his head out to take a look. All 9 logs hit the target, and not a single one fell into the sea. "Good job. Keep reloading," Lin Jiao shouted, and the people controlling the crossbow cart also took action. After taking a look, Lin Jiao retracted his head because the opponent's attack came again. This time the arrow attack was obviously much weaker than before. It couldn't hurt him at all when the offensive was strong, let alone now. When several people had loaded the wood, they fired them all without hesitation, without Lin Jiao saying anything. This time, the attack from the crossbow carts made the pirates suffer terribly. There were also 7 or 8 islands of 20 square meters in size that stopped. It seemed that the players on these islands were crushed to death. But Lin Jiao had no mercy. Seeing that the opponent's attack was getting weaker and weaker and no longer posed a threat to him, he shouted, "Everyone, pick up the crossbows. Hit them hard." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xin and his men, who were hiding behind the wooden boards, took out their crossbows and loaded them with arrows. Then they leaned their heads out and pulled the trigger at the pirates. However, due to the dark sky, the enemy had no fire, and they could not see anything because they were hiding behind cover, so they could only fire randomly at the island. When 64973 and others saw Lin Jiao shooting with a crossbow, they hid behind the cover and dared not show their heads. 64973 breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't use the highly lethal weapon, he still had a chance to escape. With just a small crossbow arrow, there's no way you can hit him as long as he hides behind a box. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, that's for wooden arrows. Lin Jiao and his group used iron arrows, and even at a distance of 200 meters, his arrows could penetrate an empty wooden box. Since the 3 members 64973 were hiding behind boxes filled with supplies, they didn't feel any difference. But the other surviving players had a hard time. They finally managed to survive under the crossbow, but there was basically no shelter on the 20-square-meter island, only wooden boxes at most. But most of them were boxes half full of supplies, and some unlucky people were naturally hit by crossbow arrows. Ah, what kind of crossbow arrow is this? It can actually penetrate the box. Fuck, this arrow is made of iron. What the hell is this? My shoulder. Ah, my shoulder was shot through. Hiss. 64973. Is this the fucking guarantee you gave us? You are leading us to a dead end. On a group of islands, there were all kinds of wailing, screaming, accusations, and cursing. 64973 could only pretend not to hear and control the island to escape into the distance. He was getting farther and farther away from the enemy's island. He would definitely be able to escape this time. The distance has been widened to 200 meters, which is out of the range of the crossbow. Without a crossbow, he wondered what the other party could do to him. But the next second, another round of arrows came, and one arrow fell steadily beside him. Fuck. 64973 was frightened and stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but swear. The distance was already over 200 meters, so why could it still hit his island? Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. It must be this one. Then, he turned his head and looked elsewhere, only to see a few more arrows on the island. Asan was trembling behind a box filled with supplies not far away. Seeing this scene, 64973 was shocked. 520. You liar. The range was only 200 meters. It's more than 200 meters, and the arrow is actually made of iron. 64973 was talking to himself with an angry look on his face. He opened the interface. He knew that it might be difficult for him to escape this time, so he wanted to release this news before he died. In just these few rounds of attacks, more than half of the original 20 or so pirates have been lost. The crossbows were still being shot at them, and many pirates were already wandering back and forth in emotional collapse. One of the pirates simply gave up trying to escape and stayed where he was, shouting, "Don't kill me. I surrender. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Once there is one, there will be another." As soon as the man started begging for mercy, another person gave up running away and shouted, "Brother, I was wrong. I won't run away. Don't kill me." 3 or 4 more pirates gave up escaping and stayed on the island, their faces full of panic. When 64973 saw this scene, his body trembled slightly, his face was full of collapse, and he looked at the pirates who were still fleeing. Now there are only 4 words to describe his mood: disheartened. Originally, there were 26 or 27 players who came out with him to rob, but now there are only 9 players left, still running for your life madly. Chapter 195. Surrender. Shoot. Shoot hard. Don't be stingy with the arrows. Don't let them escape. Seeing that some of the pirates were still fleeing, Lin Jiao hurriedly spoke to Han Xin and the others. "Come when you want. Run when you want. No way." After hearing this, Han Xin and his men nodded, and they changed arrows half a second faster, shooting frantically at the fleeing pirates. When passing by several islands where pirates had surrendered, Lin Jiao asked them to go to the island, ordered a few people to tie them up, and then continued the pursuit without caring about supplies. But just after such a short delay, the distance had widened to about 300 meters. Seeing that the other pirates had learned to be smart and knew how to dodge the crossbows and not show their heads, Lin Jiao could only shout in that direction. "Pirates ahead, stop running. If you run one more step, I will continue bombing your island with my crossbows. Surrender, and you won't be killed." After the shout, the pirates who were running away suddenly hesitated, wondering whether to stop. 64973 felt something was wrong and shouted anxiously, "Don't believe him. If he could still use weapons with such high lethality, he would have used them long ago. Why would he wait until now? He just wants us to give up resistance so that he can easily get rid of us." After hearing this, the pirates who were struggling thought it made sense and nodded repeatedly, immediately giving up the idea of surrendering. 64973 heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, but he certainly wasn't really thinking about these so-called allies. But the more people there are, the easier it will be for him to escape. "Ding Fong, what are the chances that we can escape this time?" Su Ding Fong was stunned when he heard this question, then lowered his head and said slowly, "If the other party doesn't have a weapon as powerful as the one we just had, there's a 90% chance that they can escape. If they still have one." There was no need for Su Ding Fong to continue speaking. 64973 already understood the meaning of his words. "Why? Seeing that the remaining pirates had no intention of stopping, Lin Jiu sighed and said helplessly to the people controlling the crossbow carts, "Reload." The reason why he switched to a crossbow later was that he didn't want to cause too many casualties so that it would be profitable. He no longer cares about these islands. He didn't want to get up in the middle of the night just for such a small piece of land. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice came from behind him, bringing his thoughts back. "Master, are there pirates again?" Lin Jiu turned his head and saw Daji standing behind him. He asked in surprise, "When did you get up?" Daji said helplessly, "The noise was so loud that I woke up a long time ago. I just saw those pirates shooting arrows, so I didn't come out for safety reasons." Having said this, Daji paused, pointed behind her, and continued, "Not just me, they're all basically awake." Lin Jiu looked up and saw that everyone was standing at the door of the dormitory building, with Kai Wenji and Hua Mulan standing not far away. When the pirates and their men who surrendered on the island saw this scene, they couldn't help but tremble and shiver all over. How brave were they to have the guts to provoke such a tough guy? There are at least 100 people on this island. Moreover, they just heard a few names. Han Xin, Shu Silong, Daji. Through these few words, they have guessed who the man in front of them is. 520. Now they both regret and are glad. They regret that they had offended such a big shot, but are glad that they are still alive. They wanted to pass this information on at this moment, but they were powerless. Their hands were tied tightly, and they couldn't even open the interface. Seeing so many people being woken up, Lin Jiu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said to everyone with a smile, "You guys should go back to bed. You have to get up early tomorrow, and this will be over soon." After hearing this, half of the people returned to the dormitory one after another, while the other half still stood at the door of the dormitory building, unmoved. I was afraid that something might happen to Lin Jiu. Seeing this, Lin Jiu didn't say anything more. This was also the care and concern of his subordinates for him. Just as Lin Jiu and Daji were talking, 9 crossbow carts fired at the same time. This time, furlogs hit the pirates' island hard. After a while, another island stopped, most likely because the players were killed. Why? Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu sighed helplessly, shook his head and said, "Why don't you surrender? You are so unreasonable. I am such a kind person. If you surrender, I will definitely keep my word. I won't kill you if I say so. Why doesn't anyone believe me?" Oh, after saying this, Lin Jiu's face showed an expression of regret and pity. When the tied-up pirates heard this, they all had expressions that said, "I don't believe you. Damn it, he killed dozens of people and still called himself kind. Ugh, he is simply an executioner." Several pirates thought so in their hearts, but they forgot who started the fight first. Lin Jiu didn't know what these tied-up pirates were thinking. Of course, he didn't want to know. He only cared about whether the remaining 7 or 8 islands could surrender on their own. Lin Jiu turned his head and said to the people standing in front of the crossbow cart, "Reload, and wait for my order this time." After he finished speaking, he shouted to the fleeing pirates, "I say again, you won't be killed if you surrender. You won't be killed if you surrender." As soon as he finished saying this, Lin Jiu's eyes turned cold, and he no longer had any patience. If the fleeing pirates still do as they please this time, he will show no mercy. One-time solution. Fortunately, the ending did not disappoint him. The fleeing pirate stopped on the island and shouted, "We surrender. Don't kill me." Now there are only 2 islands still moving, one of which is the largest one. Including the number of subordinates, there are only 7 or 8 people at most. Forget it, I don't want that. So annoying. Lin Jiu no longer wanted to give them a chance and said impatiently, "Fire. The main target is the largest island. Hit hard. Aim carefully and shoot." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 crossbow carts were aimed at the largest island, and the other 2 were aimed at the smaller one. The next second, the 9 crossbow carts started again at the same time, smashing towards the remaining 2 pirates. 64973 stared in amazement at the wood falling towards him from the sky. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and then he lay down behind the shelter without hesitation. At this moment, he only hoped that the goddess of luck would favor him once and let him live safely. After a few loud crashes, 64,973 raised his head in dismay, patted his chest, and said, Fortunately, I am lucky." Afterwards, 64973 looked around and saw that Su Dingfong next to him was fine, and he breathed a sigh of relief. When I turned my attention to Ah San's hiding place, I saw Chapter 196, Bet or Not. I saw Ah San lying on the ground, covered in blood, with the front end of a piece of wood pressing on his chest. Asen's whole body was twitching constantly, and he spit out blood from his mouth from time to time. Asen, 64973, was filled with grief when he saw this scene. Among his 4 subordinates, the one he liked the most was Asan, and the one who worked the most diligently was also Asan. Su Dingfang sighed and slowly walked towards Asen. Coming in front of Asan, Su Dingfang squatted down, only to see Asan spit out a mouthful of blood. With his last breath of strength, he spoke incoherently. "Protect your master." After saying this, blood flowed from the corner of Asen's mouth, and his head slowly tilted down. Su Dingfang felt a little heavy in his heart at this moment. Although Asen always targeted him, it was only because of the different treatment. Su Dingfang returned to 64,973's side and whispered, "Asen, let's go." 64973 nodded sadly, stood up, and looked around. 7 or 8 big holes were smashed on his island, and the house was collapsed by 2 pieces of wood. It can be said that it was a ruin. The last pirate who escaped with him and his men all died under the wood. 64,973's face was full of anger as he continued to control the island, staring at Lin Jiao. This man is the culprit of all this. If it weren't for this man, how could he have lost 3 of his men, and how could he be the only one left in his alliance? It's all the fault of this man in front of me. As long as he can escape successfully, he will definitely make the man in front of him pay the price. 64973 has now been blinded by hatred and blames all the mistakes on Lin Jiao. But he himself forgot who proposed the robbery, who was so determined to do it, and who had the evil idea first. Seeing that the last man still refused to surrender, Lin Jiao waved at his 2 men. The 2 men loaded wood onto the crossbow cart, preparing to deal a heavy blow to the last man. When Su Dingfang saw this, he put his hand on 64,973's shoulder and said, "Master, don't run away. We may not be able to escape this time." 64973 also saw this scene and stopped the island, but he was unwilling to give up. As Lin Jiao approached, 64973 shouted unwillingly, "I won't accept this. I won't accept this." Not only 64973 was unwilling to accept this, but Su Dingfang was also unwilling to accept this. He was unwilling to accept the fact that he would die in the northwest without even having to use all his martial arts and strategies. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Su Dingfang. The main reason is that the weapons are not of the same level. It is equivalent to a duel between 2 people 300 meters apart. One of them has a rifle and a cannon, while the other has only a knife. How can they win? 64973 was full of resentment. Seeing the island getting closer and closer to him, he shouted, "If you have the guts, send your men to fight mine. Whoever loses will agree to one condition from the other." After he finished speaking, fearing that Lin Jiao would not agree, he used provocation again and said, "If you're a man, take a gamble." After hearing this, Lin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. "You little brat, you're trying to provoke me, but I won't fall for it. However, it's a bit boring, so why not just play with him?" Seeing how confident the other party was, Lin Jiao was also very curious about who gave him such courage. "Ugh." After Lin Jiao gave a decisive reply, he got closer and closer to the island of 64,973 until he was about to border it. I saw 64973 with an excited look on his face, and Su Dingfang standing next to him. When Lin Jiao saw Su Dingfang for the first time, he felt a few words, extraordinary temperament, different from others. At the same time, Zhao Zilong, Han Exin, and Dong Zhuo all stared at Su Dingfang with burning eyes, with a hint of fighting spirit in their eyes. This further confirmed his guess. Lin Jiao smiled and said to 64973, "Okay, I'll play with you. If you win, not only will I let you go, I'll also give you a 1,500 square meter island." 64973 nodded sinisterly and said to Su Dingfang beside him, "Dingfang, whether we can escape from here today depends entirely on you." "Wait, what did you call him? Dingfang? It can't be Su Dingfang, right?" Lin Jiao shook his head in disbelief. After confirming again and again, he was sure that the person in front of him was the famous Su Dingfang. Seeing Lin Jiao's expression, 64973 smiled and mocked him without hesitation. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you scared? If you are, just let us go. We will never cause any trouble to you." A hint of displeasure flashed across Lin Jiao's eyes. To be honest, it seemed that there was no one on the island who could defeat Su Dingfong 100. 50% is hanging. What? Do you dare or not? Say something. 64973 kept urging him, thinking that Linjiao was afraid. Linjiao was annoyed by the urging and gave 64973 a cold look. Then he stood by the sea with a playful smile on his face. At this moment, Linjiao turned his head and said to 64973, "Are you sure? Whoever loses has to agree to one of the other's requests." "Sure. Whoever goes back on his word is a puppy." 64973 said it without hesitation, responding without even thinking. He believed that it would be very difficult for other players to find someone comparable to Su Dingfong in their lifetime. Linjiao showed a playful smile and shouted into the sea, "Did you hear that? Little white, little blue, come out." As soon as they finished speaking, Xiaobai and Xiaolan jumped into the air, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Of course, they both are loved in Linjiao's eyes. 64973 said in a trembling voice, "What do these two animals mean? Aren't our men sparring with each other?" "Yes, that's right. Xiaolan and Xiaobai are my subordinates. Send them out to fight and see who could defeat the other first." Linjiao had a matter-of-fact expression. Even if he didn't have a subordinate who could rival Su Dingxiang, so what? He had Xiaobai and Xiaolan. So what was he afraid of? 64973 said angrily, "You're cheating." "When did I cheat? You said to let your men fight one-on-one to decide life or death. You can't discriminate against them just because they are not human beings." 64973 was so angry that he was speechless. He had never seen someone as shameless as Linjiao. Linjiao had a playful smile on his face as he slowly walked past several pirates one by one. This smile was so terrifying in the eyes of these pirates. After walking around, Linjiao returned to 64973 and said with a smile, "Are you still going to gamble?" Then he glanced at Su Dingfong. Just one glance, and Su Dingfong felt like someone was staring at him. That's right. Linjiao has set his sights on him. How could Linjiao let go of such a powerful general? He looked at 64,973 twice more, wondering what luck 64,973 had. I actually caught such an awesome general, wow. This was the first time he envied someone so much, so, those who understand will understand. Seeing that 64973 was so disheartened and didn't speak for a long time, Linjiao said impatiently, "To gamble or not to gamble? Just give me the answer." After a while, 64973 slowly raised his head with a hint of resentment in his eyes and slowly spoke. Chapter 197. Be careful. After a while, 64973 slowly raised his head with a hint of resentment in his eyes and slowly spoke. "I bet you can kill me or slaughter me as you like. I 64973 admit defeat today." After saying this, 64,973 lowered his head. "Why?" Su Dingfong on the side sighed softly, his face full of helplessness. "Good. You have guts. I didn't expect you to be 64,973, the famous leader of the Plunderers Alliance." Linjiao looked at 64973 with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He thought 64,973 would beg for mercy, but he didn't expect him to be so free and easy. Hearing this, 64973 showed a bitter smile. Is this considered a compliment? He has been reduced to a prisoner. Linjiao bent down and said with a smile, "Give me your men and I'll spare your life. How about that?" After hearing this, 64,973 raised his head suddenly, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and said, "What did you say? Are you really going to spare my life?" Linjiao smiled and nodded, then stood up and said to the pirates who were tied up in front of him, "Yes, the same goes for you. Just give me your men and I can spare your lives." Having said this, Linjiao paused and continued, "I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. If you don't give me an accurate answer after 1 minute, I'm sorry, but I'll have to throw you overboard to feed the sharks." After hearing this, the tied pirates all lowered their heads, with a hint of confusion in their eyes, and it was obvious that they did not want to give up their men. After all, it is almost as difficult as climbing to heaven to fish out a subordinate. Without subordinates, it will be very difficult for them to survive in this strange world. After a few seconds, a pirate raised his head first, with a firm expression on his face, and said, 520 boss. I'll get it to you. Just give me a way to live." Linjiao nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the boy was teachable. Afterwards, he added the friend and received the information about the transfer. When 64973 heard this, his face was full of surprise, and the next second he was shocked and asked in disbelief. What? You are 520? Lin Jiao folded his arms across his chest and nodded calmly. After receiving Lin Jiao's affirmative reply, 64,973 stood there in a daze, thought for a moment, then slumped to the ground with a wry smile on his face. The 520 that he wanted to defeat so much turned out to be the person in front of him. What was he thinking at the time? With this kind of strength, it is more than enough to defeat 3 Raider alliances. It's really like turning on the light in the toilet, seeking death. Lin Jiao didn't care what 64973 was thinking at the moment, but focused his attention on the other people. As soon as the first person spoke, a second person followed, and within half a minute only 3 pirates were left who had not agreed. Lin Jiao looked at the 3 pirates who were still struggling. He was already impatient and simply said, "Since you are so reluctant, I will send you on your way now." After saying that, Lin Jiao pulled out the star stick from behind his back, expressionless, and slowly walked in front of the 3 pirates. Just as he was about to raise the star rod, several people struggled with the ropes with ferocious faces, shouting, "Don't touch my master! If you dare, follow me. Let me go if you dare. I will fight you in a one-on-one duel. Don't touch my master! Fuck you! Fuck you! Don't touch my master!" After a few people cursed for a while, Han Xen, who was standing aside, became impatient and kicked them down, cursing. "Fuck it, your master's life is life, but my boss's life is not life? You should have thought of this outcome when you attacked our island in the first place." With one kick from each person, all those who had just spoken fainted. Lin Jiao withdrew his gaze from those men and looked at the 3 pirates in front of him with a smile. Just as he was about to take action, one of the pirates finally couldn't stand the oppression in his heart anymore. Tears flowed from the corner of his eyes, and he shouted, "I was wrong. Don't kill me. I agree. I agree." Lin Jiao shook his head helplessly and said, "TSK, I thought you were a tough nut to crack. Boring." As he spoke, Lin Jiao's face was still full of regret, as if he was regretting that he hadn't killed one more person. Then, Lin Jiao looked at the other 2 pirates and asked with a playful smile on his face, "1 minute is up. How have you 2 considered it?" The 2 pirates suddenly raised their heads and stared at Lin Jiao. One of them cursed, "Fuck you. You will be punished. You will never have a good death in this life." "Huh, I'm being punished? Who was the first to do such a dirty thing? I was just defending myself. You should think about whether the players you killed will come looking for you after you go to hell." Lin Jiao snorted coldly, his face full of impatience. He also lost his patience at this moment. He gave Han Xen a look and waved his hand. Han Xen nodded indifferently, walked up to the 2 pirates, holding the Qinjiao sword in his hand. Then a cold light flashed, and the 2 pirates widened their eyes, covered their necks, and fell to the ground, blood flowing from their necks. "Kill these 2. After hearing this, Han Xen nodded and killed the 3 people who had just been kicked unconscious by him with one knife. Seeing this, there was no trace of heartache on Lin Jiao's face. It was just 3. Let them die. He didn't want to spend too much energy trying to convince these men. After all, they were just ordinary people. After Lin Jiao finished recruiting, he raised his lips slightly, walked to 64973, and asked, "How about it? Have you thought about it?" 64973 lowered his head and said nothing. Lin Jiao did not urge him either. They just kept on wasting time to see who could outlast the other. After about 5 minutes, 64,973 finally couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere anymore and smiled bitterly. "My life is almost gone. What's the point of keeping an awesome subordinate around?" Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction and removed 64973 from the blacklist. 64973 was very efficient, and it could be said that Su Dingfang was transferred to Lin Jiao in almost the next second. Lin Jiao accepted it without hesitation, his face full of excitement. He spent so much effort. Wasn't it just for Su Dingfang? As for the others, they were just passing by and had no interest at all. "Can you let us go now?" 64973 said this quietly and gave a look to the pirates nearby. Anyway, he had decided that as soon as he escaped from here, he would announce Lin Jiao's coordinates on the regional channel without hesitation. "I can't handle 520 by myself, but I don't believe that no one else can handle it either. As long as you tell 520 the truth about how much supplies he has in the regional channel, I believe many players will join forces to kill him." "Oh, aren't you awesome? This time, I will let the pirates in all regional channels join forces to kill you. I don't believe anyone can resist the temptation of being rich enough to rival a country. Thinking of this, 64,973's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a hint of viciousness. Lin Jiao certainly didn't know what 64973 was thinking at this moment. But the moment he turned his head, he clearly caught the eerie smile of 64,973 just now. This bitch definitely has bad intentions. Chapter 198, Different Treatment. Although he didn't know what evil intentions 64973 had in mind, he didn't care. Anyway, he had no intention of letting 64,973 leave here alive. There are so many secrets on the island. How could he let these people go? At this time, the surviving pirates looked at each other, then looked at Lin Jiao at the same time, and started talking at once. Boss 520, you see we have done everything you asked. Can you let us go? 520, boss, please let us go. Boss, tell me what else you like. Just let me go. Lin Jiao didn't say anything. He also gave Han Xian and Zhao Zilong a look and turned away. When a few pirates who survived saw Han Xian and his men walking towards them with weapons in their hands, they felt panicked and uneasy. What? Are you going to untie us? Don't kill me. You just promised me, sir. Before they could say a few words, Han Xian, Zhao Zilong, and others came up to them and killed them with their weapons with expressionless faces. After seeing this scene, 64973 pointed at Lin Jiao's back in horror and shouted, "You lied to us. Why? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Lin Jiao, who had his back to him, raised his lips slightly, smiling calmly as he said, "I promise not to let go and kill you, but I haven't done anything yet." Hearing this answer, 64,973's pupils widened, and he shouted angrily, "You liar! You are so." Before he could finish his words, a gun tip pierced through his body. After hearing no sound, Lin Jiao shrugged his shoulders, turned around, and saw the bodies of the pirates lying on the ground. The worst one among them was 64,973, with two big eyes staring, a painful expression, and an open mouth. Lin Jiao shook his head and said to the corpse of 64,973, "TSK, you couldn't be honest before you died. You look so ugly now." Also, he did not cheat 64973. He had promised at the beginning not to do anything. Looking at the blood all over the ground and the bloody smell in the air, Lin Jiao waved his hand in disdain and said to Han Xian, "Untie these people." Han Xian nodded and used his sword to loosen the ropes of these people one by one. 7 or 8 people stood up and shouted to Lin Jiao respectfully, "Owner." Lin Jiao looked at the 7 or 8 men who were already his subordinates and said, "Don't call me master from now on. Just call me boss. I'll give you a task. Clean these up." Afterwards, Lin Jiao came to Su Dingfang and untied the rope with a smile. Su Dingfang stood up, flexed his wrist, bent down towards Lin Jiao, and said, "Owner, from now on, you don't have to call me master. Just call me boss." Lin Jiao looked at Su Dingfang in front of him with a smile and patted his shoulder. It can be said that his biggest gain that night was Su Dingfang. Even if you offer him an island area of 10,000 square meters, he won't give it up. Su Dingfang nodded after hearing this and asked calmly, "Boss, what should I do? Should I clean up the island with them?" Lin Jiao raised his mouth slightly, shook his head, and said, "No need. It's so dark now, it's time to rest." After finishing speaking, Lin Jiao turned around and shouted at Zhao Zilong, "Zilong, arrange a dormitory for him." Afterwards, Zhao Zilong led Su Ding to the largest dormitory building and the men that Lin Jiao had just received. At this moment, they are still cleaning up the body and blood of their former master. Chapter 199, Farming. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Jiao separated out an island of 10 square meters and took back the islands that the pirates had taken over last night one by one. On an island of several hundred square meters, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. After counting the supplies, he found that each member of the Raider Alliance was poorer than the other, and some of them didn't even have food. This made Lin Jiao feel speechless, and he didn't know how this could be ranked as one of the most powerful alliances. Damn it. Couldn't they be a little more diligent before they came to rob him? So poor. The only valuable things are the fishing rods. Lin Jiao counted and found that there were only a dozen fishing rods, and the others might have been smashed into the sea by his crossbow cart. But Lin Jiao didn't care. He didn't even look down on this kind of rubbish fishing rod. After the inventory, Lin Jiu took the supplies and landed back to the main island. He carried the dozen fishing rods to the fishing area, threw them on the ground, said a few words to Daji, and used the clone attribute of the lower fishing rod to create another enchanted fishing rod. After doing all this, Lin Jiu came to the pig farm and chicken farm. I saw Aunt Yang feeding the pigs. Lin Jiu nodded to Aunt Yang as a greeting. Lin Jiu looked around and was a little surprised after taking a look. There are already more than 40 adult pigs and more than 50 piglets in the pig farm, and the cows and sheep that have been silent for a long time now also have a few piglets. Taking another look at the chicken farm, there are already more than 80 chickens in it. This shocked Lin Jiu greatly. At this rate of reproduction, there will be a free flow of fresh meat on the island in less than 2 days, and he can sell it to the outside world in another week. Then you can make a lot of money. Psst, so delicious. After the inspection, Lin Jiu was about to leave when he heard a message alert tone. When I opened it, it was a message from 4399. Boss, have you heard that the Raider Alliance led by 64,973 is gone? Lin Jiu raised his eyebrows. This guy is quite well informed. Yeah, I know what's wrong. Boss, you know this too? Then do you know who has a weapon with large-scale lethality? After seeing this message, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Jiu's eyes. Some people found it normal that 64,973 died. After all, the avatar of a friend would dim. The most powerful weapon of mass destruction should be the crossbow. But how would anyone know how to use a crossbow? No one knew it was him. They just knew it was the ballista. Where did you hear that? It's going viral in the regional channels. Without finishing reading the message sent by 4399, Lin Jiu directly switched to the regional channel and hurriedly checked the chat history. This shouldn't be the case. I clearly tied their hands yesterday. How could they still pass the message out? Unless the message was sent before they surrendered. Within the regional channel. What the hell? That's impossible. This is one of the most powerful alliances. It's impossible. It's better to die. Being a pirate will get you retribution sooner or later. Now the retribution has come. You deserve it. Yes, it made me nervous even when I was sleeping. Now it's better that it's gone. It is said that the one who killed 64973 was a very powerful player. The island was tens of thousands of square meters. The crossbow arrows were made of iron, and there were also large-scale lethal weapons. What are you making up there? How can an island of tens of thousands of square meters not go up to the sky? And how can there be iron arrowheads? Who is so rich that can make so many arrows with iron? Bullshit. These are what 64,973 said in person at midnight last night. If you don't believe me, check the record yourself. Although he didn't say how he died, he disappeared shortly after sending that message. Don't you understand? I'll go take a look and wait. After seeing the comments from everyone in the regional channel, Lin Jiu had already understood what was going on. 64973 should have sent this message when he was escaping. At that time, 64,973 naturally did not know his true identity. When he learned his true identity, he had been tied up and was unable to convey any information. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as no one knew it was him who did it, it would be fine. It's not that he was afraid of being known by other players. He just didn't like trouble and was too lazy to explain. After all, when he finished looking at the regional channel, 4399 had already sent several messages. I heard that the houses on the island are all made of stone and brick. They are very rich. Boss, according to 64,973's description, the person who killed 64,973 can be said to be rich enough to rival a country. This 64,973 does all kinds of evil every day. Well done to kill him. I don't know what kind of person he is. Boss, do you know what kind of person that is? Lin Jiu's mouth twitched when he saw it. Of course he knew it. This was what he did. How could he not know? No. Really? Wow. Boss, tell me quickly, who is that person and what does he look like? From these words, Lin Jiu had already imagined 4,399's infatuated look. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and replied to the message. That man has very tight facial features and a handsome and elegant temperament. It can be said that he is rare in the world. He is even more extraordinary. Stop. Boss, why do I feel like you're praising yourself? Contempt. Ahem. Stop it. I don't know either. Lin Jiu didn't feel embarrassed after being exposed. The reason he didn't tell 4399 was that he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. He just wants to be a businessman quietly and without worries. The next second, the message from 4399 surprised him. Boss, why do I feel that the strength of the man described by 64973 seems to be about the same as yours? Although I don't know if you have large-scale lethal weapons, you must have some for an island of tens of thousands of square meters. You sold so many crossbows, so you must have 20,000 or 30,000. Moreover, making weapons with large destructive power definitely requires a large amount of materials, and you're the only one who has the ability to do so. Was it you, the boss, who killed 64,973? A trace of cold sweat appeared on Lin Jio's forehead, and he quickly wiped it with his hand. Wow, they say women are born Sherlock Holmes, and this really makes sense. Such a small clue allowed 4399 to guess the truth. He could only say 2 words, awesome. It's a shame this woman doesn't go to film Detective Conan. Of course, there's no way he would admit it, so he has to produce evidence. You have a really wild imagination. If I were so awesome, I wouldn't be a businessman. I would have unified the other world long ago. After sending this message, Lin Jio quickly switched to the regional channel. He didn't want to chat with 4,399 anymore, lest the more he talked, the more flaws would be revealed. Within the regional channel, I just checked the records, and it's true. Holy shit, this is too horrible. The area of my island is not even a fraction of that mysterious man's. Who said it wasn't? Who do you think that mysterious person could be? Who knows? There's no clue at all. Where can I guess? Who do you think is more powerful, this mysterious man or the 520 boss? You're gossiping at this time, but I think 520 boss is more powerful. You're bullshitting. It's obvious that the mysterious man is more powerful. Can 520 have arrows with iron tips? Can it have weapons with large lethality? If so, I'll eat 10 pounds of shit on live broadcast. Please make way, I'm constipated. Let me go first. That makes sense. I think the mysterious man is stronger. Do you think the mysterious man is the 520 boss? Go away. It's a shame if you don't use your imagination to write a novel. Seeing the comments in the chat records of the regional channel, Lin Jio breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one guessed that the mysterious man was him. Even if someone makes a guess, there will be other players who will overturn this guess. The reason for overturning is that 520 is too weak. When Lin Jio saw this comment, he kept trying to hold back his laughter, and he couldn't help but want to give that person a thumbs up. Another plausible reason is that the Plunderer Alliance has 70 or 80 people, and 520 has only 20 men at most, so it is impossible for them to defeat them. Lin Jio's inner thoughts at that time, yes. Yes. I really give a thumbs up to their cleverness. After watching for a while and making sure that no one could connect him to the mysterious man anymore, he closed the interface. After this delay, he still has a lot of things to do. Lin Jio went to find Song Yingxing, who was carrying a hoe and a shovel and preparing to leave. Mr. Song, are you going to farm? Yes. Otherwise, I might as well do something while I'm idle. Besides, Mosey doesn't need me anymore. Song Yingxing's face was full of smiles as he said something to Lin Jio. Lin Jio nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile, Okay, go ahead. I'll be there later. Watching Song Yingxing's back, Lin Jio pondered the meaning of Song Yingxing's words just now. What does it mean that Mosey doesn't need him anymore? Could it be that a solution to Mosey's research problem has been found? Just when Lin Jio was thinking, as luck would have it, Mosey walked towards him with a smile on his face, as happy as if he was celebrating his 80th birthday. Mosey, what are you laughing about so happily? Mosey's hands were shaking as he held the blueprint, and he said excitedly, Boss, I have developed a 5-shot hidden arrow. I finally developed it. Ha ha ha. Lin Jio raised his eyebrows after hearing this. This is a good thing. A must-have weapon for old perverts. As expected of you. I knew you could do it, old M.O. After hearing this, Mosey shook his head and said with a smile, Boss, this has nothing to do with me. This is all thanks to Brother Song. Brother Song helped me solve a big problem in less than half a day. Otherwise, it would take me at least half a month to figure out. Lin Jio was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that there was also a share for Song Yingxing in it. He is indeed the ruthless man who could write the exploitation of the works of nature. Boss, I won't say any more to you. I'm going to make this sleeve arrow right now. Ha ha ha. Mosey laughed loudly and walked towards the studio in a hurry. Lin Jio smiled and shook his head. It seemed that Mosey just came to tell him the good news. For people who focus on a certain job, the more famous they are, the more obsessed they are with that job. Just like you who like math problems, doghead. Chapter 200, Hard Bones. Lin Jiao smiled and watched Moz leave, then turned and walked towards the warehouse, and took out a box from the warehouse, which contained the bones of the skeleton archer. After opening the box, Lin Jiao took a look and found it was intact. He picked up the box and walked towards the blacksmith shop. Oldo, stop what you were doing and see if you can grind these bones into powder. After hearing this, Oyezi put down his tools, came to the box, saw the bones in the box, and said with a smile, "Okay, boss, are you in a hurry? If not, I'll do it in 2 days. I want to make all the knives first." Lin Jiao thought for a while and said, "It's urgent. You should grind these bones into powder first. It won't take long anyway." After hearing this, Oyezi looked at the bones in the box a few more times and felt that what Lin Jiao said made sense. They were just bones and not a lot in number, so it wouldn't take too much time. "Okay, I'll do it now." After saying this, Oyezi walked to the side and took out an iron tool. Lin Jiao couldn't recognize what this tool was. It was an iron rod with a piece of iron on the top and many small spikes on it. The more I look at it, the more I feel that this doesn't look like a tool that can be used for blacksmithing. Instead, it looks more like a torture device used to torture people. However, Lin Jiao did not ask more questions. After all, everyone has their own expertise, so it was normal for him not to understand. Oyezi took out a bone from the box and put it in an iron bucket. Oyezi used the stick to fiddle with the bone twice, but the bone did not move at all. If there was any noise, it was just the sound of the bone hitting the iron barrel. Strange. There was a strange light in Oyezi's eyes, and he increased the strength of his hand a little more, but there was no other movement of the bones in the bucket. After Oyezi tried a few more times, he saw that there was not even a dent on the bone. He couldn't believe it and frowned tightly. Lin Jiao couldn't see the bones in the iron bucket, but judging from the expression on Oyezi's face, he must be in trouble. Seeing this, Lin Jiao asked, "Lao, what's wrong? Is it difficult to handle?" Oyezi didn't say anything. He took the bones out of the iron bucket and handed them to Lin Jiao. After taking the bone, Lin Jiao's face was full of confusion. He looked at the bone for a few seconds, then his face was full of shock. Unharmed. Judging from the situation, it would take a long time to grind the bones into powder. "Oldo, then there's nothing we can do with these bones?" "Why?" After hearing this, Oyezi sighed, hesitated for a while, and said, "I was confident at first and thought that grinding into powder would be a very easy task. But now it seems, I'm not sure. After saying that, Oyezi lowered his head as if he was thinking about something, and Lin Jiao was also tactful and did not disturb him. After a while, Oyezi raised his head and said, "Boss, there's another method, but it may have some impact on the bone, and considering the hardness of the bone, I can't guarantee that this method will be effective. It's okay. Just do what you want, don't worry about it." Lin Jiao gave Oyezi a dose of sedative, and Oyezi nodded. Oyezi put the bones into an iron bucket, then threw the bucket into the stove, looking down from time to time. After a long while, he used 2 tongs to take the iron bucket out of the stove. After taking a look at the bones in the bucket, he stood there in a daze. Seeing this, Lin Jiao took a closer look out of curiosity, only to see a scene that shocked him greatly. The bones in the iron barrel were not only intact, but also free of any dust, let alone the burnt black color. "Oldo, is there nothing you can do?" Oyezi didn't say anything, and a strange look appeared on his face. He continued to fiddle with the bone with the iron rod, but the bone was still intact. "Why?" Oyezi sighed deeply and shook his head repeatedly. It seemed that he had no way to do anything about it. "Boss, this bone is too hard to grind. I don't know when it will be ground into powder, but what I can guarantee is that my tools will be scrapped before it is ground into powder." After hearing what Oyezi said, Lin Jiao frowned. It seemed that Oyezi had no way to deal with this bone. Why are the bones of a tiny skeleton archer so hard? He doesn't understand. Even Oyezi couldn't do anything with the bone, so who else on the island could break it? Lin Jiao picked up the box containing the skeleton archer's bones and was about to go out. Oyezi, who had been thinking with his head down, suddenly raised his head and said, "Boss, it's not that there are no other ways. It's just, bang." After Lin Jiao heard this, the wooden box in his hand fell heavily to the ground. Li Si and others in the room turned their eyes to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao didn't care about these and asked excitedly, "Really? What method?" Seeing Oyezi's face full of confusion and hesitant to speak, Lin Jiao said anxiously, "Lao, please tell me. You are driving me crazy." "Well, Boss, I told you. Although this bone is extremely hard, there are things on the island that are even harder than this bone. As long as we use that thing, it will definitely work. After saying this, Oyezi's gaze stayed on the star stick behind Lingio. Lingio was stunned after hearing this, and when he saw the direction of Oyezi's gaze, he understood what Oyezi was talking about. He pulled out the starlight stick from behind him and said to Oyezi, "You said something harder than bones is worth the star rod, right?" Oyezi nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Jiuming slapped his thigh and laughed. "Why didn't you just say so earlier? Come on, take it and use it." At this time, when Oyezi saw Lin Jiu handing over the star stick so readily, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. That's not right. Han Xian and Zhao Zilong regarded their weapons as their second selves and would not even let others touch them. How could this boss be so? Oyezi couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Boss, don't you feel bad for using such a precious weapon to do this?" Lin Jiu glanced at the star rod. He had also heard that Han Xian and Zhao Zilong regarded weapons as treasures, so he naturally understood Oyezi's underlying meaning. He waved his hand and said to Oyezi with a smile, "It's true that I like this starlight rod, but I'm not as obsessed with it as Han Xian and Zhao Zilong. Just take it and use it." After hearing what Lin Jiu said, Oyezi stopped being pretentious, took the star stick and smashed it at the bones in the bucket. Crack! With one hit of the stick, the bones in the bucket instantly broke into two halves, which surprised Oyezi and Lin Jiu. They all knew the power of the star wand, but they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Oyezi definitely did not use all his strength just now. He only used 60 to 70 of his strength at most. He did not expect that the originally hard bones would become vulnerable to the star rod. Lin Jiu couldn't help but look up to the star stick. He knew that the star stick was an awesome weapon, but he didn't expect it to have reached this point. It can definitely be described as a divine tool.